An ancient survival game is about to begin, and all of humanity will be forcibly teleported. The teleportation countdown is 10 seconds. Each person can only keep one item in their hand when teleporting. As the countdown began, some people hurriedly gripped their phones, while others clutched their bottles of mineral water tightly. By the time Bai Ze realized what was happening, he could only grab the Tyrannosaurus Rex figurine from the table. After the countdown ended, everyone fell into an ancient world, starting with only a thatched hut. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the thatched roof, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Bai Ze propped himself up and sat up, looking around. Apart from himself, the room was empty. Where's my Tyrannosaurus Rex? Where's my huge limited edition Tyrannosaurus Rex figurine? He raised his left hand, and a light blue diamond-shaped crystal was embedded on the inside of his wrist. Bai Ze subconsciously scratched at it with his fingernail, and a semi-transparent blue panel popped up. The newbie protection period is 7 days, during which his thatched hut is in an absolutely invincible state. During the protection period, you can receive a basic beginner supplies pack every day. Killing creatures grants experience points and random loot drops, with a map-wide airdrop refreshed every 3 days. Bai Ze took a deep breath and silently said in his mind, "System." The panel in front of him instantly switched. The panel is divided into several sections: regional chat channel, friend system, character panel, inventory, and trading post. At the very bottom of all the sections, a line of gold text clearly reads, ARK Survival Control Panel. Bai Ze first clicked into the area chat channel, which was full of survivors' wails and complaints. He saw that someone had posted a screenshot of their own panel, and it was indeed different from his. Bai Ze's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, am I using a cheat code? He instantly realized that the Tyrannosaurus Rex figurine had been integrated into his survival core. Now is not the time for idle chatter. The 7-day newbie protection period is incredibly precious. Every minute and every second counts. Collect today's basic supplies package. As soon as the words were spoken, a hard, black loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of him. That's it? Are you trying to fob me off? Bai Ze scoffed and put the items into his backpack. The backpack was also provided by the system, initially giving him 100 weight capacity. He then opened the ARK Survival Control Console. The engraving skill tree, creature encyclopedia, and crafting panel are exactly the same interface as ARK, Survival Evolved. Bai Ze was overjoyed when he opened the skill tree. No imprint points were needed. It would automatically unlock once the required level was reached. He is now at level 1, capable of crafting stone pickaxes and torches. The crafting requirements are 1 stone, 1 piece of wood, and 10 units of fiber. Alright, let's get some materials first and make a stone pickaxe. Bai Ze walked out of the thatched hut. Outside the door is a golden sandy beach, and in the distance is an endless blue sea, with huge rocks scattered along the shore. Further ahead lies a primeval jungle that blocks out the sky, with trees so thick that several people might not be able to wrap their arms around them. As soon as Bai Ze stepped out of the thatched hut, a sharp, piercing scream suddenly came from above, sending chills down one's spine. He looked up abruptly and saw a huge flying creature spreading its wings and swooping down towards him. Its wingspan is over 2 meters long, its head is pointed, and its mouth is full of sharp teeth. Bai Ze's pupils constricted sharply, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. Holy crap, a pteranodon! A cold sweat instantly broke out on his back, and his legs were so stiff that he could barely take a step. Bai Ze had tamed this thing when he was playing with the ARK, but when he actually faced it face to face, he realized just how terrifying this pterosaur really was. Just then, a dazzling golden light flashed across the door frame of the thatched hut, and an invisible light curtain appeared afterward. The pterosaur crashed solidly into the light screen with a muffled thud and was bounced up and tumbled in the air. At the same time, a line of small golden text automatically popped up in front of Bai Ze's eyes. Pteranodon. Level 5. Danger rating. Low risk. Being grabbed and dragged into the air by it will result in certain death. Taming tips. After stunning it, feed it raw meat to tame it. Bai Ze's eyes lit up immediately. It could actually be tamed. The pterosaur suffered a loss and circled twice in the air. Then, it let out an angry hiss and swooped down again, crashing hard into the light screen. Another flash of golden light, and it was flung away again. This time, even its wings were slightly bent. Bai Ze leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, watching the commotion, and even waved cheekily. "Come on, keep going. If you're so capable, come in and arrest me. Weren't you pretty arrogant just now?" He was secretly thinking to himself, "If this silly dragon bird crashes into me a few more times, I'll knock it unconscious." The pterosaur rammed the rock 3 times, but seeing that it couldn't break through the tough nut, it flew away towards the distant sea. "Teach, it's really fragile." Bai Ze scoffed, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He peeked out again, looked around for a long time, and only after confirming that the pterosaur was really gone did he step out of the thatched hut. Bai Ze leaned against the thatched hut, looking back every 3 steps and glancing around every 5 steps, slowly moving towards the pile of rubble not far away. The wind was strong by the sea, rustling the thatch and making him feel like something was watching him from behind. He finally reached the pile of rubble, bent down, and picked up a fist-sized stone. Received, stone 1. Bai Ze quickly scanned his surroundings and, apart from the pterosaur from before, did not see any other creatures. It seems that the biodiversity in this area is not high, at least not along the coast. After putting the stone into his backpack, Bai Ze made his way towards the edge of the nearby jungle. He had barely run 50 meters when he was out of breath and could only hold his knees and cough. "Damn, is my physical condition really that bad?" Bai Ze found a bush and squatted down inside. System, open the properties panel. The light blue panel popped up instantly. System evaluation. The stats of this 80-year-old lady are no different from yours. Hurry up and train. Bai Ze's defenses were immediately broken. He closed the attribute panel and walked to a tree that wasn't too thick. "Let's get someone first." Bai Ze mustered all his strength and smashed the tree trunk down hard. With a muffled thud, the tree trunk remained motionless, but Bai Ze's hand was numbed by the impact, causing him to grimace in pain. "Seriously? In the game, you can punch trees, right? Why can't you do that here?" Bai Ze gritted his teeth, swung his fist again, and slammed it down twice more. Health points -2. Received, Wood X1, Thatch X3. Gained experience, 0.1. It hurts like hell. Bai Ze clenched his bright red fist, tears welling up in his eyes. One hit takes away 2 points of health. If he hits a few more times, he'll probably kill himself first. Now that they had the wood and thatch, all they needed was fiber. Bai Ze turned his gaze to the bushes beside him. He reached in and grabbed at it haphazardly, immediately leaving several thin, bloody scratches on his hands. Received, Fiber X2, White Berries X3. Receive experience, 0.1. The shipment is complete. Bai Ze perked up and grabbed a dozen more handfuls, finally gathering 10 portions of fiber. Crafting a stone pickaxe. Crafting successful. 1 stone pickaxe. Experience gained, 0.5. Stone pickaxe. Durability 40/40ths. Damage 20. Can be used to mine stone, wood, and ore. A rough but sturdy stone pickaxe appeared out of thin air in Bai Ze's hand. Awesome. Bai Ze swung the stone pickaxe a couple of times, feeling a surge of energy throughout his body. He walked up to the tree he had just seen, swung his stone pickaxe, and smashed it down. Received, Wood X3, Thatch X5. Gained experience, 0.1. Bai Ze dug with increasing enthusiasm, chopping down 3 trees in one go, but his stamina was almost exhausted. He leaned against the tree trunk to rest for a while, when he heard a coo-coo-coo sound coming from the bushes next to him. Bai Ze tensed up instantly, goosebumps rising on his skin, and he gripped the stone pickaxe tightly in his hand. He slowly turned around, holding his breath. If he encountered a terrifying creature now, it would be troublesome. Bai Ze held his breath and moved back little by little, his eyes fixed on the swaying bushes. His mind was already racing through all sorts of ways to die, and he even had his thoughts on what words should be engraved on his tombstone. The leaves of the bushes parted abruptly, and a round, gray figure waddled out. It has a big head, short wings, and thick short legs, and walks with a waddling gait. It kept making coo-coo-coo sounds as it lowered its head and pecked at the grass seeds on the ground. Bai Ze froze on the spot, not moving for a full 3 seconds. Then, he suddenly slumped to the ground, panting heavily. His voice was trembling. Thank goodness it was just a stupid bird. I thought I had to restart the game. After a long while, Bai Ze finally got up and glared fiercely at the dodo bird that was still burying its head in its food. It's all your fault. You scare me so much I almost peed my pants. I'm going to get you today. As Bai Ze silently recited the command, the ARK console immediately displayed the attribute panel. Dodo, level 2, health, 80/80ths, stun value, 40/40ths. Bai Ze's eyes widened, and he charged forward, stone pickaxe in hand. Take this. The stone pickaxe slammed squarely into the dodo's head. Dodo's health -30. The dodo bird let out a shrill scream, flapped its wings, and bit Bai Ze's thigh. Bai Ze's HP -12. Ouch, you still dare to fight back. Bai Ze grimaced in pain. Ignoring the pain, he swung the stone pickaxe and smashed it down again. Dodo's health -28. Just then, a crisp snap sounded. The stone pickaxe's durability has run out. The stone pickaxe in Bai Ze's hand shattered into dust and disappeared into his backpack as a beam of white light. The dodo bird was hit twice and became frightened. It turned and ran away, its short legs moving incredibly fast. Trying to run away? No way. Bai Ze wasn't about to let it go. This was tonight's dinner. He used the last of his stamina to catch up, and with a leap, pinned the dodo bird to the ground. The dodo bird frantically flapped its wings beneath him. Bai Ze searched his entire body, but couldn't find anything he could use as a weapon. In desperation, he pulled the hard, black bread out of his backpack and smashed it down on the dodo's head. The black bread was as hard as a brick, and it hit the dodo bird so hard it was dizzy. After a few blows, the dodo bird kicked its legs and stopped moving. Killed. 1 dodo. Gained experience. 1. This black bread is fucking hard. No wonder the system included a bottle of water. It's more than enough to be used as a weapon. Just as Bai Ze was about to collect the dodo bird's carcass, he heard a dense chorus of cooing sounds coming from afar. His expression immediately changed. Holy crap, I almost forgot these things live in groups. Bai Ze looked up and saw more than a dozen dodo birds running out of the nearby jungle and rushing towards them. Although these things aren't particularly dangerous, being surrounded and pecked by a dozen of them is enough to give Bai Ze a hard time. Without saying a word, Bai Ze grabbed the dodo bird carcass from the ground and stuffed it into his backpack. Wow, it's quite heavy. He didn't bother picking up the broken stones on the ground and ran towards the thatched hut. The flock of dodos chased after me for dozens of meters, but when they realized they couldn't catch up, they slowly dispersed. Bai Ze rushed into the thatched hut, slammed the door shut, and slid down to sit on the ground with his back against the door, his heart still pounding. Finally safe, he rested for a while before taking the dodo bird out of his backpack. A line of small print appeared next to it. Remaining time, 11:59. Not bad. It won't disappear for 12 hours. That'll be enough for me to handle. Bai Ze threw the broken stone pickaxe out of his backpack again, which also showed that it would disappear in 12 hours. This mechanism is quite humane, giving people a chance to change their minds. Bai Ze used the remaining materials to make a new stone pickaxe. After finishing making the tools, he looked at the dodo carcass on the ground and was stumped. How do I deal with this thing? I can't just eat the raw meat, can I? Bai Ze tried tapping the dodo's carcass with his stone pickaxe. Crack. Obtained. Raw meat 3. Animal hide 2. Obtained. White common gift box 1. A flash of white light, and the dodo's corpse vanished. Bai Ze was stunned. A white ordinary gift box? You get a gift box from killing a creature. Bai Ze's gaze fell on the ordinary white gift box in his backpack, wondering what good stuff he could get inside. Open the ordinary white gift box. Chapter 4. KFC in the Ancient World. The moment the gift box exploded, a warm white halo spread throughout the thatched hut. The next second, a steaming red family bucket appeared out of thin air in Bai Ze's hands. Golden, crispy fried chicken, glistening chicken burgers, freshly fried fries, and glasses of ice-cold cola with condensation clinging to the walls. The familiar aroma instantly filled the drafty, dilapidated thatched hut. Bai Ze was dumbfounded. The stone pickaxe in his hand clattered to the ground. He stared at the family bucket of instant noodles for several seconds before blurting out, "What the hell? System, are you my real father?" No wonder he lost his composure. This is the ancient world, where others are still eating black bread and wild fruits, and don't even have salt, yet he's ordering a KFC family bucket. Bai Ze pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain. His food stat had dropped to 18, and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. What was he waiting for? Bai Ze grabbed the spicy chicken burger and took a big bite. The soft pastry coated the sauce, the crispy chicken cutlet crunched in his mouth, and the juicy meat burst open instantly. He picked up the iced cola again and took a big gulp. The cool bubbles slid down his throat and into his stomach, and a refreshing sensation sent a shiver through his body. The pain for being pecked by the dodo bird seemed to have been washed away by that sip of cola. Awesome. That's fucking awesome. Bai Ze wolfed down his food while casually opening the chat channel. The channel was filled with groans of despair, even worse than before. Some people asked for food, saying that the black bread was gone in one bite, and they were so hungry they were seeing stars. Others suggested eating berries, saying that they were everywhere in the bushes and that eating 30 or so would barely fill their stomachs. But someone immediately broke down. He said he had flaunted 50 red berries in one go, and now he was squatting in the corner of the thatched hut, spraying like crazy. His legs were weak, and he didn't even have any paper, so he could only wipe himself with thatch. Some people were so dehydrated they were willing to trade 5 fiber supplements for a sip of clean water. Bai Ze nearly spat out his cola as he read these messages. He wiped his mouth, a wicked smile slowly spreading across his face. Since everyone is having such a miserable time, shouldn't he share in the joy? So Bai Ze turned on the camera and took a close-up picture of his family bucket. Fried chicken, hamburgers, fries, iced cola. Even the water droplets on the glass were clearly visible in the photo. Then, he casually sent it to the chat channel. At that moment, the entire channel went silent. For a full 5 seconds, no one spoke. Then, messages exploded across the screen like a tsunami, almost freezing Bai Ze's screen. Hey bro, where are you? I'm swimming over right now. I'll just suck on a chicken bone, then I'm off. Dude, I'll trade you a limited edition sneaker for chicken leg, brand new, never worn. The entire channel went completely crazy. Some people were begging, some were questioning, some were offering strange items in exchange, and some were even resorting to pleading and acting pitiful. But the most outrageous thing was that Lin Na jumped in again. She righteously rebuked Bai Ze, saying that since they were all human, they should unite and help each other. Since he had the family bucket, he had an obligation to tell everyone how to obtain it, and couldn't keep it all to himself. Bai Ze burst out laughing when he saw the message. Just moments ago, this woman was standing on her moral high ground, criticizing Jean Wintao, and now she's trying to morally blackmail him. What's this talk of obligation? He has absolutely no obligation whatsoever. He risked being pecked to death by a dodo bird to get this family bucket. It wasn't something that fell from the sky for everyone. Bai Ze ignored him and carefully put the remaining half of the original recipe chicken and fries into his backpack. Then, after finishing the last bite of the burger, I let out a satisfied burp. A notification popped up on the screen. Food value increased by 80, hydration increased by 45. That meal instantly revived me. Bai Ze leaned comfortably against the wall, casually closing the chat channel. The world was finally quiet. Let them envy him. But after enjoying himself, Bai Ze didn't forget his business. There were at least a dozen dodos in that grove. I'll kill a couple more tomorrow. Maybe I can even get a gift box from them. But I can't kill them all. Leaving a few to tame and lay eggs is what sustainable development looks like. Bai Ze wouldn't do something as foolish as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Having eaten and drunk his fill, his gaze returned to his thatched hut. The roof leaked in from all sides, and the cracks in the walls couldn't keep out the cold wind. A gust of wind blew through, making the thatch rustle loudly. This dilapidated house is only barely habitable now, thanks to the 7-day protection period. But what happens after that? Forget dinosaurs. Even a survivor with a stick could probably turn this house into a pile of straw. The shelter must be upgraded. Bai Ze scrolled through the panel for a long time before finally finding a gray shelter option in the bottom right corner of the character attributes. Upon opening the window, his face froze. Current shelter, thatched hut, level 1. Upgrade to wooden hut, level 2. Require materials, 500 wood, 500 fiber, 500 thatch. Bai Ze gasped. Good heavens. Was this upgrading a house or building the Great Wall? He only had a little over 40 pieces of wood in his backpack, not even enough for a fraction of the total. To upgrade to a wooden house, he'd probably have to chop wood from morning till night tomorrow. Bai Ze stared at the materials list, his headache growing with each glance. Just then, his friends list suddenly started ringing incessantly. Over a dozen friend requests popped up at once. Bai Ze's previously lazy expression instantly changed. His eyes lit up, and his heart raced. Could it be that his parents had seen his missing person notice? Thinking this, Bai Ze's hands trembled slightly. He quickly opened his friends list. Chapter 5, Taming the Dodo. Bai Ze's fingers trembled as he clicked on the first friend request. The next second, his face darkened. Wang Dachui immediately shouted, "A's! I'm your long-lost father. Quick, send your father a chicken leg." Li Taidan was even more outrageous. "Son, I'm your mother. Quickly give your mother a hamburger." And Zhang Tsuawa said, Brother, I can call you dad. Just give me a bite to eat." Lu Ergu wasn't to be outdone. "Big boss, please take me under your wing. I can warm your bed, do your laundry, and give you a foot massage." Bai Ze almost laughed in exasperation. What kind of monsters were these? None of them were his parents, and they all wanted to take advantage of him. He gritted his teeth and clicked reject repeatedly, ignoring all of the dozen or so applications. His finger paused when he saw the name Zhang Tsuawa. What if she really was a cute and gentle girl? Clinging to a sliver of hope, Bai Ze clicked accept. The next second, a deep, thunderous male voice boomed from the panel. Daddy, I finally added you. Give me something to eat. I am starving." Bai Ze, expressionless, deleted and blocked him in one smooth motion. He closed the friend's interface and glanced at his experience points. 7.3 out of 10, just a little short of leveling up. Since he had nothing better to do, he took out some stones and wood and started crafting stone pickaxes. Each pickaxe he made gave him 0.5 experience points, and after 6, his experience points were exactly full. A flash of golden light. Level up, LV.2, gained free attribute points. Unlocked imprints. Campfire, stone axe, spear, wooden baseball club. Bai Ze's eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate to add the attribute points to endurance. He never wanted to experience that feeling of being out of breath after just a few steps again. Stamina, 110 out of 110. After allocating the points, he clearly felt much lighter. Then he checked out the new skills. Stone axes are efficient at chopping trees. Campfires are great for roasting meat, and wooden clubs are perfect for stunning creatures, making them ideal for taming dodos. They're all necessities. Bai Ze, holding a stone pickaxe, chiseled a few flint stones from the pile of rocks by the door and immediately crafted a stone axe. Crafting successful. Stone axe X1, stone axe. Durability 40-40, damage 30, logging efficiency plus 200%. He weighed the stone axe in his hand. It felt solid. He turned and swung it at a nearby tree. Rewards, wood X6, thatch X3. Bai Ze instantly perked up. This efficiency was more than twice as fast as using a stone pickaxe. He got more and more into chopping, and soon he had gathered more than 50 logs. He then made wooden baseball bats and a campfire, and his tools were finally complete. Next, it's time to catch the dodos. If we raise them, they'll be a stable egg-laying machine. Bai Ze, carrying his baseball bat, headed straight for the jungle where he had previously spotted the dodos. After walking a few dozen meters, he parted the bushes and, sure enough, saw 5 dodos leisurely pecking at grass seeds. These silly birds only glanced at Bai Ze, then continued eating, completely ignoring him as a threat. Bai Ze grinned, quietly circled behind the fattest bird, and swung his baseball bat at it. Dodo's dizziness level plus 15. The dodo let out a miserable cry and frantically flapped its head. The other 4 then reacted, flapping their small wings and rushing over on their short legs to peck at it. Unfortunately, it was too slow. Bai Ze circled them, knocking each one unconscious with a stick in no time. He checked them over. 3 were female and 2 were male, just enough to pair up and lay eggs. However, Bai Ze didn't dare to tame them directly in the jungle. It was too dangerous here. If a carnivorous creature suddenly appeared, all his hard work would be for nothing, and he would be delivering food to the creature. So he grabbed an unconscious dodo bird in each hand and ran back to the thatched hut. Don't let its small size fool you. It's surprisingly heavy. Bai Ze ran for a while, then rested, making 3 trips to bring all 5 dodos home. When he finally put the last one down, he collapsed to the ground, his arms aching so badly he could barely lift them. He'd barely caught his breath when he glanced at the panel, and his heart sank. Dodo bird stun value, 53/120. Dodo bird stun value, 48/125. Dodo bird stun value, 50/120. The dizziness levels of all 5 dodos had dropped significantly. To make matters worse, he didn't have a single berry in his backpack. Going out to gather more would be too late. By the time he returned, the birds would be wide awake. But continuing to hit them with the baseball bat might just kill them outright. Bai Ze was so anxious he was spinning around in circles when he suddenly slapped his thigh. That's right, he still had his stone pickaxe. Sell his tools, trade them for berries. He immediately opened a regional channel and sent a message. Bai Ze, selling a nearly new stone pickaxe, a logging and mining marvel. Only trading for berries, no white berries. Highest bidder wins. The channel went silent immediately after the message was sent. Saole, Oli Krap, you're even selling stone pickaxes? Are you already tool-free? Son Hao, I'll offer 30 red berries. I've been chopping trees with my bare hands. My hands are almost worn out. At this moment, Li Na jumped out again. Li Na, Bai Ze, since you have extra stone pickaxes, you should share them with everyone for free. We are all survivors. How can you be so selfish? Bai Ze, unable to bear it any longer, retorted directly. Bai Ze, if you like sacrificing so much, why don't you sacrifice yourself? Idiot. After saying that, he casually blocked Li Na, and the world was finally at peace. Finally, it was Li Wei, the guy from the drainage hole, who won the stone pickaxe with 60 purple berries and 20 blackberries. Li Wei was so excited that he thanked him repeatedly. Bai Ze, seeing his pitiful state, asked if he still wanted the black bread. The other party immediately replied frantically, yes. The transaction was complete, and Bai Ze received the berries, immediately stuffing them into the inventory of the 5 dodos. Taming progress, 12%. Taming progress, 15%. Watching the progress bar slowly rise, Bai Ze finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he began to set up a campfire. At first, he thought of putting it inside the house so it could keep him warm at night. But then he remembered this wasn't a game. If the fire is lit inside, the smoke won't escape, and he might suffocate from the smoke the next day. To be safe, he put it by the door. He set up the campfire, added wood, and lit it. The orange-red flames danced, dispelling the evening chill. Bai Ze placed 3 pieces of raw meat on the fire, and soon the aroma of meat filled the air, with oil dripping and sizzling. By the time he finished, it was completely dark. In the distance, the roars of beasts echoed from the mainland, particularly eerie in the night. A gust of sea breeze made Bai Ze shiver, and he quickly moved closer to the campfire. He took stock of the supplies: 5 stone pickaxes, 1 stone axe, 1 wooden baseball bat, 11 pieces of wood, 3 stones, 2 flints, a bottle of mineral water, and half a half-eaten original recipe chicken. That's about it. Tonight, he could begin his material explosion plan. Bai Ze opened the regional channel again, his gaze falling on the population statistics, his pupils slightly contracting. Ancient District 727, current population, 9217/10,000. In less than a day, 783 people have already died. Chapter 6. It feels good to be a capitalist. Bai Ze opened the chat channel, and the screen was full of SOS messages. Someone went out to pick berries and was chased and bitten by a baby dinosaur, leaving them with only 20 health points. Someone witnessed a Carnotaurus carrying a person away in one bite and was so scared that they didn't dare to leave the house. Some people ran out of bread, and the berries were sour and astringent, causing them to get diarrhea. The nights were even worse. It was pitch black, and the roars of dinosaurs could be heard outside the thatched huts. Many people didn't even know how to start a fire and were shivering from the cold. The entire channel was filled with only 2 words: collapse. Bai Ze stared at the messages, his fingers lightly tapping his knee. Panic was the best business opportunity. What everyone lacked most right now was tools, and he happened to have 4 stone pickaxes in his hand. He sent a direct message: Bai Ze, selling 4 stone pickaxes, the ultimate tools for logging and mining, currently the only ones available in the entire region. Only exchanging for materials. One pickaxe for 100 units of wood, fiber, or thatch. DM me if interested. The message had barely been sent when the channel exploded. Wang Hao. The big boss is selling out again. Bai Ze's face darkened. What do you mean, selling out? Can't you speak properly? Wang Hao immediately backed down, saying he wanted a weapon and would chop down trees until dawn to gather enough materials. Some people broke down on the spot. Sun Yang. 100 units is too expensive, isn't it? How about 50? Lina, Bai Ze, Yure is so greedy. A broken stone pickaxe costs 100 materials. Why don't you just rob someone? Bai Ze didn't even bother to look. Of course he knew it was expensive. He did it on purpose. A high price is necessary to weed out those useless people who only know how to complain about being poor and ask for money. Anyone who can gather 100 units of materials on the first day is either capable or incredibly hardworking. These are the kinds of people who are worth cooperating with. Soon, the private chat inbox exploded. Some people were asking for a cheap deal, some were offering to be his underlings, and some even said they could exchange private photos for a stone pickaxe. Bai Ze was about to close the private chat when a message popped up. Xiao Wanting. Hi boss, can I trade 100 fibers for a stone pickaxe? I just have enough. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow. Gathered 100 fibers on the first day? That's efficient. He accepted the friend request, but wasn't in a hurry to make a deal. Having been scammed by Zhang Sohua before, he's now very cautious about usernames, immediately asking, wow, you're pretty good. Mowing lawns all day? A clear female voice came from the other end of the line, sounding a little embarrassed. No, buddy, I'm a graduate student at an agricultural university. Today the school organized a farm trip, and when I teleported here, I happened to be holding a sickle. Bai Ze's eyes lit up. No wonder. While others weeded with their bare hands, she harvested with a sickle. Their efficiency was on completely different levels. He then asked, if you have a sickle, why did you buy a stone pickaxe? Xiao Wanting smiled wryly. The sickle can only cut fibers. It can't cut down trees. I can only chop down trees with my bare hands now. My hands are all worn out, and I've only managed to get a dozen or so pieces of wood, and my health is still low. Bai Ze immediately made the decision. Okay, deal. Stone pickaxe, durability 40. In the future, if you have any surplus fiber, sell to me first. Long-term cooperation. Xiao Wanting thanked her repeatedly, and the transaction was completed. 100 fiber in hand. With the remaining 3 stone pickaxes, Bai Ze picked the 2 with the highest bids, and together with Li Wei, the guy from the drainage hole, they started a loan sale. Bai Ze, pay 50 units first, and if you still have 50 by this time tomorrow, I'll add 10 units of interest. The stone pickaxe only has 40 durability. If you dare to renege on this, you'll be permanently blacklisted. From now on, you won't be buying anything from me. Li Wei, Wang Chong, and Zhao Hu quickly assured him they would not renege on their promise. The materials arrived soon after. Bai Ze looked at the extra 100 units of fiber, 80 units of wood, and 70 units of thatch in his backpack, and couldn't suppress the smirk on his face. Being a capitalist feels fucking awesome. In the channel, those who hadn't bought the stone pickaxe were still wailing. Someone said their hands were about to break from chopping down trees barehanded, and someone begged Bai Ze to sell them another one. Bai Ze was about to close the channel when he suddenly saw a few more messages. Lu Wei, it's too dark at night. I'm too scared to go out. Is there anything that can light my way? Zhang Qian, does anyone have a torch? I'll trade 20 berries for one. Zhao Lei, I can't even start a fire, let alone a torch. Bai Ze's eyes flickered. A new business opportunity had arrived. He was about to make a call when someone beat him to it. Sun Hao, selling torches, a magical light-up tool, essential for going out at night. 100 units of materials per torch. DM me if interested. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow. It seemed he wasn't the only clever one, but this deal couldn't be allowed to go to Sun Hao alone. He smiled and sent a message. Bai Ze, torches 99 each, lots and all you can eat. The entire channel was silent for a second. The next moment, Sun Hao typed out 3 question marks. Sun Hao, Bai Ze, are you doing this on purpose? Bai Ze, what? You're allowed to sell, but I'm not? It's only right to buy from whoever offers the best price. Bai Ze had already built a reputation by selling stone pickaxes, and people immediately sided with him. Sun Hao gritted his teeth in anger and immediately lowered the price. Somehow, 90 each. Anyone want one? Bai Ze remained unfazed. Torches are ridiculously cheap to make. All you need is a spark and a single piece of wood to make one. He didn't have much wood, but enough to wage a price war. Soon, other players jumped in. The price of torches plummeted, dropping from 100 to 60. Sun Hao panicked and immediately pulled several torch sellers into a small group chat. Bai Ze thought for a moment, figuring that 50 was still a profitable price, and replied, Bai Ze, sure, 50 each. The price alliance was formed, and the torch business immediately boomed. Especially with Bai Ze's reputation boost from stone pickaxe trading, he attracted the most customers. Torches sold one after another, and materials kept flowing in. But as he sold, Bai Ze suddenly realized something was wrong. The number of buyers was dwindling. In the end, after more than half an hour, there hadn't been a single private message. He frowned. Strange. The market was already saturated just as it got dark? Chapter 7. Backstab? Then let's not play this game. Bai Ze didn't take it too seriously when he saw the torches weren't selling. He was just trying to make some extra money on the side anyway. So if they didn't sell, so be it. He didn't need the materials. Just as he was about to close the chat interface, private message notifications suddenly started ringing in quick succession. The messages were from Li Wei and Xie Wanning. Their messages arrived almost simultaneously. Li Wei was extremely anxious. Boss, stop selling torches for 50 materials each. You're losing money. Sun Hao and his gang have already secretly lowered the price to 30 each, and a lot of people are buying from them. Xie Wanning also reminded him, you've been betrayed. They're setting the same price as you on the surface, but they're secretly selling them at a lower price. Now, there are more and more people who can make torches. The market is in chaos, and they're generally only selling for 30 materials each outside. Bai Ze stared at the message, his face gradually darkening. So, these people, who called him brother on the surface, were actually treating him like a sucker. They agreed to set the price together and make money together, but they ran off first, expecting him to take the blame. Bai Ze sneered. Dare to scheme against me? He didn't like causing trouble, but he was definitely not someone to be easily manipulated. Since you're not playing by the rules, then let's all stop playing. He first replied to Li Wei and Xie Wanning's messages carefully, thanked them, and promised to remember them if he ever needed anything in the future. Then, he directly opened the public channel and sent out 2 messages. Bai Ze, since some people are unjust, don't blame me for being ruthless. You want to make materials, huh? Then no one will make any. Bai Ze, torch, 2 pieces of wood each, listed in large quantities on the trading post. Quantity over quantity, first come, first served. The news caused an instant uproar in the channel. Those who had just been complaining about not being able to go out in the dark and the high price of torches were now in an uproar. Did I read that right? 2 pieces of wood for a torch. Boss Bai Ze is having a clearance sale. Thank you so much for saving me. I can't afford 50 each, but I have enough wood. Someone was even trying to sell it to me for 40. What a ripoff. Bai Ze, too lazy to explain, simply listed 100 torches at a uniform price of 2 wood. The moment the order was confirmed, the inventory was instantly sold out. It didn't even last a second. He added another 50, and they were gone in a flash too. Now everyone on the channel understood. The torches weren't unwanted, they were just sold at too high a price. Bai Ze's move struck right at the heart of all those speculators and profiteers. Sun Hao was completely thrown into a panic. In the small group chat where they had previously created to discuss torch pricing, messages were flooding in, all cursing Bai Ze. Sun Hao, Bai Ze, you fucking broke your promise. You said it would be 50 each. Are you deliberately trying to lower the price? Zhou Kai, if you do this, we'll lose all our torches and won't earn a single material. Are you satisfied now? Wu Bin, don't let us find you on the map, or we'll kill you and make sure you don't live past the next day. Bai Ze looked at these messages and laughed. Dishonest? When they secretly shipped out 30 materials, why didn't they mention integrity then? Too lazy to argue in the small group, he simply took screenshots of the chat history and posted them to the public channel. Bai Ze, talk to me about integrity? When you were secretly shipping them out for 30 each, why didn't you mention the agreement? Bai Ze, I'm the kind of person who treats others with respect tenfold. If you play dirty tricks, don't blame me for flipping the table. Bai Ze, from now on, Anyone who dares to resell the supplies and tools I sell to them will be blacklisted. Don't even think about buying anything from me again. These words caused the channel to explode once more. Everyone knows how important tools are in this survival-oriented world. Without stone axes, chopping trees is slow. Without stone pickaxes, quarrying is difficult. Bai Ze's ability to sell tools in large quantities means he has mastered a production capability that others lack. Now that he's publicly blocked Sun Hao and his group, he's essentially cut off their escape route. Sun Hao is furious and immediately retorted in the public chat. Who wants to buy your crappy tools? Can't I survive without you? Zheng Tao also threatened, Bai Ze, you wait. Don't think you're safe just because you're hiding. We'll find you sooner or later. Bai Ze didn't even bother to look at him. Anyone can make threats. In this ancient survival world, being stubborn without strength only makes you look ridiculous. He simply closed the chat channel, out of sight, out of mind. After a while, he quietly opened the auction house again. Sure enough, he had already driven down the price of torches across the entire channel, and they were all stable at 2 wood each. The torches that Sun Hao and his group had stockpiled were completely ignored. Bai Ze's anger subsided considerably. Trying to outsmart him? They were too naive. 2 pieces of wood for 1 torch. After deducting costs, they'd only earn enough for 1 piece of wood after a whole day's work. Time-consuming and laborious, with absolutely no profit. He had personally ruined this business. Since no one wanted to follow the rules, then no one should try to make money from it. After dealing with this matter, Bai Ze stopped paying attention to the trading house and turned his attention back to the 5 dodo birds in the room. The most important thing now is taming. This is completely different from the game. In the game, feeding him a few berries will make the progress jump by leaps and bounds. But in reality, he has endured several hours of hard work, and the taming progress is only halfway done. What's more troublesome is that the dodo's dizziness level drops extremely quickly. If you're not watching it closely, it might wake up. Bai Ze didn't dare to be careless, and immediately took out some blackberries, stuffing them one by one into the dodo's mouth to bring its dizziness level back to a safe level. The night grew deeper. The campfire crackled, casting an intermittent glow on the hut. From the distant jungle, the roars of dinosaurs echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Bai Ze was so sleepy his eyelids were drooping, his head slowly sinking, but he dared not fall asleep. He feared that if he fell asleep, the dodo would wake up, and all his hard work in carrying it back and feeding it berries would be for nothing. Time passed slowly. Waves of drowsiness washed over him. Just when he was about to give up, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Hint: successfully tamed 5 dodo birds. Hint: gained 5 experience points. Hint: obtained 5 white ordinary gift boxes. Hint: please name the tamed dodo birds. Bai Ze instantly woke up and stood up straight. It's done. His eyes lit up. Not only did he successfully tame them, but he also got experience and a gift box. This is amazing. In the corner of the room, 5 dodos had already woken up, their round bodies huddled together, staring blankly at him, making soft cooing sounds. Bai Ze was in a great mood and walked over to stroke their fluffy heads. Not bad. You're all my good darlings. As for names, he didn't bother to think of anything too complicated. From now on, you'll be called Bird 1, Bird 2, Bird 3, Bird 4, and Bird 5. The system quickly confirmed the naming was successful. Watching the 5 dodos slowly pacing around the room, Bai Ze finally felt relieved. With the door closed, they couldn't escape. As soon as his nerves relaxed, drowsiness immediately washed over him. He couldn't hold on any longer. Regardless of whether the ground was hard or cold, without even a blanket or pillow, wearing only his underwear, he lay down on the ground. The moment his head touched the ground, he fell into a deep sleep. But this sleep wasn't comfortable. The ground was cold and hard, and he instinctively shivered in the middle of the night. In his hazy state, he kept feeling an itch on his face, and there was a strange, indescribable smell slowly creeping into his nose. Chapter 8. Are you shit demons? Bai Ze was woken up by the stench. In his dazed state, a sticky, nauseating feeling clung to his body, followed by a pungent stench of feces that assaulted his nostrils. He instantly opened his eyes, sat up, and nearly died on the spot. He was only wearing his underwear, but it was covered in yellowish-brown stains and faint claw marks on his arms and legs. The only saving grace was that it hadn't gotten on his face. Looking down at the ground, good heavens, it was covered in splatters everywhere. It was covered in freshly made dodo droppings, some of which were still steaming. The 5 culprits were leisurely strolling around the house, pecking at the ground and cooing incessantly, their expressions clear, foolish, and innocent. Bai Ze's temples throbbed, and he gritted his teeth and roared. Bird 1, Bird 2, Bird 3, Bird 4, Bird 5, get over here. The 5 dodo birds turned their heads in unison, tilted their heads to look at him, and stared blankly for a long time before waddling over, clearly thinking that their master was about to serve food. Bai Ze reached out and flicked each of them on the head. Don't you have any hygiene? Can't you poop outside? It's one thing to poop inside, but to poop on me like that. Are you poop demons? The dodo bird wasn't angry at being flicked. It just shook its head, continued cooing, and its eyes remained pure and innocent. Bai Ze, looking at these 5 silly faces, was so angry his chest heaved. Finally, he could only sigh, rubbing his forehead. Forget it, trying to reason with these brainless idiots would only drive me crazy sooner or later. He could only wave his hand and say, go free to roam, but remember to lay a few more eggs. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble today. Bai Ze knew very well that the dodo bird only laid eggs normally when it was free to roam. So he pinched his nose and began cleaning up the droppings on the ground. He picked up each clump and stuffed them all into his backpack. Disgusting as it was, these were all natural organic fertilizers that would definitely be useful for farming in the future, so they couldn't be wasted. But the stains on his body were unbearable. They had long since spread out and stank so badly that he had gagged several times. As Bai Ze cleaned up, he secretly vowed that he must make a special birdhouse for these 5 ancestors today and keep them inside. Otherwise, if this continued, he might fall asleep one day and find his face covered in poop. He'd really break down. After more than half an hour of fussing, the room was finally clean. Bai Ze couldn't stand it for another second, grabbed an empty bottle, and headed straight for the beach. The seawater was icy cold in the early morning, but he ignored the chill, took off his underwear, and jumped into the sea, scrubbing his body vigorously. He scrubbed for a good 10 minutes, until his skin was almost red, before the smell of feces finally dissipated. Bai Ze emerged from the sea and stretched lazily in the rising sun. The sea breeze seemed to revive him, but as he turned to look at the jungle behind the hut, his gaze suddenly froze. At the edge of the jungle stood a vast, continuous range of black mountains. In the very center of these mountains, a large, naturally recessed area formed a massive valley. 3 sides were sheer cliffs, with only a narrow exit on the south side. Bai Ze's eyes lit up instantly. What was this? This was practically a treasure trove of land delivered right to their doorstep by God. As long as they blocked the exit and built a few watchtowers on the cliff, not even 1,000 armies could easily break in, let alone dinosaurs. Damn, that place is perfect for building a base. Bai Ze became more and more excited as he looked around, already planning for the future. Once his level was higher and his combat power and transportation capabilities caught up, he would move his base into that valley. When the time comes to build city walls, fortresses, and raise dinosaurs, everyone will have to think twice. Just then, a slight tremor came from the ground beneath his feet. Bai Ze's expression changed. An earthquake? He immediately turned his head to look, and the next second, the hairs on his body stood on end. On the grass not far away, 3 enormous triceratops were slowly walking towards them. They were the size of small cars, with 3 sharp horns on their heads, thick bony shields on their necks, and skin as rough as old tree bark. With each step they took, the ground trembled. Holy crap, a triceratops! Without a word, Bai Ze pounced behind a large rock and crouched down, even his breathing becoming shallow. He knew from playing ARK that triceratops looked docile, but actually had a short temper. If provoked, it would charge with its head down, hurling a person into the air with 1 horn before smashing them into a pulp. Even worse, the 3 triceratops were heading in the exact direction of the rock where he was hiding. Bai Ze's heart pounded wildly, his palms were sweating profusely, and his eyes were fixed on them. If the triceratops showed any sign of charging, he would immediately jump into the sea and swim desperately to deeper water. 1 step, 2 steps. The triceratops drew closer and closer. At its closest, it was less than 5 meters from the large rock where he was hiding. He could even smell the strong, grassy scent emanating from the Triceratops. But the 3 Triceratops seemed completely oblivious to him, heads down, munching on the grass, slowly walking past without even raising their heads. Only after they disappeared into the distant jungle did Bai Ze let out a long breath and slump to the ground. His back was soaked with cold sweat, and his legs were a little weak. That scared the hell out of me. It seems that as long as you don't provoke them, herbivorous dinosaurs generally won't attack people randomly. He dared not linger by the sea, quickly dressed, and ran back to the thatched hut. But as soon as he opened the door, Bai Ze froze on the spot, his blood pressure instantly soaring. No way. I just cleaned it. There were 7 or 8 more piles of fresh feces in the hut. 5 dodos were hopping around the droppings with great joy. Bai Ze, leaning against the doorframe, felt his temples throbbing again. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He couldn't argue with idiots. Silently, he picked up his tools and began the great task of shoveling poop once more. But as he cleaned the corner, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lying quietly in a haystack were 2 white bird eggs, about the size of a fist, their shells smooth and still slightly warm. Bai Ze's gloom vanished instantly. Not bad. You 2 finally did something worthwhile. It wasn't a waste of your time raising them. He carefully picked up the bird eggs and put them in his backpack. This was real, highly nutritious food, much better than those sour berries. After putting the eggs away, Bai Ze suddenly slapped his forehead. Right. Yesterday, when I tamed the dodo, the system rewarded me with 5 ordinary white gift boxes, and I completely forgot to open them. He immediately perked up, took the 5 gift boxes out of his backpack, and neatly arranged them on the ground. Bai Ze rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. System, please bless me and give me something useful. Open. Chapter 9, Shelter Upgrade. 5 warm white lights flashed in succession, and items landed one by one, neatly arranged in a row. Bai Ze's eyes lit up at the sight. A case of white elephant braised beef noodles, 12 buckets. A case of iced cola, 24 bottles, with water droplets still clinging to the bottles. A brand new, shiny black Lacoon cigarette. A large bag of seasonings, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, chili powder, and 13 spice powder, all included. Finally, a case of mineral water, a full 24 bottles. Bai Ze's grin stretched from ear to ear. Damn, the system is such a good daddy. With these things, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the next 2 weeks. He casually collected his daily allowance. A piece of black bread so hard it could crack a walnut, and a bottle of mineral water. Though meager, it was better than nothing, and he stuffed it into his backpack. Then he eagerly tore open a black Lacoon cigarette, pulled one out, put it in his mouth, walked to the campfire, and threw in a piece of dry wood. The system campfire was so convenient. The flames leaped up on their own as soon as the wood was thrown in. Bai Ze leaned over, lit the cigarette, and took a deep drag. The familiar nicotine slid down his throat into his lungs, and he squinted comfortably, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Ah, this is what it means to be alive. After smoking half a cigarette, he began preparing breakfast. He found a flat stone slab and placed it over the fire. He opened a cup of braised beef noodles, poured in mineral water, cracked open a dodo bird egg he had just picked up and put it in, and finally sprinkled on salt and chili powder. As a person, you still have to be particular and have a balanced diet. While waiting for the noodles, Bai Ze didn't stop working. He opened the ARK console and began mass-producing stone pickaxes and axes. The system directly consumed materials from his inventory, and tools materialized out of thin air, neatly arranged in the corner. His goal was clear. First, sell the tools and rake in the materials. Then, upgrade the thatched hut to a level 2 wooden cabin. Upgrading to a wooden hut would increase defense and unlock more features. Soon, the aroma of instant noodles filled the hut. 5 dodos, drawn by the smell, circled him, cooing and drooling. Bai Ze looked down and saw 12 stone pickaxes and 12 stone axes piled up in the corner. Not bad, that's efficient. He picked up the instant noodles, but didn't rush to eat them. Instead, he opened the regional chat channel, took a picture, and posted it. In the photo, the instant noodles were steaming hot, and a corner of a black Lacoon cigarette box was deliberately shown next to them. Bai Ze, sharing today's breakfast. What did everyone eat for breakfast? The message had barely been sent when the chat channel, which had been filled with requests for food and drinks, instantly exploded. What the hell? Bai Ze, you're not human. We're starving, and you're eating instant noodles. That's outrageous. I can smell the aroma, even through the screen. Hey bro, can I have a sip of the soup? I'll trade you 80 fiber. Wait, is that a black Lacoon cigarette? This bro even smokes. Bai Ze looked at the screen filled with envy and jealousy, laughing uncontrollably, and slowly typed. Bai Ze, smoking is harmful to your health. Everyone should take this opportunity to quit. Bai Ze, also, after I finish breakfast, I'll put a batch of stone pickaxes and stone axes on the trading post. Mining artifacts. First come, first served. After finishing his conversation, he put down his chatter and began to devour his noodles. The hot noodles paired with tender bird eggs, seasoned with salt and chili powder, were a top-tier treat in this ancient world where even condiments were scarce. Bai Ze ate every last drop of the noodles and soup, finally letting out a satisfied burp. Awesome. After finishing his meal, he lit another cigarette, slowly smoking it until he was done, before finally listing all 24 tools from the corner on the trading post. He set a uniform price, one tool for 100 units of material. Wood, fiber, thatch, anything was acceptable. Bai Ze thought he'd have to wait a while, but as soon as he finished listing them, the system notifications started going off like firecrackers. One after another, in less than 5 seconds, all 24 tools were gone. Bai Ze was a little surprised. Wow, these people have become so hard-working after just one night. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at the more than 2,400 units of materials that had surged in his backpack. Not bad. There will be plenty of opportunities to fleece people later. But right now, the most important thing isn't making money, but upgrading the shelter. Bai Ze immediately opened the shelter interface and selected to upgrade to level 2 wooden hut. Consume 500 wood, 500 fiber, and 500 thatch to upgrade the thatched hut to a wooden hut. Bai Ze didn't hesitate. Yes, 1,500 units of materials were deducted instantly. The next second, the entire thatched hut was enveloped in golden light. The dilapidated, drafty thatched walls quickly transformed into thick pine planks. The rickety roof was also replaced with neat wooden planks. A sturdy wooden door appeared at the entrance, and 2 operable windows appeared on the wall. The shelter was instantly transformed from a dilapidated thatched hut into a proper log cabin. But just as the golden light faded, a cold and authoritative system announcement suddenly resounded throughout the entire 727 district. System announcement. Congratulations to player Bai Ze for becoming the first player in 727 district to upgrade their shelter to level 2. System announcement. Reward Bai Ze. Ancient World Fragmented Map Template 1, Shelter Relocation Scroll 1. Bai Ze, a nationwide broadcast? Such a big deal. Before he could even process it, his private messages exploded. Olibe, Olikrap. Boss, is the Bai Ze the system was talking about really you? You're amazing. Xiao Wanning. Congratulations, boss. The first wooden house in the entire region. That's amazing. Wang Hao. Boss, please take me as your follower. I can chop trees and cut grass. Zhao Yang. Boss, do you need a follower? I can tank and fight. The regional chat channel went crazy. Some people were even envious. Tisich, it's just good luck. What's so great about it? Since Bai Ze can make tools, he should teach everyone how. We're all human. We should help each other. It's selfish of you to keep it to yourself. As soon as he said this, he was immediately rebuked by everyone. Bai Ze watched the chaotic chatter in the channel and laughed even harder. He chuckled, then broke apart the black Lacoon cigarettes and listed them one by one on the trading platform. Sure enough, in less than a second, all 24 cigarettes were gone. He closed the channel, found Li Wei and Xia Wanning's private messages, and sent them a bowl of braised beef noodles and a bottle of cola respectively. Bai Ze, consider this a thank you gift for reminding me about Sun Hao. Olibe, Olikrap. Thank you so much, boss. You're a true saint. Xiao Wanning. Thank you so much, boss. You're too kind. I'll save fiber for you as soon as I get it. Bai Ze didn't reply. He closed the chat window, his gaze falling on the 2 items the system had just rewarded him with. Chapter 10. Scalpers are everywhere. The description of the shelter relocation scroll is simple. It allows you to relocate your current shelter to any explored area. Bai Ze's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing it. This thing came at the perfect time. The natural valley he had his eye on earlier had excellent terrain, abundant resources, and was easy to defend. Once conditions were right, he could simply move the entire shelter there, saving the trouble of rebuilding. What he was truly looking forward to, however, was the incomplete ancient world map template. As soon as he clicked on it, Bai Ze's face darkened. Damn it, this is supposed to be a map? If you can't afford to give a reward, then don't. Only a small area in the lower right corner of the map was lit up. The rest was completely covered by black mist, and nothing could be seen. Fortunately, there was a small green arrow at the bottom. Bai Ze tried turning around, and the arrow followed suit. So this is my real-time location. He zoomed in on the map, staring at his area for a long time, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. It's a crescent-shaped island, its curved coastline encircling an inland sea, like a natural harbor. Strange, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. He couldn't remember, and he was too lazy to dwell on it. Incomplete is incomplete, but it's better than nothing. At least this way, when they go out exploring in the future, they won't just plunge headlong into the forest and never come back. Bai Ze put away the map and began to plan their next move. The island and its coastline are relatively safe for now. They haven't seen any carnivorous dinosaurs. But safety is only superficial. No one knows what lurks deeper in the jungles and mountains. More importantly, were there other survivors on this island? If so, perhaps they could find out about their parents. Just then, Bai Ze's feet suddenly felt heavy, and he almost fell over. He then realized, damn, I almost forgot. His backpack was overflowing with freshly collected materials, exceeding its weight limit. If he didn't deal with it soon, even walking would be difficult. Bai Ze immediately opened the ARK control panel and began frantically crafting stone pickaxes and axes. This time, he also added stone spears. Stone spears are weapons. They can be used for close combat and thrown at a distance, giving them a fighting chance against small dinosaurs. Moreover, making stone spears requires flint, so it's a good opportunity to collect a batch, saving him the trouble of hammering stones himself. Soon, a batch of tools was finished. Bai Ze immediately listed the tool on the auction house. As usual, 100 units of materials per tool, with a note accepting flint as payment. The auction house refreshed, and the chat channel exploded. The tool was sold out almost instantly. Materials poured into his inventory like water, repeatedly filling his weight bar to capacity. Too much. I can't possibly use it all. He simply threw the excess materials on the ground. Anyway, the system was set so that dropped items wouldn't disappear for 12 hours, so he could just pile them up and use them slowly. In this way, Bai Ze made a batch and sold a batch, and the materials kept piling up. After an unknown amount of time, a golden light suddenly flashed from his body. Level up, LV.3, gained free attribute points. 1. ARK Survival Control Console, automatically unlocked imprints. Coarse cloth shirt, coarse cloth pants, coarse cloth hat, coarse cloth boots, coarse cloth gloves, water bag. Finally, level 3. Bai Ze was overjoyed and immediately added his attribute points to endurance. Endurance, 12120. Increased endurance makes running, gathering, and combat more sustainable, a lifesaver in crucial moments. After adding the points, he immediately opened the imprint skill tree. Sure enough, the entire rough cloth outfit was unlocked. There was also an inconspicuous water bag. When Bai Ze saw the clothes, he almost burst into tears. Great! Finally, I don't have to wander around naked anymore. For the past few days, he had practically survived wearing only his underwear. I just took a swim in the sea this morning, and now that I'm dry, I'm covered in a layer of white salt stains. My skin is sunburnt and burning. If this keeps up, I'll be sunburnt to a crisp before the dinosaurs even arrive. What if I get bitten by a carnivorous dinosaur one day, and it thinks I marinated it beforehand and eats it right away? That would be such a waste. Bai Ze checked the attributes of each piece of coarse cloth clothing. Each piece added 30 or 40 points of defense. Although it wasn't strong, it was better than going naked. Scratch-resistant, sun-protective, and pet-proof. That's enough. Durability is 25 points, not high. I'll just make another one if it breaks. As for the water bladder, he initially didn't even consider it. What's the point of this thing? It leaks when filled with water. I have a mineral water bottle. Isn't that better? He was about to close the interface when his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of the small print at the bottom of the water bag description. Bai Ze abruptly stopped. He rubbed his eyes, leaned closer to the interface, and checked it over and over again. The next second, his breathing became rapid. Chapter 11. Sexy photos, you're not doing this right. Bai Ze stared at the newly unlocked water bag's description, completely stunned. This thing could actually convert any unsafe water source directly into drinkable fresh water. He abruptly turned his head to look at the sea outside the door, waves lapping against the beach. 1 second, it was undrinkable salt water. The next, it transformed into a super water dispenser with unlimited refills in his eyes. Seawater is undrinkable. Just put in a water bag, spin it around, and it becomes fresh water. Bai Ze's heart raced on the spot. This wasn't just a water bag. It was a portable water purifier. Not only would he never lack water himself, but he could also use fresh water for trade. In this survival-driven world, water is the ultimate currency. Whoever controls the water source controls the business. Unfortunately, making a water bag requires 4 animal hides, and he only had 2 in his backpack. Bai Ze suppressed his impulse and put the thought aside for the time being. Bottled water can last for a while, but clothes are more important right now. He opened the coarse cloth suit crafting interface. There was plenty of fiber, so he made a shirt, pants, hat, gloves, and boots all in one go. Although the linen was rough, it could block the wind and sun, and even add a little defense. Bai Ze tugged at the hem of his clothes, extremely satisfied. Now that's what a proper survivor should do. He casually opened the area chat channel. Messages were already flooding in. Some people were waiting for him to put his tools on the shelf. Some were crying because they hadn't managed to snag a stone spear, and others were cursing the scalpers who had actually resold the tools he made at inflated prices. Bai Ze looked at the word scalper and couldn't help but laugh. Good grief, these people learn quickly. They're treating him like a free labor, but he couldn't be bothered to care. He just put on an act first. He walked to the door of the cabin, found a well-lit angle, pointed one finger to the sky, snapped a full-body photo, and posted it directly to the public chat. Bai Ze, sorry, I just made a set of clothes. It's comfortable to wear, and it even adds defense. It can withstand a few more bites. The channel was silent for 2 seconds. The next second, it exploded. Wang Hao clothes? And they had defense? Are you cheating, bro? Zhao Yang, we're still naked and eating berries, and you're wearing armor. His stomach rumbled. Bai Ze then realized he hadn't eaten lunch yet. He took out the remaining cooked meat from his backpack, put on the campfire to reheat it, and sprinkled some of the barbecue seasoning he'd gotten from the gift box. The fat sizzled as it heated up, and the aroma instantly filled the cabin. After a few bites of meat, his body warmed up, but the salty, astringent feeling from the seawater drying on his skin returned, making it dry and itchy. Bai Ze frowned. The water bag had to be made, not just for drinking water, but also for taking freshwater baths, and more importantly, for monopolizing the business. After finishing his meal, he looked at the piles of materials inside and outside the house, which resembled small mountains, and felt another headache coming on. Wood, fiber, thatch, flint, they were everywhere. His backpack was already full, and if they kept piling up like this, there wouldn't even be room to step. He opened the level panel and glanced at it. Reaching level 4 required 100 experience points, and he only had 1.3, still far from it. However, it wasn't entirely hopeless. He could make another 200 tools and probably reach that level in an afternoon. Once he reaches level 4, he'll unlock the storage box, and then he'll have a place to store these materials. But before that, he needs to get some animal hides. The water bag requires animal hides, and many other things will also require them in the future. Bai Ze picked up the stone spear he had just made and walked to the door, about to set off, when his gaze suddenly fell on the 5 dodo birds wandering in the courtyard. He thought for a moment and decided to take them with him. If they really encountered danger, these 5 plump birds could at least rush up and block a few blows. Bai Ze waved his hand. Bird 1, bird 2, bird 3, bird 4, bird 5, gather together and come with me. Today I'll take you out to wreak havoc. The 5 dodo birds tilted their heads and looked at him for a long time before wobbling over. As a result, bird 2 couldn't stop in time at the door and crashed into the wooden door frame with a bang. He shook his head, then continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Bai Ze covered his face, completely speechless. It's fine if you can wreak havoc, but I'll be thankful if you guys don't cause me any trouble. Chapter 12. Experience Baby, Silly. Bai Ze, leading 5 directionally challenged dodo birds, walked and stopped frequently, dragging their feet for almost 20 minutes before finally reaching the edge of the jungle. This place was completely different from the seaside. The trees were frighteningly dense, with sunlight only filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was damp. The smell of earth mingled with the fragrance of grass and trees, and from the depths came the occasional roar of an unfamiliar beast. Bai Ze immediately crouched down, gripped his stone spear tightly, and turned to the birds, gesturing for them to be quiet. Keep your voices down. We're here to pick up the easy targets, not to die. If we run into something tough, all of you combined won't be enough to take a bite. Several dodos followed behind, bewildered, while he cautiously made his way into the woods, his eyes fixed on the surrounding bushes. He hadn't gone far when Bird 2 suddenly stretched its neck and let out a series of loud coo-coo-coo cries towards the bushes to its left. Bai Ze's scalp tingled, and he pounced, grabbing its beak. Ancestor, are you afraid we won't know we're here? He held his breath, glanced around, and only when he found no large creatures disturbed did he let go and give Bird 2 a light tap on the head. But Bird 2 wouldn't bark for no reason. There was definitely something behind that bush. Bai Ze crouched low, cautiously approaching, and his eyes lit up as he parted the leaves. In the bushes, 3 round creatures were munching on berries. Large heads, short necks, barrel-like bodies, they walked slowly and didn't seem aggressive at all. Water dragon beasts. Weren't these exactly the experience-giving pets he needed right now? The system panel immediately popped up. Water dragon, level 10, male, 260 HP, can be peacefully tamed with berries. The evaluation was straightforward. Don't let its seemingly dull appearance fool you. It provides a valuable experience boost. Others might not understand, but Bai Ze knew it all too well. Water dragon was a god-tier support in the early stages of ARK, providing an experience buff to nearby allies after taming. He was currently short on experience to level up, and this thing was practically a godsend. I have to get one. Bai Ze patted his backpack, only to be embarrassed. He didn't have a single purple berry, not even a red one. He didn't waste any time and immediately opened the auction house, searching for purple berries. A quick refresh revealed a screen full of listings, ridiculously cheap. Basically, one material could be exchanged for 10 berries. Bai Ze immediately ordered 200 berries. Since the dodo birds would eat them anyway, buying more wouldn't hurt. After the berries arrived, he glanced at the 3 water dragon beasts and immediately locked onto the highest level one. Level 13, 390 HP. That's it. Bai Ze quietly crouched down in front of it and offered it a purple berry. The water dragon glanced at Bai Ze with its small, slanted eyes, then at the berries, and surprisingly showed no wariness, swallowing them whole. Taming progress plus 3%. Bai Ze was overjoyed. There was hope, but he had only fed them a few when the 5 dodos beside him, seeing him feeding them, suddenly became anxious. They crowded around, chirping and scrambling for the food, their heads bumping against each other, almost knocking the berries from his hand. Bai Ze almost laughed out of exasperation. Hey, don't crowd. Have I been starving you? You're all like reincarnated starving ghosts. Helpless, he could only stuff 20 purple berries into the storage compartment of each dodo bird. Take these and eat them. Stay aside and don't delay your business. Only then did the birds disperse, satisfied, and bury their heads in their food. The world was finally quiet. Bai Ze continued feeding the water dragon beast, one berry after another. After more than 30 berries, a flash of golden light appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! Successfully tamed the water dragon beast. Experience plus 1. Received 1 white ordinary gift box. Bai Ze immediately named it. From now on, you'll be called Adai. He reached out and patted Adai's head. The next second, a faint wave of energy emanated from Adai. Bai Ze felt a gentle breeze on his face, and a notification immediately appeared in his status bar. Experience boost. 1.25x, lasting 1 hour. With this buff, his leveling speed would increase dramatically. Bai Ze looked at the 2 remaining untamed water dragon beasts, and a slow smile crept onto his face. He got experience points. Where would those experience points come from? From his two old friends, of course. He patted Adai on the shoulder and said with a grin, Adai, look at your two brothers. Aren't their skins smooth? Don't their meat smell delicious? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ze whistled and gave the attack command to one of the water dragon beasts. Adai hesitated for a moment, then staggered forward. 5 dodo birds flapped their wings and joined the attack. Although they looked clumsy, their sheer number made the scene both comical and ferocious. Seeing its companions surrounded, the other water dragon beast turned and ran in terror. How could Bai Ze let it go? He chased after it with his stone spear and swung it at its rear. The damage jumped by 60 points, much stronger than the stone pickaxe. The water dragon beast ran wildly in pain, but it was not born to run for its life. It would take a few steps and then look back, dawdling and showing no will to survive. Bai Ze chased after it and landed a few more blows. Soon, the water dragon beast let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground. Killed water dragon beast, experience plus 1.25, obtained white ordinary gift box X1. Bai Ze stepped on the corpse, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This was the first time he had personally killed a dinosaur-like creature since arriving in this world. Meanwhile, the brawl between Adai and the 5 dodo birds had also ended. The second water dragon also fell to the ground. Killed water dragon, experience plus 1.25, obtained 1 white common gift box. The battle ended, and the docile little creature scattered again, showing no interest in eating the meat. Bai Ze took out his stone axe and walked to the corpse. Experienced ARK players know that using a stone axe to chop corpses yields more animal hides, while a stone pickaxe is better for raw meat. What he needed most right now was animal hide. With a swift stroke of his axe, he finished processing it. Obtained 6 animal hides, 2 raw meats. He did the same with the second corpse. Obtained 6 animal hides, 2 raw meats. The 12 animal hides lay neatly in his backpack, and Bai Ze's eyes nearly squinted with joy. He had a water bag. He had fresh water for a bath. Even the idea of making money by selling water had been revealed ahead of time. That's enough. Let's head back. Go back and make the water bags, then continue pushing for level 4. Bai Ze called out, leading Adai and the 5 dodo birds in a grand procession towards the seaside cabin. Fortunately, the return journey was safe. Before long, they returned to the shelter smoothly. Chapter 13. Where are all these things? Bai Ze herded all the silly creatures into the wooden house, locked it behind him, and rushed to the beach with the 3 water bags he had just made. He filled the water bags with seawater, waited a few seconds, unscrewed them, and took a sip. The next second, Bai Ze's eyes lit up. Not salty. There was no taste of seawater at all. Instead, it tasted like lukewarm boiled water with a faint sweetness. Damn, it really filters. That's amazing. After confirming that no one was around, he immediately took off his clothes and took a long, refreshing shower with the water from the water bag. The salt, sweat, and dirt on his body were all washed away, and the dry, itchy feeling instantly disappeared. Bai Ze felt refreshed, as if he had been reborn. Back in the cabin, he opened the ARK console, set it to automatically craft stone pickaxes, axes, and spears, and casually clicked into the area chat channel to see if there was any new activity today. But as soon as he entered, he noticed something was off. Today, there were fewer people asking for supplies, and more people showing off their weapons. Azawa Young, ha ha ha, I snatched the boss's stone spear. Who dares mess with me now? Wang Qian, I'm the one who sent the boss photos. I'm his woman. Who dares touch me? Chen Hao, Shaw, I have a stone pickaxe too. What's so great about that? Bai Ze was taken aback. How'd this get dragged into this? He scrolled through the chat history, his expression quickly darkening. Half an hour ago, 2 survivors had met. One of them, wielding a stone spear, had robbed the other of his supplies and then killed him. Bai Ze fell silent. It turned out everyone hadn't suddenly become stronger. They were just bluffing. Everyone was afraid of being taken advantage of, robbed, and killed in the next second. In this ancient world devoid of law and order, human malice could no longer be concealed. The law of the jungle prevailed. However, for Bai Ze, this might not be a bad thing. The more dangerous the place, the more valuable the weapons and tools became. He immediately put 20 newly crafted tools up for sale at the trading post. Sure enough, they were all sold out in less than 3 seconds. Bai Ze remembered someone mentioning scalpers, so he casually searched for stone spear. He almost burst out laughing when he saw what he saw. The stone spears he originally paid 100 materials each were being listed for 200 materials by scalpers, and they were still in high demand. Good heavens, they're making double the profit, even more than I do. Bai Ze stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. Since they love speculating so much, he'd play along. He immediately adjusted his manufacturing plan, no longer releasing large quantities, but only 10 at a time. Once sold out, he'd release another 10 after 10 minutes. Soon, the 10 stone spears disappeared the moment they were listed. In less than 2 seconds, 10 more stone spears, priced at 200 materials each, appeared in the trading house. Wow, that's fast. The chat channel exploded. Wang Hao, these scalpers. I've been waiting for ages and still haven't managed to snag a single one. Zhao Lei, boss, do something about this. This is outrageous. Lu Mingming, I've been saving up materials for so long, and now I can't even afford a stone pickaxe, boo-hoo. Bai Ze remained unperturbed, continuing to craft and list his items at his own leisure. He hoarded all the extra tools in the house. He had plenty of materials anyway, so he wasn't a rush. He just kept making and selling and making, and before long, a golden light suddenly flashed from his body. Level up, LV.4, gained free attribute points, 1. ARK Survival Control Console, imprints automatically unlocked, thatched foundation, thatched door frame, thatched door, thatched wall, thatched ceiling, storage box, animal hide sleeping bag. Bai Ze almost jumped up. Finally, level 4. He didn't hesitate to add his attribute points to endurance. Endurance, 130 over 130. Looking at the newly unlocked imprints, Bai Ze couldn't stop smiling. The storage boxes are here. Now he doesn't have to worry about the materials scattered all over the floor anymore. More importantly, there's also a thatched building kit. That means he can finally build separate houses for the dodo and a die. Finally, he won't have to share a house with these poop-loving kings anymore. Bai Ze immediately stopped making tools and made 6 storage boxes, which he neatly arranged in the corner of the wooden house. Then he sorted and stuffed all the wood, fiber, thatch, and flint on the ground into the container. The wooden house, which had been a messy garbage dump, instantly became much neater. Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I really am a meticulous man. After tidying up, he continued to let the control panel automatically create tools, while he took out the 3 ordinary white gift boxes he had obtained from killing the water dragon beast and arranged them in a row. System, give me something good, open. 3 flashes of white light appeared. 3 items appeared on the ground. A beautifully packaged face cream, a pair of black stockings, and a box of baby condoms printed with cartoon patterns. Bai Ze stared at the ground, completely stunned. He remained silent for a long time before finally managing to speak. What the hell is all this? What's the use of it? Just because I didn't call you System Daddy earlier, you're retaliating like this? Bai Ze was speechless, but finally sighed. Oh well, it's still supplies. Others might not even have enough. He stuffed the 3 ridiculous items into the bottom of his backpack, out of sight, out of mind. Next, it was time to build houses for those poop-loving geezers. Bai Ze went to the open space next to the wooden house, first laying a grassy foundation, then building a thatched wall, adding a ceiling, and installing a door. In less than 10 minutes, a small, square house, shaped like a coffin, was completed. Not bad. This skill is wasted on construction sites. He turned and pushed open the wooden cabin door. Sure enough, there were several more piles of fresh droppings on the ground. I knew it, Bai Ze said with a dark face, shooing the 5 dodos and Dai into the newly built little house. From now on, you'll all live here. You'll poop here too. If anyone comes into my house again, I'll get mad at them. The silly birds tilted their heads and glanced at him, then quickly started wandering around in their new home. Bai Ze went back inside and cleaned the floor. Suddenly, he remembered something. 3 people still owed him materials from the stone pickaxe he sold earlier. He didn't need the materials, but he couldn't let the debts go unpaid. He opened his private messages and found the 3 people. When he saw the messages, his heart sank. Of the 3, only the guy with the drain hole, Li Wei, still had his profile picture lit up, and he had already sent over the 1 set of materials he owed. The other 2 avatars had both turned gray. Bai Ze shined softly. 2 more were gone. In this world, death was far too easy. Perhaps the next second would be his turn. At that moment, another batch of automatically manufactured tools piled up on the ground. Bai Ze put 10 on the shelf, as usual, and they were instantly sold out. He put the rest into his storage box. The more enthusiastically the scalpers grab the goods now, the harder they'll fall when I close the net. Bai Ze stretched, opened the shelter interface, and checked the requirements for the next level upgrade. Requirements for upgrading to a level 3 stone house. Level 5, wood X 1000, thatch X 1000, fiber X 1000, stone X 500. Goodness, it's getting more and more expensive. But I don't lack materials, I'm just 1 level short. He glanced at the status bar. Odd Eye's experience buff was about to expire. Bai Ze was about to go to the coffin room, next door, to pat Odd Eye's head and renew the buff. But just then, a soft, rustling sound came from outside. It was footsteps, and deliberately, very soft footsteps. Chapter 14. Who are you? Bai Ze's heart skipped a beat, and his whole body tensed instantly. There had been footsteps outside. It wasn't the sound of wind or waves, but the sound of someone deliberately walking lightly on the sand. He immediately pulled out his stone spear from his backpack and slowly pushed open the door crack to look outside. The courtyard was empty, with only the sea breeze swirling the sand. Bai Ze was certain someone was coming. A robbery and murder had just occurred in the chat channel. He dared not gamble. This was his camp. Supplies, cabins, and the secrets of the ARK control console were all hidden here. Exposure would have dire consequences. Bai Ze lowered his breath, gripped his stone spear tightly, and silently made his way to the nearby coffin shed. He planned to release the dodo and Odd Eye first. If a fight broke out, these simpletons might not win, but they could at least hold him off and buy him time. But just as his hand touched the thatched door, a dull thud of sand being compacted came from behind him. Bai Ze whirled around. A man nearly 1.9 meters tall was standing 3 meters behind him. The man was shirtless, with well-defined muscles and bronze skin, wearing only the system-provided rough cloth shorts, looking like a powerful, muscular man. He clearly hadn't expected Bai Ze to react so quickly. His face first showed surprise, then wild joy. "Your boss, Bai Ze?" he exclaimed, staring at Bai Ze's rough cloth outfit, his voice trembling with excitement. "It's definitely you. In the entire 727 district, only you can make this kind of protective clothing. I saw the wooden house from afar and thought I was seeing things, but it really is you." Bai Ze's stone spear was still pointing at him, his eyes icy cold. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The man immediately raised his hands, indicating that he had no weapons, and forced a simple, honest smile. "Don't misunderstand, sir. My name is Hu Jun. Before I teleported, I was in the Chinese army. I've been exploring this area since I arrived, and I came over to check out the building. I never expected to run into the legendary Sir Bai Ze." Bai Ze sized him up. He had a buzz cut, stood ramrod straight, had sharp eyes and thick calluses on his hands and palms. He certainly looked like a trained man. Bai Ze relaxed his guard slightly, but still didn't put down the stone spear in his hand. "So it's Brother Hu." Hu Jun waved his hand with a wry smile. "Don't be so polite, sir. In this godforsaken place, I'm just an ordinary person trying to survive. Since you're busy, I won't bother you any longer. If you encounter any danger nearby in the future, just call me in the chat channel, and I, Hu Jun, will be there for you." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Wait," Bai Ze suddenly called out. Hu Jun stopped and turned back to look at him. Bai Ze stared into his eyes and said, word by word, "I hope you'll keep my location a secret. I don't want too many people to know, to avoid trouble." Hu Jun immediately patted his chest to assure him. "Don't worry, boss. I'm tight-lipped. I won't tell anyone." He turned around again as soon as he finished speaking. In that instant, Bai Ze moved. Like a cheetah poised for attack, he charged forward, his stone spear whistling through the air, aiming fiercely at Hu Jun's back. The strike was fast, ruthless, and completely unexpected. But Hu Jun's reaction was even more terrifying. Just as the stone spear was about to strike, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he suddenly rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the fatal thrust. At the same time, a flash of cold light appeared. A military dagger had appeared in his hand. His previous honest and simple expression vanished instantly, replaced by sinister and ferocious intent. "Why?" He stared intently at Bai Ze, his voice chillingly cold. Why did you suddenly attack me? Bai Ze sneered, his stone spear held horizontally in front of him. Pretty good at pretending, little Sakura. Hu Jun's expression changed drastically. Bai Ze continued, even your name is fake. How could I dare let you leave alive? The other parties still try to hold on, gritting their teeth and saying, I don't understand what you're saying. You attacked me for no reason. Aren't you afraid I'll post everything about you, including your location, in the chat channel? Bai Ze shrugged. Go ahead and post it. Do you dare? His tone suddenly turned cold. Murayama Ichiya. As soon as those 4 words were uttered, the other party's face turned deathly pale. The next second, he completely broke down. Baka, Murayama Ichino roared, no longer pretending. How do you know my real name? Impossible. I've been infiltrating your military camp for 3 years, and no one has discovered me. How did you know? Bai Ze felt a wave of fear. Luckily, he had been more cautious earlier. As Murayama Ichino turned around, he subconsciously glanced at the other party's information using the ARK console. The scan immediately revealed their real name. Without that, he might be the one dead today. Bai Ze gripped his stone spear tightly, his eyes growing colder. How I know is none of your concern. You only need to know that today, you won't be leaving this beach. Murayama Ichino sneered. Arrogant. Don't think you're so great just because you're a higher level and have some tattered clothes. When it comes to killing, you're still a greenhorn. Bai Ze knew this, of course. Although he was level 4 and had allocated all his attribute points to stamina and had a coarse cloth set for defense, his close combat experience was almost 0. A direct confrontation would be a sure loss. The only way was to wear him down through sheer endurance. But Murayama Ichino gave him no chance to think. He pushed off with his feet, lunging at Bai Ze like a black lightning bolt, his dagger aimed straight for his throat. Bai Ze's pupils contracted, and he jerked backward. The dagger grazed his chin, sending a gust of cold wind through him, instantly slicing a thin gash in his skin. Before he could recover, Murayama Ichino's second stab had already landed. His attacks were extremely cunning, each strike aimed at vital points like the neck, heart, and abdomen. Bai Ze could only awkwardly swing his stone spear to parry, but the spear was too long, making it impossible to maneuver effectively at close range. His coarse cloth shirt was ripped open by the dagger, and a sharp blade left a bloody gash on Bai Ze's abdomen. Health points -43. A sharp pain exploded instantly. Bai Ze gasped in pain, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Damn, that really hurts. Murayama Ichino, like a wolf smelling blood, immediately pressed forward, his dagger flashing relentlessly, giving Bai Ze no chance to create distance. Bai Ze retreated step by step, his advantage with the stone spear completely crushed. Chapter 15. I still have another room for this thing. Bai Ze had no choice but to turn and run. He clutched the wound in his lower abdomen, frantically circling the coffin shed in the courtyard. Hot blood trickled down between his fingers, quickly soaking his coarse cloth trousers. It hurt, it really hurt, but he dare not stop. Behind him, Murayama Ichino, gripping a military dagger, pursued relentlessly, his eyes like those of a hungry wolf, clearly intending to wear Bai Ze down. Bai Ze gritted his teeth, a cold smile playing on his lips. He was a level 4, with almost all his attribute points invested in stamina. Surely he couldn't outrun a level 1? As for the dodo bird and Adai, he dared not release them. In this situation, those guys would just be easy prey and might even hold him back. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The sea breeze blew, carrying the salty, fishy smell mixed with the stench of blood through the courtyard. Their breathing grew heavier, and their steps became increasingly unsteady. Bai Ze's stamina was rapidly waning. His legs began to weaken, and his vision started to blur. But he could hear the footsteps behind him growing heavier and slower. Finally, after circling halfway around, Murayama Ichino couldn't hold on any longer. He abruptly stopped at the corner of the coffin shed, leaning against the wall, panting heavily, as if his entire body had been drained. His stamina had run out. Bai Ze also stopped, leaning against the wall, his chest aching from the effort. But the next second, a slow smile crept onto his lips. His chance had arrived. He abruptly straightened up, gripped his stone spear, and charged towards Murayama Ichino, thrusting it towards his chest. Murayama Ichino reacted quickly. Though exhausted, he managed to duck and dodge. But he dared not pursue, and could only stand there, staring at Bai Ze, hoping to recover some stamina. How could Bai Ze give him a chance? You've been chasing me for so long. Now it's my turn. With that, Bai Ze swung his arm and hurled the stone spear. The spear whistled through the air, heading straight for Murayama, Ichino's face. Murayama, Ichino's pupils constricted. He was completely stunned. He hadn't expected Bai Ze to dare throw his only weapon. In a split second, he desperately lunged to the side, tumbling awkwardly onto the sand. The stone spear grazed his ear and embedded itself hard in the thatched wall behind him. Just as he was about to get up, he heard Bai Ze chuckle lightly. Not bad at dodging. Let's see how many you can dodge. Murayama, Ichino looked up, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. In Bai Ze's hand, another identical stone spear appeared out of nowhere. Impossible. Murayama, Ichino's voice changed. How could you have another one? Bai Ze smiled, took another one out of his backpack, and weighed it in his hand. A lot? I have a whole room full of these, enough for you to hide in. Murayama, Ichino, completely broke down. Just moments ago, he was as fierce as a demon, but now he's kneeling on the ground, kowtowing. Boss, spare my life. I was wrong. I can be your dog. I'll kill for you. I'll plunder for you. Please spare my life. Bai Ze's eyes were icy. A person like you will only bring trouble sooner or later. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words. 1, 2, 3. Stone spears flew out one after another, raining down on Murayama, Ichino. Murayama, Ichino could only roll on the ground to dodge, looking as pathetic as a stray dog. But his stamina was long gone. Each roll felt like draining his life force. Soon, his movement slowed. A stone spear pierced his thigh with pinpoint accuracy. Murayama, Ichino screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Bai Ze walked step by step to him, looking down at him. Murayama, Ichino raised his head, his eyes filled with venom. Fine, you forced me to this. Even if I die, you won't get away with it. With his last ounce of strength, he opened the area chat channel. Murayama, Ichino, Bai Ze killed someone. Help! I was just passing by a shelter, and he tried to kill me to silence me. Murayama, Ichino. His location is on a crescent-shaped beach. Everyone come and kill him. Take his supplies. The message had barely finished when Murayama, Ichino's eyes widened, and he collapsed, filled with resentment and bitterness, never to move again. Bai Ze looked at his corpse and sneered. So what if they know? Do they have a map? Do they even know where the crescent-shaped beach is? They can't even figure out where they are, yet they want to come looking for me. After saying that, he squatted down and pulled back the stone spears one by one, wiped away the blood, and put them back into his backpack. Then, he picked up the military dagger that Murayama, Ichino had dropped. The dagger was cool to the touch, with a sharp blade, much easier to handle than the stone spears. This was a worthwhile trade. With a few swings of the pickaxe, he vanished in a flash of white light, leaving only 3 pieces of raw flesh. Having done all this, Bai Ze leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. It looked like he won easily, but if he had been a moment slower, he would have been dead. The most dangerous thing in this world has never been dinosaurs, but humans. Just then, the regional chat channel exploded. The chat area was in an uproar. Bai Ze quickly scanned it, and, finding that no one knew the exact location of the crescent-shaped beach, was completely relieved. He promptly blocked all those sarcastic comments. Out of sight, out of mind. However, he still needed to trade supplies with these people and couldn't completely ignore public opinion. So he posted a message. Bai Ze, this person disguised himself as a soldier and infiltrated my shelter to steal supplies, but I killed him. His last words are not credible. As soon as the message was posted, the public opinion immediately changed. Wang Hao, I knew it. Zhao Lei, boss, you're awesome. That's self-defense. Li Wei, support the boss. Bai Ze had just smiled when it aggravated his abdominal wound, causing him to gasp in pain. He looked down and saw that the bleeding hadn't completely stopped. So he immediately sent another message in the chat channel. Bai Ze, buying medical supplies. Alcohol, iodine, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages. Bring your price. Chapter 16 airdropped to the doorstep. The moment the message was sent, Bai Ze's private chat exploded. He clicked on it, and his face immediately turned black. A broken Band-Aid is being sold for 300 yuan for materials. A small wad of cotton soaked in iodine, and they dare to ask for 500. This isn't a transaction. It's treating him like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Bai Ze ignored it and scrolled down. He finally found a few reasonable quotes. 1 bottle of alcohol-soaked cotton balls, exchanged for 100 materials, done in a flash. 6 amoxicillin pills, requiring 600 materials. I bought them without batting an eye. In this wretched place, anti-inflammatory drugs are a second life. He also bought cold medicine and fever reducers. Who knows when a sea breeze might make him sick? It's always good to have some on hand. Scrolling to the end, there was a man named Zhang Feng with bandages on his arm, and the only note was, change water or food. Bai Ze immediately sent a private message to him. Bai Ze, what do you want to change? State it clearly. The other end replied almost instantly, their voice trembling. Wow, you actually replied to me. I just want 2 bottles of water. If not, 1 bottle of water plus a piece of black bread will do. I'm dying of thirst. Bai Ze was taken aback. Die of thirst. Doesn't the system provide a minimum daily allowance? If you're careful, it should be enough for you. Zhang Feng, as if afraid he would misunderstand, quickly explained. Boss, I'm not alone. When I teleported, I was holding my daughter, who was less than a year old. She's too young to talk, let alone receive the system's welfare benefits. I have to feed 2 people with just my water and bread. Bai Ze's heart sank suddenly. He then realized that it wasn't just adults who had been transported here. The elderly and children had all been thrown into this world, but they didn't even have the most basic ability to protect themselves. This system is utterly devoid of humanity. Bai Ze asked, where did the bandages come from? Zhang Feng smiled wryly. It's in my daughter's hand. She was playing a doctor game before the teleportation, and she wouldn't let go of it. Bai Ze remained silent for a moment before stating his price directly. 2 bottles of water, 2 buckets of braised beef noodles, 1 dodo bird egg, and 1 piece of black bread. That's the deal. Zhang Feng panicked. Wow, that's too much. Absolutely too much. A single bandage isn't worth this much. I just need 2 bottles of water. Bai Stund. These days, are there still people who complain about being given too much? In a world where people would risk their lives for a bite to eat, Zhang Feng's sense of duty is all the more precious. Bai Ze said calmly, it's worth it to me. Besides, it's not for you, it's for the child. Hurry up and make the deal. My wound is hurting terribly. Zhang Feng's voice choked instantly. Thank you so much, boss. Thank you so much. If you ever need my help in the future, I, Zhang Feng, will go through fire and water for you. As long as my daughter can live. Bai Ze interrupted him. All right, take good care of the child. If there's a water shortage in the future, it'll be 20 materials per bottle. Bring your own bottle to exchange for it. You can also sell it outside. The price will remain the same. Thank you so much, boss. Thank you so much, boss. After the transaction was completed, Bai Ze looked at the bandage in his hand, feeling somewhat conflicted. He gave her extra things because he was soft-hearted. Thinking of the little girl who couldn't even speak, he thought of his own parents. I don't know where they are now, or if they've encountered any danger. Bai Ze took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and pressed an alcohol-soaked cotton ball onto the wound. He almost jumped up on the spot. Damn Sakura, it hurts like hell. The wound burned with pain, and cold sweat broke out instantly. Bai Ze gritted his teeth, unscrewed the amoxicillin capsule, poured the powder onto the wound, wrapped it tightly with bandages, and finally tied what he thought was a very cool bow. Perfect. After all that fuss, my stomach started to protest. Bai Ze cooked a pot of braised beef noodles and slurped it down quickly. When he choked, he took a sip of ice-cold cola. The bubbles burst in his mouth, and most of his previous irritability and fatigue instantly disappeared. After he finished eating, he glanced at his experience bar. 200/187. I was just a little short of level 5. He already had over 200 tools in his backpack, but it was still far from enough. Bai Ze took a bunch of materials from a storage box, stuffed them into his backpack, and set up automatic crafting. He then lay down on the cold wooden floor and fell into a deep sleep. I slept exceptionally soundly that night. There were no dodo birds cooing in his ears and no lingering stench. The only problem was that the planks were too hard, making his whole body ache. When he woke up, it was already broad daylight. On the 3rd day after being teleported here, we arrived. Just as Bai Ze stretched, a golden light suddenly flashed across his body. Level up. LV.5. Gained 1 free attribute point. ARK Survival Control Console. Engrams automatically unlocked. Stone foundation, stone walls, stone ceiling, wooden door, wooden window, raft, large storage box. Bai Ze's eyes lit up. Holy crap, you can level up while sleeping. Without a second thought, he immediately added his attribute points to endurance. Endurance, 140/140. Looking at the backpack, all the materials were used up in one night, yielding over 400 new tools. Adding those to what I had stockpiled before, I now have over 700 in total. Bai Ze rubbed his hands together, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Scalpers, your good days are over. But before we get started, let's eat first. Bai Ze arrived at the door of the coffin room next door. As soon as he pushed the door open, a stench comparable to that of a biological weapon hit him in the face. Vomit. He almost threw up the instant noodles he ate last night and took several steps back. Are you trying to suffocate me? This is a rebellion. The house was covered in excrement, leaving no room to step. Odd-Eye and the 5 dodos, however, were quite leisurely strolling through the pile of dung, occasionally pecking at it. Bai Ze covered his nose and quickly used the control panel to remove a section of the roof for ventilation. It took quite a while for the stench to subside a little. He braced himself and rushed in, picked up the 6 dodo eggs on the ground, and then ran out as if his life depended on it. Fine. The system will refresh automatically in 12 hours. You can build whatever you want. I don't care anymore. He roasted 2 eggs by the campfire for breakfast. After finishing his meal, Bai Ze returned to his room, sat down next to the storage box, and opened the chat channel. He originally intended to give a heads up and prepare a large number of distribution tools so that everyone could prepare their materials in advance. As soon as I entered, I was overwhelmed by a screen full of messages. Wang Hao, holy crap. Look up at the northern sky. What's that? It's blinding me. Zhao Lei, I saw it. A huge golden pillar of light, shooting straight into the sky. Li Wei. Nonsense, this is an airdrop. Survival rule number 3. Airdrops are dropped globally every 3 days at random times, and they contain good stuff. Chun Hao. An airdrop? There probably aren't any guns or bullets in there, right? Brothers, let's team up and charge. Zhou Qiang, charge. There's strength in numbers. No one can take it all by themselves. Lu Mingming, take me with you. I can shout 666, and I can pick things up. Bai Ze's heart stirred, and he looked up at the window. Sure enough, a huge golden pillar of light stood out conspicuously in the northern sky. It could be seen clearly even from a great distance. Sun Yang, don't be silly. What are you rushing for? You don't even know where you are, and you're looking for an airdrop? You'll run into a dinosaur on the way and be done for. Li Wei, Sun Yang is right. Airdrops are nice, but our lives are more important. Let's focus on developing our character first. Bai Ze nodded. That's absolutely right. Most people these days only have a stone spear at most, and going to try and grab an airdrop is basically just suicide. But the next second, a message caused the entire channel to explode. Sun Hao, ha. You guys take your time running. I'm not going, because the airdrop is right at my doorstep. Wang Hao, holy crap. Is this for real? Zhao Lei, what kind of incredible luck is this? He must have traded his lifespan for it. Chen Hao, I'd trade my roommate's 30 years of impotence for an airdrop to smash in his face. Zhou Qiang, that's great. I'd trade your roommate's 30 years of impotence for that. Li Wei, I would trade my 30 years of impotence for it. Wang Hao, bro, you're really something. Wait, didn't you only have a drain hole left? Li. Bai Ze looked at the chat channel and felt a pang of sadness. Sun Hao's luck is truly outrageous. An airdrop that others might run themselves ragged trying to reach landed right at his doorstep. I wonder what good stuff might come out of there. Despite his envy, Bai Ze quickly looked away. Airdrops belong to others, but business is yours. Chapter 17. Destroy your blueprint. Bai Ze cleared his throat and sent a reminder directly in the chat channel. Bai Ze, be careful when picking up airdrops. You only have one life. If you're not strong enough, don't bother. The channel immediately responded. Wang Hao, received instruction from the boss. Zhao Lei, I'm not going anymore. I'll just stick to being a tool for the big shots. Lu Mingming, hey bro, Are you going to pick up the airdrop too? Bai Ze, not going. We're giving away freebies today. 700 stone pickaxes, stone axes, and stone spears. All at a 10% discount. 90 materials per weapon. They're already listed on the auction house, with unlimited supply to follow. The channel exploded as soon as he said that. Wang Hao, holy crap. Boss, I love you. Finally, I don't have to get ripped off by scalpers anymore. Zhao Lei, brothers charge. First come, first served. Bai Ze left the channel and listed over 700 tools on the trading house all at once. He thought it would take a while to sell, but as soon as he clicked confirm, the transaction notifications started popping up like firecrackers. In less than 10 seconds, all 700 plus tools were gone. Those scalpers who had stockpiled hundreds of tools, intending to resell them at double the price, turned green with shock on the spot. Soon, someone couldn't help but jump out and start cursing. Huang da shai. Bai Ze. What do you mean? Do you think it's easy for us to earn a living? Lu Ergu, exactly. You're hoarding all the food, but what about us resellers? Are we not human? Before Bai Ze could speak, the ordinary survivors were already enraged. Wang Hao, hard-earned money? Buying for 100 and selling for 200, you guys must have worked really hard to make that money. Zhao Lei, heartless scalpers, they deserve to lose money. Li Wei, I support Bai Ze. You sell cheaply and still get criticized. Do you have no shame? The two sides were arguing fiercely when a message suddenly popped up in the channel. Li Gong. Oh. Velociraptor. Help. The next second, Li Gang's name turned gray. The entire chat channel went silent instantly. Even the scalpers who were just cursing the loudest have all shut up. Because this Li Gang is the one who just shouted the loudest about forming a team to rush the airdrop. Less than 10 minutes later, the person was gone. Bai Ze looked up at the window and saw several more colorful pillars of light in the distance, like giant candles stuck in the ground. He knew in his heart that these airdrops were not something anyone could just touch. But just when everyone was still feeling apprehensive, Sun Hao jumped out. He posted a photo in which he stood next to a high-tech white diamond-shaped airdrop box, making a peace sign and looking smug. Sun Hao, sorry, I accidentally became the first person in the entire server to pick up an airdrop. Sun Hao, where's Bai Ze? Did you find him? Ha ha ha. What's the point of having tools? Luck is king. Bai Ze glanced at him, too lazy to pay him any attention. Childish. But when no one responded, Sun Hao became even more arrogant. Sun Hao, Bai Ze, your tool monopoly business is probably not going to last long. Sun Hao, listen up everyone. Starting today, I, Sun Hao, will be selling stone axes in bulk. They cost 80 materials each, and are even cheaper than Bai Ze's. Sun Hao, Bai Ze stone axe only costs 12 materials to make, but he sells it for 100, and you still say he's good? That's too greedy. After saying that, Sun Hao also showed a blueprint of a stone axe. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow. So it turns out it was the stone axe blueprint. No wonder it was so high up. The channel's sentiment immediately shifted. Passerby, 80 per gun? Then I'll buy Sun Hao's from now on. Passerby B, Bai Ze really made a lot of money. Passerby C, boycott Bai Ze, supports Sun Hao. But some people stood up to defend Bai Ze. Li Wei, do you have any conscience? Without Bai Ze, you'd still be chopping down trees with your bare hands. Xiao Wanning, have you forgotten who Sun Hao is? How can you trust someone like that? Wang Hao, I will always support the big boss. I wouldn't even take anything from Sun Hao for free. Bai Ze looked at these messages and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Okay, it wasn't a waste of time to help. As for those opportunists, he didn't care at all. No matter how loudly they shout, when they really need tools, they'll still come back to buy them. He closed the chat channel and opened a shelter interface. The upgrade requirements have been met. Stone axe blueprint? Is it that impressive? What he needs to make is not just a few broken stone axes. Bai Ze took a deep breath and clicked upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the level 2 wooden house to a level 3 exquisite wooden house by consuming 1,000 wood, 1,000 thatch, 1,000 fiber, and 500 stone? Yes. 3,500 units of material were deducted instantly. The next second, the entire wooden house burst into dazzling golden light. The originally cramped and drafty shack rapidly expanded and transformed in the light. The old wooden planks became smooth, solid wood, and all the gaps that used to let in air were completely sealed. A few seconds later, the golden light dissipated. A charming wooden house with a small courtyard appeared before Bai Ze's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a cold and authoritative system announcement resounded throughout District 727. System announcement. Congratulations to player Bai Ze for becoming the first player in server 727 to upgrade their shelter to level 3. System announcement. Rewards for Bai Ze. Incomplete map template upgrade X1. Shelter relocation scroll X1. Blue exquisite gift box X1. System announcement. We hope all survivors will continue their efforts and strive to survive. The entire 727 district fell silent once again. Sun Hao, who had been so arrogant just moments before, froze instantly with a smile. Looking at the blueprint for the stone axe in his hand, he suddenly felt it wasn't appealing at all anymore. 3 seconds later, the chat channel completely exploded. Wang Hao, holy crap, we're still stuck at level 2 shelter, and the big shots are already at level 3? Zhao Lei, dude, are you even human? Are we even playing the same game? Li Wei, I suspect the big boss was reborn. Chen Hao, rebirth my ass, this is clearly cheating. But I like it, you're awesome. Bai Ze stopped watching the channel. He was circling his new home, grinning from ear to ear. What was originally a small, dilapidated house of 20 square meters has been transformed into a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house of over 100 square meters, complete with a small courtyard. Stepping inside, the living room features a solid wood sofa and coffee table. The dining room has a table and chairs, and there's a fireplace in the corner for heating and cooking. Each of the 3 bedrooms has a sturdy wooden bed. This is hardly a struggle for survival. This is practically move-in ready. Bai Ze carried the materials piled on the floor into the living room one by one, and sorted them into 6 large storage boxes. Looking at his clean and spacious new home, he slumped onto the sofa. Awesome. This is what life should be like. After resting for a while, he realized that he had already reached level 5 and hadn't checked the newly unlocked marks yet. Bai Ze opened the console and quickly scanned it. A thatched wall, useless. A sloping thatched roof is useless. Wooden signs are useless. His eyes lit up the moment he saw a line of text. Secondary comb dragon saddle. Holy crap, finally I can have a mount. From now on, I won't have to run around on foot anymore when I go out. However, Fushalong is very fast. With his current abilities, he might not even be able to catch up. He still needs to be fully prepared before making any moves. As he continued scrolling down, he saw a slingshot. Long-range weapons can stun dinosaurs, making them perfect for taming later. Bai Ze immediately used 5 pieces of wood, 20 pieces of fiber, and 1 stone to make a slingshot and put it in his backpack. Next, he checked the upgrade requirements for the next level of shelter. 2,000 wood, 2,000 stones, 1,000 thatch, 1,000 fiber. None of these are difficult to obtain. But there's another item after that, 1,000 units of cement. Bai Chiffront. Where do you get cement? He put the matter aside for the time being and began to check the system rewards. There was already one before the migration scroll, so it's not unusual. After the map template was upgraded, a large area was lit up and even the strait between Half Moon Island and the mainland could be seen. In the end, only that exquisite blue gift box remained. Bai Ze held the gift box in his hand and examined it from all angles. It's much more upscale than a white gift box, and the box surface has intricate patterns. He rubbed his hands together, his face full of piety. System Daddy, please don't give me black or white stockings this time. Give me something useful, please. As soon as he finished speaking, the gift box was opened. A soft blue light appeared. Bai Ze looked down and froze on the spot. Is Chapter 18 reasonable? Is this reasonable? Bai Ze stared blankly at the silver-gray pistol on the ground. The gun gleamed coldly, and next to it lay a magazine full of bullets. Glock 17. Damage, 142. Diameter, 9 millimeters. Durability, 374/374. Bai Ze's hands were trembling as he slowly picked up the gun. It was cold, heavy, and ridiculously real. He'd never even seen a real gun in his life, let alone touched one. The most powerful thing he ever played with as a kid was a cheap plastic BB gun that cost just a few dollars. Relying on his memory from the game, he fumbled to press the magazine release button. With a click, the magazine fell out. I counted, and there were a total of 17 shots. Including the spare magazine next to it, there are a total of 34 bullets. Bai Ze almost jumped up on the spot. Holy crap, What kind of godlike drop rate is this? He even wanted to open the chat channel and yell, "Who else?" But the next second, reason held him firmly in place. No, this is our trump card. We absolutely must not let anyone know about it. The deeper we hide it, the more likely it will be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Bai Ze carefully put the magazine back in, locked the safety, tucked it into his lower back, and then covered it completely with his coarse cloth shirt. With this gun, he'd be willing to pull it out and fight even if he ran into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, let alone a Triceratops. He looked out at the distant jungle and mountains. He used to only dare to hide by the sea, but now he's clearly become bolder. It's still early, why not go out and explore? Bai Ze, carrying a stone spear, a stone axe, and a newly made slingshot, weighed himself down to about 60 pounds and quietly left the house. He walked along the coastline first to a safer spot. He hadn't walked far when he spotted an oviraptor, furtively digging a hole near a mound of earth. The moment it saw him, it darted into the bushes, disappearing in a flash. Bai Ze didn't chase after them and continued forward. Soon, a flock of chubby dodos appeared on the beach, pecking at the sand with their heads down, each one more endearing than the last. Bai Ze's eyes lit up, and he charged forward with his stone spear. The 5 dogs at home are already enough to cause trouble and destruction. If he raises a few more, he'll be suffocated by the stench sooner or later. Tame? Wasting time. It's better to kill it and use the materials. The 7 dodos didn't even have a chance to fight back before Bai Ze stabbed them to death one by one. Obtained 21 pieces of raw meat. Obtained 12 animal hides. Obtained 7 white common gift boxes. Bai Ze stuffed everything into his backpack and continued on his way. After walking for almost an hour, we hadn't even covered half the coastline, and there was hardly any life. Apart from that flock of dodos, we encountered almost nothing else. He frowned. It seems that if you really want to gain something, you still have to go into the jungle. Bai Ze was 100 times unwilling. Who knew what kind of man-eating monster was hidden inside? But when he reached behind his back and touched the cold pistol, his courage returned. What's there to be afraid of? I have a gun. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and disappeared into the jungle. They hadn't gone far when they heard rustling sounds ahead. Then came heavy footsteps and the sound of tree branches snapping. Bai Ze immediately squatted down, held his breath, and slowly reached forward. Parting the leaves, one could see a large, plump elephant running wildly, its trampling making the ground tremble. Bai Ze was about to laugh. A mountain of meat delivered right to our doorstep. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. 3 velociraptors were chasing after the new elephant. 3 velociraptors formed a triangular formation, clamping their jaws tightly around the elephant, their claws gleaming coldly and emitting low growls. Bai Ze had only one thought in his mind. Don't come any closer. He immediately retreated and hid behind a thick tree, suppressing his breathing to a minimum. Before long, the new elephant was knocked to the ground, its screams tearing through the jungle. 3 velociraptors surrounded it and tore at it frantically, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. While they were eating, Bai Ze quietly retreated, preparing to make a quick getaway. As soon as he took 2 steps back, he heard a cracking sound under his foot. A dead branch broke. The sound was horribly jarring in the quiet jungle. Bai Ze froze instantly. He suddenly looked up and stared ahead. The 3 velociraptors that were just tearing apart the oligoceratops have all disappeared. A chill ran from the soles of my feet all the way to the top of my head. Run. Bai Ze turned and ran, looking back at their shadows as he ran. The jungle was eerily quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. Unseen dangers are more frightening than visible killings. Just as he turned around to speed up, a gaping maw full of fangs appeared before him. There were still bits of meat and blood stuck between his teeth, and a foul stench wafted over me. Bai Ze's soul almost flew away, but his body instinctively twisted and lunged to the side. Bang! The velociraptor missed its target and crashed heavily into the tree trunk, causing leaves to fall in a rustling sound. Bai Ze scrambled to his feet and reached for the gun at his waist. He gritted his teeth, aimed at the velociraptor, and pulled the trigger. Click! Click! 2 empty sounds. Depend on. No insurance. Bai Ze was so anxious that his hands were shaking as he frantically searched for the safety switch. The velociraptor had recovered and pounced on him again. At the last second, the safety latch finally opened. Bai Ze closed his eyes and frantically pulled the trigger in front of him. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out. The immense recoil made his arm go numb, his hand ache, and he almost dropped the gun. The next second, the velociraptor let out a shrill scream and collapsed to the ground. When Bai Ze opened its eyes, it saw 3 bloody holes in its head with blood gushing out. At the same time, the footsteps that had been flanking from both sides suddenly stopped. The 2 velociraptors were clearly frightened by the gunshot. Bai Ze dare not gamble, so he raised his gun and fired several more shots to both sides. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots echoed through the jungle, carrying far and wide. After a while, the 2 footsteps finally faded into the distance. Bai Ze remained motionless, gripping his gun tightly and staring at his surroundings. After a full 10 minutes, once he was sure there was no danger, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, and the wind made him shiver. He looked at the velociraptor on the ground. Female velociraptor LV.10. Health points, 12/439. He's not completely dead yet. Bai Ze dared not approach, so he picked up a stone spear and threw it far away. With a soft thud, the stone spear pierced his heart, slaying the velociraptor. Experience points +5. Received 1 green premium gift box. Hearing the notification tone, Bai Ze finally breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the stone axe and chopped at the corpse a few times. Obtained 12 animal hides. Obtained 8 pieces of raw meat. Having gotten the item, he didn't want to stay a second longer and turned to run out of the jungle. Bai Ze ran all the way back to the beach, panting heavily as he leaned on his knees, repeatedly muttering, "That scared me to death. That really scared me to death. This jungle is too dangerous. If it weren't for this gun, he would definitely be dead inside today." Bai Ze swore on the spot that he would never venture deep into the jungle again until he had tamed enough fighting dragons. However, this trip wasn't a complete loss. 7 white gift boxes, 1 green gift box, and a pile of raw meat and animal hides. Bai Ze jogged along the coastline back to the shelter. As soon as he entered, he immediately opened all 7 white gift boxes. Chapter 19, Why Are You Everywhere? Bai Ze's latest unboxing is finally not just filled with junk. Soap, starch sausage, a complete set of pots and pans, a pure cotton 3-piece bedding set, 2 boxes of braised beef noodles, a box of ice cola, and a box of Sprite. Looking at these things, Bai Ze's eyes practically disappeared with laughter. Finally, life is starting to feel a little more normal. Without saying a word, he rushed into the bedroom, carried the pile of prickly straw from the bed out, and threw it directly into the yard. Lay out a pure cotton sheet, put on a duvet cover, and then fluff up the pillows until they are soft and fluffy. Bai Ze pounced on the bed, sinking into it completely, and immediately began to groan with pleasure. For the past 3 days, he has been sleeping either on the cold floor or in piles of straw, turning his struggle for survival into torture. Now we finally have a decent bed. Cool. After making the bed, he ran into the kitchen, filled a new pot with purified fresh water, boiled it, and then made 2 packets of braised beef noodles. That wasn't all. He also added 2 starch sausages and a dodo bird egg. As soon as the steam rose, the aroma instantly filled the entire room. Bai Ze sat at the new dining table, snoring loudly as he showed off. The noodles were piping hot, and the broth was rich and fragrant. One bite warmed me from my stomach to the top of my head. He hasn't eaten a single bite of food since he ate 2 eggs this morning, and he's starving. After finishing his noodles, Bai Ze let out a satisfied burp and casually opened the chat channel, wanting to see what new excitement was happening today. As soon as I entered, I saw everyone flooding the chat with discussions about the gunshots. Zhao Yang, did you guys hear that? There's a really loud noise from the east just now. It definitely wasn't thunder. Qian Duo, I heard it. That was a gunshot. It was so crisp. Sun Hao, don't talk nonsense. Where'd you get a gun here? I bet some unlucky guy got his head crushed by a dinosaur. Qian Duo, impossible. I practiced target shooting before. How could I be mistaken about the gunshots? Someone must have brought a gun with them when they teleported. Bai Ze's eyes narrowed. It seems he wasn't the only one who heard that shot. Moreover, the person who fired the shot is very likely in this area. This is no small matter. If the other party is a normal person, that's fine. But if they're like Sun Hao or Murayama Kazuyo and they have guns, then they must be dealt with as soon as possible. Just then, a familiar yet disgusting name popped up. Jean Wentao, everyone, I've discovered a shocking secret. Do you want to know how to get the white gift box? Wang Hao, yes, I do. Tell me quickly. Zhao Lei, stop keeping me in suspense. Hurry up. Jean Wentao, message me privately if you want to know. I'll send you 20 pieces of information in one message. No deception. Bai Ze sneered as soon as he saw the name. Jean Wentao. He had a very deep impression of this person. On the very first day of the teleportation, a survivor was chased by a Dilophosaurus and cried for help. Jean Wentao claimed to have an antidote and tricked the survivor out of all his supplies, only to give him a white berry in the end. He's a complete scumbag. Sure enough, someone in the channel immediately exposed it. Li Wei, don't believe him. This guy is a fraud. Jean Wentao, Li Wei, stop making baseless accusations. How have I been a liar? I have photographic evidence to prove it. The next second, he posted a picture of a white gift box. Jean Wentao, see that? Genuine product. 20 pieces of materials. You won't lose out. You won't be cheated. Many people immediately wavered. After all, gift boxes are so important now. Everyone wants to get good stuff from them. Bai Ze schmoiled. Trying to fleece people with this kind of information? Have you asked him? Bai Ze, ahem, I also know how to get the gift box. I'll tell you for free. There's a chance it will drop when you kill any creature. The entire channel went silent instantly. 2 seconds later, Jean Wentao broke through the defense. Jean Wentao. Bai Ze, why are you everywhere? Jean Wentao. Are you deliberately targeting me? Before, when I hoarded tools, you released them. And now that I'm selling information, you're giving it away for free. What do you mean by this? Sun Hao, don't be angry. Some people are like that, addicted to playing the savior. Sun Hao, he makes a fortune himself, but won't even let others have a taste of the soup. How selfish. Bai Ze watched the two of them working together, his eyes growing even colder. Bai Ze, I dare not claim to be a savior, but one must have a bottom line as a human being. Bai Ze, I can't bring myself to profit from the dead or cheat honest people. Bai Ze, I just can't stand you guys, so what? Come at me if you dare. The moment those words were spoken, the channel erupted in chaos. Sun Hao and Jean Wentao started spewing profanities, with all sorts of vulgar language flying around. Bai Ze, however, remained unperturbed and simply watched them curse. After the two had finished their argument, he slowly uttered a sentence. Bai Ze, stone axes are now cheaper, costing 20 materials each, with unlimited supply. Bai Ze, Sun Hao, weren't you so arrogant because of your blueprint? Fine, I'll make your blueprint worthless today. The channel immediately erupted in excitement. Wang Hao, holy crap, 20 per game? Wow, that's awesome. Zhao Lei, waiting for it to be listed. Sun Hao's 80 yuan gun. Whoever wants to buy it can buy it. Lu Mingming, Bai Ze is so good to his fans. Love you. Sun Hao was furious on the spot. Sun Hao, 20 a hand? What are you pretending for? If you dare to go for it, I dare to follow. Bai Ze didn't even bother to look at it, and simply closed the chat channel. It's not worth wasting your breath on someone like that. He took a pile of materials out of the storage box, threw them into his backpack, and set up the automatic production of stone axes, stone picks, and stone spears. Tools cost only a small amount of money. Bai Ze's true trump card is drinkable fresh water. The system still provides basic living allowances every day, so people haven't realized how important water is. Once the 7-day period is over and the minimum living allowance ends, water resources will instantly become hard currency, even more expensive than gold. At that time, as long as he releases the clean water, the lifeline of the entire 727 district will be in his hands. However, doing everything yourself is too troublesome. Bai Ze has already started thinking about finding a few reliable agents to help him handle transactions and miscellaneous matters. Li Wei and Zhang Feng are both good, honest, upright, and trustworthy. After arranging all this, Bai Ze sat down on the soft sofa and took out the green premium gift box. This is the main event. He rubbed his hands together, his face full of piety. System Daddy, love me one more time and give me something good. The gift box was opened, and a flash of emerald green light appeared. The next second, A stylish iron longsword appeared in his hand. Iron longsword. Damage, 90. Durability, 400/400. Bai Ze's eyes lit up instantly. Goodness. This thing is far superior to a stone spear. He gripped the long sword and swung it a few times casually. The blade was light and nimble, the sound of it cutting through the air was sharp, and the feel of it was ridiculously good. With this knife, my close combat ability will be taken to a whole new level. Good. From now on you'll be my main weapon. Bai Ze put the long sword into his backpack with satisfaction. Afterwards, he returned to his bedroom, collected his daily allowance, and collapsed into his soft blankets. As soon as my body touched the bed, sleepiness washed over me like a tidal wave. He had been in this world for 3 days, and he was constantly on edge, never getting a good night's sleep. Today I went through another life or death struggle, and I'm already exhausted to the limit. Get some sleep first, and don't wake me up even if the sky falls. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ze quickly fell into a deep sleep. Even while he was asleep, the ARK console continued to operate. Tools were automatically manufactured, and experience points slowly increased. Before going to sleep, he even touched Dai to replenish his experience boost. At the same time, on the other side, Sun Hao sat in his thatched hut, looking at the chat channel, and suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 20 Sage Mode. Sun Hao's hands trembled with excitement as he watched the orders constantly appearing in the trading hall. He originally thought that finding the blueprint was just a small profit, but he didn't expect to be upgraded to level 2 in just one afternoon, and even his shelter was upgraded to a level 2 wooden house. Now he's completely arrogant. Bai Ze wants to scrap my blueprint? Hilarious. So selling tools is so profitable. No wonder he lives in such a big house. The chat channels were also filled with enthusiastic praise. Jean Wintao was the first to jump out and flatter him, saying that Brother Hao was the true chosen one of District 727. A bunch of opportunists immediately followed suit, with comments like, "I'll follow Brother Hao from now on," and "Bai Ze is just a show-off flooding screen." Sun Hao was so pleased with himself that he simply formed a Sun family army, and Jean Wintao naturally became a strategist. Meanwhile, those who supported Bai Ze panicked and started sending him private messages. Some people said Sun Hao was too arrogant and urged Bai Ze to take action quickly. Some say that many people have already defected. Zhang Feng even stated directly that he was willing to kill Sun Hao as long as Bai Ze took care of his daughter. Unfortunately, Bai Ze was fast asleep at that moment, completely unaware that things had changed in District 727. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Ze finally woke up. He stretched and yawned comfortably. It was already completely dark outside the window, and the sound of waves could be heard in waves. Bai Ze casually opened the level panel and was stunned. He's already at level 6, and his experience is way overkill. Opening the backpack again, there were more than 1,000 brand new tools neatly piled inside. Bai Ze then realized that the orders hadn't stopped during the time he was asleep. He opened the imprint list, and the grinder, anesthetic, spark powder, telescope, and blood drawer were all unlocked. The blood extractor, in particular, allows you to draw blood in advance and store it for immediate use when needed. However, it requires metal and crystal as materials, so it cannot be made yet. Bai Ze wasn't in a hurry. He made the grinder first and placed it in the corner of the living room. Only after he finished all that did he check his private messages. After reading through them one by one, Bai Ze smiled. Don't worry, he won't be able to keep this up for long. He offered a few words of reassurance, then opened the chat channel. Sure enough, Sun Hao was still showing off his level 2 shelter and boasting about how quickly he leveled up. Bai Ze was too lazy to argue with him, so he just sent a message. Large quantities of stone axes are available for sale at low prices, each costing only 15 materials. There is no limit to the quantity. They're already listed on the trading house. The entire channel went silent instantly. 5 seconds later, everyone exploded. 15? Has Boss Bai Ze gone mad? How can you even make money with that? Don't ask, I'm going. Sun Hao immediately became furious. Bai Ze, are you fucking crazy? What are you after for 15? Is this some kind of malicious competition? Go ahead and keep selling. Let's see how long you can keep losing money. He was furious and tried to send a private message to Bai Ze, but a message popped up on the screen. The other party has blocked you, and you cannot send a message. Sun Hao is dumbfounded. He quickly contacted Jean Wintao and asked him to reach out to Bai Ze, hoping to get himself removed from the blacklist and have a proper talk. Jean Wintao cursed Sun Hao in his heart for being stupid, but he offered respectful words of comfort. Brother Hao, there's no need for that. He doesn't make any money at all during the 15-day period. He's just losing money to gain publicity. Let's just wait and see if he stops losing money. Sun Hao is still irritable. But we still can't make money this way. Look at those people. He's completely corrupting them. Jean Wintao had actually tried to steal Bai Ze's stone axe earlier, but he failed. But he remained unfazed and continued to pledge his loyalty. Don't worry, Brother Hao, I'll always stand by your side. Once Bai Ze can't hold on any longer, we'll step in and take back the market. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao thought it made sense and immediately announced that Jean Wintao would be the second in command of the Sun family army. Jean Wintao's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity to ask to borrow some materials to upgrade the shelter. Sun Hao's smile froze instantly. He coughed twice and said that he was also in the early stages and didn't have much extra material on hand, but he would definitely need his help when things got better. Jean Wintao's smile faded, but he still nodded and said he understood. The two were putting on a fake brotherhood act, but Bai Ze didn't take it to heart at all. Selling stone axes cheaply does indeed result in low profits, but his stone pickaxes and spears are still hanging up at 90 materials each, and he can still make money. Moreover, he doesn't have to do any work himself. He only needs to prepare the materials. Whether he earns a lot or a little, it's all free money. What he lacks most right now is not ordinary materials, but the cement needed to upgrade his shelter to level 4, but he has no idea how to get it yet. Bai Ze then bought 300 purple berries at the trading house, went to the coffin room next door, and gave 50 each to Dai and the 5 dodo birds. He frowned at the pile of excrement on the ground, then turned and left. Out of sight, out of mind. Back in the house, Bai Ze lay on the soft bed, but couldn't fall asleep. I don't know if it was because I slept too much in the afternoon, or if the life or death battle during the day left a lingering effect. He inexplicably clicked on the private messages sent by those girls and found several revealing photos. Half an hour later, Bai Ze lay on the bed, his expression solemn like a high monk in meditation. My sins, my sins. Then he carefully saved all the photos, so that I won't have trouble finding it next time. After all that fuss, he finally felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Bai Ze was woken up by his biological clock. He got up with dark circles under his eyes, feeling weak all over, and sighed while rubbing his back. I really can't stay up late at night anymore. Upon opening the backpack, I discovered that the raw meat from yesterday, left for a full day and night, had completely turned into rotten flesh. Bai Ze's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. Now we can make the anesthetic. He opened the trading post and searched for blackberries, but found none. Bai Ze Stund. Are blackberries really that rare? He had no choice but to advertise in the chat channel that he was buying blackberries at the same price as regular berries, and he would buy as many as he could get. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately advised him not to do anything rash. Some people say that the blackberries are poisonous, and that eating just 2 will cause one to fall into a coma and almost be carried off by a dinosaur. Some people said they picked blackberries and threw them all away. Bai Ze then realized that these people had no idea what the blackberries were used for and had treated them as garbage. He was heartbroken. These idiots, what a waste. Bai Ze continued, telling them to collect and put the produce on the shelves as they pleased, as he would collect large quantities later. The channel erupted in cheers. For ordinary people, this means there's another way to make money. But Sun Hao's eyes darted around as he looked at the message. Bai Ze's sudden large-scale harvesting of blackberries is definitely suspicious. Is this required to upgrade to a level 4 shelter? The more Sun Hao thought about it, the more convinced he became. He immediately summoned Jean Wintao and key members of Sun Jiajun for a meeting. Some people guessed that Bai Ze wanted to poison people, some guessed that he would put poison on his tools, and others thought that the blackberries had no such effect at all. Sun Hao, however, looked confident. I'm sure this is what's needed to upgrade a level 4 shelter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be buying so much of it. He sneered and gave the order directly. Everyone go and collect the blackberries. Collect as many as you can. Since Bai Ze needs them, let's snatch them from him. When he urgently needs them, we'll sell them to him at high price and rip him off. Sun's army responded immediately. Sun Hao lay contentedly on the cold wooden floor, a smug smile playing on his lips. Bai Ze, let's see how you pretend this time. Chapter 21, The Demise of the Silly Legion. Bai Ze was unaware that Sun Hao had already set his sights on the blackberry business. He stopped after collecting just over 500 blackberries. The amount of rotten flesh he had was limited, and more wouldn't be of much use. After throwing the rotten flesh and blackberries into the grinder in a 1-to-5 ratio and setting it to automatically produce anesthetic, Bai Ze had just turned off the console when he saw Sun Hao offering a high price for blackberries in the channel. Bai chiffoned. What's wrong with this guy? He's also buying blackberries, and they're more expensive than mine. He thought about it, and then realized it was impossible. Sun Hao only had a stone axe blueprint. How could he possibly make an anesthetic? Forget it. Let them collect it if they want. It's none of my business. Bai Ze stretched and was about to go to the beach to collect some seashells to see if he could burn them into lime. But just then, a shrill cooing sound came from next door, followed by the cracking sound of wood breaking. Bai Ze's face darkened. Demolishing the house again? Just as he was about to go over and yell at those idiots, 3 blood-red notifications suddenly popped up on the ARK console. A die is dead. Bird 3 is dead. Bird 5 is dead. Bai Ze froze on the spot. The next second, his heart sank, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Something happened. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately lowered his pace and crept towards the coffin room. Reaching the corner, he peeked out, and his pupils instantly contracted. Velociraptor. And it's at both ends. It was the same 2 animals that he scared away with his gun yesterday. They actually tracked it for over 10 kilometers and found Bai Ze's home. At this moment, one of the thatched walls of the coffin room had been smashed down, and Adai's massive body lay in a pool of blood, a huge bloody hole bitten into his neck. Several dodo birds were torn to pieces, and the remaining 2 huddled in a corner, trembling and emitting desperate cries. 2 velociraptors were tearing at Adai's corpse, blood splattering everywhere. Bai Ze clenched his fist tighter and tighter, his nails almost digging into his flesh. These silly creatures are usually stupid and gluttonous. All they do is poop and destroy the house, which has made him furious many times. But they were also the first companions that stayed by Bai Ze's side after he came to this cruel world. They were there for him, helping him get through everything from having nothing to where he is now. Just as Bai Ze was watching this scene, the last 2 dodos in the corner also met their end. With 2 screams, the silly army was completely wiped out. The 2 velociraptors slowly raised their heads, their cold, vertical pupils locking onto Bai Ze at the doorway. A low growl sounded, and foul-smelling saliva dripped from its fangs. The next second, they pushed off the ground at the same time like 2 yellow lightning bolts and pounced towards Bai Ze. Bai Ze's eyes turned cold. He forcibly suppressed his sadness, replacing it with extreme calmness. Now is not the time to cry. This debt must be settled. Kill them? That's so cheap. Bai Ze stared intently at the approaching velociraptor, with only one thought in his mind. You ate my companions, so you'll be my slaves for life. Pulling carts, fighting, guarding the gate. All the dirty and hard work will be yours. The foremost velociraptor had already pounced upon Bai Ze, its gaping maw aimed straight for his throat. At the critical moment, Bai Ze suddenly grabbed at the air with his right hand. A flash of cold light. An iron longsword appeared out of thin air in his hand. He held the knife in both hands, horizontally in front of him. Clang! A loud bang exploded. The velociraptor's impact slammed into the blade, and Bai Ze felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car. He was sent flying backward and crashed heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and his internal organs felt as if they had been displaced by the shock. But he dared not stop. Bai Ze rolled over and got up, rushing towards his stone house without looking back. 2 velociraptors pursued relentlessly, their mouths agape as they lunged to bite. Just as their fangs were about to strike Bai Ze's back, he suddenly leaped into the house and slammed the door shut behind him. Bang! The moment the stone house door closed, a pale golden light screen indicating the new player protection period lit up. The 2 velociraptors crashed heavily into the light screen and were jolted back several steps. They were unwilling to give up, pacing back and forth outside the door, banging their heads against the wall, scratching at the door with their claws, and roaring angrily. Bai Ze leaned against the door, panting heavily. He was just a hair's breadth away from joining the silly army on their journey. He took out his slingshot, intending to try shooting through the light barrier. But the pebble bounced back from the barrier as soon as it was launched, nearly hitting him in the face. Bai Ze's lips twitched. Damn, so you don't allow us to exploit loopholes, huh? If you can't hit it inside, you'll have to find another way. He stared at the two velociraptors outside the door, his gaze growing colder. He then opened the console and quickly scrolled through the list of imprints. Soon, his gaze settled on the level 7 mark. Meteor hammer. Made of fibers and animal hides, it can be used to bind the limbs of creatures and restrict their movement. Perfect. Bai Ze's lips curled into a cold smile. You all just wait outside. Once I reach level 7, your good days will be over. Let's see who can outlast him. After saying that, he turned around, opened the storage box, took out a pile of materials, threw them into his backpack, and started the automatic manufacturing process. Stone picks, stone axes, and stone spears were manufactured one after another and quickly put on the trading market. The chat channel instantly exploded. Wang Hao, holy crap, the boss is handing out money. Why are there so many tools all of a sudden? Zhao Lei, is this guy on steroids? That's incredible. Li Wei, usually I play a few hundred games a day, but today I've played almost 2,000 in just a few hours. Has the pro player gone mad? Bai Ze didn't even glance at the channel. His eyes were fixed on the experience bar. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. My experience points are skyrocketing. Outside, the muffled sounds of two velociraptors repeatedly ramming against the stone wall could be heard. Inside, there was Bai Ze's chilling gaze and a rapidly operating control panel. Time passed second by second. Finally, a golden light flashed from Bai Ze's body. Level up, LV.7. Gained 1 free attribute point. Imprints automatically unlocked. Simple bed, single panel flag, standing torch, meteor hammer. Bai Ze suddenly slapped his thigh. It's finally here. Adding the useless point from level 6. He now has 2 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Bai Ze added them all to speed. Speed, 104%. A warm current instantly flowed through his body, and he clearly felt much lighter, and his reactions became faster. With speed, even if a mistake is made, there is a better chance of survival. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ze crafted a meteor hammer. 10 pieces of wood, 30 pieces of fiber, and 3 pieces of animal hide. The cost is ridiculously low. He made 8 in one go and stuffed some spare materials into his backpack. Bai Ze weighed the meteor hammer in his hand and looked through the crack in the door at the two velociraptors that were still roaring outside. His eyes turned completely cold. Chapter 22, Stunning the Velociraptor. Bai Ze thought for a moment, and then opened Zhang Feng's private message. In this world where people can turn against each other over a mere bite to eat, Bai Ze doesn't have many people he can completely trust, but Zhang Feng is one of them. This man transmigrated with his daughter, who was less than a year old, and he was willing to feed the child even if he was hungry himself. Last time, Bai Ze gave him a few extra bottles of water and instant noodles, and he was willing to risk his life to fight Sun Hao. People with weaknesses are actually the easiest to judge. As long as his daughter is alive, Zhang Feng cannot betray Bai Ze. Bai Ze, Zhang Feng, are you free? Zhang Feng, boss. You're free. My daughter just fell asleep. I'm on call anytime. Bai Ze, I need your help with something. Without saying a word, Bai Ze first gave him 100 stones. Zhang Feng was stunned on the spot. Zhang Feng, boss, what's going on? You don't need to give me materials. I can gather them myself. Bai Ze, this isn't for you. I need it later. Follow my instructions. Send me as much as I need. Don't ask why. And be quick. Zhang Feng, understood. Guaranteed to be sent instantly. Bai Ze then sent him the minimum living allowance for the past 2 days, along with 2 extra bottles of mineral water and 2 buckets of braised beef noodles. Zhang Feng, boss, really you don't need to? I still have food. Bai Ze, this is for the children. Don't let them suffer because of you. On the other end of the screen, Zhang Feng's eyes instantly reddened as he read the message. Holding his sleeping daughter, he bowed deeply to the screen. Zhang Feng, thank you, boss. My life, Zhang Feng's life, is now yours. Bai Ze did not return. He took a deep breath, pushed open the shelter door, and peered outside. The entrance was empty. Those two velociraptors have vanished. They've left. Bai Ze front. Impossible. These two beasts chased us all the way to the shelter, clearly holding a grudge. How could they possibly give up so easily? Bai Ze gripped his meteor hammer tightly and carefully stepped out the door. The instant his foot touched the ground. Roar! From behind the broken wall, a velociraptor suddenly leaped out and pounced on his back. Bai Ze's eyes turned cold. They've come, just as expected. He was prepared and turned to run. But after taking only 2 steps, a glance out of the corner of his eye made his heart sink. Another velociraptor was lying on the sand not far away, its body pressed very low, preparing to launch a sneak attack from the side. Holy crap! They even set up an ambush. These two beasts are much smarter than I imagined. Bai Ze suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the velociraptor behind him pounced close, the stench of the hot wind almost hitting his face. Instead of retreating, he advanced, swinging his arm in a wide arc and hurling the meteor hammer fiercely. Whoosh! The meteor hammer spun out and precisely wrapped around the velociraptor's limbs. The velociraptor roared and slammed heavily to the ground, struggling wildly and digging holes in the earth. Bai Ze didn't even have time to be happy. The second velociraptor had already sprung out of the sand, its gaping maw snapping at his neck. Bai Ze swung his meteor hammer again with a backhand. Hit! The two velociraptors were tied to the ground at the same time, rolling violently, but unable to break free for a while. First step done. Bai Ze immediately pulled out his slingshot, loaded it with pebbles, and unleashed a barrage of shots at the head of the nearest velociraptor. Clap, clap, clap. Pebbles kept hitting the dragon's head, and blood splattered everywhere. Its dizziness level started to skyrocket. However, the meteor hammer's durability drops very quickly. After only 7 shots, the first velociraptor's flail was snapped in 2. It shook its head and pounced on Bai Ze again. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Ze swung his meteor hammer again, binding the person once more. He then turned around and took control of the other end as well. Keep shooting. 30 stones were quickly fired without success. Bai Ze immediately sent a message. Bai Ze, Zhang Feng. Stones. 30 of them. Zhang Feng. Receive, boss. The next second, 30 stones went straight into the backpack. Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief and continued to output damage. But the velociraptor's strength was terrifying. Their meteor hammers were broken one after another. Bai Ze could only create distance while continuously applying crowd control. The number of flail hammers in the backpack is decreasing. 4. 2. Finally, the velociraptor's stun bar is almost full. Just then, the meteor hammer that had entangled it broke. The velociraptor shook its head, its scarlet eyes fixed on Bai Ze, and let out a furious roar. The other end broke free at the same time. The two velociraptors, one in front and one behind, began to flank each other. Bai Ze gritted his teeth. He swung the last of his meteor hammers behind him, then turned to face the velociraptor that was about to faint. The 2 points of speed I added earlier saved my life at this moment. Bai Ze retreated rapidly, as if being pushed by the wind, while simultaneously drawing back his slingshot and firing wildly at the velociraptor's head. Clap, clap, clap. The stone hit its eye socket, bridge of its nose, and back of its head. The velociraptor screamed repeatedly, its body already bearing several wounds, and now it was bleeding even more profusely. Bai Ze was also suffering. He lost 1/3 of his health, and a long, bloody gash appeared on his arm from the claws, causing him excruciating pain. But he can't stop. Stopping means death. Bai Ze, Zhang Feng. Give me 30 more stones. Zhang Feng received. The stones arrived instantly. Bai Ze raised his hand and fired in quick succession, the last few pebbles hitting the velociraptor's head precisely. Finally, the velociraptor swayed, and the ferocity in its eyes faded. Thump! It fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Before Bai Ze could catch his breath, he immediately turned around. The velociraptor behind him had broken free of the meteor hammer and was staring at him menacingly, letting out a low growl. Bai Ze wiped away his sweat and swung the last remaining meteor hammer from his backpack. I'm going to give you two a good scolding today. I said, no one can be kept here. Fortunately, He had brought some spare materials with him before leaving home. Bai Ze quickly crafted a new meteor hammer using the control panel while continuing to fire. When he ran out of stones, he asked Zhang Feng for some. Zhang Feng replied instantly, without wasting a single second. Once, twice, 3 times. The meteor hammer was used up, and the stones were almost gone. The second velociraptor finally gave out. It let out a low growl of resentment, swayed twice, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Bai Ze's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He was gasping for breath, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his throat. He was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes clinging tightly to his body. If he had made one wrong move just now, he would already be inside the velociraptor's belly. But Bai Ze didn't rest for long, because stunning is just the beginning. The real key is taming. He looked around to make sure there was no immediate danger, then rushed back to the shelter, took out 20 anesthetic pills from a grinder, divided them into 2 portions, and stuffed them into the backpacks of the 2 velociraptors. But as soon as he finished stuffing it in, Bai Ze's expression changed. Depend on, I forgot to prepare raw meat. The raw meat left over from killing monsters had long since rotted and been turned into anesthetic. The 2 velociraptors have fallen, but there's not a single piece of meat left in their backpacks. Bai Ze stared at the velociraptor's steadily decreasing dizziness level, his heart sinking to the bottom. If we don't feed them meat before they wake up, all the effort we just put in will be for nothing. Chapter 23, Where's the Big Shot? Bai Ze's gaze fell on the coffin room, not far away. Half of the thatched wall had collapsed, and sunlight slanted in, leaving the ground a mess. Adai was now just a complete skeleton, with the remains of several dodo birds scattered around him, and the bloodstains dried to a dark brown. Bai Ze squatted down and gently touched the cold skull. I'm sorry, you idiots. This is the last time you'll help me. From now on, every bite of meat I eat and every room I stay in will owe a debt to you all. After saying that, he drew his iron longsword and swiftly swung it down at the dodo bird carcass on the ground. Obtained 13 raw meat and 9 animal hides. Bai Ze grabbed the raw meat, turned around and ran back to the 2 velociraptors, divided the meat into 2 portions, and stuffed them all into their backpacks. But this amount of meat is far from enough. The 2 velociraptors had terrifyingly large appetites. 13 pieces of meat weren't even enough to fill their stomachs. Bai Ze immediately opened the trading post and searched for raw meat. Surprisingly, it actually exists. 7 pieces of raw meat, priced at 80 yuan per piece of material. So expensive? Bai chiffoned. But now time is of the essence. The velociraptors could wake up at any moment. He had no choice but to buy them all. Unfortunately, it was only $7, which was far from enough. Just as he was about to close the trading post, 5 more pieces of raw meat appeared. This time, there is 120 pieces of material. Bai Ze paused for a moment. What a coincidence. Without thinking much, he bought it again. Everyone is short of food right now, so it's normal for raw meat to be expensive. 81 yuan, just now, was probably considered cheap. But a few seconds later, 5 more pieces of raw meat were put on a shelf. 150 pieces of material. Bai Ze's face darkened. Something's not right. He had just bought it when someone else put it on the market, and the price kept going up. Is this some kind of exploitation? He hesitated for a moment, but still took the picture. What if it's just a coincidence? As soon as I made the payment, the transaction platform popped up 5 more pieces of raw meat. 180 pieces of material. Bai Ze's eyes turned completely cold. Sure enough, someone was setting a trap. He opened the transaction history to see who was behind it, but each transaction had a different name. Bai Ze's heart sank. Is he really overthinking things? He gritted his teeth and bought this batch as well. But the next second, the trading platform refreshed again. 5 pieces of raw meat. 200 pieces of material. Bai Ze shut down the trading house directly. Go to hell. Do you really think I'm stupid? 200 for a piece of raw meat? Why don't you just rob someone? Don't let me find out who it is, or you'll regret being alive. He quickly did the calculation. The 2 velociraptors still have a stun value of over 300. Each piece of raw meat only adds 2 points to taming. To completely tame them, you'll need at least 100 more pieces. It's no longer possible to rely on the trading house. Once those people taste the sweetness of success, they'll only keep raising the price higher and higher. After 200, it'll be 400, then 800. Bai Ze had to go out hunting by himself. Perfect timing. Let's also take the opportunity to explore that natural valley we had around earlier. He glanced at the velociraptor's stun bar. At this rate, it could last another 2 hours. Go quickly and come back quickly. There's still a chance. Bai Ze fed each of the 2 velociraptors 5 doses of anesthetic, fully restoring their dizziness levels. Then, he touched the cold Glock 17 on his lower back, and his eyes hardened. This trip is a do-or-die situation. If we really can't handle it, then we'll just have to try what velociraptor meat tastes like. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ze turned and ran wildly towards the valley. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, in a jungle, a burst of wild laughter was coming from a simple 2-story wooden hut. Sun Hao lay on the wooden floor with his legs crossed, playing with a brass lighter he had just taken out of a white gift box. The flames popped up, then he slapped them out. He looked at the group chat of Sun Family Army, with more than 200 people, his face full of pride. Wang Ergu was the first to flood the screen with comments. Brother Hao is awesome. This plan is brilliant. I sold a piece of raw meat for 180 materials, and that idiot Bai Ze didn't even try to bargain. Li Sen also chimed in with flattery. Brother Hao is truly far-sighted. He recognized Bai Ze was missing raw meat at a glance. Zhao Si sneered. Bai Ze has finally met his match? He was eating hamburgers and drinking cola in the channel before, acting like a big shot, but now he's getting slaughtered by us. Sun Hao got even more cocky and immediately sent a message. Of course. Don't you know who I am? We were lucky this time because a few of our brothers reacted quickly and reported it immediately when they discovered that Bai Ze was buying large quantities of raw meat. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have been able to take advantage of him. He even bought raw meat for 180 yuan. He must really be starving. He was just faking it all before. If Wen Tao hadn't stopped me, I would have gone to the public channel and given him a good dressing down. Jean Wen Tao immediately replied, Brother Hao, I'm doing this for the brother's sake. If you tell them now, Bai Ze will know it was us. What if he doesn't buy it? We'll all lose out. Making a fortune quietly is the safest approach. Sun Hao was extremely satisfied upon seeing this. You're absolutely right. You truly are my excellent strategist. Wen Tao, you'll have to give me more advice in the future. Each of the brothers who made this contribution will be rewarded with a stone axe. The group chat exploded instantly. Thank you, Brother Hao. Brother Hao is awesome. From now on, I'll follow Brother Ding Hao. Those who hadn't received a reward quickly joined in. Brother Hao, please give us a chance next time. We also want to make a contribution. Sun Hao waved his hand and said, Don't worry. As long as you work hard with me, you'll be rewarded handsomely. At this moment, Jean Wen Tao's eyes lit up, and he sent out another message. Brother Hao, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. Sun Hao immediately replied, Just say it. Why are you being so polite with me? Jean Wen Tao typed slowly. I think the materials that everyone has earned this time should be handed over to Brother Hao for distribution. The brothers in front were the first to discover that Bai Ze was buying raw meat, and they deserve the most credit. However, because they sold it early and at a low price, they earned less. Those who follow suit simply put the products on the shelves, sell them at higher prices, and end up making the most money. That's not fair. We are a team, sharing both good times and bad. We cannot let our brothers who have made contributions feel disheartened. The first few meat sellers immediately chimed in. Wang Ergu, Brother Wen Tao is right. We deserve the most credit, so why should we earn the least? Li San, it should be distributed uniformly. The people who sold at a high price later were extremely unwilling, but none of them dared to object, so they could only pretend to be dead. After reading it, Sun Hao felt it made a lot of sense. Wen Tao is right. Let's do it that way. Give all the materials to Wen Tao and let him distribute them. I trust Wen Tao to get things done. A subtle glint flashed in Jean Wen Tao's eyes. Thank you for your trust, Brother Hao. Since the brothers trust me, I will definitely be fair and just and will never treat anyone unfairly. Soon, all the materials were delivered to him. Jean Wen Tao redistributed the materials, and those who sold them for 81 yuan the earliest, and those who sold them for 181 yuan the later received the same amount of materials. After distributing the work, he said in the group chat, everyone agrees, right? From now on, we'll do things together and make money together. Follow Brother Hao, and I guarantee everyone will have enough to eat. Those who received extra materials were extremely grateful. Thank you, Brother Wentao. Brother Wentao is such a good person. From now on, whatever Brother Wentao tells us to do, we'll do it. Immediately afterwards, several private messages and transfers were quietly sent to Jean Wentao. Brother Wentao, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will continue to support me in the future. Me too. Thank you, Brother Wentao. Jean Wentao looked at the materials in the private message, a subtle smile appearing on his lips. She's quite sensible. He looked up at Sun Hao's name in the group chat, his eyes filled with a meaningful look. Sun Hao, just keep being your foolish boss. Sooner or later, the Sun family army and the entire 727 district will belong to him. Sun Hao was completely unaware of this and was still gloating in the group chat. Bai Ze thinks he can fight me? He's still too green. This district 727 will be under my Sun Hao's control sooner or later. Chapter 24 Valley Hunt. Bai Ze ran wildly to the edge of the valley, leaning against a big tree and panting like a broken bellows. Having only been in this world for a few days, he had long lost a sense of time and could only rely on the sun to judge it. Roughly calculating, he knew he didn't have much time left. In a little over an hour, the two velociraptors would wake up. Without enough meat, the consequences are unimaginable. Bai Ze wiped the sweat from his face and looked up into the depths of the valley. Towering trees blocked out the sunlight, and the roars of dinosaurs echoed everywhere. Just by listening to the sounds, you could tell that this was no peaceful place. But he had no choice. Let's give it our all. Bai Ze gritted his teeth and charged into the valley. He hadn't run far when he saw a large group of triceratops grazing with their heads down. More than 20 of them were huddled together, like a moving wall of flesh. This thing looks honest, but when it really gets angry, it can send someone flying with one kick. Bai Ze immediately clung to the mountain wall, carefully making his way around it, even holding his breath. Having just avoided the triceratops, we encountered a group of stegosaurus. The bony plates on their backs gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and with a flick of their tails, they could probably cut a person in two. Bai Ze could only continue circling. But the further he walked, the more anxious he became. There were many creatures in the valley, but they were all large herbivorous dragons, none of which he could confront head-on. Just as he was worrying, a series of heavy footsteps suddenly came from ahead. Thump! 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 The ground was trembling. Bai Ze looked up and froze. A dinosaur, over 10 meters tall, slowly passed by, its long neck like a crane arm, and its tail like a steel whip, each step exuding a sense of oppression. Brogon male, LV.16. Health points, 972/972. Dizziness level, 738/738. Evaluation, a giant herbivorous dinosaur. It generally won't attack unless you stare at it. Bai Ze Lipstvichet. As long as you don't stare at it? Unfortunately, it was too late. Liang Long's enormous head slowly turned, his large eyes fixed intently on him. Their eyes met. The next second, Liang Long roared and charged at Bai Ze with his giant foot. Bai Ze's scalp tingled, and he turned and ran. I only glanced at you. Is it really that big of a deal? The footsteps behind him grew closer. Sand and gravel flew everywhere, and the ground shook violently. Bai Ze rushed out with all his might, his heart pounding in his throat. If he gets stepped on, you'll turn into a meat patty. The man and the dragon chased each other all the way from the valley to the beach. Bai Ze was running so hard his lungs felt like they were about to explode, and his legs were weak, but Liang Long was still chasing after him relentlessly. Just when he was about to give up, Liang Long suddenly shook his head and bumped into his back. Bai Ze was sent flying. Ah! He drew a clumsy arc in the air before crashing into the sea with a plop. The icy seawater instantly filled his mouth and nose, choking him and causing him to cough repeatedly. After finally surfacing, he wiped his face and looked up to see the Brachiosaurus standing on the beach, its head tilted back and roaring incessantly, its tail swishing wildly. The way they looked at him was as if they were mocking him. Bai Ze's temper flared up immediately. You're getting cocky now? Just as he was about to swim to the shore, he suddenly heard a loud splash behind him. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head. Bai Ze turned around stiffly, only to see a triangular fish fin cutting through the sea surface and rushing towards him at high speed. Male Megalodon LV.33. Health points, 1321/1321. Dizziness level, 728/728. Review: a little tyrant of the sea, capable of biting a person in half with a single bite. Bai Ze's face turned pale. A Megalodon, level 33. If you touch this thing, not even a bone fragment will be left. Bai Ze thrashed about on the shore like a madman, using his hands and feet and every ounce of strength he had. Fortunately, this place wasn't far from the shallow waters. The Megalodon chased Bai Ze to a depth of less than a meter before finally stopping, only able to flick its tail in frustration, splashing water all over Bai Ze, before turning and swimming back into the deep sea. Bai Ze scrambled onto the beach, collapsing to the ground and panting heavily. Almost there. He was so close to being swallowed by the shark. He looked up at Liang Long, who was slowly walking towards the valley, and his eyes instantly turned cold. It's all your fault. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not a Bai. Bai Ze reached out and grasped. A cold light flashed, and an iron longsword appeared in his palm. He charged forward with his knife, and taking advantage of Liang Long's back being turned, he ducked down and crawled under it, slashing hard at its heel. Puffed. Blood splattered. Liang Long roared in pain, its massive body spinning wildly as it tried to find the one who had attacked it. Bai Ze's eyes lit up. It's too big. As long as you stick close to its crotch, it won't see you or touch you. Bai Ze immediately followed Liang Long's movements, always staying in its blind spot, and slashed at its leg with his sword. Liang Long was so anxious that he spun around in place, but he couldn't step on him no matter what he did, and could only let out angry and powerless roars. Bai Ze became increasingly ruthless with each strike. All the anger from being chased, knocked away, and almost swallowed by the Megalodon erupted at this moment. I'll let you chase me. You dare laugh at me. The long sword kept falling, tearing the flesh and blood off Liang Long's legs. It finally realized something was wrong, and suddenly used its front legs to support its body, raising its hindquarters high as if to crush Bai Ze with its weight. A massive shadow loomed down instantly. Bai Ze's pupils contracted. This guy can jump? At the critical moment, he rolled on the spot, narrowly landing under Liang Long's front legs. Boom! Liang Long's hind leg slammed down heavily, shaking the entire beach and making Bai Ze's head go numb. He got up, his anger intensifying, and slashed at Liang Long's front legs again. After being stabbed more than a dozen times, Liang Long's front legs could no longer support him, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The opportunity has arrived. Bai Ze slid off its body and circled around to the side to continue slashing. Strike while the iron is hot and kill it. Liang Long struggled to stand up and escape, but Bai Ze gave him no chance, once again slipping into the corner and targeting vital points and wounds. Trying to run now? Too late. Liang Long's roar grew weaker and weaker. His massive body twitched continuously, and finally Bai Ze slashed his neck with a single blow. With a final scream, Liang Long fell completely still. Kill Liang Long. Experience points +3. Received 1 green premium gift box. Bai Ze plopped down on the ground, too exhausted to even lift his arms. He was covered in blood and looked extremely disheveled. But looking at the enormous corpse in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh. It's been sent. With such a big head, there must be at least several hundred pieces of meat inside, right? With this Brachiosaurus, we could easily raise 2 more velociraptors, let alone 2 more. Bai Ze raised his long sword and slashed at the corpse a few times. The next second, Liang Long's corpse turned into specks of light and disappeared. A system notification then popped up. Obtained 1 piece of premium raw meat, 57 pieces of regular raw meat, and 43 pieces of animal hide. Bai Ze simile froze instantly. That's it. Such a huge Brachiosaurus only dropped so little loot. The system is so stingy. Bai Ze looked at the meat in his backpack, and his heart sank. This amount is far from enough for 2 velociraptors to eat. Chapter 25, The Two Generals. Bai Ze stared at the amount of raw meat in his backpack, his face turning dark. Damn, this huge behemoth, over 10 meters tall, only yielded this little bit of meat? System, you really know how to save money. Despite the criticism, the matter still needs to be handled. He had already subdued the two velociraptors. Whether they could be tamed depended on the meat and the tranquilizer. Bai Ze touched the Glock 17 on his lower back, his lips twitching with heartache. These bullets are one less to go with every single one used. There's nowhere to replenish them later. But there's no other way now but to use the real thing. He gritted his teeth and charged into the valley again. Before they had gone far, two Stegosaurus appeared ahead, munching on grass with their heads down. The row of bony plates on their backs gleamed coldly in the sunlight, making them look like menacing creatures. In the past, Bai Ze would definitely have avoided him. But now, he doesn't hide anymore. Bai Ze took a deep breath, drew his gun, released the safety, and fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out in the valley. The first Stegosaurus was instantly in pain, roared, its eyes turning red, and charged wildly at Bai Ze with its head down. The other one was also startled and turned to follow. The ground vibrated from being stepped on. Bai Ze stood still, without taking a single step back. With guns in hand, what do we have to fear from you? He sneered, and the gun spewed fire. Bullets rained down, targeting the eyes and head, each shot dealing over 100 points of damage. Blood splattered, and the two Stegosaurus charged slower and slower, finally collapsing with a thud as their magazines emptied. Bai Ze's hands were numb from the vibrations, and he subconsciously pulled the trigger a few more times, only to hear empty sounds. He holstered his gun, stepped forward, and swung his knife a few more times. Defeat 2 Stegosaurus. Experience points plus 10. Receive 2 green premium gift boxes. Obtain 2 pieces of premium raw meat, 51 pieces of regular raw meat, and 56 pieces of animal hide. That's enough. Bai Ze let out a long breath and glanced at the remaining bullets. We really need to be more careful from now on. We only have 17 rounds left. He stuffed everything into his backpack, turned around, and ran madly toward the shelter. He was completely unaware that a tall, thin man was peeking out from behind a large tree not far away, staring at him with terrified eyes. Only after Bai Ze disappeared at the mouth of the valley did the man stagger out, his legs still trembling and his face deathly pale. He opened the system panel, his fingers shaking, and sent a message to someone I don't know. On the other side, Bai Ze ran wildly, not daring to stop even to catch his breath. When he rushed back to the shelter, he was almost exhausted, but when he looked up, his heart suddenly tightened. The 2 velociraptors' stun value had dropped to only 12 points. My eyelids have started twitching. I could wake up at any moment. If he had arrived a few minutes later, all the hard work he had put in would have been for nothing. Bai Ze, without taking a break, rushed into the house, took out all 58 bottles of anesthetic from the grinder, and stuffed them directly into the backpacks of the 2 velociraptors. The dizziness level immediately spiked, but quickly returned to the safe level. Bai Ze then collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Damn it, I almost lost my life running around for you 2 bastards. After a while, he separated the raw meat and the premium raw meat and put them into their backpacks. All right, there's enough meat and enough medicine. Now it's up to you to decide when to take the medicine. Bai Ze changed to a spare magazine, tucked the gun back into his waistband, and instantly felt safe again. He then took out 3 green premium gift boxes and opened them directly. A flash of green light, a high-powered flashlight, a solar-powered walkie-talkie, and a black special-purpose watch. Bai Ze's eyes lit up immediately. Holy crap, a watch. He put on immediately, and the screen lit up, clearly displaying the date and time. Finally, I don't have to guess the time by looking at the sun anymore. These past few days have been so time-consuming, it's been absolutely agonizing. Bai Ze carefully put away the other 2 items, moved a small stool to the beach, and stared intently at the 2 unconscious velociraptors. He was afraid to sleep. If your dizziness level drops to 0 halfway through, that would be a huge loss. He soon discovered that these 2 velociraptors were quite picky, prioritizing eating high-quality raw meat. Moreover, a piece of high-quality raw meat directly increased taming rate by 10%. That intense. Bai Ze smacked his lips. It seems we need to produce more high-quality meat in the future, and we also need to improve the quality of anesthetics. He opened the trading post and casually bought 1,000 blackberries. Blackberries were cheap now. One berry could be exchanged for several. If all else failed, he could use blackberries to tough out the dizziness. And so, Bai Ze endured the entire night on the beach. I kept yawning, and tears welled up in my eyes from exhaustion. As dawn approached, he made himself a bowl of braised beef noodles and slurped them down, enjoying the sea breeze. Just as he finished the last bite, 2 flashes of blue light appeared simultaneously. Both velociraptors opened their eyes simultaneously. Congratulations to player Bai Ze for successfully taming 2 velociraptors. Experience points +10. Receive 2 green premium gift boxes. Please name your pet. Bai Ze put down the instant noodle cup and let out a long breath. Finally done. I stayed up all night. He thought for a moment, then pointed to the 2 velociraptors and said, "Your name is Aheng, and your name is Aha. From now on, you 2 will be my 2 generals, Hung and Ha." He then opened the properties panel. Aha, male velociraptor LV.18. Health points, 527/527. Endurance, 319/319. Weight, 176/176. Melee damage, 165%. Movement speed, 128%. Aha's attributes are similar. It automatically leveled up a few times after being tamed. Not bad. Bai Ze stroked his chin and nodded. Although the attributes aren't overpowered, they're sufficient for the current stage. He reached out and patted the heads of the 2 velociraptors. "You 2, you'd better atone for your sins from now on, understand?" The 2 velociraptors seemed to understand, lowering their heads to rub against his hand, their eyes becoming much more lively. Bai Ze's eyes darted around. "By the way, can you ride it without a saddle?" He flipped over and sat on Aha's back, shouting, "Giddy up, charge forward." Aha immediately took off running. Bai Ze sat on its back, and after a few bounces, its expression changed instantly. The next second, he screamed and fell off the dragon's back, clutching his groin tightly, the veins bulging from the pain. The dragon's back was as hard as stone, all bone, and it was pressing right against the crucial spot. When the 2 velociraptors saw him fall to the ground, they quickly surrounded him and curiously nudged him with their heads. "Stop pushing! Stop pushing!" Bai Ze waved his hand weakly, and it took him a long time to get up. He then raised his hand and slapped the dragon once. I almost said goodbye to my happy life. He looked down and checked. Thankfully, nothing was wrong. "Never mind, I'll ride it after the saddle is made." Then, Bai Ze pointed to the valley. "You 2, go hunting over there. If you encounter anything you can't defeat, run away. You must be back before sunset, understand?" The 2 velociraptors actually nodded, then turned and charged out like 2 yellow lightning bolts, heading straight for the valley. Bai Ze stood there stunned. "Wow, you actually understood that." He was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect that the velociraptor was much smarter than the water dragon. The drowsiness from not sleeping all night finally overwhelmed him. Bai Ze yawned widely, tears welling up in his eyes. "I'm exhausted. They're fast, so nothing should happen to them." He first collected his daily allowance, then stuffed his backpack with materials and set up the automatic production of coarse cloth suits on the ARK control console. The leeks should have grown well in the last couple of days. It's time to harvest them. After doing all that, Bai Ze collapsed onto the soft bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 26, The Sun Family Army's Probe. "What? Bai Ze has a gun? Don't be ridiculous." When Sun Hao heard the news, his first reaction was disbelief, and he casually threw the stone axe he had just made to the ground. "How could there be guns in this world? You must be seeing things." But the Sun Family Army group was already in an uproar. Some people panicked, saying, "What's the point of shooting if we have guns? As many as we go, they'll all die." But Zhang Tu insisted that he had personally witnessed Bai Ze holding a black pistol and firing several shots at the 2 sword dragons. The sword dragons fell to the ground on the spot, spraying blood everywhere. Sun Hao's smile froze instantly. He plopped down, completely deflated. He has a gun. He actually has a gun. How can we even play like this? Everyone else is still just using stone axes and wooden sticks to get by, while Bai Ze just pulls out a gun. Isn't this a complete dimensional reduction attack? Just when everyone was in despair, Jean Wintao suddenly grasped the key point. Zhang Tu, you said there was a clicking sound when he pulled the trigger at the end? Zhang Tu immediately replied that he heard it clearly. After Bai Ze finished hitting, he struck several more times, but all of them were empty sounds. Jean Wintao immediately became excited. Brother Hao, don't be afraid. He's out of bullets. If there were still bullets, why did he pull the trigger? It means that the gun is just for show now. At most, it's just for show. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao suddenly jumped up from the ground. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? Fear instantly turned into ecstasy. So what if Bai Ze has a gun? A gun without bullets is less useful than a fire poker. Sun Hao was puzzled again. Where did Bai Ze get the gun? Jean Wintao quickly offered his analysis. Before Bai Ze's transmigration, he might have been someone who could handle firearms, but during a teleportation, one can only carry one item at most. So, he carried a gun, but not many bullets. Now that the bullets are gone, his biggest trump card is useless. And this is precisely the opportunity to take action. Zhang Tu knows Bai Ze's approximate location. As long as Zhang Tu's shelter is upgraded to level 2 and combined with the coordinates left by Murayama Ichino, Bai Ze's location can be pinpointed. Then send a few more people to rush over, swarm Bai Ze, take him down, and seize all the resources. Sun Hao became more and more excited as he listened. Okay, let's do it this way. He immediately sent a message in the group, asking Zhang Tu to report the missing materials. Zhang Tu said he was only 200 fibers short. Sun Hao's heart bled as he looked at the numbers. Recently, Bai Ze had driven the price of stone axes down to 15 materials per axe, forcing him to sell them at the same price, leaving him with barely any profit. He worked himself to the bone every day making stone axes, his hands calloused, but he hadn't accumulated much wealth. But in order to kill Bai Ze, he still gritted his teeth and turned over 200 fibers. Sun Hao then continued to make empty promises. Zhang Tu, once you reach level 2, immediately contact the brothers nearby. When you kill Bai Ze, hand over half of what you get, and you can divide the rest among yourselves. The Sun family army also needs resources to operate. Zhang Tu looked at the message and sneered inwardly, but pretended to be extremely respectful. Whatever Brother Hao says goes. We'll hand over everything. Sun Hao was very satisfied and promised on the spot that if this matter succeeded, Zhang Tu would be the third in command of Sun's army and would live a life of luxury under his command. Zhang Tu replied with thanks as he closed the group chat. The fawning on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold smile. That idiot Sun Hao, does he really think he's someone important? Hand over half? Bah! He immediately upgraded the shelter. A notification sounded, indicating that the level 2 shelter had been successfully upgraded and a migration scroll and map module had also been obtained. Zhang Tu burst into laughter. Finally, I reached level 2. In his mind, Sun Hao was just a sucker who delivered materials to him. As long as he seized Bai Ze's resources, he could become the king of this island. And who would care about Sun's army? He opened the map and stared intently at the beach area, searching carefully. Based on the directions he had seen earlier, he quickly identified an area. Bai Ze, I've found you. Subsequently, Zhang Tu began contacting nearby members in the Sun family army group. Surprisingly, when I asked, there were actually 5 other people on the vegetarian island, and they were all in level 2 shelters. Zhang Tu was a little surprised and asked them how they had risen so quickly. The other party looked disdainful and said that it was simple, just exchange resources. Did he think he could keep hoarding them? Zhang Tu's face darkened, but he quickly suppressed it and changed the subject, agreeing to meet at a beach in front of a recessed valley in the afternoon. He then deliberately asked, "Can the 6 of us handle Bai Ze? He has quite a few weapons." Zhao Lu immediately jumped out. "What are you afraid of? He's out of bullets. He only has a broken longsword. How can he possibly take down 6 of us?" Qian Shi echoed this sentiment. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. If we all attack together, we can chop him to death with a flurry of axes. Zhang Tu seized the opportunity to reveal his name. "Don't worry, this butcher knife of mine is no joke. 1 slash, and it'll be ripped open." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to praise him, saying, "So, it's brother too. This game is in the bag." Looking at the screen full of compliments, Zhang Tu smugly patted his belly. But he already had another plan in mind. After taking down Bai Ze, let these youngsters rush to the front and die. If they survive, deal with them all. Then, all of Bai Ze's resources and their resources will belong to Zhang Tu alone. Around 3 p.m., the 6 people met at the agreed-upon beach. Zhang Tu was a burly man with a large belly, carrying a gleaming pig-slaughtering knife in his hand, and he did indeed look somewhat fierce. The other 5 were all young men in their early 20s, each carrying a stone axe. As soon as they saw Zhang Tu, they quickly called him Brother Tu, saying that they felt at ease with him around. Zhang Tu waved his hand, putting on a show of generosity. We're all brothers. I'm just a pig butcher. Let's all work together today to take down Bai Ze, and then we'll all live the high life. The group immediately declared that they would follow Brother Tu's arrangements. Zhang Tu enjoyed the feeling of being supported. With a wave of his hand, he led the group along the coastline. Along the way, the group became increasingly envious. Bai Ze's spawn point is too comfortable, with a wide-open beach and almost no dinosaurs to be seen. Unlike them, some of them live in the jungle and are always on edge when gathering resources. Some people said sourly that if they had developed on this beach, they would definitely be stronger than Bai Ze. Some people are also curious about how Bai Ze made those tools so quickly. Could they really have been made by hand? Zhang Tu sneered. Who cares where he got it from? After today, everything he owns will be ours. After saying this, greed gleamed in their eyes. They became more and more cautious as they walked, lowering their pace and feeling their way along the coastline little by little. Before long, Bai Ze's sanctuary finally came into view. Chapter 27, Oh dear. I accidentally found myself checking time. When Zhang Tu led 5 men to the outside of Bai Ze's shelter, the 6 men were dumbfounded. What you see before you is no dilapidated wooden hut, but a beautifully decorated wooden villa. Zhao Lu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Holy crap! Is this a villa? Why should I get this? I still live in a drafty wooden hut, and my head hurts from the cold after just one night's sleep. Another person, seething with envy, said, No way. We have to take this villa today, no matter what. If we kill Bai Ze, the sanctuary will belong to us, and we can just retire here. The group circled the villa, their envy growing with each look. Soon, they spotted the dilapidated thatched coffin hut next door. Someone covered their nose and frowned. What is this thing? Bai Ze keeps livestock. Zhang Tu patted his round belly, stared at the villa gate, and sneered. With a newbie protecting him, the door can't be broken. But he can't stay hidden forever, can he? Let's wait for him. He pointed to the coffin room. Go in and ambush him. As soon as Bai Ze comes out, we'll swarm him and hack him to death with axes. The group nodded immediately and crouched down to crawl inside. As soon as they entered, a stench hit them, a mixture of feces and blood, almost making them lose their senses. Zhao Lu gagged on the spot. Holy crap. What's this smell? Did Bai Ze use this as a toilet? There's a bloody smell. Is this guy having bloody stools? They had no idea that the smell of blood was left by Odd Eye and the 5 dodos, and the smell of excrement was also the work of those unfortunate birds in their previous lives. Zhang Tu's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and said, If you want to do great things, you have to be able to endure. Once we get to Villa, I could take a bath every day. So the 6 of them endured the stench and took turns lying down by the hole in the wall, staring intently at the gate of Bai Ze's villa, not daring to blink. Meanwhile, Sun Hao was pacing anxiously in his thatched hut. The ground was littered with stone axes. He sat down and stood up repeatedly, growing increasingly panicked. Why haven't we heard anything yet? Could something have gone wrong? He finally couldn't resist and sent a message to Zhang Tu. Sun Hao, Zhang Tu, how is it? Have you found Bai Ze yet? Upon seeing the message, Zhang Tu's eyes lit up, and he immediately feigned misery. Zhang Tu, Brother Hao, something terrible has happened. Bai Ze is too cunning. The shelter is surrounded by wooden planks. Zhang Tu, brothers, our stone axes are almost worn out from breaking those wooden planks. I don't know if we'll still be able to beat Bai Ze later. Sun Hao panicked when he heard this. If Zhang Tu and his men fail now, all my previous resources will be wasted. He gritted his teeth, took out 6 brand new stone axes from a storage box, and turned them around. Sun Hao, here you go. Play with confidence. Tell me if you need anything. Son Hao. We must kill Bai Ze. We can't let him get away. Zhang Tu couldn't suppress the smile on his face when he saw the stone axe that had arrived. Zhang Tu. Brother Hao, you're such a great leader. Don't worry, we'll definitely risk our lives for you. After closing the chat, Zhang Tu immediately showed the stone axe to the others. Brothers, one for each of you. Their eyes lit up. Zhang Tu lowered his voice and sneered. To be honest, that idiot Sun Hao doesn't deserve to be the boss at all. He doesn't even know where people are. Besides giving orders, he's completely useless. Once we take down Bai Ze and seize his resources, why should we listen to Sun Hao? We'll dominate this island ourselves. The villa, the food, the women, it'll all be shared by us brothers. Upon hearing this, the group instantly became excited. Brother 2 is right. Sun Hao is nothing. From now on, we'll work with Brother 2. Brother 2 is the boss. Zhang Tu smiled with satisfaction and distributed the stone axes. The 6 men gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with greed and excitement. They didn't even notice that 2 yellow figures were rushing towards the shelter from the direction of the valley. Meanwhile, Bai Ze was still fast asleep in the villa. Achoo! A loud sneeze woke him right out of his dream. Bai Ze rubbed his nose. Who's talking about me? He yawned, stretched comfortably, and glanced down at the special watch on his wrist. Holy crap, it's already 5:42? The 2 generals, Hung and Ha, should be back by now. He tried to get out of bed, but found he couldn't move. Bai Ze was taken aback. Huh? Sleep paralysis? The next second, he opened his backpack and realized what was happening. His backpack was neatly piled with 207 sets of coarse cloth outfits, making it extremely heavy. No wonder he had trouble even moving. Damn, I forgot about that. Bai Ze was both amused and exasperated. It took him a lot of effort to get out of bed, and he threw all the coarse cloth outfits from his backpack onto the ground before he felt completely relieved. We need to issue a notice first, otherwise it will be difficult to harvest the leaks/chickens. He opened the public chat channel and immediately spoke into his microphone. Bai Ze, important notice. Important notice. Bai Ze, the coarse cloth set will officially go on sale tonight at 8 p.m. A total of 207 sets. Each set costs 399 materials. Bai Ze provides shelter from wind and rain and protects against bites and falls. First come, first served while supplies last. The chat channel instantly exploded. Wang Hao, the pro has finally released a set. I've been saving up my materials for so long. Zhao, I'm so touched I cried. Finally, I don't have to wear leaves anymore. My boat was almost frozen. Lu Mingming, I love you, Boss Bai Ze. Grab it at 8 p.m. sharp. Li Wei, but we don't know the time. Does anyone know what time 8 o'clock is? Wang Hao, yeah, boss, aren't you making things difficult for people? When Bai Ze saw this, a smirk appeared on his lips. He then took a picture of the special watch on his wrist and posted it. Bai Ze, who? None of you have watches? Oh dear, I forgot. Bai Ze. Okay then, I'll let everyone know 5 minutes before the sale starts. The chat channel was instantly flooded with messages. Dog, that's so mean. Blatant boasting. Bai Ze, have some decency. Bai Ze laughed and closed the chat channel. The leaks/chives are delivering themselves to my door. How nice. Meanwhile, Zhang Tu and the others also saw the message in the coffin room. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were breathing heavily. 207 sets. Each set costs 399 materials. How many resources would that take? They're all ours. They're all ours. Once we kill Bai Ze, all these materials, suits, and villas are ours. The men trembled with excitement, gripping their stone axes even tighter. Just then, the villa gate suddenly creaked open. Bai Ze stretched and walked out with a relaxed expression. He was preparing to welcome his 2 henchmen home. Chapter 28. Bullying the few with the many? Sorry, I have a dragon. Bai Ze had just returned to the shelter when he expected to be greeted by 2 obedient velociraptors rubbing against his hands. Suddenly, 6 burly men jumped out of the coffin room. They were all carrying weapons and looked menacing. They blocked his doorway. Bai Ze subconsciously took a half step back, frowning as he asked, Who are you? What are you doing in my house? As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed instantly, and he quickly covered his nose. Holy crap, what's that smell? Did you guys soak in a cesspool for 3 days and 3 nights? You're all pickled. The stench mixed with the smell of blood almost killed Bai Ze on the spot. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tu's face turned green. He raised a butcher knife in his hand and roared viciously. Enough nonsense. Bai Ze, be smart and hand over everything. The other 5 young men were clearly less assertive. Although they were also carrying stone axes, their hands were trembling. They slowly moved to the entrance of the shelter, trying to block Bai Ze's retreat. Bai Ze watched their little actions, but didn't stop them at all. He crossed his arms and looked at the group of people as if they were idiots. That's it. A few broken stone axes and a butcher's knife, and they dare to rob him? Seeing that Bai Ze was completely unfazed, Zhang Tu was actually a little nervous, but he still forced himself to say, Bai Ze, I'll give you a chance. Hand over all the supplies and work for us honestly from now on. If I'm in a good mood, I might even give you some leftovers. Bai Ze laughed immediately after hearing this. You think you could defeat mere cowards? As he spoke, he slowly pulled out the Glock 17 from his lower back. The dark muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at Zhang Tu. The 6 people froze instantly. He was so fierce just a moment ago, but now his legs are trembling. Zhang Tu's face turned deathly pale, and he nearly dropped his butcher knife. He stammered, Bai Ze, stop pretending. You're out of bullets. I saw it. Yesterday, when you were fighting the Stegosaurus, you ran out of bullets long ago, and you even pulled the trigger on empty air. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow. It turns out that someone was hiding in the valley and spying on us yesterday. He grinned. Hey, good eyesight. How did you know I didn't have any spare bullets? A young man nearby mustered his courage and shouted. You're lying. If you really had bullets, you would have fired already. Why are you wasting your breath talking to us? Exactly. They're definitely out of bullets. Stop pretending. Bai Ze nodded and tucked the gun back into his waistband. That's true. People like you don't deserve to waste bullets. When the men saw him put away his gun, they breathed a sigh of relief, and their arrogance returned. I knew we were out of bullets. Trying to scare us with a fire poker? Hilarious. But the next second, Bai Ze raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. A flash of cold light, and an iron longsword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The setting sun shone on the blade, its cold light dazzling. Bai Ze said calmly, This is enough to deal with you. Zhang Tu's pupille contracted. He never expected Bai Ze to have such a good thing. But soon, he looked at the 5 people around him, and his courage grew again. Don't be afraid. There are 6 of us, and he's just one. No matter how powerful he is, can he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Kill him. His villa, supplies, and over 200 sets of coarse cloth suits are all ours. We'll be living the high life, and we'll never have to live in a drafty thatched hut again. Upon hearing this, the fear in the eyes of the 5 young people was immediately suppressed by greed. They gripped their stone axes tightly and roared as they surrounded Bai Ze. Bai Ze curled his lips into a smile. What? Are you bullying the few because there are many of you? He cleared his throat lightly. Excuse me, I have a helper. The group of people were taken aback. Help? Where'd you get help? What nonsense is this? Is he scared out of his wits? A young man named Sunba had just finished speaking. A scream suddenly rang out. A yellow shadow suddenly darted out from behind the thatched hut as fast as lightning and tackled Sunba to the ground. With a swift slash of sharp claws, he didn't even have a chance to shout a second time before his throat was torn open on the spot. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. The thing lying on Sunba was none other than... It was a velociraptor. Bai Ze had actually seen the 2 generals, Hung and Ha, return long ago. He had given them orders in advance using the ARK console to hide behind the thatched huts, waiting for the group to jump out on their own. And it turned out to be true. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Velociraptor. Another young man named Wu Shi was so frightened that he turned around and tried to run away. But as soon as he turned around, he was met with another gaping, blood-red maw. Aha was already blocking the way behind. Wu Shi rammed his head in, and the next second, with a crack, there was no more movement. The remaining 3 people completely broke down, crying and screaming as they scattered and fled for their lives. But how could they possibly outrun a velociraptor? Ahung and Aha were like 2 yellow whirlwinds, shuttling back and forth on the beach. Screams echoed one after another. Within seconds, the entire scene fell silent. The 5 people who were just shouting about killing and looting supplies are all gone. Zhang Tu's legs went weak, and he knelt down on the ground with a thud. He was trembling like a leaf, and his face was frighteningly pale. Velociraptor, how could you possibly control a velociraptor? You're not human, you're a devil. Bai Ze sheathed his long sword and smiled. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tu's eyes instantly lit up with a desire to survive. He scrambled to Bai Ze's feet and kowtowed repeatedly. Boss, Daddy, please teach me. I'll do anything for you. I'll even lick your shoes. Bai Ze's lips twitched. He just said it casually, and this guy actually believed it. But that's perfect. I can ask some questions. These people were able to find this place and lay an ambush beforehand, so it was clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Bai Ze asked coldly, Speak, how did you find me? Who sent you? Zhang Tu, grasping at a straw, quickly confessed, Boss, we're all from Sun's army. Sun, Hao sent us to kill you. He gave me the materials to upgrade the shelter to level 2, and then had me use the map module to locate your position. We also discussed this in the Sun family army group. Bai Ze's eyes immediately turned cold. It's Sun Hao again. The two clearly didn't have any deep-seated hatred, but this guy kept causing trouble. It seems this problem can't be left unresolved any longer. Just then, the 2 generals, Hung and Ha, had already dealt with the remaining people. The corpse turned into specks of light, then into raw meat, which entered their backpacks. The 2 velociraptors wiped the blood from their mouths, turned and stared at Zhang Tu, letting out low growls. Zhang Tu was so frightened he almost laid down in the sand. Boss, spare me. I really know I was wrong. I was tricked by Sun Hao. Oh right, I have important news. The reason you bought raw meat before was also due to Sun Hao and his gang. They deliberately raised the price, treated you like a sucker, and then laughed at you in the group for being a sucker. I'm willing to go undercover. No, I'm willing to be your dog. I'll keep an eye on Sun Hao for you. I'll tell you immediately if they make the slightest move. Bai Ze's eyes grew even colder after hearing this. It turns out that the price increase of raw meat was also caused by these people behind the scenes. Good. He made a note of this debt. He looked down at Zhang Tu, his tone calm. Why should I believe you? Zhang Tu immediately looked up and desperately said, Boss, you can send a dragon to follow me. If I have even the slightest disloyalty, let bite me to death. I really want to work for you. Please give me a chance. Chapter 29, Am I Missing a Dog? Bai Ze stared at Zhang Tu, his gaze frighteningly calm. He only asked one question. Do you know where Sun Hao is staying? Zhang Tu was so frightened that he shook his head repeatedly, his head bobbing like a rattle drum. Boss, I really don't know, but I can find out. I have acquaintances in the Sun family army group. If you take me in, I'll definitely find out Sun Hao's location. Bai Ze glanced at him from head to toe. It's somewhat useful, but not much. This kind of person can betray Sun Hao today and betray him tomorrow. Keeping him around isn't an ally. It's a ticking time bomb. Moreover, there are plenty of people who want to associate with Bai Ze. Who does Zhang Tu think he is? Bai Ze casually waved his hand. All right. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tu was overjoyed, thinking he had escaped with his life and even gained a powerful patron. Thank you so much, boss. Thank you so much, boss. I will definitely listen to you from now on. After saying that, he got up and tried to leave. But just as he turned around, a low growl suddenly came from behind him. The next second, Aha pounced and bit his throat. Click! Blood splattered on the beach. Zhang Tu's eyes widened, his body twitched twice, and then he quickly fell silent. Bai Ze stood to the side, his face expressionless. You think you can get away with this alive after you've offended him? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Does he need a dog? No. What he lacks is a dragon. After dealing with Zhang Tu, the 2 generals, Hung and Ha, immediately came over, trying to rub against Bai Ze despite their mouths being full of blood. Bai Ze countered with 2 powerful backhand strikes. Go wash your mouth. It's covered in blood. Don't make it stink. Wash your paws clean too. The 2 dragons whimpered pitifully, then waddled to the seashore and vigorously washed their heads and claws in the water. After washing several times, they returned, shaking off the water, and stood obediently beside Bai Ze, heads held high and chests puffed out, like two soldiers who had just won a battle. Bai Ze was satisfied and patted their heads. Thanks for your hard work. He then opened the backpacks of the two dragons, and his eyes lit up immediately. Damn, that's incredibly efficient. Inside the backpack lay a neatly arranged pile of spoils. There are 176 pieces of raw meat, 98 pieces of animal hide, 11 white gift boxes, and 13 pieces of rotten meat. That afternoon, the two generals, Hung and Ha, were truly busy. Bai Ze put the animal hide, gift box, and rotten flesh into his backpack and patted them. All right, continue patrolling the area. If you get tired, find a place to rest. The two dragons immediately separated, one on the left and one on the right, guarding the area around the shelter and watching all directions warily. Bai Ze watched their retreating figures, feeling reassured. With these two around, who would dare to sneak up and attack us again? One comes, one dies. He found a clean rock to sit on, took out 11 white gift boxes, and opened them directly. A series of white lights flashed by. Family bucket, self-heating hot pot, rice, bottled water, cola, Sprite. It was almost entirely food and drink. Bai Ze was immediately delighted. The system finally acted like a human today. Having not had hot pot in a long time, he immediately picked out a box of spicy beef self-heating hot pot and took out a bottle of ice cola. Once the heating pack was placed in, steam began to bubble up from the box in no time. The spicy aroma wafted far and wide on the sea breeze. Bai Ze took a deep breath. Fragrant. He lifted the lid, picked up a piece of beef, and stuffed it into his mouth. The flavors of numbing, spicy, fresh, and fragrant explode instantly. This feeling is simply a treat on a deserted island. Halfway through the meal, Bai Ze suddenly remembered something. There are less than 3 days left in the new player protection period. Once the protection period ends, the system's basic living allowance will stop being issued. At that time, freshwater will definitely become the most sought-after resource. He should start planning his water-selling business in advance. Bai Ze opened Zhang Feng's private message and immediately transferred 5 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of mineral water to him. Within seconds, Zhang Feng's message popped up. Zhang Feng, boss. Why are you sending me more stuff? I've really had enough to eat. Bai Ze's reply was very direct. Bai Ze, I'll take it. I'm asking you, are you interested in working for me? On the other side, Zhang Feng was so excited when he saw this sentence that his hands were trembling. Zhang Feng, boss, can I really do it? I dream about it. Bai Ze, okay. I will guarantee your and your daughter's survival, and even give you an edge over most people. But I only ask for one thing. Absolute loyalty. Zhang Feng, boss, I am absolutely loyal. As long as my daughter lives, my life is yours. Bai Ze schmoiled. Bai Ze, it's not that serious. I'll give you a batch of water in a couple of days. You'll be in charge of selling it, and you can keep 10% of the materials for yourself. Bai Ze, what level is your shelter now? Zhang Feng, boss, I just leveled up to level 2 yesterday. Bai Ze, then you should have a map. Where are you? I'll bring you and your daughter to my vicinity sometime. Zhang Feng, I'm in a jungle in the lower middle part of the map. I'll take a screenshot for you right away. Zhang Feng quickly sent a screenshot of the map. Bai Ze glanced at it and understood what was going on. Bai Ze, okay, you go ahead and get busy. Contact me anytime if you need anything. After turning off private messages, Bai Ze continued eating hot pot. Just then, Ahung and Aha, smelling the aroma, ran back and squatted down beside him, staring longingly at the pot, their tails wagging rapidly. Bai Ze couldn't help but laugh. All right, look how hungry you are. He picked up a few pieces of beef and tossed them to them. Eat slowly, don't choke. The two dragons lowered their heads and wolfed down their food, eating with more relish than anyone else. After finishing the hot pot, Bai Ze glanced at his experience bar. Level 7, with 1600/1428 experience points. More than enough to level up. Let's level up in a row. He stretched. You need to reach level 18 to unlock the raptor saddle, so I'll have to keep grinding. Bai Ze returned to the house, took out a pile of materials, and threw them into the ARK control panel. The console will automatically start crafting stone axes and stone pickaxes. The experience points gradually increase. Meanwhile, Sun Hao could no longer sit still. He paced back and forth in his shelter, his face growing increasingly grim. Why is there still no news? Why haven't Zhang Tu and the others returned yet? Could it be that they killed Bai Ze and then pocketed the stuff? The more Sun Hao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. So he gritted his teeth and opened Zhang Tu's chat box. But the next second, he froze on the spot. Zhang Tu's name turned gray. Gray represents death. Sun Hao's lips trembled. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and quickly opened the Sun Family Army Group chat to find the other 5 people who had set off with Zhang Tu. As a result, the names of those 5 people were all turned gray. 6 people. They're all dead. Sun Hao's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Impossible. This is impossible. How could Bai Ze be so strong? Fear completely overwhelmed him. He hurriedly opened the system and frantically sent messages to Jin Wentao. Sun Hao, Wentao. Something terrible has happened. Sun Hao, Zhang Tu and the others are all gone. 6 people, not one survived. Sun Hao, Bai Ze is definitely going to take revenge on me. What should I do? You need to think of something. Chapter 30, A Mount Delivered to Your Door. Jin Wentao was hiding in the shelter doing crafts when a series of system messages popped up, startling him so much that his hand trembled and he froze on the spot. He opened the panel while cursing, and when he saw that it was a message from Sun Hao, his face immediately darkened. 6 people surrounded Bai Ze, but were completely wiped out. Jin Wentao almost laughed out of anger. Useless. 6 people couldn't even handle one Bai Ze, and you dare to say you're capable? Despite his scolding, he still replied to the message immediately. Jin Wentao, Brother Hao, don't panic, calm down. Jin Wentao, Bai Ze may not know that we did it, so don't panic. Jin Wentao, besides he is thousands of miles away from us, with the sea in between. How can he take revenge? Hearing this, Sun Hao finally felt a little relieved. Sun Hao, yes, he probably doesn't know where I am. Sun Hao, Wentao, thank goodness you were here, otherwise I would have been scared to death. Jin Wentao, let's pretend this never happened. Remember, we didn't do anything. Jin Wentao, also Bai Ze is selling coarse cloth outfits tonight, and we've all been blocked. We need to ask the guys in the group to help us grab a few sets. We can't keep wearing rags. Sun Hao immediately agreed and hurriedly went to the group chat to make arrangements. Jin Wentao closed the chat, and the respect on his face vanished instantly, replaced by disdain. With that kind of guts, you think you can be the boss. He gave a cold laugh. Let you be smug for a few more days. Once I get my hands on the stone axe blueprint, it'll be hard to say who'll be on the side of power. On the other side, a golden light flashed on Bai Ze's body. Level up, LV.8. Gained 1 free attribute point. ARK Survival Control Console. Engrams automatically unlocked. Cooking pot, compass, multi-panel banner. Bai Ze rolled his eyes as he looked at the 3 new marks. They're all useless. There's not a single one that can fight. Looking at the next level of experience, it takes 2,800 to reach level 9. Bai Ze couldn't help but complain. This upgrade is too outrageous. I'm afraid we'll have to grind ourselves to death later on. He glanced down at the time. 7:46 p.m. I almost forgot about the important matter. Bai Ze immediately opened the public channel and spoke. Bai Ze, the set will be available soon. Materials are ready. In short, the channel instantly erupted in chaos. Wang Hao. Finally, the big shot has arrived. I've been gathering materials for ages. Zhao Lei, I'm waiting for you to start selling it. I have to grab one tonight. Linya. Boss, I'm out of materials. Could you sell just one top? Please. Li Wei. You're overthinking it. The big boss isn't running a charity. At 8 o'clock sharp, Bai Ze threw all 207 sets of coarse cloth suits, along with more than 1,000 tools, into the trading house. The next second, the transaction notifications started ringing out like crazy, like firecrackers going off. His backpack turned red instantly from the weight. Bai Ze rushed to the storage box and started dumping the materials inside. But after a short while, he realized something was wrong. Not enough. We don't have enough boxes. He immediately took the materials and made 6 more storage boxes, lining them up against the wall to barely fit all the collected materials inside. Looking at the boxes overflowing with goods, Bai Ze couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Nearly 100,000 materials arrived in one go. That's awesome. It's a pity there's a shortage of cement right now. Otherwise, he could have directly built a level 4 shelter. Cement imprinting can only be learned at level 13. Bai Ze sighed. Looks like I'll have to keep grinding. Just then, excited roars suddenly came from outside. Bai Ze was taken aback and immediately went out to check. 2 velociraptors were chasing a dinosaur with a crest on its head, occasionally taking a bite. Bai Ze's eyes lit up immediately. Prehistoric. This is a ready-made vehicle for transportation. Seeing that the secondary comb dragon already had wounds, Bai Ze felt extremely distressed. Shut up. Don't bite me to death. Upon hearing the command, Aheng and Aha immediately stopped talking and obediently stood to the side. But the Parasaurus was still desperately trying to escape. Bai Ze immediately shouted, "Don't let it get away. Block it." The 2 velociraptors charged forward from the left and right, no longer biting, but simply blocking the way. Bai Ze was getting anxious. The Parasaurus is too fast. I can't catch it at all. And now, even with the flail, the hit rate is pitifully low. At the crucial moment, he had a sudden inspiration. The dragon trapping chamber. Let's get right to it. Bai Ze rushed back into the house, took out the materials, and quickly made 2 thatch foundations and several thatch door frames. Then, he quickly built a small rectangular house on the open space next to it, leaving only one entrance. Drive it inside. Aheng and Aha immediately coordinated, one blocking the left and the other the right, forcibly forcing the Parasaurolophus towards the entrance. The secondary comb dragon panicked and rushed into the dragon trapping chamber. Bai Ze reacted quickly and rushed forward to seal the entrance. Now the dwarf dragon was stuck in the narrow space, making it difficult to even turn around. It could only stick its head out and look at Bai Ze in horror. Bai Ze smiled and walked over, wanted to pat its head. As a result, the Parasaurolophus opened its mouth and bit. Bai Ze quickly withdrew his hand. "Hey, you've got quite a temper." He immediately checked the attributes. Female Parasaurolophus, LV, 32. Health points, 432/221. Dizziness level, 377/377. Evaluation, a docile herbivorous dinosaur, fast and with good stamina, making it an excellent means of transportation. Bai Ze's eyes lit up. Level 32. This is a huge profit. He casually made a wooden baseball bat and smiled at Fu Jilong. Be good, just bear with it. It will pass soon. The next second, Bai Ze swung his baseball bat and smashed it repeatedly at the head of the secondary dragon. Thump, thump, thump. The Parasaurus screamed repeatedly. Aheng and Aha, who were standing nearby, remained silent and retreated to continue their patrol, as if to say, "This owner is really ruthless." Bai Ze knocked on it for a long time and finally knocked out the secondary comb dragon. He was so tired he was panting, and he could barely lift his arms. Taming a mount is actually a physical task. He wiped his sweat, opened the trading post, and bought 500 red berries, then stuffed the remaining black berries into his Parasaurolophus backpack. The taming level begins to rise slowly. Bai Ze glanced at the progress and frowned slightly. Looks like I won't be sleeping well tonight either. At this rate, you'll need to replenish the blackberries about every 2 hours. Otherwise, the dizziness level will drop to 0, and you'll have wasted your time capturing this combo dragon. However, Bai Ze soon remembered that he had 2 helpers. He called Aheng and Aha over, pointed at the dragon trapping chamber, and said, "You 2 keep an eye on it. Don't let it die, and don't let anything else get close, understand?" The 2 velociraptors nodded and obediently laid down to guard the area. Bai Ze returned to the shelter with satisfaction, lay down on the bed, and casually opened the chat channel to see if there were any new messages. He discovered that Lu Mengmeng had sent him several private messages. This woman had sent him many photos before and was very active on public channels. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow and opened the message, but after seeing the content, his expression immediately changed. Lu Mengmeng, boss, help. Lu Mengmeng, several men have their eyes on me. They want to steal my things and even try to hurt me. Lu Mengmeng, boss, please save me. I'm so scared. Chapter 31, Secondary Comb Dragon Saddle. Bai Ze frowned as he looked at the private message from Zhang Mengmeng pleading for help. He had absolutely no connection with this girl, so why did she suddenly contact him? Bai Ze replied directly, "You can ask someone nearby for help." I don't even know how far away I am from you. How can I save you? Zhang Mingming replied almost instantly. Boss, I don't trust anyone else. I only trust you. And I'm really close to you. Bai Ze asked in return. How do you know? Zhang Mingming immediately sent a screenshot of a map. It showed her level 2 shelter, and the place she was in was also a crescent-shaped sand island. Upon closer inspection, Bai Ze realized it really wasn't far. If you ride fast enough, you can get there in about 2 hours. But he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he smiled and replied, Why should I risk saving you? What value can you offer me? The other side remained silent for a full 5 minutes. Then, Zhang Mingming sent a photo. The girl in the photo has a pure and lovely baby face with big eyes. She looks delicate and frail, wearing only the basic clothes provided by the system, and appears extremely helpless. Immediately afterwards, she sent a message. Boss, I have nothing right now. The only thing I can offer is myself. In this world, a weak woman like me can't survive at all. I can only rely on the strong. If you save me, I'll listen to you from now on. Bai Ze glanced at the photo and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Before he transmigrated, it would have been virtually impossible for a corporate slave like him, who worked overtime every day, to meet a girl like this. But now, the rules of this world have changed. Strength is everything. Bai Ze thought for a moment and replied, Okay, there are still 2 days left in the newbie protection period. I will pick you up before it ends. Zhang Mingming instantly became excited. Thank you, sir. I knew you were a good person. I will definitely wait for you obediently. Bai Ze looked at the message, made a set of coarse cloth clothes for her, and sent them to her, and also sent 5 buckets of instant noodles and 3 bottles of mineral water. Zhang Mingming was so touched that she sent several messages. Boss, you're so kind. I'll definitely listen and wait for you to come. Bai Ze closed the private messages and shook his head. We can talk about women later. The most important thing right now is to tame the Parasaurolophus. For the next 2 hours, he went out to feed the unconscious Parasaurolophus blackberries. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 2 or 3 in the morning. Bai Ze yawned and casually collected his daily allowance. He opened the chat channel and found it was quite lively. He couldn't help but send a message. Don't you guys sleep at night? The message was sent out, and someone replied immediately. Wang Hao sleep? I haven't slept for 3 days. Zhao Lei, boss, not everyone is like you. We have to frantically gather resources and upgrade our shelter. Otherwise we'll be finished once the protection period ends. Li Wei, yeah, the big boss has no worries about food, drink, or materials, but we dare not sleep. If we fall asleep, we might never wake up again. After reading it, Bai Ze scratched his head awkwardly. It seems he took survival too lightly. While others are still toiling away, he's already started researching mounts. He didn't say anything more, silently turned off the chat channel, and continued to wait for the Parasaurolophus's taming progress. Finally, around 4 a.m., a flash of blue light suddenly appeared. A system notification sounded. Congratulations to player Bai Ze for successfully taming a Parasaurolophus. Experience points increased by 10. Receive a white gift box. Please name your pet. Bai Ze sat up abruptly from the bed. It's finally done. He stared at the prompt for a long time, thinking that since it was a female Parasaurolophus, it had to be given a nice name. A moment later, Bai Ze's eyes lit up. I've got it. Call him Agua. He was quite satisfied, thinking he was a naming genius. After choosing his name, Bai Ze excitedly ran out of the shelter. Beside the dragon trapping chamber, the 2 guardian generals, Hung and Ha, lay on either side, keeping watch like 2 loyal bodyguards. Meanwhile, the secondary comb dragon in the dragon trapping room had already stood up. Upon seeing Bai Ze, it obediently lowered its head. Bai Ze used the ARK control console to dismantle the dragon trapping chamber and walked over to examine Agua. This comb dragon has a slender body and a docile posture, making it much more pleasing to the eye than those 2 big, dumb bastards, Hung and Ha. Bai Ze patted Aguai's head and then opened the attribute panel. Their load-bearing capacity, endurance, and speed all far exceed those of ordinary humans. Now the problem of getting on the road is completely solved. However, you need a saddle to ride it. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow as soon as he checked the ingredients. 1 secondary comb dragon saddle requires 110 animal hides. If it were an ordinary person, It would take them a long time to kill just to collect these animal hides. Fortunately, Bai Ze had the two generals Hung and Ha, who had accumulated a lot of materials during the previous hunts. He immediately rushed back to the shelter, emptied all the animal hides from the storage box, and threw them all into the ARK control panel. Before long, a brand new Parasaurus saddle appeared in the backpack. Moreover, this saddle also adds an extra 10 points of defense. Bai Ze's eyes lit up. Sure. He immediately put the saddle into Guai's backpack and clicked on the equipment. The next second, a brown saddle appeared on Guai's back, fitting perfectly as if it were naturally part of his body. Bai Ze immediately flipped over and mounted him. He almost burst out laughing when he sat down. So comfortable, so very comfortable. It didn't feel rough at all as I had imagined. On the contrary, it was just the right firmness and incredibly stable. Bai Ze immediately ordered, good boy, charge. Upon hearing the command, Guai pushed off with all four legs and charged forward instantly. A strong sense of being pushed back came over me. The surrounding scenery rushed past me, and the wind whistled past my ears. But Bai Ze, sitting on it, didn't feel any jolting at all. In fact, he felt as if he and Guai had become one. He controlled the car perfectly, making turns, sudden stops, and accelerations with flawless smoothness. Bai Ze couldn't help but burst into laughter. Now that's what you call a real mount. Then he discovered that Guai had two more skills. One is intimidation, which can scare away small dinosaurs and cool them down for 2 minutes. The other is alertness, which can detect threatening creatures in the vicinity. Bai Ze immediately tested his alertness. A yellow light wave spread out along the ground, and soon, 3 or 4 red dots appeared on the map, all hidden in the jungle. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes. It seems there are quite a few dangerous things in this forest. He glanced at his watch. It was already past 7 in the morning of the 5th day. There are only 2 days left in the new player protection period. Now that Guai has been tamed and the speed issue has been resolved, we can take care of Zhang Mengmeng as well. Thinking of the photos and promises sent by the other party, Bai Ze's lips curled up slightly. He acted immediately, whistling as he spoke. The two generals, Hung and Ha, immediately rushed over from the side. Bai Ze rode on Guai's back and patted the saddle. Come on, I'll take you to do something big. Chapter 32, the enemy is shameful. I'll go take off his clothes. Bai Ze rode Guai, followed by the two generals Hung and Ha, heading towards Zhang Mengmeng's shelter. With the Parasaurus for transportation and the alert skill for scouting, danger can be avoided in advance. A yellow beam sweeps across, and wherever there's a red dot, Bai Ze immediately detours. After rushing for 2 hours, he finally reached the vicinity of Zhang Mengmeng's shelter. Not long after entering the woods, several men's lewd shouts came from ahead. Little beauty, stop hiding and come out obediently. Play with us, guys, and we promise you won't be shortchanged. If you keep hiding, you'll be in big trouble when the 7 days are up. Inside the shelter, Zhang Mengmeng, her voice trembling with tears, angrily shouted, "You're dreaming. I'd rather die than go with you. I'm gonna boss Bai Ze's men. He'll be here to save me soon." Upon hearing this, the men laughed even more arrogantly. Bai Ze, what is he? He just knows how to make some tools, right? If he dares to come, we'll capture him along with us and make him our slave. You think you can still be the boss's woman? Wait till he gets here, we'll bully you in front of him, and see if he dares to say a word. Zhang Mengmeng was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes, but she still stubbornly insisted. You're talking nonsense. The big boss can take care of you with one hand. As soon as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps came from behind the woods. Bai Ze rode out slowly, riding a tall Parasaurus. Behind him, 2 velociraptors approached with gaping maws and growls. The smiles on the faces of the people who had just been swearing instantly froze. Velociraptor! Someone turned to run away, but was grabbed by the blonde-haired man. Why are you running? Can you even outrun a velociraptor? The blonde-haired man tried to remain calm, but his voice was already trembling. Who? Who are you? Bai Ze looked down at them, his tone icy. Didn't you just say you wanted to capture me as a slave and bully my people in front of me? What? You've forgotten so quickly. The faces of the men turned deathly pale. Bai Ze, how could you possibly ride a dragon? The blonde-haired man's eyes darted around, and he immediately put on a fawning smile. Boss, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We didn't know she was really one of yours. Yes, we'll leave now. We won't bother you any longer. The group exchanged glances, and just as they took a step, Bai Ze's voice rang out. Did I tell you to leave? The blonde-haired man froze, then turned back with a forced laugh. Is there anything else you need, boss? We'll do whatever it takes to make amends. Bai Ze looked at him and sneered. This person may have been verbally deferential, but the ruthlessness in their eyes was impossible to hide. Bai Ze said calmly, I want to borrow your lives for a while. The smile on the blonde-haired man's face vanished instantly, replaced by a ferocious expression. Bai Ze, don't be so arrogant. You may have dinosaurs, but there are 4 of us. If you really push us too far, we'll fight to the death. Bai Ze didn't even lift his eyelids. The fish may die, but the net will not break. And Ha generals, advance. The 2 velociraptors let out a low roar and charged out instantly. Yellow Hair shouted, Brothers, let's go for it. If we win, we'll be set for life. If we lose, we could just start over. The other 3 gritted their teeth, grabbed stone axes, and charged forward. But Huang Mao himself turned and ran away after shouting. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow at this. Wow, that's a really swift and decisive way to betray your teammates. But you want to run away? Bai Ze reached out and grasped, and an iron longsword appeared out of thin air in his palm. He patted Guai gently. Chase. Guai exerted force with all 4 hooves, and its speed suddenly exploded, catching up with the blonde-haired guy in just a few seconds. The moment the blonde-haired man turned around, the blade had already fallen. The next second, a head flew off, blood sprayed, and the headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Bai Ze flicked the blood off his blade and whispered, The enemy is ashamed. I will go and take off his clothes. Meanwhile, the battle was over. The 3 men wielding stone axes couldn't even withstand a single round from the 2 guardian generals. In the blink of an eye, they became bloodstains on the ground. Bai Ze rode Guai to the entrance of the shelter. Before he could speak, the wooden door creaked open. A petite figure suddenly lunged out. Wow, you're so handsome. I love you so much. Bai Ze reached out and caught her. Zhang Mengmeng still had tears in her eyes, but they were full of admiration. She was even cuter and more adorable in person than in photos, and so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Bai Ze grabbed her hand and pulled her onto Guai's back. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise, and the next second she found herself being protected in Bai Ze's arms. Her face turned red instantly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Bai Ze chuckled. Weren't you quite bold when we were chatting? Why are you shy now that we're meeting in person? Zhang Mengmeng muttered softly, Boss, don't laugh at me. Bai Ze put his arm around her and said calmly, Let's go home. Guai turned around and headed back towards Bai Ze's sanctuary. The 2 stayed very close along the way. Zhang Mengmeng's ears were bright red, and she was as quiet as a little rabbit. By the time we got back to the shelter, it was already noon. Zhang Mengmeng got off Guai's back, looked up and saw the 3-story wooden villa in front of her, and was completely dumbfounded. Boss, is this your shelter? This is so luxurious. I thought everyone lived in a drafty, thatched hut. Bai Ze smiled casually. It's all right. Let's eat first. You must be hungry after all that travel. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Mengmeng's stomach rumbled loudly. She immediately covered her stomach, her face turning bright red. Bai Ze took out 2 boxes of spicy beef self-heating hot pot from his backpack, and then took out 2 bottles of ice cola. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, you even have self-heating hot pot. Once the heating pack comes into contact with water, the hot pot quickly starts bubbling and steaming, filling the room with a spicy and numbing aroma. Zhang Mengmeng picked up the first bite of beef and put it in her mouth, tears immediately streaming down her face. Wow, it's so delicious. I've been eating berries and black bread these past few days. I'm almost in tears. Boss, you're too kind. Bai Ze handed her a tissue, his tone relaxed. This is nothing. I have plenty of food here. However, your shelter may have to be moved here in a while. Zhang Mengmeng shook her head repeatedly, her eyes serious. Boss, I don't need any shelter. I'll stay with you. You are my refuge. Chapter 33, Blue Airdrop. Bai Ze stiffened, and when he looked up, he met Zhang Mengming's smiling eyes. This little girl is clearly flirting with him on purpose. Bai Ze grabbed her little foot, and Zhang Mengming exclaimed in surprise, her face instantly turning red. Boss, what are you going to do? Bai Ze lowered his voice and replied with only one word. Damn it. After saying that, he picked the person up and went into the bedroom. As soon as Zhang Mengming landed on the bed, her eyes widened in surprise. This is a blanket and a pillow? Dude, what kind of life do you live? I thought everyone slept on the floor. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Ze had already leaned down and pressed down on him. Just before the atmosphere completely spiraled out of control, Zhang Mengming suddenly whispered, Boss, is there a chance I'll get pregnant? Bai Ze paused in his movements. They're not completely settled yet, and if another little life were to be born, it would indeed be troublesome. He got up and went to the living room, rummaged through the storage box, and took out the contraceptives he had opened earlier, then returned to the bedroom and waved them in front of Zhang Mengming. Zhang Mengming was so shocked, she almost sat up. Wow, you even have this? Are you a magic box? You can conjure up anything. Bai Ze pinched her cheek and laughed. Still calling me big boss? It's time to change how you address me. Zhang Mengming blushed furiously, buried her face in the pillow, and whispered, Husband. After that sound, Bai Ze could no longer hold back. Half an hour later, Bai Ze came out of the bedroom looking refreshed and casually covered Zhang Mengming with a blanket. You go to sleep for a while, I'll go out and take a look. Zhang Mengming nodded obediently, her eyes almost too tired to keep open. Bai Ze walked into the courtyard and stretched. With food, shelter, and a loving wife, why would he go back to being a 996 workaholic? Not even a dog would go back. He looked up and saw several beams of light descending from the distant sky. One of the most striking beams of light, a deep blue, shot straight into the sky. Bai Ze then realized that today was already the 6th day. The airdrop is here again, and this time it was a blue airdrop. The resources represented by blue are definitely much more advanced than those represented by white. Now that he has Agwai, he feels more confident to investigate further. Bai Ze whistled, and the two generals, Hung and Ha, immediately ran over from the courtyard. He pointed at Aha and instructed, You stay and watch over her. If she wakes up and tries to go out, follow her secretly and make sure nothing happens to her. Then he said to Hung, Go hunting nearby and bring back as much raw meat and animal hides as possible. Once they understood, the two immediately split up and took action. Aha lay down in the shadows to guard the gate, while Ahung plunged into the jungle. Bai Ze mounted Agwai and charged towards the blue pillar of light. Along the way, he kept using Agwai's alertness skill to avoid all dangerous directions. Even so, it still took almost an hour to get close to the airdrop location. The closer you get, the more piercing the chirping of insects becomes. When Bai Ze pushed aside the last bush and saw the situation ahead, his expression changed instantly. The blue airdrop hovered in the center of the open ground, its outer shell resembling a rhombus-shaped metal, emitting a faint blue light, exuding a strong sense of technology. But all around it were swarms of giant soldier ants. Giant dragonflies hovered in the sky, their wings flapping and buzzing. Further away, 3 giant scorpions, each taller than a person, patrolled the area, their large pincers raised and their stingers gleaming coldly. Several skeletons were scattered on the ground. It was unclear whether they were left by humans or dinosaurs. Bai Ze couldn't help but curse. Damn, what kind of show is this? He quickly realized that the higher the level of the airdrop, the more monsters it would likely attract. Or perhaps he arrived too late. These things had already been drawn over by the beam of light. Forcing your way through is absolutely not an option. With so many soldier ants, each one could eat him an Agwai, and they would be devoured until not even bones were left. Bai Ze stared at the swarm of insects, his mind racing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ah, doesn't your little darling have the skill of intimidation? Even if soldier ants and giant dragonflies are large, they should still be considered small creatures. As for the 3 giant scorpions, we'll have to find another way. The blue airdrop is right in front of us. How can we let him give it up? Impossible. Bai Ze took a deep breath and controlled Agwai to slowly walk toward the airdrop. As soon as the commotion was made, the surrounding swarm of insects turned around in unison. Countless compound eyes stared simultaneously at the man and the dragon. Agwai pawed at the ground restlessly, letting out a low growl. Bai Ze's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. The scene was enough to send chills down your spine just by looking at it. The soldier ants raised their sharp mandibles. The giant dragonfly lowered its flight altitude, and the 3 giant scorpions also began to crawl towards them. Bai Ze swallowed hard, his eyes hardening. I'm taking the gamble. He continued to let Agwai move forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The moment the swarm completely closed in, Bai Ze shouted, "Now!" Agwai raised her head and let out a sharp scream. The sound waves spread out instantly, visible to the naked eye. The next second, the soldier ants and giant dragonflies, which had been so aggressive just moments before, turned tail and ran as if they had seen their natural enemy. In the blink of an eye, swarms of insects disappeared into the jungle, vanishing completely. Bai Ze let out a long breath. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. That scared me to death. Thankfully it worked. But the crisis is not over yet. Click, click. The 3 giant scorpions were still approaching, completely unaffected by the intimidation. Bai Ze immediately opened the ARK console to check the attributes of one of them. Male giant scorpion LV.27. Health points, 354/354. Review. Getting caught in this trap is going to be a nightmare. The poison needles are highly toxic and can rapidly increase your stun level. The level isn't outrageous, but the speed is slow. Bai Ze immediately had an idea. He patted Agwai's neck. Okay, it's up to you now. Go lure them away and lead them around. I'll leave after I get the airdrop. Agwai turned to look at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. That expression seemed to say, "Are you serious?" Bai Ze slapped it on the head. You can't outrun them? If you don't go, am I supposed to? Hurry up. I'll make you extra food when we get back. Upon hearing about the extra meal, Agwai nodded resignedly. Bai Ze flipped over and jumped off, patting its rear end. Go ahead. Success or failure depends on you. Agwai suddenly charged out, heading straight for the 3 giant scorpions. It first rammed into the giant scorpion at the front, successfully provoking it. The 3 giant scorpions simultaneously raised their pincers, their stingers erect, and frantically chased after Agwai. Agwai didn't fight head-on. Instead, she kept her distance, running while turning back to provoke them, gradually leading the 3 giant scorpions away. Bai Ze watched from behind a tree, nodding in agreement. Wow, that's amazing. That pulling is so skillful. The distance was just right, like a simp chasing after a goddess, unable to let go, yet unable to catch up. Seeing that the giant scorpion had been completely lured away from the airdrop range, Bai Ze no longer hesitated and bent down to rush out. Agwai was still keeping the 3 giant scorpions at bay from a distance, always maintaining a range where she could receive commands. Bai Ze sprinted to the blue airdrop and placed his hand on its cold exterior. The next second, a system notification appeared, opening the blue airdrop. Instantly, all the items in the airdrop appeared in Bai Ze's mind. Chapter 34, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Saddle Blueprint. Bai Ze was stunned on the spot. He stared at the contents of the airdrop, almost thinking he was seeing things. Superior quality, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Saddle Blueprint. And it even has a bluish glow. Upon seeing this thing, Bai Ze was initially delighted, but then his heart sank. This means that airdrops don't just contain regular supplies. Lucky survivors might also find various dinosaur saddle blueprints. In other words, others will also have the opportunity to tame and ride dinosaurs in the future. He originally thought that with his understanding of the ARK, he could maintain his advantage over the dinosaur mount. He never expected the system to have such a trick up its sleeve. However, Bai Ze reacted quickly. No matter how much I want it, I have to get my hands on it first. He immediately stuffed the blueprint into his backpack. The blue light instantly went out, and the airdrop turned into a patch of light and disappeared. But the next second, a dense series of click sounds rang out all around. The sound of soldier ants, giant scorpions, and giant dragonflies flapping their wings all came back around. Bai Ze's expression changed. Damn, they got here so fast. He immediately blew a whistle. Upon hearing the command, Agwai, who was far away, immediately shook off the 3 giant scorpions and rushed back like a yellow lightning bolt. It already had several wounds on its body, all bitten by soldier ants, and its blood volume had dropped significantly. Without hesitation, Bai Ze grabbed the saddle and flipped himself onto his back. "Hey, run. If you slow down, we'll both become animal feed." Agwai frantically kicked the ground with all 4 legs, instantly breaking free from the swarm of insects. Behind them, the swarm of insects emitted a chilling, buzzing sound, chasing after them relentlessly. "But my friend, you're too fast." The soldier ants couldn't catch up, nor could the giant scorpion. The giant dragonfly flew behind for a while, but was gradually left behind. After running for more than 10 minutes, Bai Ze looked back and finally saw that the swarm of insects had disappeared from his sight. He then made Agwai slow down, leaning against the saddle and panting heavily. This airdrop is really valuable, but it's also really deadly. Bai Ze touched Agwai's neck and saw that there was still blood seeping out. His tone softened. "You've worked hard. I'll treat you to something nice when we get back. There will be plenty of berries." Agwai let out a soft cry and rubbed her head against his hand. Bai Ze patted it, then took out the blueprint for the Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle and examined it carefully. Crafting location: blacksmith's workbench. This was already incredibly good news for him. Normally, you need to reach level 74 to unlock the Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle. But now, with a blueprint, you can ride the Tyrannosaurus Rex at level 20 as long as you can craft it at the blacksmith's table. But the materials are also frightening. 3,800 animal hides, 2,000 fibers, and 500 metal ingots. It's practically a black hole that devours resources. However, the attributes are equally outrageous, directly increasing armor by 100 points. This is equivalent to putting a suit of iron armor on a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Thinking of this, Bai Ze's earlier worries gradually subsided. So what if someone else gets a saddle blueprint from an airdrop? They can't see the dinosaur's attributes, don't know about the dizziness value, and don't know how to tame them efficiently. Even if they were to stumble upon 1 or 2 by sheer luck, they still wouldn't be able to catch him. He's already way ahead. As long as the snowball effect continues, the gap will only widen. Not to mention, he also has the ultimate cheat, the ARK console. After figuring this out, Bai Ze felt much better. He carefully put away the blueprint for the Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle. This thing could very well be the key to his domination of the world in the future. Not long after, Bai Ze rode Agwai back to the shelter. He stopped abruptly just as he reached the doorway. A rich aroma of food wafted out of the house. Bai Ze was stunned for a moment. He hadn't smelled this fragrance for several days. He first settled Agwai down, then applied the crushed black berries to the wound before pushing open the door and entering the house. Inside the house, Zhang Mengmeng was wearing a coarse cloth apron and busy in the kitchen. Her face was smeared with egg wash, and her hair was a little messy, making her look clumsy yet earnest. Bai Ze walked over and gently hugged her waist from behind. "Mengmeng, what are you doing?" Zhang Mengmeng was so frightened that her body stiffened. She only breathed a sigh of relief after realizing it was Bai Ze, and her ears turned red instantly. "Honey, you're back. I'm making fried rice." She stirred the pot while explaining in a low voice. "I saw a few boxes in the living room and wanted to see what was inside. I found rice and eggs. I thought to myself, when you come back, you can have a hot meal. But this egg is huge, much bigger than a chicken egg. I've never cooked before. My mom always cooks for me. I didn't expect it to smell so good." As Bai Ze listened to her rambling on, he suddenly felt a bit conflicted. He never truly trusted Zhang Mengmeng. That's why Aha was watching her from the shadows. But the scene before him made him feel a pang of guilt. But soon, this sense of guilt was suppressed by reason. In this cannibalistic world, caution is never wrong. Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time, Zhang Mengmeng turned around and saw that he was frowning, and she panicked. "Honey, did I do something wrong? You don't want me to touch your things, do you?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to." As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Bai Ze reached out and wiped the flour off her face. "No, I was thinking about something else. I'm happy to be able to have a hot meal." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng immediately stopped crying and started laughing. She reached out her finger and gently rubbed Bai Ze's brow. "Then don't frown, it'll make you get old." The warmth of his fingertips touched his brow, and Bai Ze's expression changed slightly. Zhang Mingming noticed his gaze. Her face turned as red as an apple, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Honey, let's eat first. Go sit in the living room for a bit. It'll be ready soon. After saying that, she gently shook his arm, with a hint of coquetry in her voice. Bai Ze chuckled softly. Okowo. He sat down on the sofa, watching Zhang Mingming busy in the kitchen, but his mind was still calculating his next plan. Not long after, Zhang Mingming came out carrying 2 bowls of golden fried rice. Honey, try it. Bai Ze picked up a piece of food. The rice grains were distinct, and the aroma of eggs and rice blended together, creating a taste of home that I hadn't felt in a long time. It's good, very delicious. Zhang Mingming also took a bite, and her eyes immediately curved into a smile. My first time cooking, and it turned out so well. The two finished eating quickly. While Zhang Mingming was clearing away the dishes, she couldn't help but ask, Honey, what were you doing outside for so long? Bai Ze patted her head. I found an airdrop. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingming immediately became nervous. Didn't they say airdrops are dangerous? Are you injured? Bai Ze smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a low, guttural roar came from outside. Chapter 35, Tribe Module. Upon hearing a noise outside the door, Bai Ze immediately deduced that the 2 generals, Hung and Ha, had returned. He looked at Zhang Mingming. Should we go take a look? Zhang Mingming's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly, yes. As soon as the 2 stepped out of the shelter, they saw the 2 guardian generals standing at the door, each with half a water dragon beast in their mouth and their tails swishing happily. Zhang Mingming immediately chickened out, shrinking behind Bai Ze and only daring to peek out half her head. Bai Ze smiled and patted her hand. Don't be afraid, they are very well behaved and won't bite. After saying that, he stepped forward and opened Ahing's backpack. This trip yielded quite a haul, 72 pieces of raw meat, 56 animal hides, and 4 white gift boxes. Bai Ze took the gift boxes and animal hides, and then took out the rotten raw meat from his backpack. This rotting flesh is perfect for making an anesthetic, which we'll need later. Seeing how docile the 2 guardian spirits were, Zhang Mingming grew a little bolder and asked softly, Honey, can I touch them? Bai Ze directly grabbed her hand and placed it on Ahing's head. Ahing not only didn't dodge, but also lowered his head comfortably, making a gurgling sound in his throat. Zhang Mingming instantly lost her fear, her eyes lighting up. Ah, so cute. She would stroke Ahing's head 1 minute and pinch Aha's paws the next, having a great time. The 2 big guys were very cooperative, letting her rub them all they wanted. Bai Ze glanced at it, then turned and went back into the house. Time to get to work. He needs to get cement as soon as possible to upgrade the shelter. Back at the shelter, Bai Ze threw a bunch of materials into the ARK console and began mass-producing stone axes, stone pickaxes, and fiber suits. Zhang Mingming's happy laughter came from outside, and Bai Ze's lips unconsciously curled up. He used to tough it out on his own, but now he realizes that one really can't be alone for too long. Not long after, Zhang Mingming tiptoed in and saw Bai Ze leaning against the storage box with his eyes closed, resting. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Ze said, Mingming, you go and rest first. I have things to do. Zhang Mingming immediately stopped and nodded obediently. Okay, then you should go to bed early too, honey. Bai Ze watched her departing figure with a satisfied look in his eyes. Sensible, doesn't ask too many questions, and doesn't cause trouble. This is more important than anything else. Time passed slowly, and his backpack soon filled with tools and equipment, while his experience points also gradually increased. Finally, it was midnight on the 7th day. The cold, impersonal system announcement echoed throughout the world. Congratulations to all survivors. You have successfully survived to day 7. I believe everyone has already mastered basic survival skills, but one person's strength is ultimately limited. The tribe module is now open. All survivors can create a tribe. Clan members can share locations and storage box permissions. The regions will be merged in 30 days. I hope everyone continues to work hard. Bai Ze's expression darkened slightly after hearing this. No wonder level 2 shelters reward migration vouchers. The real change is here. With the opening of tribes, the era of fighting alone came to an end. From then on, large numbers of survivors would band together, forming various factions. What's even more troublesome is the regional merger 30 days later. At that time, all sorts of monsters and demons may appear. His plans must be accelerated. Just then, Zhang Mingming ran out in her pajamas, her eyes still sleepy but very excited. "Honey, did you hear that? We have a tribe feature now. Do you want to create one?" Bai Ze nodded. Of course. He opened the tribe module and saw the creation requirements, and his lips twitched. Creating a tribe requires 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 1,000 thatch, 1,000 fiber, and 1,000 flint. A total of 5,000 materials. Even an ordinary survivor would be devastated just by looking at it. But for Bai Ze, it's alright. He has enough materials. Bai Ze can directly click Create. Congratulations to player Bai Ze for successfully creating the tribe ARK. There was no server-wide announcement, nor were there any rewards. There's only a bare tribe panel, and a tribe chat has been added to the chat channels. Bai Ze couldn't help but complain. What a loss. I thought I'd get a reward for being the first one. However, the tribe still had to be established eventually. He first brought Zhang Mingming into the ARK, bringing the tribe's population to 2. Zhang Mingming looked at the panel and tilted her head. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Bai Ze nodded. It's not very useful now. It only has value when there are more people. Afterwards, he put all the tools and clothes he had just made on the trading platform, and then opened Zhangfeng's chat. Bai Ze, how's the mineral water bottle I asked you to collect a couple of days ago coming along? Zhang Feng replied instantly. Zhang Feng, wow, over 500 already, and still collecting. Bai Ze, keep recruiting. I'll bring you into the tribe. Prepare in the next couple of days to move the shelter over. Zhang Feng, okay, boss, I'm ready anytime. Bai Ze pulled Zhang Feng into the ARK. The tribe's population has increased to 3. He already had a direction in mind. We must seize the valley as soon as possible. That place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It will definitely be a key stronghold in the future. After finishing all that, Bai Ze collected his daily allowance, stored all the materials in his backpack in the storage box, and took Zhang Mingming back to the house to rest. Meanwhile, in the jungle more than 10 kilometers away, Sun Hao looked at the conditions for establishing a tribe and felt completely numb. 5,000 materials? Who could possibly gather that much? But the next second, he discovered that a tribe had appeared in the tribe list. ARK, tribe members, 3. Sun Hao's heart sank, and he clicked on the app with trembling hands. Tribe member, Bai Ze. Enraged, he slammed his fist on the wooden floor, gritting his teeth. Bai Ze, it really was you. If you can do it, so can I. I'm no worse than you. Sun Hao immediately made a message in the Sun Family Army group. Sun Hao, brothers, the Sun Family Army needs tribes. We must unite and become the overlords of District 727. Sun Hao, the creation requirements are too high. Let's crowdfund. I'll lead the way by contributing 500 materials. Sun Hao, each of you contribute 20 people to build up the tribe first. The message was sent out, and the group chat went silent instantly. No one said a word. Sun Hao's face turned ashen. This group of people usually shouts the loudest, but when it comes to actually getting resources, they all play dead. At the critical moment, Jean Wintao stepped forward. Jean Wintao, how Go is right. Building a tribe is beneficial for everyone. Jean Wintao, when everyone gets together, they can hunt and gather resources together, and they no longer have to be afraid of being bullied. Jean Wintao, I'll start with 50 as an example for everyone. Once someone takes the lead, the other sycophants follow suit. Wang Chong, Brother Hao and Brother Tao are right. I'll offer 20. Li Gang, I'll also contribute 20. Zhao Hu, count me in. Seeing this, other members of the group also submitted their materials one after another. Sun Hao then smiled. Jean Wintao is the most sensible one. Soon after, he went to public channels to recruit people. Sun Hao, the Sun Family Army tribe is recruiting soon. Anyone interested is welcome. Sun Hao, our goal is not District 727, but to dominate the world. As soon as the news came out, quite a few people signed up. After all, everyone is afraid of dying these days, and everyone wants to find a powerful backer. Sun Hao immediately set the rules. Anyone who submits 20 materials can join a level 2 shelter. But just then, another message popped up on the public channel. Lin Wana, the goddess tribe, is recruiting soon. There are more women than women in the tribe, so we hope all gentlemen will actively apply to protect us. Sun Hao's face darkened upon seeing this. Lin Wana, you dare to try and steal my man? However, he quickly gave a cold laugh. His Sun family army is numerous and powerful. Any normal person would know who to choose. At that moment, Jin Wentao sent a message. Jin Wentao, Brother Hao, we have enough materials. We can start creating now. Sun Hao grinned. His era is about to begin. He opened the tribe module and saw that Bai Ze's ARK still had 3 people and immediately looked down on it. What's the use of building it early? It's still just a bunch of empty shells. The next second, Sun Hao clicked create. Congratulations to player Sun Hao for successfully creating the clan Sun Family Army. He immediately pulled all the members of the group into the tribe. In the blink of an eye, the number of Sun's army exceeded 200. Sun Hao made a high-profile announcement on the tribe channel. Sun Hao, everyone, I'm about to open location sharing. Brothers in level 2 shelters, you can all migrate here. After he finished speaking, he was about to click open when Jin Wentao stopped him. Jin Wentao, Brother Hao, wait a minute. Jin Wentao, since we have location sharing, I don't think we necessarily have to migrate to your location. Chapter 36, Sun Family Army Assembles. Sun Hao frowned, feeling somewhat embarrassed as Jin Wentao directly contradicted him for the first time. He asked coldly, then what do you suggest we do? Jin Wentao immediately sensed his displeasure and softened his tone. Brother Hao, what I mean is, let's all turn on location sharing and see if any of our brothers are on Bai Ze's island. Once we find a location, we'll all move there together. With over 200 people surrounding Bai Ze, how can we not take him down? At that time, his tools, materials, and production capacity will all belong to our Sun family army. Sun Hao's eyes lit up instantly after hearing this. Yes, just because 6 people couldn't do it before doesn't mean that more than 200 people can't. Even if Bai Ze is strong, can he stop the entire Sun family army? He immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha, Wentao, you've thought of everything. We'll do it your way. With this command, all members will enable location sharing. Soon enough, someone actually appeared on the vegetarian island where Bai Ze was located. Sun Hao glanced around, pinpointed Lu Wen's location, and immediately gave the order. Everyone, move to Lu Wen's coordinates. As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to use the shelter relocation scroll. A flash of white light, and the scenery before my eyes changed abruptly. He was still in the jungle, but now there was a lonely wooden hut beside him. Immediately afterwards, beams of light fell one after another. Wooden houses suddenly appeared and crashed into the forest. Trees were broken, stones were crushed, and several passing water dragons were smashed into bloody mud before they could even react. The screams of dinosaurs echoed through the night. Sun Hao felt a surge of excitement as he watched the shelters appearing around him. More than 200 people. This power is enough for him to roam freely on this island. He pushed open the door and went out, just in time to see a young woman walking out of the wooden house next door. She was of average appearance, but in this godforsaken place, women were already a rare commodity. Sun Hao's eyes widened immediately. He stepped forward, and the woman immediately backed away warily. Who are you? Don't do anything rash. Sun Hao laughed loudly. What are you afraid of? I am Sun Hao, the leader of the Sun family army. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression immediately changed, and she quickly put on a smile and took the initiative to come closer. It's Brother Hao. I've been waiting for you. She took Sun Hao's arm in the process. Sun Hao felt the softness in his arm and smiled even more smugly. You're sensible. Follow me, and once the Sun family army is assembled, we'll dominate this island. Before long, nearly 200 wooden houses filled the woodland. A group of people came out of the shelter, gathered in 2s and 3s, and talked excitedly. Sun Hao put his arm around Lu Wen and walked to the front of the crowd, then cleared his throat. Everyone, I am Sun Hao. I'm sure you all know me. Has Jin Wentao arrived yet? From the crowd, a thin man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward. Brother Hao, I'm here. Sun Hao looked him over and, seeing his frail appearance, felt much more at ease. A smart person is useful, but not too strong. He immediately stepped forward and shook Jean Wentao's hand, his face full of enthusiasm. Wentao, I feel relieved with you here. From now on, you'll be the second in command of the Sun family army. Tell me, what's our next move in dealing with Bai Ze? Jean Wentao adjusted his glasses and smiled respectfully. Brother Hao, it's not suitable to operate at night. Let's wait until dawn, then we'll split into groups of 20 and search along the coastline. Once we find Bai Ze, we'll take him into custody. From then on, he would specialize in producing tools for Sun Jejun and become our exclusive craftsman. Sun Hao nodded repeatedly and slapped him on the shoulder. Okay, let's do it this way. He turned to look at the crowd, raising his voice. Did you all hear that? Find Bai Ze and capture him. From now on, our Sun family army will live a life of luxury and never have to suffer again. The crowd was instantly ignited. Take down Bai Ze. Take him down. The shouts grew louder and louder. Sun Hao raised his hand and said, Let's rest tonight and officially start the operation at dawn. After saying that, he put his arm around Lu Wen and headed back to his shelter. But Lu Wen paused, a look of hesitation on her face. Brother Hao, my shelter is over there. I think I should go back to my own place. Just as she was about to leave, Sun Hao grabbed her wrist, his eyes instantly turning dark. Where are you going? Think it through. He glanced around. Look how those people are watching you. If you don't come with me, who knows who you'll end up with tonight? Lu Wen turned around and saw that nearly 200 men were staring at her with burning, greedy eyes. She trembled and immediately grabbed Sun Hao's hand tightly. Brother Hao, I'll go with you. Sun Hao then smiled with satisfaction. Don't worry. With me here, no one will dare to touch you. He then looked at Jean Wentao beside him and suddenly revealed a cryptic smile. Wentao, want to come together? Jean Wentao paused for a moment, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. Is this an attempt to win them over or a test? He quickly put on a respectful smile. Brother Hao is joking. This is my sister-in-law. How could I dare to do this? Sun Hao laughed heartily and grabbed his arm. Why are we brothers distinguishing between you and me? Come on, let's have a drink. Lu Wen's face turned pale, and she still wanted to speak. Sun Hao gave him a cold look. Shut up, or do you want to talk to those guys outside? Lu Wen immediately fell silent, lowered her head, and felt extremely regretful. She thought she had finally found a powerful backer, but instead she was inviting a wolf into her house. Just as the three were about to enter the house, a rustling sound suddenly came from deep in the jungle. In the darkness, several pairs of green eyes slowly lit up. The next second, several agile velociraptors emerged from the shadows of the trees. Someone with sharp eyes was so frightened that their voice changed. Run, it's a velociraptor. That shout immediately silenced the noisy crowd. Everyone froze in place, looking around. Where? Don't scare me. Before he could finish speaking, a scream ripped through the night sky. One of the slower members was pounced on by a velociraptor, its sharp claws instantly slicing open his throat. Blood spurted out, and only then did the crowd realize that there were 6 or 7 velociraptors at the edge of the camp, staring intently at them. It really is a velociraptor. Run. Back to the shelter. Back to the shelter now. The Sun family army, which had just been shouting to take down Bai Ze, instantly descended into chaos. Cries, screams, and screams mingled together. Everyone rushed into the cabin like madmen, no one caring about anyone else. Sun Hao's face was grim, but he forced a shout. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Were we afraid of a few beasts? Attack, but nobody listened to him. Those who were shouting the loudest just now have long since disappeared. Jean Wentao immediately hid behind Sun Hao. Sun Hao was tough on the outside, but his legs were already trembling. Seeing the 2 velociraptors charging towards them, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. He shoved Lu Wen aside and turned to run wildly toward the shelter. Lu Wen was pushed and fell to the ground, her face turning pale. And those 2 pairs of cold, green eyes were getting closer and closer. Chapter 37 Crisis of the Sun Family Army. At the critical moment, Jean Wentao grabbed Lu Wen and pulled her up from the ground. Are you all right? Lu Wen's face was deathly pale, and her voice was trembling. It's nothing, Brother Tao, thank you. Jean Wintao nodded, then grabbed her and ran towards Sun Hao's shelter. Behind them, two velociraptors had already rushed to the spot where they had been, their sharp claws leaving deep gashes across the ground. Sun Hao ran the fastest. As soon as he rushed into the shelter, he slammed the door shut, leaned against the door, and gasped for breath. His face was covered in cold sweat, but he was still cursing. Useless. You're all useless. What's the point of keeping you around? The next second, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Brother Hao, open the door. It's me, Wintao. The velociraptors are catching up. Sun Hao hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and let Jean Wintao and Lu Wen in before immediately locking it. Jean Wintao leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Brother Hao, are you all right? Sun Hao wiped his sweat and tried to appear calm. What could possibly happen to me? These guys are spineless. So many people, and they're scared like this by a few velociraptors. Jean Wintao sneered inwardly. Wasn't you, Sun Hao, the fastest runner just now? But he still went along with it verbally. Brother Hao, it's normal for everyone to be scared since this is the first time they've encountered this situation. They'll calm down once they do. You should try to reassure them in the clan channel and then organize your forces to take care of those velociraptors. Otherwise, once the newbie protection period is over, the shelter will be attacked. At that time, everyone will be scattered outside and will only be defeated one by one. Sun Hao's eyes darted around, and he realized that made sense. Instead of dealing with the crisis immediately, he turned his attention to Lu Wen. The next second, his face suddenly darkened, and he raised his hand to slap someone. Smack! Lu Wen was slapped to the ground, covering her face and looking at him in disbelief. Sun Hao roared, You bastard! Why didn't you warn me beforehand that there was danger around? You caused me to lose several brothers. Lu Wen was so upset that tears streamed down her face. Brother Hao, it's not my fault. I don't know either. Who else is to blame but you? Sun Hao grabbed her hair and pulled her up. If you don't serve me well today, I'll throw you out to feed the velociraptors tomorrow. Lu Wen was so frightened that she trembled all over and subconsciously looked to Jean Wintao for help. Jean Wintao simply shook his head slightly, signaling her not to resist. Lu Wen's eyes instantly dimmed, and she could only lower her head. Jean Wintao stood to the side, watching Sun Hao vent his anger, his eyes full of disdain. Waste. The velociraptors outside haven't been dealt with yet, and he's still thinking about these things. A few minutes later, Sun Hao finally regained his smug look and even raised an eyebrow at Jean Wintao. It's your turn. Jean Wintao shook his head. Brother Hao, I won't go. Sun Hao's face darkened. What? You don't consider me a brother? Just as Jean Wintao was about to speak, Lu Wen took the initiative to walk over. Sun Hao burst into laughter. Good, you're sensible. Seeing the despair in Lu Wen's eyes, Jean Wintao finally whispered in her ear, Lu Wen, bear with it. One day, I will save you. A glint instantly lit up in Lu Wen's eyes as she secretly glanced at him. I'm waiting for you. Meanwhile, on Half Moon Beach, a few kilometers away, Bai Ze had already noticed the anomaly. When Sun's army was migrating on a large scale, nearly 200 white lights fell from the sky, illuminating the distant jungle in a ghastly white light. Bai Ze stood on the balcony, lit a cigarette, and frowned. Holy crap, so many? Airdrop? Or a shelter relocation? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. If it really is a relocation of shelters, then the number of people is probably at least 200, or even more. This was definitely not a small matter for him. He desperately wanted to go check it out immediately, but it was past 1 a.m., pitch black outside, and he couldn't see the road at all. Lighting a torch would be tantamount to revealing his location. Bai Ze stubbed out his cigarette and said coldly, Go at dawn. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Bai Ze woke up on time. The white light from last night weighed on his mind, preventing him from sleeping soundly. He glanced at Zhang Mengmeng, who was still fast asleep beside him, and saw that her brows were slightly furrowed, so he gently reached out to smooth them out. Then he quietly got out of bed, packed the materials in his backpack, rode Agwai, and went straight out. More than an hour later, Bai Ze arrived at the edge of the jungle. When he saw the scene before him clearly, his eyes instantly turned cold. There are more than 200 wooden shelters densely packed together here. The entire tribe really did move here. Bai Ze immediately opened the tribe module to check. There are only 3 tribes currently in existence. One of them had the most exaggerated number of people. Sun Family Army tribe members, 317. Tribal leader, Sun Hao. Bai Ze understood immediately. So, who is this guy, still harboring wicked intentions? Sun Hao actually led his entire tribe to migrate directly to this island. This disrupted Bai Ze's original plan. But soon he smiled again. Now that Sun Hao has used up the migration scroll, they can no longer return to that valley. In other words, the valley has become empty. Perfect timing. Bai Ze can take this opportunity to build his base. Just as he was about to leave, Guai's alertness skill suddenly triggered. On the map, the area where Sun Jejun's army was sheltered was marked with 7 red dots. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes. It seems that things aren't as peaceful on Sun Hao's side as I thought. With the velociraptors keeping an eye on Sun Jejun, he still has time. Oh dear, let's go. Let's take care of our own business first. Guai immediately took off running and led Bai Ze back to the shelter. Zhang Mingming had already woken up, and as soon as she saw Bai Ze return, she rushed over and hugged him. Honey, where did you go this morning? You weren't here when I woke up. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Bai Ze patted her head. I want to check on something. Mingming, you stay in the shelter today and don't go out. It's been a bit dangerous lately, you know. Zhang Mingming nodded seriously. I know, I'll be good. Are you hungry? I'll go make you some food. Bai Ze nodded. Thanks a lot. It's no trouble at all. I'm happy as long as I can help you. Zhang Mingming turned and went into the kitchen. Bai Ze sat in the living room, his fingers lightly tapping the table. The problem is obvious. We don't have enough manpower. Sun's army has already landed on the island, and the valley base must be built as soon as possible. Relying on him alone is too slow. It seems it's time to bring Zhang Feng and a few other people who have always supported him over. It doesn't matter if we reveal a little of our strength. With that in mind, Bai Ze opened the tribe module and sent invitations to Xia Wanning, Drainhole Brother, and Wang Hao in turn. Almost without hesitation, all 3 agreed to join. Then, Bai Ze sent a message to Zhang Feng, telling him to prepare to move today. Soon, Zhang Mingming came out carrying 2 bowls of egg fried rice. After the 2 finished their meal, Bai Ze whistled. The 2 generals, Hung and Ha, immediately ran over. Bai Ze flipped himself onto Guai and looked toward the valley. Let's go to the valley. The next second, Guai led Bai Ze out of the shelter, with 2 velociraptors following closely behind, heading straight for the new base. Chapter 38, Dealing with the Velociraptors. Brother Hao, wake up. Something's happened. As soon as it was light, Jean Wintao rushed into the house, waking Sun Hao from his sleep. Sun Hao sat up irritably, about to curse, when he suddenly remembered the velociraptor attack in the early morning, and his expression changed. Jean Wintao lowered his voice and said, Brother Hao, 3 more people died last night. We can't delay any longer. If this continues, let alone dealing with Bai Ze, we'll all be eaten by the velociraptors. Sun Hao yawned and waved his hand dismissively. You can handle this little thing, right? I'm entrusting it entirely to you. Don't let me down. A hint of joy flashed in Jean Wintao's eyes, but he immediately lowered his head to hide his expression. Don't worry, Brother Hao. I guarantee I'll get it done. Sun Hao waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly, then turned to look at Lu Wan, who was huddled in the corner, and a frivolous smile appeared on his face. What are you afraid of? Come here and give me a shoulder massage. Jean Wintao had no time to care about any of that. All he knew was that Sun Hao's words, I'm handing over all authority to you, meant that he was temporarily handing over the tribe's manpower to him. The opportunity has arrived. He immediately opened the tribe channel and sent 3 messages in a row. Jean Wintao, everyone assemble immediately, grab your weapons, and follow me to kill the velociraptors. Jean Wintao, the newbie protection period is about to end. If we don't take action now, our shelter will be breached and no one will survive. Jean Wintao, those who don't come, kick them out of the tribe and let them fend for themselves. The news caused an immediate uproar on the channel. Wang Chong, who do you think you are? The boss is Brother Hao, who gives you the right to give orders. Li Gang, exactly. Brother, Hao has the blueprint for the stone axe. What do you have? Zhao Hu, we only listen to Brother Hao. Jean Wintao stared at the screen, his fingers clenched so tightly they turned white. Another blueprint. If Sun Hao hadn't had the stone axe blueprint, how could these people have submitted to that idiot? He suppressed his anger and continued speaking. Jean Wintao, this was personally authorized by Brother Hao. If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself after it's over. After those words were spoken, the channel went silent. Before long, more than 100 people slowly emerged from their respective shelters. Some carried stone axes, others stone spears, and they looked around cautiously, making sure there were no velociraptors nearby before daring to slowly gather together. Jean Wintao opened the door a crack, peeked in, and after confirming that everyone was there, turned around and said, "Brother Hao, everyone's out." Sun Hao, with Lu Wen in his arms, lazily walked to the door and glanced at him sideways. "Wintao, they're brainless. You'll have to take command. Go join them." Jean Wintao's face stiffened. "Brother Hao, I should go too. With my build, wouldn't going up to be suicide?" Sun Hao frowned. "If you don't go, am I supposed to go?" Jean Wintao's eyes instantly turned cold as he stared intently at the back of Sun Hao's head, wishing he could stab him with a spear. But when he looked at Sun Hao's physique, which was as strong as a bear, and then at his own arms, which were as thin as bamboo poles, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Live on. As long as you survive, there's still a chance. Just then, screams and roars suddenly came from outside. Jean Wintao rushed out and saw what was happening. His scalp tingled with fear. More than 100 people had surrounded several velociraptors, but the scene was chaotic. Some were pushing forward, some were retreating, stone axes were being swung wildly, and stone spears were being thrust indiscriminately. It didn't look like a hunt at all. It looked more like a line of people waiting to die. The velociraptors were incredibly fast, charging left and right, each pounce landing with deadly accuracy. Sharp teeth severed their throats, claws tore open their chests, and blood splattered everywhere. "Don't push me." "Ouch. My arm. Cut off its leg. Cut off its leg. You fucking slashed me." Curses, screams, and the roars of dinosaurs mingled together. Jean Wintao knew that if things continued in this chaos, no matter how many people there were, it wouldn't be enough to kill. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Don't panic. Form groups of 5, and put yourselves in a circle. Those with stone spears, stand in front and stab in the stomach. Those with stone axes, stand on either side and chop off the legs. Don't chase. Don't scatter. Whoever runs away will die first." After those shouts, the chaotic crowd finally began to take shape. Some people stood in front, using stone spears to restrain the velociraptor. Others circled around to the side to cut off its legs, and still others specifically blocked the velociraptor's retreat. But velociraptors are not ordinary wild beasts. They are fast and strong, and even when surrounded, they can tear a gap in the enemy lines. For every velociraptor that falls, several human lives are lost. A full hour later, all 6 velociraptors finally collapsed. The ground was covered with corpses and blood, and the air reeked of blood. The survivors collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and after a moment of silence, erupted in cheers. "They've got them. They've really got them. We won. We're safe now." It was as if the 17 people who had just died had never existed. Hearing the cheers, Sun Hao, who was inside, swaggered out with Lu Wen in his arms, laughing and clapping. "Excellent. You're all very brave. Our Sun family army needs people like you." As he spoke, his eyes darted around, and he suddenly asked, "Who got the gift box when we killed the velociraptor? Show it to everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously noisy crowd fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at each other, and no one said a word. Sun Hao sneered. "What? Everyone's fighting together, and you want to take it all for yourself? That's not fair." Those who did not receive anything were immediately set on fire. "Yes, we contributed too. Whoever got it, hand it over right now. Why should you eat it all by yourself?" Seeing that the atmosphere was getting lively, Sun Hao immediately pressed his hand down. "Brothers, don't worry. I know everyone has selfish desires. That's normal. But since we've joined Sun's army, there have to be rules. From now on, all materials, supplies, and gift boxes will be handed over to the tribe. The more you hand over, the more points you'll earn. These points can be exchanged for weapons, food, and water. That's fair." After saying that, he winked at Jean Wintao. Jean Wintao was startled. He never expected that Sun Hao, this seemingly pleasure-seeking fool, would come up with such a plan. But on the surface, he immediately nodded in agreement. Brother Hao is right. We're all part of a team. We share the same fate, and we all suffer together. I support him. The group was still somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, Sun Hao immediately pushed Lu Wan, who was standing next to him, to the front. Lu Wan staggered, her face turning deathly pale with fright. Sun Hao shouted, "See that? From now on, not only stone axes, stone spears, food, and water, but even women could be exchanged for with points." Lu Wan trembled all over and screamed, "No, I want to leave the tribe. I don't want to stay here." Sun Hao's face darkened, and he raised his hand to slap her. "Do you even have the right to speak here? Want to back out? Try and see." After saying that, he immediately put on a smiling face and shouted to the crowd, "Brothers, follow me, Sun Hao, and we'll take down Bai Ze sooner or later. Then we'll have women, supplies, whatever we want. As long as I have food to eat, you won't go hungry. As long as you behave, you can exchange anything you want once you have enough points." The way people looked at each other changed. Many people looked at Lu Wan with the eyes of hungry wolves eyeing meat. Finally, someone couldn't resist raising the supplies in their hand. "I agree. I'll hand it in right now and exchange it for points." Chapter 39, Human Warehouse. At this moment, a man with a fierce face pushed his way out of the crowd and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Hao, I'm willing to hand over the supplies." Sun Hao's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh and laughed. "Good. You know what's good for you. What should I call you, brother?" The man immediately bowed and smiled obsequiously. "Brother Hao, my name is Lu Nong." After saying that, he took out a green gift box from his backpack, poured out a bunch of materials, and said with a fawning expression, "Brother Hao, how many points can you exchange these for?" Sun Hao's gaze immediately fell on the green gift box, his atoms apple-bobbing. But he quickly put on an impartial expression, cleared his throat, and said, "The proportion still needs to be studied. Here's what we'll do. Give you 50 points first, and we'll refund any overpayment or charge any underpayment later." Without even thinking, Lu Nong handed over the things. "Okay, Brother Hao, I trust you." Sun Hao smiled even more contentedly and stuffed the items into his backpack. Lu Nong rubbed his hands together, but his gaze shifted to Lu Wan, whose face was pale. He lowered his voice and asked in a lewd tone, "Brother Hao, how many points does she get per time?" Sun Hao didn't even lift his eyelids. 10 points per time, fair and square. Upon hearing this, Lu Nong grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, and said, "Then I'll use my points now and try it once." He lifted his foot and walked towards Lu Wan. Lu Wan was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly, shaking her head desperately. "No, don't come any closer. Brother Hao, please don't." In her panic, she saw Jean Wen Tao and, as if grasping at a last straw, screamed, "Brother Tao, save me. Didn't you say you would save me? Have you forgotten?" Jean Wen Tao, who had been observing coldly, turned pale instantly. He jumped up abruptly, pointed at Lu Wan, and yelled, "Are you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting?" After finishing his rant, he immediately turned to Sun Hao, his face beaming with a fawning smile. "Brother Hao, I didn't. She must be terrified. Please don't believe me." Sun Hao patted him on the shoulder with a smile, but his eyes were cold. "Wen Tao, don't be nervous. You are my strategist. My good brother, of course I trust you." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Nong grabbed Lu Wan's wrist and dragged her toward his wooden house. Lu Wan struggled desperately, scratching and biting. "Let me go. You're not human. Sun Hao, Jean Wen Tao, you're not human." Lu Nong's arm was scratched and bled, which made him furious. Snap! A hard slap landed on Lu Wan's face. "You dare arrest me? You even call the police? Open your eyes and see who's going to take care of you here." Lu Wan was knocked to the ground, and Lu Nong grabbed her hair and dragged her towards the wooden house like a sack of potatoes. A bloody gash appeared on her arm as she screamed in agony. But instead of stopping them, the people around them started whistling and jeering. "Lu Nong, be gentle, don't break it." "That's right. She's the only woman we have here." Lu Nong turned around and spat. "Want to play? Save up enough points first." After saying that, he dragged Lu Wan into the wooden house and slammed the door shut. This scene ignited the greed in the others. Someone rushed forward, eyes red with anger. Brother Hao, I'll hand it over. I have 100 straws. I have 5 pieces of raw meat. How many points can I exchange them for? I also have a white gift box here. In an instant, the crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone pulled out their most precious supplies and rushed to get in front of Sun Hao, afraid that if they were a step too slow, they wouldn't even get a sip of soup. Sun Hao grinned from ear to ear and waved his hand, saying, "Don't rush. One by one, go to my shelter and hand over your things to Wintao for registration." Jean Wintao stood aside, mechanically collecting supplies like a tool. Timber, thatch, raw meat, stones, gift boxes. He stuffed one after another into his backpack. With each payment he received, his resentment deepened. "Sun Hao, you just wait. Everything here will be mine sooner or later." After everyone had handed in their money, Sun Hao walked over and patted Jean Wintao on the shoulder. "Wintao, count how much there is in total?" Jean Wintao opened the backpack interface, his face turning bright red. His backpack was completely full, the weight bar was bright red, and he was standing still, unable to move. He forced a smile. "Brother Hao, you're amazing. You managed to collect over 20,000 supplies in such a short time." At this point, his voice turned bitter. "It's just that I'm fully loaded with weights, and I can't move now." Sun Hao's lips slowly curled into a dangerous smile. "Can't move? That's perfect." Jean Wintao was taken aback. "Brother Hao, what do you mean?" Sun Hao patted him on the shoulder and said in a light tone, "From now on, you'll be our tribe's warehouse." Jean Wintao's smile froze instantly. He looked up abruptly, incredulous. "Brother Hao, what did you say?" Sun Hao's face darkened. "I said, you'll be the warehouse manager. All the collective supplies are on you now. You're the most important person in the tribe. There's no way to store things right now, so I'm sorry to trouble you." Jean Wintao finally couldn't hold back any longer and abruptly stood up. "Sun Hao, you." But before he could finish speaking, he met Sun Hao's cold gaze. Looking at those people outside who were blinded by points and women, he instantly sobered up. Resisting now is tantamount to courting death. He quickly lowered his voice and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Brother Hao, I may not have done anything outstanding, but I have put in a lot of effort. How about we find someone else? I still need to give you advice, and it's not convenient for me to stand here." Sun Hao shook his head nonchalantly. "Wintao, I don't trust anyone else. You're the one I trust the most. You're my closest friend and family. I feel at ease in trusting this to you. As for offering advice, can't you just talk about it? Once we find a way to store things, you'll be free." Jean Wintao closed his eyes in despair. He knew that if he dared to refuse, he wouldn't be able to leave this house alive today. Live on. Only by surviving can one have a chance to turn things around. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. "Yes, Brother Hao." Sun Hao nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left. As he reached the door, he turned back to remind him, "By the way, Wintao, this is collective supplies for the tribe. Not a single bit can be missing. If it's missing, what the members might do to you, I can't stop them." Bang! The door was closed. Jean Wintao was the only one left in the room, carrying a full load of supplies, standing there like a living warehouse. His eyes gradually turned venomous. "Sun Hao, I will make sure you die. I will make sure you suffer a terrible death." Sun Hao went outside and saw the corpses still lying haphazardly on the ground. He spat in disgust. "Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. They're just taking up space even when they're dead." He took out his stone axe, walked to the nearest corpse, and tentatively chopped at it a few times. The next second, a notification popped up. "Received, raw meat X3. Sun Hao's eyes lit up instantly. "Haha, it really works. Even dead people aren't completely worthless." He immediately opened the tribe channel and posted the quest. "Sun Hao, urgent mission. Get your Bai Ze. Reward, 100 points. 3 days use of Lu 1. After sending the message, Sun Hao chuckled softly and sinisterly. "Bai Ze, it'll be your turn soon. Your supplies, your people will all be mine." On the other side in the valley, Bai Ze suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, frowned, and muttered, "Who's talking about me?" Chapter 40 Shelter Relocation. Bai Ze finally found an excellent base location deep in the valley. The area is surrounded by sheer cliffs on 3 sides. The rock walls are so smooth they're almost slippery. Even monkeys would slip and fall. Outside the only entrance, several giant natural rocks are scattered, forming a natural barrier. Simply build a 2-meter-high wall around the stones to block the entrance, and this place will immediately become a natural fortress. At that time, let alone dozens of people, even if hundreds of people rush over, they can only stand outside and watch helplessly. Without hesitation, Bai Ze sent a message directly in the tribe channel. Bai Ze, I'll share my location. You all migrate over. The message was sent and they all replied instantly. Zhang Feng, received boss. Coming right away. Xia Wanning, received. Wang Hao, here I come. Li Wei, move immediately. A few minutes later, 4 beams of white light fell one after another. 4 simple wooden huts suddenly appeared in the clearing of the valley. Zhang Feng, Xia Wanning, Wang Hao, and Li Wei came out one after another. Just as they were about to observe their surroundings, their gazes froze the next second, because behind Bai Ze stood 2 velociraptors. With its gaping maw, sharp fangs, and icy gaze, just standing there makes your legs go weak. The 4 men turned deathly pale on the spot. Zhang Feng reacted the fastest, and without saying a word, he handed the sleeping duo in his arms to Xia Wanning, his eyes hardening. Wan Ning, I'm entrusting duo to you from now on. After saying that, he grabbed the stone spear, let out a roar, and charged out. Watch out behind you, boss. Get behind me. I'll hold him off. Bai Ze was stunned for a moment, and almost burst out laughing. Don't be impulsive. That's my dinosaur, it won't bite. Zhang Feng was halfway there when he abruptly stopped, almost falling flat on his face. He held his knees, panting heavily, looking at Bai Ze, then at the 2 velociraptors, his voice stammering. B-Boss, you're saying this is yours? This is a velociraptor, a carnivorous dinosaur. Bai Ze jumped off Guai's back and casually patted Ahang's head. The velociraptor, which had been so ferocious just moments before, immediately lowered its head, purring contentedly, and even nuzzled Bai Ze's palm with its head. This scene left the group completely dumbfounded. Wang Hao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his chubby face flushed with excitement. Holy crap, you can tame dinosaurs? That's unbelievable. Li Wei couldn't help but swallow. With this thing around, who would dare mess with you? Bai Ze simply smiled and didn't explain the console issue. Some secrets don't need to be revealed. Maintaining mystery can actually make it easier to gain public trust. He looked at the group of people, his tone calm. When you join the tribe, you will also have your own dinosaurs. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others lit up instantly. In this world where death can strike at any moment, dinosaurs are not just mounts, but also a means of survival. Whoever owns a dinosaur has the right to stand firm in their position. Bai Ze pointed to the surrounding valleys. This will be our future base. As long as we work together to build it, even if those outsiders come, they won't be able to do anything to us. At this point, his gaze darkened slightly. However, Sun Hao brought more than 200 people to this island early this morning. I suspect they came for me. What? More than 200 people? Li Wei's expression changed. There are only 5 of us. How are we supposed to fight? Bai Ze waved his hand. Don't panic. As long as the base is built, we can hold it. Besides, I can tame even more dinosaurs. The group felt slightly relieved after hearing this, but their eyes still couldn't help but drift towards the velociraptor. Bai Ze also took the opportunity to size up his new teammates. Xia Wanning has a cool and aloof demeanor, with long, flowing hair, a tall figure, and a distant look in her eyes. But when she holds duo, she becomes incredibly gentle. Zhang Feng has dark skin and a tall, upright figure. He's clearly someone who can endure hardship. He knew he was going to die, yet he still dared to charge forward. His character is impeccable. Wang Hao is tall and chubby, with an unhugged, honest and simple smile. He doesn't seem aggressive, but he's very expressive and can easily liven up the atmosphere. Li Wei appears calm and reliable, perfectly matching the drain hole guy persona in the chat channel. As for duo, the little girl was still fast asleep, as delicate and beautiful as a porcelain doll. Bai Ze coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention back to him. Feel free to touch them. They won't bite. Once access is granted, you can also experience being a Dragon Knight. Wang Hao was the first to resist, and tentatively reached out to touch Ahang's scales. Wow, it's so hard. Like armor. Zhang Feng also joined in, his face filled with shock. Those teeth, they could probably bite someone's neck off in one bite, right? Li Wei circled the velociraptor, becoming more and more excited as he looked at it. Boss, if this really becomes part of our fighting force, Sun Hao's 200 men might not be enough. The group of people stood around the dinosaur, marveling at it as if they had never seen anything like it before. Just as Bai Ze was about to arrange the next construction tasks, a message suddenly popped up in the tribe channel. Zhang Mingming. Honey, help. There are so many people outside. They've surrounded our shelter. Bai Ze's face instantly darkened. Bai Ze. Are you injured? Zhang Mingming. I'm okay, but I'm so scared. They keep shouting outside, telling you to get out. Wah. The message was also mixed with the noisy shouts and curses from outside. Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that everyone is all right. Bai Ze, don't be afraid. Lock the door, stay inside, and don't come out. It will be all right soon. Zhang Feng and his group immediately surrounded them. Boss, something's happened. Should we go back and save my sister-in-law? Bai Ze shook his head. Need not. His eyes turned cold. I was planning to move the shelter here anyway. This will make sure they don't find it. As long as they don't know the location of a new base, we could develop in peace for a while. After saying that, Bai Ze took out the shelter relocation scroll and used it on the open space in the valley. The next second, a dazzling white light descended from the sky. A few seconds later, a 3-story wooden villa appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Zhang Feng and the others were stunned on the spot. Holy crap, this is a shelter. This is so luxurious. It's like a vacation villa. Wang Hao looked down at his dilapidated wooden hut and felt a pang of envy. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. The big shots live in villas, while we live in doghouses. As soon as he finished speaking, the villa gate creaked open. A petite figure rushed out quickly and threw herself into Bai Ze's arms. Zhang Mingming hugged him tightly, her voice still trembling with tears. Wah! Honey, you scare me to death. I thought I'd never see you again. Chapter 41, The Insidious Water Selling Plan. Bai Ze pulled Zhang Mingming into his arms, gently patting her back in a soft voice. It's all right. It's my fault for not explaining things clearly beforehand, which scared you. Zhang Mingming's eyes were still red, but she stubbornly shook her head. It's not your fault. It's clearly those bad guys outside who are deliberately causing trouble. But as soon as she looked up from Bai Ze's arms, she found Wang Hao, Zhang Feng, and the others staring at her with gossipy expressions, while the 3 dinosaurs next to her were also staring wide-eyed at the spectacle. Zhang Mingming's face instantly turned red, and she quickly covered her face, only daring to peek through her fingers. Several people burst out laughing on the spot. Ha, sister-in-law, don't be shy. It's obvious that the boss and his wife have a really good relationship. Zhang Mingming became even more embarrassed and simply buried her head back in Bai Ze's arms, refusing to come out no matter what. Bai Ze smiled helplessly and raised his hand to signal everyone to behave themselves. All right, if you keep teasing her, you'll fry an egg on her face. The jokes gradually subsided, but everyone knew in their hearts how dangerous what had just happened was. Just minutes ago, Sun had led more than 200 members of the Sun family army to surround Bai Ze's former beach villa. A group of people, armed with stone axes and spears, surrounded the villa, their arrogance reaching the sky. Unfortunately, the newbie protection period hadn't ended yet, and the system barrier was protecting the villa, preventing them from breaking down or entering. Some people were so angry that they started cursing. What bad luck! Bai Ze is such a coward, hiding inside like a turtle. But the girl in his room is really pretty. Once the protection period is over tomorrow, Sun Hao stood at the front, arms crossed, a smug, confident smile on his face. In his view, even if Bai Ze could hide for a while, he wouldn't be able to escape this island. Once the protection period ended, the other party would eventually fall into his hands. But the next second, a flash of white light appeared in midair. The villa that stood on the beach has vanished into thin air. Not even a foundation was left. Sun Hao's smile froze instantly. He was stunned for several seconds before he reacted, and his face turned frighteningly dark. Damn it, that bastard Bai Ze actually used the shelter relocation scroll to escape. He gritted his teeth, turned around abruptly, and gave the order. Search. Conduct a thorough search of the entire island. Issue a bounty immediately. Whoever finds Bai Ze's location will be rewarded with 1,000 sets of basic materials. Any member of the Sun family army who finds him will receive 500 points. I don't believe he'd be willing to leave this island. He's been operating here for so long, he wouldn't give up the resources and territory. On this side of the valley, the atmosphere had just eased when Wang Hao suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted urgently, "Hey boss, look at the chat channel. Sun Hao and his gang are starting to smear us." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingming immediately forgot her shyness and quickly turned on the public channel. Bai Ze also leaned over and took a look. The channel was filled with mockery and humiliation from Sun Jejun's army. "Sun Hao, Bai Ze, is that all you've got? You always act all mysterious and profound, but you run away as soon as you see us. You're such a coward." "Luneng, ha ha ha, I saw it. He's hiding a pretty girl in his room." "Sun Hao, if you know what's good for you, come out here, kowtow, admit your mistake, and hand over that girl. I might consider letting you go then. Otherwise, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Sun family army member. So what if he owns a villa? He'd run away with his tail between his legs if he met Brother Hao. Many survivors also joined in the commotion. Passerby. Even the great Bai Ze was chased by the Sun family army? The Sun family army is too fierce. Passerby B. It seems that it's safer to join Sun's army. At least we'll have something to eat. Zhang Mingming grew angrier the more she looked, and her cheeks puffed out. They went too far. They bullied people just because they outnumbered them, and then they turned around and accused us. Zhang Feng and Xia Wanning also fell silent. There were over 200 people on the other side, while they only had 5. Just looking at the numbers, the difference was indeed too great. But Bai Ze remained completely calm, even offering a faint smile. Let him be strong. The breeze still caresses the mountain. Let him be as arrogant as he wants. The bright moon still shines over the great river. Let them shout if they want. We just need to stay calm and focus on developing our strength. Once we're strong enough, they'll shut up naturally. After saying that, Bai Ze looked at Zhang Feng and directly granted him the right to tame the dinosaur ARK. "Zhang Feng, from now on, you can also order my things around, so it'll be convenient for you to run errands." Then, Bai Ze took out 5 simple water bags from his backpack and handed them over. "Keep the mineral water bottles we collected before. From now on, you can ride ARK to the beach every day, fill seawater with water bags, pour it into bottles, and sell them." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Wang Hao couldn't help but ask, "Boss, you can't drink seawater. It'll make you dehydrated. We'll buy this stuff." Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. "Even if you manage to fool someone once, no one will fall for it the second time. It'll all fall apart sooner or later." Bai Ze waved his hand. "I forgot to tell you, this water bag has a built-in purification effect. No matter what liquid you put in, it will turn into clean, pure water when you pour it out." Everyone's eyes widened instantly. This isn't a water bag. This is practically a mobile water purification plant. On this island, fresh water is more crucial than food. Having this means having direct control over a stable water source. But Bai Ze's next words were even more ruthless. A wicked smile crept across his lips. In addition, a separate water bag is used to collect urine. The purified water is bottled as usual. When the time comes, we'll sell to Sun Hao and his gang first. The air was silent for a second. Immediately afterwards, Wang Hao, Zhang Feng, and the other men understood at the same time, and knowing smiles appeared on their faces. Holy crap, that was such a sneaky move. They're known for their foul mouths, so let's give them a little something extra. Zhang Mingming and Xia Wanning blushed and quickly turned their heads away, pretending they hadn't heard anything. Wang Hao chuckled. "We men can handle this. Sister-in-law and Sister Wan Ning shouldn't get involved, or it will be too awkward." The group exchanged glances, and their smiles grew even more wicked. Bai Ze quickly stopped joking and became serious again. "All right, we have more important business to attend to right now. We need to build a warehouse first, specifically to store supplies, tools, and materials. Otherwise, things will pile up everywhere, and sooner or later, things will become chaotic. You should familiarize yourselves with the surroundings first and see if there are any suitable locations." Wang Hao immediately stepped forward, patting his chest and saying, "Hey boss, I can help with building the warehouse. I've done plumbing and renovation work before, so I'll be more than capable of assisting. Bai Ze glanced at him and nodded. Okay, let's start today. In the valley, the new outpost officially began operations. Meanwhile, Sun Hao was still searching the island for people, never dreaming that he would soon be drinking high-end purified water personally delivered by Bai Ze. Chapter 42, is this a toilet they built? Bai Ze waved his hand, directly interrupting Wang Hao's enthusiasm. No need for help. My way of building things is different from yours, and you can't help me. Go and familiarize yourself with the surrounding area first, and don't go too far. The group nodded and dispersed. Zhang Feng, preoccupied with the water purification bag, hopped on his scooter and sped towards the sea. Li Wei, pulling Wang Hao along, went into the low bushes to cut grass and collect pebbles, gathering basic supplies first. Zhang Mingming's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Xia Wanning's wrist. Sister, let's go to the villa to cook. I saw there were still quite a few ingredients this morning. Xia Wanning hadn't recovered from the shock of what had just happened when she was half-pulled, half-dragged into the villa. Seeing the little girl's expectant face, the slight aloofness in her eyes faded a bit. Bai Ze withdrew his gaze, and the light blue interface of the ARK console unfolded before his eyes. The warehouse doesn't need to be too luxurious. We don't have many supplies right now, just enough to store them. We can easily upgrade and modify it as the base expands. With a tap of his finger, the materials list was instantly locked. 4 thatch foundations, 15 thatch walls, a door frame, and a thatch door were all synthesized simultaneously. The next second, a system notification sounded. Level upgraded to level 9. Gain 1 free attribute point. Unlock new recipes. Wooden signboard, paintbrush, multi-block flag, miniature farmland, training dummy. Finally upgraded. Bai Ze opened the attribute panel. He had been busy relocating his camp when he reached level 8 and hadn't added those attribute points yet. Now he had exactly 2 points. Without a second thought, he poured all his resources into movement speed. The value jumped to 108% instantly. Bai Ze shifted slightly on the spot, his body becoming noticeably lighter and his footwork smoother. This would provide him with an extra layer of protection, whether chasing someone or running away. He glanced at the new formula again. Wooden signs, paint, and multi-compartment flags. It's all just decoration. They haven't even built a defensive wall yet, so there's no time for all this fancy stuff. But after clicking on the description of the small farmland, his expression immediately changed. Small-scale farmland, a dedicated planting area where crop growth rate is increased by 100% and harvest is guaranteed to be doubled. Good heavens, growth has doubled, and the harvest has doubled. This isn't just a useless item. It's a game changer for early game development. Training dummies are also useful. Zhang Feng and his men are just ordinary people. If they really encountered Sun Jiajun or wild dinosaurs, they would most likely just frantically swing their axes. Having dummies to practice reaction time and strength will at least prevent them from being unable to hold their weapons steadily on the battlefield. With a plan in mind, Bai Ze combined the 4 thatch ceilings needed for the warehouse with a single click. He then chose a location in the center of a clearing in the valley. It offered a wide view and made it convenient to retrieve and store supplies. Click to place. A faint light flashed on the ground, and the foundation, walls, door frame, ceiling, and wooden door automatically assembled. In just a few seconds, a square thatched warehouse stood steadily on the open ground. It's airtight, leak-proof, and sturdy enough. Bai Ze made 10 more storage boxes and neatly stacked them in the warehouse. The locations for the supplies and tools areas were already planned in advance. From now on, everything for the whole team will be stored together, and there will be no more haphazard stuffing of backpacks. He stood at the warehouse entrance, looking at the ordinary thatched hut, and suddenly sighed softly. Hey guys, I wonder how things are going over there. That hint of melancholy flashed briefly in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. The commotion was quite loud, and it wasn't long before Wang Hao and Li Wei were drawn over. The two walked around the thatched hut twice, looking it over from above and below. Wang Hao scratched the back of his head, looking puzzled, and then blurted out a critical hit. Wow, what's this? It's a huge, square one. Did you build a communal toilet for the whole team? And it's quite spacious. Bai Ze's face immediately darkened. Damn it, can't you use your common sense? This is a warehouse. A warehouse with a whole team's supplies and tools. Not a toilet. Huh. The warehouse. Wang Hao was speechless and could only chuckle awkwardly while frantically scratching his head. Li Wei turned his back, his shoulders twitching, and he covered his mouth, trying to suppress his laughter. Bai Ze was speechless. Well, it seems I really have no talent for architecture. I painstakingly build a warehouse, only to have it mistaken for a toilet. From now on, all tasks related to base construction, fortifications, and building renovations must be handed over to Wang Hao. He will never do them himself again. Thinking of this, Bai Ze looked at Wang Hao. You previously said you had experience in plumbing and electrical work, dealing with construction sites every day. Do you really understand things like construction and layout? This hit Wang Hao right where it hurts. He immediately puffed out his chest and patted it loudly. Boss, you've come to the right person. I can't boast about anything else, but when it comes to building houses, constructing fortifications, and doing layouts, I'm a real expert. Besides, I used to be a veteran Minecraft builder. Ancient fortresses, modern villas, defensive strongholds. I can handle it all. I guarantee they'll look good, be sturdy, and be defensive. Bai Ze was amused by his confident demeanor. Okay, that's perfect. Here's a serious task for you. After saying that, he made a couple of operations on the control panel and directly granted Wang Hao the riding and command permissions for the secondary steed, Agui. When Zhang Feng rides Agui back, tell him not to rush to the beach to collect water and sell goods, and to hand the dragon over to you. You ride it, my dear, and circle around those giant rocks on the outer edge of the valley to get a good look at the terrain. I plan to build an outer defensive wall along the boulder to seal off the entire entrance to the valley. I can build thatched foundations and thatch walls here. You are responsible for planning the route, calculating how much material is needed, and how to build it in the most economical way to achieve the best defensive effect. Don't make it too complicated at first. Just make it similar to this warehouse. You can gradually upgrade to wooden walls, stone walls, or even iron walls later. When Wang Hao heard that he could also ride a dinosaur, his eyes widened instantly, and his chubby face was filled with ecstatic joy. I can be a dragon knight now. Ha ha ha. I can finally ride a dragon. Bai Ze rolled his eyes at him. Calm down. Don't just get excited. Remember the mission. Don't ride your dragon around aimlessly and neglect your duties. Wang Hao immediately stopped laughing and gave a crooked salute. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. The next second, he couldn't wait to open the clan channel, and his fingers flew across the keyboard to send messages. Wang Hao, Brother Feng, when are you coming back? Wang Hao, remember to let me know when you get back. Don't let Agui get too tired. Wang Hao, hurry. I have a big mission. I'm going to be a dragon knight. Chapter 43, I Like Women. Bai Ze watched Wang Hao jumping around anxiously in the tribe's channel. Couldn't help but smile and ignored him. The ARK control console is his biggest trump card, and it must never be revealed. Even his teammates must not witness the process of creating something from nothing. He turned to look at Wang Hao and Li Wei, his tone indifferent. Close your eyes, don't peek. The two were full of questions, but they had been so stunned by Bai Ze's various methods that they didn't dare to ask any more questions. They immediately closed their eyes, stood up straight, and didn't even dare to move their eyelids. After confirming that the two could not see him, Bai Ze summoned the control panel and quickly tapped a few buttons. 3 small plots of farmland and a wooden training dummy were instantly combined. He chose the best lit and flattest spot next to the warehouse and placed it directly there. The next second, a glimmer of light appeared. 3 neat plots of farmland were firmly embedded in the soil, the earth soft and fertile, clearly ready for planting. Next to them stood a sturdy training dummy, perfect for practicing with knives and axes. The whole process took only a dozen seconds, and it was so quiet that it was as if nothing had happened. Bai Ze closed the console. All right, open your eyes. When Wang Hao and Li Wei opened their eyes, they were instantly petrified. The ground that was just empty is now filled with farmland and mannequins. No trees were cut down, no stones were moved, no structures were built, and there wasn't even a sound. In the blink of an eye, the thing appeared out of thin air. Is this even human? This is clearly divine magic. The way the two looked at Bai Ze changed instantly. Shock, admiration, and awe were written all over their faces, and they almost knelt down and called him master. Bai Ze felt uneasy under their gazes and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't look at me like that. I like women. It's no use you two looking at me like that. Upon hearing this, the two men snapped back to their senses and immediately surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with an alarming intensity. Li Wei rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling. Wow, you're amazing. How did you do that? Can you show us another trick? Wang Hao went even further, shamelessly leaning in closer. Big boss, do you have some cultivation manual? Could you share some of your immortal power with us? We don't need much, just enough to make us invulnerable and immortal. We'll serve you like slaves from now on, and never betray you. Bai Ze's head was throbbing from listening. Stop thinking about such unreliable things. In this cannibalistic world, survival is more important than immortality. You will know when the time is right. Although their curiosity was burning, they dared not press further and could only remain silent. Yet, the way they looked at Bai Ze was as if he were a living deity. Just then, hurried footsteps and the heavy thud of a combed dragon's feet came from afar. Bai Ze and the other two turned their heads at the same time. Zhang Feng rode Agui at breakneck speed into the valley, his face tense, as if the base had already been raided. He rushed up to the three of them, then suddenly stopped, jumped off the dragon's back, and almost stumbled. What happened? Something terrible has occurred? Has Sun Hao's gang come looking for us? Has the base been discovered? The three of them looked completely bewildered. Bai chiffoned. No, everything is normal. Didn't you go to the beach to get water? Why did you come back? Zhang Feng was panting heavily when he raised his hand and opened the clan channel. It's Wang Hao again. He's been frantically calling for me in the channel, spamming the chat with messages. I thought the base had been attacked, so I rode Agui back halfway through filling my water tank. But after asking around for ages, nobody answered. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened the channel. Sure enough, it was full of urgent messages from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, what's wrong? What happened? Zhang Feng, I'm heading back right away. Please don't act rashly. Zhang Feng, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Wang Hao was momentarily speechless, scratching the back of his head and forcing a laugh. Brother Feng, I'm so sorry. It's really nothing serious. It's just that the big boss granted me the riding privileges for Agui and even asked me to scout out defensive fortifications. I really want to ride a dragon. I'm a bit impatient. I was also watching the big boss transform things and build houses. I got so engrossed that I didn't check the channel. Zhang Feng's face darkened after hearing this. He almost couldn't resist slapping Wang Hao. When he turned his head, he saw a square thatched building next to him, and his eyes lit up. Wow, that's amazing. The efficiency is incredible. It's only been a short time, and the toilets are already built, and they're so well organized. They're enough for our whole team. The air fell silent instantly. Wang Hao and Li Wei's faces turned bright red. Their shoulders trembled violently. They wanted to laugh, but dared not. They were practically grinding their back teeth to powder. Bai Ze closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, word by word, "This is a warehouse." Zhang Feng froze for 2 seconds, so embarrassed he could dig his toes out of his skin. Huh, a warehouse. Sorry, boss, my eyes didn't catch that. Your aesthetic sense is indeed unique, square and solid, durable. It looks like it can hold a lot of things. Bai Ze remained silent. He made a vow in his heart. Even if I'm just idling around in the future, I will never build any structures myself. He painstakingly built a supply warehouse, only to have his 3 teammates take turns using it as a toilet. Before the base even began its defenses, his morale had already been completely shattered by this bunch of clowns. From now on, all the house construction, fortification building, and layout planning will be handled by Wang Hao. He didn't touch a single finger. Zhang Feng also sensed that the atmosphere was not right, so he quickly changed the subject and raised the water bottle in his hand. Boss, I just went to the beach to fill up some water and filled over 300 bottles. I secretly tasted it, and this water tastes even better than those famous brand mineral waters from the past. It's refreshingly sweet with a lingering aftertaste, and there's not a single strange flavor. This stuff is definitely a hot commodity. It will be snapped up as soon as it was put on the public channel. Since everything's all right here, I'll go back to work and collect more water to exchange for the materials we need. After saying that, he turned to leave. Bai Ze reached out to stop him. Don't rush. It's not too late to go later. He looked at Wang Hao, his tone turning serious. Now let Wang Hao ride Agwai to survey the terrain of the boulders on the outskirts and calculate how much material is needed for the defensive wall. Then he looked at Zhang Feng. Stop what you're doing for a moment. It won't make a difference. Chapter 44 What? Hit knockout? Upon hearing that Bai Ze had assigned him the task, Wang Hao couldn't suppress the smile on his chubby face any longer, and he rubbed his hands together as he rushed out. All right, boss. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. I'm off right now. Before the words were even finished, he had already rushed to the mouth of the valley like a cannonball and nimbly climbed onto the back of the swift-moving steed. Don't let his weight of 170 or 180 pounds fool you. He was incredibly fast at that moment. Bai Ze reminded them from behind, don't wander off on the road, and don't venture deep into the jungle. If you sense anything amiss, come back immediately. Wang Hao waved without turning his head. Got it, boss. All set. Agwai obediently took steps, carrying him slowly disappearing around the corner of the woods. Bai Ze watched his retreating figure and sighed softly. His teammates were loyal, their execution was decent, but they were all too carefree. If he really let them out, he'd have to worry about them even more. Soon, Bai Ze turned his gaze to Zhang Feng and Li Wei, his tone becoming serious. Let's not just sit around, let's go out for a bit. First, let's find out the terrain and resources around the valley, and then see if we can tame a few useful dinosaurs. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Boss, don't we already have a three-headed dragon? Agwai can haul goods, and Hung and Hajiang can fight. That should be enough for most troubles, right? Bai Ze shook his head. Far from enough. His words immediately silenced the two of them. Bai Ze continued. Sun Hao has over 200 men under his command. Even if we occupy the valley terrain, if they really surround us, they can wear us down. We only have 5 adults who can fight at most. If we want to confront them head-on, we have to rely on the dinosaurs to boost our fighting strength. Li Wei immediately realized what was happening, and his expression turned serious. The newbie protection period is almost over. Sun Hao hasn't found us yet, so this is our last chance to develop. Once the protection ends, it'll be a free-for-all outside, and it will be difficult to find a safe place to tame dragons then. Zhang Feng and Li Wei exchanged a glance, their earlier ease vanishing instantly, and nodded in unison. Bai Ze raised his hand and whistled. In less than 2 seconds, 2 dark figures darted out from the shade of the trees. The velociraptors, Aheng and Aha, ran briskly to his side, lowered their heads, and rubbed against the back of his hand, behaving incredibly obediently. Bai Ze petted Aha Henkes neck. Take them with you. It's safer outside. Meng Meng and Wanning will stay in the villa with Duo. As long as they don't leave the barrier, the newbie protection is still there, and no one can touch them. He called out in the direction of the villa as a greeting, and then led Zhang Feng, Li Wei, and the 2 henchmen into the jungle on the outskirts of the valley. Throughout the journey, Bai Ze's mind raced. What we lack most right now isn't fancy dinosaurs, but units that can be quickly formed into combat forces are cost-effective, affordable, and usable. Tyrannosaurus Rex and Carnotaurus, those large carnivorous dinosaurs, are out of the question. Forget about whether they could even defeat them. Even if they could knock them unconscious, they couldn't afford to feed or raise them right now. It would just be creating trouble for themselves. Even small predatory dragons wouldn't suffice. They might be able to deal with a few savages, but against Sun Hao's 200 men, charging in would be like scratching an itch. Bai Ze glanced at Zhang Feng and Li Wei, who were nervously looking around, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. These teammates clearly had no experience playing Ark Knights. Explaining dinosaur habits, agromechanics, and taming methods to them was pointless. They wouldn't understand, let alone offer any advice. All of humanity has traveled to the ancient world, so why haven't we encountered many knowledgeable people? If there were an experienced player in the team, he wouldn't have to figure everything out on his own. Just as he was thinking this, Bai Ze suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes lit up, and a goal instantly formed in his mind. Triceratops. That's right, it's a Triceratops. This creature has thick hide and high defense, 3 horns on its head, and its charging power is astonishing. Moreover, it has a relatively docile temperament and will not attack unprovoked. Most importantly, Triceratops were social animals. If they could tame 3 to 5 of them, they could form a makeshift assault team. At that point, even if Sun Hao's 200-plus men charge forward with stone axes and spears, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single charge from the Triceratops. Once the formation breaks down and morale collapses, it becomes a one-sided crushing defeat. Once the goal was set, Bai Ze became decisive. He stopped and looked at Zhang Feng and Li Wei. No need to look around randomly. Let's focus on one target today. The two of them immediately looked over. Bai Ze uttered 3 words, Triceratops. If we can take down just a few, our base's defenses will immediately improve significantly. Zhang Feng and Li Wei nodded quickly, but after taking a few steps, Zhang Feng couldn't hold back any longer and cautiously asked, "Boss, I still don't understand how to tame this dinosaur. We don't have a rope or a cage. We can't just walk over and talk to it and ask it to come home with us, can we?" Li Wei also looked puzzled. "Yeah, boss, that thing looks like it's not to be trifled with, and we can't communicate with it." Bai Ze spoke as calmly as if he were talking about eating or drinking. "Simple. Just knock it out." Zhang Feng and Li Wei initially nodded subconsciously, as if whatever the big boss said was right. 2 seconds later, the two of them froze simultaneously. Zhang Feng's eyes widened suddenly, his voice trembling. "Boss, what did you just say? Did I hear that right?" Knock out." Li Wei's face turned pale, and he swallowed hard. "Boss, that's a Triceratops. It's huge, with thick skin and flesh, like it's wearing a layer of iron armor. We only have a few broken stone axes. Let alone knocking it unconscious, it's questionable whether we can even break its defenses." He became increasingly panicked as he spoke. What if we fail to knock it out and instead provoke it? The 3 of us might all be doomed here today. Bai Ze looked at the 2 of them, who seemed ready to run away on the spot, and couldn't help but click his tongue, his tone full of helplessness. Chapter 45. Distributing Equipment and Searching for Dinosaurs. When Zhang Feng and Li Wei saw Bai Ze frown, they panicked. The two thought they had offended the big boss by questioning the danger of the Triceratops, so they quickly waved their hands to explain. "Boss, it's not that we don't believe you. The Triceratops is too big, and we're worried it might be a hindrance. We're thinking of preparing some more." Bai Ze almost laughed out of exasperation at how nervous they were. "Okay, I'm not angry." He glanced at the 2 of them and said calmly, "I almost forgot that you're dressed like rags and have no weapons. I can't expect you to go and fight a Triceratops empty-handed." The 2 were taken aback. "Equipment? What equipment?" Bai Ze didn't say much, only telling them to stand still. He then gestured to his 2 henchmen. The 2 velociraptors immediately stepped forward, their massive bodies blocking Zhang Feng and Li Wei's view completely. Zhang Feng and Li Wei weren't stupid either. They immediately understood that the big boss had some methods that he didn't want others to see. The 2 quickly lowered their heads and stood obediently, not daring to even steal a glance. After confirming that no one could see it, Bai Ze activated the ARK control console instantly. He always carries basic materials such as fiber, thatch, gravel, and wood in his backpack, which is more than enough. With a swift swipe of his fingertips, 2 sets of fiber armor, 2 wooden slingshots, and 2 wooden baseball bats were all successfully assembled in just over 10 seconds. Bai Ze closed the interface, told the 2 generals to step aside, and handed the equipment to them one by one. "Put them on and take them." Zhang Feng and Li Wei looked down and were stunned. After they arrived on this island, they were covered in rags, constantly hiding from dinosaurs and savages, and their clothes were so worn that they could barely cover their bodies anymore. Previously, when Bai Ze sold fiber suits on the public channel, everyone on the island went crazy for them, and they couldn't even get their hands on one. As a result, I just joined the clan, and the big shots gave everyone a whole set. Even more outrageous is the slingshot. Bai Ze had never publicly sold this before. It's clearly a weapon he'd kept hidden away. But now, he gives it to me whenever he wants. The 2 men held their equipment, their fingers trembling, feeling both excited and reassured. Seeing their stunned expressions, Bai Ze immediately explained the tactics. "If we really encounter a Triceratops later, you won't need to go up and fight it head-on. And ha, you 2 will be in charge of pulling the target back, and I'll keep the target occupied. You guys hide in the bushes and use your slingshots to shoot at the rocks. Our equipment is a bit rudimentary now, but we'll make do for now. We'll upgrade to animal hide armor and wooden armor later, and our weapons will also be upgraded to spears and machetes. It will only get better and better." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng and Li Wei's expressions changed. I was feeling uncertain just now, but now I feel much more confident. Bai Ze then opened the tribe channel and contacted Zhang Mengmeng, who was staying at the villa. Bai Ze, Mengmeng, go to the warehouse and find a broken stone box. Wait for my message. Trade stones with me, Zhang Feng, and Li Wei anytime. There will be plenty of stones. Zhang Mengmeng, received. Wan Ning and I are already packing. Honey, please be careful out there. Don't overexert yourselves. Upon seeing the reply, Bai Ze was completely relieved. The supply line is secure. As long as the stones keep coming, they can continue to produce output. Soon, the three of them put on their gear, gripped their slingshots, and followed Bai Ze and the two generals, Hung and Ha, forward. Based on his memory of when he landed on the island, Bai Ze led the team through the forest. A dozen minutes later, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A large expanse of green grass appeared before everyone's eyes. On the grass, 5 or 6 triceratops were leisurely grazing with their heads down. They are enormous, with thick skin, 3 long horns on their heads that gleam coldly, and their tails swinging casually. They look calm, but the oppressive aura they exude can send chills down your spine, even from a distance. The courage that Zhang Feng and Li Wei had just mustered instantly shrank by half. Bai Ze raised his hand, gesturing for them to squat down. Don't panic. We have the two generals, Hung and Ha. If we can't win, we can retreat at any time. The two nodded vigorously, and their breathing finally became a little more steady. Bai Ze's gaze swept quickly across the dragon horde, and he soon locked onto his target. It was an adult triceratops of moderate size, standing 2 or 3 meters away from the main group, head down, intently munching on grass. The distance is just right. It wouldn't be supported by other triceratops immediately, nor would it be so powerful as to be completely uncontrollable. Bai Ze raised his hand and pointed. That's it. Let's catch this one today. Zhang Feng and Li Wei looked in that direction and immediately swallowed hard. The triceratops had limbs as thick as tree stumps, skin as thick as iron armor, and 3 long, sharp horns. If they were hit head-on, they would probably be dead on the spot. Bai Ze knew they were afraid, so he lowered his voice and continued making arrangements. I'll blow the whistle in a bit, and Hung and Ha will rush out first to distract the other triceratops. I'll draw aggro from this target's side. It's bulky and can't outrun me. I'll lead it in circles while you hide in the grass and shoot its head with a slingshot, especially the vulnerable spots near its eyes. Remember, keep fighting until I tell you to stop. Stop immediately when I tell you to stop. Bai Ze's tone turned serious. We want them knocked out, not killed. Zhang Feng and Li Wei's hearts raced as they listened, but at least they knew what they had to do. Bai Ze added, if you don't have enough stones, just ask Meng Meng in the channel, and she will trade them to you directly. Don't be stingy. Use them freely. The two exchanged a glance. The fear was still in their eyes, but a fierce determination had grown in them. The bigwigs have personally gone up as bait. If they still mess things up, then they're utterly useless. The two nodded through gritted teeth, their voices low but firm. Clear. Don't worry, boss. We'll absolutely follow your orders. Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the terrain one last time. The grass was tall enough, and there was a way to escape. The two generals, Hung and Ha, had already lowered their bodies, ready to charge at any moment. Zhang Feng and Li Wei gripped their slingshots tightly, the stones already strung, their eyes fixed on the lone triceratops. The wind in the woods suddenly stopped. The next second, Bai Ze raised his hand and put it to his mouth. A clear, short whistle instantly cut through the grass. Superior. Chapter 46. Is this an attempt to seize power? At Bai Ze's command, the two velociraptors instantly lowered their bodies and rushed out like 2 black shadows. The objective was clear, to target the outer perimeter of the triceratops swarm. The two guardians, Hung and Ha, pounced on the back of a triceratops from the left and right, biting its hind leg. Their sharp teeth instantly tore through the thick skin, causing the triceratops to roar in pain and retaliate with a headbutt. The two velociraptors reacted quickly and immediately dodged to the side, but another triceratops had already charged over from the side. Bang! The two generals, Hung and Ha, were sent flying 3 or 4 meters away and crashed heavily to the ground, their health visibly dropping significantly. Bai Ze frowned and immediately blew a short whistle. Withdraw. The two velociraptors got up and ran, not wanting to fight for a second, their speed leaving only after images. The Triceratops herd was thoroughly enraged. You try to run away after being bitten? 5 or 6 Triceratops roared at the same time, taking heavy, rumbling steps as they chased after it, shaking the ground. Just as the lone Triceratops was about to catch up with the main group, it suddenly heard the sound of wind behind it. Bai Ze darted out from the bushes and blocked its path. Don't go, your opponent is me. No sooner had he finished speaking than a wooden baseball bat appeared out of thin air in his hand. Before the Triceratops could react, Bai Ze had already rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow to its rear end. Thump! The Triceratops stiffened, slowly turned its head, its scarlet eyes fixed on Bai Ze, and its nostrils flared with heavy breaths. Hatred was at its peak. Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief. The main force had already been lured away by the two generals, leaving only this one, so the pressure on him wasn't great. The real purpose was to let Zhang Feng and Li Wei practice their courage and accuracy. We can't let him always be the one charging ahead in every fight. The Triceratops roared and charged forward, its 3 long horns pointing directly at Bai Ze. Bai Ze remained calm, easily dodging the attack with a light step, while simultaneously instructing Zhang Mengmeng to trade 30 broken stones in the tribe's chat channel. The quantity is just right, enough to fight without affecting the speed. While maneuvering and pulling, he took out his slingshot, loaded it with stones, aimed, and fired, aiming specifically at the Triceratops's head. But after firing 2 shots, he glanced at the bushes out of the corner of his eye, and his face immediately darkened. Zhang Feng and Li Wei were still squatting there, holding slingshots in their hands, their eyes wide open, completely dumbfounded. Bai Ze roared on the spot. Attack! What are you standing there for? Do you want it to come over and turn you into kebabs? The two then snapped to their senses and hurriedly pulled back their slingshots. Oh, boss, we're going to start right now. They quickly asked Zhang Mengmeng for 60 pebbles. But when it came time to aim, the two of them froze. This is a charging Triceratops, not a wooden stake. Li Wei's voice was almost crying. Boss, we've never used a slingshot before. The accuracy is completely unpredictable. We're afraid we'll miss. Bai Ze had just dodged a Triceratops' tail, swiped, and shouted without turning his head. What are you afraid of? There are plenty of rocks. My shelter may not have much else, but it has tens of thousands of pebbles. Throw them at me. And if you miss, consider it practice. These words instantly gave the two of them confidence. With a powerful backer, what's there to be afraid of? Zhang Feng and Li Wei simultaneously drew their bows and shot with their eyes closed. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 pebbles flew out, but they didn't even graze the Triceratops, let alone hit it. They simply disappeared into the grass. But the two were no longer embarrassed. Since there are plenty of stones, let's keep practicing. Load, draw the bow, fire. If 1 shot misses, try 10. If 10 misses, try 20. Finally, with a bang, a piece of rock hit the Triceratops' back. The Triceratops, in pain, suddenly turned its head, its scarlet eyes instantly locking onto Zhang Feng and Li Wei in the grass, and turned to charge at them. The 2 men turned pale and almost shrank back into the grass on the spot. But how could Bai Ze let it pass? He seized the moment the Triceratops turned around, switched back to his wooden baseball bat, rushed forward, and stabbed it hard in the most vulnerable spot between its hind legs. This time, it hit the vital point precisely. The Triceratops froze, then went into a frenzy. Its eyes were blood red, and its thick tail lashed out with terrifying power as it struck Bai Ze fiercely. Bai Ze's pupils contracted, and he immediately raised his baseball bat to block. Click! The wooden baseball bat broke in 2 on the spot. Bai Ze was also thrown away by this tremendous force, rolling several times on the ground and sliding a long distance away. Ignoring the pain, he gritted his teeth and got up. Sure enough, the enraged Triceratops had abandoned Zhang Feng and Li Wei, lowered its head, and charged at him like a madman. Bai Ze turned and ran, using his 108% movement speed to create a significant distance between himself and his opponent. But after running 2 steps, my arm suddenly hurt. A piece of gravel hit him squarely. Bai Ze's face darkened. Damn it! Who shot that? What are you two trying to do? In the bushes, Zhang Feng froze, his voice trembling with embarrassment. Sorry, boss. My hand slipped. It really wasn't intentional. Bai Ze almost laughed in anger. You have to put up with the teammates you chose. If he hadn't been certain that Zhang Feng was loyal, he would have suspected that the guy was plotting to seize power and stab him in the back at a crucial moment. Fortunately, after dozens of practice shots, their accuracy did improve. At first, I missed 9 out of 10 shots, but now I can consistently hit the body and occasionally even graze the Triceratops' eyes, interfering with its pursuit. Bai Ze continued to pull, his eyes fixed on the dizziness value that only he could see. The numbers are gradually increasing. It will be soon. If we just hold on a little longer, we'll definitely take down this Triceratops. But just as the dizziness level reached 80%, the Triceratops, which had been frantically chasing after it, suddenly stopped. It stood still, shaking its head frantically, exhaling thick white breath from its nostrils, pawing the ground with its limbs, its muscles tense, and its eyes fixed on Bai Ze. When Zhang Feng and Li Wei saw that it was no longer moving, they were overjoyed. Great opportunity. The two quickly loaded stones, drew their bows, and fired, sending stones flying one after another. But the Triceratops seemed completely oblivious to the pain, ignoring them entirely and focusing all its attention on Bai Ze. Bai Ze's heart sank suddenly. Something's not right. Something's really wrong. Triceratops would usually only chase and charge, and would never stand still and take the attack head-on. Unless it's gathering power. Bai Ze's expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared, Damn it! It's gathering its strength for a charge. Chapter 47. In ancient times, Xiang Yu lifted the tripod. Today I, Bai Ze, lift the Triceratops. No sooner had Bai Ze finished speaking than the Triceratops went completely berserk. With a thunderous roar, it charged forward, its 4 hooves stomping the ground like a runaway heavy tank. Its 3 long horns gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and it was more than twice as fast as before, heading straight for Bai Ze. Bai Ze's expression changed, and he turned and ran. Why pretend to be a pro at a time like this? Survival is the priority. He frantically changed direction, employing full S-shaped maneuvers, trying to steer the Triceratops' charge-off course. But the behemoth seemed to have him locked in, relentlessly pursuing him, closing the distance between them faster and faster. Bai Ze was running until his lungs felt like they were about to explode. His stamina was almost completely depleted, but the roaring sound behind him was still getting closer. Zhang Feng and Li Wei, standing in the bushes, turned pale with shock. Boss, get out of the way. Left. There's a tree on the left. Bai Ze cursed inwardly. Of course he knows to dodge. The question is, can he even dodge this thing? In ancient times, there was a story of Xiang Yu lifting a tripod. Today, are we really going to ask Bai Ze to lift a Triceratops with his bare hands? But the next second, the sound of wind cutting through the air was already close behind. Bullshit. If you don't dodge now, you'll be dead. Just as the Triceratops' horn was less than half a meter from his back, Bai Ze gritted his teeth, squeezed out the last bit of strength, and lunged to the side. Whoosh! The sharp horn grazed his back, tearing a large hole in his fiber suit, with scraps of fabric hanging directly on the dragon horn. The Triceratops continued its charge with undiminished momentum, crashing into 3 large trees, each as thick as a bowl, before finally coming to a stop by sheer inertia. Bai Ze crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before collapsing and panting heavily. Just now, he really had a brush with death. He was just a hair's breadth away from being strung together by that horn. Zhang Feng and Li Wei rushed out, stumbling and scrambling, and helped him up from either side, their voices trembling. Boss, are you all right? Should we retreat? This dragon is too outrageous. We've fired nearly 400 shots, and it hasn't even broken its skin. If we keep shooting, people will really die. The two couldn't see the dizziness level, but they felt that the Triceratops was so tough and thick-skinned that it was practically impervious to swords and spears, and their mental defenses were about to collapse. But Bai Ze could see it clearly. The dizziness level at the top of the triangle head has reached 96%. Just one more thing. Withdrawing now? That would be a huge loss. Moreover, of the supposed 400 shots, at least half went astray. If the hit rate had been higher, that dragon would have fallen long ago. Bai Ze suppressed his rapid breathing, shook off their hands, and his eyes regained their resolve. We will not withdraw. The two were taken aback. Bai Ze stared at the Triceratops, shaking its head not far away, and said in a deep voice, "It's about to faint, just one last breath away. Let's hold on one more time, and we'll definitely win this round." Zhang Feng and Li Wei exchanged a glance, and seeing Bai Ze's confident expression, they managed to suppress their fear. Even the big shots haven't stepped down, so what are they afraid of? The three immediately called Zhang Mengmeng in the tribe channel to replenish the rubble. Once the ammunition was ready, they gripped their slingshots tightly once more. Meanwhile, the Triceratops's all-out charge had clearly depleted its stamina. Although it was still charging, its steps were no longer as steady, and its movements had slowed considerably. The opportunity has arrived. Bai Ze didn't say a word, and just raised his hand to fire. Call out. The gravel slammed into the triangular dragon head. Zhang Feng and Li Wei followed immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pebbles flew like raindrops, constantly hitting the Triceratops' head and body. The dizziness level started to rise rapidly. 97, 98, 99. The Triceratops charged closer and closer, its massive body casting a shadow that exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Zhang Feng's palms were sweaty, and Li Wei's legs started to feel weak. Boss, let's retreat and fight. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. But Bai Ze stood still, completely motionless. His eyes were fixed on the numbers displayed on the top of the triangular dragon head, and his voice was frighteningly steady. Don't retreat, keep shooting, don't stop. Zhang Feng and Li Wei gritted their teeth, staring at Bai Ze's motionless back, and dared not take a single step back. Shoot! Keep shooting. The Triceratops had already charged in front of him, its sharp horns only a meter away from Bai Ze. You can even smell its fishy odor and feel the cold wind brought up by its horn. Zhang Feng and Li Wei finally couldn't hold back anymore. Hey boss, get out of the way. We'll take the lead. But Bai Ze still didn't move. He acted as if he hadn't heard, loading, aiming, and firing, just as the long horn was about to collide with him. Dizziness level is full. The Triceratops, which had been charging in a rage, suddenly swayed its massive body, its limbs instantly going limp. The ferocity in its eyes quickly faded. It staggered a couple of times, and finally collapsed to the ground with a thud. Bang! The massive beast, weighing several tons, crashed to the ground, sending dust flying and causing the ground to tremble. Triceratops, unconscious. It's done. Bai Ze let out a long breath. His body, which had been tense to the extreme, finally relaxed, and the slingshot in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Zhang Feng and Li Wei stood there, mouths agape, stunned for a long time. A few seconds later, the two suddenly burst into cheers. Wow, you're amazing. I was almost scared to death just now, and you didn't even blink. What does it mean to remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses before you? This is it. The way the two looked at Bai Ze had completely turned into worship. Bai Ze coughed lightly, forcibly suppressing the corners of his mouth, and put on a nonchalant expression. Keep a low profile. It was all within my expectations. He appears calm and collected on the surface, but inside he's roaring with rage. Holy crap, that scared the hell out of me. I should have known better than to try and show off like that. My legs almost gave way just now. Zhang Feng and Li Wei had no idea what he was thinking, and they kept excitedly surrounding him. Boss, what's the next step? Now that the dragon is dizzy, does that mean it can come with us? Should we drip some blood to bind them as masters? Bai Ze was amused by the two's wild imaginations, shook his head, and walked over to the unconscious Triceratops. He looked down at the enormous creature, a slight smile playing on his lips. No need for that. Next, naturally, is to tame it. Chapter 48, The Clever Hum and Ha Generals. Bai Ze raised his hand and tapped the Triceratops' neck. The next second, a light blue, semi-transparent backpack interface popped up right in front of him. Zhang Feng and Li Wei were stunned on the spot, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Holy crap, Dinosaurs had backpacks. This is outrageous. How'd you do that, sir? Bai Ze simply smiled and did not explain the secret of the ARK control console. He casually remarked, taming a herbivorous dragon isn't difficult. Just put berries in its backpack, and its taming level will slowly increase. Once the progress is full, it will naturally become its master. After saying that, he immediately contacted Zhang Mengmeng in the tribe channel. Mengmeng, go to the trading post and buy 1,000 purple berries and 1,000 blackberries. Trade them to me immediately. Zhang Mengmeng replied instantly. Got it. Honey, please be careful. In less than half a minute, 2 large piles of berries were in hand. Bai Ze stuffed all the berries into the Triceratops backpack. All right, now we'll just have to wait for it to be tamed. Zhang Feng and Li Wei were still a little confused. It's that simple. Bai Ze shook his head. It's not that easy. It will probably wake up in about 2 hours, and if it wakes up in the middle, all our efforts will be wasted. So we have to feed it blackberries regularly to keep it dizzy. Li Wei slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing what was going on. No wonder I was so hungry when I ate those blackberries that I was dizzy for most of the day. I thought they were poisonous. Bai Ze glanced at the time and then looked around. This place is too close to the jungle. Predatory dinosaurs could appear at any moment, or we might encounter other survivors. Leaving the unconscious Triceratops here is too risky. He looked at the two of them and said, Close your eyes, don't peek. Zhang Feng and Li Wei were already used to his amazing actions, so they immediately turned around and closed their eyes. With a thought, Bai Ze brought up the control panel and quickly synthesized the foundation, walls, threshold, and wooden door. A dozen seconds later, a simple thatched fence appeared out of thin air, completely enclosing the Triceratops. Okay, open your eyes. The two turned around and were shocked, gasping for breath. Although it wasn't the first time I'd seen it, the ability to build a house out of thin air was still too exaggerated. Ignoring their shock, Bai Ze changed into a new fiber garment. I was just knocked over by a Triceratops. My clothes are torn, and I have several scrapes on my back that are burning hot. After dealing with this matter, he said directly, Let's go find the two generals, Hung and Ha, and see where they led the dragon horde. At this point, excitement flashed in Bai Ze's eyes. If we're lucky, we can take down all those Triceratops today. Then we can just form a dinosaur assault team. Zhang Feng and Li Wei were instantly excited. Really, that's awesome. With the Triceratops army, who will dare to bully us anymore? After the battle, just now, the two of them had blindly trusted Bai Ze, let alone taming a Triceratops. Even if Bai Ze said he was going to fight a Tyrannosaurus Rex, they would probably dare to rush up with slingshots. The three followed the huge footprints on the ground. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a familiar roar of a velociraptor suddenly came from ahead. After rounding a clump of bushes, Bai Ze's eyes lit up. The two generals, Hung and Ha, were standing on the edge of high ground, constantly growling at those below. Below the high ground is a large natural pit with a steep and slippery slope. The 5 Triceratops that had just been lured away were now trapped in the pit, pacing anxiously back and forth. They kept banging their heads against the pit walls, trying to climb up, but the slope was too slippery and their bodies were too heavy, so the more they pushed and shoved, the more chaotic it became, until they finally ended up tumbling over. Bai Ze laughed on the spot. You two are pretty good. You even know how to lure them into the pit. Upon hearing their master's praise, the two generals immediately trotted over, rubbing their heads against Bai Ze's hand and wagging their tails rapidly, looking as if they were waiting for praise. Bai Ze patted their heads and threw out 2 pieces of raw meat. Well done, extra treat tonight. He looked down at the 5 Triceratops in the pit, and his heart was filled with joy. Isn't this a gift from heaven? The Triceratops were trapped in the pit and couldn't get out. They were standing on high ground, so they could attack from above without even the risk of being hit. Bai Ze waved his hand. Fire freely. Stun them all. We're about to have the island's first Triceratops army. Receive. Zhang Feng and Li Wei shouted excitedly, immediately pulled back their slingshots, and fired a barrage of shots into the pit. Bai Ze also joined the battle. The 3 stood on the high ground, and stones rained down on them. The Triceratops in the pit roared and charged angrily, but they couldn't touch them at all and could only create chaos in the pit. In the middle of the fight, there was a sudden click. The slingshot in Zhang Feng's hand broke in two. He froze, looking at Bai Ze with an embarrassed expression. Boss, I'm so sorry. I broke the slingshot. I really didn't mean to. Before he could finish speaking, there was another click. Li Wei's slingshot also broke. The two looked at each other, heads bowed, extremely embarrassed. Bai Ze, however, didn't care at all. It's nothing, just that the durability is gone. Close your eyes. Upon hearing this, the two immediately did as instructed. Bai Ze brought up the control panel again and casually made 8 brand new wooden slingshots. The materials for this thing are cheap, so if it breaks, we just replace it. It doesn't bother us at all. Open your eyes. When Zhang Feng and Li Wei opened their eyes, they saw several brand new slingshots neatly arranged on the rocks. 2 for each person. Take turns using them. If they break, we'll deal with it and keep going. Thank you, boss. The two were deeply moved and picked up their slingshots to continue their fierce attack. Another half hour passed. With the last Triceratops letting out a mournful cry of despair, its massive body crashed to the ground, finally stunning all 5 Triceratops in the pit. Bai Ze's eyes lit up. They become wealthy. Including the one in front, there are a total of 6 Triceratops. Once all of them are successfully tamed, this will be a true assault squad. At that point, let alone Sun house 200-odd rabble. Even if another 200 came, they wouldn't be able to stop a single charge from the Triceratops. Just as Bai Ze was about to slide down the pit wall to stuff berries into each Triceratops, Zhang Feng grabbed him. Boss, don't go down. It's too dangerous. What if one of them wakes up early? Damn, I'm tough and can take a beating. Bai Ze was taken aback, then smiled and patted his arm. It's okay, I'm fast. Even if something unexpected happens, I can escape. He looked at the two of them, his tone serious. You stay up there and keep watch, making sure no other people or dinosaurs get close. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Feng to persuade him again, Bai Ze slid down the gentle slope and into the pit. Chapter 49. Zhang Feng, do you dare to kill someone? Bai Ze slid to the bottom of the pit, and as soon as he stood up, he immediately opened the tribe channel. Bai Ze, Ming, buy another 6,000 purple berries and 6,000 blackberries, and trade them all to me, quick. Zhang Ming, received. Honey, be careful. In less than 10 seconds, the backpack notifications went off like crazy, and it was instantly stuffed full of berries. Bai Ze had just lifted his foot when he almost stumbled under the weight. He looked down and saw that the weight bar was glaringly red. Damn, this load is so annoying. With no other option, he could only stuff the berries into the backpack of the nearest Triceratops, and then use the dinosaur backpack as a transfer point to replenish the purple and blackberries for all 5 Triceratops in the pit. After finishing his work, Bai Ze looked up at the sky, then glanced at his watch, and his expression changed. Oh no, an hour and a half has passed, and the first Triceratops is about to wake up. He immediately climbed out of the pit and looked at Zhang Feng and Li Wei waiting above. Li Wei, you stay here and keep watch. Bai Ze took off his watch and handed it over, his tone very serious. Every hour, feed each Triceratops 50 blackberries, no more and no less. Li Wei accepted it with both hands and nodded emphatically. Don't worry, boss. I'll keep a close eye on them. Bai Ze then granted Li Wei access to the tribe's dinosaurs, leaving the Parasaurolophus a hang to him. If there's any danger, call me on the channel. Remember, safety first. It doesn't matter if the Triceratops runs away. Your life is more important. Li Wei's eyes immediately reddened. Boss, I understand. I will definitely protect myself and keep an eye on the Triceratops. Bai Ze turned to look at Zhang Feng. Come with me. When we get to the first Triceratops, I'll leave Aha with you. Feed him 100 blackberries first, then 50 every hour. Can you do that? Zhang Feng straightened his back. Mission accomplished. Bai Ze patted the two of them on the shoulders. I hope you're all safe and sound when I return. After saying that, he told the two to close their eyes. Then he brought up the control panel and quickly assembled a thatched foundation and thatched walls to surround the entire pit, leaving only a small door. This way, even if wild animals approached, they could be detected in advance. After finishing, Bai Ze led Zhang Feng and Aha to the location of the first Triceratops. A dozen minutes later, the thatched fence appeared in the distance. Before he even got close, Bai Ze heard the voices of several unfamiliar men. His tone was lewd and greedy. Bai Ze immediately grabbed Zhang Feng and hid behind a big tree to peek. 5 shady-looking men were pointing and gesturing around the fence. A scarred man spat. Is this fence natural, or was it built by someone? It's so neat and orderly. A tall, thin man next to him rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with greed. Who cares who built it? There's nobody here now anyway. It'd be best if it was that kid Bai Ze. Brother Hao said there's a 500-point reward for finding Bai Ze. Hee, 500 points, that's enough to play with as many women as you want. Those new girls who recently joined the tribe are really fresh-faced. Once we get some points, we're gonna have some fun with them. Once Brother Hao takes down Bai Ze, his villa and his women will all be ours. The group became increasingly vulgar in their conversation, laughing unrestrainedly. Behind a tree, Bai Ze's eyes had turned cold. Zhang Feng lowered his voice, his face grim. Boss, there's Sun Hao's men. What should we do? Should we retreat? We finally managed to knock that Triceratops unconscious. It would be such a loss to just throw it away like this. Bai Ze's lips curled into a sneer, his voice chillingly cold. Withdraw. They're here, and they're not leaving. He turned and stared at Zhang Feng, his eyes like knives. Zhang Feng, do you dare to kill someone? Zhang Feng's face turned pale instantly, and his clenched fist trembled. He has never killed anyone. But the next second, he thought of his daughter Duo, and of the food, the safety, and the hope that Bai Ze had given him. His gaze gradually hardened. Boss, idare. Only you can make me and Duo live like human beings. Don't even mention killing. I'd dare to die if you asked me to. Bai Ze nodded, took out a sharp stone spear from his backpack, and handed it to him. Okay, we have to be quick. We can't let them send messages to call for help. You can have the lone one on the far left. The remaining 4, and I will take care of them. Zhang Feng took the stone spear, his hands still trembling, but his eyes remained focused. The 2 men and 1 dragon quietly circled around to the back of the 5 people. Meanwhile, the 5 members of Sun's army discovered the unconscious Triceratops inside the enclosure and immediately shouted excitedly. Holy crap! A Triceratops! It looks like it's dead, lying there motionless. Tear down the wall. This one end is enough to feed us for several days. The group swung their stone axes and began chopping at the thatched wall, completely unaware that death was already lurking behind them. Bai Ze spoke in a low voice. Let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to rush out. Like a black lightning bolt, pounced on the person on the far right. Zhang Feng took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, gripped the stone spear tightly, and charged toward the leftmost target. With a thought, Bai Ze instantly produced a gleaming iron longsword in his hand. He was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was right behind Scarface. Scarface was still chopping at the wall, and didn't have time to turn around. The long sword pierced through his chest from behind. Scarface looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, making a ha-ha sound. He wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Bai Ze twisted his wrist, raised the long sword, and cleaved open his chest. Scarface fell to the ground on the spot. On the other side, Aha also tackled someone, his sharp teeth biting down hard on the neck. With a forceful shake, the person's head lolled to the side, and he instantly died. The remaining 3 then realized what was happening. Oh no, someone's attacking. They hurriedly turned around, raised their stone axes and spears, and charged forward. Zhang Feng was facing a short man. The other party also had a stone spear in his hand, and was clearly much more ruthless than Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng had no experience and could only rely on brute force to stab and block wildly. After several rounds, his arm was slashed with several bloody cuts, and blood was flowing freely. The short man sneered, his face full of disdain. You piece of trash, you dare to try and kill me. Court death. After saying that, he exerted his strength and thrust the stone spear straight into Zhang Feng's chest. Zhang Feng's pupils contracted. It was too late to dodge. In that instant, all he could think about was Duo's face. Duo, Daddy may not be able to stay with you anymore. But it's okay. The boss will definitely take good care of you. Sorry, boss. I did not complete the task. Chapter 50, Primary Defensive Fortifications take shape. Zhang Feng closed his eyes, ready to take the hit head-on. The expected excruciating pain did not come. The next second, a gunshot suddenly rang out in the woods. Bang! Zhang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and saw the short man who had just been holding a stone spear with a fierce expression lying stiffly on the ground. There was a bloody hole in his forehead, and the blood quickly stained the soil red. He turned his head stiffly. Not far away, Bai Ze stood there, holding a black pistol in his hand, with a wisp of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. Aha was squatting at Bai Ze's feet, with half an hour in his mouth, while the other 3 corpses beside him were already cold. From the moment the enemy made their move to the moment they were completely defeated, it took only a dozen seconds. Zhang Feng was completely stunned. The stone spear in his hand clattered to the ground, and he didn't react for a long time. Bai Ze put away his pistol, walked over, and patted him on the shoulder. What? Scared out of your wits? Zhang Feng suddenly shuddered, and his voice changed. Be boss, this is a gun. You actually have a gun. Bai Ze remained calm. These are the items I got from opening gift boxes before, the last ones I've kept hidden away. Once you use them, they're gone. But don't worry, I'll get one for each of you when I have the chance in the future. Zhang Feng looked down at his still bleeding arm, his face full of self-reproach. Boss, it's all my fault for being useless. You wasted such precious bullets trying to save me. Bai Ze interrupted him directly. Don't talk nonsense. You're my brothers, my family. Your lives are 1,000,000 times more important than this piece of junk. Zhang Feng felt a lump in his throat and nodded emphatically. I understand. I will definitely practice hard from now on and never hold anyone back. Bai Ze didn't say anything more and had Aha dispose of all the corpses, turning them into raw meat and putting them into his backpack. The smell of blood was quickly masked, saving them from trouble. Zhang Feng immediately ran into the enclosure, fed the unconscious Triceratops 100 blackberries, and then carefully checked the enclosure to make sure there were no problems before coming out. Bai Ze opened the clan channel, and sure enough, Li Wei and Zhang Mengmeng had already sent more than a dozen messages. Li Wei, boss. Zhang Feng, are you guys alright? I just heard a gunshot. Zhang Mengmeng, honey, how are you? Please give me some feedback. I'm so scared. Bai Ze replied immediately. Bai Ze, it's alright. We encountered 5 Sun family army scouts, but we've taken care of them. Li Wei, how about you? Li Wei, I'm fine here. The Triceratops are all okay. I'm so glad you're all alright. You scare me to death. Bai Ze, stay alert. Call me immediately if anything happens. Bai Ze turned off the channel and looked at Zhang Feng. You and Aha are in charge here. Don't wander off. Keep a close eye on things. Zhang Feng stood ramrod straight and gave a somewhat imperfect salute. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Bai Ze nodded and turned back to the valley base. As the sun set, golden rays filtered through the trees. Bai Ze walked quickly, but his eyes grew colder and colder. Sun Hao, the person you sent has been accepted. He also noted this down. Once the dinosaur army is fully formed, we'll settle all accounts, including principal and interest. Back at the valley base, Bai Ze had just entered when he saw Wang Hao squatting on the ground, drawing and writing on the mud with a twig while muttering to himself. Bai Ze walked up to him without him noticing. What are you looking at so intently? Wang Hao was so startled he almost fell to the ground, but upon recognizing Bai Ze, he immediately became excited. Boss, you're finally back. I've calculated everything. This place is practically a natural fortress sent by God. As long as we build it according to my plan, let alone Sun Hao's 200 men, even if another 200 come, they won't be able to break in. Bai Ze looked down and saw that the mud was covered with lines. The valley terrain, natural boulders, entrance, defense line, and watchtowers are all clearly marked. Wang Hao pointed to the picture, becoming more and more excited as he spoke. Look, these huge rocks at the entrance are natural city walls. I plan to build the first line of defense along these rocks, sealing it off with thatched foundations and walls, leaving only a 2-meter-wide main gate. If thatched walls aren't sturdy enough, then we won't rely on just one wall. I'll design 4 lines of defense, one inside the other. If they break through the first line, there's a second one. After breaking through the second, there's a third and a fourth. We'll break their morale completely. Build 2 more watchtowers on either side of the entrance. From up there, you can see the entire passage. Once you have bows and arrows, people up there can shoot, and those below can only take the hits. Most importantly, behind a boulder on the left, I left a hidden passage, just big enough for a dinosaur of Guai's size to pass through. There are big trees blocking the way outside, so you won't notice it unless you look carefully. Even if it is discovered, the passage is narrow, only allowing 2 people to walk side by side. When the 2 generals hung and block it, no matter how many come, they will all die. Bai Ze's eyes lit up after hearing this. This kid's got some skills. Defense lines, early warning, retreat, and counterattacks all have been taken into consideration. Okay, we'll do it your way. You're in charge of all the fortifications. Just tell me how much material you need, and I'll build it. Since it's heavy, you can install it in batches. Wang Hao rubbed his hands together excitedly. No problem. I'm strong enough. I'd be happy to work for the tribe. After saying that, he looked behind Bai Ze again. Hey boss, where are Feng and Wei? Why aren't they back? Bai schmoiled. I took them to train the dinosaurs. Luckily, they took down 6 triceratops in one go. In a few hours, we'll have a triceratops assault team. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly. What? You guys didn't take me on such a fun dragon training adventure? That's so unfair. I want to ride a dragon too. I'm a fierce fighter. Bai Ze was amused by him and patted him on the shoulder. What's the rush? You're the chief architect now. The base's defenses depend entirely on you. Once the 4 lines of defense are built, you'll definitely be the first one to ride a triceratops during the next dragon taming event. Just then, the villa door creaked open. Zhang Mengmeng and Xiao Wanning came out, with Zhang Mengmeng holding 10-month-old Duo in her arms. The little guy was chewing on his fist, drool dripping down his face. As soon as he saw Bai Ze, his eyes lit up and he stretched out his little hands, babbling incessantly. Zhang Mengmeng greeted them with a smile. Honey, Wang Hao, dinner's ready. Come and eat. Xiao Wanning added softly. I made a meat broth, soy sauce fried rice, and braised pork. It should taste good. Bai Ze then realized his stomach was empty and said to Wang Hao, Come on, let's eat first. After we eat, you can ride Guai to deliver food to Zhang Feng and Li Wei and check on their situation while you're at it. Upon hearing that he could ride a dragon, Wang Hao immediately perked up. Okay, I'll go right away. He couldn't wait to open the tribe channel. Wang Hao, Brother Feng and Brother Wei, where are you guys? I'll ride my dragon and bring you food right away. Zhang Feng, great. I am starving. I'll send you the location. Bai Ze smiled and shook his head. Don't rush, eat first. As the group entered the villa, Bai Ze suddenly froze. The dining table was piled high with food. Braised pork belly, stewed meat soup, soy sauce fried rice, stir-fried bok choy, and cold wild vegetable salad. All so green and vibrant, they looked incredibly appetizing. Bai Ze looked at the dishes on the table and asked in confusion. I don't remember we had any vegetables, right? Where did these vegetables come from? Chapter 51, should we go together? Zhang Mengmeng smiled and walked to the sofa, carefully putting Duo down from her arms. Honey, you don't know, it's all thanks to Sister Wan Ning. She's a proper agricultural student. She had a small vegetable garden next to her shelter and planted a lot of things. She packed it all up and brought it with her when we moved. Bai Ze looked at Xiao Wanning in surprise. Wan Ning, you have this skill? Do you have any seeds? Xiao Wanning felt a little embarrassed by his gaze, so she lowered her head and smiled softly. Yes, some. There were lots of wild vegetables around where I used to live, so I picked a few edible ones, dug up some plants, and transplanted them back home. Seeds often sprouted when I was collecting them, so I've accumulated a few. That's fantastic. Bai Ze slapped his thigh, his eyes lighting up. I just created 3 small plots of farmland today, which will double the growth rate of crops. From now on, the base's food supply will depend entirely on you. I was just worried about how to farm. Xiao Wanning's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with disbelief. Really? There's farmland that can accelerate growth? That's amazing. Can I go see it now? As she spoke, she stood up, looking eager to get started. Don't rush. Bai Ze quickly pulled her back. Eat first. You'll have the energy to work when you're full. The food is getting cold. Xiao Wanning smiled sheepishly and sat back down in her seat. Bai Ze picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, his eyes instantly lighting up. Holy crap, this tastes amazing. It's even better than what I've had at restaurants before. Can dinosaur meat really be cooked this well? This is Wan Ning's specialty, Zhang Mingming said with a smile. I was watching from the side just now, and Wan Ning added several kinds of wild vegetables for seasoning. It smelled so good. The group chatted and laughed, and soon finished off the entire table of food. In this ancient world where people were struggling to find their next meal, being able to eat such a hot and plentiful meal was a real luxury. After finishing his meal, Wang Hao stuffed the food he had prepared for Zhang Feng and Li Wei into his backpack. I'm off, boss. I promise I'll be back soon. Be careful on the road. Once it gets dark, hurry back. Don't linger, Bai Ze shouted from behind. Okay. Wang Hao's voice came from afar, and soon he rode Guai away and disappeared at the entrance of the valley. Xia Wanning couldn't sit still any longer and quickly said, Boss, I'll go check on the farmland too. Go ahead, it's on that open space east of the warehouse. Bai Ze nodded. Xia Wanning responded and hurriedly ran out, her steps as light as a bird. Bai Ze watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect him to be so impatient. Zhang Mingming looked at Duo, who was yawning after eating and drinking her fill, and gently patted her back. This kind of life is pretty good, peaceful, and stable. Bai Ze nodded, his eyes gentle. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. He walked to the storage box by the warehouse entrance and sat down. With a thought, he brought up the ARK control panel. Let me make some equipment for you as a backup. Bai Ze first made 10 brand new fiber suits, and then made 6 wooden slingshots, leaving 2 for each of Wang Hao, Xia Wanning, and Zhang Mingming. Only after completing these steps did he begin mass-producing the thatched foundations and thatched walls that Wang Hao needed. Materials were being consumed rapidly, and foundations and walls were piling up in the backpack. With nothing to do, Bai Ze opened his attribute panel to see how much experience he needed to reach level 10. Upon seeing this, he almost fainted. Level 9. Experience. August 20th, 3400. Holy crap. Bai Ze couldn't help but swear. 3,400 experience points? How many things would I have to build to level up? That's outrageous. Forget it, let's take it slow. Bai Ze sighed helplessly and continued to bury himself in building the wall. Zhang Mingming sat down next to him, occasionally giggling. Bai Ze joked as he made things. What are you looking at so happily? Did you see a handsome guy? Zhang Mingming looked up, rolled her eyes at him, and said with a smile, No one is more handsome than my husband. I saw a bunch of people in the chat channel asking why you're not selling yourself anymore. So I said I've taken you under my wing, and from now on you'll only sell your art, not your body. They didn't believe me, huh? Bai Ze rolled his eyes. These people still can't talk properly. When did I ever sell myself? You little brat. What do you mean I've been taken in by you? I'll take you in tonight. Zhang Mingming's face instantly turned red, and she reached out and gently punched him. Oh, honey, he's just bragging. By the way, look, Sun Hao is arguing with a tribe called Goddess Alliance, and they're arguing fiercely. Bai Ze became interested and leaned over to look at her chat interface. Why are they arguing? It's all because of that beast Sun Hao. Zhang Mingming curled her lip, a look of disgust on her face. He actually treated the women in the tribe like commodities, using them as points to reward his subordinates. When the Goddess Alliance found out, they cursed him in the channel, calling him inhuman. Sun Hao, that madman, is even more arrogant. He said he'd attack and capture all the women of the Goddess Alliance to reward his brothers. The two sides are almost at war, and they've even exchanged locations. But the Goddess Alliance is on the continent across the sea, quite far from us. By the way, Ani, look at the server's player count. There are only 6,247 players left. It's only been 7 days, and almost half of them have already died. Bai Ze was taken aback. He hadn't been paying attention to the server's player count for several days. He opened the server interface and, sure enough, saw the number 6,247 prominently displayed in the upper right corner. Bai Ze's gaze darkened. This world is more cruel than he imagined. Countless people die every day, either torn apart by dinosaurs or stabbed in the back by other survivors. Without the ARK console, he would probably be a pile of bones by now. Looking at his solemn expression, Zhang Mingming felt a little scared and gently brushed his cheek with her index finger. I'm so glad I met you, my husband. Otherwise, I might be dead by now. It's so good to have met you. Bai Ze felt a surge of heat from her teasing. He grabbed Zhang Mingming's wrist and pulled her into his arms with a slight effort. Are you provoking me? Bai Ze lowered his head, his nose brushing against hers, his voice hoarse. Zhang Mingming's face turned even redder, and she half-heartedly pushed his chest. No, Huani, no. Wan Ning will be back soon. Just as their lips were about to touch. Wow, this farmland is amazing. Xia Wanning's excited voice came from the doorway, and then she pushed the door open and rushed in. Then she saw the two people hugging each other, their lips almost touching. The air froze instantly. Xia Wanning's face flushed bright red instantly, from her cheeks all the way to her ears, and even her neck turned pink. I'm so sorry. I didn't see anything. Please continue. She screamed and turned to run away. Wan Ning, don't go. Zhang Mingming peeked out from Bai Ze's arms and teased with a smile. Want to come along? Chapter 52, Sun Hao's Ambition. Bai Ze was so shocked by Zhang Mingming's bold words that he almost bit his tongue. He stared wide-eyed at the little girl in his arms who was laughing hysterically. Xia Wanning was so embarrassed that even the tips of her ears turned bright red. She stomped her foot, covered her face, and ran out without looking back, forgetting to even close the door. You, Bai Ze said helplessly, pinching Zhang Mingming's cheek. You're getting more and more unserious, saying whatever comes to mind. Zhang Mingming hugged his neck and playfully nuzzled his chin. Oh, honey, I'm just doing this for your own good. She reached out and scratched Bai Ze's waist, laughing even more heartily. Sister Wan Ning is so beautiful, has such a great figure, is gentle, can cook, and can even farm. I don't believe you wouldn't be tempted. Bai Ze grabbed her mischievous hand, paused, and sighed softly. Yes, it would be a lie to say I wasn't tempted. In his original world, the concept of monogamy was ingrained in his very being, and he wouldn't even dare to think about such a thing. But now, in this ancient world where the strong prey on the weak, laws and morality have long since vanished. People die every day. It's a blessing to be alive. As long as we can protect the people we care about, it seems nothing is impossible. Zhang Mingming looked at his silent expression, a fleeting hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes, but she quickly recovered. With such an outstanding husband, there will definitely be more and more women throwing themselves at him in the future. Rather than being a petty, jealous woman who ends up being rejected by him, it's better to be generous and accept them so that you can stay by his side forever. She let go of his hand and changed the subject. Okay, honey, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let's continue watching the drama unfold. Sun Hao was yelling so fiercely just now. Why is he so quiet now? Bai Ze snapped out of his daze, patted her head, and leaned over to look at the chat channel with her. After only a couple of glances, Bai Ze's eyes turned cold. Sun Hao, damn it, you bunch of women dare to challenge me? Aren't you just useless trash who can only survive by relying on men? Even Bai Ze can only run away with his tail between his legs when he sees us. What are you? Sun Hao, once I dominate this island, the first thing I'll do is attack you all, capture you all, and let my brothers have some fun. That beast, Bai Ze muttered under his breath, his fingers clenching tightly. Meanwhile, at the Sun family army camp on the other side, Sun Hao suddenly slammed the piece of roasted meat he was holding, which was now just scraps, onto the ground. Damn it, they're all fucking against me. What kind of bullshit goddess alliance is this? What kind of Bai Ze is this? They're all trash. He paced back and forth in the simple wooden hut like an enraged wild beast. Where are they? Where have they all gone? Haven't they found Bai Ze yet? Several underlings appointed by Sun Hao rushed in, heads bowed, speaking tremblingly. Boss, we still haven't found it. This island is too big, and the jungle is full of dinosaurs. We've already lost more than 30 brothers. Yeah, boss, Bai Ze just vanished into thin air. There's no trace of him at all. As Sun Hao listened to the report, his face grew increasingly grim. He kicked a basin that had been dug out of the wood beside him, scattering the berries all over the ground. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. We can't even find a single person. He was panting heavily when he suddenly turned his head and looked at Jean Wentao, who had been silent in the corner. Jean Wentao stood in the shadows, like a soulless puppet. Ever since Sun Hao turned him into a human warehouse, he's been like this, spending his days either eating and sleeping or standing in a corner in a daze. Sun Hao suppressed his anger, walked over with feigned concern, and patted Jean Wentao on the shoulder. Wentao, you're the smartest one. Tell me, what should we do now? We can't just sit here and wait like this. Jean Wentao slowly raised his eyes, his gaze devoid of any emotion, his face displaying his usual indifference. Brother Hao, I think we should give up looking for Bai Ze for now. Oh, Sun Hao raised an eyebrow. Why? Since Bai Ze can disappear into thin air, it means he must be hiding in a hard-to-find place. Searching aimlessly like this will only waste manpower and be counterproductive. Jean Wentao's voice was flat and emotionless. The most important thing now is to deal with the other scattered survivors on the island, or recruit them to strengthen our forces. Once we unify the island, even if Bai Ze hides to the ends of the earth, we will find him sooner or later. Furthermore, we can find a few carpenters to build some large ships. We can use this island as our base and slowly expand to other places. Then the whole world will be yours, Brother Hao, and you will be the rightful ruler of the world. Sun Hao was flattered by Jean Wentao's words, and he could almost see himself sitting on a golden throne, surrounded by beautiful women, with countless people kneeling in submission below. Ha ha ha! Good! Well said! Sun Hao laughed heartily, patting Jean Wentao on the shoulder forcefully. Wentao, you really are my good strategist. I can't do without you. Don't blame me. I had no choice but to use this method to keep you by my side. Once I become the ruler of the world, you will be my #1 contributor, and I will definitely treat you well. Jean Wentao immediately put on a fawning smile and nodded repeatedly. Thank you so much, Brother Hao. I will follow you to the death. But his eyes were icy cold, devoid of any warmth. They talk a good game, but they just can't bear to part with me, their free human warehouse. Sun Hao, go ahead and jump around as much as you want. Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. I'm waiting to see the day you're utterly disgraced and die a gruesome death. Sun Hao smugly gave orders to his subordinates. Pass down the order. Tomorrow morning, everyone will be divided into teams of 50 men each, and will conduct a thorough search of the entire island. Anyone who refuses to surrender will be killed without exception. Of course, finding Bai Ze will be the best. Whoever catches Bai Ze will be rewarded with 1,000 points. Yes, boss. The underlings quickly responded and turned to run away. Wait a minute. Sun Hao called out to them, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Go. Bring Lu Wen over here as a reward for our strategist Jean. Even though he can't move, it's still good to see him, ha ha ha. Several of the underlings also revealed ambiguous smiles. Understood. Brother Hao is brilliant. Soon, Lu Wen, disheveled and with a dazed look in her eyes, was brought up. She used to be a pretty girl, but now she's been tortured beyond recognition and has completely lost her mind. She was pushed next to Jean Wentao and immediately coiled around him like a snake, laughing foolishly. Brother, he come play. Sun Hao and his group laughed loudly, pointing and whispering among themselves, using vulgar language. Jean Wentao couldn't move and could only stand stiffly in place, letting Lu Wen grope him all over. The surrounding mockery pierced his heart like needles. Humiliation. The boundless humiliation almost consumed him. He gritted his teeth. Live on. I must survive. Sun Hao, all the humiliation you have inflicted on me today, I will repay you 100-fold in the future. Just at this agonizing moment, a henchman rushed in, his face full of excitement. Brother Hao, great news. Our men have captured people from the Bai Ze tribe. Chapter 53, Tipping and Information. The urgent shouts exploded through the camp, instantly drowning out all the laughter and noise inside. Sun Hao grabbed the messenger's arm, his nails almost digging into the man's flesh, his face contorted with excitement as he let out a deafening laugh. Ha ha ha, heaven is helping me. Quick, bring him here. Ask them where they caught him. The underling quickly opened the tribe channel, typed a few times, and replied, Brother Hao. They said they caught him on the beach in the Western Valley. All the brothers who went to search the valley before were gone, so they went to check on him and found him urinating with a parasaurus next to him. They slashed the deputy dragon a few times, and that beast ran away in fright. This kid was pinned down before he could even pull up his pants, and he was yelling for the deputy dragon to go find some big shot for help. He's definitely one of Bai Ze's men. Good, Sun Hao exclaimed 3 times rubbing his hands excitedly. Tell the brothers who participated in the arrest. Each one will be rewarded with 100 points. He waved his hand and shouted to the people inside. Brothers, come on, follow me out to welcome our hero. And while we're at it, ask this kid where Bai Ze is hiding, and the secret to their ability to live peacefully with dinosaurs. Before leaving, he gave the squad leader next to him a wink. The squad leader understood immediately, walked over to Lu Wan, grabbed her hair, and forcibly pulled her off Jean Wintao. Strategist Jean, we've finished watching the show. Let's go catch Bai Ze first, ha. A group of people surrounded Sun Hao and rushed out of the wooden house in a noisy commotion, leaving behind only a mess and the lonely Jean Wintao. After a few seconds of deathly silence, he slowly raised his lowered head, and his previously numb and empty eyes suddenly burst forth with an extremely sharp light. The opportunity has finally arrived. He quickly scanned his surroundings, confirming that all the camp guards had followed Sun Hao to join the fun, and that there was no one around. A cold, self-deprecating smile curled at the corner of his lips. Sun Hao, you really have a big heart. You really don't guard against me at all. He raised his hand and opened the world chat panel, his fingertips swiping rapidly. Wanted to send a private message to Bai Ze to warn him, but the red notification that popped up on the screen made his face instantly darken. He forgot. Bai Ze had already blocked him after their last confrontation. Without time to regret, Jean Wintao immediately switched interfaces, opened the ARK tribe member list, precisely locked onto Zhang Mengming's avatar, and rapidly tapped the screen with his fingertips. Jean Wintao, your tribe's cavalry member has been captured by Sun Hao and has been taken back to camp. Quickly have Bai Ze contact me privately. I have important information about someone who can save him. After sending the message, he put away the panel, straightened his back, and returned to his dull and wooden appearance, quietly standing in the corner waiting for a message. At this moment, in the villa at the valley base, Zhang Mengming scrolled through the world channel for a long time, watching the argument on both sides completely die down, and suddenly felt bored. She slumped her head and leaned on Bai Ze's shoulder. No more gossip to tell. Sun Hao and his group have gone silent. It's incredibly boring. The moment he finished speaking, a private chat notification sounded abruptly. She was slightly taken aback, her face full of confusion. Huh? Someone's messaging me at this hour? Who is it? The moment Zhang Mengming opened the private chat and saw the sender, her lazy smile vanished instantly, replaced by a deathly pale expression, and her heart leaped into her throat. She suddenly grabbed Bai Ze's arm, who was engrossed in processing building materials, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Honey, something terrible has happened. Wang Hao. It seems Sun Hao has kidnapped Wang Hao. Bai Ze paused abruptly as he retrieved the materials, then continued working as if nothing had happened, without even raising an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. You're kidding. Wang Hao rides his Agwai bike when he goes out. If he can't beat someone, he can always run away. How could he possibly get caught? Who sent you that message? It's Jean Wintao. Zhang Mingming's eyes reddened with anxiety, and she quickly showed him the private chat interface. Bai Ze glanced at the screen, couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes full of wariness. Jean Wintao, isn't he Sun Hao's lackey? They're practically inseparable. How could he possibly be kind enough to tip us off? It's most likely a trap set by Sun Hao to lure us into coming to him. Ignore him. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a mournful and aggrieved dinosaur roar suddenly came from outside the villa. Yes, it's a lovely voice. The piercing screams conveyed extreme pain, making one's heart tighten. Bai Ze's heart skipped a beat, and he could no longer remain calm. He instantly stood up, stuffed all the building materials and raw materials in his backpack into the storage box, and strode out of the villa. The scene outside the door sent a chill down his spine. Gwai stood on the open ground, with several deep, bone-revealing knife wounds on its back. Blood flowed down its fur, staining the soil beneath its feet red. It had a blue baseball cap in its mouth, the very one Wang Hao wore every day. Upon seeing Bai Ze emerge, Agwai immediately ran over, nuzzled his leg with her head, and let out a low, aggrieved, and anxious whimper, her big eyes even filled with tears. Bai Ze's heart sank suddenly, as if he had been hit by a huge rock. It's true. Wang Hao has indeed been arrested. He squatted down and gently stroked the wound on Agwai's back, his voice hoarse. Oh dear, Wang Hao's been captured by them, hasn't he? Guai nodded obediently and let out a sad whimper. Meng Meng, bring the bandages and iodine. Bai Ze shouted. Coming. Zhang Meng Meng ran out of the house, carrying a first aid kit. Xia Wanning, who was hiding in the shelter to calm her shy feelings, was also startled by the commotion outside. She suppressed her embarrassment and quickly walked out. Seeing Guai injured and Bai Ze's extremely solemn expression, she panicked instantly and rushed forward to ask what was wrong. Boss, what happened? Guai, how'd you get so badly injured? Wang Hao has been captured by Sun Hao's men. Bai Ze's tone was icy, and every word was heavy. Xia Wanning's pupils suddenly contracted, her face filled with disbelief. How could this be? Wang Hao was just delivering food to Brother Feng and Brother Wei. He was in a safe zone the whole way. How could he have run into Sun's men? Are Brother Feng and the others all right? Bai Ze didn't dare to delay and immediately opened the tribe channel to send a message at lightning speed. Bai Ze, Zhang Feng, Li Wei, have you seen Wang Hao? Are you all right? Zhang Feng replied instantly after the message was sent. Zhang Feng, I saw him. He just brought me food and then went to deliver it to Wei Ge. What's wrong? Hasn't he gone back yet? Li Wei, yeah. Sister Wan Ning's braised pork was so delicious. I ate 3 big bowls. Boss, what happened to Wang Hao? Bai Ze, Wang Hao was captured by Sun Hao's men. The channel fell into a deathly silence. It took a good 10 seconds before they both replied at the same time. Zhang Feng, what? How is this possible? That beast Sun Hao. Li Wei, boss. Let's go back now. I'll go with you to rescue Wang Hao. We'll fight them to the death, if necessary. Zhang Feng, yes. Let's go now. We'll leave the Triceratops for now. Bai Ze, you don't need to come back. Bai Ze, the Triceratops is our biggest trump card, and we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. You all need to guard it well and not leave its side for even a moment. Li Wei, but he's a big shot. Wang Hao, he... Zhang Feng, yeah, boss. We can't abandon Wang Hao. Bai Ze, my mind is made up. Bai Ze, I'll go alone, making me a smaller target and less likely to be discovered. Your best help to me is protecting the Triceratops. After saying that, Bai Ze immediately closed the tribe channel and stopped looking at their messages. He took a deep breath, removed Jean Wintao from the blacklist, and sent him a message directly. Bai Ze, what do you want? Why are you helping me? Jean Wintao replied almost instantly. Jean Wintao, I don't like Sun Hao. It's too late for you to chase after them now. They're almost at the camp. Jean Wintao, I can keep an eye on the situation inside for you and keep you updated on the real-time situation. But I have one condition. Bai Ze, to speak. Jean Wintao, kill Sun Hao. Bai Ze was so angry he laughed. Bai Ze, are you dreaming? Me, going to kill Sun Hao alone? He has over 200 men. Let's change the terms. Jean Wintao was silent for a few seconds, then sent another message. Jean Wintao, then take me out too. Is that possible? Bai Ze. Okay, but I need to know why. Simply saying I don't like Sun Hao isn't enough. Chapter 54. Torture and interrogation to find out where he is. Jean Wintao's voice trembled uncontrollably, as if he had used all his strength to say these words, and you could feel his heart-wrenching pain even through the screen. Jean Wintao, Sun Hao is not human. He treated the woman I loved most as a commodity, rewarding her to his subordinates right in front of me. I watched helplessly as she was violated by those beasts, and in the end, unable to bear the humiliation, she hanged herself. Jean Wintao, I live for revenge. If I weren't still holding on, I would have gone with her long ago. Bai Ze fell silent as he looked at those lines of text. Zhang Meng Meng and Xia Wanning, standing to the side, also had tears in their eyes. It's so tragic. Zhang Meng Meng sobbed softly. Sun Hao is truly worse than an animal. Yes, Xia Wanning nodded, her tone full of anger. No wonder Jean Wintao rebelled against him. Anyone would have been unable to tolerate it. Bai Ze tapped his fingers on the screen and replied. Bai Ze, okay, I promise you, I will do my best to get you out of here, and I will also help you kill Sun Hao. Jean Wintao, thank you. I believe you. Jean Wintao, it seems they have already taken the person back to the camp, and Sun Hao is interrogating them outside. Jean Wintao, I will let you know as soon as there are any further developments. After hearing this, Bai Ze touched the pistol at his waist. It seems we have no choice but to use our trump card this time. We really have to fight tooth and nail. He squatted down, looked at Agwai whose wounds had been bandaged, and asked softly, "Oh dear, can you still run?" Agwai immediately stood up straight, nodded vigorously, let out a firm hiss, and rubbed its head against Bai Ze's palm. Even with blood still flowing from its back, it still wanted to follow its owner to save Wang Hao. Bai Ze rolled onto Agwai's back and looked back at Zhang Mingming and Xie Wanning. "Take good care of Duo at home, and don't open the door no matter who knocks. I'll be back soon." "Honey." Zhang Mingming ran over, grabbed his hand, and tears streamed down her face. "You have to be careful. If things really don't work out, come back. We'll think of something else. Wang Hao won't blame you." "Yes, boss," Xie Wanning said, her eyes also red. "Don't be reckless. Safety is the most important thing." Bai Ze smiled and gently patted their hands. "Don't worry, I'm tough. Wait for me. I'll bring Wang Hao back safely." After he finished speaking, he gently patted Agwai's neck. "Drive." Agwai let out a neigh, took off running, and galloped towards the Sun family army camp. The sky had completely darkened, and the sea breeze stung one's face. Bai Ze dared not take the jungle paths, so he could only take a longer route and run along the beach. The beach offered a wide view, allowing him to avoid even dinosaurs if he encountered one. The waves crashed against the rocks, making a splashing sound that conveniently masked Agwai's footsteps. Bai Ze lay on Agwai's back, his eyes as cold as ice. "Sun Hao, you messed with my brother. I'm going to settle this score with you today." Meanwhile, inside the main tent of Sun's army camp, Wang Hao was pinned to the ground by two burly men. His chubby face was covered in mud, and the back of his clothes had been whipped to shreds, leaving him a bloody mess. Sun Hao sat on a simple throne pieced together from wood, toying with a sharp stone knife in his hand, looking down at him with a mocking expression. "Kid, still being stubborn?" Sun Hao said contemptuously. "As long as you tell me Bai Ze's location and the secret of living peacefully with the dinosaurs, I will not only spare your life, but also make you a squad leader and reward you with women and points." Wang Hao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and glared fiercely at Sun Hao. "What, Bai Ze? I don't understand. I'm just a free spirit. I was just taking a piss on the beach, and you bunch of mad dogs grabbed me." "What? Taking a piss is illegal." "Still pretending?" Sun Hao's smile vanished instantly. "The fiber suit you're wearing can only be mass-produced by Bai Ze in the whole world. You're saying you're not one of his people." "We robbed it from a trading house," Wang Hao said, his neck stiff. "What? Aren't you wearing the same thing? Are you all Bai Ze's people too?" "What a sharp-tongued brat." Sun Hao laughed angrily. "Looks like you won't know what's good for you unless I teach you a lesson." He gave a wink to his subordinate beside him. "Beat him. Use a whip soaked in seawater. Beat him until he tells you." Immediately, two burly men stepped forward, each holding a whip made of thick animal hide, from which seawater dripped. Smack! The whip lashed hard across Wang Hao's back, instantly leaving a deep, bone-revealing welt. The seawater seeped into the wound, and the excruciating pain was 10 times worse than being cut directly with a knife. Wang Hao shuddered violently and couldn't help but scream. "Ah, will you tell me or not? Where is Bai Ze?" "I won't tell. I don't know." Wang Hao gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring intently at Sun Hao. "Keep fighting." Slap, slap, slap. The whip lashed Wang Hao's back again and again. Soon, there wasn't a single good spot on his back, and blood flowed down his clothes, pooling on the ground. Wang Hao's screams grew weaker and weaker until finally everything went black, his head lolled to the side, and he passed out. "Boss, he's passed out," a burly man said. Sun Hao sneered and spat. "Useless thing. Throw the whip at him to wake him up. I want to see if his mouth is tougher or my whip is tougher." Immediately, someone brought over a basin of icy seawater and splashed it hard on Wang Hao's face. Wang Hao shivered and slowly woke up, his consciousness already somewhat hazy. Sun Hao stood up, walked up to Wang Hao, stepped on his head, and crushed it hard. "Kid, did you see that? Your boss doesn't care about you at all. I've been calling him out on the World Channel for ages, and he hasn't dared to utter a single word. You're suffering here for him, while he hides in a safe place like a coward. Do you think it's worth it?" Wang Hao lay on the ground, struggled to lift his head, and gave Sun Hao a blood-stained smile. "You're talking nonsense. The big boss would never abandon me. You beast, you're not worthy to be compared to the big boss. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. You think I'll betray the boss? Dream on. Sun Hao's face turned ashen instantly, and he kicked Wang Hao hard in the stomach. Court death. Wang Hao was kicked and curled up on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but he still stared intently at Sun Hao. Sun Hao was so angry that he was trembling all over. He opened the world channel and sent a message. Sun Hao, Bai Ze, you men are in my hands now. I know you're watching. Sun Hao, you have 3 hours to come to my camp alone, kowtow 3 times, and hand over all the supplies and dinosaurs. Sun Hao, otherwise in 3 hours, I'll chop him up and feed him to the dinosaurs. I mean what I say. The news caused an uproar on the world chat channel. Passerby A, holy crap. Sun Hao went all out? Did he really catch Bai Ze's men? Passerby B, why isn't Bai Ze saying anything? Is he really scared? Passerby C, if we don't go, who will dare to follow Bai Ze in the future? He can't even save his own brother. Passerby Ding, go my ass. Sun Hao has over 200 men. Bai Ze going alone is just suicide. Sun Hao looked at the discussions on the channel, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He turned off the channel, squatted down, and patted Wang Hao's face. See? No one's coming to save you. I'm giving you one last chance. Are you going to talk or not? Wang Hao closed his eyes and stopped speaking. He believed in Bai Ze. Even if the big boss doesn't come, he won't betray him. It's been worth it to be able to follow this big shot for so long. Sun Hao was so angry at his stubbornness that he gritted his teeth. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him die. In 3 hours, drag him out and feed him to the dragons. Yes, boss. Jean Wentao, who was hiding in the small hut next door, heard everything clearly. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, constantly sending messages to Bai Ze. Jin Wentao, Bai Ze, where are you? Wang Hao is about to be beaten to death. Jean Wentao, if you arrive late, it will really be too late. Jean Wentao, are you coming or not? Chapter 55, single-handedly rescuing someone. But messages were sent one after another. All of them disappeared without a trace, without even a read notification. Jean Wentao's heart sank to the bottom, his fingertips growing cold. Yes, who would venture alone into a camp of over 200 people just for a tribe member they've only known for a short time? If it were me, I probably would have given up immediately too. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Since Bai Ze can't be relied on, then we can only rely on ourselves. He had already prepared a backup plan. During this period, taking advantage of his control over the tribe's resources, he secretly used food and materials to bribe more than a dozen members who were dissatisfied with Sun Hao's brutal rule. These people are usually inconspicuous, but they can become important pawns in his hands at crucial moments. Jean Wentao took a deep breath, closed the chat window with Bai Ze, and opened a secret small group with only a dozen or so people. His finger hovered over the send button, paused, and then abruptly withdrew. I almost forgot. As long as you open the system chat in a crowd, people nearby can see it. We'll just have to adapt to the situation. Hopefully, those guys are smart enough to read my mind. He turned off the panel, leaned against the cold wall, closed his eyes, and forced himself to calm down. Time passed second by second, each second feeling like an eternity. Just as Jean Wentao was about to lose his temper and prepare to rush out and take a gamble. Suddenly, a deafening commotion erupted outside, accompanied by Sun Hao's signature loud voice. Jean Wentao suddenly opened his eyes flashing with a sharp light. It's here. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw all the supplies piled up in his system backpack onto the ground. Thatch, wood, gravel, berries, raw meat, all sorts of things were piled up all over the ground. The moment he took off his heavy backpack, Jean Wentao felt as if he were floating, a long-lost feeling of lightness spreading throughout his body. He stretched his stiff shoulders and neck, making a cracking sound. How long has it been? How long has it been since I walked this easily? Sun Hao, what you owe me, I'm going to get it all back today with interest. He quietly walked to the door, opened it a crack, and looked out. In the center of the camp, torches were planted densely, illuminating the night as if it were daytime. Sun Hao stood at the front, a smug, twisted smile on his face, staring intently at the camp entrance. At the entrance, Bai Ze stood alone, riding his injured secondary dragon. The torchlight illuminated his face, obscuring his expression. All that could be seen was his straight back, like an unyielding javelin. Facing more than 200 men from the Sun family army, armed with stone axes and spears and glaring menacingly, he did not flinch in the slightest. "Ha ha, Bai Ze, you actually dared to come." Sun Hao pointed at Bai Ze, laughing so hard he almost spat out saliva. "I thought you'd be a coward for life. I didn't expect you to be so loyal." He greedily looked Bai Ze up and down and awakens beneath him, his eyes practically overflowing with desire. Not bad. This dinosaur looks sturdy. We'll kill it and eat the meat later. It'll definitely taste delicious." Bai Ze sneered, his voice not loud, but clearly drowned out the surrounding noise. "Didn't you urge me 3 times to come and pick them up? What? Are you not welcoming them now?" Just then, Wang Hao, who was being held down on the ground by 2 burly men, suddenly raised his head. When he saw Bai Ze, his previously dim eyes lit up instantly, and he struggled and shouted with all his might, as if a burst of strength had suddenly appeared from nowhere. "Boss, run. Don't worry about me. They're after you. Sun Hao is a beast. Get out of here. Sun Hao, if you got the guts, fight me one-on-one. What kind of skill is it to use me to threaten the big boss?" Slap, slap. 2 loud slaps landed hard on Wang Hao's face. The burly man holding him down cursed viciously. "Shut up. Shout again, and I'll cut out your tongue." Blood immediately trickled from the corner of Wang Hao's mouth, and his face swelled up, but he still stared intently at Sun Hao, refusing to back down. Bai Ze's gaze fell on Wang Hao, and when he saw the dense, bloody whip marks on his back, his pupils suddenly contracted. The air pressure around him instantly dropped to freezing point, and his eyes were so cold they could freeze a person to death. He slowly turned his head to look at Sun Hao and said, word by word, "Sun Hao, you're asking for it." Sun Hao burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "I'm courting death? Ha ha ha. Bai Ze, are you scared out of your wits? Look at the situation now." With a wave of his hand, the Sun family soldiers around him immediately pressed forward a few steps, forming a dense, impenetrable human wall. "You're all alone right now, just a wounded, broken dinosaur. I have over 200 brothers here. Be smart and kneel down and kowtow 3 times right now, handing over all your supplies and the secret to taming dinosaurs. I might just take pity on you and spare your lives." Bai Ze rode on awakens, without moving an inch. He glanced around indifferently, his eyes full of disdain. "You dare to challenge me?" Before he could finish speaking, Bai Ze suddenly slapped awakens' neck. "Oh, my boy, charge!" Awakens let out an neigh, took off running, lowered its head, and used its hard crest to charge straight at Sun Hao. Sun Hao's expression changed drastically. He quickly took several steps back and screamed, "Stop him! Stop him now! Whoever catches Bai Ze, I'll reward him with 1,000 points. No, 2,000 points." The Sun family soldiers around were initially startled by awakens' imposing manner and unconsciously retreated. But when they heard about the reward of 2,000 points, everyone's eyes lit up. 2,000 points. In this world, where you might not even know where your next meal is coming from, 2,000 points are enough for someone to live comfortably. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. A dozen greedy men immediately brandished stone axes and spears and charged towards awakens, howling. "Bai Ze front. If we charge him like that, awakens will definitely get killed." He made a quick decision, stood up abruptly, and landed on awakens' saddle. "Ah, darling. Stop. Retreat. Wait for my command in the woods, over there." Although awakens was somewhat unwilling, she still obeyed Bai Ze's order and abruptly stopped. Using the immense momentum from the sudden stop, Bai Ze pushed off with both legs, and like a nimble cheetah, flew directly over the heads of the crowd. Upon landing, it rolled several times, perfectly dissipating the impact. By the time he regained his footing, he was less than 10 meters away from Sun Hao. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Bai Ze to pull such a stunt. While everyone was still stunned, Bai Ze suddenly pulled out a pistol from his back, knelt on one knee, and pointed the gun directly at Sun Hao's head. Sun Hao was taken aback at first, then burst into even more rampant laughter. Bai Ze, are you kidding me? You think you can scare me with a broken gun that's out of bullets? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Brothers, don't be afraid. That gun of his is just for show. Charge! Kill him. Upon hearing this, several burly men who were nearby charged towards Bai Ze again. A cold smile curled at the corner of Bai Ze's lips. Are you betting that my gun is unloaded? Chapter 56, asking brother how to set an example and go to his death. Bang! A crisp gunshot shattered the clamor of the camp. The burly man who had charged the furthest in front of Sun Hao had a burst of blood on his forehead, his eyes wide open, before he fell straight backward, crashing to the ground with a dull thud, dying with his eyes wide open. The entire camp fell silent instantly. The crackling of the torches, the rustling of the wind through the leaves, and even the breathing of the people could be heard clearly. Everyone froze in place, their eyes fixed on the black pistol in Bai Ze's hand, which was still emitting a faint blue smoke, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. Gun! Bai Ze actually has a real gun, and he actually dared to shoot and kill. Those who had just been clamoring to rush up and kill Bai Ze all took 3 steps back, their stone axes and spears trembling slightly. Nobody wants to be the second victim of gunfire. Sun Hao's arrogant smile froze instantly, and his pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Cold sweat streamed down his face, soaking his rough fiber clothes. He never expected that Bai Ze would actually still have bullets, and they were so ruthless, firing without hesitation, without even blinking. He instinctively turned around and tried to run away. Don't move. Bai Ze's icy voice came from behind, carrying an unquestionable air of authority. You can try and see if you can run faster, or my bullets can. Sun Hao's escape attempt suddenly froze, as if he had been nailed to the spot. He swallowed hard, slowly turned around, forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and said, his voice trembling with fear, Bai Ze, don't be so arrogant. How many bullets does your pistol have? There are over 200 of us here. Even if you kill me, you won't leave here alive. Oh, is that so? Bai Ze smiled. His tone is relaxed, as if he were chatting about the weather. It's all right. Before I die, I'll take you down with me. The 2 of us are trading our lives for so many of yours. No matter how you look at it, I'm the one who wins. What do you think, Sun Hao? Sun Hao's legs went weak when he saw the undisguised killing intent in Bai Ze's eyes. He was afraid of dying. He hasn't become the ruler of the world yet, hasn't enjoyed enough wealth and glory, hasn't experienced enough of the pleasures that power brings. So how can he die here? He could only watch helplessly as Bai Ze, the gun in his hand always pointed at his head, walked step by step toward Wang Hao, who was lying on the ground. The 2 burly men holding Wang Hao were already terrified. Seeing Bai Ze approaching, the 2 almost simultaneously let go and scrambled backward, wishing they had 2 more legs to get as far away from this scoundrel as possible. Boss! Wang Hao looked at Bai Ze, tears instantly streaming down his face. His face was covered in blood and mud, and he cried like a child who had suffered a great injustice. I am sorry. I've held you back. I shouldn't have run off like that. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Ze helped him up, his voice softening considerably. Don't talk. Save your energy. When we get back, Wan Ning will make you some meat soup to nourish you. Hearing Bai Ze's words, which were full of concern rather than blame, Wang Hao could no longer hold back and burst into tears, his shoulders shaking. Bai Ze, supporting Wang Hao, kept his gun steadily pointed at Sun Hao as they retreated step by step toward the camp entrance. Have your men clear a path, Bai Ze said coldly. Otherwise, my gun won't be so discreet. Sun Hao gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palms, his heart burning with hatred. Yet he dared not resist. He could only growl in frustration. Get out of the way. Let them go. Upon hearing this, Sun's troops immediately dispersed to both sides, making way for a wide path. Just as Bai Ze was helping Wang Hao, they were about to reach the camp entrance. He seemed to suddenly remember something, paused in his steps, and spoke. Wait, I need one more person. Sun Hao's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he trembled with anger. Bai Ze, don't push your luck. Do you think this is your backyard? You can't just come and go as you please, and you even want to take people with you? Bai Ze smiled, slightly raised his wrist, and pointed the gun at Sun Hao's chest again. You could try not to give it to me. With the gun pointed at him, Sun Hao's back hunched even lower. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me, who do you want? As long as it's not me, it's fine." Bai Ze sneered. "What do I need you for? What I need is—" I was just about to say the name Jean Wentao. Jean Wentao, who was hiding at the door of the small house, felt a sudden unease. Not good. Bai Ze actually still remembers me. If he were to take me away, wouldn't all my patience and planning over the years have been for nothing? He originally planned to let Bai Ze and Sun Hao suffer heavy losses so that he could reap the benefits. But now, things have taken a turn for the better. Bai Ze is completely unharmed and has even rescued Wang Hao. We can't let him be unable to say it. Jean Wentao steeled his resolve, pushed the door open abruptly, and shouted, "We can't let them leave." In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to him. Bai Ze frowned, his mind filled with doubt. Who is this? Where did this lunatic come from? Why would someone jump out at this point to court death? Sun Hao glared angrily at Jean Wentao and yelled, "Jean Wentao, I'll let you out. Get back here. This is none of your business." Bai Ze then realized what was happening. It turns out that this lean, wiry man with eyes as sinister as a venomous snake was Jean Wentao. He was completely different from the pitiful person she had imagined, someone who had suffered endless humiliation and was single-mindedly seeking revenge. In fact, the gloomy aura emanating from him was even more unsettling than that of Sun Hao. Jean Wentao ignored Sun Hao, only coldly staring at Bai Ze, and shouted to the people around him, "Brothers, don't be fooled by him. He only has about 10 bullets in his pistol at most. He's already used one. There are more than 200 of us here. Can he kill them all? Letting him go today is tantamount to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. With his tool-making skills, it won't be long before he can gather a force of several hundred men. At that point, we'll all be dead. If we all attack together now, he's doomed. Once we kill Bai Ze, all his supplies and everything he owns will be ours." Hearing this, and seeing the shifty eyes of his subordinates around him, Sun Hao broke out in a cold sweat. He knew Jean Wentao was right, but now the gun is pointed at him. "Jean Wentao, you filthy bastard, shut up." Sun Hao shouted angrily. "Are you trying to get me killed? Get back here." Jean Wentao looked at him coldly, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "The gun is pointed at you, not me. For everyone's lives, Brother Hao, please set an example by dying." After saying that, he quickly winked at a few inconspicuous corners in the crowd. Immediately, several of his bribed henchmen started shouting, "Yes, Brother Tao is right. We can't let Bai Ze go. Brother Hao, for the sake of the brothers, please sacrifice yourself. Brother Hao, go to your death. We will avenge you." Sun Hao was trembling with rage, pointing at those people and cursing, "You bunch of traitors, ungrateful wretches. I've always treated you well, and this is how you treat me. Anyone who dares to spout nonsense again will be expelled from the tribe and thrown out to feed the dinosaurs." Lu Neng, Sun Hao's most loyal henchman, immediately jumped out, holding a gleaming stone axe in his hand, and pointed at the group, cursing, "Which son of a bitch dares to shout again? I'll chop him up right now. You dare to betray Brother Hao. I think you're tired of living." Bai Ze supported Wang Hao and stood aside, coldly watching this dog-eat-dog drama. There was no happy expression on his face, but alarm bells were ringing in his mind. This Jean Wentao is 100 times more difficult to deal with than Sun Hao. Not only are they treacherous and cunning, but they also know how to incite people and manipulate human nature. This matter is unlikely to end well. Just then, suddenly, a hand reached out from the crowd and shoved Sun Hao hard in the back. Caught off guard, Sun Hao staggered and lunged towards Bai Ze. Seeing this, Jean Wentao immediately seized the opportunity and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Hao has already led the charge. Brothers, now is the time to act. Kill Bai Ze, 10,000 points reward. You'll live the high life from now on, and have women until your legs are weak. Kill them. For Hao Ji, charge." Overwhelmed by the prospect of 10,000 points, Sun's army instantly went berserk, howling as they surrounded Bai Ze. Those in front didn't want to go, but were being pushed forward relentlessly by those behind, unable to stop. For a moment, The shouts of battle were deafening, and the stench of blood and sweat mingled together, making people nauseous. Damn it! Bai Ze cursed under his breath, then helped Wang Hao turn around and ran. Bang! 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 Bai Ze fired several shots, taking down the first few men who were charging forward. But the people behind them seemed to have no regard for their lives, stepping over the corpses of their companions and continuing to rush forward. Click, click, click. The pistol made a crisp click as it was pulled out of its magazine. All 15 bullets were used up. He's out of bullets. I don't know who shouted it. Everyone went even crazier instantly. He's out of bullets. Charge. Kill him. Grab him. 10,000 points are mine. Chapter 57, Setting a Scheme and Backstabbing. Bai Ze shoved the empty gun back into his backpack, and with a thought, a gleaming iron longsword instantly appeared in his palm. He sidestepped to shield Wang Hao behind him, swept his long sword horizontally, directly cleaving the oncoming stone axe in two. The blade then grazed the man's arm, drawing a spurt of blood. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the room. Boss, don't worry about me. Wang Hao cried out, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the dense crowd surrounding him. We'll all die if we take me with us. You run away. Just avenge me later. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Ze slashed down a burly man who lunged at him with his sword, cold sweat streaming down his face. We'll be out soon. Shut up and stick close to me. The long sword was wielded with impenetrable force, each strike sending up a spray of blood. But there were just too many enemies, surging in like a tide. For everyone they cut down, two more would immediately take their place. Bai Ze's arms soon became so sore that he couldn't lift them anymore, and several wounds of varying depths appeared on his body. Fresh blood soaked through his fibrous clothes, sticking to his skin in a sticky consistency. Just when he was about to give up, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure rushing towards the camp entrance out of the corner of his eye. Yes, sweetie. Bai Ze immediately put his hand in his mouth and whistled loudly. A sharp whistle pierced through the chaotic shouts of battle. With a neigh, the little creature ran even faster, lowering its head and using its hard crest to forcefully carve a bloody path through the air. Ah, good boy. Take Wang Hao away first. Bai Ze shouted. I don't want to. Let's go together, boss. Wang Hao grabbed Bai Ze's clothes tightly and refused to let go no matter what. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Ze glared at him irritably and shoved him hard. Ah, you can only bring one person. If you dawdle any longer, we'll all die. Guai understood the command, stretched out his neck, and gently nudged Wang Hao onto his back. Boss! Wang Hao cried his heart out, clinging to Guai's back. Go! Bai Ze shouted, forcing back the enemy in front of him with a single strike, clearing a path for Guai. With an A, Guai took off running and charged out of the camp. Several members of Sun's army who tried to block its path were knocked several meters away and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Wang Hao safely rush out of the camp. Now, there are no more worries. He gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, his eyes growing even colder. One comes, one kills. Meanwhile, in the center of the chaotic crowd, Sun Hao finally managed to stand firm and was about to unleash a torrent of curses at the person who had pushed him. Suddenly, a sharp stone spear pierced his back. The spearhead protruded from his chest, still dripping hot blood. Sun Hao's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked down in disbelief at the spearhead on his chest. He turned his head with difficulty and saw the person who had stabbed him. He was an ordinary underling whose name I couldn't even remember normally. Why? Sun Hao's voice was broken and blood kept gushing from his mouth. The underling had no expression on his face and said coldly, Brother Hao, you've had enough of sitting in this seat. It's time for someone else to take your place. You're brainless and brutal. Following you will only lead to your death sooner or later. Brother Tao is 100 times better than you. Sun Hao suddenly looked at Jean Wentao not far away, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Jean Wentao slowly walked over, a cold smile on his face. He crouched down, leaned close to Sun Hao's ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, I don't know when you figured out my intentions, but, you're still too stupid. Go in peace. Your tribe, your woman, everything you have. I will take care of them all for you. After saying that, he reached out and grasped the exposed spear tip, then twisted it forcefully. Sun Hao's eyes widened suddenly, his head lolled to the side, and he was completely lifeless. Jin Wentao stood up, pulled out the stone spear, and casually threw it on the ground. He wiped the blood splattered on his face, then suddenly burst into tears, crying so hard it felt like his heart was breaking. Brother Hao, what's wrong? Brother Hao, don't die. It was Bai Ze. It was Bai Ze's traitor planted in our tribe, who killed Brother Hao. Everyone kill Bai Ze. Avenge Brother Hao. But by the time everyone realized what was happening, Bai Ze had already taken advantage of the chaos and run out of the camp. Bai Ze's speed was already 8% faster than that of an ordinary person, and when he ran at full speed, those behind him simply couldn't catch up. Without looking back, he rushed into the dense forest beside him and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Jin Wentao looked in the direction Bai Ze had fled, a barely perceptible sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ze, you're lucky you ran fast. But it's okay, we'll see each other again soon. He wiped away his tears, stood up straight, and looked at the bewildered crowd gathered around Sun Hao's body. Just then, a system notification sounded in everyone's ears. System prompt. It has been detected that Sun Hao, the owner of the tribe's Sun family army, has died. System prompt. Please select a new tribe owner within 24 hours. Otherwise, the tribe will be automatically disbanded and all members will be forced to leave. Upon hearing the system notification, everyone lowered their heads and fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Without a leader, they were like a pile of loose sand, and they wouldn't survive long in this dangerous world. Jin Wentao cleared his throat and spoke first. Everyone, now is not the time for grief. We are all saddened by Hao's death. But the most urgent task is to find the traitor who killed Hao and avenge him. Upon hearing this, everyone raised their heads and echoed, yes, catch the traitor first. What I hate most in my life is an internal traitor. He must be found and torn to pieces. The henchman who had stabbed Sun Hao to death stood in the crowd, trembling and pale. He stared at Jin Wentao in disbelief, his eyes filled with terror. He never expected that Jin Wentao would turn around and arrest the traitor. Jin Wentao gave him a reassuring smile, then suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Lu Neng, who was standing to the side, still cursing. I saw it. Lu Neng killed Brother Hao. All eyes immediately turned to Lu Neng. Lu Neng was completely stunned, then jumped up and down in anger, cursing loudly, his face turning bright red. Jin Wentao, you're talking nonsense. When did I kill Brother Hao? Don't make false accusations. Brother Hao has been incredibly kind to me. How could I possibly kill him? It was clearly you. What do you mean, it was me? Jin Wentao interrupted him coldly. I clearly saw you stab Brother Hao to death with my own eyes, right? He winked at his underlings. Several people immediately stood up, pointed at Lu Neng, and said, yes, we all saw it. It was Lu Neng who stabbed Brother Hao to death. I saw it too. He was the one who attacked Brother Hao from behind. Lu Neng, that traitor, kill him. Avenge Brother Hao. Several of Lu Neng's cronies immediately stepped forward, pointing at Jin Wentao and shouting, you're talking nonsense. Brother Neng would never kill Brother Hao. Exactly. Jin Wentao, you don't look like a good person at all. You're like a poisonous snake. You must have killed Brother Hao and framed Brother Neng. Chapter 58. Verbal disputes over tribal ownership change. Jin Wentao smiled, but the coldness in his eyes grew stronger. Hao and I were good brothers before the tribe was established. If I hadn't helped him gather resources and come up with ideas, would he have become a leader? I also contributed a lot to the establishment of the tribe, and Hao even entrusted me with the important task of managing the collective resources. What reason would I have to harm him? He shrugged, looking completely innocent. Besides, I'm weak and powerless. How could I possibly kill the strong and robust Brother Hao? On the contrary, you, Lu Neng, have dozens of men under your command, and you usually form cliques and raise a lot of loyal lackeys. Judging from this, you've probably been harboring wicked thoughts for a long time, wanting to take Brother Hao's place, haven't you? The henchman who was actually making the move, who was hiding in the crowd, saw the reassuring look Jin Wentao gave him and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Yeah, Brother Tao doesn't look like he can beat Brother Hao. How could he possibly kill him? I think it's Lu Neng. I even saw him secretly distributing supplies to his men yesterday. What else could it be but winning them over? Other members who had been bribed by Jean Wintao also chimed in. That's right, that's right. Moreover, Jean Wintao controls all the tribe's resources. If he wanted to become the leader, he could have simply taken the resources and run away. Wouldn't it have been much more comfortable to build his own tribe? Why bother going through all this trouble to kill Brother Hao? Exactly. I've known for a while that something was off with Lu Neng. He's always so arrogant and doesn't like anyone. Only Brother Hao can keep him in check. The ordinary tribe members had no idea that Jean Wintao had been used as a human warehouse by Sun Hao and couldn't even move. They just thought what he said made sense and started discussing it. Their eyes filled with suspicion as they looked at Lu Neng. Several squad leaders who knew the situation remained silent, standing aside and watching coldly. They could sense that the winds had now completely shifted in Jean Wintao's favor. If I rashly offer to help Lu Neng, I might be the next one accused of being a traitor. It's better to avoid trouble and observe the situation first. Hearing these distorted and untrue words, Lu Neng trembled with anger. His eyes turned red, and he gripped the stone axe in his hands so tightly that it creaked. Who's speaking? Show yourself. What kind of skill is it to hide in the crowd? I'll kill you. He grabbed his stone axe and was about to charge into the crowd, but the person who had spoken earlier had already hidden behind him and couldn't be found at all. Jean Wintao also chimed in at this moment, his tone icy and biting. Lu Neng, how dare you? Killing Brother Hao wasn't enough. You also wanted to kill our loyal brothers. You deserve to die. Do you even respect our tribe? Men, seize him. As soon as he finished speaking, several of Jean Wintao's core henchmen came out with weapons. Even the two squad leaders who had been silent just moments before exchanged a glance, grabbed their weapons and followed. They were trying to show their loyalty to Jean Wintao in advance and secure a better future for themselves. Seeing this, Lu Neng shouted, "Anyone who dares to move. I have men too. Brothers, let's fight them." He turned to look at the few underlings behind him who usually called him brother, waiting for them to step forward. To his utter surprise, those people not only didn't move, but instead all took several steps back. One of them even smiled obsequiously at Jean Wintao, saying, "Brother Tao, we didn't know anything about this. We had no idea that Lu Neng was such a heartless scoundrel. He deserves to die. Yes, Brother Tao, we're willing to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. We'll follow Brother Tao." Lu Neng stared at them in disbelief, his eyes wide, his face filled with astonishment and despair. You all. He never expected that his brother, whom he usually treated well, would betray him at such a crucial moment. Jean Wintao didn't let him say another word and simply waved his hand. "Take it down." Several burly men immediately rushed forward, forcefully pinning Lu Neng to the ground, holding down his arms and legs, and disarming him of the stone axe. Lu Neng was still struggling desperately, cursing incessantly. "Jean Wintao, you despicable scoundrel. You deserve to die a horrible death. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Let me go if you dare, and we'll fight one-on-one." Jean Wintao slowly walked up to him and squatted down. Looking at Lu Neng's ferocious and distorted face, his face remained completely calm, even showing a hint of undisguised disgust. Still a tough nut to crack. Without looking up, he waved to someone behind him. A sharpened stone spear was naturally handed to him. Seeing this, Lu Neng finally became frightened. His previous arrogance vanished instantly. He looked at Jean Wintao and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Brother Tao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone against you. Please forgive me. I'll be your slave from now on. I'll do anything you ask." Jean Wintao looked at his groveling and begging appearance, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "It's too late." He uttered 2 words calmly, then raised the stone spear in his hand and, without the slightest hesitation, plunged it fiercely into Lu Neng's chest. The stone spear pierced his chest, and blood splattered all over Jean Wintao. Lu Neng's eyes widened suddenly. He made a hoarse sound, his body twitched a few times, and then he stopped moving. Jean Wintao pulled out the stone spear and casually threw it on the ground. He stood up, looked at the crowd gathered around him, who were all too afraid to breathe, and said loudly, "The traitor has been executed. But the mastermind, Bai Ze, is still at large, utterly disgracing our tribe. Currently, the tribe is leaderless. I propose that I temporarily assume the role of chief to lead everyone in avenging brother Hao and ensuring our survival. Once a more suitable candidate becomes available, I will immediately relinquish the leadership. Does anyone object? A thunderous cheer immediately erupted from the crowd. I agree. Let Brother Tao be the leader. Brother Tao is brilliant. Only Brother Tao can lead us. Follow Brother Tao. We'll definitely survive. Jean Wentao looked at the cheering crowd, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Son Hao, did you see that? Your tribe is now mine. Your woman, your wealth, everything you have is mine now. You lost miserably. All right. Jean Wentao gestured for everyone to be quiet. From today onwards, I am the new leader of the Sun family army. I promise you all, if you follow me, I will make sure you all have enough to eat and plenty of women to play with. Now, everyone listen to my orders. First, clean up the camp immediately and dispose of all the corpses. Second, notify all members who haven't moved to the main camp yet to come over within 10 minutes. For those who haven't upgraded their shelters to level 2, the tribe will distribute materials to upgrade them immediately. Third, recruit a large number of people in the world chat. Anyone willing to come, regardless of their skills, we want them. We've suffered significant losses in this battle and must replenish our ranks with fresh blood as soon as possible. Fourth, everyone assemble first thing tomorrow morning, and we'll search the mountains. We must find Bai Ze and avenge Brother Hao. Yes, Brother Tao. The crowd responded in unison, their voices deafening. Jean Wentao looked at the core members and squad leaders he had bribed and smiled with satisfaction. Then, as if remembering something, he said to one of his henchmen, "Go and bring Lu Wan to my room." Yes, Brother Tao. Soon, Lu Wan, who was in a daze, was taken to Jean Wentao's room. Jean Wentao waved his hand, dismissing his underlings and closing the door. Only the two of them remained in the room. Lu Wan remained in that erratic state, muttering to herself with a vacant look in her eyes. Jean Wentao looked at her and said softly, "Lu Wan, stop pretending. It's all right." Chapter 59. The protection period ends. New crisis begins. Lu Wan's body trembled violently, as if all her strength had been drained away. She slowly raised her head, and a glimmer of light finally appeared in her empty eyes. Her voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against wood. Is it all over? It's over. Jean Wentao nodded, his tone flat and devoid of any emotion. Son Hao is dead. I will be the tribal chief from now on. These words acted like a floodgate, instantly releasing Lu Wan's pent-up emotions. She covered her face, squatted down with a thud, and burst into tears. The cries were heart-wrenching, filled with endless grievances and despair. All the pent-up emotions, the humiliation, and the living hell that had lasted for so long finally erupted at this moment. She cried so hard that her whole body trembled, as if she wanted to cry out all the tears she could in her life. Jean Wentao stood to the side, quietly watching her cry, without saying a word or going forward to comfort her. His face was expressionless, and his eyes remained cold. He knew she needed to vent. If Lu Wan hadn't risked her life to secretly pass on messages and bribe those who were dissatisfied with Sun Hao, he would never have been able to bring Sun Hao down so easily. In a sense, they're all in the same boat, all Avengers driven to the brink by Sun Hao. It took more than half an hour for Lu Wan's crying to gradually subside. She wiped away her tears and slowly stood up. Her once beautiful eyes were now red and swollen, and her face still bore traces of tears. She looked extremely haggard. She looked at Jean Wentao and said softly, "Thank you. No need to thank me." Jean Wentao shook his head. "I was doing this for myself. If it weren't for your help, I'd still be being used as a human storage facility by Sun Hao, unable to even move. In fact, I should be thanking you." Lu Wan gave a bitter smile, her eyes filled with despair. "I just wanted revenge. That beast Sun Hao ruined everything I had. Now that he's dead, my revenge is done. There's no point in me living anymore. Let me leave the tribe and end my own life." She spoke calmly, as if she were talking about something trivial. Jean Wentao looked at her and frowned. "Why bother? It's not worth it. Since you've already decided to die, why not sell your life to me? Luwen looked at him with a puzzled expression, a self-deprecating smile playing on her lips. My life? Huh. What use is my life now? To let me continue serving those men like before? Impossible. I'd rather die than live that kind of life again. No, Jean Wentao shook his head, his tone unusually gentle. I want you to be my personal storage. I just need to lie in bed, without doing anything, seeing anyone, or worrying about any danger. I don't trust anyone else. I only trust you. Luwen stared straight at him for a long, long time. She saw no desire in Jean Wentao's eyes, only cold trust. Yes, in this cannibalistic world, who could understand each other's pain better than the two of them? Finally, she nodded gently, her voice as soft as a breeze. Sure. After saying that, she turned around, walked to the bedside, lay down, and closed her eyes like a soulless puppet. Jean Wentao didn't say anything. He silently walked to the place where he had just thrown away the supplies and transferred the pile of thatch, wood, gravel, and animal hides on the ground, one by one, into Luwen's system backpack. After finishing all this, he said softly, You should rest first. You must be tired after a busy night. Luwen didn't speak, but simply gave a soft Jean Wentao turned around, walked out of the house, and closed the door. He leaned against the cold wooden door and took a deep breath. Looking up at the dark night sky, the moon was obscured by dark clouds, and only a few stars were twinkling. His eyes were deep, as if they held endless calculations. Bai Ze, you are indeed amazing. He actually managed to break into my camp of over 200 people all by himself and escape unscathed. If I could be your friend, I would never want to be your enemy. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. However, the game has only just begun. Meanwhile, at the seaside, more than 10 kilometers away, behind a huge black reef, Bai Ze leaned against the cold stone, panting heavily. His clothes were soaked in blood. Most of them belonged to others, but a lot of them were his own. There were several wounds of varying depths on his arms and back, which were still slowly oozing blood. His health bar was down to less than a third, and his face was frighteningly pale. Honestly, if Sun's army hadn't suddenly fallen into internal strife, he would have really died there today. 200 people. Even if they just stood there and let him chop, they could exhaust him to death. He opened the system panel, shared his location with Wang Hao, and then leaned against the reef to rest. Recalling what had just happened at the camp, Bai Ze's heart sank little by little. Although he didn't see clearly who killed Sun Hao, he knew even with his bare hands that it must have been Jean Wentao's doing. This man is too insidious and too ruthless. From the very beginning, he contacted me with the intention of using me and Sun Hao to fight to the death so that he could reap the benefits. He is 100 times more difficult to deal with than the reckless and impulsive Sun Hao. Bai Ze opened the tribe list, and sure enough, the original Sun family army had disappeared without a trace. Instead, a new tribe called the Jin was established, and the name Jean Wentao was prominently listed as the leader. What alarmed him even more was that the number of people in the Dajin tribe had already exceeded 300, and the number was still rising rapidly. It seems that Jean Wentao is not only good at scheming, but also has a knack for winning people over. This is troublesome. Just as Bai Ze was lost in thought, a cold system notification suddenly rang in the ears of everyone in the world. System notification. The 7-day new player protection period has officially ended. System notification. The number of creatures spawning in the world has returned to normal levels, but their aggressiveness has increased significantly. System notification. The current number of survivors in this area is 4,877, less than half of the initial number. It will be merged with areas 725, 726, 728, and 729 in 24 hours. Good luck to all survivors. Bai Ze's eyes widened suddenly. What? Has the protection period ended? And they're going to merge the servers? Wasn't it supposed to be 30 days before the servers merged? Why is it so much earlier? The number of organisms has returned to normal levels. Could it be that the number of organisms was restricted during these 7 days? There are also merged zones. I wonder what kind of people the survivors in these zones are, and whether there might be someone even more powerful than Jean Wentao. This makes an already dangerous world even more fraught with peril. Boss, where are you? From afar came Wang Hao's anxious shouts and Guai's neighing. Bai Ze quickly stepped out from behind the reef and waved. I'm here. When Wang Hao saw Bai Ze, his eyes lit up immediately. He controlled Guai, and it ran over quickly. As soon as they came to a stop, he jumped off Guai's back, knelt down in front of Bai Ze with a plop, and tears fell down his face again. Boss, thank you. Thank you for saving me. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been playing around and peed on the beach, this wouldn't have happened. I almost killed you. Get up. What kind of state are you in? Bai Ze quickly helped him up and patted the sand off his body. It's all right. It's all over. Just be more careful in the future. Moreover, this time it wasn't without its gains. Sun Hao is dead, and although he's been replaced by the more difficult Jin Wentao, at least one major threat has been eliminated. However, the days ahead won't be easy. Bai Ze's expression turned serious. You heard the system notification just now, right? The protection period is over, and the servers will be merged. We need to hurry back and build up our defenses, otherwise we'll be in trouble when Jin Wentao attacks, or we encounter other enemies after the servers merge. Wang Hao nodded vigorously, wiped away his tears, and thumped his chest loudly. Understand, boss. I'll get back and work like crazy. We'll have the 4 lines of defense up by tomorrow. My injury is nothing. It definitely won't delay anything important. Okay. Bai Ze smiled. Let's go back first. You ride it, sweetie. No. Boss, you ride. You're injured. I'm fine. I can run. Wang Hao quickly waved his hands. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Ze glared at him. Your back is practically covered in sores. You'll collapse after just a few steps. Hurry up and get up there. Wang Hao couldn't resist Bai Ze's insistence, so he obediently climbed onto Guai's back. The man and the dragon walked slowly along the beach toward the valley base. But Bai Ze hadn't gone far when he realized something was wrong. Chapter 60, Encountering a Tyrannosaurus Rex. But Bai Ze hadn't gone far when he realized something was wrong. The once empty beach was now teeming with life. More than a dozen robust, thick-nosed dragons were munching on seaweed on the beach, their round bodies huddled together like small, moving mountains. Nearby were several freshwater turtles, each about the size of a tricycle, their dark brown shells gleaming as they slowly crawled along, their claws leaving shallow marks in the sand. Bai Ze opened the ARK console and glanced at it, his expression becoming more serious. They are all herbivores and generally won't attack people unless provoked. However, such a large population density would have been impossible just a few days ago. It seems the system's statement that the number of organisms has returned to normal was no joke. Wang Hao, who was lying on Guai's back, stared wide-eyed, almost drooling. Wow, how can it be such a huge turtle? Its shell is thicker than my dining table. If I made turtle soup with this, it would smell amazing. Bai Ze turned around and slapped him in an annoyed manner. All they care about is eating. Be careful, it might bite your finger off. Keep quiet, walk around them, and don't provoke them. Wang Hao quickly covered his mouth and nodded vigorously. The man and the dragon moved quietly and carefully circled around the edge of the thick-nosed dragon herd. We were about to leave this area. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the jungle behind them. Their ears immediately started ringing, as if they had been hit hard with a hammer, and they quickly covered their ears and squatted on the ground. The ground began to shake violently. The sand danced underfoot, and even the distant sea rippled. Bai Ze's face turned deathly pale, and he suddenly turned around to look. At the top of the bushes, a pair of vertical amber pupils slowly rose, larger than a human head, coldly scanning the beach. Then a gigantic head emerged from the gap in the forest, as large as a small car. Its enormous mouth, riddled with holes and scars, revealed rows of dagger-like sharp teeth, even when it was only slightly open, like a portal to hell. A Tyrannosaurus Rex, over 13 meters long, suddenly burst out of the jungle. With each landing of its powerful hind legs, the ground trembled slightly, and its tail lashed out like a steel whip, snapping small trees along its path. Snap! The Tyrannosaurus Rex bit down on the neck of the nearest thick-nosed Saurus Rex. Its sharp teeth pierced right through the bone, making a teeth-grinding, cracking sound. It shook its head, tossing the several-ton, thick-nosed dragon into the air, then opened its huge mouth, caught in one bite, and began to chew it up. Blood and bits of flesh splattered everywhere like rain. The scene was extremely gruesome. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Big boss, this is Tyrannosaurus Rex. Run. Bai Ze grabbed Wang Hao, his voice trembling. Don't look back. Run towards the valley. The other thick-nosed dragons were terrified and sprayed out a pink powder from their nostrils. There was also a thick-nosed dragon that panicked and charged straight towards Bai Ze and his group. Oh no, don't inhale that powder. It will reduce your stamina to 0. Bai Ze shouted, pulling Wang Hao forward as fast as he could. Fortunately, they ran fast and did not inhale the powder. But the pink powder had absolutely no effect on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex swallowed the last bite of meat and let out another deafening roar. The roar carried a powerful deterrent force, instantly stunning the surrounding small creatures. Bai Ze and Wang Hao also felt a sudden dizziness. Their vision went black, and they were stunned for a full 3 or 4 seconds. By the time they came to their senses, the thick-nosed dragon that had charged at them had already had its waist bitten off by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Run! Bai Ze grabbed Wang Hao and ran wildly into the distance without looking back. Guai followed behind them, galloping wildly. They also encountered several Dilophosaurus along the way, but they were also quite frightened by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's roar. They only glanced at them from afar before disappearing into the woods without giving chase. After running and stopping intermittently, experiencing many close calls, we finally reached the mouth of the valley. Bai Ze leaned against a big tree, panting heavily. His lungs felt like they were about to burst. His stamina bar was almost empty, and his calves were trembling. Cold sweat streamed down his face, soaking his hair. Boss, go ahead and sit on my back for a while. I can manage. Wang Hao was also panting, but he still said sensibly. Bai Ze glanced at him, knowing that he did need to recover his strength, and nodded. Okay, I'll rest for a bit. You go first. Let's go check on Li Wei's Triceratops. Wang Hao nodded and carefully walked into the valley. Bai Ze sat on Guai's back and activated Guai's alertness skill. The next second, his expression changed. In the valley that he had thought was impregnable, more than a dozen red lights suddenly appeared, moving intermittently in and out of sight in the woods. It seems that even the valley will be unsafe after the protection period ends. However, this isn't all bad. The increased number of creatures meant that it wouldn't be easy for Jin Wentao and his team to break into the valley. Even if they outnumber each other, encountering a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a group of velociraptors in the valley would still pose an obstacle for them. This will also give me more time to develop. I just don't know what kind of changes tomorrow's server merge will bring. Bai Ze gave Wang Hao directions while pondering to himself. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally saw a simple shed built of thatch, which was where Li Wei was guarding the Triceratops. Li Wei had already heard footsteps and dared not be careless. He took his stone spear and hid behind the door, opening a crack in the door to observe. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that it was Bai Ze and Wang Hao, and quickly came out. Boss, Wang Hao, are you guys all right? I was so worried. It's nothing. I was lucky to escape with my life. Bai Ze waved his hand. I'm going to check on the Triceratops. As soon as Bai Ze entered the shed, Li Wei pulled Wang Hao aside and whispered, Wang Hao, what happened to you? How did you get captured by Sun Hao? You scared me to death. Wang Hao looked guilty, lowered his head, and picked at the hem of his clothes with his fingers. It's all my fault. I was riding Guai to see the scenery by the sea, but when I was peeing on the beach, I was stopped by a few of Sun's men. I almost got the boss into trouble. I am guilty. Li Wei saw the bloody whip marks on his back, sighed, and patted him on the shoulder. It's good that you're all right. Don't be so playful in the future. In this world, you can easily lose your life if you're not careful. Bai Ze checked the 5 Triceratops in the pit. Their dizziness levels were well controlled, and their taming values had increased significantly. Judging by this progress, they should all be successfully tamed by tomorrow morning. He nodded in satisfaction and walked out. Li Wei, you did a good job. Keep an eye on him and make sure nothing goes wrong. By the way, did you hear the system notification just now? Li Wei quickly went over, scratched his head, and looked completely bewildered. I heard that, but I don't quite understand. What does creatures returning to normal numbers mean? Why are we suddenly merging servers? During the newbie protection period, the system deliberately lowered the number of creatures so that we could survive. Now that the protection period is over, the number of creatures has returned to normal, Bai Ze explained. When Wang Hao and I came back, we encountered a Tyrannosaurus Rex on the beach and almost didn't make it back. So you must be extra careful and don't wander off at night. Once the Triceratops is tamed, don't go anywhere else. Just wait for me here. Li Wei nodded vigorously, gripping the stone spear tightly. I've got it, boss. Don't worry. I'll keep a close eye on the Triceratops. Even if it means my death, I won't let anything happen to them. Bai Ze gave a few more instructions, then took Wang Hao and Guai to the place where Zhang Feng was guarding the Triceratops. After checking the progress of taming the Triceratops, he reminded Zhang Feng of the precautions again, especially to pay attention to the surrounding noise and to call for help immediately if anything seemed amiss, before heading towards the base deep in the valley with Wang Hao. Chapter 61, The Triceratops Legion, takes initial shape. As soon as the two approached the shelter, two figures rushed out of it in a flash. Zhang Mingming's hair was disheveled from running. When she saw Bai Ze covered in blood, her eyes instantly reddened. She rushed over and hugged his arm tightly, her voice trembling with tears. "Wow, honey, you're finally back. There's so much blood. It scared me to death. I thought you." Xia Wanning followed behind, covering her mouth and standing to the side, her eyes red and tears welling up in them. "I'm fine, don't cry." Bai Ze gently patted Zhang Mingming's back, his tone softening. "Most of this blood is from other people. I only had minor scratches." He caught a glimpse of Wang Hao with his head bowed and his shoulders trembling, looking like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. So he quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over. "If you keep crying like this, Wang Hao will want to crawl into a hole in the ground." The two women then noticed Wang Hao beside them. Seeing that he was also covered in blood, especially the crisscrossing whip marks on his back, they both gasped in shock. "Wang Hao, are you so badly injured?" Zhang Mingming quickly let go of Bai Ze and ran over to support him. Wang Hao lowered his head even further, his voice barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've caused everyone trouble." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Ze patted his shoulder, the force neither too light nor too heavy. "Everyone makes mistakes. Just remember it next time. Come on, let's go inside and clean and bandage the wound first." Yes, don't blame yourself." Zhang Mingming nodded repeatedly. "I'll go get some water. Sister Wanting, go get the first aid kit." "Okay, I'll go right now." Xia Wanting quickly turned around and ran into the house. The two women were very quick and efficient, and soon they had prepared hot water and disinfectant supplies. After Bai Ze and Wang Hao finished washing off the bloodstains, 3 steaming hot pot boxes were already laid out on the table, the aroma of spicy beef filling the entire room. "Are you starving? Eat something first to fill your stomachs, and then I'll bandage you properly." Zhang Mingming handed chopsticks to them. A rich aroma wafted over them, and Bai Ze and Wang Hao realized that they were starving. Without any hesitation, the two picked up their chopsticks and began to shovel the food into their mouths, scalding themselves with the hot broth without stopping. Seeing them wolfing down their food, Zhang Mingming and Xia Wanning exchanged a glance, and both breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everyone is all right, that's all that matters. After eating most of the box, Zhang Mingming cautiously asked, "Honey, where's Jean Wentao? Wasn't he rescued?" Bai Ze paused for a moment with his chopsticks, and the smile on his face faded. "Jean Wentao is now the new tribal chief. Sun Hao is dead." "What?" Zhang Mingming's eyes widened in surprise. "Did Jean Wentao kill Sun Hao? Did he get his revenge? Does that mean we're all safe now?" "It's not that simple." Bai Ze shook his head, his tone grave. "He's been lying to us from the very beginning. He contacted me not to ask me to save him, but to make me fight Sun Hao to the death so he could reap the benefits. This man is cunning and extremely ambitious, 100 times more difficult to deal with than the reckless Sun Hao. He has renamed his tribe to Jean, and now has more than 300 people. I doubt he will let us go easily. Fortunately, the number of creatures has returned to normal, and the valley is full of dangerous creatures. It won't be easy for them to break in. We can take this time to improve our defenses and take precautions." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately put down his chopsticks, raised his chubby arm, and pulled on the wound on his back, wincing in pain. Despite the pain, he still stubbornly said, "Boss, I feel fine. We'll set up the defenses first thing tomorrow morning. I guarantee all 4 lines of defense will be up and running within 3 days." Bai Ze was amused by him and shook his head. "No ruse. Let's go after we've tamed all the Triceratops. It's too dangerous outside right now, and you need to take good care of your injuries. Don't push yourself if you can't handle it. I've already prepared the foundation and walls we need. They're all in the storage box. Just take them when we need them. The most pressing issue right now is the server merge. There are pros and cons. Merging servers ahead of time will allow us to adapt and prepare for the major merge in 30 days. However, if the merged servers are unfriendly, our entire server will be put at a disadvantage. Fortunately, we are hidden in the valley, so we should not be affected for the time being." After finishing his meal, Bai Ze waved his hand. "Get some rest, everyone. You've all been up all day and are exhausted. Take care and get back to work tomorrow." They all nodded and went back to their rooms to rest. As Xie Wanning reached the door, Zhang Mingming suddenly pulled her aside and whispered a few words in her ear. Xie Wanning's face flushed bright red instantly, like a ripe cherry. She glared at Zhang Mingming, then quickly stole a glance at Bai Ze before lowering her head and hurrying away with small, quick steps. Bai Ze was puzzled by the stare, so he reached out and hugged Zhang Mingming's waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "You little rascal, what did you say to Wan Ning again? Why did she look at you like that?" Zhang Mingming stuck out her tongue, turned around, and poked his chest with her finger. "This is a little secret between us girls. I won't tell you." "Oh, so you're keeping secret from me now?" Bai Ze chuckled mischievously, reaching out to tickle her. "Let's see how I deal with you." Zhang Mingming laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight, squirming and twisting in his arms. "Oh dear, honey, you're injured. How are you going to take care of me?" Bai Ze leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice, and revealed a mysterious smile. "It's okay, I can stay down here." Zhang Mingming's face instantly turned red to her ears, and she reached out and gently punched him. "Hey!" After saying that, she broke free from Bai Ze's embrace and ran back to the bedroom with a smile. Bai Ze watched her alluring figure from behind, touched his nose, and quickly followed after her. "Wait for me. I slept exceptionally soundly that night." The next morning, Bai Ze was woken up by Zhang Mingming shaking him. Honey, wake up." Zhang Feng sent a message saying that all the Triceratops have been tamed. All 6 are now successfully tamed. Bai Ze opened his eyes groggily, but upon hearing these words, he instantly became alert and sat up abruptly. "Real." He quickly opened the system panel, where 6 notifications of successful taming were neatly arranged. System notification: you have successfully tamed a Triceratops and gained 120 experience points. System notification: you have received 6 green gift boxes. Great! Bai Ze waved excitedly. 6 Triceratops. This is their first heavily armed unit. With these behemoths, even if Jin Wentao really attacks, they will have a fighting chance. But when it came to choosing a name, Bai Ze ran into a problem. "I stared at the screen for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good name." "Forget it. Naming things is too much trouble." Bai Ze waved his hand. "Let's just call them Jiao E to Jiao Lu. Simple and easy to remember." System prompt: naming successful. He pulled out all 6 green gift boxes at once and stuffed them into Zhang Mingming's hands. "Ming, you drive. I have bad luck. I never get anything good. I'll go pick up Zhang Feng and the others first. You stay home and be careful." "Okay." Zhang Mingming took the gift box, her eyes sparkling. "Honey, you have to be careful too." Bai Ze responded, turned around, and walked out the door, letting out a loud whistle. Aguai immediately ran out from the nearby woods and affectionately rubbed her head against his leg. "Come on, sweetie. Let's go greet your new colleague." Chapter 62: Morality and Lips Are Fighting. With an A, the little rascal took off running. With its alertness skill, the location of all dangerous creatures along the way was clearly displayed in Bai Ze's field of vision. The 2 of them deliberately took secluded paths, avoiding all the red dots, and soon arrived at the place where Zhang Feng was guarding the single Triceratops. Bai Ze immediately sent a message to Zhang Feng. "Bai Ze, Zhang Feng, have arrived." The message had barely been sent when the door of the thatched hut creaked open. Zhang Feng, leading the velociraptor, rushed out, his face beaming with excitement. oblivious to his dark circles. Boss, mission accomplished. I didn't dare close my eyes all night, and there wasn't a single mistake. Well done, Bai Ze nodded, and with a thought, he directly demolished the surrounding thatched foundation. As soon as the foundation disappeared, the surrounding wall also turned into specks of light and vanished into the air. A massive triceratops stood upright in the open space, shaking its head and curiously surveying its surroundings, its 3 sharp horns gleaming coldly in the morning light. Upon hearing Bai Ze's whistle, it immediately strode over with heavy steps, its massive head nearly colliding directly with Bai Ze's chest. Stop! 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 Bai Ze shouted hurriedly, reaching out to press down on its nose. Are you trying to poke it to death? Such a big guy and still acting like a baby. Jiaosan whimpered pitifully and licked Bai Ze's palm with his rough tongue, getting sticky saliva all over his hand. All right, wait here for now. Go find your brothers. Bai Ze wiped his hands. Zhang Feng, follow me. Yes, boss. After taking only a few steps, Zhang Feng suddenly became hesitant, rubbing his hands together and shuffling his toes on the ground, looking as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Bai Ze glanced at him and said irritably, What's wrong? Just say what you want to say. Don't dawdle like a young lady. If you were a woman, it would be fine, but for a grown man to act like this gives me goosebumps. Zhang Feng scratched his head, chuckled, and a look of longing appeared on his face. Hey bro, I like to ride a triceratops. I've loved the triceratops ever since I was a kid watching dinosaurs. Bai Ze suddenly recalled the first time he rode the 2 generals, Hung and Ha, without saddle armor, and the image of his testicles getting stuck, causing him so much pain that he almost died on the spot. He couldn't help but curl a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. He immediately suppressed his laughter and nodded seriously. Sure, I've never ridden one before either, so I'll give you my first chance to ride a triceratops. Thank you so much, boss. You're so kind. Zhang Feng was so excited he almost jumped up. The triceratops' back was high, slippery, and round. Zhang Feng tried to climb it using both hands and feet, slipping down 3 times. Finally, Bai Ze helped him up, and he was able to climb up. He sat triumphantly on the back of the triceratops, waving his hand like a victorious general returning home. Ha ha! Let's go. I'll show you the power of the triceratops riders. Bai Ze was trying hard to suppress his laughter, and his shoulders were shaking. Okay, let's try walking a couple of steps. Jiaosan took 2 slow steps, his massive body bouncing up and down. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, suddenly shattered the morning's tranquility. Afraid of attracting nearby dinosaurs, Zhang Feng forced the sound back down, gritting his teeth and making grunting noises. His face turned bright red, and veins bulged on his forehead, making him look like a ripe tomato. With a thud, he fell directly off Jiaosan's back, clutching his thigh and curling up on the ground, twitching in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. Bai Ze could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight and tears were almost streaming down his face. Ha ha! Zhang Feng, what are you doing? Trying to trip and fall on flat ground. He stepped forward, squatted down as if to show concern, and patted him on the shoulder. Oh dear, look at my brain, I forgot to tell you. Riding a dragon without a saddle will cause your eggs to get stuck, especially with a triceratops like the triceratops, which have particularly wide backs. You've fallen for it. Zhang Feng raised his head and looked at Bai Ze with a resentful gaze, like that of a young wife who had been abandoned. Boss, why didn't you say so sooner? I feel like I'm about to be crippled. He rubbed it for a good 5 or 6 minutes before he limped to his feet, walking with his toes pointing outwards, which looked ridiculous. Bai Ze led him towards Li Wei's direction. As they approached their destination, Zhang Feng's eyes darted around, and he leaned close to Bai Ze's ear, whispering a few words. The 2 exchanged a glance, and both gave each other knowing smiles. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and climbed back onto Jiaosan's back, not forgetting to fiercely warn, Don't move. If you move again, I'll get mad. Bai Ze then sent a message to Li Wei. Not long after, the door of the thatched hut opened. Li Wei came out, and his eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Feng riding majestically on the back of a triceratops. Wow, Zhang Feng, you're amazing. You've already ridden one. That's so cool. I want to ride one too. Bai Ze and Zhang Feng exchanged a glance and chuckled inwardly. They've fallen for it. Bai Ze suppressed a laugh and said seriously, Sure, just be careful going up. Zhang Feng, come down and let Li Wei try. All right. Zhang Feng jumped off the back of the three-legged creature with feigned generosity. When he landed, his legs went weak, and he almost fell again, but luckily he managed to steady himself in time. Slow down, don't fall, Zhang Feng said insincerely. Without a second thought, Li Wei nimbly climbed onto Jiao San's back. He patted Jiao San's neck, and Jiao San slowly took a few steps. The expected scream did not occur. Li Wei merely frowned slightly, showing little reaction. Zhang Feng was stunned and quickly asked, Li Wei, you're all right? Doesn't it hurt? Li Wei glanced at him calmly and shook his head. It's all right. You don't feel anything unless you walk too fast. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng was indignant. Could it be that his posture was incorrect just now? No way. I was in so much pain just now. No, I'll try again. He gritted his teeth and climbed back onto Jiao San's back. Jiao San had just taken a step out. Ah! It was that familiar scream again. Zhang Feng fell down once more, clutching his groin, tears welling in his eyes from the pain. Bai Ze laughed so hard he squatted on the ground, slapping his thigh repeatedly. Ha ha! Zhang Feng, are you just incompatible with Triceratops? Why is it always you who falls down? Zhang Feng looked at Li Wei with tears welling up in his eyes. Why are you okay? This doesn't make sense. We're both men. Why aren't you in pain? Seeing his pained expression, Li Wei's lips curled into a faint smile before returning to his composure. I don't have that thing anymore, so it doesn't hurt. The air fell silent the moment those words were spoken. Bai Ze's smile froze on his face. He remembered what Li Wei had gone through before, and a pang of sadness shot through his heart. Zhang Feng realized what was happening. His smile vanished instantly, and he quickly got up from the ground, scratching his head sheepishly, his ears turning red. I'm sorry, Li Wei. I didn't mean it. I just have a sharp tongue. It's nothing. Li Wei shook his head, his face expressionless, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Bai Ze patted the two of them on the shoulders and stopped smiling. All right, stop fooling around. Take down the shed and let's go back. The group worked together and quickly dismantled all the thatched buildings. The 5 Triceratops from the low-lying area emerged and gathered around Bai Ze, licking his arms and legs affectionately. Bai Ze glanced at them and saw that these Triceratops were all around level 20 with decent health and attack power. All right, line up. One after another, don't push. Under Bai Ze's command, the 6 Triceratops surrounded the 3 people and 2 velociraptors, forming an impregnable square formation, and slowly walked towards the shelter. Their heavy footsteps pounded the ground, making a thump-thump sound, and even the ground trembled slightly. But as they walked, Bai Ze suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Chapter 63, The Triceratops Legion's First Test of Skill. He rode on Agwai's back, his brows slightly furrowed. Just now, Agwai's alert skill had suddenly flashed with 3 red dots in the woods not far ahead. You guys wait here, don't move around. Bai Ze petted Agwai's neck. Agwai, let's go take a look. Agwai understood and quietly made her way towards the edge of the woods. From dozens of meters away, Bai Ze could see the true nature of the red dot. 3 level 2 or 3 velociraptors were squatting in the middle of the road, devouring a water dragon beast, occasionally raising their heads to warily scan their surroundings. I thought it was some kind of formidable Allosaurus, but it's just a 3-headed little rascal. Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head around, and slowly walked back. Zhang Feng and Li Wei were already on edge, gripping their stone spears tightly. When they saw Bai Ze return, they quickly went to him. Boss, what's wrong? Is there any danger? Yeah, boss. Should we take a detour? Bai Ze, riding Agwai, waved with a smile. It's nothing. Just 3 baby velociraptors wandering around in the middle of the road. A velociraptor? Zhang Feng's face paled, and he instinctively took a step back. That's a velociraptor. I encountered one before, and I almost died. Boss, let's take a detour. Li Wei nodded, a serious expression on his face. Bai Ze was amused by their nervous expressions and pointed to the 6 Triceratops lined up in a square formation behind him. Why take a detour? Do you think our dinosaur army is just for show? He muttered to himself. These are only level 2 or 3. Taming them will be a waste of food. Perfect. I'll use them to test the Triceratops' fighting power and see just how fierce these big guys really are. Bai Ze waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. Run it over. As the group drew closer, the 3 velociraptors finally spotted them. They immediately swallowed the meat in their mouths, arched their backs, made threatening noises, and then charged towards the group with lightning speed. Zhang Feng and Li Wei turned pale with fright and quickly hid behind Agwai, gripping their stone spears tightly, ready to fight to the death. Bai Ze, however, remained calm and unperturbed as he sat on the dragon's back. These 3 Karami could easily be dealt with by the 2 generals, let alone the Triceratops. He whistled loudly. Superior. The 6 Triceratops immediately charged towards a velociraptor with heavy steps. The 2 generals, Hung and Ha, also let out excited growls and were about to rush forward when Bai Ze stopped them. Hum and Ha generals, stop. Come here. The 2 velociraptors drooped their heads in grievance and reluctantly walked back, glancing back at the battlefield every now and then, pacing anxiously in circles. Bai Ze smiled and patted their heads. Don't rush. Let's give the opportunity to the newcomers this time. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to play in the future. On the battlefield, it was a completely one-sided crushing defeat. Just as a velociraptor pounced into the air, it was rammed hard by Jiao Yi's head and sent flying. Upon seeing this, the other 2 velociraptors immediately split up, attempting to launch a sneak attack from the side. However, the Triceratops' defenses were impenetrable, and they were pushed around by the Triceratops one after another. Don't chase too far. Attack from where you are. Bai Ze shouted. The Triceratops immediately stopped and stood still, slowly surrounding the 3 velociraptors. What happened next was utterly horrific. The 3 velociraptors were like 3 balls, being tossed around by the 6 Triceratops, without even a chance to land. Zhang Feng and Li Wei were both stunned, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Holy crap, that's insane. Zhang Feng muttered to himself. Aren't Triceratops supposed to be vegetarians? How come they're so ferocious in a fight? This is no ordinary weapon. It's practically a heavily armored tank. Li Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Bai Ze schmoiled. This is nothing. I'll build even more dinosaur legions in the future, and then I'll hand them all over to you to lead. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up instantly, and they were incredibly excited. Really? Boss? Zhang Feng was the first to jump up. I want the Triceratops Legion. I want to be the commander of the Triceratops Legion. Bai Ze smiled mysteriously. Sure, but don't regret it later. Zhang Feng patted his chest and said firmly, I will absolutely not regret it. Before they could finish speaking, the battle was over. The 3-headed velociraptor's corpse was already riddled with holes and looked unrecognizable. Bai Ze gained 15 experience points and 3 green gift boxes. A good haul. Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction. And Ha, go and dispose of the bodies. The 2 generals, Hung and Ha, immediately rushed forward and began to devour the velociraptor's corpse. The group reformed into a square formation and continued walking towards the shelter. After the battle, Zhang Feng and Li Wei's eyes changed when they looked at the Triceratops. They were now filled with admiration and longing. When they returned to the shelter, Wang Hao was already waiting at the door. He was wrapped in white bandages from his neck to his waist, looking like a mummy who had just crawled out of a pyramid. When he saw them return, Wang Hao was about to run over to greet them, but the movement was too big and aggravated the wound on his back, making him wince in pain and gasp for breath. Upon seeing this, Zhang Feng and Li Wei immediately burst out laughing. Wang Hao, what's wrong with you? Are you cosplaying a mummy? Exactly. This design is so unique. I'll take a picture of it and hang it on the wall for you later. It'll definitely ward off evil spirits. Wang Hao, his face flushed, retorted with a stiff neck. What are you laughing at? Even like this, I can still build a defensive line. You just wait and see. I can build the first line of defense today. All right, stop teasing him. Bai Ze waved his hand with a smile and jumped off Agwai's back. You 2 stayed up all night. Your eyes are all red. Go. and catch up on your sleep. Remember to eat breakfast first. Don't starve to death in your sleep. I don't want to dig a hole and bury you. All right, boss. Zhang Feng and Li Wei responded, then went to the kitchen with their arms around each other to find something to eat. As they left, they didn't forget to turn back and make a face at Wang Hao. Wang Hao, you should go back and rest to recover. I'll start by laying the foundation for the defensive works according to the diagrams you drew earlier, Bai Ze said. No way. Wang Hao immediately shook his head, thumping his chest loudly. I can go by myself, boss. I'm really fine. See, after saying that, he even jumped around to demonstrate. Although his movements were still a bit stiff, he was indeed fine. Bai Ze glanced at him and said with a smile, all right then. You take Guai and Jiao, eat to Jiaoxi, and put all the building materials in their backpacks. These big guys are strong, so you can make fewer trips. I'll make some more tools to sell. We only have a little over 10,000 points of materials left, which isn't enough. Upon hearing this, the group rolled their eyes in unison. Good heavens, he says over 10,000 materials aren't enough? This Versailles guy is really putting on act. Bai Ze basically earned all the materials for the entire tribe by himself, and he never asked anyone to hand over their personal materials, letting everyone keep them for upgrading their shelters. Bai Ze looked at their speechless expressions and chuckled mischievously. Don't look at me like that. I'm just gathering materials for you guys to upgrade your shelter to level 3. Once we're all living in level 3 shelters, we won't have to worry about them being easily breached. Meng Meng, Wanting, come with me and move all the materials to the public warehouse. It's inconvenient for you to get them if we leave them with me. Okay. The two women nodded and got busy with Bai Ze. After moving the mountain of thatch, timber, and rubble, both women were exhausted, drenched in sweat, and panting heavily. Sweat streamed down their faces, dampening the stray hairs on their foreheads. Xia Wanting wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked at the warehouse full of materials, and couldn't help but exclaim, Boss, you're really good at hoarding. You're a reincarnation of a gold hoarding rat. You've actually accumulated so much. Bai Ze waved his hand, looking low-key. No problem. I just need to save up some money for you all. You guys go and rest. Leave the rest to me. The two women nodded and went back to their room to rest together. Bai Ze sat down beside the storage box, opened the ARK control panel, and began mass-producing stone axes, stone pickaxes, and spears. He hasn't sold any tools for several days now, and he has no idea how anxious people outside are. Thinking about it, he opened the World Chat channel. Chapter 64 Jean Wintao's Overt Scheme of Retribution. As soon as I opened it, a flood of SOS messages appeared on the screen, so fast that I couldn't even read the words. Help! My shelter is surrounded by several saber-toothed tigers. They're scratching the door open. Can anyone help me? I'm in an even worse situation. A giant dinosaur with bull horns has been wandering around my door all morning. I'm too scared to even go to the toilet. I'm about to burst. Does anyone have extra stone spears? I'll trade 200 materials for them. This protection period has ended, and it's outrageous. My neighborhood is like a dinosaur park now. Going outside is like dying. Just then, Jean Wintao's message popped up and was instantly pushed to the top. Jean Wintao, hello fellow survivors. I am Jean Wintao, the leader of the Dajin tribe. Jean Wintao, I know everyone is having a tough time right now. With the protection period ending, there are more and more dinosaurs, and going it alone will only lead to death. Jean Wintao, that's why I'm extending an invitation to everyone. As long as you join the Dajin tribe, you can immediately migrate to the main camp and receive our protection. Jean Wintao, if your shelter hasn't been upgraded to level 2, the tribe can lend you materials first, and you can migrate over after you upgrade. Jean Wintao, we now have more than 400 brothers. Follow me, and I guarantee that everyone will have enough to eat and will survive. Jean Wintao, joining is approved instantly. Those with expertise will receive additional subsidies. The chat channel exploded the moment the message was sent out. Brother Jean, I'm in. Approve quickly. My shelter is about to be demolished. If I'm any later, I'll become dinosaur dung. I'll go too. I know how to farm. I used to be an agricultural student. Everything I grow can survive. Please take me in. I'm a chef. My cooking is amazing. Help me, help me. Brother Jean is awesome. Following Brother Jean means you'll get rich. At this moment, members of the Goddess Alliance also jumped out to snatch the person away. Lin Wan, Join the Goddess Alliance. It's all beautiful girls. We help each other out and absolutely won't bully newbies. Lin 1. Girls will receive a basic supplies package. Boys can come too, but they need to pass an assessment. They have to be able to fight and withstand attacks. Suddenly, a strange message popped up, containing only 4 words. Union, do not believe women. The message was immediately overwhelmed by a massive influx of applications, disappearing without a second's delay, as if it had never existed. But Jean Wintao didn't take them seriously at all and sent another message. Jean Wintao, rest assured, girls who come to our Dajin will absolutely not be treated unfairly. We have already reformed the system. Girls are free to choose how to obtain supplies, and we will never force anyone to do anything. As soon as these words were spoken, a large number of people applied to join the Jean tribe. The World Channel was filled with messages asking Jean Wintao to recruit people. Meanwhile, inside the Great Jean Camp, Jean Wintao sat on the wooden throne that Sun Hao had previously sat on, watching the application information constantly flashing on the screen, a faint smile playing on his lips. Standing behind him, his underling Lin Nan said indignantly, "Big brother, these Goddess Alliance people are so ungrateful. They actually dared to steal our people. If they weren't so far away, I would have taken some men and wiped them out." Jean Wintao waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. "It's harmless. They're just a bunch of women who live off men. If they could have survived this long entirely on their own, I'd actually think highly of them. Right now, they're just a bunch of people barely surviving and pose no threat to us." He paused, his eyes turning cold. "Have the Pathfinders been chosen yet?" Linden looked troubled and scratched his head. "Brother, nobody wants to go. It's too dangerous outside. The few we sent out this morning were surrounded by a group of Dilophosaurus as soon as they left the camp, and none of them came back. Nobody wants to go and die." Jean Wintao narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. "Nobody wants to go? Then let's have a democratic vote. Select 5 people, and each of them can recommend 1 person. Find some trustworthy brothers and recommend those disobedient squad leaders, such as Li Sheng, Su Bo, Ji Han, and Lu Nan." Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant. His eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. "Big brother, I understand. You mean," Jean Wintao said calmly, "these guys, relying on their position as squad leaders, have always been defiant towards me. Once I get rid of them, I'll promote you to higher positions. Don't worry, big brother. I've got your back," Lin Nin said excitedly. "But will others vote for them?" Jean Wintao smiled confidently, tapping his fingers on the armrest. "Yes, they will. People are naturally inclined to seek advantage and avoid harm. No one wants to die. As long as we give them a few votes first, the others will definitely follow suit. Right now, there are only a few people in the tribe whose names we can name." Lin Nan gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Brother, you're truly a brilliant strategist. A modern-day Zhuge Liang. I'll go and make the arrangements right away." After saying that, he ran out excitedly. Jean Wintao opened the tribe channel and sent a message. "Jean Wintao, since no one is willing to take the initiative to explore the path, let's decide by democratic vote. Jean Wintao, select 5 people, and each person will recommend 1. I will count the votes publicly to ensure absolute fairness." The clan channel fell silent instantly. Several minutes later, someone cautiously recommended a name. As Jean Wintao had predicted, the names Li Sheng, Su Bo, Ji Han, and Lu Nan appeared more and more frequently. The voting results were announced shortly afterward. The 4 team leaders were far ahead, and an ordinary member named Wu Lei, who somehow managed to get over 10 votes, was also selected. Lin Nan quickly ran back, excitedly saying, "Big brother, it worked. Everything you said went exactly right. Those 4 guys all hit the target." Jean Wintao nodded, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "Very good. Go tell those 5 men to come see me. Call everyone in the tribe over and let them listen too." A wicked smile appeared on Lin Nan's face. "Understood. I'll go right away. I'll make sure everyone gets there." Not long after, 4 pale-faced squad leaders walked over angrily, followed by dejected Wu Lei. Li Sheng, who was walking at the front, kicked open the door with 1 foot. With a loud bang, the wooden door was almost smashed to pieces. "Jean Wintao, what do you mean? You're trying to get rid of us after you've served your purpose. Li Sheng pointed at Jin Wentao's nose and cursed. You just became the boss, and you want to push us out to our deaths. Do you really think we don't know about your dirty deeds? That's right. We all know how Sun Hao died. Don't go too far. Su Bo echoed, gripping a stone axe tightly in his hand. The other two squad leaders also stared at Jin Wentao with hostile expressions, ready to make a move at any moment. Only Wu Lei, an ordinary member, huddled at the very back, trembling, not daring to lift his head, his legs shaking. Jin Wentao crossed his legs, tapping his fingers slowly on the armrest, watching them with amusement, not angry at all. Chapter 65 provokes public outrage. As they approached the shelter, Lin Nan had already led dozens of tribe members to quietly gather around. They all stood on tiptoe to look inside, keeping their voices very low. Several squad leaders, who were arguing heatedly, didn't even notice them. Jin Wentao's lips curled into a barely perceptible sneer as he said, "Then what's your solution? Give me a plan, otherwise arguing with me won't do any good." Li Sheng spat nonchalantly, picking at his nails as he said, "Isn't that simple? Just send out a few ordinary tribe members, right? If they die, so what?" "Exactly." Su Bo nodded in agreement, brandishing the stone axe in his hand. "That's how it was done when Brother Hao was around. Why should we, as team leaders, have to risk our lives ourselves?" Jin Wentao slammed his hand on the armrest, stood up with a loud smack, his eyes wide with anger, and his performance was incredibly realistic. "What did you say? You all think so too? Aren't the lives of ordinary members of our tribe lives too? You have the best resources and live in the best houses, yet you actually want others to die for you. If I could, I'd be willing to lead the team, to scout ahead myself. But I can't. I'm the leader. I have to stay in the camp to oversee everything. You, as squad leaders, don't even have this much awareness." Li Sheng and his companion sneered, their faces full of disdain. "Jin Wentao, what are you pretending for?" Li Sheng glanced at him sideways. "There's no one else here. Who are you putting on this for?" He glanced at Wu Lei, who was cowering at the back, his eyes icy. "If this Wu Lei heard this, we'll kill him later. Only a few of us know about this. You could be your boss, and we'll be our local tyrants. What's wrong with that?" No sooner had he said that than an uproar erupted outside. "Holy crap, is this even human? That's utterly inhuman. So those brothers who went missing last month were all pushed out to their deaths by them. Thank goodness I wasn't chosen. Otherwise, I would be the one dead today. Sending them to scout ahead was absolutely the right thing to do. People like that deserve to die." Li Sheng and the others froze instantly, turning their heads sharply to look outside the door. The entrance was already surrounded by layers of people, all staring at them with angry eyes, having overheard every word of their conversation. "Jin Wentao, you schemed against us." Li Sheng roared angrily, his eyes bloodshot, pointing at Jin Wentao, his face contorted in rage. The anger on Jin Wentao's face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold smile. "You plotted against us? You didn't value your brother's lives and went looking for your own deaths. I ask you, do you know your mistake? You son of a bitch." Li Sheng roared, raising his stone axe and lunging at Jin Wentao. "I'll kill you, you scoundrel, first." The other three squad leaders also drew their weapons and charged forward. Jin Wentao was prepared and clapped his hands lightly. "Take it down." Lin Nan immediately led a dozen or so trusted men and charged forward. The surrounding tribe members, who had long hated them to the core, also surged forward, wielding stone axes and spears, and hurled them at the group. Although Li Sheng and his men were skilled fighters, they were outnumbered and quickly pinned to the ground, unable to move, their faces covered in mud and blood. "Jin Wentao, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Brother Tao, I'll never do it again. I'll listen to you from now on. I'll do anything you ask." The arrogant group that had been so cocky just moments before instantly cowered, prostrating themselves on the ground and begging for mercy, their foreheads bleeding from the pounding. Jin Wentao walked up to them, looking down at them with a cold, emotionless gaze. "Now you know you were wrong? Where were you before? However, considering that you are elders of the tribe, I will spare your lives. You are being stripped of your squad leader positions, and all supplies are being confiscated. Wu Lei will lead you to scout out a safe route to the valley. and you will be allowed to atone for your crimes. Once you complete the mission, I will return the supplies to you and reinstate you to your original positions. Are you willing? Li Sheng and the others exchanged glances, having no other choice, and hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly. We're willing. We're willing. Thank you, Brother Tao. Thank you, Brother Tao, for sparing our lives. Jean Wentao clapped his hands and smiled at the crowd at the door. All right, to err is human, to forgive divine. Can we give them a chance to reform? The tribe members outside shouted, since Brother Tao has said so, then let's do it this way. Yes, listen to Brother Tao. Give them a chance. Jean Wentao nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Wu Lei, who was huddled to the side trembling, his tone unusually gentle. Wu Lei, you'll be in charge of these 4 people after they leave. Once you all return safely, I'll promote you to squad leader. Wu Lei suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief, and then he was so excited that he trembled all over and knelt down with a thump. Thank you, Brother Tao. Thank you, Brother Tao. I will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations. Jean Wentao waved to the 5 people. Go and get ready. We'll be leaving in 10 minutes. The group felt as if they had been granted a pardon and scrambled out of the room. Wu Lei clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future, unaware that he had already stepped into the gates of hell. Seeing that the excitement had died down, the members outside dispersed. Once everyone had left, Jean Wentao's smile vanished instantly, and his eyes turned icy cold. He beckoned to Lin Nan with his finger. Lin Nan immediately came over. Brother, what's the matter? Jean Wentao's voice was devoid of any warmth. Send a few quick-witted brothers to follow them. Don't let them come back. Understand? Lin Nan nodded, a ruthless look appearing on his face. Yes, brother. I understand. I'll make sure it's done cleanly, leaving them with nothing but bones. He paused, then asked, what about Wu Lei? Was he dealt with as well? Jean Wentao glanced in the direction of the door and said indifferently, let's deal with them all at once. There's no point in keeping them. Yes, Lin Nan replied, then turned and walked out. Jean Wentao walked to the door, looking at the distant, rolling mountains with a deep gaze. He knew in his heart that the world was becoming increasingly dangerous. This morning, he had originally planned to personally lead 200 men to the valley to search for Bai Ze's whereabouts, but less than 2 kilometers from a camp, they encountered 4 carnivorous dragons. They seemed to be a group, and one of them had a faint orange-red glow on its body. It was also larger than the other 3 and extremely fast. They lost more than a dozen of their brothers before they managed to escape back in a sorry state. With Bai Ze on the island, he could never find peace of mind. That man is too strange. He always manages to do things that defy reason. We must eliminate him completely. We can't let him live. Just then, someone suddenly shouted in the chat channel. Holy crap. The big boss is selling tools again. Brothers, charge. First come, first served. Damn it. I saw a long time ago. What are you yelling about? You're such a loud speaker. I failed to get one last time. Nobody can take it from me this time. Upon seeing this, Jean Wentao's eyes turned cold, and he immediately shouted in the tribe's channel. Everyone, go to the trading post and grab tools. Grab as many as you can, at all costs. He looked at Bai Ze's name on the screen, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ze, just keep selling. All the materials you earn and the weapons you forge will be mine sooner or later. Chapter 66, Level 10, unlocks the bow and arrow. After putting the last batch of stone axes up for sale, Bai Ze couldn't help but laugh as he watched the chat channel flooded with messages about the frantic rush to buy them. They all seem to be incredibly thirsty. These chives are growing more and more vigorously. Not bad at all. The tools sold out instantly as soon as they were listed, not even for a second. Achoo! Bai Ze sneezed and rubbed his nose. Who's talking about me? Never mind. Let's keep harvesting jute, a metaphor for exploiting others, and gain experience along the way. It's delicious. He was busy fetching materials and putting them on the shelves, barely having time to breathe. The straw, wood, and gravel he received piled up like a small mountain, quickly filling the original storage boxes. He had to knock down some more storage boxes and neatly stack them in the corner of the warehouse. Finally, after nearly 3,000 tools had been made, the cold system notification sound suddenly rang out. System prompt. Congratulations on reaching level 10. You have gained 1 attribute point. System prompt. Unlocked imprints. Bow. Stone arrow. Freshwater turtle saddle. Gradually new elephant saddle. Good stuff has arrived. Bai Ze's eyes lit up, and he abruptly stopped what he was doing. He roughly calculated his gains for the day and found that he had actually earned nearly 200,000 worth of materials, which surprised even himself. Holy crap, did they just wipe out all the survivors in the entire district? He casually poured all his attribute points into speed. Now his speed has soared to 110%. Bai Ze looked up at the window. The sun had already sunk below the foot of the mountain, and the fiery clouds on the horizon dyed the valley a crimson red. All right, Li Wei hasn't returned my watch yet. Bai Ze touched his empty wrist and pouted. That bastard, he's worn it all day and still hasn't returned it. He's probably going to keep it for himself. No way. I have to come back later. This is a one-of-a-kind treasure. I'll share any extras with him later. As he spoke, he stood up and rubbed his numb legs. He had been sitting for the entire afternoon, and his legs were practically stiff as stone. Thinking of the bow and arrow he had just unlocked, Bai Ze couldn't help but laugh again. No, let's strike while the iron is hot and make some bows and arrows first. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Wait a minute. I have anesthetic and stone arrows now. Doesn't that mean I can just coat the arrowhead with anesthetic and have a ready-made tranquilizer arrow? I'm a genius. If this really works, I won't need to rely on the ARK console to unlock the system's tranquilizer arrows anymore. The efficiency of taming dinosaurs will double. Bai Ze's eyes sparkled, and he immediately opened the ARK control panel, crafting 20 bows and 1,000 stone arrows in one go. The sound of ding, ding, ding echoed as the production was completed. He specially cleared out an empty storage box to store the goods, leaving only 6 bows and 60 stone arrows in his backpack before pushing open the door and going out. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I saw that Zhang Feng and Li Wei had already woken up and were practicing stabbing around the training dummy. They were very serious about each move, and sweat was dripping down their chins from their foreheads. Not bad. You're quite ambitious, Bai Ze said with a smile. Upon hearing the sound, the two quickly put away their stone spears and turned around. Boss! Bai Ze looked around, but didn't see Wang Hao, so he frowned. Where's Wang Hao? Why isn't he back yet? Did something go wrong again? Zhang Feng wiped his sweat and quickly said, It's all right, boss. That kid is on his way back. Bai Ze finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. How was the training? How did it feel? Zhang Feng scratched his head and chuckled. Hey, I'm still not quite used to using stone spears. But we just practiced with slingshots, and Li Wei and I are really accurate. We hit every shot within 5 meters. Right, Li Wei? Li Wei nodded, his face calm. Just a little water. Bai Ze grinned and pulled out a bow and 10 stone arrows from his backpack, waving them around in his hand. Is that so? What about this? Oh dear, I've accidentally created something new again. I wonder if you guys know how to use it. Their eyes widened instantly, practically glued to the bow and arrow, their mouths watering. Boss, this for me. Zhang Feng's voice trembled with excitement. I can't possibly accept this. Since you've already brought it out, I'll just have to accept it. Before Bai Ze could react, Zhang Feng had already snatched the bow and arrow, stroking the bow with obvious delight, his face full of infatuation, like a fool who had just received his favorite toy. Bai Shivashtund. Damn, is this something that the honest and kind Zhang Feng would say? What a spineless coward. He turned to look at Li Wei and found Li Wei looking regretful, his eyes red with envy, as if he wanted to snatch the bow from Zhang Feng's hand, as if he regretted not rushing faster earlier. Bai Ze rolled his eyes helplessly, then took out a bow and 10 stone arrows from his backpack. Hey, don't look at me like that, it's creepy. Upon seeing the bow and arrow, Li Wei's expression immediately brightened, and he smiled obsequiously as he stepped forward to take it, almost bowing to Bai Ze. I knew the boss wouldn't forget me. You're so kind. Go away. Go practice somewhere else. Bai Ze waved his hand. These stone arrows can be reused. Remember to pull them back after you're done shooting. Each arrow has several materials, so don't waste them. All right, boss. The two of them took their bows and arrows and ran excitedly to the other side of the yard to practice. Every now and then, there were excited shouts and the thud of arrows hitting wood. Not long after, the distant neighing of Agwai could be heard. "Boss, I'm back." Wang Hao rode Agwai, leading 4 triceratops slowly over. Bai Ze greeted him with a smile. "Did you encounter any danger on the way?" At this moment, Zhang Feng and Li Wei also ran over, waving their bows and arrows in front of Wang Hao, their tails practically wagging in the air with pride. "Wang Hao, look, the big boss made us these bows and arrows. Aren't they cool? Aren't you envious? Aren't you jealous? It's your own fault for coming back late, he." Wang Hao stared wide-eyed at the bows and arrows in their hands. He turned to look at Bai Ze, immediately putting on a pitiful expression, blinking his big eyes at him without saying a word, just staring at him. Bai Ze felt a chill run down his spine from his gaze and said helplessly, all right, we have everything. We've already prepared it for you. One for each of you. You won't be left out." Wang Hao then cheered up, scratched his head, and chuckled. I knew the boss wouldn't be biased. By the way, bro, your foundation is so convenient. You just put it on the ground, and it's formed like playing a game. And another thing, I have some incredibly good news. Bai Ze asked in confusion. "What good news is it that makes you so excited?" Wang Hao said excitedly. "On my way back, I discovered that there seems to be some or on the tallest mountain behind us." Bai Ze's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly grabbed his arm. "You said you saw her? And you even recognize? Or?" "Of course," Wang Hao said, patting his chest. "I'm a veteran player of Minecraft who's been around for years. I can recognize ordinary stones and ores. On my way back, I saw a few stones on a mountaintop. The setting sun shone on them, and it looked like there were yellow lines reflecting off them. But I didn't know what kind of ore it was, so I wanted to ask you, the expert, to confirm it." "Yellow line d'ore, metallicore," Bai Ze exclaimed excitedly. "Holy crap, it's iron ore? Does this mean we're about to enter the Iron Age? How much is Chapter 67? 200,000? His excitement lasted only 2 seconds before he thought of the experience required for the next level and instantly deflated. Ugh, what a headache. It takes 5,000 experience points to level up to 11, and the smelting furnace and blacksmith's table seem to unlock at level 20. When will I ever have enough?" Bai Ze sighed and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. "This is indeed fantastic news. Remember the location, and we'll go there again if we need it later. Even if we collect it now, it's useless, so let's just leave it for now. Let's go eat first. The food's getting cold." As the group entered the shelter, the table was already laden with steaming food. There was tender stewed dinosaur meat, golden roasted berries, and a pot of delicious vegetable soup, the aroma filling the entire room. Zhang Mengmeng and Xia Wanning were setting the table with Duo when they saw them come in and quickly waved with smiles. "Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. We've been waiting for you." After washing their hands, the group sat around the table and began to eat. Bai Ze glanced at Li Wei's wrist intermittently. The unique watch was on his wrist, gleaming faintly under the light. Li Wei had noticed his gaze long ago, and his shoulders were shaking from trying to suppress his laughter. Bai Ze cleared his throat, coughed twice, and stretched out his arm as if to check the time. "Oh no, where's my watch? I can't find it. Where did I put it?" Li Wei couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. "The big boss just wants his watch back. Ha ha. Why make such a fuss?" As he spoke, he took off his watch and handed it to Bai Ze. "I saw you glancing there a while ago. I thought you could hold it in until after you finished eating, but I didn't expect you to lose it so quickly." Bai Ze took the watch and blushed when he was exposed, but quickly came up with an excuse. "Isn't that to test your eyesight?" Not bad, you've improved." He quickly changed the subject, took out 3 more bows and 30 stone arrows from his backpack, and placed them on the table. "Well, now that Li Wei and Zhang Feng have one, you should each have one too. That way, you'll have some ability to protect yourselves if you encounter danger in the future." Upon seeing this, Wang Hao immediately reached out and snatched a handful, weighed it in his hand, and clicked his tongue in amazement. "Wow, your craftsmanship is amazing. The bow is so smooth, it looks sturdy." Bai Ze rolled his eyes. "That's obvious, look who did it. Meng, Wanning, you two need to practice more. Otherwise, you won't be able to hit the target when you encounter danger in the future." "Okay, honey." "Yes, boss." The 2 women nodded quickly. Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction. "Tomorrow I will make a few more training dummies and put them in the yard for you to practice freely. Zhang Feng and Li Wei have been practicing for quite a while now, so you can ask them if you don't understand anything. The three agreed. Bai Ze then looked at Zhang Feng and said, Zhang Feng, I plan to hand over the task of selling water to Wan Ning. From now on, you will be in charge of the combat team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately grinned, patting his chest and saying, Of course, boss. I'm the future commander of the Triceratops Legion. My job is to fight. Bai Ze smiled. Okay, Wang Hao, when you go to build the defense line, remember to set aside some time each day to refill the water tank. Zhang Feng, give Wang Hao the water bag and the mineral water bottle. All right. Zhang Feng immediately took out 5 water bags filled with water and a bunch of empty mineral water bottles from his backpack and put them on the ground. Wang Hao quickly packed everything into his backpack, puffed out his chest, and said loudly, Don't worry, boss. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. From now on, I'll take care of the water for our tribe. Bai Ze nodded, then looked at Li Wei. Li Wei, you're also in the combat team. Work hard in the future, and I'll give you your own dedicated dinosaur legion. Li Wei's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were full of determination. Finally, he looked at the 2 women. Meng Meng, Wan Ning, you 2 will be in charge of the logistics team. From now on, cooking, farming, and selling tools will be your tasks. Remember to collect the empty mineral water bottles when you sell water, so they can be reused and not wasted. Okay, honey. Okay, boss. Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction. What he wanted was never a large tribe of hundreds or thousands of people, but a loyal elite force. He could easily make up for the difference in numbers with dinosaurs. Too many people would only lead to chaos, just like Sun Hao's tribe before, full of infighting and strife. By the way, upgrade your shelters to level 3 tonight. There's plenty of materials in the warehouse. Just go and get what you need. Everyone was stunned. Boss, this isn't a good idea. Wang Hao scratched his head. Upgrading a level 3 shelter requires more than 3,000 materials, and for all of us combined, it will cost more than 10,000. Yes, boss, that's too much, Xia Wanning added. Bai Ze waved his hand, looking completely indifferent. That's nothing. You guys go ahead and get some rest. You might have to be on guard tonight. After all, the servers are merging at midnight, and nobody knows what might happen. The group was still confused until Xia Wanning walked up to them and said something softly. The big shot earned 200,000 worth of materials in one afternoon. Upon hearing this, the group froze on the spot, their mouths agape, staring dumbfounded at Bai Ze's retreating figure as he entered the house with his arm around Zhang Mengming's waist. After a long while, Wang Hao muttered to himself, 200,000. I've never seen so many materials in my entire life. Zhang Feng also swallowed. Dude, is he even human? He's practically a walking material warehouse. Bai Ze completely ignored their shocked expressions. He was in a great hurry. Upon entering the room, he immediately ran to the grinder. Inside, over 120 bottles of black anesthetic were neatly arranged, all prepared by Zhang Mengming in her spare time over the past few days. Mengming did a great job. Bai Ze praised Zhang Mengming. Zhang Mengming said with a smile, It's all thanks to my husband's arrangements, and he taught me so well. Bai Ze picked up a bottle of anesthetic and shook it, his eyes sparkling. Tomorrow I'll take Zhang Feng and Li Wei to the foot of the mountain to find a dinosaur to test the effectiveness of the tranquilizer arrows. The family is in your hands now. I will leave all the dinosaurs behind to protect the camp. The Triceratops, the 2 guardians, and Agwai, they are all very obedient. If there is danger, just whistle, and they will protect you. Zhang Mengming nodded and reached out to hug Bai Ze's arm. I know, honey, don't worry. I'll take good care of things at home. You also need to be careful and come home soon. Bai Ze smiled and ruffled her hair. Don't worry. Your husband is invincible. Take a nap first. Get some rest. We might be busy tonight. The 2 had barely lain down when they heard rustling sounds outside. Zhang Feng and the others couldn't contain themselves any longer after Bai Ze entered the house. Holy crap. This guy's incredible. He made 200,000 in just one afternoon. Is that even humanly possible? Let's go. Let's go to the warehouse. I want to see what 200,000 pieces of materials look like. The group tiptoed toward the warehouse, and Xia Wanning followed curiously. Pushing open the warehouse door, You can see nearly 30 identical wooden crates neatly stacked inside. Zhang Feng and Li Wei looked left and right, both somewhat puzzled. Huh? Didn't you say they were all put in the warehouse? Why is there nothing here? The boxes all look empty. They had never touched the system storage box before and thought it was just an ordinary wooden box. Xia Wanning covered her mouth and chuckled to herself. Wang Hao then sighed in a mocking manner. Sigh, getting old really makes everything painful. This is a big shot storage method, and you don't even understand it. As he spoke, he walked to the frontmost box and placed one hand on it. A blue storage panel instantly popped out, filled with straw and wood, almost overflowing. See? That's how you use it. Learn from it. Zhang Feng and Li Wei rolled their eyes at him. T.H., we just haven't used it before. What's there to brag about? As they spoke, the two of them quickly reached out and pressed their hands on the boxes next to them. Panels popped up, filled with all sorts of materials, gravel, animal hides, flint, you name it. They touched them one by one, and the more they touched, the more horrified they became, their mouths agape. This, if I had to collect it myself, how long would it take? This guy is practically a god. Xia Wanning suddenly exclaimed when she touched the innermost box. Come and see. There are tools all over here. Chapter 68, All Members in Level 3 Shelter, Merged Districts. Attracted by Xia Wanning's voice, the group quickly gathered around. Peeking inside, one could see hundreds of brand new stone axes, picks, and spears neatly stacked in a box, along with a dozen hardwood bows and nearly 1,000 stone arrows. The expressions on their faces froze instantly, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit a fist. Holy crap, the boss is so generous. He actually left us so much. Li Wei was the first to shout, jumping up and down with excitement. Boss, I want to marry you. Wang Hao shouted back, his eyes shining. Get lost. Zhang Feng kicked Wang Hao in the butt. The big shots are Meng Meng and Wanning. What are you doing queuing for, you grown man? Xia Wanning's face flushed red instantly, and she glared at Zhang Feng. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Feng chuckled twice, leaned closer to Xia Wanning, and whispered, Wanting, to be honest, this guy is definitely a good man. You'd better seize this opportunity. You won't get another chance like this. Xia Wanning's face turned even redder. She pushed him away, turned around, and ran to the side, her ears so red they looked like they were about to bleed. After arguing for a while, the group calmed down. They each took the materials needed to upgrade to level 3 shelter and upgraded directly. 3 soft white lights flashed, and 3 simple wooden houses instantly rose from the ground, transforming into exquisite wooden villas with independent courtyards and fences, looking sturdy and beautiful. Phew! Being able to follow the big boss is truly the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me in my life. Zhang Feng said with a look of emotion as he looked at his new villa. I think so too. Wang Hao nodded. Otherwise, relying solely on ourselves, we don't know when we'll be able to upgrade to a level 3 shelter, and we might have already turned into dinosaur dung. Zhang Feng's face suddenly darkened, and he said seriously, Let me make this clear. If anyone dares to do anything to disrespect the boss, I'll be the first to twist their head off and use it as a football. The group all rolled their eyes at him. You're talking nonsense. Do you need to tell me? If anyone dares to betray the boss, I'll kill him before you even lift a finger, Li Wei said, his eyes unusually resolute. The group then tacitly moved all the personal materials they had accumulated over the past few days into the communal storage room. After doing this, they each went back to their new villas to rest. As the night deepened, the valley grew quiet, save for the occasional roar of a dinosaur, a reminder that this was a dangerous world. Time passed by second. The moment the countdown on the system panel reached 0, a cold system notification suddenly rang in the ears of everyone around the world. System notification. Server merge begins. Survivors, please prepare yourselves. System notification. Areas 725, 726, 727, 728, and 729 have been merged. System prompt. Good luck to all survivors. Bai Ze and the others were instantly awakened. A slight feeling of weightlessness came over me, as if the whole world had shaken, lasting for about 3 seconds before quickly returning to normal. Bai Ze immediately threw off the covers and jumped out of bed. Meng Meng, stay at home and don't come out. Understand, honey. Zhang Mingming quickly sat up and nodded nervously. Bai Ze pushed open the door and rushed out. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Zhang Feng, Li Wei, Wang Hao, and Xia Wanning already standing in the yard, holding weapons and looking tense. Upon seeing Bai Ze emerge, they quickly surrounded him. Boss! Bai Ze glanced around and saw that their shelter had been transformed into a level 3 wooden villa, which looked exceptionally sturdy under the moonlight. Boss, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Wang Hao asked nervously. It's still unclear. Bai Ze shook his head and looked at Wang Hao. By the way, Wang Hao, I forgot to ask, how's your defense going? Wang Hao immediately puffed out his chest and said loudly, Don't worry, boss. The first line of defense is complete. The thatched foundation and thatched walls are all in place. I was so busy talking about today that I forgot to tell you. Bai Ze waved his hand. It's all right. Have you all rested enough? That's enough, boss. I'm not sleepy at all anymore. All right. Bai Ze nodded, his eyes sharpening. Now that Wang Hao has completed the first line of defense, let's patrol around the camp tonight. I'm worried that other survivors might be in this area after the zones are merged. We can gradually move the safe zone to the edge of the defense line during the day. Boss, I'll go with you, Zhang Feng said immediately, patting the bow in his hand. Me too, Li Wei and Wang Hao quickly chimed in. After hearing this, Bai Ze said to Wang Hao, you shouldn't go yet. You still need to set up the remaining lines of defense during the day. Don't tire yourself out. Wang Hao immediately shook his head and pleaded, Big brother, please take me with you. I want to go too. I promise I won't hold you back. Bai Ze looked at his pitiful eyes and smiled helplessly. All right, you can come with us then. If you're tired during the day, you can start work a little later. It's okay. Wang Hao then laughed and gave an awkward, inappropriate salute. Understood, boss. Mission accomplished. Bai Ze smiled and said, Then let's set off. Be careful, stay close to me, and don't wander off. After getting ready, the group quietly ran outside. Bai Ze slowed down his speed to accommodate them. All right, I forgot to ask you guys. What attributes did you gain after leveling up? Wang Hao immediately said, Boss, I've allocated all 3 attribute points to melee damage. From now on, I can kill a dinosaur with 1 punch. Bai Ze glanced at him. You should just stick to being the chief architect. You're useless. Wang Hao was immediately displeased upon hearing this. How could this be, master? That's damage. That's incredible. Bai Ze rolled his eyes at him. You want to be a Spartan warrior? Fighting dinosaurs hand to hand? Those 3 attribute points are a complete waste. Unless there's a potion of forgetfulness in this world that can let you redistribute them. Wang Hao pouted and drooped his head. Okay, so what should I add, sir? We need to improve both stamina and speed and, if possible, increase our carrying capacity. Otherwise, we won't even be able to outrun the dinosaurs. So how are we supposed to fight them? Wang Hao nodded, keeping those words firmly in mind. Zhang Feng said, I increase my stamina. Li Wei said, Coincidentally, I also have endurance. Bai Ze nodded after hearing this. Your approach is correct, but endurance alone isn't enough. Speed is also crucial. Remember to increase your speed next time you upgrade. If you can't win, at least you can run away. The two nodded quickly. Suddenly, Bai Ze stopped and raised his hand to signal everyone to squat down. Zhang Feng and Li Wei immediately crouched down alertly, gripped their bows tightly, and scanned their surroundings with their eyes. Wang Hao followed behind Bai Ze and bumped his head into him. Ouch! Why did you suddenly stop, boss? You bumped into me and almost broke my nose. Bai Ze ignored him, his brows furrowed as he stared ahead. Wang Hao rubbed his nose and peeked out, only to see a simple wooden house in the open space not far ahead. The wooden house looked very new, probably built not long ago. There were 7 or 8 burly men outside, holding wooden sticks and machetes, and 2 of them were holding torches. They were wearing only a pair of underwear provided by the system, and were frantically smashing the walls of the wooden house, making a loud bang sound as the wood was hit. Boss, I was here yesterday. There are no houses here at all. Wang Hao's voice unconsciously softened, his face full of doubt. They must be people from the merged district, Bai Ze said in a low voice. Let's go, sneak over and see what's going on. Be careful, don't make a sound. Breaking a branch would be troublesome. The group crouched low, using the trees and bushes for cover, and stealthily made their way over. Chapter 69, Heroic Acts. As the group approached, they finally heard the shouts and curses of the burly men. "Kid, hand over that baby dinosaur obediently. Otherwise, you and your sister will both die here today." A bald, burly man with a face full of scars pointed at the wooden door with a machete, spitting as he spoke. A stubborn male voice came from inside the door, trembling slightly. "You're lying. I can't survive if I go out now. Your tribe is full of demons. Dambrat, don't think you're safe just because you're hiding inside. Our boss, Black Tiger, already knows you're here and will be bringing a large force soon. You won't be able to escape. Hand over that cub honestly, and I might put in a good word for you with my brother. Maybe he'll spare your lives." There was a sudden silence inside. The bald, burly man kicked the wooden door impatiently and continued shouting. "You should know the strength of our Black Tiger tribe. If the sudden merging of districts hadn't disrupted our plans, we would have taken you down yesterday. If we really break down the door, neither of you will survive. Besides, the dinosaur cub only listens to you now, and we still need you to command it. Come out here, and we promise we won't kill you." Bai Ze and the others exchanged glances, all seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Wang Hao leaned close to Bai Ze's ear and whispered, "Boss, so this kid has a baby dinosaur. These people are here to steal it." Bai Ze's heart was already churning with turmoil. Someone actually owns a dinosaur. Although it's just a cub, it was a unique and absolute advantage before. The merge server is indeed full of hidden talents. We can no longer be as careless as before. He nodded, frowned, and said in a low voice, "That sounds like it. Let's wait and see, and don't act rashly." The door of the wooden house creaked open and slowly opened a crack inward. A boy of about 16 or 17 years old walked out, leading a girl of about 12 or 13. Both of them were only wearing the underwear provided by the system, and their bodies were covered with scars and bruises, making them look extremely disheveled. Behind the boy was a tiny ankylosaurus, no bigger than the palm of his hand, covered in soft, light green scales. It timidly hid at his feet, its little head peeking out from time to time. As soon as the little boy came out, the burly men grinned and surrounded him. The bald, burly man went up and kicked the boy hard in the stomach. "Go ahead and dodge. Why aren't you dodging anymore? Weren't you being pretty tough just now?" The boy was in so much pain that he curled up on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. When the baby ankylosaurus saw its master being hit, it immediately bristled and let out a childish roar as it charged towards the bald, burly man. Still dared to resist. The two burly men next to him sneered, each stretching out a hand and lifting the little ankylosaurus up like a chick. The little ankylosaurus struggled desperately with its short legs in the air, but it couldn't break free no matter what it did. Just then, another tall, thin man grabbed the little girl's arm and lifted her up like a sack of potatoes. "Wah!" The little girl cried out in pain, struggling with her arms and legs. "Let me go! Let me go! Brother, save me!" Seeing this, the boy endured the excruciating pain and got up from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, like a little wild animal driven to the brink of despair. "Release my sister. You promised you wouldn't kill us." The bald, burly man burst into laughter, his face trembling with shrewdness. "Little brats, I did say I wouldn't kill you, but I also didn't say I would let you go." He turned and winked at the man carrying the little girl. "Old Shah, it's too noisy. Don't attract the dinosaurs nearby." The burly man called Lao Shah immediately understood, a cruel smile appearing on his face, and he covered the little girl's mouth and nose with his large, fan-like hand. The little girl's crying stopped abruptly, her face instantly turning purple, her little feet kicking frantically in the air, her struggles growing weaker and weaker. "No, don't touch my sister." The boy's eyes turned red when he saw this, and he rushed forward like a madman to save his sister. But he was just a child, no match for a grown man. The bald, burly man kicked him to the ground and stomped hard on his back. "What's all the noise about? It's just that your sister's being too noisy. Let her have some peace and quiet. Tell me how to control the dinosaurs, and I'll release your sister. How about it?" As the boy watched his sister's limbs gradually stop struggling, tears mixed with dirt streamed down his face. He lay on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly until his forehead bled, leaving dirty streaks of mud on his face. I really don't know. I found it on the beach. Its parents were killed by you, and it followed me on its own. I really don't know how to control it. Please, let my sister go. She doesn't know anything. She's still so young. If you want to kill someone, kill me instead. The bald, burly man licked his lips, his eyes lewdly sweeping over the little girl, and he let out a disgusting laugh. Little ones are the tastiest, hee-hee. The other burly men joined in the mocking laughter, their eyes filled with undisguised malice. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly tore through the night sky. My arm. The one who made the sound was Old Shah. A stone arrow was embedded in his right arm, the arrowhead deeply embedded in the flesh, and blood flowed down his arm, dripping onto the ground and staining the soil red. He loosened his grip in pain, and the little girl fell to the ground, gasping for breath, coughing and crying, her face turning as red as a ripe eggplant. The burly men panicked instantly, immediately forming a circle back to back, gripping their weapons tightly and nervously scanning the surrounding woods. Who is it? Show yourself. How dare you ambush our Black Tiger tribe? You're asking for trouble. Bai Ze and the others all turned to look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's eyes were red, and his whole body was trembling slightly. He was still holding the bow in a shooting posture, and his knuckles were white from the force. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, he lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Boss, I just couldn't hold back anymore. When I saw how they treated that little girl, it reminded me of Duo. I'm willing to bear all the consequences. Bai Ze patted him on the shoulder, his tone firm, without a trace of blame. What consequences? You did a good job. These beasts should have been dealt with long ago. I couldn't hold back either, but you struck first. Wang Hao and Li Wei nodded quickly. Yeah, Feng, you're right. I would have shot too. You're pretty quick, kid. Good aim too. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng looked up, moved to tears, and wiped his face vigorously. Thank you, boss. Thank you all. Wang Hao then lowered his voice and said, Boss, they're calling us out. Shall we go out and take them down? Bai Ze flicked him on the forehead. Go out? What do you mean, go out? Do you think the 4 of us can beat the 7 of them? A brain is a good thing. I hope you have one. Wang Hao covered his head and chuckled twice. Then what should we do? We can't just stand by and watch them bully those 2 kids anymore. What do we do? Of course, we keep shooting at them. Bai Ze's eyes turned cold. Aim and shoot. Try to hit their legs. Don't waste arrows. Let's rescue that brother and sister first. Receive. Just as the burly men were cursing and looking around, for whooshing sounds came at the same time. 2 more screams rang out. The bald, burly man and another strong man each received an arrow in the thigh, their trousers instantly soaked with blood. 2 more arrows remained embedded in the wooden wall behind them, their fletchings still trembling slightly. Bai Ze glanced at the arrows on the wooden wall and blushed. Damn, this is my first time using a bow, and my aim is terrible. I miss by so much. Wang Hao also coughed twice, his face flushed, and scratched his head. Oops, I messed up. My hand slipped. I'll definitely hit next time. But the group of burly men were terrified. They had no idea how many people the other side had, or where they were hiding. All they knew was that the other side had long-range weapons and was ruthless. The bald, burly man, his face ashen, clutched his bleeding thigh and shouted, Quick, get inside. They're hostile. They have ranged weapons. Several burly men immediately rushed to the doorway in a panic, pushing and shoving each other, creating chaos. For more whooshing sounds came. This time, there was finally progress. The 3 stone arrows hit their targets steadily. 2 more burly men were shot in the legs, and another unlucky fellow was shot in the buttocks, howling in pain as he scrambled into the house. Chapter 70, Rescuing the 2 Siblings. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the little boy climbed to his sister's side and held her tightly in his arms. His back was taut like a fully drawn bow, and even though his whole body was trembling, his voice was unusually firm. Inger, don't be afraid. Your brother is here. Your brother will protect you. The little girl buried herself in his arms, her shoulders shaking, and she cried softly, Brother, I'm scared. I miss my mom and dad. Wah. The little boy gently patted her back, his voice softening. Inger, don't cry. Mom and Dad are definitely waiting for us somewhere. Your brother will definitely help you find them. Seeing that the burly men were all huddled inside the house, not daring to show their faces, Bai Ze cleared his throat and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Cough cough, I'm fast, I'll go get those two kids. You guys set up the guns, no, I mean the bows, and shoot anyone who dares to show their head, understand? The three men suppressed a laugh and nodded in unison. Yes, boss. Don't worry, we'll make sure they're chained up inside. Unable to bear their mocking gazes, Bai Ze emerged from behind the tree, muttering to himself as he walked towards them. Damn, you need some talent to use this broken bow. That brat Wang Hao hit the target on his second shot, while my arrow went way off to Siberia. I have to make 10 dummies to practice on when I get back. Walking over to the brother and sister, Bai Ze bent down and reached out to help the little boy up. Hey, are you guys all right? The little boy looked up and saw him, immediately realizing that this was the person who had saved him. He pulled his sister down to his knees with a thud, their foreheads hitting the ground heavily. Thank you, my savior. Thank you for saving my sister and me. We will never forget your kindness. We will repay you even if we have to work like cattle or horses. Bai Ze quickly pulled him up and patted the dirt off him. Don't kneel, don't kneel. A man's knees are worth gold. It's not time for you to cash them out yet. Would you like to come with me? It's safe there, there's food and drink, and no one will dare to bully you anymore. The little boy's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he nodded frantically, tears streaming down his face. We are willing. We are willing to go with you. Thank you, our benefactor. Thank you, our benefactor. Bai Ze hummed in agreement, bent down, and picked up the little girl who was still sobbing. The little one glanced at him timidly, then stretched out her little arms, hugged his neck tightly, buried her face in his shoulder, and sobbed softly. Don't be afraid. Brother will take you to a safe place, Bai Ze said softly to comfort you. The little boy followed behind him, and a palm-sized ankylosaurus also trotted along with its short legs, wiggling its bottom as it followed at the little boy's feet, occasionally raising its head to rub against his trouser leg. Upon seeing this, the burly man inside immediately clung to the window and shouted, Don't leave. Do you know who we are? We're from the Black Tiger tribe. Our boss has hundreds of brothers under his command. If you dare touch our people, we'll tear you to pieces sooner or later. Leave your names if you dare. We will definitely take our revenge. Without turning his head, Bai Ze gave the wooden house the middle finger and lazily uttered 2 words, Idiot. A burly man with a fiery temper was so angry that his eyes turned red. He grabbed a machete and rushed out the door, yelling, I'll kill you, you little brat. I had only taken 2 steps out the door when 3 whooshing sounds came rushing towards me. The other 2 arrows were embedded in the wooden door, but the other one pierced his neck with pinpoint accuracy. The burly man's eyes widened in shock. He clutched his neck, tried to slow the bleeding, but blood gushed from between his fingers like a fountain. He opened his mouth to shout, but could only let out a series of hissing sounds. He staggered a few steps, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, twitching twice before going still. The room fell into a deathly silence. Not even a breath could be heard. Bai Ze led the brother and sister back behind a tree. When the little boy saw that Zhang Feng and the others were holding bows, he instinctively hid his sister behind him, but he quickly realized that they were his benefactors. He hurriedly pulled his sister and bowed, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you, brothers. Thank you for saving us. The group waved their hands. I just saw injustice and did something right. No need to thank me. Those beasts deserved to be beaten. Zhang Feng turned to Bai Ze and asked, Boss, what do we do next? Should we stay here and shoot them one by one when they come out? That way, we can eliminate any future trouble. Bai Ze waved his hand. There's no need. They're hiding inside. If we launch a direct attack, we'll suffer casualties. It's not worth it. Besides, since the Black Tiger tribe dares to be so arrogant, they must have a large force nearby. If we get surrounded, it'll be troublesome. But we should scare them a little more before we leave. After saying that, he leaned close to Zhang Feng's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Zhang Feng revealed a set of bright white teeth and grinned mischievously. Boss, you're so mean, but I like it. He drew his bow to its fullest extent, and with a whoosh, fired an arrow at the roof of the wooden house, yelling at the top of his lungs, You bunch of trash. If you got the guts, stay inside and be cowards for the rest of your lives. I'm watching you from this side. If you dare to step out, I'll shoot your heads through." After Zhang Feng finished shouting, Bai Ze waved to the group and said, "Let's go. Back to camp." The group disappeared into the woods and hurried briskly toward the camp. After running for a while and making sure no one was following, I slowed down. Bai Ze, carrying the little girl, asked the little boy beside him as they walked, "Little friend, you're not from District 727, are you? I've never seen you around here before." The little boy nodded quickly and whispered, "Yes, brother, we're from District 728. My name is Lin Yin, and this is my sister, Linger. This little dragon is called Xiao Lu. I found it on the beach. Its parents were killed by the Black Tiger tribe, and it survived by hiding in a crevice in the rocks." Bai Ze raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "The Black Tiger tribe? Are they powerful? How many of them are there?" Upon hearing the mention of the Black Tiger tribe, Lin Yan's body immediately shuddered uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Yes, brother, the Black Tiger tribe is very evil. There are over 100 of them on our side, and they are the most ferocious tribe. They often eat people, especially children." Chapter 71, First Fright upon entering the camp. Upon hearing this, Bai Ze dismissed it as mere gossip spread by a frightened child. After all, there were plenty of ways to obtain food in this world. Picking fruit, hunting, fishing, and he had never heard of cannibalism in District 727. He smiled, not taking it to heart, and casually asked, "Do you know the location of their tribe?" Lin Yin quickly shook his head, keeping his head low. "I don't know. Every time I see them in the distance, I run for my life and don't dare to get close at all." Bai Ze nodded, indicating his understanding. It was already incredibly fortunate that 2 children, not even adults yet, had survived this long in such a horrible place. He glanced down at the little ankylosaurus trotting along beside him and muttered to himself, "This kid's really lucky. He actually managed to find a baby ankylosaurus. This thing will grow up to be a mobile fortress, good for hauling cargo and taking on heavy loads, a top-tier utility dragon." He just wondered how long he'd have to raise it before it could be of any use. "All right, now that you're following me, you don't need to be afraid of the Black Tiger tribe anymore. With me here, no one will dare to touch you." Along the way, Bai Ze inquired about the situation in District 728 from Lin Yin. Unfortunately, Lin Yin had been hiding in a cave by the sea and knew very little. He only knew that before the merger of District 728, there were only a little over 2,000 people left. The largest tribe was called Tianxia and had more than 1,200 people. The Black Tiger tribe was also subservient to them, but their territories were far apart and they didn't usually interact. Bai Ze's heart sank after hearing this. It seemed that the situation in other districts was even worse than he had imagined. The war of large tribes annexing smaller forces had already begun. Soon, the group arrived at the camp entrance. Lin Yin looked around curiously and was about to marvel at how quiet it was when his face suddenly turned pale. He grabbed Bai Ze's clothes, his voice trembling, "Brother, run. There are dinosaurs in your camp. I've seen this dinosaur before. It runs incredibly fast, and it eats people." Upon hearing this, Bai Ze and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing. The 2 generals, Hung and Ha, were lying on guard at the door. When they saw Bai Ze return, they immediately wagged their tails and ran over, rubbing their big heads against Bai Ze's palm like 2 affectionate golden retrievers. "Don't be afraid of Lin Yin." Bai Ze smiled and patted the heads of the 2 dragons, Hung and Ha. "They're like Xiao Lu. They're our own dragons. They won't bite." Lin Yin stared wide-eyed, his mouth slightly agape, watching the 2 velociraptors, each taller than a person, gently nuzzling against Bai Ze, speechless for a long time. Brother, you guys are amazing. This is much bigger than Little Green." When Wang Hao saw his naive and unsophisticated appearance, he immediately became smug and started showing off, patting his chest. "What's this? Let me tell you, this is our ARK tribe's leader, Boss Bai Ze. All the tools in District 727 were made by him. Others would kill to buy them. His dragon taming skills are unparalleled. We don't just have these 2 velociraptors. We also have 6 triceratops." He pointed to a corner of the camp, and Lin Yin looked in the direction he pointed. There he saw 6 triceratops, each the size of a small mountain, lying on the ground resting. Their huge horns gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Lin Yin gasped, his eyes widening even further. See that? Wang Hao said with even more pride. This is Zhang Feng. He shot the first arrow just now. His aim is amazing. He'll be the commander of our Triceratops Legion from now on. Lin Yin immediately looked at Zhang Feng, his eyes filled with gratitude. Zhang Feng scratched his head and gave him a simple, honest smile. This is Li Wei, Brother Wei. Everyone in our 727 district knows his deeds. Li Wei was about to nod, a smug look just beginning to appear on his face, when he met Wang Hao's sly gaze. He immediately glared at him fiercely and said in a low voice, "Little fatty, introduce yourself properly, or else." Wang Hao shrank back and quickly smiled obsequiously. I know Wei Ge. Wei Ge is also our future 2nd Dinosaur Legion commander. He's incredibly fierce in fights. As for me, Wang Hao pointed to himself with his thumb, puffing out his chest. My name is Wang Hao. I'm the chief architect of our tribe, and also the most handsome. I'm going to be a Legion commander someday. And I'm even more. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a crisp voice. Wang Hao, I could hear you bragging from a mile away. What are you guys doing standing at the door? Aren't you coming in? The group turned around and saw Xie Wanning and Zhang Mengmeng walking out arm in arm, each holding a flashlight. When Lin Yin saw the two beautiful women, his face flushed red to his ears like a boiled shrimp. He was only wearing the system's standard white underwear, and his arms were covered in goosebumps from the cold. He frantically covered his chest and thighs, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Wang Hao leaned close to his ear and whispered, "What are you being shy about? These two are your wives. Be sweet to them when you see them, and they'll treat you to something delicious." The two women didn't hear his mutterings. Their gazes fell on Lin Yin and Lin Inger, and their faces showed surprise. Wow, where did these two kids come from? They're so cute. Bai Ze smiled and said, I found them on the road. They were bullied by the Black Tiger tribe, and seeing that they were helpless, I brought them back. Lin Yin blushed and bowed deeply to the two women, his voice barely audible. Hello, sisters. My name is Lin Yin, and this is my younger sister, Lin Inger. I'm sorry to have troubled you. No trouble at all, Zhang Mengmeng said with a smile, waving her hand. Are you hungry? There's not much food left at home, so how about I make you some instant noodles? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes lit up instantly, but he was also a little embarrassed. Oh, there's still instant noodles? Isn't that too extravagant? We could just have some berries. Don't bother. Wang Hao patted him on the shoulder. From now on, working for a big shot like this will make you eat instant noodles until you're sick of them. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Bai Ze casually pulled the two into the tribe, and the group walked into the camp chatting and laughing. Lin Yin stared wide-eyed at the several exquisite wooden villas in the yard. He had never seen such beautiful houses in his life. They were 1,000,000 times better than the wooden houses they used to live in. Bai Ze instructed, all right, everyone get some rest. The two generals, Hung and Ha, will be patrolling outside, so don't be afraid. After breakfast at dawn, we'll take the Triceratops Legion out and clear out all the dangerous creatures in the vicinity. Clear. Zhang Feng yawned, turned around, and carried Duo back to his villa. Li Wei nodded and followed. Just as Wang Hao was about to slip away, Bai Ze stopped him. Wang Hao, Lin Yin will stay with you tonight. Don't move his shelter yet. If there are still Black Tiger tribe members inside, it will be troublesome if the location is exposed. Let's go there tomorrow and check the situation. No problem, boss. I got this covered, Wang Hao said, patting his chest. Then he rubbed his hands together, looking obsequious. Boss, could you make me a bowl of instant noodles too? I'm hungry too. Bai Ze rolled his eyes at him. I knew you'd be waiting here. Okay, I'll give you a bigger portion later. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. As the group entered Bai Ze's villa, Zhang Mengmeng had already gone to the kitchen to boil water and prepare instant noodles. Lin Inger, who was almost asleep on Bai Ze's shoulder, started sniffling when she smelled the aroma of instant noodles. She groggily opened her eyes, rubbing her eyes, a glistening drool still on her lips, and asked in a childish voice, Brother, where are we? It smells so good. Bai Ze was amused by her cute appearance and gently pinched her little nose. Little glutton, are you awakened by the cravings? You're at your brother's house. You'll have noodles to eat soon. Lin Inger then realized she was in Bai Ze's arms. Her face flushed, and she said shyly, Handsome brother, I'm sorry. I drooled on your clothes. I'll wipe it off for you. As she spoke, she reached out her little hand to wipe it. Bai Ze smiled and grabbed her small hand. It's okay. No need to wipe. Sit up. You'll be able to eat soon. He put Lin Inger on the chair, and Xiao Lu immediately jumped onto the chair and laid down her feet. Soon, 3 steaming bowls of instant noodles were served, and Wang Hao's bowl was indeed larger than the other 2. Lin Yan's eyes instantly reddened as he looked at the steaming, fragrant instant noodles on the table. He picked up his chopsticks, took a noodle, and put it in his mouth. The scalding broth slid down his throat, warming his stomach and his heart. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably, splashing into the bowl and creating tiny droplets. Hey, why are you crying? Wang Hao asked, slurping his noodles. Is it not good? Chapter 72 Husband, you're already amazing. Lin Yin raised his head, hastily wiped away the tears on his face, his nose still twitching. It's so delicious. I haven't had such delicious instant noodles since I was transported to this world. I can't resist. Lin Inger, with noodles in her mouth, looked up and made a face at her brother, her little face still covered in soup. Brother, you're crying. Aren't you ashamed? Shame on you. Bai Ze smiled and shook his head, then looked at Wang Hao. How dare you laugh at him? Don't you remember how you reacted the first time you ate my instant noodles? You licked the bowl for 3 minutes, almost scraping the porcelain off. Wang Hao blushed and quickly lowered his head to slurp his noodles, saying indistinctly, Hey, that's all in the past. Life's gotten better since I started living with the big boss. Watching them playfully bicker, Lin Yin felt a warmth in his heart. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only managed to squeeze out, Thank you, brother. Don't thank me so much. Bai Ze waved his hand. We're all family now. You won't go hungry. Remember to wash the dishes after you finish eating, and close the door when you leave so the wind doesn't blow out the torch. Understood, Brother Ze. Bai Ze led Zhang Mingming back to the inner room. After finishing his noodles, Lin Yin immediately cleared away the dishes and turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? Do you want to leave your brother here to wash the dishes alone? Wang Hao grabbed him. No, Brother Wang, I'm just going to pull some weeds and wash the dishes, Lin Yin said matter-of-factly. Wang Hao was stunned. Why pull weeds? Wash them with water. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin shook his head vigorously, his face turning red with anxiety. No. Water is so precious. How can we use it to wash dishes? It's such a waste. Lin Inger nodded and looked up at him earnestly, saying, Big brother, you can drink water. Brother said you can only drink 1 bottle of water a day, and you have to use it sparingly or you'll die of thirst. Looking at their serious expressions, Wang Hao's smile slowly faded, and he felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He recalled how he had been when he first transmigrated. He would drink a bottle of mineral water sparingly, his lips would crack from thirst, and he would even drink his own urine. If he hadn't met Bai Ze, he might still be struggling to survive. He gently ruffled Lin Inger's hair, his voice softening considerably. It's all right with your brother Ze. We'll never have to worry about not having water to drink again. Brother Ze has the ability to turn seawater into fresh water, so the entire ocean will be our water dispenser from now on, and we can drink as much as we want. Lin Yin was stunned for a moment, his eyes wide open, feeling as if his worldview had been turned upside down. He opened his mouth and, after a long pause, asked in disbelief, Big, Brother Ze, is he a god? Wang Hao nodded seriously. I think so too. Lin Inger blinked her big eyes and counted on her fingers, a water dispenser as big as the ocean. Inger can't finish drinking it all. Wang Hao burst into laughter at her joke, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and headed to the kitchen. Come on, I'll take you to wash the dishes. I'll show you what it means to have fresh water all you want. After washing the dishes, the 3 returned to Wang Hao's villa. Wang Hao pointed to the clean, empty bed next to him. You 2 can sleep here. Go to sleep early. You need to get up early for breakfast tomorrow. Don't oversleep and miss out on a hot meal. Okay, Brother Wang. Thank you, fatty brother. Perhaps they were too tired because the 3 of them had only been lying down for a short while when they began to breathe evenly. Little Green also curled up by the bedside and fell asleep against the corner of the bed. Meanwhile, Bai Ze lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He nudged Zhang Mingming next to him and complained with a frustrated expression. Isn't that infuriating? That brat Wang Hao hit the target on his second arrow, and I shot 3 arrows and missed every single one. It's so embarrassing. After I finish my business tomorrow, I'm going to practice until I can hit the target every time. Zhang Mingming turned around, hugged his arm, and comforted him with a smile. Honey, you're already amazing. Who hits the bullseye every time they try to use a bow on their first try? Besides, your aim is pretty good in other situations too. Upon hearing this, Bai Ze immediately revealed a wicked smile and flipped over to pin her down. Oh, what makes me good at aiming? I don't know. Shall I try again? Zhang Mingming's face flushed instantly. She reached out and pushed him away, saying coquettishly, You're so annoying. You're so tired and still acting like this. Go to sleep. Bai Ze chuckled and kissed her on the cheek. Don't rush. Release some dopamine so you can sleep better. The moonlight streamed in through the window, gently enveloping the entire room. Meanwhile, at the Dajin camp, more than 10 kilometers away, Jin Wentao was in the shelter, listening to his underling Lin Nan's report with a gloomy expression. Brother, the men we sent out have returned. Those 5 guys were really lucky. They made their way to the vicinity of a valley. However, a row of thatched walls suddenly appeared on the other side of the valley, and it was too dark for them to approach. Just as they were about to retreat, they were pounced on by several velociraptors that suddenly appeared. Only the one named Wu Lei suddenly disappeared, and the men we sent out didn't dare to search for him, so they came back first. Jin Wentao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. He's just a piece of trash. He'll die sooner or later out there. But that row of walls is interesting. I wonder if it was brought from emerged districts or if it was Bai Ze's doing. He paused, his face growing even more somber. The main problem now is that the world order has changed since the merger. Bai Ze is lurking in the valley, and our tribe is no longer the largest and most populous tribe. I took a look, and there is a tribe called Tianxiao with twice our numbers, and they are recruiting like crazy. Our biggest advantage is gone. Lin Nan, however, said nonchalantly, Brother, what's there to be afraid of? As long as they're not on this island. Isn't that enough? There's so many of us here, and we're doing just fine on the island. Jin Wentao glanced at him, his eyes cold. Short-sighted. It's peaceful now, but what about later? After the great merger, when all the regions are combined, who can guarantee that a large tribe won't emerge on our island? With so many tribes around the world, they will inevitably expand outwards. At that time, what awaits us is either being swallowed up or being annihilated. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan panicked. Big brother, what should we do? Give the orders. Jin Wentao stood up, his eyes sharp as knives. After dawn, leave 100 men to guard the camp. The rest of you will follow me on a collective mission. Gather all the resources you can along the route they've explored and head towards the valley. We must find Bai Ze. If we can recruit him, that would be best. If not, kill him. I have a feeling this man will be our biggest threat. We can't give him any chance to grow. Yes, brother. Jin Wentao waved his hand, signaling him to step back. After Lin Nan left, Jin Wentao walked to the door, looking at the dark valley in the distance with a sinister look in his eyes. Bai Ze, this time I must win. Chapter 73, fully equipped and ready to leave camp. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Bai Ze was gently woken up by Zhang Mingming. Honey, get up and have breakfast. Bai Ze rubbed his eyes, yawned widely, stretched, and his bones cracked. Okay, coming. When he got downstairs, he found that everyone was already there. On the table were steaming stews, roasted berries, and mushroom soup, the aroma filling the room. But no one touched their chopsticks. They all sat quietly waiting for him. Bai Ze paused for a moment, then laughed and said, You guys eat. Why aren't you eating? What are you waiting for me for? Boss, isn't this the rule? Wang Hao said with a chuckle. If you don't start eating, how dare we eat first? That's right, that's right. Bai Ze smiled, shook his head, and sat down. You don't need to wait for me anymore. Just eat when you're hungry. Our tribe doesn't have so many ridiculous rules. He looked at Lin Yin and his sister sitting in the corner. The two of them were still wearing the system underwear and were awkwardly clenching their shoulders. Lin Yin, after breakfast, take your sister to the warehouse and get 2 sets of fiber clothes for her to wear. Don't catch a cold. Catching a cold in this world is no joke. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Brother Ze, my sister and I just joined the tribe and haven't done any work yet. How can we take such good things for free? I saw on the World Channel that other tribes exchange contribution points for supplies. Bai Ze waved his hand, his tone casual yet firm. Our tribe doesn't have any of those messy rules. Now that we've joined, we're family. We need to support each other to survive in this godforsaken place. We're going to the warehouse soon anyway. Let's go together. Lin Yan's eyes reddened with excitement, and he nodded vigorously. Okay, Brother Ze. All right, let's eat. It'll get cold if we don't eat now. The group immediately buried themselves in their food, uttering satisfied exclamations as they ate. It's so delicious. Sister Wan Ning and my sister-in-law's cooking skills have improved again. Yes, the stewed meat is so tender, it melts in your mouth. After breakfast, the two women began clearing away the dishes. Bai Ze led Lin Yin and his sister towards the warehouse, with Zhang Feng and the others following behind. They headed straight for the training dummies in the yard, intending to practice archery while it was cool in the morning. Lin Yin stared at the warehouse in front of him, his mouth agape. Brother Ze, did you build this warehouse? It's so impressive. Upon hearing this, Bai Ze immediately patted Lin Yin on the shoulder, his smile almost reaching his ears. Great job. Xiaoyan, you have excellent taste. This is the first person to say my warehouse is well built. Unlike the others, they have absolutely no aesthetic sense, and actually said my warehouse looks like a toilet. Lin Yin was suddenly praised and scratched his head a little shyly, his face turning red. Upon entering the warehouse, Lin Yin looked around and found only rows of neat wooden crates with no sign of clothes. He was puzzled, until Bai Ze walked to the innermost box and placed one hand on it. A blue, semi-transparent panel instantly popped out, filled with all sorts of supplies, almost overflowing. Lin Yan's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. With a flick of his finger, Bai Ze produced 2 clean fiber suits in his hand. Here, go change over there. Thank you, Brother Ze. Thank you, Brother Ze. Lin Yin quickly took the clothes, bowing repeatedly with excitement. When Lin Yin came out after changing his clothes, he looked much more refreshed. Bai Ze then took out a bow and 10 stone arrows and handed them to him. Take this too. Go outside later and practice with Zhang Feng and the others. As for Inger, she's too young. She can't even draw a bow yet. She can stay at the camp with her 2 older sisters. Okay. Lin Inger was touching the soft clothes on her body when she heard Bai Ze say that. She nodded quickly and said in her childish voice, Yes, handsome brother. Okay, I can also help take care of Xiao, duo. Bai Ze smiled and patted her little head. Yinger is amazing. You can go out first. I have some things to take care of. Lin Yin took his younger sister and walked out. Bai Ze took some more materials and casually made 9 training dummies and a few small plots of farmland before leaving. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw that the archery skills of the group were becoming more and more accurate. Even Lin Yin, who had just started using a bow and arrow, was already able to steadily hit the chest of a dummy 10 meters away. Bai Ze felt even more bitter inside. Damn, this thing really requires talent. Upon seeing Bai Ze emerge, the group immediately greeted him with smiles. Boss, why don't you shoot a few arrows? Let's see what you've got. Shoot then, Bai Ze said, sticking out his neck. But there's only one dummy, so it's too inefficient. After saying that, he simply waved his hand. With a few loud thuds, 9 identical training dummies appeared in the yard, along with several neat plots of farmland. Although Zhang Feng and the others had seen many of Bai Ze's methods, they still couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Lin Yin was seeing this scene for the first time, and he was so frightened that he knelt down with a thud, his voice trembling. Shh! Brother Ze, you re-amazing. Bai Ze was startled by his sudden kneeling and quickly helped him up. What gods or immortals are you talking about? Get up, this is just a little trick. Wang Hao laughed and said, Kid, want to learn? You'll have to wait in line. Bai Ze shook his head helplessly. All right, stop fooling around. Let's practice for another half hour, and then we'll get ready to leave. Clear. After practicing for another half hour, Bai Ze felt that was enough, clapped his hands and said, All right, stop practicing. Let's get ready to go. He began assigning tasks, Zhang Feng, Li Wei, Wang Hao, the three of you come with me. Lin Yin. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yin immediately stepped forward and said with a determined look in his eyes, Brother Ze, I want to go out with you too. I can help. My archery skills are almost perfect. Bai Ze looked at him seriously. Xiaoyan, are you sure? It's dangerous outside. You could die if you're not careful. I'm sure. Lin Yin nodded vigorously, his fists clenched tightly. My sister is safe in the camp. I have no worries. I want to do something for everyone. I don't want to just freeload. Bai Ze glanced at him and nodded. All right, you'll come with us. The mission this time is simple. Scout the surrounding environment, eliminate any threatening creatures that cannot be tamed, and find an opportunity to tame any that can be tamed. Keep all threats outside our defenses. Received, boss. Received, Zeiji. All right, let's go. At Bai Ze's whistle, the Parasaurolophus Agwai immediately ran out of the woods. The 6 Triceratops in the camp also stood up and formed a neat square formation. Hum and Ha, the 2 generals, stay behind to guard the camp. Horn 1 through Horn 6, come with us. Bai Ze climbed onto Agwai's back and led the way out. Zhang Feng and the others followed behind, with the Triceratops forming a solid circle, firmly protecting them in the middle. Looking at the magnificent scene before him, Lin Yin was so excited that his whole body trembled, and he gripped the bow tightly in his hand. Soon, the group left the camp and began to slowly sweep through the surrounding area. Chapter 74. Jiaoxi's Sacrifice and Rest in Peace. We encountered many creatures along the way, mostly docile herbivorous dinosaurs, as well as dodo birds running around and round water dragons. They wouldn't bother us unless we provoked them. Bai Ze planned to keep all of these and hand them over to Zhang Feng and the others for practice and taming later, because he couldn't rely on himself forever. But the good times didn't last long. After walking for about half an hour, Bai Ze's face suddenly darkened, and he raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. What's wrong, boss? Zhang Feng immediately gripped the bow in his hand and scanned his surroundings warily. There's danger ahead. Bai Ze frowned and stared at the waist-high grass ahead. Agwai's alert skill has 3 red dots, and I can hear heavy breathing and footsteps. This is definitely not something a velociraptor could make. Wang Hao, however, was unconcerned. After seeing the Triceratops use the velociraptor as a ball last time, he already thought the Triceratops was invincible. What are you afraid of, boss? We have 6 Triceratops. Should I go up ahead and see what it is? No. Bai Ze immediately stopped him. Don't move. I have a pretty good idea what kind of creature it is. What is it, boss? The group asked hurriedly. Bai Ze's expression grew increasingly grim. It could be an anomaly. Before the word dragon could be uttered, the bushes in front of them suddenly began to shake violently. With the cracking sound of breaking branches and heavy footsteps, the 3 enormous creatures burst out of the bushes. Each one was as big as a minibus, covered in hard, dark brown skin, with dagger-like fangs in their mouths, and saliva dripping from their chins onto the ground. The most terrifying one was the one in the middle, which was a size larger than the 2 on either side, with a faint yellow glow on its body, and its scarlet eyes stared intently at them, emitting a low growl. It really is an Allosaurus, Bai Ze said in a deep voice. Allosaurus live in groups. If there are 2 or more, the one with the highest level will get the leader buff, which increases and reduces damage, and its attacks also inflict slow and bleed. The faces of the group turned deathly pale instantly. Holy crap, it's so big. Can we beat it? Wang Hao swallowed hard, finally starting to get scared. I don't know, but we absolutely cannot run. Bai Ze shook his head, his eyes resolute. If we turn around, the Triceratops will collapse without a leader, and none of us will survive. Prepare for battle. He quickly glanced at the 3-headed Allosaurus's level. The elite leader in the middle is level 37, and the other 2 are level 32. Bai Ze took a deep breath and immediately adjusted the tactics. Zhang Feng commanded Triceratops to focus fire on the level 32 one on the left. Li Wei, Wang Hao, Lin Yin, you guys follow me and shoot the elite one in the middle. He immediately sent a message to Zhang Mengmeng, asking her to send over 50 bottles of anesthetic. A few seconds later, Zhang Mengmeng sent over the anesthetic. Dip the stone arrows in anesthetic. Let's try to tame this leader Allosaurus today. If we run out of stone arrows, Just let Ming Ming know. The other two will be dragged by the Triceratops. Receive, boss. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the three-headed Allosaurus roared and charged forward. Under Zhang Feng's command, the six-headed Triceratops lowered their heads, bared their sharp horns, and charged forward. Bang! The huge impact shook the ground. The two ordinary Allosaurus were knocked back a few steps, letting out angry roars. But the leader Allosaurus withstood the impact and bit down on Horn 5's neck, tearing a large gash in its scales and gushing blood. 5 cents! Zhang Feng shouted. Don't get distracted. Keep shooting, Bai Ze shouted, drawing his bow to its fullest extent first. The stone arrow, coated with anesthetic, shot through the air and accurately struck the short hand of the elite Allosaurus. Bai Ze was stunned for a moment, although he didn't know if it was because the morning training had worked or because the target was too big. His accuracy had finally improved. He stared intently at the dizziness bar above the elite alien's head. 28/1380. The numbers are still slowly increasing. 31, 34. It works. Bai Ze's eyes lit up. Aim for the head and neck. The dizziness rises quickly there. The group immediately unleashed their full firepower, raining down stone arrows at the Allosaurus leader. Their accuracy was quite good, with almost every arrow hitting its mark. The stone arrows pierced deep into the skin, and the leader Allosaurus's movements slowed noticeably. After 3 rounds of salvo, the dizziness level had risen to 420. Give it another push. A few more rounds, and it'll fall. Bai Ze encouraged. But just then, a shrill wail rang out. Bai Ze turned his head and saw that Jiao Wu's health was almost gone, and his wounds were still bleeding. He could barely stand. Oh no! Bai Ze was startled and quickly checked the health of the other Triceratops, only to find that they all had just over half left. 5 corners, step back. 1 corners and 4 corners, push forward. He moved his hands faster, shooting arrow after arrow. But after only 2 rounds of output, another heart-wrenching scream echoed through the valley. For corners. Bai Ze turned his head sharply and saw that Jiao Ci's neck had been bitten off by an elite Allosaurus. Its huge body crashed to the ground, and blood stained the entire grassland red. Horn 4. Zhang Feng's eyes instantly turned red, and he shouted like a madman, Allosaurus. I'll kill you. Bai Ze was also stunned for a moment, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Hateful. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip even more. Finally, after another salvo, the leader Allosaurus shook its head, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely unconscious. It's dizzy. Boss, it's dizzy. Wang Hao shouted. Bai Ze had no time to rejoice and immediately ordered. Everyone switched to ordinary stone arrows. Slaughter the remaining 2. Fire freely. Their arms were already sore and about to cramp, but they gritted their teeth and continued to draw the bow. Bai Ze fired while directing the Triceratops to rotate and immediately retreating once a dragon's health was low. Fortunately, the 2 ordinary Allosaurus had been almost exhausted. After another 10 minutes or so, with a final scream, the 2 Allosaurus collapsed to the ground. System notification: defeat 2 level 32 Allosaurus. Gained 280 experience points, and obtained 2 blue gift boxes. Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even bother to look at the reward. He immediately looked at the remaining 5 Triceratops. They were all wounded, their bodies covered with hideous lacerations and bite marks, and they were circling around Jiao Ci's corpse, emitting low, mournful cries and gently rubbing their heads against Jiao Ci's cold body. The group collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, their arms trembling uncontrollably, too weak to even lift themselves. Zhang Feng slowly walked over and gently stroked the wounds of each Triceratops. Looking at the scars on their bodies, he felt so heartbroken that tears streamed down his face. When he reached Jiao Ci's side, he could no longer hold back and squatted down, burying his head in his hands and sobbing uncontrollably. Jiao Ci, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. Bai Ze stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and felt bad too. It's not your fault, it's my fault. I underestimated the Allosaurus's strength, and the tactical arrangements were wrong. Zhang Feng shook his head, choking back tears, and said, No, boss, it's not your fault. It died protecting us, and it was a worthwhile death. Bai Ze. After what happened to Adai last time, he was mentally prepared for this kind of separation of life and death, but he still felt a tightness in his chest. He turned and walked over to the unconscious Allosaurus leader. The losses were heavy. 1 Triceratops died, and the other 5 were seriously injured. However, if they could tame this level 37 Allosaurus, the tribe's combat strength would definitely increase by a level. He then walked to the 2 dead Allosaurus, drew his long sword, and slashed at them a few times. The corpse slowly dissipated, and the backpack contained 4 pieces of high-quality raw meat, 97 pieces of raw meat, and 131 pieces of animal hide. Bai Ze put the high-quality raw meat and all the raw meat into the elite Allosaurus's backpack, and then asked Zhang Mengmeng for some anesthetic to put in as well. After doing all this, he turned to look at the crowd. All right, don't be sad anymore. Life and death are the norm in this world. Remember this lesson. You will all be leading the dinosaur army in the future, so you must learn to accept these things. Let this Buri Yao see. We don't lack those materials now, so let it quietly guard this valley. The group nodded, wiped away their tears, took out their stone pickaxes, and began digging a hole. The remaining 5 Triceratops also came forward to help, using their horns to dig into the ground. Before long, a large enough pit to accommodate the Triceratops was dug. Several people tried to push Jiao Ci's body, but it wouldn't budge. In the end, Jiao, Yi, and the others used their heads to slowly push Jiao Ci's body into the pit, and then covered it with soil. After finishing all this, Bai Ze looked at everyone's exhausted appearance and the wounds on the Triceratops, and said, "Let's rest here for a while. We'll recover before we continue." The group nodded in agreement and slumped to the ground, unwilling to move. Chapter 75. The blue gift box contains goodies. They hadn't felt anything while digging the hole and burying the 4 corners, but as soon as they stopped to rest, they suddenly felt like their arms weren't their own anymore. My entire arm was sore and numb, and it was shaking uncontrollably. Even holding a bottle of water was difficult. Damn, my hand is about to explode. I feel like if I pull the bow any harder, the tendons will snap. Wang Hao grimaced, swinging his arm. If I practice for 2 more days, I'll really develop superhuman arms. By the way, boss, Zhang Feng suddenly spoke up, asking with some curiosity, "What did you mean by levels earlier? Do dinosaurs have levels too?" Bai Ze was taken aback, then realized that only he had the ARK console to see the level and health. No one else could see them. He didn't intend to reveal everything, only vaguely saying, "It's nothing, I just can roughly tell the strength of dinosaurs and when they will faint." Upon hearing this, the group's eyes widened instantly. "Holy crap, you're cheating, aren't you?" "This isn't cheating, this is the Sharingan. It can see right through illusions." "Bullshit, this is clearly the all-seeing eye. That's amazing." Bai Ze simply smiled faintly and said nothing more. Seeing that he didn't want to bring it up, the others wisely kept quiet. Hey, by the way, Wang Hao suddenly grinned mischievously and nudged Lin Yan with his elbow. "Lin Yan, your arms look pretty strong. Have you ever carried out a flight plan?" Lin Yan's face flushed red to the roots of his ears, like a boiled shrimp, and he turned his head away, pretending to look at the scenery. "I don't know what you're talking about." They couldn't help but laugh. This kid understood immediately. He's clearly a seasoned veteran. The originally oppressive and heavy atmosphere was greatly eased by this carefree joke. Bai Ze then took out the 2 gift boxes that were glowing with blue light from his backpack. The group's attention was instantly drawn to it, and their eyes widened in astonishment. "Holy crap, a blue gift box. I've never seen one like it before." "Yeah, I've only ever driven the white one. At most, it yields some stones and wood, but food is rare." Bai Ze said with a smile, "Do you guys remember my chloro pistol? It came out of this blue gift box." Upon hearing this, the men's eyes burned even brighter, as if they wished they could open it themselves. Lin Yan was stunned, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "Brother Ze, you have a pistol?" "We do have some, but we're out of bullets. They're just for show," Bai Ze said. "I'll open it first and see what good stuff I can get." He reached out and opened both gift boxes. 2 dazzling blue lights flashed, and 2 items appeared out of thin air on the ground. 5 dark, round hand grenades, and a palm-sized, cool-looking black drone. "Holy crap, a hand grenade and a drone? This is outrageous." Wang Hao was so excited he almost jumped up. Bai Ze was also taken aback for a moment and quickly checked the properties of the two items. High explosive grenade, 500 damage, disposable item, blast radius 5 meters. Solar Sentinel-1 UAV, unlimited flight time, insufficient sunlight. Power supply for 1 hour in the absence of sunlight. Signal reception range of 20 kilometers. Maximum flight speed of 300 kilometers per hour and ultra-quiet operation. Bai Ze stared wide-eyed at the speed data. How many? 300 kilometers per hour? This, flying that fast. How can the person controlling it see the road? What's wrong, boss? Is this thing really that powerful? The group asked quickly. It's more than amazing. Bai Ze exclaimed excitedly. We've hit the jackpot this time. This drone is solar-powered, so it can fly as long as there's sunshine. It has a range of 20 kilometers and is almost silent. We'll never have to risk our lives to scout terrain again. That's great. They all cheered excitedly. Bai Ze suddenly ran into a problem again, scratched his head and said, By the way, who among you knows how to operate a drone? The group looked at each other and shook their heads. I don't know how. I used to work 996 every day. I didn't have time to play this kind of thing. Me too. I saw someone fly while scrolling through Douyin. It looked pretty simple. I haven't even touched it. Bai Ze sighed helplessly and could only watch as the divine weapon in his hand could not be used for the time being. So he put it into his backpack. He took out 5 high explosive grenades, 1 for each person. Take this. It could save your life in a pinch. If you encounter something you can't beat, just throw it. It can blow up a whole area. The men took the grenades, their hands trembling slightly. Boss, is this thing really okay for us? I'm a little worried it might suddenly explode. Wang Hao carefully held the grenade, afraid of dropping it. Bai Ze laughed and said, What are you thinking? It won't explode if you put it in your backpack. Last time you were in danger. If you had this thing, who would dare to touch you? They would have just pulled the pin and taken you down with them. Huh, don't curse me, boss. Wang Hao quickly stuffed the grenade into the back of his backpack. I want to live a few more years. Everyone laughed. Bai Ze stood up from the ground and patted the dirt off his bottom. The casualties this time were heavy. I underestimated the situation. After everyone has rested enough, let's go check out Lin Yan's shelter. If no one is there, we'll move them back immediately. If there are people, we'll deal with them. The group nodded in agreement. Just then, a faint, almost inaudible sound came from behind. Help! Help me! Lin Yan was so frightened that he jumped up from the ground, gripped the bough tightly, and scanned his surroundings warily. Who's calling for help? Everyone was startled by him. Hey, Lin Yan, what are you doing? There's no one here. Don't scare us, Wang Hao said, patting his chest. It's broad daylight. Are you hallucinating? Yes, I didn't hear anything. Lin Yan shook his head firmly, his face turning pale. No, I really heard it. Someone is shouting for help. It's nearby. Help! The sound came again, a little clearer than before. This time, everyone heard it, and their hair stood on end instantly. Holy crap, there really is someone here. The men immediately gripped their weapons, stood back to back in a circle, and warily looked around at the bushes. Who's playing tricks? Come out. Bai Ze immediately mounted Agwai and activated his alert skill. However, there were no creatures nearby that posed a threat to them. Strange, Bai Ze said, frowning. There's no threat nearby. Lin Yan followed the direction of the sound and carefully walked over. Lin Yan, be careful. Bai Ze said hurriedly. Lin Yan nodded, but after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly lost his footing. He fell forward and landed face first in the mud. Lin Yan. The men's expressions changed drastically, and they rushed over. Wang Hao even pulled out a high explosive grenade, his finger already on the pin, ready to throw it at any moment. I'm Fine. Lin Yan quickly got up, rubbed his sore knees, and looked down to find that there was someone under him. He jumped back in fright, pointing into the pit and shouting, Brothers, there's someone here. He's about to die. The group went closer to take a look and saw a pit about half a person's depth in the ground, clearly dug by someone. Lying in the pit was an emaciated man, his lips cracked like dry tree bark, his face as pale as paper, and his body covered with a thick layer of leaves for camouflage. If Lin Yan hadn't accidentally stepped into a hole, he wouldn't have noticed him at all. All eyes turned to Bai Ze. Boss, this guy seems to still be breathing. Should we try to save him? Chapter 76 Talent delivered to the door. Bai Ze pondered for a few seconds. In this ruthless world, rescuing someone carelessly could easily backfire. But this person went to great lengths to dig a pit and hide, clearly concealing something and perhaps bringing some crucial intelligence. Get him out of there first, then we'll question him more thoroughly once he's awake. He looked at Wang Hao and said, "Give him some water first. Look how cracked his lips are. If he stays thirsty any longer, he'll really turn into a dried-up corpse." All right. Wang Hao immediately took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, squatted down, and carefully poured a little water into the man's mouth. The man felt the water's moisture, and his chapped lips immediately moved. His tongue greedily licked the corners of his mouth, and his cloudy eyes slowly opened a crack. Water, water! The sound was so faint it was like the buzzing of a mosquito. Wang Hao shoved the bottle neck directly into his mouth. The next second, an astonishing scene unfolded. The man seemed to have been thirsty in the desert for 10 days and 10 nights, gulping down a full 500 milliliters bottle of water in a few mouthfuls, leaving not a single drop. Holy crap! Is your mouth a black hole? Wang Hao was dumbfounded, standing there holding the empty bottle, stunned. I didn't even have a chance to take a sip. Having just finished drinking the water, the person weakly opened their mouth again. Hungry, so hungry. They all rolled their eyes in exasperation. Good grief, they're here to eat and drink for free. Bai Ze tossed Wang Hao a strawberry-flavored bread roll from his backpack. Zhang Mingming had opened it from the white gift box earlier, and he had just put some in his backpack. Wang Hao took the bread, tore open the packaging without hesitation, and took a big bite, chewing it with relish. It smells so good, and it's strawberry-flavored. They all looked at him with disdain. Wang Hao chuckled before stuffing the remaining half of the bread into the man's mouth. The man wolfed down the bread, even licking the crumbs off his mouth. Just as everyone was waiting for him to speak, a loud snoring sound suddenly rang out. Damn it! Li Wei laughed in exasperation. This guy's got some nerve. He eats, drinks, and then sleeps? Fatty, wake him up. All right. Wang Hao reached out and shook the man's shoulder hard. The man groggily opened his eyes and saw a circle of people surrounding him. His eyes instantly filled with terror, and he shrank back like a frightened rabbit. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. I won't say anything. Please, please let me go. Everyone was stunned. What is all this nonsense? Wang Hao said irritably. What are you yelling about? We saved you. If it weren't for us, you would have died in this pit long ago. We gave you water and bread. Why would we kill you? Who are you? What are you doing here? And why are you hiding in the pit? After hearing this, the man was stunned for a long time before he realized that he was not dreaming. He burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably with snot and tears streaming down his face. Thank you so much, my benefactors. Thank you for saving me. I was in such a terrible state. My name is Wu Lei, and I'm from the Dajin tribe. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Ze and the others' eyes sharpened instantly, and they drew their bows taut with a whoosh, pointing the arrows directly at Wu Lei's head. Lin Yin was taken aback at first, wondering why they were reacting so strongly, but he immediately raised his bow as well. Wu Lei was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, leaving bloody marks on his forehead. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I knew you were sent by Jin Wentao. I really won't say a word. I'll leave the tribe immediately and disappear from your sight forever. Please spare my life. After hearing this, the group all looked puzzled. This seems to be different from what they expected. Bai Ze gave the others a look and slowly lowered his bow. We are not Jin Wentao's people, Bai Ze said coldly. Since you are from the great Jin tribe, why would Jin Wentao kill you? It doesn't make sense. Wu Lei suddenly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. You really aren't Jin Wentao's people? Nonsense. If we were his men, we would have stabbed you to death long ago. Why would we save you? Wang Hao said irritably. Upon confirming that they were not there to kill him, Wu Lei burst into tears of joy, his whole body trembling with excitement. That's great. Thank God. I'll tell you the truth. Previously, Jin Wentao wanted to find Bai Ze's location, so he needed someone to scout ahead. But no one dared to go, so he held some kind of democratic vote. I don't know which few scoundrels voted for me, and I was chosen. There are also 4 former squad leaders from Sun Family Army with me. As they listened, Strange expressions appeared on their faces, and their eyes unconsciously glanced at Bai Ze. So it turns out that it was because of the big shot that this kid got into this mess. Bai Ze glared at them and continued. Then why are you the only one here? Where are the others? And the great Gene tribe is so far away from here. How did you manage to cross so many dangerous areas? Wu Lei's face showed fear, and his whole body was trembling. I was lucky. After I went out, those 4 people were afraid that I was sent by Gene Wintao to monitor them, so they wanted to find opportunity to kill me. I had no choice, so I took out the drone that I had brought with me and told them that I could control the drone to avoid danger, find Bai Ze's location, and then I could return to the tribe. They believed me, and since none of them knew how to operate it, they didn't kill me. We did avoid quite a few dinosaurs and dangers along the way, but I also discovered a secret. Gene Wintao never intended for us to go back. He sent another team to follow us, probably planning to kill us all to silence us once we found Bai Ze's location. Last night, we got a row of thatched walls. My drone ran out of power, and then a group of velociraptors suddenly appeared. Luckily, I had spotted a hidden path at the very edge of the thatched walls through the drone, so I took the opportunity to run in from there. The others were probably eaten by the velociraptors. Bai Ze was startled. Thatched walls. Isn't that the first line of defense that Wang Hao just built yesterday? Gene Wintao has actually gotten close to his doorstep, but he quickly calmed down. Now that the regions have been merged, it's normal for Gene Wintao to want to come over. Moreover, he gleaned a crucial piece of information from Wu Lei's words. Wu Lei can operate drones. This is exactly the kind of talent we need right now. However, we cannot fully trust him yet. Bai Ze then asked, "Then why were you buried in this pit?" Upon hearing this, Wu Lei's lips trembled, and he looked so aggrieved that he almost cried. I was just so unlucky. I had just run to this area and saw that there were no creatures around. I thought I would rest after running so much, so I dug a hole and collected some leaves to cover myself and hide. After dozing off for a while, I was thirsty and hungry. I was just about to take something out of my backpack to eat when I saw 3 huge creatures wandering around me. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. I could only hold it in, and then I passed out. By the way, didn't you guys see those 3 enormous creatures? They look so ferocious. They must be carnivorous. Wang Hao was closest to him, and upon hearing this, he pointed to the Allosaurus leader who had fainted not far away. Is it this guy? Wu Lei looked in the direction he was pointing and saw the Allosaurus that looked like a small mountain. He was so frightened that he almost fainted again, and his face was even paler than before. It's it. It's definitely it. There are 3 of them. How did it end up here? Of course we slaughtered them. Wang Hao rubbed his nose, looking smug. This one was kept to be tamed, while the other 2 have already been turned into raw meat and hides. Upon hearing this, Wu Lei's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg, and he stared at the group in disbelief. You took care of those 3 enormous creatures? Who exactly are you? Wang Hao suppressed a laugh, and, along with Zhang Feng and the others, turned their gazes toward Bai Ze. Bai Ze patted his forehead helplessly. These clowns. He said, I am Bai Ze, the person Gene Wintao sent you to find. Chapter 77 Boss, say something. Upon hearing this, Wu Lei suddenly turned his gaze to Bai Ze. Bai Ze rode on the back of the secondary comb Dragonog Guai, his posture upright, and the sunlight shone on him, gilding him with a faint golden edge. Fragments of the past instantly flashed through his mind. He pointed at Bai Ze, trembling with excitement, and could barely speak. It really is you, Boss Bai Ze. I admire you the most. I still remember how you single-handedly stormed into the Sun family army camp, which is now the camp of the Great Gene, just to save an insignificant ordinary tribe member. You withstood the siege of more than 200 people and finally escaped safely. I have admired you for a long time. I even sent you 3 applications to join the tribe. He immediately became dejected and hung his head, but there has been no response. Hearing Wu Lei's words, Lin Yan's blood rushed to his head, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Ze has such a glorious history. That's so cool. I must become someone like Brother Ze. His gaze lingered between Zhang Feng, Li Wei, and Wang Hao, and he wondered to himself which one of the lucky ones had been rescued. Wang Hao rolled his eyes, put his hands on his hips, and jumped out in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by an insignificant, ordinary tribal member? Have you ever seen such a handsome and talented ordinary tribal member? Wu Lei looked at Wang Hao, paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly realized what he had done and patted his head. Oh, so you were that tribe member. I'm so sorry. There were so many people at the time. I was squeezed at the back, and I only saw a blurry figure from behind. I didn't see your face clearly. What do you mean you didn't see clearly? Wang Hao was even angrier, his cheeks puffed out. I'm the chief architect of our ARK tribe. That indestructible thatched wall you see was designed and built by me, and I'm the future commander of the Dinosaur Legion, not some insignificant member. What do you know? He turned to look at Bai Ze and said with a pitiful expression, Boss, say something. I'm not some insignificant tribe member, am I? Seeing Wang Hao's anxious and irritable appearance, the others couldn't help but turn their faces away, their shoulders twitching as they struggled to suppress their laughter. Bai Ze suppressed a laugh, clenched his fist, and coughed lightly twice in front of his mouth. Ahem, Wang Hao is right. Everyone in our tribe is important. There are no insignificant members. Upon hearing Bai Ze's affirmation, Wang Hao immediately became arrogant and gestured with his chin towards Wu Lei. Did you hear that? Even the big boss has recognized my value. Wu Lei quickly apologized with a smile. Yes, I misspoke. Please forgive me. At this moment, Bai Ze spoke up. Wu Lei, you said before that you would leave the tribe. Does that mean you're still in the Great Gene tribe? Wu Lei nodded after hearing this, his eyes filled with sincerity. Yes, Boss Bai Ze, I'm still in the tribe, but I've always wanted to follow you. Could you give me a chance? I'll leave the Great Gene tribe right now. I chose to join Sun's army so that I could be closer to you and offer you more assistance. Last time you came out of Sun's army camp, I even used a drone to show you a shortcut to the beach. Upon hearing this, Bai Ze suddenly remembered. He was fleeing from Sun's army camp with Wang Hao when, in their panic, they heard a very faint propeller sound, followed by a small, flickering light that disappeared near the beach. He had initially thought it was just a hallucination caused by his own nervousness, but it turned out to be Wu Lei's doing. Bai Ze nodded, his tone softening considerably. I remember. Thank you back then. I do currently lack someone who can operate the drone. Wu Lei's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but then dimmed again. He said dejectedly, but Boss Bai Ze, my drone ran out of power and crashed. Even if it hadn't crashed, there's nowhere to charge it in this godforsaken place. I'm of no value to you. Bai Ze listened to his words and nodded. This kid is an honest man. He didn't brag or flatter. He laughed and said, It's okay, I have a drone. Wu Lei immediately raised his head, his eyes shining again, and he was so excited he almost jumped up. Really, Boss Bai Ze? Then I can. I'll leave the Great Golden Tribe right now. Don't back down. Bai Ze immediately raised his hand to stop him. Wu Lei froze instantly, a look of disappointment on his face, thinking that Bai Ze didn't want him. But upon hearing the second half of Bai Ze's sentence, his heart instantly came back to life. I need you to stay in the Great Golden Tribe as an undercover agent, Bai Ze said. You should have access to the Great Golden Tribe's chat channel, right? Wu Lei nodded quickly and said excitedly, I have it, Boss Bai Ze. I can see all the chat logs. You want me to be able to check their movements at any time, right? As he spoke, he opened his system panel and showed it to the group. Look at their chat history, boss. Holy crap. They're gathering a huge army to come to the valley. Wu Lei's expression changed instantly, and his voice trembled. What are we going to do, boss? They're probably already on their way. The Great Golden Tribe has over 600 people. Upon hearing this news, the smiles on their faces vanished instantly, and they all turned to look at Bai Ze. Boss, what do we do? Our strength has been damaged. The Triceratops Legion is all wounded, and we haven't tamed the Allosaurus yet, Zhang Feng said with a frown, his tone somewhat grave. Yeah, boss, there are over 600 people, and we only have a few. We definitely can't win a direct confrontation. Wang Hao was also a little flustered and scratched his head. Bai Ze stroked his chin, lost in thought. He glanced at Wu Lei's chat interface, where it clearly stated, Jin Wentao, leave 100 men to guard the camp, and I will personally lead 500 elite troops into the valley, determined to kill Bai Ze and wipe out the Pingzhou tribe. It seems Jin Wentao is determined to get rid of himself this time. His gaze suddenly fell on Wu Lei, and his eyes lit up. All right, we already have drone pilots. First, send out a drone to scout the situation, see where Jean Wintao and his group are, and see if there's any opportunity to take advantage of them. He took the solar-powered drone and remote control directly from his backpack and handed them to Wu Lei. Wu Lei, this drone is for you. It has a maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour, is super quiet, and has a signal range of 20 kilometers. You can pilot it towards the Dajin tribe and find out where they are. Wu Lei took the drone and remote control, and when he heard the parameters Bai Ze mentioned, his mouth dropped open in shock. Wow, Boss Bai Ze, this drone is amazing. I've never used such a good drone before. I'll give it a try. He skillfully turned on the switch and controlled the drone to take off. Everyone strained their ears, but all they heard was a very faint buzzing sound, barely louder than the sound of an insect flapping its wings. It was almost inaudible unless you listened very carefully. Holy crap, that's incredibly quiet, Wang Hao exclaimed. If it flew right up to someone's head and took a dump, nobody would even notice. Can't you be serious for once? Li Wei slapped him. The drone shot into the sky in a flash, instantly becoming a tiny black dot and disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 78, The Mad Black Tiger Tribe. Wu Lei stared intently at the transmitted image, his fingers flying across the remote control. On the monitor, the trees below rushed past so fast that they left after images. They all crowded around to take a look and immediately felt their eyes blur and their heads spin. Wow, Wu Lei, can you even see clearly? That was fast, Wang Hao said, rubbing his eyes. Wu Lei didn't even look up, his tone tinged with smugness. It's all right, I can handle it. My previous drone wasn't this fast, but it was still 150 kilometers per hour. I've already mastered it. A few minutes later, Wu Lei suddenly shouted out, Boss Bai Ze, I see them. I see them. The group immediately crowded around the monitor, their heads huddled together. But Wu Lei's expression was a little strange. Something seems wrong. It seems Jean Wintao and his group have run into another tribe. Bai Ze watched the scene unfold. He saw Jean Wintao leading over 500 members of the Great Jean tribe, a large and imposing force crowding along a forest path. Each person carried a stone axe and spear, and some wore fiber suits. Their equipment looked quite impressive. The corpse of a three-headed stegosaurus lay on the ground, its blood staining the surrounding grass. Opposite them stood over 100 people. These people were much more poorly equipped. Most carried wooden sticks, or sticks with ropes made of thatch tied to them, with a stone attached to the other end. Moreover, they were all wearing only the white underwear provided by the system, their bodies filthy and disheveled. Yet each of them had a fierce look in their eyes. The two sides were locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere so tense it seemed like a fight could break out at any moment. Bai Ze also became interested and stroked his chin, saying, Wu Lei, have the drone get closer and stop on the tree to see what's going on. Okay. Wu Lei silently maneuvered the drone and landed it on the top of a large tree nearby. Clear images and sound immediately came through. Jean Wintao stood at the very front of the line, his face so gloomy it seemed to drip water. He was seething with anger. Our group had been cutting down trees and gathering resources along the path we had previously explored, and after much difficulty, we arrived here. There, we encountered 3 stegosaurus, and it took more than 30 lives to finally kill the 3-headed stegosaurus. But just as we were about to dispose of the stegosaurus's corpse, a group of people appeared, claiming that they had taken a liking to the 3-headed stegosaurus first and demanding that he hand over the gift box dropped from killing the stegosaurus, as well as the stegosaurus's corpse. Seeing that the other side had fewer people but was spouting arrogant words, Jean Wintao's cautious nature prevented him from directly escalating the conflict. However, he hadn't expected them to mention the name of the Tianxia tribe, which made him somewhat wary. So what if it's the world? Jean Wintao said, barely suppressing his anger. I don't want to waste time with you. Get out of my way right now. Across from them stood a burly, bald man with a scar running from his eye to his chin, his face covered in scars. He spat on the ground and said menacingly, Get out of the way? Why should we? This territory was our Black Tiger tribe's first stop. We were the first to discover this 3-headed sword dragon. Our Black Tiger tribe is the #1 subordinate tribe of the Heavenly Tribe. Don't think we're afraid of you, just because you have more people. Don't you even know who you am? If you know what's good for you, hand me over right now and we'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll report this to the heavenly tribe immediately. Do you know the consequences of offending the heavenly tribe? Lin Nan, Jean Wintao's henchman, immediately stepped forward and whispered, "Big brother, there's so few people, let's just crush them. The Qinxia tribe is so far away from us, I don't believe their reach is that far." Upon hearing this, Jean Wintao's eyes changed from hesitant to decisive. He had finally managed to wrest the position of tribal chief from Sun Hao, and if he backed down now, many people would gossip behind his back, which could cause trouble. Moreover, he carefully observed the group in front of him. Their equipment was incomplete, their weapons were broken, and they looked like a rabble. Thinking of this, Jean Wintao's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, "Kill them!" The people of the Great Golden Tribe behind them were already dissatisfied with this group, and upon hearing this, they roared and charged forward, brandishing their weapons. The Black Tiger Tribe members had initially thought that revealing their name as the most powerful tribe in the world would terrify these people, leaving them somewhat bewildered. However, they were taken aback when the group actually charged forward. But the Black Tiger Tribe was originally a group of thugs, murderers, and robbers, born to cause trouble and inherently ruthless. After a moment of hesitation, Huyu, the leader, also spat twice on the ground. "Let's go, brothers. Let's give them a taste of what the Black Tiger Tribe is all about." They also charged forward, brandishing their makeshift weapons. The two tribes clashed instantly, and a bloody melee ensued. The group stared in disbelief at the screen. Holy crap, they've already started fighting. Wang Hao's eyes widened. This Black Tiger Tribe is really something else. A little over 100 people daring to fight against over 500? They're too stubborn. Yeah, I heard Lin Yan talk about the Black Tiger Tribe before, and I didn't expect them to be so formidable, Zhang Feng said. Bai Ze stroked his chin, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. Interesting. This is going to be good. On the monitor, the members of the Black Tiger Tribe, despite their poor weapons and lack of armor, were exceptionally ferocious, fighting like they had no regard for their lives. Even if they were wounded or their weapons were broken, they would still pounce on their opponents, biting their necks with their teeth, a fighting style that was entirely about risking their lives. Although the Dajin tribe had a large number of people and better equipment, they were all hesitant to fight, completely frightened by the Black Tiger tribe's reckless fighting style, and were forced to retreat in a short time. Just then, a member of the Black Tiger tribe was cut down to the ground. He pounced on him, bit off the neck of a member of the Great Gold tribe, tore off a piece of flesh, swallowed it raw, and showed a satisfied expression. Upon seeing this, Wang Hao and the others felt their stomachs churning and almost vomited. "Ugh, I can't take it anymore." Wang Hao covered his mouth and ran to the side to dry heave. Lin Yan's face turned pale, his lips trembled, and he gripped the bow tightly in his hand. Upon seeing this, Bai Ze raised an eyebrow in surprise, his eyes instantly turning icy cold. "Holy crap, Lin Yan, what you said before was true. They really eat people." Lin Yan nodded vigorously, his voice trembling slightly. "Yes, Brother Ze, their Black Tiger Tribe is notorious in our 728 district. People often send out SOS messages in the chat channel, saying they've been captured by the Black Tiger Tribe. Especially children and girls. They're basically all eaten." Bai Ze stared coldly at the crazed Black Tiger Tribe members on the monitor, his tone devoid of any warmth. This kind of tribe should not exist in this world. However, their current dogfight has bought them valuable time. Chapter 79, let's add some spice to their lives. Bai Ze immediately said to the group, "The Great Gene Tribe shouldn't be able to come over for the time being. Let's seize this opportunity to strengthen our fighting force. Wang Hao, take the Triceratops Legion back to the camp first. Move all the building materials out of the warehouse and continue to reinforce the defenses. Zhang Feng, Lin Yan, and Li Wei, you three should already know how to tame dinosaurs, right? Go tame all those herbivorous dinosaurs, dodos, and water dragons you encountered on your way back. A Gwai is in your hands. Its alertness skill can detect danger in advance. If you encounter anything you don't understand, just ask me. You can ask Meng Meng for stone arrows and tranquilizers anytime. It's the big boss. It's Brother Ze." The others immediately agreed. Wang Hao patted his chest and assured them, "Don't worry, boss. I'll build you an impregnable fortress. Not even a mosquito can get in, let alone a person. After saying that, he waved to the remaining 5 Triceratops and shouted like a great general, "Brothers, follow me. Let's get to work." The Triceratops let out low growls and slowly followed Wang Hao toward the camp. The remaining 3, Zhang Feng, Li Wei, and Lin Yin, looked at Aguai, who was standing to the side wagging its tail, and exchanged conflicted glances. Who's gonna ride?" Li Wei asked, scratching his head. "I'm fine with anything," Zhang Feng said, arms crossed. Lin Yin quickly waved his hand. "I'm fine with either of you guys ride." Zhang Feng and Li Wei exchanged a glance, and secretly made a hand gesture behind Lin Yan's back. "Okay, let's go black and white. The winner rides." "Good. Black and white." Lin Yin foolishly showed his palm, but Zhang Feng and Li Wei both showed the back of their hands. "Oh, Lin Yin won," Zhang Feng said with a smile. "Go ride it. Be careful since it's your first time riding a dinosaur." Lin Yin was stunned for a moment before realizing he had won, and an excited smile immediately appeared on his face. He carefully climbed onto Aguai's back, gripping the reins tightly around Aguai's neck, not daring to move an inch. "Wow, it's so tall." Aguai seemed to sense his tension, gently shook its head, and let out a docile cry. "Don't worry, Aguai is very well behaved." Zhang Feng patted Aguai's leg. "Walk slowly, don't run too fast." Lin Yin nodded vigorously and whispered, "I understand, Brother Feng." The 3 rode on Aguai and headed in the direction where they had seen the herbivorous dinosaur earlier. "Wu Lei, you and I will stay here and observe their battle, while we wait for the Allosaurus to be tamed." He was incredibly excited to be able to carry out a mission with his idol. Bai Ze and Wu Lei squatted on the ground, continuing to stare at the monitors in their hands. The situation on the battlefield has now undergone a dramatic change. After the initial panic, the savagery of the Dajin tribe was fully unleashed. Previously, they had exercised restraint, aiming only to injure, but now, driven to desperation by the Black Tiger tribe's relentless fighting style, they were blinded by rage, each strike aimed straight for vital points. Blood and screams mingled together, turning the entire battlefield into a living hell. Although the Black Tiger tribe was fierce, their equipment was too poor and their numbers were too far outnumbered. They gradually began to struggle, and people kept falling, their blood staining the entire grassland dark red. "Boss Bai Ze, look, the Dajin tribe has started to fight back," Wu Lei said, pointing at the monitor. Bai Ze nodded, his tone calm. "Yes. The Black Tiger tribe is fierce, but the difference in numbers and equipment is too great. They won't last much longer." Upon hearing this, Wu Lei said with some concern, "What are we going to do?" "Jean Wentao will still come after they're done fighting. Even if he loses some men, he still has far more men than us." Bai Ze said calmly, "Don't worry. Even if Jean Wentao wins, he will definitely suffer heavy losses." Then he grinned mischievously and whispered in Wu Lei's ear, "Besides, we can also add some ingredients to them." Wu Lei was still a little confused after hearing this, and asked in confusion, "Add ingredients? How do you add ingredients?" Bai Ze muttered a few more words. Wu Lei's eyes widened, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. He couldn't help but slap his thigh. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, Boss Baisha. This tactic of using someone else to do your dirty work is absolutely brilliant. I'll take the drone back right away." Baisha nodded. The drone took off from the treetops like a black lightning bolt and flew rapidly towards them. In no time, it was in front of them, hovering steadily in midair. Bai Ze walked over to the unconscious level 37 Allosaurus leader and took out several pieces of fresh raw meat, still streaked with blood, from its backpack. He then twisted some straw into a sturdy rope, tugged on it to check its stability, and firmly tied the raw meat to the bottom of the drone. "Okay, fly towards the beach," Bai Ze said to Wu Lei. Wu Lei nodded and said, "Received." With a few pieces of raw meat hanging from it, the drone soared into the sky again and flew towards the beach. Upon reaching the vicinity of the beach, the speed began to slow down, and it flew at low altitude to search for its target. "Boss Bai Ze, where are we flying to next?" Bai Ze said, "Fly ahead and look around. I remember it's in this area." The drone flew a little further when a deafening, soul-stirring roar suddenly came through the drone's microphone and emanated from the monitor speaker. The sound was frighteningly loud, and Bai Ze and Wu Lei instinctively covered their ears. Bai Ze's eyes lit up. Found it. In the video, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, as tall as a two-story building, is biting a giant freshwater turtle. The turtle tries to escape, but it's too slow and can't run away at all. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stomps on the turtle's shell, its sharp teeth biting into it, making a teeth-grinding, crunching sound. In no time, the hard shell of the turtle was crushed. With its defenses gone, the freshwater turtle could only let out desperate cries as it was snatched up by the Tyrannosaurus Rex and swallowed whole in a few bites. After finishing its meal, the Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to smell the blood of raw meat. It raised its massive head, its scarlet eyes scanning its surroundings warily. Bai Ze immediately said, "Now, fly over there. Turn on the loudspeaker. Lead it to Jean Wintao's side." Upon hearing this, Wu Lei immediately took action, turning on the drone's speaker and shouting at the top of his lungs, "You stupid dragon! Come and chase me! You dumb dragon! You useless piece of trash who only knows how to eat turtles." The Tyrannosaurus Rex was attracted by the sudden sound, looked up and saw a buzzing little flying insect with several pieces of meat hanging below it. It shook its head and snorted, clearly looking down on the few pieces of meat that wouldn't even fill a tooth gap. It ignored them and lowered its head to continue searching for prey on the ground. Wu Lei looked at Bai Ze awkwardly. "Boss Bai Ze, this Tyrannosaurus Rex is ignoring us." Bai Ze was also a little embarrassed and touched his nose. "There's too little meat. The Tyrannosaurus Rex won't even look at it." "Never mind, Wu Lei, keep following it and keep making a racket. I refuse to believe it won't get angry." Wu Lei replied, "Okay." He controlled the drone, circling around the Tyrannosaurus Rex and repeatedly shouting, "Stupid dragon, dumb dragon, come and chase me. You're just a piece of trash who only knows how to eat turtles." Perhaps it was this noisy noise that angered the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar at the drone. "Holy crap, my ears are practically deafening." Bai Ze and Wu Lei were so shocked that they covered their ears, feeling their eardrums buzzing. "Hey, Wu Lei, quickly raise the price. Quickly raise the price." Bai Ze suddenly shouted, schlopping Wu Lei's hand repeatedly. Chapter 80, Is This the Power of a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Wu Lei also looked at the monitor screen at this moment and saw a gaping maw full of sharp teeth with bits of flesh and turtle shell fragments hanging on it, getting closer and closer, about to swallow the drone. Wu Lei immediately pulled the control lever all the way back. The drone suddenly flew backward a distance, and the image instantly blurred into a green blur. Wu Lei took a few quick breaths, patted his chest, and said with lingering fear, "Thank goodness. This drone is really good. Otherwise, it would have been swallowed up. Aren't Tyrannosaurus Rex heads only the size of walnuts? How could it be so sneaky? It even launched a sneak attack." This sentence was clearly transmitted through the loudspeaker. It seemed that the phrase "head the size of a walnut" had completely struck a nerve with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which let out another deafening roar of anger and strode after the drone with its powerful legs. "It's here! It's here! It's catching up!" Bai Ze exclaimed excitedly. "Quickly, proceed according to plan. Fly towards the direction of the battle." Wu Lei laughed and rubbed his hands together. "All right, watch me." He immediately controlled the drone, flying it towards the direction of the battle. The speed was neither too fast nor too slow, just enough to keep the Tyrannosaurus Rex dangling from it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was utterly enraged, its sole purpose being to tear the noisy little flying insect to shreds. The trees in front of it could not stop its advance at all. It smashed through thick trees, snapping them in half. Dust billowed in its wake, creating a terrifying spectacle that even made the ground tremble slightly. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side has already come to an end. The Black Tiger tribe, with over 100 members, was almost completely wiped out, leaving only Hu Yu and a dozen or so of his men kneeling on the ground, covered in wounds and trembling. Big brother, please forgive us. We know we were wrong." "Yeah, big brother, we can follow you. We're tough, we can fight, we're useful." Jean Wintao stood there, his face ashen, his chest heaving, and his eyes blazing with fury. Soon, his younger brother Lin approached him, his face grim, and said, "Big brother, we lost 213 men in this battle, and 76 were wounded. Only about 200 of us are still able to fight. Upon hearing this, Jean Wintao could no longer hold back and slapped Hu Yu across the face. Follow me? You're not worthy. Over 200 people. You caused our tribe to lose over 200 people. How are you going to make up for it? Jean Wintao's slap, delivered with such hatred, was indeed quite powerful. A clear handprint instantly appeared on Hu Yu's face, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He kept his head down, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, but when he looked up, his eyes were full of pleading. Brother, this can't be entirely our fault. There are only a little over 100 of us. How could we have killed so many of you? I think there must be something going on here. Maybe it was an accidental killing by your own people. And we're actually useful. We've all been through the ringer in society. We have plenty of combat experience. We can definitely help you train in combat skills. Upon hearing this, Jean Wintao felt a slight unease. Indeed, this battle revealed the weaknesses of his tribe. Before the teleportation, his tribe members were mostly office workers, completely incapable of combat, and hesitant and timid in fights. In contrast, Hu Yu's group was ruthless and vicious in battle, each move deadly. If he had only brought 200 men, it's likely that someone else would be kneeling on the ground. However, if they weren't killed, the tribe members would inevitably harbor resentment. Moreover, these people didn't seem like they could be obeyed, so keeping them alive would do more harm than good. Just as Jean Wintao was hesitating, his fingers cracking as he clenched them, the ground began to tremble slightly. A series of heavy footsteps approached, growing closer and louder, like a small mountain moving. Everyone froze, stopping what they were doing and looking in the direction from which the sound came. What was that sound? Why is it so loud? It felt like it was very close to us. It sounds like the footsteps of a dinosaur. Jean Wintao's heart skipped a beat. A strong sense of unease welled up inside him, and his hair almost stood on end. Oh no! Be on alert! Everyone, be on high alert! No sooner had he finished speaking than a black dot flew past them. Immediately afterwards, a huge head crashed through a tree and came into view. Its eyes were bloodshot as it scanned the dense crowd below, as if it were looking at a walking buffet, its gaze revealing an undisguised desire for food. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although everyone had seen Tyrannosaurus Rex on TV, when this enormous creature actually appeared before their eyes, everyone's mind went blank for a moment. They were so frightened that they couldn't move or even breathe. The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a deafening roar at the crowd. The people who were closest to the roar were so powerful that they bled from all 7 orifices, collapsed to the ground, and fainted. Until someone screamed in anguish, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Only then did everyone recover from their shock and horror. Run! Run! Oh my God! It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. We're doomed. The people of the Dajin tribe were already exhausted from the battle just now. When they saw the legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex, they were instantly terrified and lost their composure. They threw down their weapons and scattered in all directions, wishing that their parents had given them 2 more legs. Hu Yu and the others were stunned. Then their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. Heaven is helping me. Brothers, run in the chaos. Hu Yu shouted, suddenly stood up, punched a member of the great Jin tribe who hadn't even reacted yet, snatched the stone spear from his hand, and turned to run into the woods. The remaining dozen or so Black Tiger tribe members followed suit, defeating the big gold tribe members around them and fleeing into the forest with Hu Yu, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Stop running. All of you stop right there. Jean Wintao shouted angrily, his voice trembling, but he couldn't stop anyone at all. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had already charged into the crowd, opened its blood-red maw, and bit off several fleeing members of the great golden tribe in half. Blood and entrails were spilled all over the ground. Ah! Help! Screams echoed throughout the room. The Tyrannosaurus Rex rampaged through the crowd as if it were nothing. With a sweep of its thick tail, more than a dozen people were sent flying. With a stomp, several unfortunate souls were crushed into a bloody pulp, the sound of bones shattering clearly audible. The entire battlefield instantly turned into a living hell. Jean Wintao looked at the tragic scene before him, trembling with anger, his eyes red, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't have many men left to begin with, and now some were dead, some were wounded, and some had fled. Only a few dozen loyal henchmen remained around him, all of them pale with fear, trembling all over, and barely able to hold their weapons. "Big brother, run. It'll be too late if we don't leave now." Lin Nan grabbed Jean Wentao's arm and said anxiously, his face full of fear, "As long as we're alive, we can always fight another day." Jean Wentao gritted his teeth, looking at the army of more than 500 men he had painstakingly led, now reduced to so few, and his heart bled. He glanced resentfully at the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was rampaging through the valley, then looked in the direction Hu Yu and the others had fled, his eyes filled with venom and resentment. The Black Tiger tribe deserves to die. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have encountered the Tyrannosaurus Rex. We might have already dealt with Bai Ze. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Retreat. Run. Back to camp." After saying that, he turned and ran. Lin Nan and the rest of his underlings quickly followed, fleeing in a sorry state towards the camp, not even caring about the weapons and supplies on the ground. The Tyrannosaurus Rex did not chase after them. It simply stayed in place, slaughtering the already injured and slow-moving members of the Great Gold Tribe. "Big brother, save me. Jean Wentao, save me. Don't go. Save me." His cries for help were heart-wrenching, but they couldn't make Jean Wentao turn back, not even for a moment. Chapter 81 was what I gave him. What did I teach him? Bai Ze and Wu Lei were stunned as they stared at the chaotic scene on the monitor. After a long while, Wu Lei swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Holy crap. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is too fierce. This is simply a one-sided massacre. Bai Ze also came to his senses, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Perfect. In his heart, he actually felt that if Jean Wentao and the others could work together, they might not be unable to defeat this Tyrannosaurus Rex. He had previously checked the Tyrannosaurus Rex's level and health. It was just a low-level 8 Tyrannosaurus Rex with barely over 2,000 health points. However, they were already terrified at the sight of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and had no will to fight. He then said to Wu Lei, "Jean Wentao and the Black Tiger tribe have both suffered heavy losses and probably won't have the time to deal with us. Especially Jean Wentao. With such heavy losses, I estimate that he won't be able to hold his position as chief after returning to the tribe." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the still unconscious level 37 Allosaurus, opened its backpack, fed it 10 bottles of anesthetic, and increased its dizziness level. "Looks like I'll have to stay here tonight if I want to tame it." Upon hearing this, Wu Lei rubbed his arms in fear and looked around. "Boss Bai Ze, I'm a little scared living here. What if some dinosaur suddenly appears around here?" Bai Ze smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't let you sleep on the grass." After saying that, he sent a message to Zhang Mengmeng, asking for some materials, a bow, 10 arrows, and a set of fiber suits. Then he said to Wu Lei, "I just saw the Black Tiger tribe people running in this direction. Use the drone to look for their tracks. I have something to do." "Okay, boss." Upon hearing this, Wu Lei immediately perked up and controlled the drone to scout in the direction where the Black Tiger tribe people had fled. Bai Ze then walked behind the Allosaurus, using its massive body to block Wu Lei's view. Then he opened the ARK console and quickly created 4 thatched foundations, along with matching walls, ceilings, door frames, and doors. Bai Ze dusted off his hands, came out, and asked, "So, did you find them?" Wu Lei looked at the monitor, shook his head, and frowned, saying, "Boss Bai Ze, I couldn't find them. It's like these people vanished without a trace." Bai Ze smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay if we can't find them. There are only a dozen or so of them. They can't cause any big trouble and pose no threat to us. Here you go." With that, he took out the bow and arrow and the fiber suit that he had just asked Zhang Mengmeng for from his backpack and handed them to Wu Lei. Wu Lei turned his head and saw what Bai Ze was holding. His eyes immediately welled up with tears, and he pointed to himself with his index finger in disbelief. "Boss Bai Ze, is this for me?" Bai Ze smiled and said, "If it's not for you, then who is it for? Stop being so fussy and put it on quickly. Everyone in our tribe has one. Although you haven't joined our tribe on the system yet, in our hearts, you're already a part of us." Wu Lei wiped away his tears, took the things, and said in a choked voice, "Thank you, Boss Bai Ze." Don't get sentimental," Bai Ze interrupted him. "There's no need for 2 grown men like this." Wu Lei sniffed, then suddenly grinned and said, "Boss Bai Ze, if you need me, I can be gay for you." Upon hearing this, Bai Ze got goosebumps and kicked him in the butt. "Get lost. You could do it, but I can't. I'm as straight as a steel bar." Wu Lei smiled sheepishly and immediately changed into the fiber suit. After he changed his clothes, he looked much more energetic and was no longer the disheveled and miserable man he had been before. Bai Ze said, "Perfect timing. Let's see how that chubby Wang Hao is doing. Let's make sure he's not slacking off again." Upon hearing this, Wu Lei immediately replied, "Okay." His hands moved nonstop as he maneuvered the drone, turning it around and sending it flying towards the camp. The screen moved rapidly, and soon the outline of the camp came into view. What was originally a single row of thatched walls has now become 2 rows. Wang Hao stood in the open space, and with a wave of his hand, a thatched foundation appeared on the ground. With another wave, a thatched wall rose up. His movements were fluid and incredibly fast. Wu Lei stared at the monitor, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice, rubbed his eyes, and muttered to himself, "It's all an illusion. It's all an illusion." Then, upon closer inspection, they found that nothing had changed. Wang Hao was still continuing this operation. Wu Lei stiffly turned his head to look at Bai Ze, his face filled with disbelief. "Boss Bai Ze, how did this guy do that? Is he a mutant? Does he have superpowers?" Bai Ze looked at his expression, his lips twitching uncontrollably, his shoulders shaking from trying to suppress his laughter. "Oh, this is what I gave to him." Wu Lei was even more puzzled after hearing this. "You taught him? How did you teach him?" Bai Ze didn't waste any words, and simply raised his hand and waved it gently. With a bang, a patch of grassy ground appeared near the Allosaurus. Then he raised an eyebrow at Wu Lei. "Is this how it is?" Wu Lei looked at the grassy base on the ground, then at Bai Ze, his mouth agape, so wide that he didn't even notice drool dripping down his face. Bai Ze didn't care and waved his hand a few more times. Bang, bang, bang. Several thatched walls were erected, followed by a ceiling and a door. A square, thatched roof house appeared out of nowhere in front of Wu Lei. Seeing Wu Lei's stunned expression, Bai Ze suppressed his laughter until his stomach ached, then walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Wipe your drool off. It's dripping onto the ground." After being photographed, Wu Lei suddenly slurped his words, wiped his mouth, and looked at Bai Ze with a fanatical expression, his eyes practically sparkling. "Master Bai Ze, did you do all of this? You're truly a god. Can I do that too?" Bai Ze smiled and said, "You'll all have your chance in the future. We'll stay here tonight." He glanced at Wang Hao, who was still engrossed in his work on the monitor, and nodded. "Not bad, not bad. You didn't slack off this time." In the scene, Wang Hao appeared to have run out of building materials in his backpack and beckoned to the Triceratops beside him. The Triceratops slowly walked over, and Wang Hao placed his hand on its body, causing a light blue backpack panel to appear. Wang Hao made a few adjustments before continuing to build the defensive line. Bai Ze looked pleased. "Good. You're already quite experienced. Let's go check on Zhang Feng and the others." Upon hearing this, Wu Lei immediately took control of the drone. "All right, Boss Bai Ze, I'll find out where they went first." The drone flew in the direction Zhang Feng and his group had left and soon found the 3 of them. The 3 men were seen firing at 2 ankylosaurs not far away. Stone arrows coated with anesthetic were fired one after another at the ankylosaurs. Chapter 82. I'll give you a small punishment. While Li Wei and Zhang Feng weren't guaranteed to hit the target every time, the probability of them missing was still quite low, and one stone arrow after another pierced the ankylosaur's body. Lin Yin pouted, feeling very frustrated. He kept drawing and releasing the bow, but couldn't shoot a single accurate shot for a long time. "Brother Feng, Brother Wei, why can't I hit it? I was pretty accurate when I shot Allosaurus before." Zhang Feng smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "You're not bad. Do you remember the first time the boss taught us how to train dragons with slingshots? I almost hit the back of the boss's head with my slingshot. Besides, Allosaurus is big, so it's a big target. Didn't you see the expression on the boss's face when he shot the Allosaurus? He almost doubted himself. Li Wei Gaim Din. Ah, yeah. Didn't you notice the smug look on the boss's face when he hit us? Actually, his palms were sweating. This Ankylosaurus isn't as big as an Allosaurus, so it's definitely not as easy to hit. Besides, you're standing too far away. Just get a little closer. I don't think the Ankylosaurus is very fast. It won't be able to catch us. Hearing their words of comfort, and recalling Bai Ze's feigned composure while secretly letting out a sigh of relief after shooting the Allosaurus, Lin Yan's pursed lips slowly began to curve upwards. Okay, brothers, I'll try close-range shooting. Sure enough, after moving forward a distance, Lin Yan's accuracy improved significantly, and several arrows landed steadily on the ankylosaur. Lin Yan was happy, but Bai Ze, standing in front of the monitor, turned red in the face. He never expected that they would see his little actions and glances, and that they would even make fun of him behind his back. Looking at Bai Ze's expression, Wu Lei shrank back. Back in the Jin or Sun family army days, if anyone dared to speak to the leader like that, they would probably have been dragged out and beaten up, or at best, given a hard time. He was also observing what Bai Ze would do, and was a little worried for Zhang Feng and the others. Bai Ze didn't say anything until the three of them knocked out the two ankylosaurs and hurriedly stuffed berries and anesthetics into their backpacks. Only then did he say to Wu Lei, bring the drone closer. How dare they laugh at me? I'll teach them a lesson. Upon hearing this, Wu Lei immediately controlled the drone, which silently flew over the heads of the three people. Bai Ze cleared his throat, deliberately lowered his voice, and said in a sinister tone, I wasn't in a state of self-doubt at the time. The three people, who had been chatting and laughing, suddenly froze, their expressions turning serious and their movements halting. Then he stiffly turned his neck to look at the source of the sound. The drone's camera was pointed directly at them, flashing like the eyes of a ghost. Zhang Feng tentatively asked, Big boss? Bai Ze's voice came through the speaker again. Yes, it's me. I heard you. They said I hit the Allosaurus because it was a big target, that I doubted myself after hitting it, and that my palms were sweating. The three of them blushed instantly, as if they had been caught talking about the teacher in class when they were kids, and they wished they could disappear into a crack in the ground. Li Wei quickly explained, No, boss. Let me explain. We were praising you. Praising your divine archery skills. Zhang Feng nodded eagerly, like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. We mean, even if the target is small, you can hit it every time, boss. Lin Yan stood to the side, so frightened he was almost crying. He kept nodding, unable to say a word. Bai Ze snorted. Is that so? Since my archery skills are so good, then you can't fall behind. Here's what we'll do. The Great Gold Tribe and the Black Tiger Tribe have suffered heavy losses, so they shouldn't be able to bother us for a while. After you finish training the dragon and go back, each of you must shoot 100 arrows, and your hit rate must reach 90%. If you don't complete it, practice repeatedly. You can eat when you reach the target. The three of them immediately wailed upon hearing this. No, boss. My hands are still useful. I was wrong, Brother Ze. I'll never do it again. From now on, I'll praise your archery skills as the best in the world every day. Boss, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Bai Ze remained unmoved, his tone indifferent. It's too late. I will personally come to check the results later. I know. The three men's cries echoed through the woods. Wu Lei was trying so hard to suppress his laughter that his shoulders were shaking, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud, and his face turned red. Bai Ze rolled his eyes at him. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Don't hold it in. I won't be responsible if you get internal injuries from holding it in. Upon hearing this, Wu Lei immediately burst into laughter, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Ha, Boss Bai Ze, you're so mean, but I like it. Bai Ze couldn't help but laugh. Just as the two were talking, a message popped up in the clan channel. It was from Wang Hao. Boss, help. It sounds like people are coming. Judging from the conversation outside, there are about a dozen people. What should I do? Bai Ze frowned upon seeing the message. Someone's appeared at the defensive line. Who could it be? Before he could speak, Wu Lei had already controlled the drone, which whooshed away from Zhang Feng and the others and flew towards Wang Hao's location. Soon, the drone hovered in the air above the defensive line. Several familiar faces appeared on the monitor. It was Hu Yu from the Black Tiger Tribe and his remaining 12 men. Bai Ze's expression changed. I couldn't find them before, but now they've actually come to my doorstep. He immediately replied in the channel. Don't panic. They are just remnants of the black tiger tribe. I'm coming right now. Although Jiao, Yi, and the others aren't in good condition, there are only a few people in the black tiger tribe, so they don't pose a threat to you. Have Jiao Lu go and block the hidden path to prevent them from getting in from there. Zhang Feng and his two companions also saw the message and replied immediately. We're here now. Don't be afraid, little fatty. Wait for us. We'll be there soon. Bai Ze thought for a moment and then added, not everyone needs to come. Lin Yin, you stay here and take care of Agwai. Keep an eye on the Ankylosaurus and Allosaurus. If we get bogged down, give them 5 bottles of anesthetic every half hour. Lin Yin immediately replied, okay, Brother Ze, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Bai Ze closed the chat and turned to look at Wu Lei. Wu Lei, I'm leaving this to you for now. Lin Yin will be here later. Let me know if there are any problems. Okay, Boss Baisha. Don't worry. Wu Lei nodded vigorously and patted his chest. After giving his instructions, Bai Ze immediately turned around and ran towards Wang Hao with lightning speed. He didn't go through the main entrance, but instead took a detour and crept through the woods on the side. Meanwhile, Wang Hao had already built a makeshift watchtower. Calling a watchtower was a stretch. It was really just a 2-story thatched matchbox built at an angle so that one could climb up and see what was happening on the other side of the wall. He was lying on the edge of the watchtower, listening intently to the sounds coming from below the wall. Chapter 83, The Black Tiger Tribe Reappears. All that could be heard was the sound of someone panting heavily at the foot of the wall, their cursing and swearing drifting up intermittently. We've lost terribly this round. We're practically the only ones left of our brothers. It's all right, brother. As long as you're here and we're here, we'll definitely be able to make a comeback. Besides, don't we still have the Tianxia tribe as our backer? Fools! With just a dozen or so remnants of our defeated army, how could any tribe in the world possibly care about us? What kind of idiots are these? I've already revealed the name of the Tianxia tribe, and they still dare to attack. They're fucking crazy. But speaking of which, those people's weapons and clothes were really impressive. I wonder how they were made. Hey bro, didn't you notice the wall behind us? Back when we were in our district, who could build such a neat and tall thatched wall? It's really weird after the district merge. How come such powerful people suddenly appeared? Upon hearing this, the others also reached out and touched the smooth, firm thatched wall, their fingertips tracing the rough straw stalks, marveling at it. Yes, this wall is so sturdy, it doesn't feel like it was made by hand. If they can build such a good wall, there must be a lot of good stuff hidden inside. Puyu took a few steps back, squinting as he examined the thatched wall that stretched for dozens of meters, his greed almost overflowing. Indeed, the person inside must be quite something to have built this wall. But to have such ability and yet only know how to build walls and hide is probably a cowardly coward. He spat and waved his hand menacingly. Brothers, find a place. Find a way in. If you can't, build a human ladder and climb over. Crack in and loot. Make this our Black Tiger tribe's new base. Then we won't have to live a life of hardship anymore. Yes, boss. The other members of the Black Tiger tribe responded and immediately dispersed, crouching along the base of the wall to find a way in. Just then, a sharp-eyed member looked up and spotted half a round head peeking out from the watchtower. He immediately pointed in that direction and shouted at the top of his lungs, Big brother! Big brother! I see it. There's someone on the wall, spying on us. Hu Yu and the rest of the people all looked in the direction he was pointing. Sure enough, a head was peering furtively down from the top of the wall, and when their eyes met, it shrank back abruptly. Upon seeing this, Hu Yu revealed a disdainful smile. He really is a coward. He only dares to peek from up there and doesn't even dare to show himself. He immediately put his hands on his hips and shouted pretentiously at those above. Listen up, you people up there. I am Hu Yu, the leader of the Black Tiger tribe. Come down and open the gate to let us in. Otherwise, once we find our own way in, we'll slaughter you and eat you. Not even a bone will be left. Upon seeing this, Wang Hao, who was originally lying on top, knew that he had been exposed. His heart pounded wildly, and he almost fell off the watchtower. He frantically chanted in his mind, Boss, hurry up and come. I'm afraid I can't handle this. These are more than a dozen ruthless killers who don't blink an eye. But he still tried to remain calm, took a deep breath, stood up abruptly, put his hands on his hips, and said sternly, "What black tiger tribe? Never heard of it. I've only heard of the white tiger. This is our ARK tribe's territory. Get out of here right now, or I won't be polite." Huyu's face instantly turned ugly after being rebuked by Wang Hao, and he squinted and stared intently at Wang Hao. "Fatty, are you trying to get yourself into trouble?" "Brothers, get him. He's all alone. Kill him." Upon hearing this, the remaining members of the Black Tiger tribe roared and charged towards the thatched wall, brandishing their stone axes and wooden clubs. Wang Hao was so frightened that he shrank his neck and quickly squatted down, pressing his back tightly against the wall, cold sweat pouring down his face. Holy crap, they're serious. These guys are insane. But when he thought of the 5 triceratops standing behind the wall, he slowly regained his confidence. He pulled out a bow and arrows from his backpack, patted his face, and encouraged himself. "Wang Hao, you can do it. You're the future commander of the Dinosaur Legion. Don't back down. It's just a dozen or so people. With the triceratops here, they won't be able to break in." Then he took another deep breath, slowly poked his head out, and drew his bow and shot the arrow in one smooth motion. A stone arrow shot out with a whoosh towards the people charging at the front below. Unfortunately, his aim was a bit off. It grazed the person's arm and flew past before landing hard on the ground with a thud, sinking 3 feet deep. Those below were stunned when they saw the stone arrows embedded in the ground. Then they all looked up at Wang Hao. Wang had already knocked his bow once again and was aiming at them. Although his hands were still shaking a little, he was quite confident in his stance. The members of the Black Tiger tribe panicked immediately. "Oh no, boss, this guy has a bow and arrows." Huyu's pupils contracted, and he quickly shouted, "Quick, find cover. Don't get shot. Everyone hide behind trees and rocks." The people scrambled and ran, hiding behind nearby trees and large rocks, occasionally peeking out half their heads to cautiously observe the movements on the watchtower. Standing atop the watchtower, Wang Hao looked down at the Black Tiger tribe members hiding in the shadows, feeling incredibly smug. "Wow, I'm so awesome. I'm like a one-man army that can hold off 10,000. It's a pity no one saw it. Now, I have another thing to brag about." "Ha ha ha," he shouted smugly down below. "Didn't you just say you were going to kill me and eat my flesh? Come out here. Coward, what kind of skill is it to hide behind a rock?" Hearing this, Huyu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and cursed from behind a large rock. "What are you pretending for? If you didn't have a bow and arrow and you weren't hiding on the wall, we would have killed you countless times already. If you're so capable, put down your bow and arrow and come down for a one-on-one fight." Wang Hao rolled his eyes dramatically. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Having a bow and arrow and not needing to fight you one-on-one? I advise you to get lost. When our boss and my brothers arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. You'll be crying then." After hearing this, Huyu also began to have doubts. When he saw the wall, he knew there was definitely more than one person inside. If a large number of people came, their group of a dozen or so would be no match for them. But he was unwilling to leave just like that. With such a good defensive line here, and people who can make such good things, if we can seize it, we won't have to live such a precarious life anymore. The two sides remained locked in a standoff. Wang Hao held the bow, but after a short while his hand became sore and his arm was trembling. "Dumb, I'm exhausted. I know you guys are still hiding and won't come out, right? Fine, then you can hide all you want. I'm going to rest for a bit." He plopped down on the ceiling of the watchtower, rubbed his aching arms, and then sent a message in the tribe's chat channel. "Sister-in-law, I'm hungry. Could you make me a bowl of noodles? With an egg and a sausage, and 2 pieces of dinosaur meat." Zhang Mengmeng replied quickly. "Didn't you have people with you? What happened? Did they leave?" Chapter 84 Sauerkraut dinosaur meat noodles are so delicious. Wang Hao felt secretly pleased when he heard this, and almost burst out laughing. I really asked. He cleared his throat, deliberately lowered his voice, and forced out a bubbly tone, while putting on a nonchalant air. "Hey, just a dozen or so defeated soldiers. I intimidated them with my domineering aura, and now they're hiding in some corner trembling. I spent half the day confronting them, and I've gotten so thin from hunger." Zhang Mengmeng burst out, laughing even through the screen when she heard this. "Haha, you got that kingly aura now? Okay, I'll cook you something now, with lots of meat, to help you recover. Wang Hao immediately replied, "Thank you, sister-in-law. You're so kind. You're the best sister-in-law in the whole world." Zhang Feng and Li Wei, who were originally heading this way, also saw the message. The two had initially thought something had happened to Wang Hao and were running towards him frantically, but when they saw him pretending to be in trouble, they immediately slowed down. Wow, our little fatty's aura of dominance is so powerful. Domineering aura? I think it's more like bragging. Haha, Li Wei, don't say that. Maybe Wang Hao really is. After all, he's the future commander of the dinosaur army. How can he keep the dinosaurs in check if he doesn't have a bit of a domineering aura? Upon seeing this message, Wang Hao immediately replied angrily, "You're just jealous. Utterly jealous. Humph." Before long, a steaming bowl of pickled cabbage and beef noodles appeared in Wang Hao's backpack, with a few pieces of stewed dinosaur meat floating on top, emitting a fragrant aroma. He held the bowl, blew on it to cool it down, and then slurped up a big mouthful. It smells so good. My sister-in-law's noodles are the best." The rich aroma of sauerkraut and beef wafted on the wind and reached the noses of the Black Tiger tribe members hiding below. They were all so hungry that their mouths were watering uncontrollably, and their stomachs were growling loudly enough for each other to hear, which was incredibly embarrassing. "Holy crap, boss! What's that kid eating? It smells so good. I haven't smelled anything like this in ages. It sounds like pickled cabbage and beef noodles, and the meat smells so good. Slurp. I can't take it anymore. My mouth is watering. Damn it, that kid is infuriating. While we're starving here, he's having a feast up there." Kuyu also peeked out and saw Wang Hao enjoying his noodles, picking up a piece of dinosaur meat and chewing it with gusto, oil dripping from the corners of his mouth. This kid even has instant noodles, and with meat in them. Kuyu was so angry he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and his nails almost dug into his flesh. Wang Hao was eating when he caught a glimpse of half a head peeking out from behind a rock. He raised the bowl, waved it at Huyu, grinned, and revealed a set of white teeth. "What? Want a bite too? It smells pretty good, doesn't it?" After saying that, he picked up a piece of dinosaur meat, waved it in front of Huyu, and then stuffed it into his mouth, saying indistinctly, "This dinosaur meat with pickled cabbage and beef noodles is absolutely amazing. It melts in your mouth, so delicious. It's a pity there's no for you guys. You can only smell it and satisfy your cravings." Huyu was trembling with rage. Pointing at Wang Hao, he cursed, "You little fatso, you're asking for it. I'll kill you first thing when I get up there. I'll chop you into mincemeat and eat you as noodles." Just then, a shrill scream came from behind a tree not far away. "Ah!" The sound was sharp and piercing, exceptionally clear in the quiet woods, startling the birds in the trees into fluttering away. Everyone was stunned. Wang Hao's chopsticks froze in mid-air, noodles still hanging from his mouth, as he looked in the direction the sound came from. "Huh? What's that sound? Who's yelling? Could a dinosaur be coming?" Huyu's expression changed, and he quickly called out, "Ahai! What's wrong, Ahai? Say something." But no one responded to him. The woods fell silent instantly, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. The atmosphere suddenly became eerie, and a cool breeze blew by, making everyone feel a chill down their spines. Huyu immediately called out to the others, "Are you all right? Everyone, report for duty." "Boss, I'm fine. Boss, I'm fine too. I'm fine too." One voice after another rang out, but Ahai's voice was the only one missing. "No, boss. Ahai is dead. His name in the tribe has turned black." Someone suddenly screamed, his voice filled with fear. "What?" Upon hearing this, Huyu got goosebumps and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He looked around. It was quiet. Not even the chirping of an insect could be heard. Ahai had died so inexplicably without a sound. It was too eerie. He shouted to bolster his courage. "Who is it? Show yourself. Stop playing tricks. If you got the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. What kind of hero hides in the shadows?" Just as he said this, another scream rang out. "Ah!" Everyone was thrown into a panic. They turned pale and trembled with fear. Huyu shouted to the group, "Come here quickly. Get behind this rock. Stay together. Don't be alone. If you're alone, you're dead." The group hurriedly ran out from behind their respective shelters and scrambled to the large rock where Hu Yu was hiding. They huddled together, their eyes scanning the surrounding woods with terror, fearing they would be the next to die. Boss, this is really weird. Could we have encountered something unclean? Yeah, boss. Everything was fine just now. How could two people suddenly die? We didn't even see who the killer was. It's terrifying. Hu Yu immediately interrupted him, forcing himself to remain calm, and said, "Stop guessing. There's nothing unclean about it. It must be that chubby kid playing tricks. He definitely has accomplices hiding in the woods. They're deliberately playing tricks to scare us." Wang Hao is also in a daze at the moment. What happened? Why are all these people huddled together? And why are there screams? A gust of wind blew, and he felt a chill. He couldn't help but shiver and quickly finish the noodles in his bowl. Holding the empty bowl, he shrank his neck and felt a little uneasy. Hu Yu and the others were still trembling behind a rock, discussing their plan. "No, boss. We have to get out of here. This place is too eerie. If we stay any longer, we'll all die. But I'm so unwilling to leave like this. There must be lots of good stuff inside. And food too. I have to leave, even if I'm not willing. I'm about to die. What's the use of things now? As long as I'm alive, I can always make a comeback." Just as the group was arguing and discussing whether to retreat, a stone arrow shot straight out of the woods at great speed, whistling through the air, and struck one of them directly in the chest. The man let out a short scream, clutched his chest, blood gushing from between his fingers, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, and slowly collapsed, twitching a few times before going still. The group was startled, and all turned to look at the man who had been shot, their faces turning pale. Hu Yu was the first to react, pointing towards the woods and shouting, "Oh no, that fatso really has accomplices. We've been surrounded." "What? Boss, what should we do then?" "Yeah, boss. This can't go on. We'll get shot one by one." Hu Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with ruthlessness, and said, "Retreat first. Back to camp. Then we'll make further plans." No sooner had he finished speaking than another stone arrow shot out from the woods, heading straight for Hu Yu's head. Chapter 85, He's practically a Superman. Fortunately, Hu Yu was lucky. He habitually tilted his head slightly while speaking. The stone arrow grazed past his ear and struck the rock behind him with a clang, sending sparks flying. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He jumped to the side and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run! Everyone run!" Just as the group was about to turn and run away, a figure slowly emerged from behind a large tree nearby. The iron knife in Bai Ze's hand dragged on the ground, scraping against the gravel and making a piercing sizzle sound, which was particularly eerie in the deathly silent forest. He walked step by step towards Hu Yu and the others, his pace not fast, but carrying an invisible sense of oppression, like a ferocious beast approaching its prey. "Want to leave? Did you ask me first?" When Wang Hao saw that familiar figure, he was stunned. The empty bowl in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter and rolled a few times. Big boss, when did he go around to the outside? I didn't hear a thing. That's amazing." Suddenly a sound came from behind him, and Wang Hao turned around sharply, almost falling off the watchtower. They discovered it was Zhang Feng and Li Wei, who were crouching low and climbing up the ceiling, their movements as light as two weasels stealing chickens. "You scare me to death. Can't you make some noise when you walk? You scare people to death," Wang Hao said, patting his chest, his heart still pounding. After Zhang Feng and Li Wei climbed up the watchtower, they brushed the grass off their clothes and said, "You were too focused, weren't you? We called you twice from down below, and you didn't hear us. What were you looking at so intently? Did the Black Tiger tribe run away?" After saying that, the two of them also peeked out and looked down in the direction of Wang Hao's gaze. Bai Ze was alone, blocking Hu Yu's remaining group. "Holy crap! What's the big boss doing out there? Quick! Get your bow ready. Help! Don't let the big boss get hurt." The three of them immediately grabbed their bows and arrows, drew the bowstrings taut, and aimed at the Black Tiger tribe members below. Only then did Hu Yu realize what was happening. He glared fiercely at Bai Ze and said through gritted teeth, "You're the one who shot that arrow. You've got some nerve, daring to intercept us all by yourself. You're in cahoots with that fat kid on the watchtower, aren't you? Since you dare to come here, then you'd better lie down. Get him. Kill him." Hearing this, The remaining few people around him mustered their courage, howling and waving their stone axes and wooden clubs as they charged towards Bai Ze. Their faces were ferocious, like wild dogs that had gone mad with hunger. Bai Ze remained completely calm, standing still and only slightly moving his wrist, making a soft clicking sound. If you want to test just how ridiculous the 10% all-attribute bonus given by the system would be in actual combat. Leading the charge was a burly man with a face full of scars, wielding a stone axe and bringing it down with all his might towards Bai Ze's head, creating a whooshing sound as it was about to strike. Bai Ze lightly tapped his foot and easily dodged to the side. With a backhand slash, the sharp blade sliced through the opponent's neck. Blood spurted out and splattered all over the ground. The man clutched his neck, making hoarse breathing sounds, his eyes wide open as he collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. The remaining people were stunned for a moment, and their steps subconsciously stopped. They didn't expect Bai Ze to be so ruthless and quick, taking down their strongest fighter with a single strike. But there was no turning back now, so they had to grit their teeth and keep pushing forward, thinking that since there were fewer of them, they could wear them down eventually. Bai Ze moved nimbly, weaving through the crowd like a ghost. He was much faster than the average person, and the attacks of others seemed to be a beat too slow for him, allowing him to dodge them by the slightest margin. Each swing of the knife accurately hits a vital spot, taking a life. The blades flashed, blood splattered, and screams of agony rose and fell. The three people on the wall were stunned, forgetting to draw their bows, their mouths agape, their faces filled with shock. Holy crap, this guy is too awesome. He's practically slicing through melons and vegetables. How come I never realized the boss was such a good fighter? He's even cooler than the assassins in movies. In order to attack Bai Ze, these people stepped out of their cover and were completely exposed to the three men's arrows. Li Wei was the first to react, nudging Zhang Feng and Wang Hao beside him. Don't just stand there. Are you really going to let the big boss fight alone? Quickly aim and shoot. Every bit of help is appreciated. Zhang Feng and Wang Hao then came to their senses and quickly drew their bows and aimed. Just as someone was trying to sneak up behind Bai Ze to launch a surprise attack, an arrow struck his right hand precisely. The wooden stick in a man's hand fell to the ground with a clatter, followed by a scream. Seeing this, Bai Ze turned around and swiftly ended his life with a single strike. He had noticed it earlier, but he was too lazy to dodge because he saw that the man was holding a wooden stick. He gave a thumbs up to the three people on the wall, then turned around and continued fighting. Before long, only two people were left standing on the field. One of them was Bai Ze, who had some bloodstains on his body, but he didn't look disheveled at all. Instead, he exuded a more fierce killing intent. Another one is Hu Yu. He escaped death by hiding at the very back and letting his subordinates be the cannon fodder first. Hu Yu was so frightened that his legs went weak. He knelt down on the ground with a thud, pressed tightly against the stone behind him, covered his head with his hands, and trembled like a leaf. He didn't even have the courage to look up at Bai Ze. "Spare us, sir. Spare us. We were wrong. We'll never do it again. Please spare our lives. I'll kowtow to you. I swear I'll never dare to cause trouble on your territory again." After saying that, he started kowtowing repeatedly, his forehead bleeding from the impact, mixed with dirt and sweat, looking utterly disheveled. Bai Ze swung his sword, flicked the blood off the blade, and stared coldly at him. "So, you're Hu Yu, the leader of the Black Tiger tribe? You don't look like much. Didn't you just say you were going to chop me into mincemeat and eat me with noodles?" Hu Yu quickly forced a smile, his face a mixture of snot and tears, looking utterly disgusting. "Great hero, you jest. How could I compare to you? I'm just a coward, a good-for-nothing. I was just spouting nonsense. Please forgive me. I promise I'll never do it again." Bai Ze smiled, but his eyes were devoid of any warmth. When he heard from Lin Yan that the Black Tiger tribe was eating people, he wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of them. Murder is normal in this world. It's for self-preservation, for resources, and the survival of the fittest. He can understand all of that. But if it involves cannibalism, then the nature of the act changes. This is the behavior of a wild beast, devoid of even the most basic humanity. Keeping such a person around is nothing but a menace. At this moment, Zhang Feng and the others climbed down from the temporary watchtower and ran to Bai Ze's side, all panting heavily. Wow, you're amazing. You took on 6 people all by yourself. That's so cool. Boss, what should we do with him? How did you know their location, boss? Chapter 86, Since Resistance is Impossible, Then Enjoy It Peacefully. Bai Ze raised his hand and pointed upwards. The group understood instantly. With drones monitoring them from the sky, Wule must have been reporting their locations to the boss in real time. No wonder he was able to accurately snipe lone individuals. Just as they were about to say something more, Bai Ze raised his hand, signaling them to stop talking for now. He took 2 steps forward and placed the cold, long sword against Hu Yu's neck. The blade pressed against his skin, causing Hu Yu to shiver involuntarily. Now, I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer. If you say one wrong word, you know what will happen. Hu Yu was so frightened that he trembled all over and nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Ask away, hero. I will never dare to tell a single lie, as long as I know the answer. If I do, may I be struck by lightning. My first question is, are there any people left in your tribe? Hu Yu quickly shook his head. That's all. I brought everyone who could move with me this time. Only I am left. No, there are a few people who are not in the camp. They are recuperating in a shelter we robbed earlier. Bai Ze nodded after hearing this and continued to ask, what are you doing out here this time? Don't tell me you're just passing by. Tell me the truth. Hu Yu's eyes darted around, and he stammered, It's brother Gang from the Tianxia tribe who sent me to cause trouble for the Dajin tribe. He told me to keep Jin Wentao occupied and prevent him from having any peace. Also, during the server merge today, someone injured a few of our brothers. They said the person who injured them had better weapons, so I brought some people to come and get revenge and maybe steal some stuff. As he spoke, he noticed the bows and arrows in Zhang Feng's hands. Instantly understood what was happening. His face turned even paler. He swallowed hard and dared not say any more. Bai Ze smiled, his tone tinged with sarcasm. So you've come looking for revenge. I didn't expect you'd come to the right place. Only the outcome is a little different. I'll ask you again, why did the Tianxia tribe send you to cause trouble for the Dajin tribe? Hu Yu shook his head, looking bewildered. I don't know. I'm just a gopher. I do whatever Brother Gang tells me to do. He said that after it's done, he'll send people to help us take control of the entire island. Just as he was about to say something to beg for mercy, Bai Ze lightly slashed with his longsword. Hu Yu's words came to an abrupt halt. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, clutching his neck as blood gushed from between his fingers. He slowly collapsed to the ground, never expecting Bai Ze to act so decisively until his death. Zhang Feng and the others looked at the corpse on the ground, wanting to say something but feeling stuck in their throats, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Although they had killed people with bows and arrows before, watching Bai Ze kill someone with a single strike at such close range still left them with mixed feelings and a bit uncomfortable. After all, they were just ordinary people who worked 9-to-5 jobs before and had never seen such a bloody scene. Bai Ze noticed their gazes, sheathed his sword, and sighed. I know you're not feeling well, but you must remember, in this world, if you're not strong, you'll be robbed and killed. And they eat people. If we're not strong enough, and they capture us, we'll be eaten. Therefore, there is no need to pity them. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. After saying that, he turned around and walked alone down a secluded path. Zhang Feng and the others stood there, looking at Hu Yu's corpse, pondering what Bai Ze had just said. Yes, if it were them who came today, without Bai Ze and Triceratops, what would have happened to them? Everything was stolen from them, and then they were eaten? Thinking of this, they all shuddered, and the discomfort they felt disappeared, replaced by determination. They must become stronger. They can no longer rely on the big boss to protect them alone. Zhang Feng sighed and said, what the boss said makes sense. We were too naive. We really should accept this world. Wang Hao nodded, then scratched his head and said, yeah, since we can't fight against this world, we can only enjoy it. Li Wei was taken aback by Wang Hao's words and slapped him. Hey Fatso, can't you talk seriously for once? What do you mean by enjoyment? Hurry up and deal with the corpse. After the 3 of them finished dealing with the situation and buried all the bodies, they also walked into the defensive line. They saw Bai Ze standing in the open space, waiting for them. The group quickly went up to them. Boss, everything's taken care of. Boss, you're right. You protected us too well. We'll work hard to become stronger in the future and won't hold you back anymore. Yeah, you're a life mentor. You're amazing. Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that his actions today would frighten them and leave them with psychological trauma. But thankfully, the ending was good, and it's good that they came to their senses. Bai Ze waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, stop flattering us. Now that we've dealt with the Black Tiger tribe, let's all go back to our business. By the way, who you said there are still a few people recovering from their injuries in the shelter we stole. I guess it's the shelter that Lin Yan's kid was robbed from before. Remember to take it back, and while you're at it, take care of those guys too. Don't leave any future trouble." "All right, boss. We guarantee we'll complete the mission," the three replied immediately, their eyes filled with determination. Bai Ze said, "I need to go check on the Allosaurus. Although I told Lin Yan, he doesn't have much experience. If the Allosaurus wakes up early, we'll be at a huge loss." After saying that, he turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and looked at Zhang Feng and Li Wei with amusement. "Oh, right, Zhang Feng, Li Wei, remember to practice archery. 100 shots, 90% accuracy. I'll personally check." Then he laughed and left, leaving Zhang Feng and Li Wei wailing in despair. "Boss, how come you haven't forgotten? My hands, 100 shots, and a 90% hit rate. This is killing me." Wang Hao curiously leaned closer and asked, "Why did the big boss make you guys practice archery? Why didn't he let me practice?" Zhang Feng and Li Wei exchanged a glance, suppressing a laugh, and said, "Of course, it's because the boss values us and wants to cultivate our combat abilities. From now on, we'll be the tribe's left and right protectors, the twin stars of sharpshooting." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately retorted, "What the hell? You wait, I'll train with you too. I'll definitely shoot more accurately than you. From now on, I'll be the tribe's #1 archer, the Dinosaur Legion's commander and #1 archer." Zhang Feng and Li Wei, their shoulders shaking from trying not to laugh, nodded. All right, then you can practice with us. We'll go check on Lin Yan at Jiaolong's first. Don't dawdle. We still need to fetch water. Let's go together." Wang Hao waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't forget. I still have to go with you guys. Guai still has to let me ride her, otherwise walking there would be exhausting for me. Hey, let me tell you, just now I was standing all alone on the watchtower, and I was so imposing. I intimidated them with my domineering aura. They were all so scared that they hid behind the rocks, not daring to show their heads. Zhang Feng and Li Wei had no intention of listening to his boasting and quickened their pace toward the place where the Ankylosaurus was dizzy. Wang Hao followed behind them with a few leisurely triceratops, recounting his heroic deeds with great enthusiasm, making it sound as if he had single-handedly defeated more than a dozen of them. When Bai Ze returned to Allosaurus's side, he saw Wu Lei staring intently at the chat channel, his fingers swiping across the screen. "Wu Lei, has Lin Yan been here?" Bai Ze asked. Wu Lei immediately looked up, his face beaming with excitement. "Bai Ze was here. He just left not long ago to check on the Ankylosaurus. And I just heard some incredibly good news. The Great Golden Tribe has undergone a major upheaval." Chapter 87. Jin Wentao is forced to resign. Bai Ze first crouched down and checked the condition of the Allosaurus. The dizziness level was still more than half full, and the taming progress bar had slowly climbed to 12%. Everything was going as expected. He dusted off his hands, turned his head, and said, "The weather's changed? What's going on?" Wu Lei brought the screen close to Bai Ze's face, pointing to the dense chat history on it, and said, "Look, boss, Jin Wentao and his men suffered a crushing defeat. Of the more than 500 men they took out, only more than 160 came back alive, and they were all wounded. Almost all of their elites were wiped out outside. Now their tribe's channel is in an uproar. Everyone is cursing Jin Wentao for his bad command and disregard for human life, and they're calling for him to step down and apologize. Moreover, Jin Wentao has been hiding in the shelter ever since he came back, without saying a word. He's probably mentally broken. Judging from this, he probably won't be able to hold onto his position as leader for much longer." After listening, Bai Ze nodded, his tone calm. As expected, Jin Wentao is undoubtedly to blame for causing such a huge loss, and someone will definitely seize on this as leverage. It seems that Jean Wintao will be too busy to bother us for the next while. We can focus on developing our strength. Once we tame the Allosaurus and Ankylosaurus, and our strength increases to the next level, their good days will be over. Bai Ze turned his gaze toward the direction of the Dajin tribe, his eyes deep. Meanwhile, in the Dajin tribe, inside Jean Wintao's shelter, bang, bang, bang. One dull thud after another echoed as Jean Wintao frantically pounded his fists against the wooden wall, his knuckles turning red and bleeding. Yet he remained oblivious. Damn it, this bunch of useless trash. A bunch of good-for-nothings. More than 500 people fought against more than 100 people, and they still managed to beat them to this state. And that damned Tyrannosaurus Rex. Don't let me run into you, or I'll tear you to pieces and grind your bones to dust. His eyes were bloodshot. His hair was disheveled and stuck to his forehead, which was covered in sweat and dirt. His clothes were torn in several places, and he reeked of blood and sweat, looking like a madman. He was initially full of confidence, leading an army of over 500 men in a battle, believing he could wipe out the Pingzhou tribe in one fell swoop, seize Bai Ze's supplies and dinosaurs, and become the overlord of the island. However, he not only suffered heavy losses, but also failed to defeat the dozen or so remaining soldiers of the Black Tiger tribe. In the end, he was chased by a Tyrannosaurus Rex, losing all face. The tribe is now in disarray, and everyone is criticizing him for being incompetent and forcing him to step down. How can he accept that? Lin Nan stood to the side, head down, barely daring to breathe. Looking at Jean Wintao's hysterical state, she felt a pang of unease. After a while, once Jean Wintao had calmed down a bit, he cautiously spoke, his voice hoarse. Brother, now is not the time to be angry. The tribe is in a state of panic, and some people are secretly stirring up trouble and trying to rally support to force you to step down. We need to think of a way to stabilize the situation quickly. Jean Wintao suddenly turned around, staring intently at Lin Nan with a fierce look that seemed to want to devour him. Stabilize morale. How can we? So many brothers have died. How can we stabilize morale? It's all that damned Hu Yu's fault. If he hadn't jumped out halfway and stolen the stuff, we would have dealt with Bai Ze long ago, and we wouldn't have run into that Tyrannosaurus Rex. After saying that, he slumped his shoulders, as if all his strength had been drained away, his voice filled with exhaustion and despair. It's over, it's all over. I've worked so hard for so long, and finally built up this team, and it's all gone. He looked up at Lin Nan, his eyes filled with an unprecedented gentleness and a deep sense of helplessness. Lin Nan, you should go now. Take Luan with you. Go inside and take all the supplies. Take as much as you can. Leave this place of trouble and find a small tribe to settle down in. These supplies will be enough for you to live comfortably for a long time. Don't follow me anymore. I have no future with you. If you stay any longer, those troublemakers will eventually take their anger out on you. Lin Nan stood still, looking at Jean Wintao with a firm gaze, and shook his head. Brother, I'm not leaving. I only followed you because I truly admire you. It hasn't come to that yet. We still have brothers. We still have a chance. As long as we can show some strength and intimidate those troublemakers, we can definitely stabilize the situation. If we leave, you really won't have any chance to turn things around. Jean Wintao looked at his determined eyes, smiled wryly twice, and took out 3 green gift boxes with blue lines from his backpack. It's all for this. I want to see what kind of treasure this thing that has led me to this point can yield. He took a deep breath and opened the 3 gift boxes one by one. 3 streaks of green with blue light flashed by, illuminating the entire dimly lit shelter. 3 things fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A gleaming iron spear, a palm-sized black hidden dart, and a heavy black saddle. Jean Wintao's gaze immediately fell on the iron spear, his eyes lighting up as if he had grasped at a last straw. He grabbed the spear, finding it heavy in his hand, its tip incredibly sharp. With a light stroke, he left a deep mark on the wooden wall. Great stuff. It's really great stuff. This thing is absolutely a one-of-a-kind weapon right now. With it, let's see who dares to disobey me. He excitedly swung his iron spear twice, creating a whooshing sound, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. But then his expression darkened, and he sighed heavily. But why didn't you come sooner? If I'd had this iron spear sooner, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Then he looked at the palm-sized hidden arrow, picked it up, and weighed it in his hand. This thing is small, but it's definitely a sneaky trick. Without a second thought, he immediately put the hidden dart on his wrist and concealed it in his sleeve, making it extremely well hidden. Finally, his gaze fell on the heaviest black saddle, and he frowned. What is this thing? It looks strangely heavy. He reached out and touched it, and a system panel popped up. Triceratops saddle. Quality, average. Attribute, +10 defense. Note, equip it on your tamed Triceratops, and you can ride it for combat and movement. Jean Wintao stared at the information on the panel and fell silent. Seeing this, Lin also stepped forward to take a look and fell silent as well. After a long while, Jean Wintao slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse. This thing seems incredible. With it, we can ride Triceratops in a battle, which will greatly enhance our combat power. However, we don't seem to know how to tame dinosaurs, so it's a bit of a dilemma for us. Lin Nan thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He said, Big brother, Bai Ze definitely knows how to tame dragons. He not only knows how to tame dinosaurs, but he's tamed several of them. Why don't we take another gamble, gather the rest of the brothers, capture Bai Ze, and force him to teach us how to tame dragons. As long as we learn how to tame dragons, we can make a comeback. Jean Wintao shook his head, a bitter look on his face. Now that the tribe members outside are about to rebel, who will listen to me? He crouched down, his fingers gently stroking the cold Triceratops saddle. After thinking for a long time, he slowly stood up, his eyes becoming resolute. The only way now is to seek refuge with the Tianxia tribe. Lin Nan paused for a moment after hearing this, then said, But brother, we just finished fighting their subordinate Black Tiger tribe, who you died at our hands. Will they accept us? Besides, the Tianxia tribe has been expanding its territory like crazy recently. If we join them, we might be like lambs to the slaughter. Jean Wintao walked to the window with his hands behind his back, looked at the gray sky outside, and said, Yes, they will. Their leader contacted me before and wanted to take me as a subordinate tribe, but I refused. Moreover, I will not really submit to him. I just need to use their power to stabilize the situation first. Lin Nan was even more puzzled after hearing this. Brother, how do we take advantage of this? We're so far away from the Tianxia tribe, separated by an ocean. We can't exactly have them swim over here, can we? Jean Wintao said, They have migration scrolls. I heard that Xiao Gang has stockpiled a large number of migration scrolls, which can directly move people from other places. As long as he sends a few hundred people over, those troublemakers will naturally not dare to speak. Lin Nan frowned and said worriedly, But brother, even if they come, will our tribe still truly belong to us? What if Xiao Gang usurps our territory and sidelines us? Won't we become his puppets? Jean Wintao waved his hand, his eyes fierce. This is just a delaying tactic. Our ultimate goal is to capture Bai Ze and find out how to tame dragons. Once we master the dragon taming technology and build our own dinosaur army, we won't have to fear them. At that time, it's not certain who will be the master and who will be the servant. Just then, the door was pounded loudly, and a noisy commotion came from outside, getting closer and closer. Jean Wintao, come out here. You owe us an explanation. Jean Wintao, you are not fit to be the leader. Step down immediately. Come out. Give our fallen brothers an explanation. Chapter 88, Seeking Refuge with the Tianxia tribe. Jean Wintao tightened his grip on the iron spear, his knuckles turning white, and the veins on his arm bulging. Lin Nan instantly rolled up his sleeves, veins throbbing on his forehead, and cursed, Damn it, these ingrates dare to rebel. Shut up. Anyone who dares to yell again, I'll chop them up first. Jean Wintao reached out and pressed Lin Nan's shoulder, shook his head, and said in a frighteningly calm tone, Don't be impulsive. Open the door. What's coming will come eventually. There's no escaping it. Lin Nan gritted his teeth, glared fiercely at the door, took a deep breath to suppress his anger, and suddenly pulled open the wooden door. The moment the door opened a crack, people swarmed in, crowding the shelter to the point of being impassable. Jean Wintao, you've finally come out. You owe us an explanation. Over 300 brothers died on that trip. Do you think you can just get away with sorry? Yes. My brother risked his life alongside you, and now he's gone. You don't deserve to be our leader at all. I demand a new election for our leader. If we continue to follow you, we'll all die out there sooner or later. Yes. Change the leader. Change the leader. The crowd was furious, their faces flushed, pointing at Gene Wintao and cursing him incessantly, their spittle almost landing on his face. Gene Wintao stood there, letting them curse for half a minute before slowly raising his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Please calm down, everyone. I know you're all angry about what happened today, but I'm even more heartbroken than you. Those who died were brothers who went through thick and thin with me. But I assure you all that I will give everyone an explanation. I have already contacted the Tianxia tribe, and within 3 days, they will send a large number of people to help us. The only requirement of the Tianxia tribe is that I continue to serve as the leader of the Dajin tribe. Everyone, do you think I'm still suitable to be this leader? The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent, and everyone looked at each other with hesitant expressions. Tianxia tribe? You mean the Tianxia tribe that appeared after the server merge? I heard they have over 2,000 people. They're currently the strongest tribe. If the Tianxia tribe really does send people to help us, then our safety will be protected again. Maybe we can even live a life of luxury with them. But is what he said true? Why would the Tianxia tribe help us for no reason? Could he be lying to us? A disheveled man stepped forward from the crowd, frowned, and shouted, "Words are meaningless. Just because you say so doesn't mean it's true. How do we know you're not lying to us? There has to be a time limit." Gene Wintao's gaze instantly fell on him, icy cold, as if he were looking at a dead man. 3 days. Within 3 days, people from all the tribes under heaven will surely arrive. If they do not arrive after 3 days, I will abdicate and leave myself to your disposal without question. Scarface exchanged a glance with the person next to him and nodded. All right, then we'll trust you one more time. If you don't see anyone from the Tianxia tribe within 3 days, you'd better step down. The others chimed in, yes. Let's wait 3 days. If no one comes in 3 days, we'll kick you out. As the grumbling crowd dispersed, the last trace of expression vanished from Gene Wintao's face, leaving it so dark and gloomy it seemed to drip water. Lin Nim leaned forward, lowered his voice, and said with a worried expression, "Brother, isn't this too risky? We haven't even contacted the people of the Tianxia tribe yet. What if they don't agree? We're really doomed." Gene Wintao grabbed Lin Nim by the back of the neck and pulled him in front of him, his eyes fierce. "This is the only way we can do it. Go find a few of your most trusted old brothers and keep a close eye on those who are the most aggressive just now. If the people from Tianxia tribe don't arrive within 3 days, we'll take care of those few first as a warning to others. As long as we keep these opportunists in check, we still have a chance to turn the tide." Lin Nim looked at Gene Wintao's cold eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and he nodded heavily. "I understand, brother. I'll take care of it right away." Upon hearing Lin Nim's reply, Gene Wintao released his grip. Lin Nim rubbed his neck, which was still sore from being pinched, and quickly walked out, closing the door behind him. Once he was alone in the room, Gene Wintao let out a deep breath, as if shedding all pretense. Leaning against the wall, a bitter expression on his face, he whispered, "I really did want to be a good leader. I wanted to lead everyone to survive." He was silent for a moment, then raised his hand to open the chat interface. His fingers hesitated on the screen for a long time before he finally found the profile picture of Xiao Gang, the leader of the Tianxia tribe, and sent a message through gritted teeth. "Brother Gang, I wonder if your Tianxia tribe is still short of affiliated tribes?" The moment he sent it out, Gene Wintao felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. This very morning, when Xiao Gang came to recruit him, he arrogantly refused, declaring that he would eventually lead the great Jin tribe to surpass all other tribes. Now, however, he's humbling himself, begging someone to take them in. Not long after, Xiao Gang replied to the message, his tone full of undisguised sarcasm. "Hey, isn't this Chief Jin of our great Jin tribe? What's wrong? Weren't you quite the backbone before, saying you'd rather die than submit? How come you've changed your mind and want to be my dog now?" Gene Wintao's teeth were practically shattering, and his fists were clenched so tightly they were cracking. But he still managed to suppress his raging anger and replied, "I ran into some trouble today and suffered some significant losses. Brother Gang, I sincerely want to submit to you. From now on, the great Jin tribe will follow the lead of all tribes under heaven, and will have no other intentions. Xiao Gang smiled and replied, all right, submission is fine. First, hand over half of your tribe's resources, and then hand over 50,000 units of basic materials every month. If you can do that, I'll take you as my dog. Upon seeing this demand, Jin Wentao trembled with rage, his fingers shaking. Impossible. This is outrageous. If we hand over half the supplies, the rest of us won't survive. Xiao Gang smiled indifferently. You don't agree? Fine. Then what are you going to do in 3 days? Hee hee. All right, I heard you have a grudge against that kid named Bai Ze over there, and you've been trying to take over the ARK tribe, right? Perfect. I'm quite interested in him too. Yeah, you better think this through. There are plenty of people who want to be my dog. If I wanted, I could find someone to replace you anytime. Understand? You choose. Upon hearing the last sentence, Jin Wentao shuddered, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, feeling chilled from head to toe. He already knew when he mentioned a 3-day deadline. Within their own tribe, someone had already secretly contacted the Tianxia tribe and surrendered. Xiao Gang has him cornered. He gritted his teeth, tasting blood in his mouth. After a long while, he loosened his clenched fist and replied, word by word, I promise you. Xiao Gang immediately replied with a laughing emoji. That's a good, obedient dog. Don't worry, I'll send someone over within 3 days. You'd better treat my people well, or you'll know the consequences. Ha ha. The words good dog were like 2 sharp knives, piercing Jin Wentao's heart and causing him unbearable pain. After closing the chat interface, he slammed the iron spear in his hand to the ground with a loud crash, the spearhead embedding itself deeply into the wooden floor. Damn it, Xiao Gong. You just wait. I, Jin Wentao, will repay this humiliation 100-fold sooner or later. Meanwhile, at the Tianxia tribe camp, Xiao Gang was comfortably lying on a large wooden bed covered with animal hides, with a hot girl in his arms. After closing the chat window, he chuckled, his face full of disdain. I wonder if he's even a docile dog. Ha! Let's give him a little scare and teach him that being a dog requires the awareness of being a dog. Chapter 89, The Hidden Big Eater. Looking at the darkening sky outside, Xiao Gang stretched, his bones cracking softly. He casually patted the girl lying next to him, the movement both casual and rough. The girl gave a coquettish laugh, snuggled closer to him, and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, Brother Gang, what happened? You seem to be in a bad mood. Xiao Gang pinched her cheek and said casually, It's nothing, I just got a dog that I don't know who its owner is. He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming, and muttered to himself, But that ARK tribe and that guy named Bai Ze are quite interesting. The people in District 727 say that all the tools and fiber clothing they use are made by this Bai Ze. He seems to be a skilled technical talent. He shouted towards the door, Wang Buotao. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall with bulging muscles, pushed open the door and walked in. He stood ramrod straight, his face expressionless, and bowed, saying, Brother Gang, what are your orders? Xiao Gang waved his hand, his tone casual, yet carrying an unquestionable command. Go and select 800 capable brothers, and have them all bring weapons. Join the Great Jin tribe on the evening of the 3rd day, and use migration scrolls to move directly to the Great Jin tribe's camp. After we get there, we'll first help Jin Wentao calm down those troublemakers, and then find an opportunity to slowly infiltrate and seize control of the military and resources of the Jin tribe, completely sidelining Jin Wentao. While you're at it, help me investigate that ARK tribe and that guy named Bai Ze. See what he's really capable of. If he's really capable, try to recruit him. If he's not so sensible, just deal with him together to avoid future trouble. Wang Buotao immediately replied, It's Brother Gang. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. After saying that, he turned and left, his steps steady and powerful, closing the door behind him without making a sound. Xiao Gang smiled, his eyes filled with undisguised greed and ambition. If heaven hadn't given birth to me, Xiao Gang, the ancient world would have remained in eternal darkness. This broken world will be mine sooner or later. He pushed the girl away from his arms and said impatiently, You don't need to serve me tonight. Go and call 12 here. The girl pouted and twisted her body in dissatisfaction. Brother Gang, I want to stay with you. Xiao Gang frowned, his eyes instantly turning icy cold as he looked at her, as if she were a dead person. The girl immediately shivered. Her displeasure vanished instantly, and she turned pale with fright. She quickly sat up straight, lowered her head, and said, "Okay, Brother Gang, I'll go call her right away." Xiao Gang nodded in satisfaction, then reached out and grabbed her chin, pinching it hard. "I like obedient women. Don't let it happen again, understand?" The girl nodded repeatedly, tears welling up in her eyes, and quickly retreated without daring to look back. Xiao Gang lay back down, his hands behind his head, a smug smile playing on his lips. Oh, what a wonderful life. Power and influence, wine and meat, and women. I hope it can last forever. Bai Ze, I hope you'll be sensible and not cause me any trouble. Achoo. Meanwhile, at the ARK tribe's temporary camp, Bai Ze suddenly sneezed loudly and rubbed his nose. That's strange. I've been sneezing a lot lately. Could someone be talking about me behind my back? He muttered something to himself, then looked at Wu Lei, who was still fiddling with the drone beside him, and said, "Are you hungry? It's getting dark. It's almost time for dinner." Upon hearing this, Wu Lei's eyes lit up instantly, as if they were filled with two 100-watt light bulbs. He suddenly raised his head and almost bumped into the drone. "Boss Bai Ze, are we having that sauerkraut beef noodles with dinosaur meat that Wang Hao ate tonight? It looks so delicious on the monitor. And that stewed dinosaur meat is so tender, it looks incredibly flavorful." As he spoke, his mouth began to water, and he swallowed unconsciously, staring intently at Bai Ze like a puppy waiting to be fed. Bai Ze smiled and said, "It depends on what Meng Meng did. I'll ask her." After saying that, he contacted Zhang Meng Meng and asked her to send dinner over. Less than 10 seconds later, a system notification sounded, and 3 dishes and a soup appeared in Bai Ze's backpack, along with 2 bowls of steaming white rice. Bai Ze took the items out and placed them on the clean straw spread on the ground. A plate of stir-fried wild vegetables, a plate of braised dinosaur meat, a plate of golden fried eggs, and a bowl of delicious vegetable soup. The aroma instantly filled the air, making it especially tempting in the quiet woods. Wu Lei's eyes widened as he stared intently at the plate of bright red, glistening braised dinosaur meat. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his throat bobbed as he made gurgling noises. Bai Ze looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. "It's just home-cooked food. Make do with it. Don't mind it." Wu Lei shook his head vigorously, his hair all messed up. No. This is not just any ordinary meal. This is practically a Manchu Han imperial feast. I'm almost dizzy from the aroma." Bai Ze smiled and said, "Then let's eat. What are we waiting for? It won't taste good if it gets cold." As soon as Bai Ze finished speaking, Wu Lei picked up his bowl and chopsticks and started showing off. He ate a mouthful of rice and a mouthful of meat, his mouth stuffed full like a little hamster with its belly full of food. He couldn't even chew it all, and he kept stuffing it into his mouth, not even bothering to wipe the oil running down the corners of his mouth. Bai Ze was stunned as he held the chopsticks. He had never seen anyone eat so voraciously, as if they hadn't eaten in 800 years. While Bai Ze was still in a daze, more than half of the 3 dishes on the ground had been eaten, and only 3 pieces of the braised dinosaur meat remained. Bai Ze quickly reached out with his chopsticks and picked up the last piece of meat. "Hey Chow Wei, leave me some. I haven't even touched my chopsticks yet." Wu Lei stopped what he was doing after hearing this and looked up at Bai Ze. His lips were still stained with oil and rice grains, and his cheeks were flushed red, like a ripe apple. He said apologetically, "Sorry, Boss Bai Ze. I haven't had such delicious food in so long. I couldn't resist. It smelled so good." Bai Ze said helplessly, "Never mind. You can continue eating. I'll ask Meng Meng for some more." Wu Lei then resumed eating with peace of mind, mumbling, "Boss Bai Ze, could you give me another bowl of rice? This one isn't enough." Bai Ze rolled his eyes at him. All right. Eat slowly, don't choke." As a result, Zhang Meng Meng said that there was already too little rice to cook, and there was no more left, so she could only cook 2 more bowls of noodles for them. Bai Ze gave Wu Lei a resentful look, but still handed him the bowl of rice in his hand. "I'll give you this bowl too. Meng Meng made me some noodles." Wu Lei took the food Bai Ze handed him, his eyes lighting up. He chuckled and said, "Thank you so much, Boss Bai Ze. You're such a kind person." Then he went back to eating, head down, without even looking up, as if the whole world consisted only of the rice and vegetables in his bowl. After Bai Ze received the 2 bowls of noodles sent by Zhang Mingming, he also picked up his chopsticks and started slurping. But as he ate, he kept feeling a burning gaze on him, making him feel very uncomfortable. Looking up, I saw that Wu Lei had already finished 2 bowls of rice and the remaining dishes, even wiping the soup off the plate clean with rice until it was shiny. He was now staring at the noodles in my hand with an extremely drooling look, occasionally licking his lips. Bai Ze subconsciously moved the noodles in his hand closer to himself and asked incredulously, "Aren't you full yet? You've already eaten 2 bowls of rice and 3 plates of vegetables. Is your stomach a bottomless pit?" Wu Lei scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. I'm full. I was just a little tempted because you were eating so well, boss Bai Ze." Bai Ze helplessly pushed another untouched bowl of noodles in front of him. "Eat as much as you can, but don't overeat. If you overeat, I won't be able to save you." Wu Lei's eyes lit up the moment he saw the bowl of noodles, and he rubbed his hands together, saying, "Oh dear, I'm so embarrassed." He said he was sorry, but his hand had already picked up his chopsticks and started slurping quickly, finishing half a bowl in just a few bites. Bai Ze rolled his eyes. "I don't see what's wrong with you being embarrassed." Then he lowered his head and continued eating his noodles. After finishing his noodles, Bai Ze looked at Wu Lei. Wu Lei was seen lying on the ground, rubbing his round belly, with a satisfied expression on his face, humming contentedly. "Ah, this is so wonderful. If I could eat this much every day, I'd die happy." Bai Ze looked at the 4 empty plates and 3 empty bowls on the ground, and his lips twitched. Goodness, this guy can really eat. I ate the equivalent of 3 people's worth of food. Luckily, I wasn't short of food, otherwise it would have really hurt my wallet. He shook his head, then lay down on the ground, put his hands behind his head, and looked up at the sky. The stars in this world are exceptionally bright, densely packed, like scattered diamonds on black velvet, twinkling and sparkling. I used to only see such a starry sky in my rural hometown. Wu Lei then came over and lay down next to Bai Ze, looking at the starry sky. He suddenly asked, "Boss Bai Ze, how did the Black Tiger tribe know that Jean Wentao and the others would be in that valley today? It's too much of coincidence." Chapter 90, The Mystery of the Great Jean Tribe's Severe Damage. Bai Ze's smile slowly faded. He sat up straight, and his eyes became serious. He recalled the chaotic battle in the valley during the day, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. The Black Tiger tribe, numbering only a little over 100, was a motley crew, yet they dared to directly block Jean Wentao's army of over 500. Even more outrageous, they not only precisely blocked Jean Wentao's only path, but also killed over 200 and wounded nearly 100. This is completely unreasonable. No matter how incompetent the Great Gold Tribe is, the disparity in numbers and equipment is undeniable. In a head-on confrontation, the Black Tiger tribe cannot possibly gain such a significant advantage. Furthermore, considering what Hu Yu said before his death, that it was Xiao Gang of the Tianxia tribe who instructed him to do it, and that he would send someone to help him control the entire island after it was done. A terrifying thought clearly surfaced in Bai Ze's mind. A terrifying thought became clear in Bai Ze's mind. There's only one possibility left. Bai Ze sat up, his tone serious. There's already someone in the Great Jean tribe who has defected to the Tianxia tribe and become an internal traitor. Looking at Bai Ze's somber expression, Wu Lei cautiously asked, "Boss Bai Ze, what's wrong? Did I ask something I shouldn't have?" Bai Ze shook his head and said, "I hadn't thought about it deeply until you mentioned it. Now that I think about it carefully, I'm afraid all the tribes in the world have been eyeing this area for a long time." Wu Lei scratched his head in confusion. Tianxia tribe? I've always heard people talk about Tianxia tribe. What's their background? Are they very powerful? Bai Ze nodded, his eyes deep. Tianxia tribe is the largest tribe after the merger, with more than 2,000 people. Other tribes have at most 200 or 300 people scattered around, and they can't compare to them at all. To build such a large force in such a short time, it's definitely not something that can be done with just words. Either they have hard currency that others don't, or they're ruthless enough. We need to be on high alert and be very vigilant. Upon hearing this, Wu Lei also stopped smiling, nodded emphatically, and felt a little flustered inside. Bai Ze yawned widely, glanced at the time, and saw it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. He said to Wu Lei, you take the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. You understood Lin Yan's procedure for administering the anesthetic today, right? Do the same as him, give it 5 bottles at intervals, don't let it wake up. It's better to give it too much than for me to do it. As he spoke, he took out the remaining anesthetic from his backpack and stuffed it all into Alarin's backpack. If anything happens, wake me up immediately. Don't try to tough it out on your own. We've all been busy all day and are exhausted. Let's take turns resting. Wu Lei immediately patted his chest and assured him, all right, boss Bai Ze, you can go to sleep without worry. I'll keep a close eye on things. Absolutely no mistakes will happen. Bai Ze was amused by his words, nodded, and turned to walk into the thatched hut next door. Before long, even breathing could be heard coming from inside the thatched hut. Wu Lei sat next to the Allosaurus, occasionally looking up and glancing around, looking very energetic. Bai Ze slept exceptionally soundly that night. When he woke up and rubbed his eyes as he walked out of the thatched hut, he found that the sky was already turning light, and it was past 5 in the morning. He spotted Wu Lei sitting on the ground, his head bobbing up and down like a chick pecking at rice, the remote control almost falling from his hand. But every time he was about to fall asleep, he would suddenly jolt awake, open his drowsy eyes, quickly scan his surroundings, and after confirming it was safe, start nodding again. Bai Ze stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. Wu Lei, why didn't you wake me up? Wu Lei shuddered, almost jumping up from the ground. He abruptly raised his head, staring blankly at Bai Ze. After several seconds, he finally reacted, revealing a silly grin. Boss Bai Ze, you're awake. I saw you were sleeping soundly and didn't want to tire you out, so I didn't wake you. I'll be fine if I stay up a little longer. Youth is an asset. Besides, this is a rare opportunity for me to show off, so I have to seize it. Bai Ze looked at him, his dark circles almost reaching his chin, and how he was still forcing himself to stay awake. He felt both sorry for him and amused. Stop joking around. Go inside and rest. You look so tired, you can barely stand. If you keep going like this, you'll collapse first. Wu Lei chuckled twice, stretched lazily, and his bones cracked. Then I won't be polite. You've worked hard, boss. After saying that, he yawned and walked into the thatched hut. He had only been lying down for 2 seconds when he started snoring. Bai Ze shook his head, walked to the Allosaurus, and brought up the system panel to check. Wu Lei did a great job. He administered the anesthetic in a timely manner, kept the dizziness level very stable, and the taming progress bar had slowly climbed to 73%. Not bad. It will be successfully tamed in a few hours. Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction. But just then, he looked up at the sky, and his brows furrowed instantly. In the distance, several dazzling beams of light pierced the sky. But this time, none of the airdrops landed on their small island. They all landed on the mainland across the sea, and some even fell directly into the sea. Bai Ze's face darkened. It seems there's absolutely no hope for this airdrop. This also made him clearly aware of the limitations of being on an island. Although he has the ARK control center as a cheat code, allowing him to create better tools and weapons, airdrops can yield all sorts of rare items, from advanced weapon blueprints to special saddles. If every airdrop doesn't land on his island, his advantage will only gradually diminish, allowing the tribes on the mainland to catch up and even surpass him. No, Bai Ze clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. I have cheat codes, and I'm still getting suppressed by others. This is too embarrassing. I should be the one suppressing others, not the other way around. I can't just sit here and wait to be defeated. However, the only way to leave the island at present is by sea. But there are megalodon sharks in the sea. Who knows if I'll get swallowed whole halfway through my swim. Bai Ze shook his head, opened his ARK console, and began searching through the list of imprints. He remembered that there were rafts that could be made inside the ARK. After scrolling for a while, he finally saw a dark icon that looked like a raft at level 16. Level 16? It's a long and arduous journey. Bai Ze sighed and turned off the console. He's only level 10 now, and he's still short on experience. Looks like he needs to level up quickly. He opened the tribe's chat channel, wanting to ask Zhang Feng and the others about their progress. Zhang Feng, how's it going over there? Zhang Feng didn't reply, but Li Wei replied very quickly. Boss, Zhang Feng and Lin Yan are asleep. They kept watch for most of the night and are exhausted. Our two ankylosaurs just woke up, and we've already managed to reclaim Lin Yan's shelter. We've also taken care of the rest of the black tiger tribe. I was just about to wake them up to go back to camp. Bai Ze replied, "Well done. You guys go back and rest first. No need to rush. I should be finished here soon too." After saying that, he closed the chat channel and focused on guarding the Allosaurus. Time passed slowly, and the sun gradually rose to its zenith. It was already past noon. The Allosaurus's taming value was slowly increasing, and finally, after Bai Ze fed it another dose of anesthetic, the progress bar instantly reached 100%. System notification. Congratulations on successfully taming an Allosaurus. You have gained 150 experience points and 1 blue quality gift box. Please name your creature. Bai Ze thought for a moment, looked at the Allosaurus in front of him with its body covered in dark black, hard skin, fierce eyes, and a mouth full of fangs, and directly typed 2 words, brutal. The name is a perfect match for its image. After the naming was completed, the level of the brutality also soared to 45 due to the taming bonus, which is a full 8 levels higher than the previous level of 37. Wow, this boost is amazing, Bai Ze exclaimed in surprise. It took him almost a full day and night to tame this ferocious beast, but now it all seemed worth it. Bai Ze shouted at the thatched hut, "Wu Lei, wake up. Let's go back for dinner. There's braised pork." Chapter 91, The Allosaurus's Brutality and the 2 Ankylosaurus. A series of crackling sounds came from the thatched hut, and Wu Lei burst out with a messy head of hair, his eyes half open, shouting, "Braised pork? Where's the braised pork? Boss Bai Ze, you know me so well, I'm so hungry. Hungry. Hungry." His words abruptly stopped, his eyes widening as he stared intently at the enormous creature with a mouthful of fangs behind Bai Ze. He instinctively took 2 steps back, almost tripping on his backside, his voice trembling. "Boss Bai Ze, what is that thing behind you?" Bai Ze was amused by his appearance and patted the brutal, thick thigh, making a dull thud. "What are you afraid of? He was just tamed. He's one of us now. His name is Brutal. He'll follow us from now on." Wu Lei still didn't dare to get close, cautiously examining the brutal creature. But it looks so fierce. The visual impact is too strong. I might need some time to process it. Could swallow me whole. All right, I won't scare you anymore. Bai Ze waved his hand with a smile. "Let's go back to camp for dinner. It'll be a good opportunity to show them our new fighting force." With that, he turned and walked towards the camp, while Brutal followed obediently behind him, his steps steady, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Wu Lei hesitated for a moment, then quickly jogged to catch up, making a detour to the other side of Bai Ze, keeping a safe distance from the brutal creature, while muttering to himself, "Don't accidentally hurt me. With my small frame, I'd probably only take 1 bite. I haven't even officially joined the tribe yet, and I haven't had a proper meal." Bai Ze was getting a headache from his nagging, but he couldn't help but laugh. With this level 45 Allosaurus leader, he felt much more confident and didn't show his usual caution along the way. As luck would have it, we actually encountered a few dodos pecking at berries along the way. Upon hearing the sound, several dodos raised their heads and shook them adorably. Their silly expressions reminded Bai Ze of the dodos he had tamed when he was first teleported here. "Unfortunately, you are not them." Bai Ze smiled and immediately said, "Brutal, eat them." The brutal creature immediately let out a low growl and pounced forward, then opened its blood-red maw and devoured the prey one by one. Before the dodos could even utter a scream, they were reduced to raw flesh and animal hides, automatically entering the brutal backpack. In less than 3 seconds, only a few drops of blood remained on the ground. "Not bad, quite fast." Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction. He thought for a moment, and then said, "If we could encounter a few powerful dragons, we could test just how strong their brutal fighting power really is." When Wu Lei saw this scene from behind, he was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. He quickly grabbed Bai Ze's clothes and didn't even dare to utter a sound. For the rest of the journey, it seemed as if all the creatures around them sensed the aura of a primal predator emanating from the savage creature, and they didn't even see a single dinosaur. It was eerily quiet. Upon reaching the camp entrance, 2 dark figures suddenly sprang out from the nearby bushes, their bodies hunched over, the fur on their backs standing on end, letting out fierce warning roars at the savage creature. The velociraptors, the two generals, hum and ha. The brutal creature could not contain its temper. It immediately stopped, raised its head, and let out a deafening roar that caused the leaves around it to fall and the ground to tremble slightly. Don't shout. Don't shout. We're on the same side. Bai Ze immediately stepped forward, patting the heads of the two generals, Hung and Ha, and reassured them. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. This is your junior, named Suanbao. You are her seniors, so you should treat her with respect. Besides, she's a female dragon, so be considerate of her. The two generals whimpered a few times, rubbed against Bai Ze, and gradually withdrew their aggression, reluctantly making way for him. Bai Ze then patted the brutal leg and said, Don't be so irritable. You're scaring your seniors. It's not right for someone as big as you to bully two little guys. It swung its tail in dissatisfaction, but obediently shut its mouth. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the camp. Zhang Feng, Li Wei, Wang Hao, Lin Yin, Zhang Mengmeng, and Xia Wanning all had solemn expressions as they led the dinosaurs from the camp over, each carrying a bow, an arrow, and a stone spear. Before they even got close, they could see the brutal, enormous head, and their faces immediately turned to horror. Oh no, it's an Allosaurus. Where did this Allosaurus come from? Quick, go save the two generals. Wang Hao shouted and raised his bow and arrow to shoot. Lin Yin, running along, scratched his head with a puzzled look in his eyes and said, This dragon, it looks so familiar. It's like the one we knocked out yesterday. As they got closer, they saw Bai Ze and Wu Lei standing at the feet of the tyrant, as well as the two generals, Hung and Ha, rubbing against the tyrant's legs and acting coquettishly. They all breathed a sigh of relief and lowered their weapons. Wang Hao patted his chest, panting heavily. You scare me to death, boss. It was you. My heart was pounding. I thought our camp had been attacked by dinosaurs. Bai Ze smiled and said apologetically, Sorry. The two generals Hung and Ha don't recognize the brutality. There was a small misunderstanding between us, and we scared you. Several people crowded around, curiously examining the brutality and marveling at it. Brutal? That name is so fitting. It looks brutal enough. My God, this is so cool. With this, who would dare to mess with us anymore? Bai Ze smiled and waved his hand. Let's go inside. Don't stand here. You must be starving. By the way, what are the names of those two ankylosaurs you trained? I haven't asked yet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng and Li Wei's expressions instantly became unnatural. They both turned their heads to look at Lin Yin, suppressing their laughter and remaining silent, their shoulders twitching. Upon hearing Bai Ze's question, Lin Yan's face flushed red instantly. He lowered his head, his fingers digging into the hem of his clothes, and after a long pause, he managed to utter two words, his voice barely audible. God. Godfather. Bai Ze didn't hear a single word clearly. Just as he was about to ask again, Wang Hao next to him couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. He clutched his stomach, squatted on the ground, and laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. Ha ha, boss. These two Ankylosaurus. One is called Little Green's godfather. The other is called Little Green's second father. Ha ha ha. From now on, we'll have to call them godfather and second father. From now on, if we need Jialong to move stones, we'll have to call out, Godfather, come and lend a hand. That's brilliant. Lin Yin, how did you come up with that? I am impressed. Bai Ze's expression froze instantly. The others already knew, and seeing Bai Ze's expression, they couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Although Wu Lei was unaware of the situation, he saw everyone laughing and also started to laugh along foolishly. Lin Yan's face turned even redder, as red as a ripe tomato. He kept glancing at Bai Ze, afraid that Bai Ze would blame him. Hearing their laughter, Bai Ze rolled his eyes at them, suppressing his own laughter as he said, I think Lin Yin has a real talent for naming things. It's so distinctive, unforgettable. Okay, from now on you'll all call him by his abbreviation, and call him Godfather and Second Godfather. Go eat your food, or the food will get cold, and the braised pork will be gone. Upon hearing the word braised pork, everyone immediately stopped laughing and rushed towards the shelter. Wang Hao ran in the lead, shouting as he ran, My braised pork! Don't anyone try to take it from me. A group of people walked noisily into the camp, while Brutal naturally crawled down on the open ground outside and dozed off in the sun. Wu Lei looked left and right, then asked with a curious expression, Boss Bai Ze, is this villa a level 3 shelter? It's so grand. Bai Ze said, yes, Jin Wentao should have reached level 3 by now. Chapter 92, The Early Planning of the World Tribes. Wu Lei shook his head. I don't know. When I came out of the Dajin tribe, he was only level 2. So many level 3 shelters. How many materials would that take? Boss Bai Ze, you're too rich. No wonder Jin Wentao is so obsessed with you and always thinking about taking advantage of you. Bai Ze rolled his eyes at him when he heard this. Hurry up and eat, or Wang Hao will have snatched all the braised pork. Wu Lei realized that what he said was somewhat inappropriate, laughed apologetically, and quickly followed the others into the shelter. The brutal creature simply crawled down on the open ground outside, basking in the sun and dozing off, its huge tail occasionally lashing out, kicking up dust. Bai Ze pointed to a level 2 shelter next to him and asked, Is this Lin Yan's? Lin Yan nodded immediately and whispered, Brother Ze, he's mine. Bai Ze chuckled. Goodness, we're neighbors now. You little rascal. Are you going to be the first one here when you want to eat? Ha! Lin Yan scratched his head, his face turning red again. No, Brother Ze, I just want to get closer to you, so I can learn from you. Bai Ze patted him on the shoulder. Just kidding. You're excellent, and you're improving very quickly. Remember to go to the warehouse to get the materials after you finish eating, and upgrade the shelter to level 3 for safety. Just as Lin Yan was about to refuse, Wang Hao put his arm around his shoulder from behind, shook his head at him, and whispered in his ear, This is a perk from the big boss, so don't refuse. Even if you refuse, he'll still send it to you. Don't waste his good intentions. Lin Yan nodded and whispered, Thank you, Brother Ze. The group walked to the dining table, where a table full of food was already laid out, its aroma filling the air. Everyone sat down and noticed that Wu Lei was still standing to the side, his eyes fixed on the pot of braised pork, his mouth practically watering. The group looked at him curiously. Wu Lei, right? Come and sit down. Don't stand. Yes, come sit down. Bai Ze knew immediately upon seeing this that the guy had been startled by the food again. He clapped his hands helplessly. Wu Lei, wake up. If you don't eat now, Wang Hao will eat the whole pot of braised pork by himself. Wu Lei then snapped out of his daze and smiled apologetically at the group. You flatter me. Yesterday's dishes were already amazing enough, but compared to today's, they're nothing. They're so delicious. After saying that, he quickly sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and his eyes were practically glued to the braised pork. Bai Ze said, Let's get started. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Wu Lei. Although he hasn't officially joined the tribe yet, he has already helped us a lot. He is now our spy planted in the Dajin tribe. These people over here, Wang Hao, Zhang Feng, Li Wei, Lin Yan, Zhang Mingming, and Xia Wanning, are all from our tribe. Those whose names were called nodded to Wu Lei and gave him friendly looks. Wu Lei quickly responded to each of them with a shy smile on his face. Bai Ze then asked, By the way, where are the 2 little ones? I haven't seen them. At this moment, Zhang Mingming said, Honey, they just finished eating and are upstairs now. Xiaoying, please keep an eye on Duo. Bai Ze smiled and said, Xiaoying is quite sensible. Okay, let's eat first. The group immediately picked up their chopsticks and began to devour the food. Before long, everyone was shocked by Wu Lei's eating speed and appetite. He wielded his chopsticks rapidly, stuffing one piece of braised pork after another into his mouth. He finished a bowl of rice in just a few bites, then served himself more rice, his mouth still full, unable to stop eating. In less than 10 minutes, he devoured 3 bowls of rice and half a basin of braised pork by himself, leaving the others dumbfounded, their chopsticks frozen in midair. Wang Hao swallowed hard, his face filled with disbelief. Holy crap. I thought I could eat a lot, but you can eat even more than me. Do you have some kind of extra-dimensional pocket inside your stomach? Wu Lei smiled sheepishly after hearing this, and patted his round belly. You flatter me. It's just that the food my 2 sisters-in-law cooked was so delicious that I couldn't resist. Zhang Mingming covered her mouth and laughed. It's okay. Being able to eat is a blessing. You can make as much as you want in the future. Your second sister-in-law knows a lot of things too. Next time, I'll make sweet and sour pork ribs for you. Xiao Wanning blushed, gently tugged at Zhang Mingming's sleeve, and whispered, Ming Ming, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Mingming chuckled mischievously, whispered a few words in her ear, and Xiao Wanning's face turned even redder. She secretly glanced at Bai Ze, then quickly lowered her head again. Bai Ze was a little embarrassed by what he was being said, and coughed twice. Ahem, all right, we've finished eating. Let's get down to business. Everyone sat up straight, their smiles vanished, and they looked at Bai Ze. First of all, the Black Tiger tribe has been completely dealt with, and Linyan Sanctuary has been reclaimed, which is good news. However, even bigger trouble is yet to come. Bai Ze paused, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his tone serious. Yesterday, Wu Lei and I reviewed the battle between the Dajin tribe and the Black Tiger tribe. The Black Tiger tribe's 100-odd rabble were able to accurately block Jin Wentao's army of over 500, and even cause more than 200 casualties. This is simply unreasonable. Combined with what Hu Yu said before he died, that the Tianxiao tribe instructed him to do it and would help him control the entire island after it was done, there is only one possibility. Someone within the Dajin tribe had already defected to the Tianxiao tribe and leaked Jin Wentao's marching route, troop deployment, and even rest time to Hu Yu. They may even have secretly cooperated during the battle to deliberately create chaos. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, their faces showing shock. What? A traitor? That's outrageous. But why would the Tianxiao tribe do this? They are on the other side of the sea and have no grudge against the Dajin tribe. Bai Ze sneered. The world tribes? Huh. They're probably as ambitious as their name suggests. Their goal is probably not just one or two tribes, but the entire ancient world. After annexing the great Jin tribe, their next target will likely be us. Wang Hao scratched his head and said nonchalantly, Hey, what's there to be afraid of? We have Brutal, the 2 generals, and 5 Triceratops and 2 Ankylosaurus. Let whoever comes beat them up. Besides, they're on the other side of the sea. They can't swim over to fight us, can they? At this moment, Wu Lei spoke up timidly, raising his hand. I have some news that might be related to this matter. All eyes immediately focused on him. Bai Ze said, What news? Tell me. Wu Lei said, Before and after I went to rest this morning, I was bored and browsed the chat channel of the Dajin tribe. They were talking about a 3-day deadline and that the Tianxia tribe was coming. Many people were cursing Jin Wentao for lying and saying that if the people from the Tianxia tribe didn't come in 3 days, they would kick him off the stage. I didn't take it seriously at the time, but now that you've said this, could it be that the Tianxia tribe has found some way to get here? Upon hearing this, the expressions on their faces all became serious. Lin Yin frowned and said, If that's the case, it's quite possible. Before the servers merged, the Tianxiao tribe went on a buying spree for migration scrolls at extremely high prices, and many solo players sold them for resources. They must have hoarded a large number of migration scrolls. Chapter 93, the 3-day term, has arrived. Bai Ze's face instantly darkened. Migration scrolls. These tribes are really something else. They've already started hoarding migration scrolls, laying the groundwork for future expansion after the region merges. It seems their ambitions are much greater than I imagined. Bai Ze made a quick decision and tapped the table. If all of this is true, then we only have 3 days. Within 3 days, we must tame as many dinosaurs as possible and strengthen our defenses before we have the confidence to fight them head-on. Wang Hao, how's the camp's defense line coming along? Wang Hao immediately dropped his playful grin and said seriously, 2 floors have been completed. 2 more are needed. Bai Ze thought for a moment and said, All right, hurry up and finish building the remaining 2 layers of walls and 3 watchtowers today. You will be in charge of the Triceratops and Ankylosaurus. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. Bai Ze looked at Zhang Feng and the others. We'll have to work harder these next few days. Take Brutal out to tame the dinosaurs, and send Brutal out when we encounter any tough opponents. Wu Lei will use the drone to assist us, scouting out where there are many dinosaurs and where there is danger, and giving early warnings. Wang Hao finished building the defense line and immediately came to help. Roger that, boss. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes filled with nothing but fighting spirit, showing no fear whatsoever. The atmosphere in the ARK tribe instantly became tense, and everyone sprang into action. Meanwhile, in the camp of the Dajin tribe, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a stagnant pool. Many tribal members huddled together and talked in private while gathering resources, their voices low, but their dissatisfaction was almost palpable. Hey, do you think Jin Wentao is lying to us? It's been 2 days, and we haven't seen a trace of the Tianxia tribe. I think he's just lying to us. He's afraid we'll rebel, so he's deliberately making up a lie to keep us calm. When he first came on stage, he talked a good game, promising us a life of luxury. But what happened? We went to war with him, lost over 300 brothers, and got absolutely nothing in return. If you ask me, let's not wait any longer. Let's make our move tonight and oust Jin Wentao. I've heard that Bai Ze from the ARK tribe next door is incredibly powerful and fiercely protective of his own people. Why don't we go and join Bai Ze's cause? I think it's a good idea. It's better than following this good-for-nothing. These words were relayed to Jin Wentao's ears by his younger brother, without any difference. In his shelter, Jin Wentao was trembling with anger. He slammed his fist on the table, and the solid wood table instantly cracked. A bunch of ingrates. They're all ingrates. Since I came to power, when have I ever mistreated them? And now they want to betray me. Lin Nan, who was beside him, comforted him. Brother, don't be angry. Don't you know what kind of people these opportunists are? If you ask me, it would be better to kill a bunch of them to establish our authority. Take out those who are the most troublemakers, and see who dares to talk nonsense then. Jin Wentao shook his head, his face so dark it could drip water. That's not appropriate. If we really do that, and the matter gets out, who would dare to join our tribe? We truly have no chance of turning things around. I'll ask Xiao Gang again what he has to say. I already transferred half of the supplies to him yesterday, and he still hasn't sent anyone. As he spoke, he opened the chat channel, went straight to Xiao Gang, and sent him a message in a flurry. Xiao Gong, I've given you all the supplies you requested, but we're the men I asked for. It's been 2 days, and there's not a trace of them. The men are about to rebel. The message was sent, but never received a reply. Jin Wentao's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition surged into his heart. Damn it, did he lie to me? He scratched his head in frustration and paced back and forth in the room like a trapped wild animal. Is Lin Nan's method really the only option? Just when he was about to despair, Xiao Gang finally sent a message, which contained only a cold, impersonal sentence. Jin Wentao, are you looking for death? How dare you talk to me like that? If you're going to be a dog, then you should act like one. Upon seeing these words, Jin Wentao was instantly overwhelmed with humiliation. But for the sake of his own plans, he had to lower his stance and grit his teeth as he replied, Brother Gang, I was in a hurry just now. I'm sorry. I'm just so annoyed by the people below me. They block my door and cause trouble every day. They're almost rebelling. Xiao Gang replied, Rebellion? Ha, just kill them. With me here, what use are they? A bunch of useless trash. Jin Wentao said, Brother Gang is right, but these people are still somewhat useful. They can serve as vanguards for your people in the future, and they can be used when it's time to die. Xiao Gang chuckled and replied, you're quite clever, learning to be a dog very quickly. But I also need to mobilize my troops. It won't be done in a short time. Don't worry, I'll definitely send someone over within 3 days. Just wait patiently, and don't cause me any trouble. Jin Wentao was very frustrated, but he could only reply, Okay, Brother Gang, I'll wait. After closing the chat channel, he couldn't hold back any longer. He let out a low growl and swept everything on the table onto the floor. This is outrageous. Xiao Gong, you've gone too far. Lin Nan chimed in. Brother, Xiao Gang has gone too far. He's treating us like dogs. We might as well quit. Let's take care of those troublemakers first and stabilize the situation. Jin Wentao closed his eyes, waved his hand, and said wearily, Let's wait a little longer. This is the only option we have. As long as the people from the Tianxia tribe arrive and stabilize the situation, I'll find a way to regain the initiative. When that happens, I'll make Xiao Gang pay 100-fold for today's humiliation. And so, Jin Wentao endured his last day in agony. On this day, more and more people came to cause trouble at the entrance of his shelter, and many people began to form their own small groups to openly oppose him. Jin Wentao held back and did not make a move. Finally, it was evening of the 3rd day. As the sun gradually set, the horizon turned blood red, as if foreshadowing the impending bloodshed. The door to Jean Wintao's shelter was knocked on again, even louder than before, making the door panel vibrate. Jean Wintao, come out. The 3-day deadline is up. Where are the people from the Tianxia tribe? You liar. Get off the stage right now. If you don't open the door, we're going to storm in. Jean Wintao sat in the chair, closed his eyes resignedly, and sighed deeply. He opened his eyes, his gaze turning cold and ruthless. Lin Nan. Big brother. Lin Nan stepped forward and gripped the stone spear in his hand tightly. Get ready. If the people from the Tianxia tribe don't come, we'll take action tonight and eliminate those troublemakers. Jean Wintao's voice was devoid of any emotion. Lin Nan nodded, his eyes resolute. Yes, brother. Don't worry. We'll do it without leaving a trace. After saying that, he gave a wink to his trusted men behind him, and they all quietly gripped their weapons. Open the door, Jean Wintao said. Lin Nan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and suddenly flung open the door. As soon as the door opened, a swarm of people rushed in, all carrying weapons and staring at Jean Wintao with hostile expressions. Jean Wintao, 3 days have passed. Where are the people of the Tianxia tribe? You were lying to us after all. Step down immediately. Let someone capable lead us. I think Bai Ze is pretty good. Why don't we go and join Bai Ze right now? Yes, joining Bai Ze's side is better than following this good-for-nothing. Jean Wintao slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. What are you all so anxious about? It hasn't even been 3 days yet. I'm still your leader. The people below immediately retorted. What kind of leader are you? You're fraud. Step down now, or don't blame us for being impolite. As they spoke, they raised their weapons and approached step by step. Jean Wintao's confidants immediately raised their weapons and stood in front of him. Lin Nan shouted, What are you all doing? Trying to rebel. Are you all tired of living? So what if we rebel? You bunch of lackeys. Still trying to intimidate us. What if you've got the guts? Then kill us all. Brothers, let's fight them. Get Jean Wintao off the stage. The two sides were on the verge of war, and the atmosphere instantly turned icy cold, with a bloody battle about to break out. Just then, Jean Wintao's tribe interface suddenly started beeping wildly, constantly emitting beep 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 notification sounds. Chapter 94, Doesn't He Look Like a Dog? Jean Wintao was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened the interface. The page was covered with applications. I flipped through several pages and still couldn't finish. I roughly counted 800 of them. Immediately afterward, Xiao Gang's message popped up, containing only 6 cold words. The people are ready, agree. Upon seeing this, Jean Wintao's expression instantly became complicated. 800 people. The number of people far exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that Xiao Gang would send at most 200 or 300 people to support him, but he didn't expect that 800 would come. This isn't someone who came to help. They're clearly here to take over his tribe. But in the current situation, if he disagrees, these rebels will immediately rush up and seize him. Never mind. Let's keep them calm first. Once we obtain Bai Ze's dragon taming techniques and tame some powerful dinosaurs, it won't be too late to drive these people out. He took a deep breath and immediately shouted to the people below. Stop. The people of the Tianxia tribe are here. Put down your weapons immediately. After hearing this, the people below exchanged glances, their faces showing suspicion, but they still slowly lowered their weapons, wanting to see if what Jean Wintao said was true. Without hesitation, Jean Wintao tapped his finger and clicked Agree to All. Immediately afterwards, he posted a location share in the clan channel. The next second, beams of dazzling white light fell from the sky, illuminating the entire dimly lit camp. Wooden houses appeared out of thin air on the open ground of the Dajin tribe, stretching out continuously. Among them was an impressive level 3 shelter, even larger than the one Jean Wintao lived in. Several minutes passed before the white beam of light gradually stopped. The area of the entire Dajin tribe more than doubled in an instant. Jean Wintao straightened his wrinkled clothes and said to Lin Nan beside him, Come on, let's go out and greet them. Don't let the people of Tianxia tribe think that we, the people of the great Jin tribe, don't know how to behave. After saying that, he walked out first, forcing a smile that was as stiff as could be. From the crowd opposite, A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, strode forward. He wore a black animal skin outfit, his exposed arms covered in hideous scars, and he carried a gleaming iron axe, its blade stained with dark red blood. A scar ran from his brow bone to his chin. His eyes were as fierce as a hungry wolf, and he exuded a fierce, murderous aura. He glanced at Jean Wintao and his group with arrogance, as if they were a bunch of trash, and said impatiently, "Which one is Jean Wintao?" Jean Wintao quickly stepped forward, smiling obsequiously, and said, "May I ask how this brother is called?" "I am Jean Wintao." Wang Buotao glanced at him, his disdain barely concealed. "My name is Wang Buotao. Brother Gang sent me to help you. I didn't expect you guys to be so poor. All of you are just second-level shelters." He paused, then gestured with his chin toward the crowd behind Jean Wintao, speaking as if he were ordering slaves. "Now that we're here, you're in charge of our meals. Every meal must include meat, not a single bite less." Then he pointed to a few pretty girls in the crowd and casually said, "And those girls, send them to my room tonight. They'll take turns serving us brothers from now on." The girls who were called on turned deathly pale instantly and backed away. One of them, named Xiaoya, was so frightened that she burst into tears, clinging tightly to the arm of the boy next to her. The boy's expression changed, and he immediately stepped in front of Xiaoya, glaring at Wang Buotao. "You've gone too far. We invited you here to help, not to act like lords. Why should our woman serve you? That's right. This is too much." Several other boys also stepped forward and stood in front of the woman. Wang Buotao smiled dismissively and waved casually behind him. The 800 members of the Tianxia tribe behind him immediately raised their weapons in unison. The cold weapons were pointed at the members of the Great Gold tribe, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense, as if the air itself had frozen. Jean Wintao's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He quickly stepped forward and waved his hands repeatedly at Wang Buotao. "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Brother Buotao, don't be angry. The kids are just being silly. Girls are shy. I'll talk to them about this later, and I'll definitely send it to you. From now on, we'll take care of all your meals, with meat every meal, and we guarantee you'll have plenty." Upon hearing this, Wang Buotao's expression softened. He reached out and patted Jean Wintao's shoulder heavily, so hard that Jean Wintao almost knelt on the ground. "Not bad, not bad. You know what's good for you. Work hard, and you'll get your share of benefits following Brother Gang. But if you dare to try anything funny, you know what the consequences will be." After saying that, he led his men toward the camp of the independent faction, leaving behind a group of members of the great Jean tribe with livid faces. Jean Wintao stood there, gritting his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Lin Nan lowered his voice and said through gritted teeth, "Big brother, are we really going to put up with this? They don't treat us like human beings at all. They're not here to help. They're here to act like masters." Jean Wintao took a deep breath, suppressing the raging fire in his heart, his voice as cold as ice. "What can we do but endure? We can't beat them now. What show of force? I've been telling the brothers to stay out of trouble and keep a low profile lately. Once we've dealt with Bai Ze, found out his dragon taming techniques, and how he makes tools, and have the strength, it won't be too late to deal with them. When that happens, I'll make them pay 100-fold for the humiliation they suffer today." Lin Nan nodded with a grim expression, his fist still clenched tightly. "Yes, brother. I'll go and instruct the brothers right away." Jean Wintao composed himself, forced a smile, and walked toward Wang Buotao's camp. But as soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by 2 guards wielding spike clubs. "Stop! What are you doing?" Jean Wintao suppressed his anger and said with a forced smile, "Brothers, I am Jean Wintao. I would like to discuss with Brother Buotao the plan to deal with Bai Ze tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the 2 guards laughed disdainfully, looking him up and down with contempt in their eyes. "Do you think we're trash like you? So many of us can't even take down a small tribe of a few people, and you still have the nerve to talk about plans? We'll let you know when we set off tomorrow. All you need to do is lead the way. Now, get out of here, and don't forget to bring those girls over, or Brother Buotao will be upset, and you'll be in big trouble." "Ha ha ha." Jean Wintao's eyes were bloodshot with rage, his chest heaving violently, and he wished he could immediately pull out his weapon and kill the two watchdogs. But he finally forced himself to speak and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Okay, I'll go prepare now. After saying that, he turned and left. The two guards watched his retreating figure, still loudly mocking him. Ha ha, doesn't he look like a dog wagging its tail? Ha ha ha, call him a dog is too kind. He's just a spineless coward. Jean Wintao suppressed the urge to turn around and kill them, and quickly walked back to his shelter. Chapter 95 heading to the defense line to begin deployment. With a bang, he slammed the door shut, making it vibrate and buzz. He leaned against the door, his chest heaving, taking deep breaths to calm himself. After a long while, he finally suppressed the anger that was about to burst forth and called out to the door, Lin Nan, come in. Lin Nan pushed open the door and walked in, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He looked at Jean Wintao's ashen face and said in a low voice, Brother, I've already given the orders to tell the brothers to stay put and not provoke those people. But the brothers are all holding back a lot of anger. Jean Wintao nodded, walked to the table and sat down, his fingers tapping the surface unconsciously. His voice was terribly hoarse. I know. Lin Nan, go and deliver some supplies to those women who were mentioned. Tell them that as long as they are willing to take care of Wang Boitao's group, they will be given priority in allocating resources from the tribe in the future. Lin Nan suddenly looked up at Jean Wintao in disbelief. Brother, you're really going to send them over there? You saw what kind of people they are. Xiaoya is only 16. Jean Wintao raised his head, his eyes almost crazed, staring intently at Lin Nan. Otherwise what? If we don't let them go, are we just going to wait for Wang Boitao to bring his men and kill us all? Lin Nan, listen to me. Just bear with it for a while. As long as we get Bai Ze's dragon taming technology and tame our own dinosaur army, I will make them pay 100-fold for all the humiliation we suffered today. What's a little sacrifice for the greater good? They should feel honored. Lin Nan looked at Jean Wintao's crazed eyes, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He lowered his head, his voice dry like sandpaper scraping. I'll go right now, brother. After saying that, he turned and walked out, his steps heavy. He seemed to want to turn back and say something every now and then, but in the end he gave up. After Lin Nan left, only Jean Wintao remained in shelter. He couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly overturned the table, scattering the contents all over the floor. Fine. Fine. Wang Boitao. Xiao Gong. You just wait. I, Jean Wintao, will repay this humiliation 100-fold sooner or later. And Bai Ze, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Once I catch you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Meanwhile, in the ARK tribe's camp, the campfire crackled, casting a rosy glow on everyone's faces. Bai Ze was holding a twig and drawing a list of his harvest over the past 3 days on the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad. The Triceratops Legion has expanded to 12 members, and in addition to the 2 generals, the Velociraptors have gained 3 new companions. We have also tamed 2 Stegosaurus, 6 freshwater turtles, and 20 dodos. Our dinosaur legion is beginning to take shape. Wang Hao patted his chest and reported with a smug look on his face. Boss, all 4 lines of defense are complete. And after learning from the last lesson, I specially added an extra layer to the walls. The 3 watchtowers are also built, using the wooden ladders I made myself as climbing routes. I've tested them, and they're very stable. Bai Ze nodded, and was about to speak when he suddenly frowned and looked up in the direction of the great Jean tribe. Strange, it's been 3 days already. Why haven't the people from the Tianxia tribe arrived yet? Could it be that Xiao Gang changed his mind at the last minute, and Jean Wintao was tricked by them? As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding white light suddenly shone in the sky outside, brighter than the midday sun, illuminating the entire camp as if it were daytime. Bai Ze and the others' expressions changed, and they suddenly stood up and rushed out. In the distance, countless white beams of light were falling continuously from the sky, heading straight for the location of the great golden tribe. They dyed the night sky their holy white, yet it also exuded a chilling sense of oppression. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes, his expression instantly turning serious. Wulei, check the chat channel of the Jean tribe immediately. Have people from the Tianxia tribe arrived? Upon hearing this, Wu Lei immediately opened the chat channel of the Dajin tribe. Within seconds, his face turned ashen. Boss Bai Ze. He's here. He's really here. The Great Jin tribe has suddenly gained 800 people. It must be the people from the Tianxia tribe. Upon hearing this, the expressions on their faces all turned grave. 800 people. This number far exceeded their expectations. They originally thought that the Tianxia tribe would send at most 200 or 300 people to make a show of things, but they didn't expect that 800 would come. Bai Ze couldn't help but curse. Has Jin Wentao gone mad? 800 people. Does he still own the Great Jin tribe? This is simply inviting wolves into the house. Utterly stupid. He took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and immediately ordered, "Everyone to go on high alert. Zhang Feng, Li Wei, Lin Yan, Wang Hao, you come with me and immediately lead the Dinosaur Legion to the defensive line to set up camp. Wang Hao, once we arrive, set up a few temporary shelters first, and we'll spend the night there." "Yes, boss," the group replied in unison, and immediately turned to pack their things. Bai Ze then looked at Zhang Mengmeng and Xia Wanning, his tone softening slightly. "Mengmeng, Wanning, you two stay home to take care of Xiaoying and Duo. I'll leave the two generals, Hung and Ha, to guard the camp. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Unexpectedly, the two girls said in unison, "I want to go too." They exchanged a glance, and Zhang Mengmeng spoke first. "Honey, let Sister Wanting go with you. I'm enough for the family. We also want to do our part, and we practice archery at home often, so our accuracy is no worse than theirs." Xia Wanning nodded vigorously, looking at Bai Ze with a determined gaze. "Bai Ze, let me go. I can provide archery support from behind. I won't hold you back." Bai Ze looked at the two women's determined eyes, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. "All right. Wan Ning, you'll come with us. But you must be careful, stay by my side, and don't wander off." Xia Wanning nodded vigorously, a happy smile spreading across her face. Soon the army set off. Brutal walked to the very front, majestic and imposing, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Bai Ze, riding on Ah Guai's back, turned his head and looked at the 20 dodo birds following at the back of the group, swaying and jostling each other. He then looked at Wang Hao, who was riding on the back of a freshwater turtle, leisurely swinging his legs, and couldn't help but rub his forehead. "Wang Hao, I'm asking you, why did you bring the dodo bird along? Just to make up the numbers?" Wang Hao chuckled and patted the freshwater turtle under his rear end. "Hey boss, this is also a fighting force. If we can't beat them, at least it can block some attacks. If all else fails, it can be used as reserve food if we lose. A win-win situation." Bai Ze slapped his forehead, utterly speechless. "Well, since we've already brought it out, let's just leave it at that." The group moved slowly, mainly because the freshwater turtles and dodos were too slow, and they had to stop and wait for them from time to time. Fortunately, they had cleared out most of the dinosaurs in the surrounding area over the past 3 days, and they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. After a period of trekking, the group finally reached the defensive line. Looking at the 3-story thatched wall and the 3 towering watchtowers in front of him, Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction. "Wang Hao, well done." Wang Hao immediately raised his head proudly, his tail practically wagging in the air. "Of course. Don't you know who I am? I'm the tribe's #1 architect. From now on, all the construction in this ancient world will be contracted out to me." Bai Ze ignored him and began directing everyone to set up a defensive line. Chapter 96, The Humiliation of All Tribes. After Bai Ze had settled all the dinosaurs, he and Wang Hao set up several simple temporary shelters and lit a campfire in the middle. The orange-red flames flickered, dispelling the chill of the night and casting flickering light on everyone's faces. "We'll take turns keeping watch on the watchtower tonight," Bai Ze said, adding a piece of wood to the campfire. "Zhang Feng and Li Wei will keep watch for the first half of the night, and Wang Hao and Lin Yan will keep watch for the second half. Every 15 minutes, we'll peek around and make sure we don't doze off. Otherwise, they might sneak up on us in the dark and catch us off guard. Wu Lei, you should rest tonight. If they don't attack tonight, fly a little further away tomorrow morning and scout carefully." "Roger that, boss." Everyone responded in unison. Wang Hao secretly took out a handful of berries and threw them to a dodo bird that had come over to him, muttering, "Eat more, fatten it up, so that if we really lose, we can rely on you for a meal." The dodo tilted its head, picked up a berry, and began to crunch it. Bai Ze glanced at him and said irritably, "Don't count on them. If a fight breaks out, they'll run faster than anyone else." Wang Hao chuckled and scratched his head. "Well, it's better than nothing." Nothing was said that night. Several people took turns keeping watch at night, their eyes bloodshot from exhaustion, but they didn't see a single ghost. As dawn broke, Bai Ze rubbed his eyes and walked out of his temporary residence, taking a deep breath of the morning air still damp with dew. "How was it? No movement all night?" Zhang Feng yawned and nodded, "No, boss. It's eerily quiet. Even the dinosaurs are making fewer noises than usual." Bai Ze's brows furrowed even more. Something unusual must be going on. He looked at Wu Lei. "Wu Lei, how's it going? Did you find that Tyrannosaurus Rex that was chasing Jean Wintao before?" Wu Lei shook his head, looking exhausted, and said, "No, boss. I've searched the entire area within a 20-kilometer radius, and I haven't seen a single Tyrannosaurus Rex. Could it have been killed by some other, more powerful dinosaur?" Bai Ze pondered for a moment and nodded. "Possibly. That Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't very strong to begin with, so it's normal for it to be killed. Let's give up the search for now." He looked up in the direction of the Dajin tribe, his eyes grave. Jean Wintao and the others are holding back, which is definitely not a good thing. They're definitely plotting something. Everyone, stay vigilant and don't let your guard down. Wu Lei, keep the drone running, keep watching. "Okay, boss." Meanwhile, a chilling scene was unfolding in the camp of the Dajin tribe. Several of Jean Wintao's confidants were being forced to kneel on the ground by people from the Tianxia tribe, their faces covered in wounds and blood trickling from their mouths. The leader, a blonde-haired man named Lu San, spat and kicked Li Gang in the stomach. "You bunch of useless trash. Couldn't you find us a few obedient ones? That woman yesterday, she actually dared to arrest me. She ruined my fun." Li Gang curled up in pain, but still gritted his teeth and raised his head, glaring angrily at him. "You guys started this yourselves? What right do you have to hit me? You've gone too far. Oh, you dare to talk back." Lu San sneered, raised his foot, and stomped hard on Li Gang's hand. With a soft crack, accompanied by Li Gang's heart-wrenching scream, his finger was crushed. "I think you're tired of living." Several members of the Tianxia tribe nearby also surrounded them, punching and kicking the people on the ground. Jean Wintao and the others from the Dajin tribe stood not far away, all with their heads down, no one daring to speak. Wang Wutao sat on a large rock not far away, watching the scene with a faint smile, occasionally glancing at Jean Wintao's reaction. Seeing Jean Wintao's pathetic state, head down, trembling, yet too afraid to utter a sound, he scoffed disdainfully, picked up the wooden bowl beside him, and took a sip of meat soup. Lin Nan looked at Li Gang and his men kneeling on the ground, beaten beyond recognition, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his knuckles turning white. These are all brothers who have been close since Sun Hao's time. When Sun Hao was in power, they were ostracized together, went hungry together, and followed Jean Wintao in rebellion together. They thought they would live a good life, but they never expected to suffer such humiliation now. He suddenly raised his foot to rush out, but Jean Wintao grabbed his arm. "Lin Nan, don't be impulsive." Jean Wintao lowered his voice, his tone pleading. "A major battle is imminent. Just bear with it. Don't let a small thing cause a big loss." Lin Nan turned her head and looked at him with disappointment, her voice trembling. "Brother, tolerance won't earn you respect. Look at them. They don't treat us like human beings at all. Our brothers are being beaten. Our sisters are being violated. How can you expect me to tolerate this?" Jean Wintao's grip tightened, his knuckles turning white. "These sacrifices are acceptable to complete our plan. Once we obtain Bai Ze's technology and have the dinosaur army, I will make them pay 100-fold. Sacrifice." Lin Nan abruptly shook off his hand, his eyes icy cold. "Why should we brothers' lives and the innocence of those girls be used to fulfill your ambitions? Brother, you're wrong. You were wrong from the very beginning. Where did your courage to defy Sun Hao go?" After saying that, he didn't look at Jean Wintao again and strode away resolutely. "Stop. Let go of my brothers." The members of the Tianxia tribe who were beating someone were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lu San sized Lin Nan up and down, his face full of mockery. "Oh, another one trying to be a hero? What, you want to join them and bark like a dog on the ground? None of your leaders have spoken, so who gives you the right to point fingers? As he spoke, he raised his foot and stomped hard on Li Gang's head, pressing Li Gang's face into the mud. What? Feeling sorry for me? Go ahead and hit me if you dare. Lin Nan looked at Li Gang, who was groaning in pain on the ground, and then at Jin Wentao, who was still looking down in the distance. The last glimmer of light in his eyes went out. He suddenly rushed forward and punched Lu San hard in the stomach. Lu San groaned, spat out a mouthful of bile, and immediately squatted down, clutching his stomach. Dare to hit me? Kill him. The other members of the Tianxia tribe immediately surrounded Lin Nan and began punching and kicking him. Lin Nan was quite skilled and managed to take down another person, but he was no match for the many hands he had. He was quickly knocked to the ground, clutching his head and huddled there, enduring a hail of punches. Stop! Jin Wentao finally couldn't hold back any longer, shouted, and ran over. Wang Buotao sat up straight, watching the scene with great interest, wondering what Jin Wentao would do. Hearing the shout, the people of the Tianxia tribe all stopped and looked at Wang Buotao. Wang Buotao waved his hand, signaling them to step back. Lin Nan looked up and saw Jin Wentao, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. He knew that Jin Wentao wouldn't be that kind of person. He wouldn't just stand by and watch his brother be bullied. Chapter 97, Why Not Go Seek Refuge with Bai Ze. However, the next second, Jin Wentao stepped forward, raised his hand, and slapped Lin Nan hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap was particularly jarring in the deathly silent camp. Lin Nan's head was turned to the side by the blow, and half of his face instantly became red and swollen, with bright red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He froze, slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared intently at Jin Wentao, as if he were seeing this person for the first time. Jin Wentao avoided his gaze, leaned close to his ear, and said through gritted teeth in a voice only the two of them could hear, Lin Nan, you should prioritize the bigger picture. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. Don't let your actions ruin our plans. After saying that, he straightened up, put on a fawning smile, and sternly scolded Wang Buotao. Hurry up and apologize to everyone in the Tianxia tribe. You ignorant fool. Looking at Jin Wentao's hypocritical face, Lin Nan suddenly let out a miserable laugh. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! He laughed so hard he bent over, tears streaming down his face, his whole body trembling. Everyone present stared at him, bewildered. Jin Wentao, you're really something. He wiped away the tears and blood from his face, his eyes as cold as a lake in winter. Li Gang and I have been with you ever since you rebelled against Sun Hao. Back then, we ate grass roots and gnawed on tree bark. Even when we were ostracized, we never uttered a word of dissent. We thought that by following you, we would no longer be bullied and could live with dignity. But what happened? To please outsiders, you gave away the women of our tribe to be defiled, watched our brothers have their arms broken, and now you've even hit me. Fine, Jin Wentao. From today onwards, I, Lin Nan, sever all ties with you. You are not worthy to be my elder brother. Jin Wentao's face instantly turned ashen. He trembled with rage, and his eyes widened in fury. Lin Nan, what nonsense are you spouting? You've gone too far. Men, take him and these troublemakers away. Lock them up. No one is to release them without my order. Several people who had joined Jin Wentao with Lin Nan hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward and helped Lin Nan and Li Gang up. Lin Nan did not resist, but stared intently at Jin Wentao, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Jin Wentao turned around, smiled apologetically at Wang Buotao, and rubbed his hands together. Brother Buotao, I'm really sorry you had to see this. My men are ignorant. I'll definitely discipline them when we get back. When are we setting off to attack the ARK tribe? Wang Buotao watched him with interest for a while, then suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed. Well done, Chief Jin. You're ruthless. You can even lay a hand on your own confidant. I admire you. Since you're in such a hurry, let's set off now. He paused, looking at Jin Wentao with a half-smile, his eyes full of undisguised probing. But speaking of which, you've dealt with the ARK tribe several times before, and you're familiar with their terrain and strength. Why don't you, the people of your great Jin tribe, lead the charge? Let us see just how capable Chief Jin's soldiers really are. Jin Wentao's eye twitched suddenly, and his heart jumped into his throat. Leading the charge? This is clearly an attempt to use his men as cannon fodder to test Bai Ze's strength. He quickly put on a smile and waved his hand. Brother Buitao, you're joking. My men are just a rabble. They're okay for doing handicrafts, but when it comes to fighting, they're nowhere near as brave and skilled as the brothers of the Tianxia tribe. However, we can find a few people familiar with a route to guide you, and make sure you get safely to the front line of the Fangzhou tribe. Wang Buitao stared at him for several seconds and said, Then I insist that you take the lead. Cold sweat began to bead on Jin Wentao's forehead, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Seeing Jin Wentao's reaction, Wang Buitao suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, Brother Wentao, I was just joking with you. Look at you, you actually took it seriously. All right, then find a few people to lead the way. Leave the rest to us. We guarantee we'll bring that kid named Bai Ze back to you as your slave, and you can do whatever you want with him. Jin Wentao finally breathed a sigh of relief, his back soaked with cold sweat. He quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a forced smile, Ha, Brother Buitao is so humorous. I'll have someone prepare it right away. He immediately selected 10 members familiar with the route to lead the way, and he himself led about 50 members, following Wang Buitao's army of 800 men at a distance, marching in a grand procession toward the ARK tribe's defensive line. On the other side, Lin Nan and his group were locked in a secluded little thatched hut. Not long after, 2 of Lin Nan's close friends sneaked over. Brother Nan, let's go. Stone, his face still bearing the marks of his injuries, said urgently. Jin Wentao has set off with his men. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Lin Nan stood up, rubbing his numb arm. Looking at the billowing dust outside, his eyes were icy. Go? Where to? Go with Jin Wentao to our deaths. Brother Nan, what are we going to do? Li Gang clutched his broken hand, wincing in pain. The people of Tianxia tribe are so fierce, and Jin Wentao is unreliable. We're homeless now. Lin Nan looked at them and took a deep breath. I can't swallow this. Jin Wentao is willing to betray even his own people for his own ambition. Following him will only lead to our deaths sooner or later. I just thought of something. We should go and inform Bai Ze now. Even if we can't help much, we can't let Bai Ze be caught off guard. Bai Ze. Sure too was stunned for a moment. But Bai Ze only has a few people. 800 people from the Tianxia tribe and 50 from the Dejin tribe. How could he possibly defeat them? After today, the Fangzhou tribe will probably cease to exist. Lin Nan shook his head, his eyes unusually firm. Not necessarily. I have a feeling that Bai Ze is not so easily defeated. Jin Wentao and Sun Hao both wanted to cause him trouble, but neither of them succeeded. This is definitely not a coincidence. Moreover, even if Bai Ze really loses, we can't just let it go. At worst, we can take the tribe's resources, find a remote valley, and build our own small tribe to live in. That's better than following Jin Wentao like a dog. The group exchanged glances, and each saw determination in the other's eyes. Okay, Brother Nan, we'll listen to you. Yes, let's give it our all. It's better than putting up with this. Lin Nan smiled with satisfaction. Good. You truly are my good brother. He immediately opened the chat channel and sent Bai Ze a private message. As a result, a red notification immediately popped up on the screen. The other party has blocked private messages from strangers. Message delivery failed. Is Chapter 98 following the same formula again? Lin Nan's expression changed drastically. He jabbed his finger at the screen and stamped his foot in frustration. Oh no, Bai Ze has blocked private messages from strangers. The message can't be sent. What? Stone panicked too. What are we going to do? They've already set off. Bai Ze wasn't prepared at all. He's definitely going to suffer. Li Gang, clutching his hand, which was swollen like a steam bun, frowned and said, How about sending it to the other members of his tribe? We can't all block strangers, can we? Bai Ze is so famous. It's normal that he's blocking people to avoid being harassed. Lin Nan's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? He immediately opened the tribe module, searched for the ARK tribe, and the first member on the list was Wang Hao. Without thinking, he clicked on it. Urgent news. Jin Wentao is leading 50 people from the Great Jin tribe and 800 people from the Tianxia tribe, heading towards your camp. Most of the Tianxia tribe members are wearing animal skin armor, and their leader is called Wang Buotao, who is carrying an iron axe. My brothers and I have fallen out with Jin Wentao and want to join Bai Ze. We have no other intentions, so please take us in. After sending the message, Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief, closed the chat channel, and said to the others, "All right, the message has been sent. Does anyone else remember the way to Bai Ze's camp?" "I know." Stone nodded, then frowned. "But all the tribes under heaven follow the same path. If we follow behind, we'll be easily discovered. It's all right. Let's slow down and stay far behind." Lin Nan's eyes were firm. "We'll see how things go. If Bai Ze holds on, we'll go out and help him and maybe even join his side. If Bai Ze really loses..." He paused, his eyes turning cold. "Then we'll circle back to the tribe. All the tribe supplies are in Lu Wen's hands. Once we get the resources, we'll go to the deep mountains to the west, find a remote valley, and build our own small tribe. At worst, we can abandon this shabby shelter. A few grown men like us can't be bothered by building houses, can we? It's better than following Jin Wentao and becoming cannon fodder." "Okay, let's do it," they said in unison, their eyes rekindling with hope. They crouched low, slipped into the nearby woods, and silently followed the army, their footsteps crunching on the thick layer of fallen leaves. Meanwhile, inside the ARK tribe's defensive lines, Bai Ze was standing in the open space, methodically directing the dinosaurs to take their positions. "Send word 1, send word 2, send word 3. You all stand guard behind the small path on the left. If anyone dares to come around from there, pounce on them and bite them." The three-headed velociraptor immediately rubbed against Bai Ze's leg, making low purring sounds, and turned to guard the side of the path. 12 triceratops line up in a row, guarding behind the thatched wall. "Behave yourselves, don't wander off. When I give the order, charge forward together and knock the enemy away." The triceratops shook their sharp horns, let out a deep roar, and obediently stood in a row, their heavy hooves leaving deep craters on the ground. 6 freshwater turtles, each guarding one of the 3 watchtowers. "Your shells are tough. You can withstand the pressure. If the wall is breached, you'll block the ladders at the watchtowers and buy us some time." The freshwater turtles slowly shook their heads, took short steps, and climbed to the bottom of the watchtower. 2 stegosaurus follow behind the triceratops. After the triceratops finish charging, you can go up and use your tail spikes to sweep the enemies. Be careful not to hurt your own people. The stegosaurus flicked its spiked tail, making a whooshing sound, and walked to the back of the triceratops group. "Brutal, you stay in the rear and be ready to fill in as needed." Bai Ze patted the Allosaurus's thick thigh. Brutal lowered his head, nuzzled Bai Ze's shoulder, and let out a low roar. Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Even if they outnumber us, with these dinosaurs and the 5 high-explosive grenades in our hands, we can hold out for a while." Just then, Wang Hao suddenly ran over, shouting, "Something terrible has happened, boss. You need to come quick." Bai Ze frowned and walked over. "What's the panic? If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up." The others were also drawn over by shouts. Li Wei reached out and slapped Wang Hao on the back of the head, saying irritably, "Little fatty, you better really have something important to say, or I'll stomp you to death. This is really big." Wang Hao dodged his hand, opened the chat channel, and showed it to everyone, saying hurriedly, "Big boss, look. Someone named Lin Nan just sent me a private message saying that Jin Wentao has brought 800 people from the Tianxia tribe. He even said he wants to join us. I don't even know him. Could this be a conspiracy by Jin Wentao to lull us into a false sense of security?" Several people crowded around to look at the message, their faces showing confusion. Wu Lai Sujinli exclaimed, "Oh, I know that person." All eyes immediately turned to him. "Do you know him?" Bai Ze asked. Wu Lai nodded. "I used to stay in the Jin tribe." Lin Nan was Jin Wentao's second-in-command and his most trusted confidant. He's been with him since Sun Hao's time. He's an incredibly fierce fighter and a very loyal person. How could he suddenly turn against us and send us messages? That's too strange. Bai Ze stroked his chin, his expression grave. It's hard to say. It's difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood right now. We can't believe it completely, but we can't completely disbelieve it either. Wu Lei, immediately take control of the drone and fly it towards the direction of the Dajin tribe to conduct reconnaissance over the widest possible area. Okay, boss. Wu Lei immediately found a rock to sit on, lowered his head, and quickly operated the tablet. After about 5 minutes, he looked up and shook his head. Boss, we haven't found anything unusual yet. Could it be that Lin Nan is really lying to us? Trying to lure us out and then ambush us? Bai Ze shook his head. It's better to believe it than not. Whether it's true or not, we have to be prepared. Wang Hao, send him a message and ask him why he betrayed Jin Wentao and what evidence he has. Understood. Wang Hao immediately sent a message. I know who you are, Jin Wentao's second-in-command in the Dajin tribe. Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious. Tell me, what kind of conspiracy are you plotting? Why did you tell us this? A few seconds later, Lin Nan replied with a photo. In the photo, Lin Nan and Li Gang are standing in the woods. Lin Nan's face is swollen and red on one side, and the clear handprint is particularly glaring. There is also blood on the corner of his mouth. Li Gang's hand is also swollen. Below is another line. To curry favor with Wang Buotao, Jin Wentao gave the women of the tribe to them to be defiled. He even hit me after watching our brothers have their arms broken. He's gone mad. His mind is filled with your dragon-taming techniques. We didn't want to die with him, so we turned against him. There's no conspiracy, believe it or not. Wang Hao showed Bai Ze the photos and the message. Bai Ze looked at the slap mark on Lin Nan's face in the photo and sneered. This tactic is exactly the same as when Jin Wentao came to me for cooperation, playing the victim to gain sympathy. Trying to fool me a second time with the same trick? Chapter 99. The battle begins. The power of the grenade. Just then, Wu Lei's voice suddenly rang out, trembling slightly with urgency. Boss Bai Ze, they're here. They're really here. A dark mass, right at the edge of the forest. Bai Ze and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they all crowded in front of the monitor. On the screen, the distant tree looked as if it had been dyed with ink, and there was a dense mass of people moving about, stretching as far as the eye could see. These people were all armed, and many were wrapped in tightly sewn animal hide armor, far superior to the rabble of the great golden tribe from before. Everyone disperse, and take up the watchtowers. Wan Ning, you stay with me and guard the middle one. Bai Ze made a decisive decision, his voice as cold as ice. Yes, boss. The freshwater turtle guarding the watchtower slowly shifted its body, making way for the group. The group nimbly climbed up, each taking control of one of the 3 watchtowers, bows knocked, their eyes fixed on the approaching crowd. Xia Wanning stood beside Bai Ze, her fingertips slightly cold, her knuckles white from gripping the bow so tightly. This was the first time in her life she had witnessed so many people fighting. Her heart pounded as if it would burst from her chest. Bai Ze caught a glimpse of her tense profile out of the corner of his eye, reached out and gently patted the back of her hand, softening his voice. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. If you really can't take it, just crouch down and hide. Don't try to tough it out. Xia Wanning looked up and met his gentle yet firm gaze, instantly calming most of her panic. She nodded firmly, biting her lip, and said, Yes, I'm not afraid. I can do it. She paused, her cheeks flushed slightly, and whispered, Bai Ze, if we both survive this time, I'll give you a surprise. Bai Ze paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and smiled. What surprise? Can't you tell me now? Can a surprise still be called a surprise if it's already said? Xia Wanning smiled, pursed her lips, gripped the bow tightly again, and her eyes became firm. Before long, the dark mass of people finally reached a point 50 meters in front of the defensive line. The 10 members of the great golden tribe who were at the front were pale-faced, and their legs were trembling. They took 1 step and looked back 3 steps, clearly having been pushed forward. Wang Buotao, carrying his gleaming iron axe, stood at the front of the group. He glanced up at the thatched wall in front of him, scoffed, and spat. This lousy thatched wall thinks it can stop me? That's laughable. He glanced back at Jin Wentao, who was cowering at the back, not daring to show his face, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. Then, he raised his iron axe and roared, Brothers, charge! Tear down this lousy wall. Charge in, kill all the men, and grab the women and supplies. Charge! For like a pack of starving wild dogs. The 10 members of the Great Golden Tribe who were at the forefront were shoved violently by those behind them. Those who were slower were kicked to the ground on the spot, and countless feet clad in animal hides trampled over them. At first, shrill screams could be heard, but after only a dozen seconds, the sounds completely disappeared, leaving only a few pools of mangled flesh on the ground. The members of the Dajin tribe behind them were so frightened by what they saw that they stood still and dared not move forward another step. Jean Wentao stared intently at the several inhuman corpses on the ground, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forcefully turned his face to the side, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Lin Nan and his companions, who were hiding in the woods in the distance, were furious when they saw this scene. Shirtu slammed his fist into the tree trunk, sending leaves rustling down. He gritted his teeth and cursed. These beasts, those are living, breathing people. Jean Wentao, that coward. He just stood by and watched. Lin Nan gripped the stone spear in his hand, his knuckles turning white, his eyes filled with icy hatred. He stared intently at the direction of the defensive line, silently praying in his heart. Bai Ze, you must hold on. On the watchtower, Bai Ze watched the crowd surge forward like a tide, his eyes narrowing. Prepare to shoot. Aim at the unarmored ones. Fire. 7 stone arrows whistled as they shot out, accurately piercing the chests of the first few men who were not wearing animal hide armor. Several screams rang out, and the men collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. They have bows and arrows. Watch out, someone shouted. But the others paid no heed, continuing their charge over the corpses of their fallen comrades. Those clad in animal hide armor, when struck by arrows, merely paused for a moment, pulled the arrows from their bodies, cursed, and continued running. The animal hide armor was resilient, and given the distance, the stone arrows barely penetrated, causing no fatal wounds. Holy crap, are these guys insane? They don't even stop being shot at by arrows. Wang Hao exclaimed, firing arrows from the left watchtower. Are they the reincarnations of the 800 Spartans? Stop talking nonsense. Keep shooting. Aim for the neck and head. Bai Ze shouted, his bow and arrows never stopping, and one arrow struck a man's throat. The man clutched his neck, blood gushing from between his fingers, and staggered to the ground. After several volleys of arrows, more than a dozen men from the Tianxia tribe fell. But for a massive force of 800, these casualties were insignificant, not even enough to slow their charge. Bai Ze was secretly anxious. There are too few people. They only had 7 men, and could only fire a maximum of 7 arrows per volley. Against the enemy's overwhelming force of 800 men, this firepower was utterly inadequate. As more and more people rushed to the thatched wall, they raised their weapons and hacked at the wall with a thump, 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 sending wood chips flying and causing the thatched wall to shake violently. We can't let them break down the wall so easily. Keep firing, Bai Ze shouted, pulling a high-explosive grenade from his backpack, pulling the pin, and aiming at the densest part of the crowd before throwing it with all his might. He deliberately threw it a little further, afraid of blowing up his own wall. A bald, burly man was charging forward when suddenly something round hit him on the head. He paused, bent down to pick it up, and scratched his head in confusion. Huh? What's this thing? A lump of iron? And it's smoking. Before he could finish speaking, boom! A deafening roar echoed through the valley. A blinding flame shot into the sky, and a powerful shockwave spread out instantly. People within a 5-meter radius were torn to pieces, and those further away were thrown out and crashed to the ground, spitting blood. A large crater more than a meter deep was left on the ground, with mud mixed with blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and a strong smell of gunpowder and blood filled the air. Everyone was stunned by the loud noise, and their charge came to an instant halt. Holy crap, it's thundering. What a load of crap. It's an explosion. They have a bomb. My God, so many people died just now. It was terrifying. Panic spread like a plague, and people from all the tribes retreated, no one daring to rush forward anymore. Chapter 100. Jean Wentao's True Colors. Wang Buitao, who was standing some distance away, also lost his composure. His arrogance froze instantly. He turned around abruptly, grabbed Jean Wintao by the collar like a chick, and spat in his face. Jean Wintao? Why the hell didn't you mention that the ARK tribe had such a weapon? Did you deliberately send us here to die? Jean Wintao was being pulled so hard he could hardly breathe, his face flushed red. He hurriedly waved his hands. I really didn't know. If I had known, I would have told you already. I swear, if I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning. Useless trash. A bunch of useless trash. Wang Buotao slammed him to the ground and spat. You can't even figure out what kind of background the other side has. What use are you? Now, immediately, get your men to charge. Charge to the front. Otherwise, I'll take my men and leave you here to die. Jean Wintao scrambled to his feet, not even bothering to brush the dirt off himself, his heart pounding. He knew Wang Buotao meant what he said, and there was no turning back now. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile, saying, Brother Buotao, please calm down. They definitely don't have a second one of these bombs. It must be the only one left, used to scare us. I'll send my men right away. He turned around and shouted to the members of the great golden tribe who were huddled together behind him. Charge! All the brothers from the Tianxia tribes have charged. What are you all standing around for? Charge in, and whoever is the first to grab the supplies will get a level 3 shelter upgrade. But no one moved. The image of those 10 brothers who led the way being trampled to death is still vivid in my mind, and the deafening explosion still echoes in my ears. An older member named Lao Zhou stepped forward, his neck stiff, and said, Go if you want to. We're not going to our deaths. That's right. Why should we be cannon fodder for all the tribes in the world? Jean Wintao, you are not fit to be our leader at all. The pent-up discontent of the past few days finally erupted at this moment. Looking at the members who had once obeyed him without question, but now glared at him angrily, Jean Wintao felt a surge of anger rush to his head. Why? Why don't they understand me? If he could just capture Bai Ze and force him to reveal his dragon taming techniques and tool-making methods, he could lead everyone to dominate the entire island, or even the entire ancient world, and live a good life with meat at every meal, without having to live in fear anymore. Why can't they understand? Why do I always have to fight against myself? His eyes instantly became bloodshot, and his reason was completely consumed by madness. The iron spear plunged deep into old Zhou's chest. The sharp spearhead pierced through his body, protruding from his back, dripping with hot blood. Old Zhou stared wide-eyed at Jean Wintao in disbelief, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and slowly collapsed. Jean Wintao pulled out his spear, blood splattering all over his face. His bloodshot eyes swept over the crowd as he roared. I said, Attack! Anyone who dares to utter another word will suffer the same fate. The people of the Dajin tribe were terrified by his mad appearance. Looking at old Zhou, who was still convulsing on the ground, they trembled and dared not say another word. Seeing this, Wang Buotao clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Good. Chief Jean, that's the right thing to do. Those who disobey should be killed. Our brother gang definitely likes a ruthless person like you. Ha ha ha. He then roared at the trembling members of the great Jean tribe. Did you hear me? Now get up. If you don't, your chief will kill you first. If you do, there's still a chance to survive. The people of the Dajin tribe looked at each other, their faces filled with despair. Either way, they were going to die. Gritting their teeth, they picked up their weapons and listlessly charged towards the defensive line. Lin Nan and his companions, who were hiding in the woods, were heartbroken to see this. He's gone mad. Jean Wintao has really gone mad. Shirtu gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. He actually killed Lao Zhou. Lin Nan gripped the stone spear in his hand, his knuckles turning white, his eyes filled with icy hatred. He had once thought Jean Wintao was the one who could lead them out of their suffering, but now he realized that Jean was even more ruthless and selfish than Sun Hao. Perhaps this is his true face. Lin Nan's voice was as cold as ice. Everything before was an act. But Jean Wintao didn't care anymore. He wiped the blood from his face and said to Wang Buotao, Brother Buotao, my men are all in. We can't retreat now. We have to press on and attack in one fell swoop, or all our previous efforts will be in vain. Nonsense. Do you need to tell me? Wang Buotao scoffed, then yelled at the top of his lungs, "Charge! They can't possibly have another one of these stupid bombs. If they had a lot, they would have already dominated the whole island. Charge in, grab supplies, grab women." Upon hearing this, the people of the Tianxiao tribe realized what was going on. That's right, this is the ancient world. Very few people can even forge iron, so how could they possibly have so many of these powerful weapons? If Bai Ze were truly capable, he would have unified the entire island long ago. Why would he still be guarding such a small, dilapidated camp? The fear in their hearts vanished instantly, and they roared once more, charging forward like a tidal wave alongside the people of the great golden tribe. After throwing the high explosive grenade, Bai Ze thought he could intimidate them for a while, but they rushed up again. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, these guys are like cockroaches. Are they impossible to kill? Boss, the wall's broken. Wang Hao suddenly shouted. Bai Ze looked down and saw that a large gap had been cut in the outermost thatched wall, and several people from the Tianxiao tribe were rushing in, brandishing weapons and shouting. But when they rushed in, they were all dumbfounded. Instead of the ARK tribe's camp, there was another identical thatched wall blocking their way. Holy crap, there's another wall here. Are you kidding us? Is this some kind of Russian nesting doll? Wang Hao laughed so hard on the watchtower that he slapped his thigh, tears welling up in his eyes. Ha ha, you're all dumbfounded. I've built 100 walls, 1,000 walls. Take your time tearing them down, one wall after another. I'll exhaust you bunch of bastards. Li Wei smiled and nodded. Not bad, little fatty. I didn't expect you to be so prescient. Of course, Wang Hao proudly raised his head. I'm the tribe's #1 architect. From now on, I'll be in charge of all the real estate in this ancient world. Stop laughing. Keep shooting. Bai Ze shouted, his bow and arrows never stopping, and one arrow struck the neck of a man who was cutting through the second wall. The man groaned and collapsed to the ground. Just then, a dozen clever members of the Tianxiao tribe circled around to the far left of the defensive line and discovered a hidden path concealed by several large trees and rocks. Ha ha! Those idiots from the ARK tribe. They didn't even notice there was a road that wasn't blocked. Brothers, follow me. We'll circle around from here and catch them off guard. We'll grab all the good stuff first. A dozen or so people excitedly squeezed into the alley. The path was narrow, only wide enough for two people to walk side by side. They walked carefully forward, encountering no obstacles along the way, which made them even more smug, as if they could already see themselves making a fortune. Chapter 101 Hidden Path Conceals Danger. Just as they reached the end, rubbing their hands together and envisioning a bright future of rushing in to burn, kill, and plunder, two dark figures suddenly pounced out from the bushes beside them. The two velociraptors were as fast as lightning, knocking the two people at the front to the ground. They struggled to get up, but were pinned to the ground by the velociraptor's thick hind legs, its sharp claws digging deep into their flesh. Immediately afterward, the velociraptors lowered their heads, their sharp teeth biting through their throats. Warm blood spurted out, staining the soil beneath their feet red. A velociraptor stood at the end of the path, letting out a low, warning roar at the remaining people in the passage, revealing a mouthful of gleaming fangs, like a demon god. Those who hadn't yet come out of the passage were startled, their steps instantly freezing. There are velociraptors. There are velociraptors in their camp. How is that possible? How could they live with dinosaurs and be safe and sound? Get out of here. Get out. The people in front frantically backed away, but the people surging forward from behind had no idea what was happening in front and kept pushing forward. What are you doing? Don't retreat. Charge forward. There's a velociraptor ahead. Retreat now. You'll be dead if you wait any longer. What velociraptor? Impossible. Who are you trying to scare? Before the words were even finished, the head of the person in front was snapped off with a crack and rolled to the ground, his eyes still wide open, filled with terror. Everyone panicked and screamed at the top of their lungs. Back up! Back up! Back up! There's a dinosaur ahead. There really is a dinosaur. The crowd surged backward like a tide, trampling each other, and several more people were trampled to the ground, letting out shrill screams. Those who finally managed to escape through the alley were pale-faced, drenched in sweat, and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, staring with lingering fear at the dark alley as if it harbored a man-eating demon. No, we have to report this to Brother Boitao right away. A member, still shaken, scrambled to his feet and stumbled toward Wang Boitao. At this moment, the battle cries from the main battlefield were deafening. People from all the tribes had gathered and launched a frenzied attack on the second thatched wall. The sounds of hammering and chopping filled the air, and the second wall was quickly riddled with holes. Throw another high-explosive grenade. Clear out the people in the middle. Bai Ze shouted. I'll do it. Wang Hao immediately pulled out a high-explosive grenade, bit off the wristband, aimed at the densest part of the crowd between the two walls, and threw it forcefully. Boom! Another deafening roar. The explosion instantly cleared a large area, sending debris and blood flying everywhere, accompanied by screams of agony. The two already badly damaged thatch walls were blasted open by the shockwave, leaving two large holes. They still have bombs. Run! The people of the Tianxia tribe were terrified and turned to run away. The people of the Dajin tribe never wanted to fight in the first place, and seeing this, they ran faster than rabbits, wishing their parents had more legs, and in an instant, they were all gone. Bai Ze and his companions continued shooting arrows from the watchtower, specifically targeting those who were running at the back. Wang Hao was even more cunning, aiming specifically at people's buttocks. Ouch! My butt! A scream rang out as a member of the Tianxia tribe, who was running at the back, was hit in the buttocks by an arrow, fell face first into the dirt, and scrambled away. Wang Hao laughed so hard on the watchtower that he slapped his thigh. Bullseye. With my archery skills, it's a waste that I'm not an archer. Wang Boitao's face turned ashen with rage as he watched his fleeing men, his features contorted in fury. He rushed forward, grabbed Jin Wentao by the collar, and lifted him off the ground, roaring, Jin Wentao, didn't you say they couldn't possibly have a second one? Then what is this? Tell me what this is. Jin Wentao was also stunned, his pupils dilated, and he stammered, I didn't expect this either. How could they still have bombs? This is impossible. Useless. All of you are useless. Wang Boitao slammed him to the ground and spat. What's the point of fighting? We'll just keep throwing them away, and we'll wipe them all out. We're leaving. You guys can play by yourselves. No, Brother Boitao, we can't retreat. Jin Wentao scrambled to his feet, grabbed his arm, and cried out urgently. If we retreat, they'll definitely repair the wall overnight. Then all our brothers who sacrificed their lives will have died in vain. Hold on a little longer. They definitely won't have a third one. Really, I promise. Wang Boitao frowned and thought about it, then realized it made sense. If they went back so sheepishly, Gang Gu would definitely skin them alive. He snorted coldly and shook off Jin Wentao's hand. Fine, let's wait a bit longer. I'll see if they come down to repair the wall. As soon as they dare to show their faces, we'll rush in. Boss, they escaped. We won. Wang Hao excitedly waved his bow, an arrow, jumping up and down as he shouted. The others also breathed a sigh of relief, their faces beaming with smiles of relief after surviving a close call. Only Bai Ze remained frowning, gazing at the Tianxia tribe's camp in the distance, his expression showing no sign of relaxation. Xiao Wanning noticed his odd behavior and asked softly, Bai Ze, what's wrong? Didn't we win? Why don't you seem happy at all? We haven't won yet. Bai Ze shook his head, his eyes serious. Look, they haven't left. They're still assembling and observing over there. They've suffered such a huge loss. They're definitely not willing to retreat like this. They'll attack again soon. Sure enough, on the other side, Wang Boitao was counting heads with a dark face, his expression so gloomy it could drip water. We lost 73 men, more than 20 were seriously injured, and many more were slightly injured. He suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at Jin Wentao. Jin Wentao, how are you going to settle this score? So many brothers can't have died in vain. Jin Wentao rubbed his hands together and quickly stepped forward with a smile. Brother Boitao, don't worry. Once we break through the ARK tribe, all the supplies inside will be given to you by our great Jin tribe without taking a single penny. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, Wang Boitao's expression softened somewhat, and he snorted, You're smart to know what's good for you. After saying that, he opened the chat channel and sent a message to Xiao Gang. Brother Gang, this ARK tribe is not easy to deal with. They have bombs. We haven't even faced them in hand-to-hand combat yet. and we've already lost 73 brothers. Jean Wintao is a good-for-nothing. He doesn't know anything. Within seconds, Xiao Gang replied with a message, his tone cold and arrogant. Useless. You can't even handle this little thing. It's just a few broken bombs, right? Just send Jean Wintao's men up as human shields to bait out all the bombs. And is there only one way to get into their camp? Can't you find another way? Do I have to teach you this? Do you think 800 men can't take down a small tribe with only a few people? All right, we must conquer the Pingzhou tribe today. And that Bai Ze, I'm very interested in him. If we can capture him alive, bring him back to me. I want to see what he's capable of. Wang Boitao saw the message and quickly replied, Okay, brother gang, I understand. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Just then, the member who had escaped through the side path stumbled back, panting, and said, Bo, brother Boitao, something's wrong. We found a side path that wasn't blocked off. But, Chapter 102 to join, you must first submit a pledge of allegiance. Wang Boitao's eyes lit up, and he grabbed his arm. What? There's a shortcut? Where? The man pointed to the far left of the defensive line, a place hidden by several large trees and rocks, and said, It's right there. Brother Boitao, but there are dinosaurs there. Several brothers have already been killed by dinosaurs. The member was panting heavily, his face still showing lingering fear, and his voice was trembling. Wang Boitao's smile froze instantly, and he frowned, cursing. What the hell? Dinosaurs? How come dinosaurs wouldn't bite the ARK tribe people? Do you think they become sworn brothers with dinosaurs? Jean Wintao, who had been standing to the side pretending to be a quail with his head down, suddenly changed his expression when he heard the word dinosaur. His eyes instinctively darted away, and he dared not meet Wang Boitao's gaze. This subtle change did not escape Wang Boitao's notice. He turned to stare at Jean Wintao, his tone scrutinizing. Jean Wintao, do you know something? Jean Wintao's heart skipped a beat. He quickly forced a stiff smile and waved his hand, saying, Brother Boitao, how would I know? Maybe they caught a few and trapped them in the alley as a snare. Are there many? Wang Boitao turned to the messenger. Not many, just 3. They look like velociraptors. They're incredibly fast. Jean Wintao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Boitao scoffed, his face full of disdain. Only 3 velociraptors? Is that enough to scare you like this? There are so many of us. 1 foot each could crush them in a mincemeat. Attack in that direction. He turned to Jean Wintao, his tone leaving no room for argument. You, take your men and attack the front. Fight them to the death. Draw Bai Ze and the others' attention away. I'll lead the rest of the men around the side path and launch a pincer attack. I refuse to believe we can't take this lousy camp this time. Jean Wintao's face darkened instantly, and he hurriedly said, Brother Boitao, this won't do. We only have 40-odd men left, and I'm afraid we can't withstand a frontal fire. Bai Ze and the others still have bombs. Hell, what a bunch of useless trash. Wang Boitao glanced at him indifferently, his eyes full of disdain. Is 200 men enough for you? Don't let me down. He gave the 200 people from the Tianxia tribes a wink and said coldly, Keep a close eye on them. If anyone dares to take a step back, kill them without asking for permission. Yes, Brother Boitao. The 200 men responded in unison, their stone spears pointed intentionally or unintentionally at Jean Wintao and his men. Jean Wintao was caught in a bind, unable to back down, and could only grit his teeth and squeeze out a single word, okay. From the woods on the other side, Lin Nan and his companions could see everything clearly. My God, Bai Ze and the others are amazing. A few of them actually withstood the attack of 800 people and even blew them into a panic. Shirtu's eyes widened in disbelief. If this were any other tribe, they would have been flattened long ago. Yes, that's amazing. Li Gang nodded, his tone full of emotion. If we had seen through Jean Wintao's true colors earlier and sided with Bai Ze, we wouldn't have suffered so much. Lin Nan's expression shifted, and he suddenly gripped the gleaming stone spear in his hand. This is a good opportunity. The people of the Tianxia tribes have just retreated, and their defenses are at their weakest. We'll take this opportunity to sneak over and seek refuge with Bai Ze. The group was startled upon hearing this, and quickly pulled him back. Brother Nan, are you crazy? If we go over there now, will be riddled with bullets. Yeah, Brother Nan, it's too dangerous. Can't we wait a little longer? Lin Nan shook his head, his eyes resolute. We can't wait any longer. If we wait until they're done fighting, either Bai Ze wins, and there will be no point in us going, or the Tianxia tribe wins, and we'll have no chance of survival. Now is the best opportunity. He paused for a moment and then said, I'll contact Bai Ze and the others first and explain things to them. After saying that, he immediately sent a message to Wang Hao. The four of us brothers sincerely pledge our allegiance to the ARK tribe and have no other intentions. We are currently behind Jin Wentao's team. If you are willing to take us in, we will find a chance to bypass them immediately. On the watchtower, Wang Hao saw the message and immediately shouted to Bai Ze, Boss! Boss! Lin Nan sent another message. He's at Jin Wentao's second in command. He said they're right behind Jin Wentao and want to come and join us now. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow and sneered. Truly, surrendering? In this chaos of war, who knows if he's a spy sent by Jin Wentao? He thought for a moment and said, Reply to him. If you want to join us, you can, but you must kill a few people from all the tribes under heaven as a token of your loyalty. Otherwise, forget it. Understood. Wang Hao immediately sent a message. Lin Nan's face turned deathly pale upon seeing the message. Brother Nan, what do you mean? The group quickly asked, crowding around. Lin Nan turned off the chat channel and said with difficulty, Bai Ze wants us to kill a few people from the Tianxia tribes as a pledge of loyalty. Otherwise, he won't accept us. The group fell silent instantly. With just the four of them, barehanded, they managed to kill people from hundreds of tribes and escape alive. It was practically suicide. Li Gang flinched and whispered, Brother Nan, how about we go back to the tribe? We can take the supplies from the warehouse, find a secluded place, and never come out again. It's better than dying here. Lin Nan raised his head, looking towards the distant defensive line, then glanced at his three brothers who had risked their lives alongside him, and took a deep breath. What good will hiding do? Sooner or later we'll still be bullied by other tribes and eaten by dinosaurs. Bai Ze is our only way out right now. Okay, he gritted his teeth. I'll go alone and kill a few stragglers from the Tianxia tribe. You guys take advantage of the chaos to run towards Bai Ze. Once you're below the defensive line, Bai Ze and the others will definitely cover you. No, absolutely not. The group immediately objected in unison. Brother Nan, how can we let you go to your death alone? We're going together. That's right. We brothers will live and die together. At worst, we'll die, but we'll be heroes again in 18 years. Seeing the sincere and determined light in their eyes, Lin Nan's eyes instantly reddened. He nodded forcefully, his voice choked with emotion. All right, let's go together. Cheer up, everyone. You all have to survive. After saying that, he replied to Wang Hao. Okay, we'll get started now. I hope you keep your promise. The men discarded any unnecessary items, clutching only their sharpest stone spears. They exchanged a glance, nodded, and, crouching low, used the cover of the grass and the crowd to slowly make their way towards the main force. Soon, they blended into the crowd of the Great Golden Tribe. The group kept their heads down, afraid of being recognized by acquaintances, and moved slowly while looking for an opportunity to strike. They couldn't bear to kill the people of the Jin tribe. Although these people chose to remain silent when they were humiliated and beaten, the real culprits were Jin Wentao and the people of the Tianxia tribe, not these ordinary people who were also oppressed. Chapter 103. These guys are really fierce. The group crouched low and slowly moved along the edge of the crowd, almost touching the back of the Tianxia tribe. Unexpectedly, their furtive behavior was spotted by several members of the Great Golden Tribe who were resting on the ground. The group huddled together, whispering and gossiping amongst themselves. Hey, look at those guys, they look familiar. That's right. Isn't that Lin Nan leading the group? Wasn't he locked up by Jin Wentao? How did he get out? Look, they're heading toward the Tianxia tribe. What are they trying to do? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Nan and his group suddenly moved. Lin Nan immediately spotted Huang Mao Lu San, who was leaning against a tree and talking to others. This is the bastard who broke Li Gang's hand in front of everyone yesterday and spat on them to humiliate them. With old and new grudges piled up, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he didn't hesitate for a moment. Let's do it. The group grabbed their stone spears and pounced on them. The stone spear pierced directly into the chests of the three men, the force so great it went through their backs. Liu San's eyes widened, but he didn't utter a sound before collapsing to the ground. "Go!" Lin shouted. The group didn't even have time to draw their stone spears before they turned and ran frantically toward the Bai Ze defense line. "Holy crap! Someone's ambushed us. Brother Liu is dead." The members of the Tianxia tribe who were standing nearby were the first to react. When they saw Liu San lying in a pool of blood, they immediately erupted in chaos. "Catch them! Kill these bastards! Avenge Brother Liu!" Dozens of men carrying weapons chased after them, their shouts of battle deafening. The people of the Dajin tribe were dumbfounded, standing there speechless with their mouths agape. My goodness, have Lin Nan and his men gone mad? They actually dare to kill people from all the tribes under heaven. They're incredibly audacious. Jean Wentao also heard the commotion and squeezed through the crowd, just in time to see Lin Nan and the others running away. He was furious, his face turning green, and he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Lin Nan, you stop right there. How dare you betray me?" But his voice was completely drowned out by the deafening shouts and footsteps of the tribes. On the watchtower, Bai Ze and his companions were watching the drone's feed, witnessing the entire scene unfold. "Damn, these guys are ruthless." They acted without hesitation. Wang Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. Li Wei nodded, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. He's a real man. He must have been driven to the brink by Jean Wentao. Otherwise, he would be willing to gamble with their life. Zhang Feng chuckled and curled his lip. "Do you think every tribe is like us, protected by a big shot and living the high life? There are plenty of people outside who can't even get food and have to suffer." He turned to Bai Ze. "Big shot. Are we really going to take them in?" Bai Ze's gaze fell on the people running desperately on the screen, his fingertips lightly tapping on the wooden bow. Actually, when Lin Nan agreed to take action, he had Wu Lei send over the drone. These guys dared to act under the noses of hundreds of people. They had guts and courage, 100 times better than Jean Wentao and his spineless gang. "Let them in," he said calmly. "Have Shiwani and the others let these people in later. Have Brutal keep an eye on them to make sure nothing goes wrong. We'll provide cover with arrows so they don't die on the way." "Okay." Lin Nan and his group below were running so hard their lungs felt like they were going to explode. The wind was whistling in their ears, and the footsteps and shouts behind them were getting closer and closer. Just then, Lin Nan suddenly felt someone push him hard from behind. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. "Brother Nan, run!" A familiar voice sounded behind me, filled with heart-wrenching pain. Lin Nan suddenly turned around. Li Gang was standing where he had just been standing. A cold iron spear pierced through his back, dripping blood from its tip, pinning him to the spot. Not far away, Jean Wentao stood in the crowd, maintaining his throwing posture, his face full of ferocious killing intent. Lin Nan knew that spear all too well. It was the prize Jean Wentao won when he opened the blue gift box. He treasured it like the back of his hand and wouldn't let anyone else touch it. "If you dare betray me, you all must die." Jean Wentao gritted his teeth, his voice filled with venom. Blood kept gushing from Li Gang's mouth, but he still mustered his last bit of strength to roar at Lin Nan. "Go, Brother Nan. If you don't leave, I'll have died for nothing." "Li Gong." Lin Nan's eyes instantly turned red, and he raised his foot to rush back. "Don't go." Sure too, and another brother grabbed him tightly, pulling and dragging him forward. "Brother Nan, you can't go. If you go, we'll all die. Li Gang's sacrifice will have been in vain." Lin Nan watched as Li Gang's head drooped lower, tears mingling with the blood on his face. He gritted his teeth, swallowing his tears and hatred, and turned to continue running towards the defensive line. They hadn't run far before they were within range of arrows. The pursuers were hot on their heels and were about to pounce. "Fire arrows. Provide cover." Bai Ze gave the order. Several stone arrows whistled down from the watchtower and accurately struck the men chasing in the lead. "Ah!" Screams rang out one after another, and the pursuers' pace slowed down instantly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Nan and the other two rushed to the thatched wall in one breath, leaning against the wall and panting heavily. "Bai Ze, we're here. Let us in." Lin then shouted, his voice hoarse. There's a hidden path on the far left. Coming from there. Xuanyi and the others won't attack you. Bai Ze's voice came from the watchtower. The group quickly ran to the left and found a narrow path. Without a second thought, the three of them plunged in. Just as I reached the exit, three dark figures suddenly darted out from both sides and blocked the middle of the road. The three velociraptors bared their teeth, revealing a mouthful of gleaming fangs, and stared at them menacingly, making low, growling sound from their throats. The three of them were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They stopped abruptly, their legs went weak, and they almost knelt down. They didn't dare to breathe. Xuanyi, let them in. Bai Ze's voice came from above. Upon hearing this, the three velociraptors retracted their fangs and slowly turned aside to make way for them. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, their backs drenched in cold sweat. They supported each other and stumbled inside. They hadn't walked more than a few steps when they were completely dumbfounded. 12 triceratops stood in a neat row like a moving steel wall, heads bowed, sharpening their horns. 2 stegosaurus swung their barbed tails with a whooshing sound, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. 6 freshwater turtles crawled leisurely on the ground, as if nothing had happened. My goodness, so many dinosaurs. We could open a dinosaur zoo. Stone's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. Indeed, we made the right choice. When they reached their temporary shelter, they caught a glimpse of a huge creature lying on the ground. Turning around, the three of them collapsed to their knees with a thud. That was an Allosaurus. It was several times larger than a velociraptor, with a huge head and teeth as sharp as knives. It lazily raised its eyelids and coldly glanced at them. Its gaze was no different from looking at 3 pieces of walking meat. Allosaurus. Lin Nan's voice trembled. They had seen Allosaurus before. Previously, when Jinwento wanted to cause trouble for Bai Ze, they gathered a group but were stopped on the way by a 3-headed Allosaurus. They didn't even dare to resist and had to leave a few people behind as food before they could safely retreat to their camp. Seeing Allosaurus again, this time, was just as shocking, making their legs weak. The brutal creature merely glanced at them before lying back down, completely ignoring the 3 little ones. Just then, the battle cries from the main battlefield suddenly rose again. Chapter 104 Second Battle. Breaking through the defense line. Lin Nan and his group's sneak attack has thoroughly angered the people of the Tianxia tribe. This group was already furious because they had been hit by 2 grenades, and now that old and new grudges had piled up, they didn't even bother to rest and launched a full-scale attack. Jin Wentao was being watched by 200 people from the Tianxia tribe, so he had no choice but to lead the team himself. 50 people from the Dajin tribe charged at the front, followed by 200 armed Tianxia tribesmen, braving the rain of arrows from the watchtowers, and rushed towards the 3rd line of defense like madmen. The large hole blasted by the grenade hadn't been repaired, and the surge of people created a gaping opening. A group of people rushed in through the breach, brandishing their weapons and hacking wildly at the 3rd thatched wall. The muffled thuds echoed, with chips and grass clippings flew everywhere, and the wall shook violently, clearly on the verge of collapse. Oh no, the 3rd wall is about to break. Wang Hao shouted, his palms sweating. Boss, let us handle this. Zhang Feng and Li Wei simultaneously pulled out high-explosive grenades and turned to look at Bai Ze. Bai Ze frowned and nodded. Aim for the densest crowd at the base of the wall and throw it, but don't blow up our own wall. The 2 responded, pulled off their wristbands, swung their arms, and the 2 grenades flew in 2 arcs, landing precisely in the crowd below the wall. This time, Jin Wentao had truly learned his lesson. He didn't rush forward at all. Instead, he cowered behind a gap in the 2nd wall, his eyes fixed on the watchtower. The moment he saw the 2 men raise their hands, he immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, Scatter! Scatter now! They're throwing bombs! His shout was timely, but with over 200 people crammed under the narrow wall, so close together that even turning around was difficult, how could they disperse so easily? Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions rang out in quick succession, sending shockwaves carrying debris and blood high into the air. 2 craters billowing black smoke instantly appeared on the ground, and people nearby collapsed, their severed limbs scattered across the ground, clutching their wounds and howling in agony. Jean Wintao, who was hiding behind the wall, was also thrown to the ground by the shockwave. His ears were ringing and cold sweat was dripping down his chin. Before, when he saw the explosion from a distance, he only felt that it was powerful, but he didn't really grasp its reality. Now that he was so close and could even smell the blood in the soil clearly, he truly realized that this thing could actually kill people. For a fleeting moment, he really wanted to turn around and run away. But when he thought of Bai Ze's dragon-taming skills and his dream of dominating the entire island, he gritted his teeth and forced back the thought of running away. The third wall is breached. Charge in. He scrambled to his feet, brandishing his spear and shouting defiantly, "I refuse to believe they still have bombs." To boost morale, he took 2 steps forward and pretended to be fearless. But when he rushed through the gap in the third wall and looked up, he froze on the spot. The fourth neat thatched wall stood solidly in front of him, taller and thicker than the third, with not a single gap to be found. Jean Wintao's Dao heart shattered on the spot. "You son of a bitch!" he roared, jumping up and down in anger, his voice cracking. "Are you never going to stop? Are you a rat? All you know is digging holes and building walls. I refuse to believe it. Keep tearing it down. I want to see just how many roads you've built." No sooner had he finished speaking than a stone arrow whizzed past and hurtled straight toward his face. Jean Wintao's pupils shrank suddenly, and he twisted his body to the side as if his life depended on it. The stone arrow grazed past his earlobe, piercing it and drawing a string of blood beads before embedding itself in the wall behind him with a thud, its fletching still humming. "This!" Jean Wintao covered his bleeding ear, wincing in pain. Half of his face was numb. He looked up and glared fiercely at the watchtower, meeting Bai Ze's gaze. Bai Ze stood by the railing, still holding his bow, a hint of regret on his face. He casually remarked to the person beside him, "He actually dodged it. Jean Wintao is really lucky." Just then, Lin Nan's voice suddenly came from the left, sounding urgent. "Brother Bai Ze, something bad has happened. People are coming from the alley. A lot of people. The velociraptor can't hold on." Bai Ze immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the path. Wang Guotao was seen leading over 500 men, desperately charging down the narrow path. Those in front died, and those behind stepped over the corpses to continue, piling up lives to push forward. Although the 3-headed velociraptor was fierce, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of its opponents. It had already sustained several deep, bone-revealing wounds and was forced to retreat step by step, its wheezing becoming increasingly labored. "Push it in. Push it all in. It's just 3 broken dinosaurs. What's there to be afraid of?" Wang Guotao kept shoving his men from behind, spitting everywhere. He pushed a few times, but still thought it was too slow. He pulled aside his henchmen, who were cowering in front of him, cursing, "A bunch of useless trash. You can't even handle 3 beasts. I'll do it." He grabbed the gleaming iron axe and charged in, his neck stiff. When I went inside, the scene was in complete chaos. The people who rushed and were poking and stabbing wildly at the 3 velociraptors. Lin Nan and his 2 companions rushed forward to help, grabbing the legs and biting and pulling, their faces and bodies covered in blood. Even more outrageous were the chubby dodo birds, flapping their little wings and joining in the fun, pecking fiercely at people's ankles with their sharp beaks. Although a peck wouldn't even break the skin, and they were often kicked far away, they would just get up, shake their heads, and then stubbornly rush back to peck, as stubborn as donkeys. Wang Guotao's face was contorted with rage, but his hand gripping the axe handle was trembling slightly. He spotted Sun Yi, who was injured on the back and moving a little slower, gritted his teeth, grabbed the axe, and charged forward, bringing it down hard on Sun Yi's back. The sharp iron axe cleaved straight into his flesh, and blood instantly sprayed all over his face. Xuan Yi let out a painful roar and turned around to bite him, but the surrounding stone spears immediately pierced through, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. The other 2 velociraptors were also in dire straits, with more and more wounds on their bodies, making them move a beat slower, and they were about to give up. Bai Ze stood on the watchtower, his eyes turning cold. He took a deep breath, mustered all his strength, and his voice boomed like thunder across the camp. "Brutal! Charge!" Hearing the shout, Wang Guotao paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, his tone full of mockery. Ha ha, what brutality. Kid, you must be scared out of your wits. I think you've run out of tricks. Quickly surrender obediently, and Brother Gang might spare your corpse. No sooner had he finished speaking than he caught a glimpse of the scene to his side out of the corner of his eye. The smile on his face froze instantly, disappearing little by little, replaced by deep terror. The 12 Triceratops had already formed their charge formation, heads bowed, sharpening their horns. 2 Stegosaurus swung their large, barbed tails, making a whooshing sound. 6 freshwater turtles guarded the watchtower. These dinosaurs actually obeyed Bai Ze's commands? No. Wang Buotao's mind was buzzing. Where did all these dinosaurs come from? Why aren't they destroying the camp? That's impossible. Immediately afterwards, a series of heavy footsteps sounded. The ground trembled slightly, and you could feel a tingling vibration under your feet. Chapter 105: The Destructive Power of the Dinosaur Army. A colossal creature suddenly burst out of the shadows of their temporary shelter and stood firmly in the center of the camp. It raised its massive head and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves swept across the entire area like a tangible airwave, stinging people's faces and even sending grass clippings flying. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. The Tianxia tribesmen, crowded in the narrow path, stood frozen in place, forgetting to raise their stone spears. What kind of dinosaur is this? How can it be so big? My goodness, this head is bigger than my whole body. What are you standing there for? Run. It's unclear who shouted first, but the crowd instantly erupted, turning around and pushing towards the alleyway, trampling each other, with cries and screams filling the air. But brutality would not give them a chance to escape. It lunged forward on its powerful hind legs, plunging directly into the densest part of the crowd. With a snap of its gaping maw, 3 or 4 people were instantly cut in half at the waist, not even having time to scream before they were torn apart. Warm blood splattered all over the ground, and the air was instantly filled with a strong, pungent smell of blood that made people feel nauseous. Wang Buotao was so frightened that his face turned pale, and his hand holding the iron axe trembled like a leaf. All of you charge. What are you afraid of? It's just a big lizard, he shouted, stiffening his neck purely to bolster his courage. There's so many of us, we could drown it with a single spit from each of us. Charge. Kill it, and Brother Gang will reward you handsomely. The people of the Tianxia tribe were initially terrified, but upon hearing about the reward and seeing the overwhelming number of people around them, they mustered their courage, let out a roar, and charged forward with their weapons. But their stone spears and axes were no different from tickling the brutal, thick skin. The brutal creature was annoyed by the swarm of ant-like creatures and swung its thick tail horizontally. With a whoosh, 7 or 8 people who were at the forefront were swept away. The attack caused no harm. Instead, it completely unleashed its ferocity. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and it charged wildly with its head down, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake, with men and horses falling in blood and flesh flying everywhere. Wang Buotao stood at the back, watching his men fall in droves, his heart bleeding. He knew that if this continued, his small group would eventually be wiped out by the monster. He glanced up at the watchtower and saw Bai Ze standing there, calmly directing operations. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Once Bai Ze is killed, these dinosaurs will be in chaos without anyone to command them. Follow me. Charge the watchtower. Kill the one in charge. Wang Buotao gritted his teeth, picked up his iron axe, and charged toward the middle watchtower, followed by more than 20 of his best fighters. But when they reached the watchtower, they met with a direct and unwelcome encounter. 6 freshwater turtles had been guarding the watchtower, blocking the ladder entrance. Chop these damn turtles to pieces. Wang Buotao stomped his feet in frustration. A group of people swung stone axes and spears and smashed them against the tortoiseshell with a series of thump sounds, until sparks flew, but there wasn't even a scratch on the tortoiseshell. The freshwater turtle would occasionally bite people's ankles hard. Its mouth was like a pair of pliers, tearing off a piece of flesh and skin with each bite, making people scream in pain. For a moment, Wang Buotao and his group were blocked by several slow-moving turtles, unable to move forward even half a step. Just then, a deafening cheer erupted from the front. It's broken. The fourth wall has finally been breached. Jean Wentao and his men, at the cost of nearly 100 lives, finally managed to cut a large gap in the fourth thatched wall. He glanced around briefly and saw that it was completely empty. There was no fifth wall after all. Finally, the damn wall is broken. Jean Wentao's voice trembled with excitement, and tears almost welled up in his eyes. There's no wall anymore. There's finally no wall anymore. Brothers, charge in. Kill Bai Ze. Distribute all the supplies and women. They dare to play us. Make them pay the price. The others cheered, finally finding an outlet for their pent-up anger, and charged into the breach with roars. The person at the front had just taken 2 steps, and the ecstasy on their face hadn't faded when they froze. 3 enormous, cold-gleaming horns grew larger and larger in view, accompanied by a heavy hoofbeat that shook the ground. No! The terrified screams had barely left their lips when the 12 Triceratops charged forward one after another. With their heads bowed and sharp bony horns pointed at the crowd, they crashed into the throng like 12 heavy trucks speeding at full speed. Bang! 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 One muffled thud after another. Those charging at the very front had their chests pierced by the sharp horns, and were flung far away while still attached to the horns. Others were sent flying into the air by the impact, and before they could even get up, they were trampled into a bloody pulp by the Triceratops following behind. Cries, screams, and the sound of bones breaking mingled together. In just over 10 seconds, of the 200-plus people who had been so aggressive just moments before, only a few dozen were still standing. The rest were either dead or lying on the ground, groaning and writhing. The ground was covered in blood and bits of flesh, a gruesome sight. After one round of charging, the Triceratops had exhausted most of its stamina and stopped in place, panting heavily, slowly recovering its strength. Jean Wentao stood at the very back, completely dumbfounded, and the spear in his hand clattered to the ground. His mind was buzzing with only one thought in his head. Yes, Bai Ze has the ability to tame dragons, so how could he not have a dinosaur army? But how could they tame so many dinosaurs when there were only a few of them? Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Whether it's reasonable or not, if we don't leave now, we'll all die. Jean Wentao shuddered. His ambition to dominate the entire island and his dragon-taming skills vanished instantly. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was looking, he stealthily turned around, crouched low, and ran away. Bai Ze stood on high ground, having a clear view of the battle unfolding before him. He had originally planned to throw another grenade, but the Triceratops had taken out most of them in a single charge, achieving an even better result than expected. He immediately changed tactics and shouted to the 2 Stegosaurus, "Great sword, second sword, go help the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles." Upon hearing this, the 2 Stegosaurus swung their large, spiked tails and hurried heavily toward the watchtower. With the pressure from the front gone, Bai Ze and his group turned around and aimed all their bows and arrows at Wang Buotao and his gang. Wang Buotao was already furious with the freshwater turtles when a sudden volley of arrows rained down from above. His crew members fell one after another, struck by arrows, and the Stegosaurus charged in, its tail whipping out a spray of blood. As he frantically dodged left and right, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Jean Wentao? Jean Wentao, where are you? Take your men and charge from the side." I called out several times, but there was no response. Wang Buotao's heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute, if Jean Wentao dies, the system will definitely pop up an announcement that the tribe has been disbanded. Could it be that I ran away first? Thinking of this, his last bit of fighting spirit dissipated. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Everyone retreat to the side path, he shouted at the top of his lungs. It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. Zhang Feng had already left the watchtower and was directing the 6 Triceratops to circle around to the gap in the fourth wall. The 6 big guys stood side by side, like a wall of flesh, blocking the exit completely so that not even a mouse could squeeze through. There's no point in even thinking about the other side of the path. The brutal ones are right there, locked in a fierce battle, and anyone who goes there will be killed. The 200 or so people still outside the alley, who hadn't yet entered, were already terrified by the brutal ferocity. Upon seeing that those inside were trapped, They turned and scattered without a word, running faster than rabbits, not daring to look back. Now, Wang Buotao and the remaining 70 or 80 men were completely surrounded, trapped in the open space between two walls. They couldn't move forward, couldn't retreat, couldn't fight back, and couldn't escape. They were utterly in a desperate situation. Bai Ze and his companions also came down from the watchtower and stood at a distance, their bows drawn taut, ready to fire at them at any moment. Bai Ze thought to himself that he had underestimated the destructive power of the dinosaur army. He had thought it would be a long and intense battle, but it ended so quickly. The people of the various tribes were in complete panic. They huddled together, trembling, and their cries of mourning filled the air. "Brother Buotao, what do we do now?" one of the underlings said, his voice trembling with tears. "There's so many dinosaurs. We can't beat them. I don't want to die." "Yes, Brother Buotao. Stop arguing. Will arguing get you anywhere?" Wang Buotao shouted irritably, his forehead covered in cold sweat. "Is Chapter 106 really that surprising?" He stared at Bai Ze for 2 seconds, then suddenly knelt down with a thump, his knees hitting the muddy ground with a dull thud, without the slightest hesitation. "I lost. I shouldn't have brought people here. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything. I'll be your slave." His kneeling was so smooth that not only were the members of the Tianxia tribe behind him dumbfounded, but even Bai Ze and the others were stunned for a moment. With the leaders kneeling, the rest dared not resist any longer. Thump, 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 and 70 or 80 people knelt down in unison, crying and begging for mercy, terrified that they would lose their heads if they were even a step too late. Wang Hao leaned closer to Bai Ze and whispered, "Boss, this is too smooth, isn't it? Where did all that fighting spirit go? It was all just talk, wasn't it?" Bai Ze didn't reply, his gaze sweeping over the sea of heads before finally settling on Wang Buotao at the very front. He knew perfectly well that these people were quick to kneel now, but would turn against him just as quickly once the crisis was over. Keeping them around was a recipe for disaster, while releasing them would be like raising a tiger to cause future trouble. "Kill him." He uttered the 2 words calmly. Wang Buotao suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief. "What? Don't kill us." Bai Ze looked at him, his tone calm and undisturbed. "What? When you led your men to raid our door, burning, killing, and looting, didn't you ever imagine that this day would come?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to knock an arrow, released the bowstring, and the stone arrow whooshed straight towards Wang Buotao. Wang Buotao cursed inwardly that this kid was ruthless and lunged to the side as if his life depended on it. But he was still a beat too slow. The stone arrow pierced his thigh with a thud, and blood instantly soaked through his coarse cloth trousers. Wang Buotao rolled twice on the ground, clutching his leg, his face contorted in pain, tears mixed with cold sweat streaming down his face. "It hurts so much. Don't kill me. If you kill me, Brother Gang won't let you get away with it. He'll definitely lead his army to raze your tribe to the ground." Bai Ze raised an eyebrow indifferently. "I don't know who this Brother Gang you're talking about is. If he wants to come, let him come. People like you who are bloodthirsty killers, dying would be a relief to the world." Upon hearing this, Wang Buotao's last bit of toughness completely crumbled. He sat on the ground and burst into tears. The 1.9-meter-tall, strong man cried like a child, all traces of his previous ferocity gone. "Don't kill me. I've never killed anyone. I was just faking it. Why, I don't want to die." Bai Ze was stunned for a moment. The guy in front of me had a face full of scars and a stubble beard. He looked like a desperado just by standing there, but he said he had never killed anyone and was crying so sadly. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "That's interesting." Wang Hao's eyes widened in amazement. "No way. So this guy was just acting? That's incredibly convincing. I thought he was some ruthless killer." When Wang Buotao said this, the members of the Tianxia tribe behind him were all stunned. We looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Thinking about it carefully, it seems I've never actually seen Brother Buotao personally kill anyone. He's always the one yelling the loudest, but it's always his men who do the killing. He looks menacing most of the time, but when it comes to bloodshed, he's always at the very back. So this usually domineering older brother's aura is all based on his looks? The expressions on everyone's faces changed, Some were angry, some were disdainful, and some were at a loss. Looking at the group of defeated prisoners, Bai Ze tapped the bow with his fingertips, a thought forming in his mind. Killing them all would save trouble, but keeping Wang Buotao alive might allow us to pry some secrets about the Tianxia tribes out of him later. People like him, who are all bark and no bite, are the easiest to control. He stepped forward, looking down at Wang Buotao. Fine, I'll believe you for now. But you need to explain clearly, what use are you to me? Wang Buotao instantly grasped at this as if it were a lifeline, ignoring his leg pain, and crawled forward 2 steps. It's useful. It's useful. I know everything about the Tianxia tribe's camp. Where they are, how many people they have, how many weapons they have, and what Xiao Gang's plans are. I'll do anything you ask. Really, just don't kill me. Bai Ze didn't reply, but glanced at the people behind him. Even if you haven't killed anyone, what about them? They must have blood on their hands, right? Wang Buotao's body stiffened for a moment. Dozens of eyes were staring at him from behind, some pleading, others filled with resentment. Normally, he would have pretended to protect his subordinates. But now that their lives were in someone else's hands, he couldn't care less about others. He gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and his voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. They've all been killed. After saying this, he deflated like a punctured balloon, slumped to the ground, and didn't even dare to turn his head back. An uproar erupted behind him instantly. Wang Buotao, have you no shame? You're afraid of dying, so you sold us out. Who do you think you are? Curses and insults rose and fell. Wang Buotao acted as if he hadn't heard, only staring intently at Bai Ze. He knew perfectly well that he had transmigrated into a neighborhood security guard and had been unwittingly promoted to a minor leader simply because of his fierce appearance. These past few days he had lived in constant fear, afraid of being exposed, afraid of losing his life. He truly didn't want to die. Bai Ze had no interest in watching them fight amongst themselves and waved his hand dismissively. Keep this guy. Deal with the rest. As soon as the words were spoken, the brutal creature made its move. It strode over and began indiscriminately slaughtering the crowd. Zhang Feng and Li Wei also drew their bows, and a rain of arrows poured down. Xiao Wanning stood next to Bai Ze, biting her lower lip, her face a little pale. Bai Ze glanced at her and said softly, Wan Ning, if you can't take it, go and rest for a while. Don't force yourself. Xiao Wanning shook her head, gripping the bow tightly until her fingertips turned white. I'm fine. I can do it. After saying that, she raised her bow, aimed at a person, closed her eyes, and suddenly released the bowstring. The arrow grazed the man's arm, missing its vitals. Bai Ze looked at her slightly trembling shoulders, a hint of admiration in his eyes. In such a cannibalistic environment, daring to pick up a bow already makes one stronger than most people. Before long, the scene quieted down. All 70 or 80 prisoners were killed without exception. Only Wang Buotao remained, lying on the ground, trembling, covered in blood, too afraid to move. Bai Ze glanced at him and ordered, find a rope to tie him up and take him back to the camp. Keep him for now. He might be useful later. All right, boss. Wang Hao immediately agreed, found a thick rope, tied Wang Buotao up tightly like a rice dumpling, and dragged him away like a dead dog. At this moment, Lin Nan and the other 2 came up. They had also been fighting for a while, and had many scratches on their bodies, their faces covered in blood and mud, looking rather disheveled. Lin Nan called out softly, Brother Bai Ze, thank you for taking us in. Bai Ze turned to look at them, his tone calm. No need to thank me. You chose this path yourselves. If you're willing to risk your lives, you deserve to stay here. Lin Nan shook his head, hesitated for a moment, then took half a step forward and lowered his voice, saying, Brother Bai Ze, there's something else I want to tell you. What's up? Chapter 107 Heading to the Great Jin Tribe. Lin Nan lowered his voice and said, Jin Wentao doesn't seem to be dead. He escaped in the chaos. This time, he's been acting like a madman, determined to break through the ARK tribe. He just wants to capture you and force you to reveal your dragon taming techniques. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow, not surprised at all. This kid is fast. What use is his dragon taming skill to him? Even if you gave it to him, he couldn't tame it. No, Lin Nan quickly added. Jin Wentao opened a blue gift box before and got a triceratops saddle. He has always wanted to tame a Triceratops as a mount and build a dinosaur army, which is why he is so obsessed with your dinosaur taming method. Triceratops saddle? Bai Ze's eyes lit up instantly, and he grabbed Lin Nan's arm, his voice tinged with urgency. Are you telling the truth? He really has a Triceratops saddle. Lin Nan felt a little pain from his grip, but dared not dodge, and quickly nodded. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. I even know where he's hiding. Bai Ze was filled with emotion. He's probably a few levels away from unlocking the Triceratops saddle crafting blueprint, which would normally take a while. If he could get one ready-made, he could immediately use the Triceratops as a mount, greatly improving his mobility for both travel and combat. Great! That's wonderful. Bai Ze released his grip and laughed. Let's go to the Great Golden Tribe now. There shouldn't be many people there now, right? I estimate there are only 20 or 30 left to stay behind. All of them are elderly, weak, women and children. They have little fighting power, Lin Nan said quickly. Bai Ze nodded and immediately began making arrangements. He looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, you and Li Wei bring Brutal along and come with me. As the commander of the Triceratops Legion, it's time for you to get a proper mount. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Really? A big shot? We'll have saddles soon. Not yet, but you'll have it when you get there, Bai Ze said with a smile. He then turned to Xia Wanning, his tone softening. Wanning, I'm leaving this to you. Let Xuanyi and the others dispose of the bodies, and Wang Hao is in charge of repairing the damaged walls. If you're tired, take a rest. Don't push yourself. Okay, bye, Xia. Xia Wanning nodded, then added with concern, you must be careful. Don't worry, with brutality around, nothing will happen. After explaining everything, Bai Ze, along with Zhang Feng and Li Wei, led the way with Lin Nan and Brutal following behind. The four of them and the dragon headed straight for the Great Jin tribe. On the other side, Jin Wentao ran like his life depended on it, tumbling and crawling all the way back to the Dajin tribe. When he rushed into the camp, he was out of breath, his clothes were torn to shreds, and the blood on his ears had congealed. He was in a terrible state. Upon seeing this, the 20 or 30 people who remained in the tribe quickly gathered around. Chief, you're back. How did the battle go? Did you capture the ARK tribe? Why are you alone? Where are the others? Jin Wentao remained silent, his face ashen, his eyes darting around. He glanced at the crowd, then, without another word, headed straight for his shelter. He only had one thought in his mind right now. We can't stay here. Once Bai Ze finishes dealing with the battlefield, he'll definitely attack along the road. He has to run. He needs to grab his supplies and hide in a corner where no one can find him. If all else fails, he'll beg Xiao Gang to help him leave the island. Better to live a wretched life than die. He'll be a dog if he has to. Back at the shelter, the first thing he did was open the chat channel to find Xiao Gang. But as soon as he entered, he saw several unread messages from Xiao Gang. Jin Wentao, what's going on? More than 800 people couldn't take down a small tribe. I heard from the people who escaped that Bo Tao is trapped. Bai Ze can control dinosaurs. What's going on? Jin Wentao's fingers trembled as he hurriedly replied, Brother Gang. I don't know either. That kid Bai Ze is too weird. He built 4 or 5 walls and a whole bunch of dinosaurs. We've been tricked. Brother Gang, I really can't take it anymore. Can you think of a way to get me off this island? The message had barely been sent when Xiao Gang replied with a voice message, launching into a tirade of abuse. Useless. What use are you to me? You can't even handle this simple task. You want to leave the island? Dream on. Jin Wentao wanted to plead a few more times when suddenly a noisy commotion broke out outside, more lively than a market. Jin Wentao, you come out here. You owe us an explanation. Why didn't you tell us sooner that the ARK tribe had dinosaurs? You caused the deaths of so many of our brothers. It turned out that the remnants of the Tianxia tribes who had scattered and fled had also returned to the Dajin tribe one after another, and were blocking the gate, demanding an explanation. Jin Wentao gritted his teeth, straightened his clothes, and walked out with a forced smile. A group of people immediately surrounded him, pointing their fingers at him and cursing. Jin Wentao remained calm, instead adopting a composed demeanor and raising his hand to quell the unrest. What's the use of saying all this now? The most urgent thing is to get Brother Gang to send reinforcements or help us leave this island. Otherwise, if Bai Ze attacks with the dinosaurs, None of US will escape. Upon hearing this, everyone realized what was going on. Yes, there are only about 100 people left, mostly remnants. If Bai Ze brings that terrifying beast to attack, wouldn't that be like lighting a lamp in a latrine? Utterly suicidal? Yes, Jean Wintao is right. Contact Brother Gang immediately. Ask him to send a large force over. Contact them quickly. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. People from all over the world stopped asking questions and started sending messages in the chat channels. The elderly, weak, women, and children of the Dajin tribe panicked. What? They lost. So many people couldn't beat Bai Ze. What should we do then? Bai Ze will definitely retaliate if he comes. Jean Wintao, you can't leave. What will we do without you? Several women, sobbing, went up to Jean Wintao and grabbed his arm, trying to get him to make a decision. The people from the Tianxia tribe were already annoyed, so they kicked the person away. Get out of the way. Don't get in my way. If you keep pulling and tugging, believe me, I'll kill you right now. The woman was kicked to the ground and cried even harder. In an instant, the entire Dajin tribe was in complete chaos, with people wailing and screaming. Jean Wintao's head was throbbing from the noise. He wanted to leave, but was being held back, so he stood in the middle, feeling extremely annoyed. While the tribe was in chaos, Bai Ze and his group had already reached the outskirts of the Dajin tribe and were hiding in the woods observing the movements inside. Hey boss, there seem to be a lot of people in here. Why are they all crying and screaming? It's like a funeral. Zhang Feng lowered his voice, looking curious. Bai Ze shook his head. I don't know. We'll find out once we go in. He turned to Lin Nan. Where exactly is the saddle? Lin Nan pointed to the level 2 shelter in the very center of the camp. There's a woman in Jean Wintao's room. Chapter 108, they really won't give up until they're completely cornered. Li Wei rolled his eyes after hearing this. What? Are you still talking about women at a time like this? The boss asked where the saddle was. Why bring up this useless stuff? Lin Nan wasn't annoyed by the interruption. He gave a wry smile and explained, It's not that I'm making things up. The saddle isn't with Jean Wintao. It's with that woman. Her name is Lu Wan. She's the human warehouse of the Dajin tribe. All the supplies are stuffed into her system backpack. She has someone to take care of her every need, from eating and drinking to using the toilet. Human warehouse. The group was stunned. They looked at each other, none of them having ever heard of such a thing. What do you mean? Using people as storage boxes. Zhang Feng scratched his head, looking puzzled. That's pretty much the gist of it. Lin Nan sighed. This method was actually devised by the former leader, Sun Hao. Back then, Sun Hao saw that Jean Wintao had ambitions, so he coaxed him into becoming the first human warehouse, stuffing all the supplies into his bag and keeping him completely under his control. Later, when Jean Wintao rebelled and seized power, he pinned the blame on Lu Wan. That girl was already contemplating suicide because of the humiliation she had suffered before, so Jean Wintao went along with it and locked her in a room to use as a living warehouse. Only a few core members knew about this. The ordinary members were unaware of the inside story. Bai Ze listened with amazement. He has the ARK control console, which can be used as a storage box, so he's never had to worry about storing supplies. Today is the first time I've ever heard of using a living person as a storage box. It's a bit stupid, but he's really been forced into this situation. He secretly calculated that once he got back, he could make a few hundred more storage boxes and then profit from another wave of exploitation. But now is not the time to think about that. Bai Ze waved his hand. Let's go. Let's get to the camp first. We need to get the saddlery, and we also need to take care of Jean Wintao. Brother Bai Ze, are we just going to rush him like this? Shouldn't we think of a plan? Lin Nan hesitated. There are still 100 or so people inside. Bai Ze smiled and patted the burly leg beside him. With it here, what's the point of thinking about any other methods? Don't worry, nothing will happen. As he spoke, he turned to the brutal man and whispered, You stay in this woods and come out when I whistle. If you show yourself, Jean Wintao will probably run away, which will make things harder to deal with. The four of us will go ahead first. The beast grunted in its throat as if in agreement, then laid down in the grass, its massive body hidden by the branches and leaves, making it impossible to tell that a giant beast was lurking inside. Bai Ze straightened his synthetic clothing and took the lead, heading towards the camp. Zhang Feng and Li Wei followed without hesitation. They had complete trust in Bai Ze. Even if there were 800 more soldiers, let alone only 100 or so remaining, they wouldn't be afraid. Lin Nan hesitated for a moment, then quickly jogged a few steps to catch up. The four had just reached the edge of the camp when they were noticed. Lin Nan already enjoyed considerable prestige in the Dajin tribe. When the members of the Dajin tribe saw him, they assumed that he had also escaped from the battlefield and swarmed around him. "Brother Nan, you're finally back. Brother Nan, what should we do? We've lost the battle. If Bai Ze attacks, are we all going to die? Jean Wentao is not fit to be a leader at all. Brother Nan, take us away." A group of people were talking at once, their faces contorted with grief, creating a chaotic scene. Lin Nan glanced at Bai Ze's face subconsciously. Seeing that he didn't react, he cleared his throat and said, "Don't panic, everyone. The ARK tribe won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. As long as you behave yourselves and don't resist, nothing will happen." After these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent for a few seconds. The people of the Dajin tribe were stunned, their faces full of astonishment. "Brother Nan, what do you mean by that? Have you joined the ARK tribe? How could you speak up for an outsider?" The commotion here was quite loud and immediately attracted the attention of the people in the center of the camp. Jean Wentao was frowning as he scrolled through the chat channel when he heard the sound. He looked up and met Bai Ze's gaze. His legs went weak instantly, and he almost fell to the ground. Bai Ze actually caught up with us." Bai Ze also saw him, his gaze sweeping over the small piece of flesh missing from Jean Wentao's ear. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and his voice, though not loud, clearly reached everyone's ears. "Jean Wentao, weren't you always thinking about catching me to get dragon taming techniques? Why are you unhappy now that I'm here?" The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Everyone realized what was happening. The handsome young man in the fiber suit next to Lin Nan was Bai Ze, the leader of the ARK tribe who had defeated 800 members of the Tianxia tribe with just a few men. The faces of the Dajin tribe members turned completely pale in an instant, and they instinctively took several steps back, not even daring to cry. Jean Wentao retreated repeatedly, his voice trembling. "Bai Ze, I didn't mean to find you. You go your way, I'll go mine. Can't we just leave each other alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining soldiers of the Tianxia tribe next to him exchanged glances, both seeing malice in each other's eyes. "Just 4 people? Yeah, there were only 4 of them. And they didn't even have any dinosaurs with them. What are you afraid of? There are 50 or 60 of us. We'll swarm them and kill them all. That way, those dinosaurs will be without their leader, and we'll be safe." This group of people had been brutally slaughtered on the battlefield and were running faster than rabbits. Now, seeing that Bai Ze only had 4 people, they instantly became arrogant again, thinking that their previous defeat was purely due to the dinosaurs' sneak attack, and that they were not afraid of a head-on confrontation. After a brief discussion, the group quietly moved closer from all sides, their faces menacing and their weapons gripped tightly. Jean Wentao saw all of this. His lips moved as if he wanted to offer a reminder, but he swallowed the words back. He still held onto a sliver of hope. He quietly shrank back, lowered his head, and pretended not to see, letting the people of the Tianxia tribe surround him. Zhang Feng and Li Wei, instead of panicking as the crowd slowly gathered, smiled. "Good grief, do these guys really think we're pushovers?" Zhang Feng cracked his knuckles, looking utterly disdainful. Li Wei curled his lip. "Yeah, they think we're idiots. Do they really think the 4 of us would dare to storm the camp without some backup plan?" Bai Ze stood still, watching the person approaching, the smile on his lips gradually fading. To be honest, he didn't originally intend to exterminate them. He just wanted to kill Jean Wentao, take the saddle, and disband the Dajin tribe. But since these people are determined to die, then he won't be polite. He slightly raised his chin and whistled softly. The whistle rang out clearly, standing out distinctly in the chaotic camp. Before anyone could react, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the woods outside the camp. Roar! Then came heavy footsteps, thump, 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 which made the ground tremble slightly. The brutal creature suddenly burst out of the woods, taking only a few steps to reach the edge of the camp. It poked its massive head inside, its cold, vertical pupils sweeping across the entire area with an intense ferocity. Chapter 109 Sneak Attack. It was my carelessness. The people of the Tianxia tribe froze on the spot, their faces turning pale. They had personally witnessed the ferocious appearance of this Allosaurus on the battlefield, devouring everything in sight. With only 50 or 60 of their remaining troops, going up there will be nothing more than delivering themselves to the enemy's buffet. The remaining members of the Great Golden Tribe, who had never witnessed such brutality, were stunned. The once noisy camp fell silent instantly, dozens of people staring at each other, not daring to even breathe. They craned their necks to look at the mountain-sized dinosaur, their eyes filled with disbelief and barely concealed fear. Bai Ze raised his chin at the group of people from the Tianxia tribes, his tone as calm as if he were chatting. Go on. Why aren't you coming over? Weren't you being quite fierce just now? The group shook their heads like rattles, desperately trying to hide their weapons behind their backs, their heads bowed low, not daring to even make eye contact. Since you've harbored such wicked intentions, then you can't be allowed to live. Bai Ze's voice turned cold, and he raised his hand. Brutal, kill them. A low growl escaped its brutal throat, and like a hound on a command, it charged in with heavy steps. A scream erupted instantly, mingling with the cracking sound of bones breaking, sending chills down one's spine. The people of the Dajin tribe were so frightened that their legs went weak. They squatted on the ground and huddled together, staring at Lin Nan with wide eyes. Lin Nan's heart tightened, and he quickly said to Bai Ze, Brother Bai Ze, these people left behind are mostly the elderly, women, and children. They have little fighting ability and haven't done anything heinous. Could you perhaps? Don't worry. Bai Ze interrupted him, his tone softening. I don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. As long as they behave themselves and don't cause any trouble, I won't touch them. Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to wink at his tribesmen, telling them to squat down and not move, or they would do something reckless. Bai Ze ignored the situation and walked toward Jin Wentao. In Jin Wentao's eyes, every step Bai Ze took felt like a stomp on his heart, a death knell. He couldn't help but back away, his legs spinning, his teeth chattering. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. What? You've been thinking about catching me every day to ask me about dragon taming techniques, and now that I've personally delivered myself to your door, you're scared? Bai Ze stopped a few steps away from him, arms crossed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Jin Wentao watched the brutal attack unfolding not far away, and the last bit of his strength gave way. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud, his entire body crumbling. His smile was more like a grimace. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Bai Ze, spare my life, and I'll give you all my supplies. He suddenly turned to look at Lin Nan, as if grasping at the last straw, his voice pleading. Lin Nan, I've never treated you badly. For the sake of all this time we've worked together, please say a word for me. Don't let him kill me. Lin Nan looked at him, his eyes filled with nothing but hatred, devoid of any sympathy. His voice was as cold as ice. You've been good to me? How many dirty deeds have I done for you under your command? How many dissidents have I helped you suppress and consolidate your position? Don't you know? How did Lao Zhou die? How did the gang die? You heartless bastard. You dare to mention brothers? I wish I could kill you with my own hands right now. Jin Wentao was so scolded that he couldn't lift his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if he had completely accepted his fate. Bai Ze stood still, raising his bow and drawing the string taut. He deliberately stood a little far away, lest this guy resort to underhanded tactics in a corner. Zhang Feng and Li Wei stood on either side of him, their eyes fixed on Jin Wentao, not daring to relax for a moment. Any last words? Bai Ze asked calmly. Jin Wentao slowly raised his head, his face expressionless. The next second, he suddenly burst into manic laughter, a laugh so hysterical that tears streamed down his face. Last words? Ha ha ha. My last words are, you die first. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his left hand, and a cold glint flashed from his sleeve. Watch out. He has a hidden dart. Lin Nan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted. Li Wei was stunned and didn't react. Zhang Feng sensed something was wrong the moment Bai Ze's fingertips twitched. Without thinking, he lunged forward, his broad back blocking Bai Ze's path. Careful! Call out! Puff! Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Bai Ze reacted extremely quickly, releasing the bowstring the instant he saw the cold glint. The stone arrow, carrying a strong wind, shot straight into Jin Wentao's chest, the force so great that he staggered back 2 steps and fell heavily to the ground. The short, hidden arrow that Jin Wentao shot landed squarely on Zhang Feng's abdomen. Jin Wentao clutched his chest, glaring angrily at Zhang Feng. Blood gushed from his mouth, and after a couple of gasps, his head lolled to the side, and he stopped breathing altogether. Zhang Feng groaned, swayed, and almost fell over. Zhang Feng, Bai Ze's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly reached out to support him, slowly squatting down. The hidden dart was deeply embedded in Zhang Feng's abdomen, its black fletching protruding. Blood gushed from the wound, instantly soaking through his muscular shirt, a glaringly red stain. Damn it, I shouldn't have wasted my breath on him. Bai Ze's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible panic as he reached out to cover his wound, but warm blood kept oozing out from between his fingers, no matter how hard he tried. Li Wei quickly squatted down to help, and seeing Zhang Feng's lips growing paler and paler, he was sweating profusely with anxiety. What do we do, boss? The bleeding just won't stop. Lin Nan stood to the side, his face full of self-reproach. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I forgot to remind you that he had a hidden blade. I didn't expect him to dare to resort to underhanded tricks even at this point. It's not your fault. Bai Ze waved his hand, his voice deep. I was too careless. Zhang Feng frowned, looked down at his wound, and forced a smile, but he didn't have the strength. Honestly, in this ancient world where medical care was scarce, if you were hit in the stomach like that, 9 times out of 10 you wouldn't survive. He looked at Bai Ze, his voice soft and barely audible. Boss, if I don't make it, please take good care of Duo. Her mother passed away early. Don't tell her I'm her father. Just think of it as you picking up a daughter. Don't talk nonsense. Bai Ze interrupted him directly, his tone heavy and unwavering. You won't die. You definitely won't die. He abruptly raised his head and shouted sternly at the Jin tribesmen huddled together around him. Among you, was there anyone who was a doctor or nurse before you were teleported here? Was there anyone who studied medicine? The shouts echoed through the camp, but the crowd remained silent. No one dared to respond. Bai Ze's heart sank little by little, and his eyes reddened. Are we really going to let Zhang Feng die here because of our carelessness? He'll never be able to live with himself. How will he ever face Duo again? Chapter 110, Searching for a Glimmer of Hope. Just as Bai Ze gritted his teeth, preparing to open the global chat channel and dig out a doctor no matter the cost, a hand slowly rose from the crowd. A woman emerged from the crowd, her face pale, but her eyes still steady. She smoothed her disheveled hair and spoke softly. My name is Chun Yi. Before I was teleported here, I was a doctor at the community hospital. I can do debridement and suturing, but I've never done major abdominal surgery. Judging from his condition, we have to remove the arrow first. We absolutely cannot pull it out forcefully, otherwise it will rupture his internal organs and cause massive bleeding, and then he really won't be able to be saved. Bai Ze's eyes lit up instantly. He took a few steps forward and pulled Chun Yi close. He pulled her a little too hard, and Chun Yi stumbled before regaining her balance. Dr. Chun, as long as you do your best to save lives, just let me know what you need, whether it's supplies or anything else. I can find a way. Chun Yi bit her lower lip, glanced at Zhang Feng, whose face was pale on the ground, then looked around and shook her head. It's not that I didn't try my best, it's just that the conditions were too bad. There were no sterilization instruments, no anesthesia, not even the most basic sutures. Performing surgery in this environment, infection or massive bleeding, either one could be fatal. I really wasn't confident. Li Wei was so anxious that he kept rubbing his hands. Seeing Zhang Feng's lips getting more and more purple, his heart was in his throat. He wanted to say something, but was afraid of disturbing the doctor, so he could only worry helplessly. Bai Ze suddenly slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that when he first teleported here, he had acquired a large amount of medical supplies while fighting against Sakura's spy, Murayama Ichino. At that time, there were many medicines available since the teleportation was new, and they were all kinds. They had been sitting in the camp storage box gathering dust, and he might be able to use them. He quickly opened the chat window and sent a message to Zhang Mingming. Mingming, go to the storage box at the very back of the living room and send me all the medicines. Don't forget a single one. Hurry. Zhang Mingming replied almost instantly, her tone panicked. What's wrong, honey? Are you hurt? I'll go find her right now. It was Zhang Feng. He took an arrow from me and was hit in the stomach. He was seriously injured. Huh, I'll be right there. In just over 10 seconds, Bai Ze's backpack beeped several times. He hurriedly rummaged through it, and bottles and jars were piled up on the ground. Alcohol, iodine, hemostatic powder, sterile bandages, cephalosporin antibiotics, and even 2 vials of adrenaline. It was a motley collection of commonly used emergency medications. Dr. Chun, take a look. Are these any useful? Chun-Yi was initially apprehensive, but when she looked down, she was stunned. She squatted down and quickly flipped through the wound, then looked up with bright eyes. With these medicines, the chances of survival have increased by at least 50%. But there's still a problem. We don't have a scalpel or sutures. The wound is too deep. Hemostatic powder alone won't be enough to stop it from healing. It needs to be stitched up to heal. A scalpel. Bai Ze thought for a moment and took out an iron sword from his backpack, its blade gleaming coldly. Can this be disinfected and used as is? Chun-Yi looked at the iron sword, which was over a meter long. Her eyes twitched, and she felt a little scared, but she still gritted her teeth. I'll try my best. But what about the sewing needle and thread? Without this, even if we take out the arrow, we can't sew it up. Without wasting any words, Bai Ze immediately opened the regional chat channel and sent a message, looking for medical suture needles and sutures. As long as they're usable, I'm willing to pay any price. I need them urgently. As soon as the message was posted, a bunch of sarcastic remarks immediately appeared below. They were all from other regions and didn't know Bai Ze. What kind of weirdo needs needle and thread? What's wrong? Want to sew a shroud before he dies. Ha 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 ha. We're all living in ancient times. Who would still keep those fine needles and threads? They've long been thrown away and they take up space. I have a hemp rope. Why don't you make do with it? If you sew it up tightly, it might last for a couple more days. The screen was flooded with sarcastic remarks. Not a single one of them was reliable. There were also survivors who were originally from District 727. Wow. Boss Bai Ze actually accepted this stuff, and he didn't even care about the cost. But I doubt anyone would take this thing. Boss Bai Ze, are you injured? Bai Ze's heart sank little by little. Is there really no other way? He watched as Chun-Yi poured alcohol and began to disinfect the iron sword. Zhang Feng's breathing grew weaker and weaker, and he felt anxious as if his heart was on fire. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into his mind. I've seen people use army ants to stitch up wounds when I was watching survival videos. They let the ants bite the skin on both sides of the wound, then pinch off their bodies. Their mandibles can firmly hold the wound in place, and the emergency effect is almost as good as sutures. There are giant soldier ants in this world. They're big and have sharp, hard mandibles. He encountered a whole bunch of them when he picked up an airdrop last time, and they're not far from here. It sounds absurd, but it's better than watching Zhang Feng die. We have to try anything, even if it seems hopeless. Thinking of this, he immediately squatted down and said to Chun-Yi in a low voice, Dr. Chun, you can start cleaning and disinfecting the wound first. I'll go find a replacement for the sutures, and I'll be back soon. Chun-Yi was taken aback. Where are you going to find it? Where would you find sutures in this desolate wilderness? Don't worry about it. I have a plan. Bai Ze stood up and instructed Li Wei, you stay here and keep an eye on Zhang Feng. No one is allowed to come near him. He then turned to Lin Nan, his gaze serious and earnest. Lin Nan, these people in the camp are still orderly. I'm leaving them in your care. I need to take the brutal one with me. Otherwise, I won't be able to control what's going on over there. Can I trust you? Bai Ze's eyes were deep and penetrating, as if he could see right into a person's heart. Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat, and he tensed up completely. He had only just surrendered, yet they dared to entrust him with their camp, the wounded, and dozens of men. This was a sign of trust, but also a test. He straightened his back, nodded heavily, and said in a low but unusually firm voice, Brother Bai Ze, go with peace of mind. I, Lin Nan, swear to God that I will take good care of these people and Brother Zhang Feng. If anything goes wrong, I will pay with my life. Bai Ze didn't waste any words and handed over his longbow. Lin Nan accepted it with both hands, feeling its weight as he bent over. He felt that what he held in his hands was not a weapon, but a genuine recognition. Bai Ze looked down at Zhang Feng again, patted his shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Zhang Feng, hang in there. Think of Duo. She's still waiting for you to come home." Zhang Feng groaned in his sleep, his eyelids twitched, but he didn't open them. Bai Ze gritted his teeth, turned around, and walked out. The brutality also stopped what it was doing, shook the blood off its tail, and strode after him. He ran towards the depression where he had picked up the airdrops before, following the direction he remembered. The wind rushed into his collar and whistled through him. Fortunately, this place wasn't far from the Dajin tribe. It was only a 10-minute run away. He silently prayed, hoping that the soldier ants were still there. After all, they had been attracted there by the light from the airdrop, and maybe they would stay. Before long, the surrounding trees and terrain became familiar. This was it. Bai Ze didn't stop, heading straight for the earthen slope covered with soldier ants. But when he got there, his heart sank. Empty. Chapter 111, A Flash of Inspiration. It's you. The giant soldier ants that had previously swarmed the ground were now completely gone, leaving the ground spotless and without a trace. Bai Ze's face was ashen. He squatted down, parted the grass, and searched again, his fingertips covered in wet mud. He didn't see a single soldier ant, not even a common black ant. The wind whistled through the hollow, carrying blades of grass, but it was empty, without even a chirp of insects. Are we just going to give up like this? He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. I'm not reconciled. Gritting his teeth, he circled the depression again, searching everywhere that could hide something. Rock crevices, dead tree roots, muddy ponds, but still found nothing. Just as he was getting angry, he heard a soft, rustling sound at his feet. Bai Ze was annoyed when he looked down. A tiny dinosaur, no bigger than his palm, was circling around his feet with its round head tilted back. It didn't bite him, but just stared at him with its big black eyes. He glanced at the attribute panel, Compsognathus. He's familiar with these creatures. When they're alone, they're not aggressive, they just stare blankly. But once they gather in groups of 3 or more, they'll pounce on you and bite you. It's really annoying. Why are you following me? I don't have time for you, get lost. Bai Ze was in a state of confusion, so he gently pushed it aside with his foot. The Compsognathus was jolted and rolled over, immediately bristling with fur. It chirped twice, flapped its short legs, and charged forward, biting his calf. Bai Ze winced in pain and instinctively reached for the bow, only to remember halfway through his outstretched hand that he had given it to Lin Nan. He also considered drawing the iron sword, but had left it with Chun Yi to use as a scalpel. He was at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. We can't just resort to brutality to deal with such a tiny creature. That would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. He had no choice but to reach out and pull it aside, then roll up his trouser leg and take a look. The wound wasn't deep. It was just 2 rows of neat little teeth marks, fine and tight, with a few drops of blood seeping out, arranged in an exceptionally orderly fashion. Looking at the 2 rows of teeth marks, Bai Ze's eyes grew even brighter. Exactly. Who said you have to use soldier ants? Compsognathus has a small mouth, sharp teeth, and a strong bite. Wouldn't it be much better than an ant for clamping a wound? Plus, it's easy to control. I don't know if there's any mad dragon virus in this world, but at this critical moment, I can't worry about that now. It's better than watching Zhang Feng die. He stared at the still frizzy little Compsognathus, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Little one, you've come at just the right time. Bai Ze casually brought up the ARK control panel, and within seconds he had conjured a thick wooden stick. He weighed it in his hand, and it was just right. The Compsognathus was still not giving up and charged forward again, its short legs kicking. Bai Ze seized the opportunity and struck with his staff, controlling the force perfectly. The Compsognathus shook its little head after being hit, feeling dizzy and unsteady, and tried to lunge forward. Bai Ze didn't give it a chance, and with a backhand strike, knocked it unconscious, causing it to collapse limply onto the grass. He grabbed the Compsognathus by the tail, tucked it under his arm, and turned to run back. Brutal followed behind, watching his owner run so fast with a tiny dinosaur the size of a palm between his legs. Still a little confused, He shook his head and quickly took big strides to catch up. When they rushed back to the great Gene tribe, Chun-Yi had already cleaned the wound and was carefully removing the arrow. She pressed one hand tightly around the wound, her forehead covered in sweat. Zhang Feng was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling slightly, but he didn't utter a sound. Lin Nan stood guard nearby with his bow, vigilantly watching the surrounding tribesmen, maintaining order very well. As soon as Li Wei saw Bai Ze return, he rushed over to greet him, his voice filled with urgency. "Boss, how'd it go? Did you find the suture needle and thread?" Bai Ze took a breath and shook his head. Finding needles and thread in this godforsaken place is harder than finding gold. "I didn't find any." Li Wei's eyes darkened instantly, and his gaze toward Zhang Feng was filled with regret and reluctance. Bai Ze ignored his reaction and squatted down next to Chun. "Dr. Chun, how is Zhang Feng now?" "Luckily, no major organs were damaged, but the wound is too deep and the bleeding is heavy. The arrow has been removed, but it must be stitched up immediately. Otherwise, he won't last long." Chun-Yi's hands were sore from pressing, but her tone remained steady. Bai Ze nodded and put the Compsognathus, which he had been carrying under his arm, on the ground. Li Wei glanced at it and was completely dumbfounded. "Boss, what does this mean? A little dinosaur? Could it possibly cure diseases?" Chun-Yi also looked puzzled. "What is this? What special ability does it have? Can it promote wound healing?" "Neither." Bai Ze shook his head, his tone serious. "I once saw a method for first aid in the wild, which uses ant heads to stitch up wounds. I went out to look for soldier ants, but couldn't find any, and then I came across this little guy. Its teeth are fine and dense, and its bite force is strong enough. I want to try to get it to bite the two sides of the wound, then cut off its body and use its mouth to temporarily seal the wound." The two were stunned by his words. "Boss, this sounds too far-fetched, doesn't it? Is it reliable?" Li Wei's lips wisha. Chun-Yi frowned as well. "In all my years of medical practice, I've never heard of this method. There's no clinical evidence it could easily worsen the infection, but there's no other way." Bai Ze interrupted her, his gaze falling on Zhang Feng's pale face. "If we don't stitch him up, is he sure he won't make it?" Chun-Yi was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. "Even if you keep pressing to stop the bleeding, the wound will tear open if you move it, even slightly. It won't last until tonight. Then let's try anything, even if it's a last resort." Bai Ze's tone was firm. "It's better than watching him die. I'll take responsibility for any problems that arise." Li Wei and Chun-Yi exchanged a glance, but neither spoke. At this point, they had no choice but to take a gamble. Without further ado, Bai Ze picked up the day's Compsognathus and aimed it at the wound. The Compsognathus had just woken up when it smelled the strong stench of blood and instinctively opened its mouth to bite. "Ugh!" Zhang Feng groaned, veins bulging on his forehead, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, but he couldn't utter a sound. Bai Ze, quick as a flash, took the sterilized iron sword from Chun-Yi and swiftly brought it down. With a soft snap, the Compsognathus's head and body separated, but its head remained firmly clamped to the edge of the wound, refusing to let go. At the same time, a hint of experience flashed through Bai Ze's mind, and a white gift box also dropped. He clicked on it casually, still clinging to a sliver of hope that he might get lucky and find a suture needle. "Unfortunately, I wasn't so lucky. It was just an ordinary windproof lighter." Bai Ze disappointedly stuffed the lighter into his pocket. Lin Nan was very sensible. He stood on the perimeter, maintaining order, and didn't come over to cause trouble. Only when the commotion subsided did he quickly walk over. "Brother Bai Ze." Bai Ze nodded at him, his tone softening. "Well done. Thank you for your hard work." Lin Nan smiled and said, "That's only right." Then, together with Bai Ze, they turned their gaze to Zhang Feng. Chapter 112, Triceratops Saddle Acquired. Chun-Yi squatted on the ground, gently pressed her fingertips around the wound, and carefully observed it for a while before slowly letting go. "The bleeding has stopped, and it's temporarily sealed off. We can give it a try." As she spoke, she took a sterile bandage and carefully wrapped it around the wound, her movements very gentle, as if afraid of tearing it. "But you have to be prepared. This is just a temporary emergency measure. Afterwards, you have to keep a close eye on the body temperature and the condition of the wound. If there is any fever or redness, you have to deal with it immediately. The most important thing is to find proper sutures as soon as possible. The head of this Compsognathus will definitely rot if left for too long, and if it causes a large-scale infection, then it will really be beyond saving. Bai Ze stood to the side watching and nodded emphatically. I know. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Chun. He paused, then said sincerely, once this is over, come back to the ARK tribe with us. We need someone like you there. You'll be treated the same as our core members, and you won't lack anything in terms of food or supplies. It's much better than staying in this chaotic place. Chun-Yi paused for a moment, looked up at Bai Ze, then glanced at the imposing and brutal figure beside her. How could she not be unwilling? In this godforsaken place, following a tribe with dinosaurs and supplies was 1,000,000 times better than wandering around aimlessly on her own. She nodded quickly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Bai Ze. I'm willing to go. Just call me Bai Ze. Bai Ze waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Lin Nan, who was standing next to him, leaned over and whispered, honestly, this guy is really tough. He didn't use any anesthesia, and he had to have the arrow removed and his wound stitched up, but he didn't utter a single sound. If it were me, I probably would have been rolling on the ground in pain by now. Bai Ze remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhang Feng's pale face, his heart heavy. If he hadn't been careless and hadn't been wary of Jean Wintao's underhanded tactics, Zhang Feng wouldn't have suffered this. He took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and opened the chat window to message Wang Hao, asking him to bring 6 Triceratops to pick up Zhang Feng as soon as possible. Zhang Feng's injuries couldn't withstand any more exertion. Carrying him on a mountain path by people was definitely not an option. It would be more stable to have the Triceratops carry him. After sending the message, he turned to Lin Nan and asked, by the way, about Lu Wan and the Triceratops saddle you mentioned before, which room are they in? Lin Nan quickly pointed to the most impressive level 2 shelter in the very center of the camp. It's the biggest one there. I'll take you there. Bai Ze nodded, gave Li Wei a few instructions to keep an eye on the scene, and then followed Lin Nan towards the shelter. Pushing open the door, the room was dimly lit and had a musty smell, likely due to years of poor ventilation. Lu Wen lay on the bed with her eyes closed. She was a size larger than normal, and her face was pale and bloodless. It was clear that she had been staying indoors for a long time without seeing the sun or exercising. Hearing footsteps, she slowly opened her eyes. Those were lifeless eyes, like a frozen pool of stagnant water, without a ripple. Her gaze slowly swept over Bai Ze, finally settling on Lin Nan's face, her voice hoarse like sandpaper grinding wood. Jean Wintao is dead? The great Jean tribe scattered? Lin Nan nodded, his tone somewhat complicated. Yes. This is the leader of the ARK tribe, Brother Bai Ze. Lu Wen turned her gaze back to Bai Ze's face, her expression flat, as if she were talking about something unrelated to herself. You're here to collect supplies, right? They're all in my backpack. I only have one request. Can you grant it? Bai Ze raised an eyebrow. Tell me first. Kill me. 3 words. Light and airy, yet they weighed heavily on one's heart. Bai Ze paused for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Nan. Lin Nan looked helpless, shrugged, and indicated that it was just as he had said before. This girl had long since given up on living. Bai Ze shook his head, his tone softening. I won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. This world may be terrible, but it's not entirely hopeless. Why don't you come back to the ARK tribe with me? Change your surroundings and start over. It's better than wasting your time in this dark and hopeless place. Lu Wen shook her head again, her face expressionless and numb. No need. Living is too tiring. Take everything and leave. After saying that, she ignored everyone's reactions and, with a thought, dumped everything from her backpack onto the ground. Animal hides, oars, tools, and food filled half the room. The most eye-catching item was a finely crafted Triceratops saddle with thick, dark brown leather and reinforced animal sinew sewn along the edges. It was clearly a valuable item. Take it and leave. Don't bother me again. Lu Wen closed her eyes again, turned her body to the side, and showed everyone her back. Lin Nan opened his mouth, wanted to say a few more words of advice, but Bai Ze reached out and pulled him back. Bai Ze gently shook his head. He could tell that the girl was truly heartbroken, and it wasn't just a momentary impulse. Forcing her back wouldn't help. With a dead heart, it wouldn't matter where she was. Respect her decision, Bai Ze said softly. He bent down and picked up the triangular saddle from the ground. It felt heavy and of good quality. He casually put it into his backpack. He also gave the remaining loose supplies to Zhang Mengmeng, telling her to store them in the camp warehouse and take stock of them later. After doing all this, he took a deep look at the figure on the bed, said nothing more, turned around and walked out with Lin Nan. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Zhang Feng's eyelids twitch as if he had woken up. Bai Ze quickly walked over and squatted down. Zhang Feng, how are you feeling? Is in a lot of pain? Zhang Feng squinted, his vision blurry for a while before finally focusing on Bai Ze's face. His voice was weak like a mosquito's buzz. Boss, did you get the saddle? Upon hearing this, Bai Ze felt a sudden pang of sadness. Despite being so badly injured, the first thing he said when he woke up was about the Triceratops saddle. Got it, and it's in excellent condition. He suppressed the bitterness in his throat and forced a smile. Once you've recovered from your injuries, it's time for you, the Triceratops Legion commander, to get a proper mount. Zhang Feng tried to smile, but the slightest movement aggravated his wound, causing his face to contort and him to gasp. After several seconds, he managed to say in a hoarse voice, Boss, you said I wouldn't die. I believe you. As he spoke, he slowly turned his head, as if searching for something. Who saved me? This is Dr. Chun Yi. Her medical skills are very reliable. Bai Ze stepped aside to reveal Chen Yi. Zhang Feng's gaze fell on Chen Yi's face. His half-closed eyes suddenly widened, and his pupils contracted. He seemed to have seen someone extremely unexpected. He struggled to sit up, but even the slightest exertion caused him to tremble in pain. He could only open his mouth and laboriously utter a single word. Old. Before he could finish speaking, his head lolled to the side and he fainted again. The group looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. What does Brother Feng mean by this? Li Wei scratched his head, looking puzzled. Old what? Teacher? Boss. You two knew each other before, Dr. Chun. Chapter 113, Preparing to Head Home. Chun Yi quickly stepped forward, reached out and pried open Zhang Feng's eyelids to take a look, then felt his carotid artery before finally letting out a sigh of relief. It's nothing. I just fainted from exhaustion due to the pain. Luckily, the wound didn't reopen. She straightened up and looked at Bai Ze. Mr. Bai Ze, you must tell him that even if he wakes up, he absolutely cannot move or exert himself. Otherwise the wound will reopen, and even a miracle won't save him. As for whether I recognize him, I really don't remember. I see dozens or even hundreds of patients a day at the community hospital. There are so many patients coming and going. Maybe he saw me before, but I can't remember. Bai Ze nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll remember. I'll tell him when he wakes up. He turned to Li Wei and Lin Nan. You too, don't just sit there. Keep an eye on the chat channel. We're looking to buy medical sutures at high prices. Anyone who has them, name your price. Call me immediately if you get any information. All right, boss. The two responded and then lowered their heads to pick up their tablets, their fingers flying across the keyboard as they sent out acquisition messages. Bai Ze wasn't idle either. He sent the newly acquired Triceratops saddle to Wang Hao, instructing him to find a Triceratops to mount on and ride over to pick up the passengers. He just received the saddle and wanted to test its stability. Just 2 minutes after Li Wei finished speaking to Wang Hao, he suddenly looked up and said in a strange tone, Boss. Bai Ze turned his head to look at him. What? Did you find a needle and thread? No. Li Wei Fronat. There's someone in the chat channel named Xiao Gang who claims to be the leader of the Tianxia tribe. He said he wants to chat with you and wants you to add him as a friend. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow. The main party has finally shown itself? Add. His tone was indifferent, revealing neither joy nor anger. I'd like to see what kind of nonsense he can come up with. As he spoke, he opened the chat panel and accepted Xiao Gang's friend request. As soon as the connection was established, a message popped up impatiently from the other party, speaking in an arrogant and condescending tone. You are Bai Ze from the ARK tribe? You killed so many of my men and detained my people. You owe me an explanation. Bai Ze scoffed at these words. Does he really think he's some kind of ancient, overpowered protagonist? He practically delivered himself to his death, and now he's demanding an explanation? He slowly typed a line of text in reply. Explanation? Didn't I kill the people who invaded my camp? When did they become your subordinates? How come I didn't know that people from all the tribes in the world need to hide in other tribes to launch sneak attacks? Xiao Gang replied almost instantly. Stop playing dumb with me. I'll give you two choices. First, release my men and hand over your dinosaur taming method, and we'll leave each other alone. Second, I'll personally lead my men to raze your shabby camp to the ground, leaving no one alive. Bai Ze burst out laughing. These days, it seems like any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to make threats. Come anytime. After sending the message, I immediately closed the chat panel, too lazy to bother with it anymore. He's just a clown. If he really had the ability to raze his camp to the ground, he wouldn't be hiding behind the scenes making threats. Just then, heavy hoofbeats came from afar, and the ground trembled slightly. Everyone looked up and saw Wang Hao riding a triceratops, followed by 5 others, slowly making their way towards them. The brand-new triceratops saddle was fitted onto its back, making it look exceptionally spirited. Wang Hao waved excitedly from afar, then jumped down as he approached, shouting, "Boss, I'm here. This saddle is awesome. It's super stable on it." He was halfway through his sentence when he caught a glimpse of Zhang Feng lying on the ground, with a bulging bandage on his stomach. His smile froze instantly, and his expression changed. "Brother Feng, what happened? How come there's such a big tumor on your stomach?" Bai Ze glanced at him irritably. "What tumor?" Zhang Feng was injured. He took Jean Wintao's hidden arrow for me and was hit in the stomach. A hidden blade? That bastard Jean Wintao is playing dirty tricks? Wang Hao's eyes instantly turned red, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to search for someone. "Where is that scoundrel? I'll kill him. He's already been killed." Bai Ze waved his hand, interrupting him. "Let's not talk about that now. Quickly lend a hand and get Zhang Feng onto the saddle, so we can get back to camp as soon as possible." "Oh, okay." Wang Hao nodded quickly and came over to prepare to lift the person. Chun Yi, standing beside her, frowned and spoke up, her tone filled with worry. "No, riding on the back of a dinosaur will definitely be very bumpy. The whole way is a mountain road, and if the wound reopens, that would be a real problem." "Don't worry, Dr. Chun." Bai Ze smiled and explained, "This saddle has built-in shock absorption, so it's very stable when you sit on it, even more stable than when a person carries you. You'll see for yourself in a moment." Chun Yi was skeptical, but she knew there was no better way. They couldn't possibly carry them back. The road was full of potholes, making the journey even more bumpy. The group carefully supported Zhang Feng's back and legs, slowly lifting him up. The Triceratops also lowered its body to its lowest point to make it easier for everyone to put their things down. After much effort, they finally managed to place Zhang Feng safely on the saddle, and then gently secured him with soft rattan to prevent him from slipping off. Chun-Yi stayed beside the Triceratops, able to keep a close eye on the situation. After settling the wounded, Bai Ze turned his attention to the members of the Jin tribe who were squatting in the camp. Dozens of people huddled together, mostly women and the elderly, their clothes filthy and their faces filled with fear. They stole glances at the brutality not far away, then at the row of Triceratops, not daring to even breathe loudly for fear of angering these demons. Seeing this, Lin Nen stepped forward and said, "Brother Bai Ze, these people—" "Go ask them," Bai Ze said calmly. "Those who are willing to come back to the ARK tribe with us can be taken along and follow the group. Those who are unwilling to leave can be left with some food and left to fend for themselves." Lin Nen nodded quickly, walked over, and told them what Bai Ze meant. Whispers immediately arose from below. Someone secretly looked up at Bai Ze, then looked back at the shelter where they had lived for so long, their face full of conflict. "Brother Nan, what about our houses? We finally managed to upgrade them to level 2, someone asked in a low voice. "We'll just have to leave the house here for now," Lin Nan sighed. "We'll figure out how to move it later when we get the migration scroll. That's all I have to say. Those who want to leave, step forward and come with us. Those who don't want to, we won't force. But I'm telling you this. If we stay here without men to hunt and without defense, we'll end up as dinosaur food sooner or later." The crowd looked at each other, and without much hesitation, they all stood up. Only a fool would want to stay here. Jean Wintao is dead. All the able-bodied ones are dead, leaving only the elderly, women, and children. Forget about finding food. Even a random velociraptor could wipe them all out at night. Going with the ARK tribe, at least they can survive. Linden walked back to Bai Ze's side and reported, "Brother Bai Ze, everyone is willing to leave." Bai Ze nodded. "Then everyone follow. Li Wei, you stay behind and keep watch. Don't let anyone get lost. Wang Hao, you take good care of Zhang Feng and Dr. Chen." After giving his instructions, he took the lead and walked towards the ARK tribe. Brutal walked at the outermost edge of the group, like a mobile fortress, vigilantly watching the surrounding woods. At the slightest disturbance, it would rush forward immediately. The setting sun cast long shadows of the group as they slowly made their way back to the camp. They hadn't walked far when Lin Nan approached and asked in a low voice, "Brother Bai Ze, do you think that Xiao Gang might really bring people to attack?" Chapter 114, Zhang Mengming's Hidden Abilities. Bai Ze walked forward, stepping on the withered branches, his tone as calm as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. I couldn't ask for more. But even if he wanted to come, it probably wouldn't be that easy. He glanced at Lin Nan, who looked tense, and continued. Before, with the Great Gene Tribe as a springboard, he was able to move people here. Now that the Great Gene Tribe has dispersed, even if he wanted to come, he probably wouldn't be able to reach them. And besides, his reach isn't that long. Lin Nan nodded repeatedly, feeling much relieved. "By the way, have you received a reply to the message about buying suture needles and thread that I asked you to send out?" Bai Ze asked again. Lin Nan shook his head, a little guilty on his face. "Not yet, Brother Bai Ze. This stuff is too scarce. Who would carry medical needles and thread when they teleport? Even if someone did bring some, they'd probably have thrown it away long ago." Bai Ze hummed in agreement and said nothing more. He looked up at Zhang Feng, who was still pale and lying on the dragon's back, and frowned slightly. "Let's settle the people first. If all else fails, we can catch a few more dinosaurs and take turns with them. We can hold out until we find a proper needle and thread." In any case, Zhang Feng's life is now safe. The group walked slowly, and after about half an hour, the first earthen-walled defense line of the ARK tribe finally appeared ahead. Wang Hao deliberately left the passage when he set off, and the damaged walls had not yet been repaired. Bai Ze led his men through the breach first, passing through 1, 2, and 3 lines of defense in succession. The members of the Dajin tribe following behind were dumbfounded. They craned their necks, their eyes wide open, and occasionally let out soft gasps of amazement. My goodness, there are 4 walls. No wonder 800 people from all the tribes couldn't take it down. What are they using to fight it? The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their faces filled with shock and lingering fear. Compared to this place, the Great Golden Tribe was like a chicken coop compared to a city wall. It's a good thing they came along. Otherwise, if they had stayed in that wretched place, they would have been dinosaur food sooner or later. Bai Ze walked ahead, not turning around despite the exclamations behind him. He simply instructed Wang Hao and Li Wei beside him, "Don't rush to seal the breach. Now that the Dajin tribe has been dealt with, this island must be completely under our control. You guys take a few men and clear out the remaining remnants of the Tianxia tribe on the island these next few days. Then explore the entire island to see if there are any undiscovered resource points. Also, collect any dinosaurs you can tame along the way." "Yes, boss," the two replied in unison, their eyes filled with excitement. Being able to hunt and roam the entire island, and even tame dinosaurs, is a much more enjoyable job than building walls at home. As they spoke, the group had already entered the camp. The tribespeople in the camp had already heard the dinosaurs' footsteps and came out of their shelter. Upon seeing Bai Ze and his companions, their faces immediately lit up with joy. "Zeji, you're back. Husband." Zhang Mengming ran out of the crowd and rushed to Bai Ze's side. She looked him up and down several times, her eyes full of worry. Bai Ze patted her head and softened his tone. "Don't worry, I'm not hurt." He sighed and turned his gaze to Zhang Feng on the dragon's back. "It's Zhang Feng, he's quite badly injured." The smiles on everyone's faces vanished instantly, and they all followed the gaze. Seeing Zhang Feng with his eyes closed, his face deathly pale, and his stomach bulging with bandages, their hearts clenched. "Lin Yan, lend a hand and get Zhang Feng back to his shelter first," Bai Ze called out. "Okay, Brother Ze." Lin Yan quickly replied and stepped forward to lift the person up. "Lin Nan, why don't you lend a hand too?" Yes, brother Bai Ze. The two carefully supported Zhang Feng's back and legs, slowly lifting him off the dragon's back. Their movements so gentle they seemed afraid of breaking him. Wang Hao rolled up his sleeves, ready to help, but Bai Ze stopped him as soon as he took a step. Wang Hao, wait a minute. I have something to tell you. He turned to Chunyi beside him and said in a very serious tone, Dr. Chun, please take good care of Zhang Feng. If he needs anything, just tell Meng Meng, or you can come to me. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. Chunyi nodded, but then reminded him, but you have to hurry with the suturing, no more than 2 days. After 2 days, the head tissue of the Compsognathus should start to decompose, and if the wound becomes infected over a large area, it will really be beyond saving. I know. I'll figure something out. Bai Ze nodded solemnly. Chunyi didn't say anything more, turned around and followed Lin Yin and the others to Zhang Feng's shelter. Bai Ze sighed and turned his gaze to the group of Great Gene tribesmen who had followed him. The group of people were looking around with curiosity, their eyes filled with envy as they gazed at the level 3 shelter in the center of the camp, their previous fears fading considerably. Hey boss, what's up? Wang Hao came over and rubbed his hands together. You saw it too? This group of people just arrived and have nowhere to stay. Bai Ze pointed to the crowd. Go back and plant a plot of land and build a few dormitories for them. They don't need to be too nice, just enough to keep them out of the wind and rain and provide them with a place to sleep. Wang Hao patted his chest, looking confident. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. I can get a few rooms ready for you before dark today. But, he scratched his head a little embarrassed. We used up most of the wood and clay building materials building the defense line, so you'll have to make some more, boss. Okay, I'll go and do it in batches later. Bai Ze nodded. You go and plan the location, count the number of people, and make a list of the materials you need. Okay. Wang Hao gave an okay sign and excitedly went to find an open space, his chubby body making a thumping sound as he walked. Bai Ze turned to look at the group of people who were still whispering, took 2 steps forward, and said, Since you decided to follow me, let's get this straight. The ARK tribe doesn't support idlers. If you want food or supplies, you have to work. Tell me what your special skills are now. After he finished speaking, the people below looked at each other and remained silent for a few seconds before some of them started to speak. I'm good at makeup. I used to be a beauty blogger, and my makeup imitations are really good. I'm a food blogger. I can film videos of myself eating, and I can also write captions. I can dance, both folk and jazz dances, and I've even won awards. One after another, they talked about skills that were popular in modern times but completely useless in this ancient world. Bai Ze listened, his lips twitching slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. It's not that these skills are bad, it's just that in this world, these special skills are really not very useful. You can't exactly go up there and put makeup on the dinosaurs or make them dance for you. As if sensing his embarrassment, Zhang Mingming quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, Don't worry, everyone. You can register with me if you have any special skills. Even if you don't have any special skills, it doesn't matter. Chopping wood, boiling water, drying animal hides, organizing warehouses, cooking. You can always find something to do. I guarantee that everyone will have food to eat and a place to stay, so you won't go hungry or cold. She spoke softly and gently, yet clearly and logically, calming the chaotic crowd with just a few words. People lined up, registering with her one by one, and the noise subsided. Bai Ze stood to the side, watching Zhang Mingming make arrangements in an orderly manner, a hint of a smile in his eyes. To be honest, he's really not good at managing these miscellaneous things. His mind is full of leveling up, taming dragons, and building defenses. I never expected Meng Meng to have this talent. She stabilized the situation in no time. Zhang Mingming had almost finished making the arrangements. She turned around and winked at Bai Ze. Honey, you can go and do other things first. Leave this to me. I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly for you. Bai Ze smiled at her. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the warehouse. As soon as I got to the warehouse, I saw a makeshift shed next to it, with 2 young men standing guard at the door, their backs ramrod straight. Chapter 115, The Suture Needle and Thread appeared. Bai Ze was stunned for a moment, then recognized the 2 young men Lin Nan had brought with him. Upon seeing Bai Ze approach, the 2 immediately straightened their backs and hurriedly greeted him. Hello, brother Bai Ze. My name is Shurtu, and his name is San Shao. Brother Nin told us to guard this place. That big guy prisoner is locked up inside. Bai Ze then came to his senses, realizing he had almost forgotten about Wang Buotao. He nodded. Thank you for your hard work. I'll go in and take a look. The two quickly stepped aside and reached out to lift the straw curtain. All right, Brother Bai Ze, please. I bent down and crawled into the thatched shed, and the light suddenly dimmed. Wang Buotao was bound tightly with rot tan, lying on the ground like a dumpling, struggling to wriggle free. Hearing the curtain rustle, he looked up abruptly, saw Bai Ze, and his face instantly turned pale. He shrank back frantically, pleading repeatedly, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I didn't do anything." His cowardly demeanor was a stark contrast to the ferocious and menacing figure who had brandished an axe and shouted battle cries on the battlefield. Bai Ze looked at him like this, shook his head, and found a flat rock to sit on. "I have no intention of killing you right now," he said calmly. "Tell me, what is the current strength of the Tianxia tribe, and what is Xiao Gang's plan?" Upon hearing that he wouldn't be killed, Wang Buotao breathed a long sigh of relief, his heart, which had been his throat, finally calming down. He swallowed hard and spoke tremblingly. "Gang. No, Xiao Gang, his tribe appears to have only 2,000 people on the surface, but in reality he has already swallowed up 4 or 5 smaller tribes. He deliberately keeps his numbers low, just to play the fool and catch others off guard when the servers merge. They have quite a few valuable items. Before the district merge, they picked up 2 or 3 green airdrops. I don't know exactly what they got, but I saw Xiao Gang with a crossbow once from afar. It was quite powerful. I really don't know anything else. I'm just a kind of guard at the front line. I don't get involved in the core matters." Bai Ze tapped his knee lightly with his fingers, pondering to himself. It doesn't sound like it was made up. "Where did you get these weapons?" he asked again. "Xiao Gang made them all." Wang Buotao quickly chimed in. "He seems to know how to make a lot of weapons and tools. The people in the tribe can exchange them for raw materials, which saves a lot of materials compared to making them themselves. He uses this to win people over, and that's how the tribe has grown bigger and bigger." Bai Ze's expression darkened. Can standard weapons be mass-produced? Could it be that Xiao Gang also has a system? Or does he possess some rare blueprint? If that's the case, this person isn't just a bumbling fool who only talks tough. He's a bit troublesome. "So what exactly are you doing here across the sea?" "It was Xiao Gang's order." Wang Buotao's voice lowered. "He wanted to take over this island, so he sent us here first. He said we should first sideline Jin Wentao, take control of the Jin tribe, and then find an opportunity to capture you alive. He said he was particularly interested in you, that you must have a big secret, and that he wanted you alive." Bai Ze raised an eyebrow, inwardly scoffing. "Interested in me? And you want to capture me alive? That's quite a boast. There are plenty of people interested in me. So who does he think he is?" He looked down at Wang Buotao, his tone turning colder. "You'd better believe everything you're saying. If I find out you're lying, you know the consequences." "It's all true. It's all true." Wang Buotao nodded his head like a rattle drum. "Even if you gave me 10 lives, I wouldn't dare lie to you." Bai Ze ignored him, stood up, brushed the grass clippings off his pants, and turned to walk out of the thatched hut. When the stone and the 3 little ones outside saw him come out, they immediately stood up straight and tensed up. Seeing this, Bai Ze smiled and said, "No need to be so nervous. Just keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't get away or hurt himself." "Yes, Brother Bai Ze," the two said in unison, their voices quite loud. Bai Ze nodded, turned around, and walked into the warehouse next door. He leaned against the storage box, going over what Wang Buotao had just said in his mind. Xiao Gang seems to be a worthy opponent. Whether we like it or not, the two sides will inevitably clash sooner or later. We need to hurry up and level up, expand our tribe, and strengthen our defenses. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage if they attack. Furthermore, weapons and tools, things that can enhance combat effectiveness, must absolutely not be sold off indiscriminately. If they fall into Xiao Gang's hands, wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? If a war breaks out, and the other side is using weapons you sold to attack people, that would be utterly ridiculous. However, there are many other things that can be sold. It's not just weapons that can be exchanged for resources. Bai Ze's gaze fell on the storage box beside him, and his eyes lit up. This thing is practically an essential artifact in this world. He used it every day before and didn't think much of it, but after seeing Lu Wen's human warehouse today, he realized how important it was. Other tribes and solo players probably find storing supplies incredibly troublesome, either taking up backpack space or leaving them on the ground for fear of them being cleared by the system when the time is up. This has forced them to come up with the bizarre idea of using living people as warehouses. If you mass-produce storage boxes and sell them, you can gain experience and exchange them for resources without increasing other people's combat power, and you won't have to worry about sales. It's an extremely profitable business. Haha, I've decided on you. Bai Ze made up his mind and directly brought up the ARK control panel. As soon as I opened the interface, I saw the private message icon flashing nonstop, with several unread messages piled up there. He didn't pay attention at first, and first retrieved the materials, set up the batch manufacturing of storage boxes, and only opened the private message casually after the program started running. When I opened it, I found that they were all messages from Xiao Gang. Bai Ze sneered. They're quite persistent, like a stubborn plaster. He slowly slid down from the top. The first one was furious. Fine, Bai Ze, you just wait. The second person then feigned magnanimity. I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. I can let bygones be bygones, but you hand over the method for taming dinosaurs, and we'll leave each other alone. The third one, tinged with a touch of smug satisfaction, read, I see you're trying to buy sewing needles and thread in the regional channel. Don't bother. There are probably only a handful in the whole world. You won't get any. But I do have some. Bai Ze's heart skipped a beat when he saw the last sentence. Suture needle and thread? He actually has it? Just then, the warehouse door was pushed open with a bang, and Wang Hao rushed in. Master, I've calculated it. The total cost is... Halfway through his sentence, his sharp eyes caught sight of the chat interface on the panel, where the phrase, I do have some, clearly came into view. Wang Hao's eyes lit up instantly, and his voice rose 8 octaves. Big boss? You found the stitches. Holy crap. Brother Phone is saved. Bai Ze, however, remained expressionless. Xiao Gang's willingness to reveal his hand so readily indicates he's definitely up to no good. But Zhang Feng's injury can't wait. He moved his fingers, typed a line of text, and sent it. What do you want? Chapter 1:16 The deal. The sewing needle and thread are in hand, but it's just a piece of scrap leather. Xiao Gang replied to his messages almost instantly, his words radiating arrogance. Oh ho, you finally replied to me? Don't you know what I want? I want you to be able to live peacefully with dinosaurs and to have a way to control them. Wang Hao, who was watching the screen closely, panicked the moment he saw this message, his voice rising in alarm. What? He actually wants this? Boss, we can't give it to him. This is our trump card. How will we face the world if we reveal it? Or should we look around some more? Maybe someone else has needles and thread too. Bai Ze shook his head, his tone steady, difficult. This thing is too unorthodox. Zhang Feng can't hold out for long. Time is life. We can't afford to wait. He paused, then suddenly smiled. Besides, I never intended to keep this a secret forever. Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? What? Think about it, Bai Ze said slowly, tapping the edge of the control panel with his fingertip. In the future, the number of tribesmen will only increase, and you Legion commanders will also have to lead your own men. The steps of taming dragons will eventually spread, and it's impossible to keep it a secret. If he wants it, just give it to him. But Wang Hao is still anxious, his face turning red. What's the rush? Bai Ze glanced at him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I'll just give you the operating procedure, without telling you the formula for the special anesthetic, okay? What's the use of just knowing how to knock them out and feed them? Without anesthetic to control the dinosaur's dizziness level, it's no wonder he can't tame it. Bai Ze chuckled mischievously. Besides, I didn't tell them how much to use. Even if they feed it with blackberries, they won't know how much to feed it. When the dinosaur wakes up, hee. Wang Hao froze for 2 seconds, then slapped his thigh, almost jumping up. Holy crap. That's right. The key is the anesthetic. What's the use of just giving an empty shell? Brilliant, boss. You always have so many clever ideas. Bai Ze didn't respond to him. Instead, he tapped the screen twice and replied to Xiao Gang. A trade is possible. Xiao Gang was probably staring at the screen waiting and replied almost instantly. Okay, great. Send me the method now, and I'll get you the needle and thread right away. Bai Ze scoffed at these words. They've really gotten used to getting something for nothing, and they don't follow any rules at all. He replied, "Do you think I'd give it to you first?" After a few seconds of silence, Xiao Gang sent another message, his tone somewhat condescending. "You urgently need to suture needles and thread, right? It would be a pity if the person died if we didn't sew it up soon." Bai Ze leaned against the storage box, completely unperturbed, and slowly typed, "I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, it's not me who will die, just a subordinate. We can always recruit another one. But you, the method of taming dragons, you'll never get another chance like this." Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang was immediately speechless. He thought he had Bai Ze's weakness, but the other party didn't seem to care at all. Xiao Gang stared at the screen, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He wasn't sure if Bai Ze was faking it or genuinely indifferent, but he couldn't afford to gamble. The method of taming dragons was too tempting. If he actually obtained it, his strength would multiply several times over. What did the death of a person or two matter? Losing the method was the real loss. He gritted his teeth and replied, "So how do you want to trade?" Bai Ze looked at the message, a smile playing on his lips, and immediately took the initiative. "Send over the sewing needles and thread first. Once you have the materials, the instructions will naturally follow." Xiao Gang was so angry when he saw the message that he laughed. "Are you kidding me? You're in such a hurry for needles and thread. Surely the injured person over there isn't someone insignificant, and now you're pretending it doesn't matter to me." That's what he said, but he wasn't really sure himself. He can't afford to gamble. The allure of taming dragons is too great. If he could actually obtain one, his chances of dominating the world would increase significantly. In comparison, a set of sewing needles and thread is nothing at all. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Let's each compromise. You write the method on the animal hide, and we'll go through a system guaranteed transaction, cash on delivery, and neither of us should try any tricks." Bai Ze looked at the message and a smile played on his lips. "It's done." He replied with 2 words, "feasible." After saying that, he casually tore off a piece of animal skin and wrote down the steps for taming the dinosaur with a charcoal pencil. He wrote down clearly how to use tranquilizer arrows to knock out the dinosaur and how to feed it, but he kept the formula and dosage of the special anesthetic to himself without mentioning it at all. He only mentioned it in one key step. The special anesthetic must be used to control the degree of dizziness. He also added that when feeding the dinosaur, you should praise it more and stick close to it. After finishing writing, he sent a message to Xiao Gang. In addition to the sewing needle and thread, add another piece of animal hide. I can't just give away a piece of hide with the instructions written on it for nothing. Xiao Gang's face darkened when he saw the message. How could a tribal chief be so stingy about a piece of animal skin? He was so angry he wanted to bite his teeth, but he was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and reply, "I know, I won't blame you." The system's transaction panel popped up quickly. Both parties placed their items, confirmed the transaction, and it was completed instantly. Bai Ze took out the needles and thread he had acquired and examined them. They turned out to be absorbable medical sutures, which did not require removal and were of even better quality than he had expected. "Okay." He handed the needle and thread to Wang Hao, who was waiting eagerly beside him. "Take this to Dr. Chun right away and tell her that we've found proper sutures and that she should get it done as soon as possible. I'll make the building materials you need later. It won't delay your house construction." Wang Hao carefully held the needle and thread as if they were some rare treasure, his eyes filled with admiration. "Boss, you're really amazing. Just now, you were clearly in a huge hurry, but you pretended to be nonchalant to put pressure on the other person, just like in a TV drama. So cool." Bai Ze smiled and waved his hand. "Good to know. Hurry up and go. If Zhang Feng gets into trouble because you're late, I'll hold you responsible." "Okay. All right." Wang Hao responded and turned to run outside. His chubby body was unusually agile at that moment, and he disappeared in just a few steps. The warehouse fell silent again. Bai Ze leaned back against the storage box, watching the manufacturing progress displayed on the control panel, and chuckled to himself. "Xiao Gang, I wonder if you're satisfied with this gift." On the other side, across the sea, is the Tianxia tribe camp. Xiao Gang eagerly spread the animal hides he had just acquired on the stone table. The words on it were crooked and twisted, like crawling worms, which made him feel disgusted. Damn it, he's already the tribal chief. Can't he practice his handwriting? What a joke. He muttered a complaint, and then quickly looked down to read the contents carefully. The more I read, the more excited I became. The steps were logically clear. How to find the dragon, how to knock it out, how to feed it. Every step was explained in detail. But by the end, the smile on his face froze. Throughout the entire text, there's a recurring reference to special anesthetic. To knock out a dinosaur, you need to use tranquilizer arrows, and after knocking it out, you need to replenish its condition with medicine. Without these, it feels like you can't tame a dinosaur. Xiao Gang stared at the words, special anesthetic, for a full half-minute before he suddenly realized what it meant. He'd been tricked. The method only provides the procedures, but it doesn't mention the most crucial anesthetic formula at all. Without this, what's the difference between this method and waste paper? Besides, this special anesthetic, anyone with a brain knows that only Bai Ze could make it. He was completely forced into it. Bang! Xiao Gang slammed the animal hide to the ground, his face ashen, his chest heaving violently with rage, and his molars grinding together. Dem Bai Ze, how dare you play me? Chapter 117, I won't sell, or you'll be furious. Xiao Gang's chest heaved violently for a long time before he managed to suppress his anger. He bent down, picked up the animal hide from the ground, dusted it off, and carefully put it into his backpack. Although it lacks the core recipe, it's still a proper dragon taming process, so it would be a shame to throw it away. He gritted his teeth and opened Bai Ze's chat window, his fingertips trembling. Anesthetic formula, name your price, how many materials do you need to sell it? He sent the message and stared at the screen, waiting. Half a minute later, a reply popped up containing only 2 words. Not for sale. Xiao Gang closed his eyes tightly, took several deep breaths, and kept trying to mentally prepare himself. Don't be angry, don't be angry. We need their help now, so we can't afford to fall out. Besides, without the Great Gene Tribe as a springboard, his main force can't get through it all. If things really get ugly, it won't do us any good. He clenched his fist and patiently continued. If you won't sell the formula, can I at least buy the finished anesthetic? Just tell me how much material you need. The reply was even faster this time. Still just 2 words. Not for sale. Xiao Gang stared at the screen, his temples throbbing, and he could no longer suppress his anger. Bai Ze, don't go too far. After he finished yelling, he stared intently at the screen, waiting for a long time, but instead of a reply, he received only a cold, impersonal system notification. You've been blocked by the other party. Holy shit. Xiao Gang slammed his fist on the stone table, trembling with anger. He spun around twice, getting angrier and angrier, and then opened the world chat channel and started cursing. Bai Ze, you damned liar. You'll die a horrible death. Don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll tear you to pieces. No, I'll chop you into mincemeat and feed you to the dinosaurs. You just wait. I'll raise your wretched tribe to the ground sooner or later. He cursed in the channel for several minutes, spewing out all sorts of profanities, his voice cracking with anger. The channel was quiet until his outburst caused an uproar. What's going on in the middle of the night? Has a mad dog been unleashed? Is that Xiao Gang from the Tianxia tribe? He must have been really screwed over by boss Bai Ze, right? Good riddance. Who told him to act so arrogant all the time? I've disliked him for a long time. Hilarious. If you're so capable of insulting someone, why not just hurl insults at them instead of actually fighting them? Are you just making threats from afar? Amidst the various discussions and jokes, Xiao Gang appeared even more like a clown. After cursing for a long time, Bai Ze didn't respond at all, as if he hadn't heard a word. Xiao Gang cursed until his throat was dry, and knowing that continuing to curse was useless, he could only turn off the channel with a gloomy face. He stared at the animal hide on the table, his eyes filled with malice. Trying to use anesthetic to stop me? No way. I refuse to believe that with the complete procedure and without your lousy anesthetic, I can't tame a dragon. He gritted his teeth, opened the clan channel, and started calling for help. Listen up, combat teams 1 and 2. Tomorrow morning, gather 200 men and come with me to the western grasslands to tame the dragon. I refuse to believe that several hundred men can't knock out a dragon. After issuing the order, his eyes were filled with hostility. He He made a note of this debt. Meanwhile, in the ARK tribe's warehouse, the control panel glowed with a faint blue light, and rows of thatched building materials were being produced continuously. Next to it, a dozen or so newly made storage boxes were stacked neatly. Bai Ze glanced at Xiao Gang's cursing in the regional channel, scoffed, and closed the interface. Engaging in a shouting match with a mad dog is beneath you. He whistled, feeling quite pleased with himself, but muttered to himself, how rude of him to swear in public. Once all the building materials Wang Hao wanted had been made, he got up and headed outside. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into Wang Hao running back. Big boss! Big boss! Wang Hao was panting heavily, a smile still on his face. I'm dying of laughter. You didn't hear it. Xiao Gang was furious on the channel, yelling like a shrew. It was so satisfying. Bai Ze looked completely innocent. Anyway, I didn't lie to anyone. I wrote down the method of taming dragons for him in detail. If he can't do it himself, that's because he's not skilled enough. What does it have to do with me? Wang Hao gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Stop being silly. Bai Ze patted his arm. Let's go. We need to set up the dorms for the new guys tonight. I'll help you. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao grinned slyly. Hey, big boss, you want to steal my construction skills? Hey, if you want to learn, just say so. It's not like I won't teach you. Why are you being so subtle? Bai Ze rolled his eyes at him and raised his hand as if to hit him. Ugly. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. As he spoke, he packed a backpack full of building materials and turned to walk towards the open space outside the camp. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, quickly gathered some building materials, and followed. Before even reaching the campsite, they saw a large bonfire burning in the center, flames leaping high and sparks drifting upwards on the evening breeze, casting a warm yellow glow around them. Zhang Mengmeng and Xie Wanning were leading the newcomers in skewering meat and setting up earthenware pots, chatting and laughing. The aroma of roasted meat mingled with the scent of grass and would carried on the evening breeze, creating a particularly comforting atmosphere. Bai Ze paused, then immediately changed his mind. He put the building materials from his backpack on the ground and said to Wang Hao, I've been thinking about it. Since you're worried I'll steal your skills, I'll entrust this glorious task of building the dormitory to you alone. I have something to discuss with Meng Meng and the others. After saying that, he clapped his hands and dashed off towards the campfire. Wang Hao stood there dumbfounded, watching his resolute back. Holy crap, boss, you're just abandoning me like this? Men are all such jerks. They forget all principles for the sake of beauty. After calling for a long time, Bai Ze didn't even turn his head. Wang Hao snorted angrily, then put the building materials into his backpack and walked towards the open space he had previously chosen, muttering to himself as he went. Once I build a luxurious dormitory, it will dazzle you. By the campfire, Zhang Mengmeng and Xie Wanning were looking down at the meat soup in the earthenware pot when they heard footsteps, looked up, and smiled. Husband! Bai Ze! The two shouted in unison, looked at each other, and then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bai Ze walked over and sat on a nearby rock. We're almost done. The most urgent matter is resolved. Everything else can wait. How are these people doing? Are they behaving themselves? So obedient. Zhang Mengmeng nodded, her eyes curving into crescents. It's more lively with more people in the tribe, which is great. It's just... She paused, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow. What is it? Is there anything we can't say to each other? Zhang Mengmeng leaned closer and whispered, there are several girls inside who seem to be interested in you. Before you came, they kept asking me about you. Bai Ze paused for a moment, then subconsciously glanced at the crowd. Sure enough, a few girls were secretly glancing in this direction. When his gaze swept over them, they immediately blushed and lowered their heads, pretending to fiddle with the branches in their hands. Bai Ze was both amused and exasperated, and shook his head. I don't want just anyone. What's there to ask? He quickly changed the subject, looking at Xie Wanning. Wanning, what about the surprise you said you'd give me? You've kept it a secret for so long. Aren't you going to tell me? Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning's face turned slightly red. She turned her face away, poked at the firewood in the campfire, and whispered, What's the rush? You'll find out soon enough. As she spoke, she gave Zhang Mengmeng a wink. Zhang Mengmeng immediately understood and tugged at Bai Ze's arm. Honey, I want to eat the meat you grill. Can you grill me 2 skewers? Just the kind you made last time, sprinkled with chili powder. It's so fragrant. Bai Ze was so flustered by her that he forgot about the surprise he wanted to ask about, and could only smile and nod. Okay, I'll bake it for you. He got up, picked out a few tender pieces of triangular lobster leg meat, skewered them on a tree branch, and slowly grilled them by the fire. The fat dripped down the meat's grain, sizzling as it fell into the fire, instantly making the aroma even more intense. When they were golden brown on both sides, Lin Yin and Li Wei walked over from Zhang Feng's shelter. Chapter 118 Food? Not too outrageous. I should have all of that here. Bai Ze spotted the two of them at a glance, handed the juicy skewers of meat in his hand to Zhang Mingming, wiped his hands, and went to greet them. How's it going? Has Zhang Feng's situation been stabilized? The group greeted each other, and Li Wei rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Dr. Chun is really quick and efficient. He's already finished stitching up the stitches and applying the medicine. Zhang Feng's life is safe now. After saying that, he clicked his tongue, his face showing a hint of envy that was hard to define, and his eyes kept drifting towards the entrance of the shelter, not looking away for a long time. Bai Ze was puzzled and leaned close to Lin Yin, whispering, "What's wrong with Li Wei? He seems distracted." Lin Yin covered his mouth, suppressing a laugh, his shoulders shaking. "Hey, what else could it be? I just went in to deliver something and happened to see Dr. Chun shaving Brother Feng's skin." Bai Ze was taken aback. "It's just a skin preparation. What's there to envy?" "My dear Ze, are you really that clueless, or just pretending?" Lin Yin laughed even harder, lowering his voice as he said, "He's not envious of the skin-shaving part. He's envious of Feng's complete set of parts." Bai Ze then realized what was happening and shook his head, both amused and exasperated. He stepped forward and patted Li Wei on the shoulder, his tone softening. "Don't think too much. This world is amazing. You might come across a way to recover someday. If that day ever comes, I'll be the first to keep an eye out for you." Li Wei was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand and laughed. "Hey boss, don't try to comfort me. There's no such thing as a magical thing. I've gotten used to it by now, it's no big deal." Bai Ze didn't say anything more, lest he touch a sore spot, and raised his chin. "All right, then I'll go in and see Zhang Feng. We'll be with you." The group quietly pushed open the door. Torches were lit inside, casting a warm, yellow light that wasn't very bright, but it was very cozy. Chun-Yi sat on a wooden stool by the bed, wrung out a damp towel, and gently wiped the cold sweat from Zhang Feng's forehead, her movements very light, as if afraid of touching the wound. Zhang Feng had his eyes closed, his face still pale, but his lips had regained some color. He mumbled something indistinctly every now and then, which sounded like wife and duo. Bai Ze walked over quietly and asked in a low voice, "Dr. Chun, how is he now? Has he relapsed?" "It's stabilized now." Chun-Yi lowered her voice as well. "We have all the necessary medicines. There are no signs of infection so far. She had a slight fever earlier, but it went down after we gave her some medicine. With proper care, she should be fine." Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally at ease. Just as I was about to say a few more words, I saw Zhang Feng's eyelids twitch, his eyelashes flutter several times, and then he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze lingered for a long time before finally focusing on Bai Ze's face, his voice weak as a mosquito's buzz. "Boss, are we back to camp?" "You're back, and you're perfectly safe." Bai Ze crouched down, his tone softening. "Just focus on recovering. Don't worry about anything else." Zhang Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh, but pulling at his wound and hissing. "Okay, I was in a daze just now, and I thought I was going to see my wife. I really did dream about her. It felt so real." Bai Ze chuckled and casually joked. "That's right, you were just talking in your sleep calling for your wife. I thought you were calling for Dr. Chun." Zhang Feng looked bewildered and blinked. "Dr. Chun? Who's that? So you've lost consciousness from a pain?" Bai Ze chuckled, stepping aside to reveal Chun-Yi behind him. "This is Dr. Chun-Yi, who stitched up your wound herself. She's your savior." Zhang Feng followed his gaze and froze instantly. His eyes went from confused to dazed, and then gradually turned red, as if he had bumped into someone who could never possibly be there. His lips trembled for a long time, his breathing became heavy, and he called out softly in a hoarse voice, "Wife, you've come back to see me, and duo. I missed you so much. The room felt so quiet you could hear a pin drop as soon as he said that. The group of people looked at each other, holding their breath, their eyes full of gossip. Bai Ze stood to the side, inwardly exclaiming, wow. It was just a casual joke, but it turned out to be true. This plot is more exciting than a storyteller's. Chun-Yi was also stunned, standing there helplessly, her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly waved her hands. Mr. Zhangfeng, you've mistaken me for someone else. This is the first time we've met. My name is Chun-Yi, and I used to be a doctor at the community hospital. Zhangfeng seemed to be abruptly pulled back to reality by those words. He stared at Chun-Yi for a long time without blinking, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. They are similar, their eyebrows, eyes, nose, even their soft, gentle tone of voice. But upon closer inspection, they are ultimately different. Zhangfeng closed his eyes, let out a long sigh, his voice filled with unconcealed weariness and desolation. I'm sorry. I was mistaken. You look too much like my wife. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy, and the gossip from before vanished instantly, leaving everyone feeling a little uneasy. Bai Ze coughed lightly, quickly trying to smooth things over. Ahem, Dr. Chun, what can Zhangfeng eat tonight? Are there any foods he should avoid? Chun-Yi's cheeks were still slightly flushed, and she quickly went along with it. It's best to eat something light to replenish our nutrition, and not too oily. But resources are scarce in this world. It's good enough to have something to eat. What kind of ingredients do you have here right now? Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the others became somewhat subtle. Bai Ze rubbed his nose. I can't say about other things, but we really don't lack food here. As long as it's not too outrageous, we basically have it. Chun-Yi was taken aback, a little skeptical, and tentatively asked, Then, do you have rice? Yes, we do. Bai Ze nodded, his tone quite casual. We have dozens of bags of wuchang rice piled up in the warehouse, enough to last us for a while. Chun-Yi's eyes widened slightly. She had been teleported here for almost 2 months, eating roasted meat and wild fruits every day, and had never even seen a grain of rice. When she first heard that there was rice, she couldn't quite believe it. She tentatively asked, Then, could you make some porridge? Do you have any pork? We don't have pork. Bai Ze shook his head. But the lean meat of the Triceratops is quite tender. If you chop it up and cook it into porridge, the taste will be about the same. Do you have any green vegetables? Chun-Yi asked again. Yes, there's a small vegetable garden right next to the warehouse. We have lettuce and bok choy, enough to eat every day. Bai Ze smiled. These are all daily necessities. Chun-Yi looked at the people in front of her, whose faces were rosy and who showed no signs of food deficiency, and finally believed it. She was about to say something when her stomach let out a rumble, not loud, but quite noticeable in the quiet room. Instantly, her face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, Bai Ze smiled and didn't expose her. They're cooking outside. I'll have someone bring in 2 portions later. You can eat with Zhangfeng. You've been busy all day. You must be hungry. Chun-Yi hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded and whispered, Thank you. What's the big deal? Bai Ze waved his hand. By the way, now that the Great Golden Tribe has disbanded, would you like to officially join our ARK tribe? You can practice medicine here from now on, and your treatment will be the same as the core members. Just tell me if you need anything. Chun-Yi then realized what was happening and quickly opened the system panel to submit her application to join. Bai Ze passed it easily. Then it settled. Bai Ze stood up. I'll have someone make vegetable and lean meat porridge for Zhangfeng. It's light and good for his recovery. He then looked at Zhangfeng and deliberately winked. Take good care of yourself. We've still reserved the position of Triceratops Legion Commander for you. How about letting Ming Ming take care of Duo for the time being? It's not very convenient for you here. Zhangfeng shook his head, his gaze unconsciously drifting back to Chun-Yi, and said softly, Boss, let Duo come over. Her mother left not long after she was born. I want her to see Dr. Chun more often, even if it's not, so the child can know what her mother is like. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow, grinned mischievously, and leaned closer, lowering his voice. What's there to see? If you ask me, why not just find Duo a stepmother? I think Dr. Chun is quite good. She's gentle and skilled in medicine. Perfect. Chapter 119, brother, Bai Ze still remembers us." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's face flushed bright red. Even the tips of his ears felt burning. He quickly lowered his voice and retorted, "Boss, don't talk nonsense." As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Chun-Yi and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she had her head down and seemed not to have hurt him. But he didn't see that Chun-Yi's hands, hanging by her sides, were tightly gripping the towel. Her neck was already flushed with a light pink, and even the tips of her ears were hot. Seeing the two of them like this, Bai Ze chuckled inwardly and stopped teasing them. He stood up and patted his pants. All right, I won't say any more. I'll have Meng Meng bring Duo over later. I'll have to trouble Dr. Chan to take good care of them these next few days." "It's okay." Chun-Yi raised her head, her cheeks still slightly flushed, but her tone was steady. "I also quite like children." Bai Ze gave each of them a meaningful look, then said nothing more and quietly led Lin Yan and Li Wei out. The moment the door closed, the room fell silent, with only the two of them breathing softly, and the atmosphere became inexplicably warm. Once outside, Bai Ze went straight to Zhang Mengmeng, told her about the vegetable and lean meat poor Zhang Feng had ordered, and instructed her to arrange for the newly arrived Yuanda Jin tribe members to join the tribe as soon as possible and register their respective specialties. "Don't worry, honey, everything's taken care of." Zhang Mengmeng nodded and turned to get busy. Beside the small thatched hut at the campsite, Stone and the three little ones were still standing guard at the door. The evening breeze carried the aroma of roasted meat and rice, making their stomachs rumble loudly, like drums beating. Stone rubbed his stomach and muttered in a low voice, "Sanshao, do you think there's any food for the two of us tonight?" The three of them scratched their heads, a little unsure. "It's hard to say. We just arrived, haven't contributed anything, and don't even know the point system. I still don't understand why Brother Bai Ze hasn't told us how to earn points." "Yeah, right," Stone sighed. "We can't go hungry as soon as we arrive." Just then, footsteps sounded behind them, and Lin Nan walked over with a straw in his mouth. "What are you two whispering about here? You're acting all sneaky." The two quickly stood up straight. Sure Tu scratched his head sheepishly. "Brother Nan, we didn't do anything. We just wanted to ask if we get any dinner tonight, and how we earn these points. We want to accumulate some points as soon as possible to exchange for some food." "Yeah, Brother Nan, we're all a little hungry," Sanshao added quietly. Lin Nan was amused by the two of them and patted one of them on the shoulder. "Look at you two, so lacking in ambition. Don't worry, Brother Bai Ze set the rules beforehand. Our tribe doesn't use that cold, hardpoint system. As long as you're willing to work and sincerely contribute to the tribe, you'll have food to eat and a place to stay. You won't go hungry." He paused for a moment, then said, "Perfect timing. You can have the tribe first, and I'll arrange guard duty and patrol duties for you later." Their eyes lit up immediately, their faces filled with undisguised longing. They hurriedly opened the system panel and submitted their applications to join. Just as I finished ordering, a figure slowly walked over. It was a girl carrying a wooden tray with 3 large bowls of white rice, 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables, a large bowl of stewed dinosaur meat, and several skewers of crispy and fragrant dinosaur meat, all steaming hot. She walked up to the 3 of them, put down the tray, and said with a smile, "You've worked hard. This is food that Bai Ze specially asked me to bring to you. Eat it while it's hot." Stone and the 3 little ones looked up and were instantly stunned. The girl in front of them had curved eyebrows and a soft smile. She was completely different from the dirty-faced survivors they had seen before. She was incredibly clean. The two were stunned and lost in thought when one of them received a slap on the forehead, and it was quite forceful. "What are you looking at?" Lin then lowered his voice, both annoyed and amused. "This is sister-in-law Meng Meng. Hurry up and say thank you." The two of them suddenly came to their senses, their faces flushed red, and they hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law. We've troubled you so much." Zhang Mengmeng covered her mouth and chuckled twice. "It's okay. You guys take your time eating. Just put your plates by the campfire when you're done. Someone will clean them up. If you need more, send someone over to get more. Don't be shy." "Okay. Thank you, sister-in-law," Lin Nan quickly replied. After Zhang Mengmeng left, Sure Tu and the 3 little ones stared at the white rice on the tray, their eyes wide and their mouths practically stretched to their ears. "Brother Nan, we're not dreaming, are we?" Sure held the bowl, his fingers trembling slightly. White rice. I've almost forgotten what rice tastes like. Sanshao sniffed, almost bursting into tears. Lin Nen rolled his eyes at them, picked up his chopsticks, and shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth. Dream on? Didn't those 2 hits I gave you hurt? They both exclaimed in unison. Ouch. You got a really strong grip. That settles it then. Lin Nan chewed on his meat and mumbled, I have something to tell you guys, remember it. That was Sister Meng Meng, and that was Sister Wanting. They'll be Brother Bai Ze's people sooner or later, so show them some respect when you see them. Understand? Okay. The 2 nodded quickly, grabbed their chopsticks, and began to wolf down their food. They ate with mouthfuls of rice and vegetables, their mouths greasy, too busy eating to even speak. It's so delicious. What kind of life did I live in the Great Golden Tribe before? I never expected Brother Bai Ze to still remember us. From now on, I'll follow Brother Bai Ze and risk my life for him. No one can dissuade me. Lin Nan smiled as he watched his 2 brothers eat heartily, feeling a surge of emotion. Thank goodness I chose to betray him and side with Brother Bai Ze. This life is a million times better than living a life of idleness and waiting to die under Jin Wentao. When the 2 had almost finished eating, they were still holding their bowls, seemingly wanting more. Lin Nan smiled and shook his head. Wait, I'll get you some more. Look at how pathetic you 2 are. The 2 quickly waved their hands, saying, Goodbye, Brother Nan, we're full. It's not good to eat so much so soon after we arrived. What's wrong with that? Lin Nan waved his hand. In our tribe, as long as you work, you'll be well fed. Just wait. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the center of the camp. When they arrived at the campfire, there were many people around. As Lin Nan was serving rice, he caught a glimpse of a figure that looked familiar. He frowned, but didn't pay much attention. He served himself rice and was about to leave when someone patted him on the shoulder. Lin Nan, do you still remember me? Lin Nan turned around and saw a tall, thin boy wearing a clean fiber suit who looked quite energetic. He stared at the man's face for 3 seconds, a little confused. Bro, you look familiar. Have we met before? Chapter 120, this is the surprise I mentioned before. Do you like it? The boy shook his head helplessly upon hearing this, and touched his nose. So, I have such a low profile? Back in the Jin tribe, Jin Wentao held a lottery vote, and I and a few other former squad leaders from the Sun family army were sent to scout out Boss Bai Ze's camp. Do you remember? My name is Wu Lei. Oh, it's you. Lin Nan suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, no wonder you looked familiar. It's that unlucky, oh no, that brother, I'm sorry. I used to listen to that old bastard Jin Wentao's slander and did a lot of shady things under his tutelage, so I offended him a lot. Hey, that's all in the past. Wu Lei waved his hand dismissively. I've turned over a new leaf, haven't I? By the way, where are you guys eating? Want to chat? I haven't been in the tribe for very long, but I can tell you some things to be aware of in the tribe. That's great. I couldn't be happier. Lin Nan's eyes lit up, and he put his arm around his shoulder. The 3 of us are eating in that thatched hut over there. Come on, let's eat and chat. You're a senior now, so you have to tell us all about the ins and outs of following Brother Bai Ze. No need for seniority. We're all brothers who work together. Wu Lei laughed, putting his hand on his shoulder. Let me tell you, our tribe is incredibly humane, and Boss Bai Ze is a truly generous person. I even tamed a dragon with Boss Bai Ze back then, and I'll never forget that scene. The 2 walked arm in arm, chatting and laughing, toward the thatched hut. Their backs looked so familiar, as if they had known each other for years. Not far away, Zhang Mengmeng watched the 2 figures from behind, and shook her head with a smile. Once she was alone, she looked up in the direction of Bai Ze's shelter, a sly smile playing on her lips. That's good. Wanting side is finally on track, and I have an ally now. Honey, I wonder if you're happy with this surprise? Meanwhile, Bai Ze had just been urged back to the shelter by Zhang Mengmeng and was quite puzzled. It wasn't even completely dark yet, and this little girl was already eager for him to come back. She was being mysterious about everything she asked, only saying that there was a surprise. He touched his chin, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Okay, you've even created a certain atmosphere. Upon entering the inner room, they discovered that the torches were not lit, and the room was pitch black. They could only vaguely make out a figure curled up on the bed, with its back to the door and long hair spread out on the pillow. Meng Meng, why didn't you light a torch? It's pitch black. Bai Ze leaned against the door frame and called out with a laugh. Are you looking for something exciting? I'm really coming over here. A soft came from the bed, a gentle, slightly shy tone. Bai Ze smiled, strode over, and reached out to pull the person on the bed into his arms. The person in my arms tensed up instantly, froze, and only slowly relaxed after a few seconds, their shoulders still trembling slightly. After a while, a soft groan of pain rang out, the voice carrying a slightly unfamiliar hoarseness and a hint of restrained tenderness. Bai Ze's heart skipped a beat, and his whole body froze. That voice isn't Meng Meng's. He quickly propped himself up, trying to separate them, his voice trembling slightly. Who are you? Aren't you Meng Meng? In the darkness, the person breathed softly, their voice gentle yet tinged with shyness, and also with a resolute determination born of courage. Bai Shichme. Bai Shivastund. It was Xie Wanning's voice. Van Ning. It's you? His mind was a little confused. I mistook you for someone else. I'm sorry, I'll leave now. As he was about to get up and leave, Xie Wanning grabbed his wrist. Her hands were a little cold, but she held them tightly, wrapping them around his waist. Her face was gently pressed against his chest, and he could feel her slight trembling. Don't go. Her voice was soft but firm. I did it willingly. This is the surprise I mentioned before. Don't you like it? Bai Ze froze, realizing what was happening instantly. So these two girls had conspired together to put on this show for him. He was silent for a few seconds. In a moonlight streaming in through the window, Xie Wanning's bright eyes could be seen, filled with shyness and a little unease, her long eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings. He sighed and gently embraced her. Like. The voice was soft, yet resolute. The atmosphere in the room gradually softened. Moonlight streamed in through the window, casting their overlapping shadows. It was quiet, with only the sound of their breathing remaining. When a morning light shone through the window into the room the next day, casting dappled shadows on the floor, Bai Ze slowly opened his eyes. He was still holding Xie Wanning in his arms. Zhang Mingming had somehow crept back and was curled up behind him, sleeping soundly. Her hair was brushing against his neck and making him feel a little itchy. Bai Ze moved his fingers, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation and a sense of tenderness. He carefully moved aside so as not to wake them, quietly put on his clothes, closed the door, and went out. It was already broad daylight outside, and the campsite was bustling with activity. Bai Ze glanced around but didn't see Wang Hao, Li Wei, or the others, and couldn't help but smile. These guys are really proactive. They disappeared as soon as it got light. I wonder how Wang Hao's dorm construction is actually going after all that bragging he did last night. He strolled leisurely through the camp, and the tribe members he encountered greeted him with smiles, which Bai Ze responded with nods. The tribe members had already begun their day's work. Some were cleaning, some were drying animal hides, some were tending to the vegetable garden, and some were patrolling. Everyone was doing their job in an orderly manner, which was reassuring to see. After walking a short distance, we arrived at the vacant lot that had been planned to be used to build dormitories. Bai Ze looked up and couldn't help but click his tongue. There stood a 2-story dormitory building on the open ground. Although it was made of thatched building materials, it looked quite decent, with sharp edges and corners. In just one night, it was completely built. No wonder he's in the construction business. His skills are definitely much better than mine, Bai Ze muttered with a smile. He opened the clan channel and casually asked, Where have you all been? You haven't been seen since early this morning. The message had barely been sent when several replies appeared. Li Wei, Brother Ze, Lin Yin, and I led a team to clear out the remnants of the dinosaurs in the west. So far we haven't encountered any tough opponents, just some scattered rabble. Wang Hao's voice followed closely, tinged with smugness. Boss, I brought Wu Lei and the others out to scout the coastline. Wu Lei knows how to operate drones, so we can take this opportunity to explore the entire island's terrain and see if there are any suitable places to build fortifications. We'll also wipe out the remnants of the Tianxia tribes. Bai Ze raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding the chubby boy's thoughts, and replied, Not bad. Chubby boy, you've got a good plan. Are you trying to work me to death? Wang Hao chuckled and said, Hey boss, this is nothing. The main problem is that we can't build a proper city gate right now. Otherwise, I would definitely turn this island into a sea fortress. Then no one can do anything about it. Bai Ze shook his head helplessly. You have quite lofty ambitions. Then I'll have to work hard too. Okay, be careful. Don't go too far. After saying that, he turned around and went into the warehouse. Once the console was open, he began mass-producing storage boxes. Materials were continuously added in, storage boxes were neatly stacked to the side, and experience points were steadily increasing. As he worked, he pondered the matter in his mind. Xiao Gang, that guy, kept quiet all night, and I don't know when he'll make a move. Hopefully he's not too stupid and actually leads a group to smash a dinosaur's head. That would be hilarious. Chapter 121, are you going to use your fist to smash it? Meanwhile, across the sea, in the open space in the center of the Tianxia tribe's camp, 200 people had gathered, whispering and speculating about why Xiao Gang had brought them together today. Xiao Gang stood on a stone platform about half a person's height, his hands behind his back, scanning the people below with a hint of arrogant confidence on his face. Quiet down, all of you. I called you here today to do something that will go down in history, taming dinosaurs, just like our ancestors tamed wolves into dogs. These words immediately caused an uproar. What? Taming dragons? Dinosaurs can be tamed? Brother Gang, you're not kidding, are you? That thing is so big, and some dinosaurs even eat people. What would you do with it? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, all expressing skepticism. Only a young man with black-rimmed glasses paused, adjusted his glasses, and muttered under his breath, taming dinosaurs. He didn't take it to heart, assuming it was just a coincidence, and continued to listen to Xiao Gang speak with his head held high. I know you don't believe me. Xiao Gang raised his voice. The dinosaurs in this world can indeed be tamed. Once tamed, they can be used as mounts, to haul goods, and to fight. They are incredibly useful. I have the complete process, but we have to try and figure it out together. He paused, then offered the most enticing bait. Everyone who comes with me today will receive 10 pieces of raw meat as a reward. If we successfully tame them, you'll be the first batch of dinosaur mounts to be given to us. 10 pieces of raw meat. The eyes of the people below lit up instantly. In this world, 10 pieces of raw meat can last 3 or 4 days if you're careful. It's just joining in the fun, and there are 200 people involved. If something really happens, it won't affect you. Hey, count me in, gang. Count me in too. Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm rising, Xiao Gang nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Let's go. Let's go to the Western Plains, pick the easy targets first, and try our luck with the seemingly docile dinosaurs. The crowd followed him westward in a great commotion, kicking up clouds of dust. Before long, the large group of people arrived at the plains. On the lush green grass, 5 round dinosaurs were bowing their heads and rooting in the grass. They weren't very big, and their heads were covered with thick skulls. They looked simple and honest and weren't aggressive at all. Xiao Gang looked at it several times, and the more he looked, the easier it seemed to bully the dragon. He immediately pointed to the largest one and said, "These are the ones." After saying that, he quickly took out the animal hide from his pocket and squatted down to repeatedly check the steps. It clearly states, you can use your fists, a special baseball bat, tranquilizer arrows, tranquilizer darts, etc. to strike the target until it is unconscious. Feed herbivorous dragons berries and carnivorous dragons raw meat. Praise and pet them often during this time to increase their affection and speed up the taming process. Xiao Gang's lips twitched. He had no trace of tranquilizer arrows or tranquilizer darts, and no baseball bat to be found either. All he could think of was his fists. As soon as he stood up, he saw his men pull out their weapons, each one looking fierce and menacing, as if they were about to massacre the village. Put your weapons away. Put them away. Xiao Gang's face darkened. I want you to tame them alive, not kill them and eat them. Use your fists. Control your strength. Don't kill them. The group of people were all stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. A man with a thick beard stepped forward, looking completely bewildered. Brother Gang, you mean with your fists? You're not mistaken, are you? This thing has thick skin and tough flesh. Can you knock it out with a fist? Nonsense. Just use them as I tell you to. Xiao Gang's face hardened. 5 dragons, 40 people per group. Take turns hammering them. Make sure you knock them unconscious. Do you hear me? No one dared to object. They could only reluctantly stuff the weapon back into their backpacks and stretch their wrists as they approached. Once the groups were formed, a whole bunch of people rushed up. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The young man at the front punched the dinosaur's skull with all his might, then jumped up and down, clutching his wrist, hissing and gasping for breath. Damn, that hurt like hell. His head is so hard, like a rock. The swollen-headed dragon was eating peacefully when it was suddenly punched for no reason. It immediately became enraged and tried to ram its head into people. But it was surrounded by people, and fists were pounding on its head, making it unable to lift its head at all. Finally finding an opening, it suddenly lunged forward, sending the person flying 2 meters away. The person landed on the ground, clutching their chest, unable to get up for a long time, coughing until tears streamed down their face. Damn, this thing looks clumsy, but it's surprisingly strong. Don't just stand there. Surround it. Shoot it in the head. Don't give it a chance to raise its head. Zhao Cheng mingled in the crowd, watching this familiar operation, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Smash on the head, knock out, feed. This process feels similar to a game called ARK or something. Could it be that everyone was teleported into the game world, instead of the so-called ancient world? He muttered to himself, then followed up with 2 more punches, which made his hand ache. He quickly pulled back and rubbed his wrist. After a good 10 minutes of commotion, shouts, cries of pain, and the muffled groans of dinosaurs echoed across the plain. Finally, 3 of the 5 swollen-headed dragons shook their heads, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely unconscious. The remaining 2 were hit too hard, their limbs kicked, their heads lolled to the side, and they died instantly. A group of people also collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, their fists red, some with skin worn through and bleeding, wincing in pain. Brother gang, it's done. Someone leaned over to check their breathing, then turned around and shouted. 3 of them are still breathing. They should be knocked unconscious. The other 2, we were too rough, they couldn't be saved. Useless. You can't even control your strength. Xiao Gang cursed, not bothering to pursue the matter further, and quickly walked to the unconscious dinosaur. Following the instructions on the animal's skin, he tentatively placed his hand on the dinosaur. The next second, a semi-transparent backpack interface popped up. Xiao Gang's eyes lit up instantly, and he almost burst out laughing. Yes, there really is. Bai Ze, that kid, didn't lie to him about the basic procedures. His joy lasted only a couple of seconds before he was faced with another problem. What's the name of this dinosaur? Was it herbivorous or carnivorous? He stared at the dinosaur for a long time, but it seemed more and more unfamiliar, and he couldn't even remember its name. He looked up and glanced at his men, frowning as he asked, "Does any of you recognize this dinosaur? Do you know what it eats?" The people below looked at each other, chattering and making a lot of noise. Brother gang, who would recognize this? It's good enough that it survived. Who has the time to study what dinosaurs are called? I think its head is hard, so it should be called an iron-headed dragon, right? What iron-headed dragon? I think its skull is protruding. It should be called a skull dragon. As Xiao Gang listened to the increasingly outrageous ramblings of this group, his face grew darker and darker, and the atmosphere around him seemed to drop several degrees. Seeing that his expression was off and his voice was getting softer and softer, the others quickly shut up. Everyone knows that this Gangu is ruthless. If you displease him, you might starve him for a few days, or even throw him out to feed the dinosaurs. Just then, a weak voice rang out. Brother gang, I think this looks like a Pachycephalosaurus. Chapter 122, I saw this on Douyin before. Xiao Gang immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses. He looked scholarly and didn't seem like someone who often got into fights. Pachycephalosaurus? Are you sure? Xiao Gang took 2 steps forward, his eyes sharp. What does it eat? Zhao Cheng felt uneasy under his gaze, so he quickly pushed up his glasses, lowered his head, and whispered, "It should be. It's herbivorous, eating berries and plants." I once saw a video on Douyin of a blogger playing a game that featured this kind of dinosaur, which was tamed by knocking it unconscious. A game? Xiao Gang frowned, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. What kind of game can teach you how to tame dragons? Zhao Cheng shuddered at his question, lowered his head even further, and mumbled, It's called It's called something like ARK evolution. It's about surviving and taming dinosaurs in a world full of them. I remember the process was to knock them out, feed them, and once the taming level was full, it was considered success. You also had to feed them something anesthetic to prevent them from waking up. Xiao Gang's eyes lit up as he listened, and his heart skipped a beat. Knockout, feed, administer anesthesia. This is almost exactly what was written on the Bai Ze beast skin. Moreover, Bai Ze's tribe happens to be called the ARK tribe. What a coincidence! Could it be that Bai Ze didn't have any extraordinary encounter at all, but rather that he had been exposed to that game before and knew the knowledge within it, which is why he understands so much about the art of dragon taming? His heart was in turmoil, but he kept it calm on the surface. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Cheng's arm, his tone becoming urgent. Do you know how to make anesthetic drugs and tranquilizer arrows? What's the formula? Zhao Cheng paused, racking his brains for a long time before hesitantly nodding. I have a vague impression. It seems to be made of blackberries and rotten flesh. I don't remember the specifics very well, but that's roughly what it is. However, it seems to require a special tool to make it. Xiao Gang was completely bewildered when he heard about the special tool, and could only patiently continue to ask. Have you heard that if you get closer to the dinosaur and say more compliments when feeding it, you can increase its affinity and speed up the process? Zhao Cheng was completely dumbfounded and shook his head. Huh? I've never heard of this. I'm not quite sure either. Maybe it's some kind of special technique from a great master for training dragons. A hint of disappointment flashed in Xiao Gang's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Knowing the general ingredients of the anesthetic is already a huge achievement. This kid will be useful. We can dig deeper and find more eventually. He patted Zhao Cheng on the shoulder, a rare smile appearing on his face. Well done. What's your name? Brother Gang. My name is Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng, from now on you'll be working for me, specifically in charge of dragon taming. Xiao Gang immediately made the decision. And while you're at it, help me find out who else in the tribe has played this ARK game. You'll get your share of the rewards. Zhao Cheng felt a surge of excitement. This was like a meteoric rise to the top. He nodded quickly. Thank you, Brother Gang. I'll definitely do my best. By the way, Brother Gang, let's not waste any more time. Let's try feeding it to see if we can tame it. If we wait any longer, the dinosaur will wake up. Oh dear, I almost forgot about the important matter. Xiao Gang slapped his forehead. You were right to remind me. He immediately opened the trading post, swept up a huge pile of berries, squatted down, and stuffed them all into the Pachycephalosaurus's backpack. After putting the things away, he remembered the saying on the animal's skin, praise more and stick more stickers, and hesitated for 2 seconds. It's just a few nice words, but it's worth it for taming dragons. He reached out and pretended to touch the hard skull of the Pachycephalosaurus, then turned to the side and rubbed against the dinosaur's neck, cleared his throat, and began to speak in a serious tone. Oh my good dinosaur, look how energetic you are. Look at that sexy skull, those strong little legs. He's definitely going to be a dragon among dragons. He's bound to have a bright future. Lift up your skull and let me see your face. No, let me see how strong you are. He kept talking and rubbing against the ground. His movements so stiff he looked like a puppet, and he was so embarrassed he was digging his toes into the ground. The subordinates next to him were dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. They were trying so hard not to laugh that their shoulders were shaking and their faces were turning red. My goodness, what is Gang doing? That was such a flashy move. Zhao Cheng squatted on the far side, his mouth twitching so much it was almost numb. He lowered his head and tried his best to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking. Why praise a skull? Why lift up a skull? Is this praising a dragon or scaring it? Xiao Gang praised it for a long time. His hands were sore from touching it, but the dinosaur didn't react at all, and he started to feel a little uneasy. He couldn't see any taming or favorability ratings, so he had no idea whether this tactic was effective or not. But considering that Bai Ze's instructions were correct up to the beginning, he probably wouldn't lie about this. As he was muttering to himself, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that everyone around him was trying not to laugh, and they were all shaking like sieves. Xiao Gang's face instantly darkened, and a cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. These good-for-nothings actually dared to laugh at him? Or should we find an opportunity to kill them all? But thinking about it carefully, now is precisely the time when we need manpower and we still need these people to help tame the dragon. He suppressed his anger and shouted sternly, "What are you all looking at? What are you laughing at? This is a crucial step in taming dragons. All of you come here. Each of you take charge of one dragon. And just like I did, praise them. Stick them on them. The more sincere the praise, the better. Anyone who dares to slack off and fails to tame the dragon will be fed to the dinosaurs." The smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. They looked at each other, dumbfounded. Seriously, Gangan not only ruined his own career, but he also dragged everyone else down with him? Seeing Xiao Gang's gloomy face, no one dared to stand up and refute him. They could only linger and squat down next to the dinosaur, forcing themselves to speak. "Ah, you're so kind. You're so stubborn. You're really strong. Even the way you eat grass is better than the other dragon generals. Good for you, Long. From now on, follow Brother Gang, and I guarantee you'll live the high life." Their voices grew softer and softer, their tones more and more stiff, and the praise they offered was incredibly varied, with all sorts of strange and unusual words popping out. Zhao Chang squatted on the far side, head down, his mouth almost stretched to his ears, and he could only bite his lip desperately to suppress his laughter. Xiao Gang stood behind with his hands behind his back, watching a group of people whispering and touching the dinosaur, and his own face felt a little hot. So, in the eyes of this group of people, I just looked like this stupid. From now on, I absolutely cannot be the first to step in on something like this. But then I thought about it again and realized that Bai Ze must have tamed dragons in the same way, maybe even more extravagantly, and I felt much better after that. After nearly half an hour of this, the sun was high in the sky, making everyone drowsy. Many people were squatting on the ground, dozing off, their eyelids almost glued together. It moved. The dinosaur moved. A sudden exclamation erupted, instantly rousing everyone to attention. Chapter 123, Level 11. Large quantity of storage boxes for sale. Xiao Gang jumped up and rushed over in 2 steps, his eyes fixed on the swollen-headed dragon on the ground. The one on the far left shook its round head, kicked its limbs a couple of times, slowly propped itself up, and turned its head left and right in a daze, as if it had just woken up but hadn't quite woken up yet. Did it work out or not? Xiao Gang was feeling uneasy and didn't dare to rush forward. He casually pointed to one of his subordinates standing at the front and said, "You, go up and try it. See if it obeys commands." The underling's face instantly fell. He cursed Xiao Gang's ancestors for 18 generations in his mind, but he dared not refuse. He shuffled over, tried to reassure himself. He's just a clumsy, stubborn guy. He can't possibly kill me. He had only taken 2 steps when the swollen-headed dragon spotted him immediately, lowered its head, and charged over with its short legs. Holy crap! The henchman was terrified and turned to run. "Brother Gang, save me. It doesn't recognize people." But his reaction was a bit too slow. He was hit hard on the back after only a couple of steps, and flew forward more than 2 meters before falling face first into the mud, groaning in pain as he lay on the ground. Xiao Gang's face darkened instantly, becoming so gloomy it seemed to drip water. Untamed, before he could speak, the other 2 swollen-headed dragons woke up one after another, shook their heads, and rushed into the crowd as soon as they saw people. "What are you all standing there for? Do it! Knock them out again!" Xiao Gong roared. The crowd surged forward, but the fully awakened swollen-headed dragon was incredibly energetic, rampaging wildly, making the scene even more chaotic than before. Punches were like tickles, and several were actually knocked flying. After struggling for more than 10 minutes, when they finally managed to calm the situation down, the 3-headed swollen dragon lay stiffly on the ground, completely lifeless. There were some injured people lying on the ground, crying out in pain. Xiao Gang's chest heaved with anger, and his eyes swept over Zhao Cheng like knives. Zhao Cheng shuddered under his gaze, and his legs even cramped up a little. He was just a half-baked short video enthusiast who had never even seriously played games. So how could he know anything about taming dragons? "Gang, Brother Gang," he stammered as he explained, Maybe the dizziness level dropped too quickly and I couldn't stabilize it. It's normal to fail on our first try. We'll just have to try a few more times to find the right rhythm." Xiao Gang stared at him for a long time, his anger churning inside him, but he eventually suppressed it. Killing him is easy, but if we kill this kid who knows a little about the relevant stuff, who will tame a dragon? He snorted and walked to the Pachycephalosaurus corpse, intending to retrieve the berries he had just stuffed in. He couldn't just throw the meat bun to a dog and never get it back. When I opened my backpack, it was completely empty. Not a single berry was left. Xiao Gang's face darkened even more. He failed to tame the dragon and also lost a lot of berries. He didn't care about the berries, but the frustration of being taken advantage of was worse than death. Useless, he cursed, drawing his iron longsword and slashing the Pachycephalosaurus several times before collecting the raw meat and hide. His face remained grim. After venting his frustrations, a gust of wind cleared his head. I don't need to waste my time with this bunch of useless people under the scorching sun. He waved to Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng hurriedly ran over, stood respectfully with his head down, not daring to breathe too loudly. These people will be under your command from now on, Xiao Gang said slowly, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. You know the steps, so you'll be here with them practicing. Come back to see me when you've tamed one. If you can't, well, you don't need to come back. If you need berries or raw meat, just message me and I'll send them to you. Got it. Zhao Cheng felt a pang of bitterness. Hadn't this just dumped all the mess on him? But he dared not refute and could only nod reluctantly. I understand, Brother Gang. I will do my best. Xiao Gang patted him on the shoulder, offering insincere encouragement. I believe in you. Don't let me down. After saying that, he led more than 20 tribesmen and turned to walk back to the camp without looking back, leaving the mess and more than 100 people on the plain. Only after Xiao Gang's figure had completely disappeared from sight did people in the crowd dare to murmur their complaints. What kind of people are they? They go back to camp and enjoy themselves while we're left here basking in the sun. Exactly. He was the one shouting about taming dragons, but he was also the one who ran away first. So he gets all the benefits while we suffer the consequences. Training dragons is not that simple. I think it's just a waste of time. Zhao Qing listened to the whispers around him and inwardly groaned. Who does he think he is? He's just watched a few game videos. How did he end up being the dragon trainer? Is the real world the same as a game? There's not even a stat panel to be seen here. Despite his complaints, he didn't dare to abandon the project and leave, having witnessed Xiao Gang's ruthlessness firsthand. He cleared his throat and forced a shout. Stop complaining. Brother Gang said that if we really tame it, you'll all get your share of the rewards. Let's find the dragon first, and then we'll try again. Although everyone was unwilling, they dared not disobey the order and could only grumble and disperse the search for the next unlucky person on the plain. The sun rose higher and higher, its heat making one's scalp tingle. A dragon training experiment, destined to repeatedly fail, continued reluctantly. Just as Zhao Cheng and his group were anxiously trying to figure out how to train the dragon in the ARK tribe's warehouse, Bai Ze rubbed his stiff and sore neck, let out a long sigh, and heard the crisp notification sound of the system in his ear. I've finally reached level 11. He leaned against the storage box for a few seconds, opened the imprint list on the ARK console, glanced at it, and his eyes lit up instantly. Wooden foundation, wooden walls, wooden ceiling, wooden door frame, wooden gate, wooden fence foundation, and stimulants. Wow, they've gone straight from a thatched hut to a log cabin. While the previous thatched buildings were passable, they were still lacking. Replacing them with wooden ones not only improved their appearance, but also significantly enhanced their defensive capabilities and durability. He rubbed his hands together, already making plans in his mind. Once this batch of storage boxes was sold, he would mass-produce wooden building materials, and when Wang Hao returned, he would have him renovate all the dormitories of the tribe members. After resting enough, he opened the chat channel. Still worried about having too many supplies? Still anxious about not having anywhere to put them? Still regretting that your supplies keep getting refreshed? Bai Ze brand storage box will help you say goodbye to all your troubles. It has a large internal space, is anti-refresh, and durable, so you can place it anywhere and use it however you like. Forget $9.98, only 198 units of basic materials. Bring this amazing item home. It's already listed on the auction house, so act fast. After sending the message, he immediately closed the channel, stood up, and stretched his limbs. It's been so long since I've done any advertising. so this sudden stunt feels a bit strange. He shut down the channel, and it went completely crazy. The screen was filled with question marks, mostly from new players who had just merged into another server and were completely bewildered. What the heck? A storage box for 198? Are you out of your mind? It even has a built-in large space to prevent refresh. What a joke. It's the same old trick, only fooling idiots. So, a broken wooden box, being sold as a treasure. Chapter 124. The result is still that supply can't meet demand. As soon as the screen filled with questions, veteran players from server 727 couldn't sit still and started to chime in. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's still someone arguing back. Don't they know how powerful boss Bai Ze is? Newcomers are still wondering, but veterans have already gone to the trading house to grab them. You'll be crying when they're all sold out. Buy it or don't. Nobody's forcing you. Just don't come crying to the channel begging for restocks when your supplies are gone because you dropped them on the ground. The two sides were arguing fiercely, but the number of storage boxes in the trading post was visibly decreasing. Those in the know were focused on grabbing them and had no time to argue in the chat. Bai Ze sat on the ground, watching the transaction notifications pop up one after another. Wood, stones, and fibers poured into his backpack like a tide, filling it to the brim. He smiled and shook his head, thinking to himself, this purchasing power is too strong. At this rate, we'll have more supplies than we can use. Within minutes, all the storage boxes on the shelves were gone. His backpack was so full it was almost overflowing, so he had to keep rummaging through the storage boxes in the warehouse, and it took him a long time to finally get everything sorted out. He stretched out a big yawn, pushed open the warehouse door, and went outside. As soon as I stepped outside, I bumped into Zhang Mengmeng and Xie Wanning carrying food boxes and walking this way. Xie Wanning looked up and saw him, her eyes instinctively darting away, a blush creeping on her cheeks, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the handle of the food box. Although their relationship was now clear, she still couldn't help feeling shy whenever she saw Bai Ze. Zhang Mengmeng smiled broadly and pulled Xie Wanning up quickly. Honey, are you done with your work? Perfect timing. Wanning and I have brought you your lunch. Bai Ze, it's time to eat. Xie Wanning added softly, her gaze drifting to the grass beside her, not daring to look at him. Bai Ze chuckled inwardly at her shy demeanor, then stepped forward and naturally wrapped his arms around their waists. He whispered in Xie Wanning's ear, why are you still calling me by my name? You should call me husband now, just like Mengmeng does. Zhang Mengmeng also joined in the teasing, blinking her eyes and nodding vigorously. Xie Wanning's face turned even redder, all the way to her ears. She pursed her lips, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then whispered, husband. That's more like it. Bai Ze smiled and pinched her cheek. Come on, let's find a shady place to eat. The three of them found a large banyan tree and sat down under it. The shadows of the tree were dappled, and a cool breeze blew through the trees. The food box was opened, revealing steaming white rice, stir-fried lettuce, and tenderly stewed triceratops meat. The aroma, a blend of grass and with scents, wafted out, making it exceptionally enticing. Bai Ze picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and casually asked, by the way, has Zhangfeng's food been delivered? How is he recovering? It was sent over a long time ago, and Dr. Chun is taking care of it. Zhang Mengmeng put a piece of meat into his bowl, her eyes sparkling. I think there's definitely something going on between Brother Feng and Dr. Chun. I went over to deliver the medicine this morning, and the atmosphere was so good. They were exchanging glances. I think it's promising too. Bai Ze smiled. Zhang Feng is reliable and dependable, and Dr. Chun is gentle and attentive. They're a good match. By the way, what about Wang Hao and the others? Still no word. They haven't come back yet. I don't know where they went. Zhang Mengmeng shook her head. But I did what you said and gave them food and water on time, so they won't go hungry. Bai Ze nodded, reached out and ruffled her hair, his tone tinged with amusement. Our Mengmeng is so capable, she arranges everything so clearly, saving me a lot of trouble. Zhang Mengmeng was a little embarrassed by the praise, and smiled with her lips pursed. You're so busy in the warehouse every day, if you also have to take care of these miscellaneous things, you'll be exhausted. Bai Ze smiled and turned to Xie Wanning. Wanning, you said you wanted to set up a planning team. How's it going? Do you have enough manpower? Xia Wanning was eating with her head down when she was suddenly asked a question. She paused for a moment before looking up and said, "Everything is fine. The people I chose all picked up the skills pretty quickly. The main thing is that you have good land, my husband. I don't need to take care of it much. The vegetables grow very fast, and we can harvest the second crop in a couple of days." As she spoke, she blushed first. Bai Ze laughed heartily. "With two virtuous wives like you, what more could a husband ask for?" The wind rustled the leaves. The aroma of food mingled with laughter, and life was peaceful and fulfilling. While they were eating, Bai Ze's private message notification suddenly went off. He set it to block strangers, so only friends can send messages. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was posted by Li Wei along with a photo. The photo is a bit blurry, but you can see two pterosaurs walking on a beach. They are Pteranodon. "Hey boss, can a meteor hammer bind a pterosaur? We found it on the beach to the east." Bai Ze's eyes lit up instantly. Pteranodon. He'd suffered from this thing when he first teleported here. If it weren't for the newbie protection, he'd almost been carried off as food. Now, with the saddle, it's a real flying mount. Useful for scouting and traveling. Incredibly useful. He immediately replied, "I can bind them. You wait. I'll make a few meteor hammers and send them to you right now." "Honey, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Mingming quickly put down her chopsticks. "Did something happen to Li Wei and the others?" "It's all right, it's good news." Bai Ze stood up. "They found pteranodons in the east and want to try to tame them. I'll make them a few balaclavas and send them over. You guys eat first, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he strode back to the warehouse, opened the console, and quickly made 10 meteor hammers, which he then traded directly to Li Wei. Finally, he added a word of caution. "Be careful, these things are fast. Strike when they're off guard, catch them off guard. Keep an eye on your targets, don't try to grab the same one. Its claws can lift a person, so don't get carried away." Li Wei quickly replied, "Got it, boss. There are 3 of us. We can handle 2 no problem. Just wait for our good news." Bai Ze gave a couple more reminders to be careful before closing the chat interface and going out to continue eating. He had made up his mind that he would stay in a warehouse for a while to level up and make building materials, and leave the errand-running work like taming dragons to Li Wei and the others. Once wooden buildings become widespread and camp defenses improve significantly, then we can consider other options. After finishing his meal, Bai Ze went back to the warehouse and settled down to be a hands-off manager. Zhang Mingming and Xia Wanning managed the tribal affairs in a well-organized manner. Li Wei and Wang Hao were in charge of the perimeter exploration and dragon taming, so he didn't need to worry about it. 5 days passed in this orderly fashion. On the morning of the 5th day, a commotion suddenly broke out in the camp. "They're back! They're back! My God! So many dinosaurs!" The tribespeople who were working stopped what they were doing, craned their necks to look at the camp entrance, their faces full of shock and envy. Chapter 125. You're really cut out to be a lackey. Wang Hao, Li Wei, and Lin Yin walked to the front, followed by a large dinosaur procession. 2 pteranodons flapped their wings and followed at low altitude on either side. 5 velociraptors ran ahead with small, quick steps, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. 8 triceratops walked slowly, and 3 stegosaurus followed behind, their bony plates on their backs looking particularly intimidating. At the very back crawled 5 freshwater turtles, moving slowly and dragging the long line behind them. Lin Yin followed on the side of the group, his eyes filled with envy. These past few days, he'd gone out with them and witnessed firsthand how Li Wei and the others could command dinosaurs to work, travel, and fight with just a whistle, making him incredibly envious. He'd also subtly inquired about how to command dinosaurs, only to be told that only brother Bai Ze had that authority. He had already made up his mind that he must perform well in the future and strive to become a dinosaur as soon as possible. Wang Hao walked at the front, turning his head around several times, but he didn't see Bai Ze. He smacked his lips, looking disappointed. "Why don't I see the big boss? I was hoping to show him our achievements." Li Wei glanced at him sideways. "You think the big boss is like you, hanging around outside all day? He's busy. He has a lot of important things to do." "What do you mean by wandering?" "I'm busy too, you know." Wang Hao protested, patting his chest. "I have to train dragons with you guys, draw resource maps of the whole island, and plan the expansion of the camp. I've lost weight from exhaustion." Yes, yes, you're the busiest. Li Wei was too lazy to argue with him and looked up at the depths of the camp. I wonder how Brother Feng is recovering. Let's go see Brother Feng first. I'll go too, Lin Yin replied. Hey, if you all go, it'll seem like I'm heartless if I don't go. Wang Hao scratched his head. All right, let's settle the dinosaurs first before we go. As soon as they turned the corner, they ran into Xie Wanning, who was busy in the vegetable garden with two little girls. She was holding a small hoe and teaching them how to thin out the seedlings. Sister Wanning, are you busy? Wang Hao immediately greeted her with a smile. Xie Wanning looked up and saw them, as well as the long procession of dinosaurs behind them, and was a little surprised. You're finally back. Bai Ze was just asking a couple of days ago why you've been gone for so long. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he took half a step forward. Sister Wan Ning, do you know what the big boss is doing now? Why haven't I seen him? Seeing his eagerness to show off, Xie Wanning couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. What could you possibly want from him? You don't want to brag about the dinosaurs you've tamed, do you? He's busy in the warehouse. He doesn't have time for you. With his intentions exposed, Wang Hao felt a little embarrassed and chuckled, scratching his nose. No way. It's just a work report. Since you're busy, we won't bother you any longer. Wan Ning, you go ahead and get busy. We'll go settle the dinosaurs. After saying that, he quickly led his team away, afraid of being teased again. Xie Wanning smiled and shook her head, then lowered her head to continue teaching the little girl how to plant vegetables. Just as my husband said, she's a complete embarrassment. In the past few days, the camp has expanded outwards again. The surrounding trees and rocks have been almost completely quarried away. A large open area has been specially enclosed in the southwest corner, surrounded by a half-person-high wooden fence, which is a dedicated dinosaur activity area. As Wang Hao herded the newly tamed dinosaur inside, the old inhabitants in the enclosure immediately stood up, letting out low growls and staring warily at their newcomers, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Just as Wang Hao was about to step forward to comfort him, he saw the brutal man take 2 steady steps forward, raise his head, and let out a low growl. The roar wasn't loud, but it carried the oppressive aura of a top predator, making the air seem to tremble. The group of dinosaurs that had just entered immediately became well-behaved, lowering their heads and shrinking back, no longer daring to bristle. Wow, Brother Brutal is still the best. He's the ultimate in keeping things under control. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. After settling the dinosaurs in, the group dusted themselves off and headed straight for Zhang Feng's shelter. Lin Nin didn't go with them. Instead, he went to find Shi Tu and San Xiao, intending to have a good chat with the two brothers about what they had seen and heard these past few days, and to encourage them. Brother Feng, how are you? Before he even arrived, Wang Hao's loud voice rang out. Zhang Feng was sitting on a wooden bench in front of the shelter, basking in the sun. Chun Yi stood beside him, wiping Duo's face with a handkerchief. The little girl had pigtails and was well-behaved, not making a fuss. Hearing the shouts, Zhang Feng looked up and smiled. You're back. I'm much better. Dr. Chun said that walking around a bit every day helps me recover faster. That's good. The group quickly walked over. Wang Hao, with his sharp eyes, suddenly pointed at Zhang Feng's clothes and exclaimed, Brother Feng, what are you wearing? It looks different from our fiber suits. After his reminder, Li Wei and Lin Yin also noticed. Zhang Feng was wearing a tan dark brown animal hide suit with fine stitches, which looked thick and durable, and its defense was clearly several levels higher than that of a fiber suit. Zhang Feng chuckled and patted his arm. This is a fur suit that the boss had sent over. He said it's more protective than fiber and also windproof and warm. I'm recovering from my injuries and worried about catching a cold, so this is perfect for me. The group exchanged glances, all somewhat envious. So all the big shots have been secretly making new gear, and these guys out there don't even know it. Wang Hao immediately shouted, No way. This is preferential treatment from the boss. I have to talk to him about this. No sooner had he finished speaking than a laughing voice came from behind him. What did you want to talk to me about? Wang Hao froze, his mind racing. Without turning his head, he replied, I'm saying, boss, you work so hard every day, and you still have to worry about making clothes. It's so tough for you. I feel sorry for you. After saying that, he slowly turned around, his face full of just the right amount of surprise. Big boss? What did you get here? I didn't hear a sound. As she spoke, she leaned closer and began to massage Bai Ze's shoulders with great enthusiasm, her technique quite skilled. The people nearby stared in disbelief, silently criticizing the situation. Goodness, the speed at which he changed his expression and the audacity of his words are truly impressive. Bai Ze rolled his eyes. He had just come out of the warehouse and was planning to come and see Zhang Feng when he overheard the second half of the sentence. Wang Hao wasn't embarrassed at all and squeezed even harder. Hee boss, you've worked hard. This animal skin outfit is really nice. I wonder if we could share? I've already prepared everything for you. One set for each of you, Bai Ze said irritably. Go to the warehouse and get them yourselves later. There are also newly made wooden shields, one for each of you. It'll be safer to take them with you when you go out. Wow, you're awesome, boss. Wang Hao cheered loudly, his chubby face beaming with joy. Bai Ze shook his head helplessly. What a character. In fact, during his 5-day seclusion, he gained experience by crafting storage boxes, and his level soared to 16. He unlocked all the animal hide armor, wooden shields, and more wooden building material imprints. In the past, he had to do everything himself, and leveling up was as slow as a snail's pace. Now, with Li Wei and the others in charge of field operations and dragon taming, and Zhang Mengmeng and Xia Wanning handling internal affairs, he can focus on gaining experience, and his leveling speed has doubled. But as he laughed, his brows furrowed slightly again. Chapter 126, The First Level 4 Shelter. It's stable, but the drawbacks are obvious. The island is only so big, and the types of resources are limited. Many materials simply don't exist there. On 2 consecutive airdrop days, not a single airdrop landed on the island. If this continues, they will eventually be left behind by the major tribes on the mainland. Wang Hao, who was standing nearby, immediately noticed that his expression was off and asked in a low voice, Boss, what's wrong? Something on your mind? Bai Ze snapped out of his reverie, glanced at the group, and slowly said, I'm thinking that as long as we advance slowly, we can completely control the entire island. But no matter how much we develop this island, that's all we have left. Our resources can't keep up, and airdrops rarely come down, so we can't get the good stuff inside. In the long run, we'll definitely fall behind. He paused, his tone calm yet weighty. I'm thinking, shouldn't we go and take a look at the mainland? Everyone was stunned by these words. Going to see? To the mainland? The group exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat complicated. Having finally established a foothold on the island, with food, shelter, and safety, life was peaceful and stable. Suddenly having to step out of one's comfort zone and venture into unfamiliar territory would make anyone nervous. Are there giant sea monsters at sea? How many days will it take to reach the shore? How will we navigate without a compass? How many tribes are there on the mainland? Will we be caught in a fight as soon as we land? The countless unknowns before us are daunting. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. He braced himself on the stool and tried to stand up. Boss, I'll go with you. More people means more help. Sit still. Bai Ze quickly pressed him down. Your wound hasn't even healed properly yet. Why are you getting involved? I just mentioned an idea. I didn't say we'd set off immediately. And we didn't plan to take everyone with us. Bai schmoiled. The initial plan is to take Wang Hao, Wu Lei, and a few dinosaurs. We'll go to the coast first, find a place to set up a foothold, and explore the area before making any further plans. Wang Hao was still hesitating, but when he heard that he had been called out, his eyes lit up instantly, and his chubby face was full of smugness. Boss, you're going to take me out to sea? I knew it. I'm definitely irreplaceable in your heart. As she spoke, she opened her arms and tried to pounce on Bai Ze. Bai Ze's lips twitched, and he reached out to touch Wu Lei's chubby face. Stop patting yourself on the back. I'm taking you there, so you can do the construction and set up a foothold. Wu Lei knows how to use drones and can scout ahead to avoid risks. Wang Hao's smile faltered, and he looked at Bai Ze with a resentful expression, like a wronged little wife. Zhang Feng and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw his expression. Bai Ze was amused and waved his hand. Don't make that face. I have something important to tell you. I've stocked up on a lot of building materials like wooden foundations in the warehouse, as well as many new items. Keep an eye on things and make sure all the dormitories in the tribe are made of wood. I've also made a batch of wooden beds, one for each room. I'll also put a storage box in each room, so everyone can store some personal belongings. Oh, right, build a special burial place for the dinosaurs, and make it sturdy. Wang Hao's mouth dropped open as he listened to the long list of tasks. Boss, are you treating me like a beast of burden? How long am I supposed to keep up with all this work by myself? Are you stupid? Bai Ze shook his head helplessly. There are so many people in the tribe now. Can't you ask someone to lend a hand? You could just be the foreman and keep an eye on the progress. Do you really think you can do everything yourself? Wang Hao's eyes lit up instantly. His resentment vanished, and he glanced slyly at Li Wei and Lin Yan beside him. The foreman? That'll do. Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure it's handled perfectly. Go ahead, Bai Ze said with a smile and a wave. Wang Hao responded and ran excitedly towards the warehouse, forgetting even to chat with Zhang Feng. His back view exuded a smugness. Li Wei and Lin Yan exchanged a helpless glance and shook their heads. There's just no way to deal with this clown. Bai Ze gave Zhang Feng a few more instructions on how to recover from his injury, then turned and walked to Chen Yi's side, gently taking Duo from her hands. The little girl wasn't shy at all. When Bai Ze held her, she giggled and even tried to grab his hair with her chubby little hands. Duo, grow up quickly. Bai Ze smiled and teased the child, then looked up at Chen Yi and said, please take good care of them during this time. It's no trouble at all. It's my pleasure. Chen Yi quickly shook her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. After saying goodbye to the group, Bai Ze took Duo back to her house and went straight back to his own shelter. We've accumulated quite a bit of cement and stones over this period, so it's time to upgrade the shelter. He was quite looking forward to seeing what a level 4 shelter would be like. Thinking about it, the system hasn't announced anyone reaching level 4 yet. If someone gets first place in the region, the rewards will definitely be substantial. Last time, the level 3 shelter gave a blue gift box containing a pistol. What will this purple gift box be like? The more I think about it, the more hopeful I feel. He whistled, summoning several triceratops that carried back and forth, stuffing the stones, cement, wood, fiber, and thatch needed for the upgrade into the dinosaur's backpack. The tribespeople working nearby saw Bai Ze leading the triceratops toward the shelter and curiously stopped what they were doing to look over. Upon arriving at the shelter, Bai Ze transferred all the materials to his backpack, took a deep breath, and opened the upgrade option. Do you wish to use the corresponding materials to upgrade the shelter to level 4? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft yet dazzling white light instantly enveloped the entire wooden house. The surrounding tribespeople held their breath and craned their necks to look in their direction. In the light, the outline of the original 2-story wooden house slowly stretched and rose. The walls gradually changed from light brown wood to heavy bluish-gray stone. The eaves extended outward, and the yard also expanded. A few seconds later, the white light slowly dissipated. A magnificent 3-story stone villa appeared before everyone's eyes. The courtyard is surrounded by a smooth wooden fence, and the ground inside is paved with flat bluestone slabs. In one corner, there's a round stone table and 4 wooden chairs. The roof is covered with dark gray stone tiles, on which are placed several dark black square boards, and next to them stands a square water tank. What's most astonishing is that the villa's windows emit a soft white light, not the flickering, dim yellow light of a torch, but a steady, bright light, exactly like the electric lights of the original world. The surrounding tribesmen stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. My God, this is a shelter? It's like the villas in the neighborhood we used to live in. Can you see the lights in here? Leader Bai Ze is too powerful. The discussions were lively and filled with astonishment. Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction. As he was looking around, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in his ears, the sound echoing throughout the entire regional channel. System notification. Congratulations to Survivor Bai Ze for becoming the first player in the region to upgrade their shelter to level 4. Reward. 1 purple rare gift box. We hope all survivors continue their efforts. The announcement immediately caused an uproar in the chat channel. Holy crap, a level 4 shelter? Really? I haven't even collected all the level 3 materials yet. Bai Ze, it's Bai Ze again, the one who sells storage boxes? Is he using cheat codes? Hey bro, post a picture. What does a level 4 shelter look like? Let us see. Outrageous. This upgrade speed is just too outrageous. The screen was flooded with messages of amazement, skepticism, and envy. Just then, a young man squatting on the ground listening to the channel looked up and shouted, "Chief Bai Ze, the channel is in an uproar. Everyone's asking you to send a picture to broaden their horizons." Upon hearing this, Bai Ze laughed heartily. Sure, good things should be shared. He brought up the system camera, took a panoramic photo of the stone villa, and casually posted it to the channel.